The girl accidentally enters a primitive beast world and is surrounded by a group of fluffy creatures that eagerly want to play with her. Proud lion, little female, I like your scent, be my beast concubine. Stern wolf king, come with me, I am very strong. Affectionate eagle, stay with me and share the glory of the Tsanyu clan. The overbearing sea lord, wherever the sea reaches, you can be there. Unknowingly, the girl has become the only top female that the powerful figures of the beast world are collectively pursuing. At this moment, in the primitive forest, Momo, who had just crossed over, was being chased by a fierce big white wolf, and she was completely stunned. She had only eaten a bowl of guejo sweet potato cake with her best friend Sudai in the mall, and then everything went dark. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself as the wolf's meal. Momo quickly looked around, towering trees surrounded her, and she quickly deduced that she was likely in a primitive forest. How did she end up here? Where is Sudai? Before Momo could sort out the logic, the big white wolf lunged at her, and she screamed, rolling to dodge the attack. The big white wolf missed its strike and let out another furious roar. Momo only felt a tightness around her neck, not caring about anything else, and began to run wildly, rolling and crawling. Help! Is anyone there? Momo shouted while running. A series of dense sounds came from behind her, and when Momo turned to look, she saw 5 or 6 large white wolves gathering behind her. It seemed that the wolves had called their companions to share this family bucket with her. Momo was thrown into a panic and fell to the ground. The continuous howls of the wolves echoed behind her, and a sharp wolf claw heavily struck her back, causing Momo to cry out in pain as the stench of breath gradually approached her. In despair, Momo let out a mournful wail. Just as the sharp teeth were about to bite into Momo's neck, a shadow like a shooting star rushed towards the big white wolf, slamming its massive body against a tree trunk 10 meters away. The big white wolf let out a piercing howl and fell silent. The other wolves, seeing this, became alert, arching their bodies and baring their teeth while growling in the distance. Momo thought a hero had descended from the sky to save her, and quickly got up from the ground to look in the distance, but upon seeing it, her heart sank. The beast before her had golden fur all over its body, resembling a lion, but it had a silver horn on its head. It was now staring at her with a pair of intimidating eyes, and Momo sadly drooped her head. She never expected that her first time being so sought after in this life would be as a meal. Momo examined her current situation again, feeling an immense hope that the two sides would start fighting soon. As long as she can hold on for 5 minutes, the 5 wolves won't be able to catch the lion and she can escape far away. However, the standoff only lasted for a dozen seconds, and the 5 wolves all tucked their tails and ran away, leaving Momo in despair once again. Watching the beast approach step by step, Momo gritted her teeth and slammed into the tree trunk. Even if it means dying from the impact, it's better than being eaten alive. The anticipated pain did not come. In fact, the sensation on her forehead was somewhat soft. When she looked up, she saw a large cat face, and Momo instinctively began to slap at the big cat face. The beast let out a pitiful cry, and Momo paused, looking ahead in confusion. Suddenly, the beast stood up, and under the golden halo, it instantly transformed into a fit blonde handsome man, with deep eyes as clear as sapphires, his muscular upper body completely bare, fully displaying the perfect lines of masculine strength, and behind him, a thick tail swayed gently. Momo stood there as if petrified, her mind filled with the image of the man's muscular body, and the double doors in front of her left her completely rational. I am not the expelled stag beast, I will not harm you. The blonde handsome man's mouth opened and closed, producing a series of garbled sounds. Amazingly, Momo understood every word. Stag beast. Momo's body stiffened suddenly. Wasn't this a term unique to the beast world literature? Could it be? Momo looked at the blonde handsome man unwillingly and asked, can you tell me where this place is? As soon as she spoke, her voice also turned into the garbled beast language, with no communication barriers at all. The blonde handsome man seemed not to expect Momo to ask this question. After sizing her up, a trace of pity appeared in his eyes. You escaped from the desolate city in the west, right? This is the Tianlan mountain range next to the Four Directions Beast City, and the Fuchsia beasts from the desolate city in the west do not dare to chase over here. The man's words shattered the last bit of fantasy in Momo's heart. She had really crossed into the world of beast world literature. Here, she had no support at all, and if she didn't quickly find a safe place to stay, it wouldn't be long before she became a beast's lunch. Just when Momo's mind was a mess, the golden-haired handsome man suddenly knelt down on one knee, looking at her with sincerity. Little female, your scent is too pleasant. Can you be my beast wife? Momo almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Looking at the man's fiery gaze, she instinctively raised her hand to protect herself and took a step back. As if afraid of scaring the little female in front of him, the golden-haired handsome man quickly spoke to reassure her. Little female, don't be afraid. The beastmen in the tribe will not force females to bond. Only the exiled deer beasts and the uncivilized ignorant beasts would do such a thing. Hearing the golden-haired handsome man's explanation, Momo's uneasy emotions eased slightly, and she hesitantly gazed at the man. What will happen if I don't want to accept? The golden-haired handsome man was slightly taken aback, seemingly not having considered that he could be rejected, and a forced smile appeared at the corner of his lips. It's okay, wanting a stronger beast husband is right. After all, I only have blue tier strength right now, but can you give me some time? I promise that before the next storm arrives, I will definitely become a purple tier powerhouse. Before that, I am willing to accept your mark and become your guardian. After I level up, I will come to ask for your hand in marriage again. Momo was somewhat confused, and the blonde handsome man quickly explained, it's just that you leave your scent on me, so the other males in the tribe will know that you are the female I protect. If they want to become your guardian, they must first defeat me. Are you willing to take me back to your tribe? Momo's eyes lit up with surprise. She was worried about where to find a safe place to stay. Although she didn't know much about the blonde handsome man in front of her, Momo could sense that he had no ill intentions towards her. No matter what, it was better than staying in this perilous primitive forest. Seeing that Momo did not refuse him, the tail behind the blonde handsome man wagged even more happily. Of course, this forest is too dangerous for females. Only by returning to the tribe can females be safe. For a female like you who escaped from the wasteland, the tribe leader will arrange accommodation for you, and food can only be provided by your guardian. Although I only have blue tier strength now, I am the strongest hunter in the tribe and will never let you go hungry. The sincere tone of the blonde man warmed Momo's heart. I have to say, her luck was really good. If it weren't for meeting this beast man, she might have just been devoured by wolves. Thinking of this, Momo looked at the blonde handsome man again. What do I need to do to leave my scent on you? The blonde handsome man showed an uncontrollable joy, and his two fluffy ears began to move. That's simple. As he spoke, the man's strong tail wrapped around Momo's waist, pulling her into his embrace. Momo gasped in surprise. Before she could finish her sentence, she was filled with the cool, strong presence of the man. Momo looked at the intoxicated male in shock, her hands frantically patting his muscular body. A faint resistance, in the heart of a powerful male, feels like a stimulant, gently licking at the most enchanting brew in the world. The tail wrapped around her waist gradually tightened, and Momo felt that even breathing became difficult. Vaguely, it seemed as if something was pressing against her lower abdomen, causing her pain, and she instinctively reached out to push it away. The golden-haired handsome man let out a muffled groan, and the ambiguous sound made Momo's hand freeze. Her mind instantly associated it with something, and she quickly withdrew her hand. Oh heavens, what has she touched that is so extraordinary? Taking advantage of the male's momentary distraction, Momo bit down hard, causing the golden-haired handsome man to wince in pain, and he finally released Momo's lips. Mochizuki gasped heavily, both hands pressing hard against the blonde beauty's chest. Let me go. Seeing that Momo appeared to be displeased, the two beast ears on the blonde beauty's head instantly drooped down, and he opened his mouth with a guilty face. I'm sorry, this is the first time I've ever received a branding. Your smell is so good, I just can't control it a little. Hurt you I guess? I'll be more careful next time. Thinking of the hard object just now, Momo's face flushed red and she hated that she couldn't find a crack in the ground to drill in immediately. Had he known that the branding was done in the form of a kiss, Momo would never have agreed. Her wonderful first kiss. I can't believe I just unknowingly gave it to an orc I just met less than 5 minutes ago. Thinking of the unknown, Momo's heart was both aggravated and panicked. Tears couldn't help but well up in my eyes, seeing the little female in front of him who didn't say a word and silently wept. The blonde-haired beauty completely panicked. Is it too painful? It's all my fault. I actually forgot that your back is still injured. Don't cry. I will take you back to the tribe to find the clan doctor now. His medical skills are very good, and he will definitely be able to cure you. Before Momo could explain, the tail hooked around her waist tightened, and Momo only felt a heavenly rotation. The next moment, she was on her back on a broad back full of soft fur. Roar! A rough beastly roar rang out, and the massive beast, like a gust of wind, tried its best to run wildly towards the front. The tears that were overflowing rampantly in Momo's eyes were instantly held back in fear. Both hands tightened their grip on the thick mane between the beast's necks. Momo, who had ridden a horse, an elephant, and even an ostrich, this was the first time he had ridden such a fierce beast like a lion. That feeling is in 2 words, exciting. After a furious gallop, the beast beneath him finally slowed down. Momo looked up in a daze, and a patchwork of wooden houses appeared about 100 meters ahead. Leather, get the clan healer. This little female is hurt. The beast beneath him shouted towards the dense forest to his right. Soon a beast of the same type sprang out of the dense forest. Lawson, you're finally back. Aaron was looking all over for you. The little female. Turns out his name is Lawson. Momo, who whose thoughts had been in a state of collapse, then remembered that she had actually never asked him his name. Before Lyser there could finish his words, he was glared back at by Lawson. I'm not Erin's escort. What does she want with me? I have to heal the little female. Leather's eyes eagerly looked at Yunmomo on Luosen's back and didn't care about Erin. While following Luosen's footsteps, she lightly sniffed in Yunmomo's direction. The sweet, cloying scent in the air caused Lesser's gaze to grow wild. Lawson, it's better if I send the little female to the clan doctor, or it won't be good if Erin gets mad later. Chapter 3, Entering the Tribe. Lawson's footsteps lurched, his body suddenly pitching low, and he let out a threatening low growl towards Lyser. Leather, I am the escort of this little female. Are you trying to challenge me? Lyser was jolted awake by the low growl of Lothan, both furry ears falling back behind his head at once, his green pupils filled with horror. Lawson, you actually accepted the branding of this little female. That Erin, just mind your own business. Luosen coldly dropped a sentence and directly rushed into the horde with Yunmomo on his back. The tribe was full of orcs, mostly males who were busy around, seeing Luosen carrying Yunmomo into the tribe. All of them curiously gathered together to discuss. Look at that. Rosen brought back a little female. It looks like it just reached adulthood, so it shouldn't have a beast husband yet. Do you guys smell that? This little female smells sweet. Nothing like the females in the tribe smell. This smells too good too. Even better than Erin who has eaten blood crystals. I don't want to be Erin's escort anymore. I want to be this little female's escort. I advise you to forget about it. Can't you see that Lorson is already the little female's guardian? With that foul temper of his, aren't you afraid he'll slap you to death with his claws? It's not like Lorson is going to stop the others from becoming escorts for the little females. After all, the more escorts there are, the less stress he can feel. Lawson is different. The guy is very exclusive. Back then Erin just branded a guardian and Lawson never bothered with Erin again. Now that he's become this little female's escort, do you think he'll let another male be branded so easily? The gathered males suddenly fell into silence, but their gazes followed Yunmomo's figure closely. It wasn't until Yunmomo was carried by Luosen into the clan doctor's cabin that each of them dispersed resentfully. However, Yunmomo did not hear these comments. At this moment, she was vigilantly looking at the goatee-bearded old man in front of her. Hiss, the smell on this female is really strange. I've never encountered it before in over 100 years of living. The goatee-bearded old man looked at Yunmomo with a questioning face, as if he could break down the truth that she was not a beastman at any time. Luosen, who had once again transformed into a blonde-haired beauty, had a handsome face and stepped forward to block Yunmomo's face. Old man Xin, what are you smelling? This is my escort's little female. Don't go too far. Sindler's creased face twitched and he kicked at Lawson's leg in anger. You brat, what's the blind rush? Old man, my wife and master have been gone for decades. Would she snatch a female from you? Get lost. If you bother me again, you'll heal her wounds yourself. With that, Sindler took a bamboo bottle from the medicine chest and handed it to Lawson. This is wound medicine. Just apply it 3 times a day. Don't see water in the wound these days. Rest well for a few days and you'll be fine. Lawson looked at the bottle in his hand, his brow furrowed. Is this enough medicine? With that, Lawson raised his hand and grabbed a handful from Sindler's medicine chest. Sindler's beard danced with anger when he saw the pillbox scratched up. Brat, you're looking for a fight. Luosen piled up a face full of cheeky smiles. Wouldn't you have just given it to me earlier? I had to do it myself. Singler's eyes reddened with anger, and his withered hand rose high and swung violently at Lawson. The moment the hand fell, the withered hand instantly turned into a sharp claw. Luosen's body tilted and easily dodged, tossing the 2 bamboo bottles high into the air. His thick tail curled, Yunmomo's waist tightened, and his body was suddenly in the air. The golden light flashed by, and before Yunmomo's shriek could be uttered, her body was once again on the soft and broad back. In the next second, Lorson's hind legs lashed out, and his huge beast body leapt up, grabbed the 2 bamboo bottles in midair, and leapt out of Sindler's cabin in a single dive. Sindler jumped to his feet and chased him to the door, grabbing a piece of steak and slamming it at Lawson. Brat, don't come to me in your life if you have the guts. Turning back to give Sindler an underhanded smirk, Luosen carried Yunmomo as he flew towards the distance. It wasn't until he could no longer see Lawson's figure that Sindler turned back to the cabin with an exasperated sigh. Humph, brat, with the smell on that little female, there will be a time for you to cry. Sindler couldn't help but frown at the thought of what he had just smelled on the young female. But what's with that odor anyway? It's simply irresistible to young males. I wonder if it's a good thing or a bad thing that a female like that came to the tribe? Meanwhile, in one of the largest cabins of the tribe, 3 beautiful men with different hair colors gathered pleasingly around Aaron and spoke in a chorus of voices. I saw it with my own eyes. Lawson carried a small female into Sindler's cabin, a small female that Lawson would have brought back from outside. I heard that the desolate city in the west is rioting, so maybe this little female escaped from the desolate city side. What kind of good female can be a female that escaped from the deserted city in the west? Maybe she's long since been tossed by those Vulcan sand beasts and can't bear children. Aaron, who was reclining on the thick fur seat, lazily picked up the fruit on the table and put it to her mouth and gently bit into it, a touch of disdain floating in the bottom of her eyes. A waste female, even if she was brought back, no male would be willing to couple with her. In the end, she would still have to be starved to death. And I don't know what Luosin is doing bringing that female back. It's better to let her die outside. The three beautiful men around them burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Lorson couldn't have gotten a loser back on purpose just to piss off Aaron. Luo-sen, this guy really doesn't know what's good for him. Aaron is such a good female, willing to grant him a brand. He actually dared to refuse. If it wasn't for the fact that she thinks he's the tribe's #1 hunter, Aaron wouldn't even bother to take a look at him. No, now that he's confused and branded by that female, when he regrets it, Aaron won't want him as a branded guardian. The look of enjoyment on Aaron's face froze at those words. What do you mean? That Lawson has been branded by that female now? The three beautiful men laughed and looked at Aaron in disbelief. He has the odor left by that female. Should have been branded already. The blue-haired beauty spoke tentatively. A cynical light flashed in Aaron's eyes, and the fruit in her hand was suddenly crushed. A waste female. How dare she? Lawson is the best hunter in the tribe. I've waited for Lawson for so long and now I'm actually branded by a loser. Dare to steal Lawson from me. I will not spare her. Viciously throwing the fruit in her hand to the ground, Aaron rose in indignation and lifted her foot to crush it heavily on the fruit. Where is that punk now? The three beautiful men looked at each other with apprehensive gazes, and in the end, it was the blue-haired man who spoke stiffly. I saw Lawson just pack that female to the clan leader's house. A harsh light floated in Aaron's eyes. With her being a trashy female who escaped from the deserted city, I'd like to see if she can make a home in the tribe. Chapter 4, the head of the family's wife and master. Outside the patriarch's cabin, Lawson was pulling a middle-aged, beautiful man with the same blonde hair into conversation. Cloudmist sat leaning against the eaves of the house, tangled up in two small, furry, golden clusters. Compared to Lawson's bestial form, these two golden blobs were more like lion cubs. It's just a little bigger than a lion cub and has thicker, stubbier ears and tail. Ow, ow. The two little dumplings, one on each side, desperately arched into Yun Momo's arms. Yun Moxie stiffened and wrapped her hands around her chest in a defensive posture. If she hadn't crossed over before, seeing two such milky and cute furry close to herself, Yun Momo would definitely not hesitate to pick them all up and give them a good rua. However, this is not the modern world, but the strange world of beasts. Who knew if these two golden blobs would suddenly turn into fierce beasts and snap their necks in one bite? Unfortunately, the little group couldn't think of that much. One left and one right used their front paws to pickpocket Yun Momo's arm, their heads arching to Yun Momo's arms. Yun Mochizuki was simply about to be overwhelmed. Moro, behave yourselves. If you scratch the little females, watch out for Lawson to kick your asses. As soon as Yun Momo turned around, she saw a slightly chubby brown-haired woman coming out of the house. When the two little golden masses saw the woman come out, their two fluffy ears instantly drooped, and their tails, which were originally whirling behind them until they were circling, wilted. Unwillingly glancing at the taut Yun Momo, the two little ones finally loosened their claws that were picking at Yun Momo's arm, and honestly squatted at Yun Momo's side. Woo woo. A milky whimper escaped from the two little pink mouths, as if they were whining to the woman. The woman glared at the two little ones in amusement before looking at Yun Momo. They're spoiled by their father. No big deal. Didn't scare you? Yun Mo shook her head. No, they're cute. The woman seemed to have seen the nervousness under Yun Momo's eyes and couldn't help but smile slightly. My name is Mulvi. I am the wife and master of the tribe's patriarch. You may also call me Mal Am. What is your name? Yun Momo's expression was stunned, and she looked at Malwei with some hesitation. My name is Yun Momo. Yun Momo. It's actually a 3-word name. I think your mother must love you very much to give you such a special name. Malwei smiled amiably. Seeing that Malwei didn't question her name too much, Yun Momo was finally relieved. The beautiful face in her memory had long since become blurred, and Yun Momo let out a bitter smile. Yes, it's just a pity that I'll never see her again. When she was 8 years old, a car accident left her without a father or a mother, and she has been living in her aunt's house ever since. Auntie has not been treating Yun Momo and often quarrels with her aunt. Now that she was suddenly here, her aunt would never have to fight with her uncle over herself again. Seeing Yun Momo's sad face, Malwei couldn't help but sigh. Leaning down to sit beside Yun Momo, Malwei glanced at the injuries on Yun Mo's back and frowned slightly. This was scratched in the dense forest in the west, right? That side is our tribe's hunting ground. It's also lucky for you. If you hadn't run into Luosin, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking of those wolves, Yun still had palpitations until this moment. Glancing towards Luo Sun, who was communicating with the matriarch, Yun nodded thankfully. It was Lawson who saved me. Otherwise I'm afraid I would have been eaten by those wolves. Malwei followed Yun Momo's gaze, and the corners of her lips once again curled into a smile. Lawson is the best hunter in our tribe, and now that he has become your protector, you won't have to be afraid anymore. Thinking about her identity that she had traveled through, Yun looked at Malwei with some apprehension. Can I really stay in the tribe? Malvi couldn't help but laugh out loud as if she had heard some funny joke. Isn't that what you have to be concerned about? How many more good young males there are in the tribe? Yun looked at Malwei helplessly. Does whether I can stay or not have anything to do with this? Malvi was amused by the bewildered look on Yun face. Before Malvi could say anything, not far away, Lawson rushed over with a tense look on his face. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. I'm the best hunter in the tribe. They all have to step aside. Luosun took a few steps to Yun side, and with a hook of his tail, he wrapped around Yun waist, domineeringly declaring his sovereignty. Malvi saw Lorson's petty look and gave Lorson a blank look without a good reason. You brat, you're not Fomi's beast husband yet. Fomi is only best for Fomi if you brand more males as guardians. Rosen didn't take Malvi's words seriously, focusing on the word foam. Fomi, so the little female's name is Fomi. It's so sweet. Yun face flushed at Luosen's hot gaze. If it was in the modern world, being complimented like this by a blonde beauty like Luosen, Yun was afraid that she would have laughed out loud in happiness. But now, Yun was afraid that this blonde beauty would misunderstand her meaning and do something excessive. Thinking about her survival, Yun looked up at Luosen. Has the matriarch agreed to let me stay? Lawson nodded with a proud face. That's for sure. The cabins are all set up. I'll show you over there now. Receiving Luosen's affirmative reply, Yun hanging heart finally settled down. If she couldn't stay with the tribe, she really didn't know how she would survive in the crisis-ridden primitive forest. Only by staying alive would she have a chance to find a way to get back into the modern world. After relaxing, Yun then felt a fiery pain from the wound on her back. If we don't take care of it quickly, the wound will become inflamed. Thinking of this, Yun waved her hand towards Malwei and the two little ones crouching beside her with a mournful face. Matmaro, I'll leave you then. We'll talk together later. Malvi smiled and nodded in response. The two little ones, Matmaro, looked at Yun and then at Malwei, their four little furry paws clicking and clawing at the ground in anxiety. Eventually the two little ones were grabbed off the ground one by Malvi and held in her arms. When Luosun saw the soft look in Yun eyes as he looked at the two little ones, a soft hum escaped from his throat, and with a curl of his tail, Yun once again plopped down on his soft and broad back after his animalization. Just as Luosun was about to leave, a stern voice suddenly interrupted Luosun's movements. This waste female must not remain in the tribe, or she will surely bring disaster to the tribe. Chapter 5, Expulsion by Females. Surprised, Yun looked in the direction of the sound. 3 beasts and 1 person were seen rushing in the direction of the cabin. The one who spoke was the same female who rode on the back of a fierce beast that closely resembled the shape of Lorson's beast. The beast was fast, and the female's silhouette became clearer and clearer. Yun looked warily at the female with long red hair, fair skin, and a curvy figure. She could sense intense hostility in the icy eyes the female looked at her with. In just a blink of an eye, the 3 beasts alone had arrived in front of the cabin. Lawson looked at the female indifferently, his tone full of displeasure. Aaron, the matriarch has promised Fomi to stay in the tribe. If you dare to slander Fomi again, then don't blame me for not being polite. It turns out that the female is Aaron. It sounds like Lawson doesn't like this Aaron very much. I also wonder what kind of entanglements both of them have had before. The matriarch and Malvi both looked to Aaron as well. Aaron, Lawson has been branded by Foam. You might as well give up. Malvi spoke up somewhat helplessly. Aaron glanced faintly at Lawson and grunted coldly. It's not like I'm here for Lawson. I'm here for our whole tribe. Most of the females in the deserted city to the west were unable to escape, and even if they made it out alive, all of them were wasted or aged females. This female had only just reached adulthood and was definitely a played-out waste. Such a female staying in the tribe would do nothing but waste the tribe's resources. There's already a shortage of food in the tribe now, and when we get into the heat of the scorching period, she'll just drag the whole tribe down. The words were justified, and a flash of concern flashed in the patriarch's eyes. After all, as the tribe's patriarch, he had to consider the survival of the entire tribe, and could not let the tribe fall into a crisis because of mercy. Seeing the matriarch's hesitation, Lorson instantly let out a low growl in Aaron's direction. Aaron, watch your mouth. Fomi is not what you say she is. She smells purer than all the females in the tribe, and hasn't been bullied by any other males at all. As soon as Lawson's words came out, some of the males who had gathered not far away chimed in. Yes, although a female who has been violated by a Vusha beast will not have a couple mark left on her, she will definitely have a scent left behind. And this little female smells sweet, with no hint of Vusha beast. I think it's because Erin is jealous that this little female branded Lawson, and that's why she's saying that on purpose. I'm afraid she's afraid that this little female will become too popular and steal her place in the tribe. If I were Lawson, I would not hesitate to choose this little female either. The smell on the little female is just too good, 100 times better than the smell on Erin. Matriarch, you can't drive such a good little female out of the tribe. When the next storm period comes before, I must defeat Lawson and be the little female's protector. With just you, the little female's second escort can only be me. You'd better consider the other females in the tribe. Kai, what are you so arrogant about? With me around, it's your turn to be the little female's second escort? You'd better save your breath. Fight if you can. Whoever wins will be the little female's second escort. Come on. Think I'm afraid of you? The 7 or 8 males who had gathered around suddenly pulled back, looking like they were going to fight to the death. When the patriarch saw this scene, the golden light on his body flashed, and he suddenly transformed into the same beast form as Luo Sen. The only difference was that the matriarch's eyes were a dark purple color. Only to see the matriarch give a low roar towards those males instantly wimped out, and one by one, they put away their stance and stood honestly on the side. Seeing that these males were finally honest, the matriarch took a step to Yunmomo, who was lying on Luo Sen's back. Ink-colored nostrils flared slightly. After a moment, the matriarch's dark purple eyes sank slightly as she looked sternly at Erin. Erin, the scent on this female is indeed pure. She can stay with the tribe and couple with the uncoupled males of the tribe and grow our tribe. I hope you won't slander the females of the tribe at will in the future and destroy the tribe. Irene didn't expect Yunmomo to still be an unviolated female, and a flash of strong cynicism flashed in her eyes. Matriarch, if she hasn't been violated by the Vosha beasts in the deserted city, that's all the more reason not to stay in the tribe. As soon as Erin's words came out, Lawson couldn't control himself any longer and lunged towards Erin. You still dare defame Foamy? I will not tolerate it. The male orc carrying Erin made a quick dodge, but the 2 beasts following them came at Lawson. The 2 beasts, one like a bear and one like a wolf, one brown and one gray, were both very strong. Lawson let out a low roar of anger as he missed the blow, raising his front paw and slapping it towards the 2 incoming beasts. Sharp claws snapped heavily into the bear orc's backbone, tearing a bloody gash in the back of the bear orc without mercy. The bear orc had clearly underestimated Luo Sen's strength, and with a touch of incredulity in his eyes, he retreated backward in succession. The other wolf orc was shocked by the furious attack, and before he could react, he was bitten on the ear by a bite from Lawson. Blood gushed out instantly, staining half of the wolf orc's wolf face. Ow! The wolf orc let out a miserable howl, desperately trying to break free of Lawson's sharp teeth. From a distance, Erin was not at all distressed, but instead chided furiously. Useless thing, how dare you howl? Quickly give me a bite to kill that spy from Desolate City. Otherwise it won't be long before those Vosha beasts swarm into the tribe and snap our necks. As soon as these words were uttered, many of the females in the tribe who had heard the news all let out a gasp. It's almost time for the Inferno scorching period. Those Vosha beasts will look for a tribe to strike at every time. Could it be that this time it's our tribe that's been chosen? No wonder this female smells so good. She must be a spy sent by Arakan City in order to make the males of our tribe fight over her, weakening our tribe's strength before driving us to extinction. This female is simply too vicious. Matriarch, drive this female out of the tribe. Matriarch, what are you still hesitating for? Why don't you hurry up and drive this female out? If you don't drive her out, I'll take my beast husbands to live in another tribe. Looking at the group of angry females, both the matriarch and Mulvey's expressions became grave. They didn't expect that the females in the tribe would be so hostile towards Yunmomo. If he insisted that Yunmomo stay in the tribe, I'm afraid that the females in the tribe would really leave. Chapter 6, Irene's Threats. Sensing that the situation was unfavorable, Lawson hurriedly flung the wolf beastman fiercely into the air, his eyes looking anxiously at the patriarch. Matriarch, Foamy is not a spy, I can assure you. Please make sure you don't believe Erin's words. Erin gave a cold laugh. Lawson, now that even you are suspected of betraying the tribe, do you think your assurances will work? Lawson's gaze was cold as he looked at Erin. Erin, if Foamy wants to take on guardians, I'm sure all the young males in the tribe would be willing. When Foamy leaves the tribe with all the young males, you'll be waiting to die when we get to the Inferno period. As soon as Lawson's words left his mouth, all the young males in the tribe chimed in. I'm willing to be Foamy's escort, and if Foamy leaves, I'll go with Foamy too. And me, I want to be Foamy's escort too. If Foamy doesn't mind me, so am I. I'm willing to leave the tribe with Foam as long as Foam will let me be her escort. For a while, the young males on the sidelines all looked at Yunmomo with burning eyes. It seemed that as long as Yunmomo nodded, they could leave the tribe with Yun-mo now. Aaron hadn't realized that Cloudmore was so attractive to the young males of the tribe. It was actually willing to give up the current living environment and also wished to become Yun-mo's protector. The surrounding females were even more shocked by the young male's choice. You know, it's getting close to the hot sizzle period. Once they leave the tribe and can't find a new one to land on, they're likely to die during the harsh hot period. I'm afraid that even Aaron, the most popular female in the tribe, couldn't do anything to drive the young males so crazy. The more they thought about it, the more hostile the gazes of the females towards Yun-mo became. If they let Yun-mo stay in the tribe, then their chances of finding a good male would be even slimmer. Patriarch, decide quickly, or this scourge will take all the young males of the tribe. Right, I think her aim is to find a way to weaken our tribe. When the time comes and when the Vusha beast rushes into the tribe, we won't be able to resist at all. This female must not be allowed to remain in the tribe. Get her out of here. For a while, there was a lot of noise in front of the Patriarch's cabin. A tangled look flashed in the Patriarch's eyes. Seeing the Patriarch's difficulty, Mulvey's eyes flashed and she stepped forward to open her mouth and drank. Shut up, all of you. The voice was not loud, but it was majestic. All the females and males instantly shut up, never daring to say another word. The Patriarch hesitantly glanced at Manhwa, and with a flash of light on his body, he instantly transformed into a human form and took a step in front of Manhwa. I'm sure she doesn't have the scent of having been violated, but I can't tell if she's a spy sent by Arakaki. Mulvey raised her hand to stop the Patriarch's words. Since we can't tell the difference, let's leave the decision to the Beast God. Beast God? The Patriarch questioned with a slight frown. Manhwa exhaled deeply and glanced in Yun-mo's direction. Her eyes filled with trust. There is a kind of star insect in the Beast God Cave that is the most spiritual insect in this mountain range, and only those with a pure heart can attract the star insect close. As long as Foamy brings back a starworm before sunrise tomorrow, then she is a female blessed by the Beast God. Such a female staying in our tribe will only make our tribe more and more peaceful and prosperous. The Patriarch's slightly furrowed brow stretched. Yes, if the heart is in the wrong place, the star bugs must not be there. If Foamy could bring back the starworm, then Foamy would never be a spy sent by Desolate City, but a female blessed by the Beast God. After receiving the Matriarch's approval, Manhwa smiled and looked at Yun-mo. Foamy, would you like to be tested by the starworm? Although he didn't know what exactly the star insect test was, Yun Mochizuki thought that he had a clear conscience. If there really were such bugs in this world that could quiz people's hearts, then she had nothing to worry about. Whether it was being driven out of the tribe or branding numerous males to save their lives, it was something that Yun-mo could not accept. Taking the starbug test was her last chance. Thinking of this, Yun-mo nodded firmly. I do. As soon as Yun-mo's words fell, two opposing voices sounded at the same time. No way. This spy must leave the tribe. Aaron's tone was firm. I don't agree. Foamy still has injuries on her body, and with the Beast God Cave so far away, Foamy's body can't stand it at all. Luosen also could not be doubted. Mulvey glared at Lawson without a good look and then looked coldly at Aaron. Are you trying to go against the clan leader's decision? The voice full of authority caused a flash of scorn in Aaron's eyes. Lawson, however, was full of resentment. Mal-am, can't we wait until the injury on Morpho's back heals? The female's body is delicate, and I'm afraid it'll be hard to recover from her injuries if she doesn't get some rest. Aaron couldn't help but grunt faintly. By the time she has recovered from her injuries, I'm afraid that those Vosha beasts from the deserted city would have long since rushed into the tribe to stock up on food. Lawson let out a low growl in Aaron's direction. Aaron, shut the up. Otherwise, I will issue a challenge to your escort until no one else dares to be your escort anymore. At this threat, Aaron turned pale. Once a female is without an escort, she represents the loss of her right to choose a mate and a stable food source. This threat is extremely deadly to either female. When she thought that just now, Luosen had severely injured the two guardians beside her with just 3 or 2 blows. Aaron could only bite her lower lip in humiliation. The gaze that looked at Yun-mo also turned a few points more sinister. Mulvey took in the look on both men's faces and couldn't help but sigh. Luosen, don't worry. Sinler's medical skills are very good. As long as Foamy brings back Starworm, I will definitely let Sinler use the best injury medicine to treat Foamy's injuries. Luosen wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Yun-mo. It's okay, I can hold my own, and Mal-am is doing this for my own good. Mulvey nodded with a relieved look on her face. Since Foamy is willing to accept the test, then go back to the wooden house and get ready first, and wait until evening, then we'll send you to the Beast God Cave. The matriarch was afraid that the females and males gathered around would make any more trouble, so she quickly waved them away. The females and males were a bit lost, and one left resentfully. Luo-sen, that Beast God Cave is a forbidden place for males. Even if you're more capable, don't even think about protecting this punk anymore. The corners of Aaron's lips curled into a cold smile, and the sight of Luosen was incomparably teasing. The words seemed to poke at Lawson's sore spot, and a growl could not be held back. Aaron, I'll never spare you if you dare to do anything against Foamy. Purpose accomplished. Erin raised her chin condescendingly and let out a delighted laugh. Ha ha ha, what's it to me? None of the females in the tribe want her to stay. Mockingly glancing at Yun Momo, Erin no longer stayed and rode away on the beast. Chapter 7, Owning the Log Cabin. Needless to say, Lawson was threatened. The hostility of the tribal females towards Yun Momo was clear to him. Even if he could stop Erin, he couldn't stop the malice of all the females at once. Watching Erin's back as she left, Lawson paced anxiously for a few moments. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he looked at Yun Momo. Foamy, you might as well give up on the starworm test. The big deal is that I'll go find those few males that are stronger just now. And after you brand them, we'll leave the tribe. Upon hearing the word branding, Yun Momo could not help but shiver. Although the beauty of the males in the beast world were all different, but to let her kiss them one by one, Yun Momo simply couldn't accept a bit of it. It's not like she's a heartless cupping machine. Subconsciously, Yun Momo shook her head. No matter which tribe I go to, I'm going to be suspected, and it's rare enough that Mal-Am is willing to give me the chance to be tested by the starbugs, and I don't want to give up that chance. Mulvey took in everything that had just happened. At this moment, when she heard Yun Momo's words, a gratified smile floated up at the corner of her lips. Don't worry, I'll restrain the tribal females on their side, and I'll never let them go over and cause trouble while Foamy is being tested by the starworms. Lawson's irritation calmed down a bit. Mal-Am, even if Erin and the tribal females don't go to make trouble, it's still dangerous for Foam to go to the Beast God Cave. The Beast God Cave is on the craggy cliffs of Xiayun Mountain. Foamy is not familiar with the terrain there, and she has to stay there for a night to catch the starworms. If she is not careful, I won't be able to save her even if I want to. This time, a flash of helplessness flashed in Mulvey's eyes as well. For Foamy, it does carry some risk, but Foamy would be fine as long as he could enter the Beast God Cave before dark and light a campfire, not move around during the night, and wait until dawn to go back down the mountain. After all, the Beast God's Cave is safe from any danger. The experience of being attacked by the wolves had left a deep shadow in Yun Momo's heart. If she didn't accept the Starbug challenge, it would mean that she would have to leave the tribe and begin a crisis run. What's the difference between spending a night in the safety of a cave and camping compared to that danger of being devoured by a wild animal at any moment? She wasn't as delicate as Lawson thought she was. In high school, she persevered through over a month of pulling and training to get the prize money from a rock climbing competition for tuition. Climbing is as easy as a walk for her. Seeing that Luosin wanted to say something else, Yun Momo firmly opened his mouth to interrupt. I can do it, you guys don't have to worry. I'll be able to catch the starbugs and stay with the tribe. Lawson's words were held in his throat. Malway instead appreciated Yun Momo more and more. It's no wonder that Lawson chose to be branded by you without hesitation. This determination alone is much better than the females in the tribe. Hearing Mulvey's compliment, Lawson sighed. Well, since Foamy has already decided, let's ask Mal-Am to send Foamy to the Beast God Cave when the time comes. I don't feel comfortable with other females. Mulvey nodded. Why don't you take Foamy back to rest? And by the way, take care of that back injury so you don't get a fever in the night. Time was running out and Luosin didn't delay any longer. After saying goodbye to Malway, Yun Momo was rolled onto Luosin's back. The animalized state of Lawson was fast. Lying on his back, Yun Momo curiously surveyed the tribe's surroundings. The whole tribe was huge. The matriarch's cabin was in the very center of the whole tribe, and Lawson was carrying her all the way to the south. As we went deeper, there were more and more empty cabins. Lawson says these empty cabins have all had previous owners. It was only 10 storm periods ago that the tribe had been invaded once by Voses, and many of the females had been killed or taken captive by the Voses. The females mate and escort all died in that invasion as well. It was during that invasion that Mal-Am and the matriarch survived, and it was only through continued growth that the tribe recovered to its current size. Every female that came to the tribe was given a share of an empty cabin to live in. After that, whether it is repaired or rebuilt, it is up to the female to decide. Although he hadn't been in this world for a long time, Yun Mochizuki had still keenly discovered some of the basic rules of this world. She found that the females in this world were precious and had a higher status than the males. When females in the tribe reach adulthood, the matriarch assigns log cabins to live independently, and females are naturally weak with little strength and delicate bodies, and have no ability to hunt at all. So they need to choose some males to brand as their guardians. Escorts branded by females are responsible for taking care of the females' daily lives, while branded male escorts will only couple with females to become their beast husbands once they pass the females test. The more female beast masters there are here, the more secure their survival will be. The primitive social productivity makes the females here can only couple with more males to improve their quality of life. For Yun Momo, a woman from a modern society, this kind of rule that breaks the three views makes her very unable to adapt. It was a good thing that the males here couldn't force the females to couple. Otherwise Yun Moy was afraid that she would really try to die first, and maybe she would be able to put it back on again. Lawson was fast, and in a short time he stopped by a cabin near a stream of water. This cabin looks shabby, but the setting is very spacious and cozy. The huge canopy of ancient trees shades the front and a clear stream flows through the back. To the left was a bush and to the right was a clearing with green grass. It's like a little cottage that's been carved out all by itself. I don't know if it was specially prepared by Luosen for himself, but Yun Momo was very satisfied with the environment of this cabin. Luosen placed Yun Momo on the grass, and his body instantly transformed into human form with a flash of light. Mama, this is the most spacious cabin in the tribe. It's just a little out of the way. Do you like it? Yun Momo nodded in satisfaction. Love it. It's a quieter environment and it suits me. That brought a smile to the corners of Lawson's lips. Foamy, you can rest here for a while. I'll go and clean the house up a bit. It'll be done soon. Yun Momo did not try to be brave and agreed softly. Good, that's hard work. A broad smile appeared on Lawson's handsome brow. Silly Foamy, I'm your escort. Whatever I do for you is proper. You don't have to be so polite with me. In the face of Luosen's enthusiasm, Yun Momo was still a little uncomfortable, slightly sidestepping her head to avoid Luosen's line of sight. Back in the woods she wasn't sure what an escort meant, thinking it was just a partnership. Now she realizes that an escort is actually a boyfriend and girlfriend in a clear relationship in the modern world. Yun Momo, who had been single for 18 years in her mother's womb, didn't even have a crush, not to mention a boyfriend. Just a little less than half a day later, she was out of her singleness and had a hot boyfriend. This made Yun Momo, who had zero relationship experience, really not know what kind of attitude to take. Chapter 8, Happy Rosen. Probably seeing Yun Momo's embarrassment, Luosen raised his hand and rubbed Yun Mo's hair. If you're bored, go to the river and play in the water, but be careful not to let your wounds touch the water. This child-coaxing tone made Yun Mochizuki stifle a snort of laughter. I'm not a child. Seeing Yun Momo finally smile, Luosen's handsome face was filled with pleasure. Be a good girl and wait for me. Oh, I'll be right back. Yun Momo nodded, and only then did Luosen take 3 steps back into the cabin. Soon the cabin was thumping and banging. Cloud Foam didn't waste any time and took a step to the side of the creek. The river is not deep here, and a few small, brightly colored fish can occasionally be seen in the water plants along the banks. Looking at the face covered in mud stains in the river water, Yun Momo realized how wretched she was. If it wasn't for the injury on her back, Yun Momo really wanted to jump into the river and take a good bath. The wound on his back throbbed with pain, and Yun Momo did not dare to bow down, but could only slowly lie down on the grass and start cleaning. The cool river water washed away the mud and dirt, and Cloud Foam was refreshed for a while. The tense spirit relaxes. The t-shirt was slashed with a large gash and was now loosely covering his body. The underwear is also barely holding together with only one hook left. The jean shorts on his legs were still intact, but they were also muddy and stained. Not to mention the shoes and socks, which were getting mushy inside when I just took them off. She had to go to the beast god's cave before the sunset, and wearing shoes and socks like this was definitely not an option. I don't know what time it is now, and I don't know if my shoes and socks will dry after cleaning. Yun Momo subconsciously reached for her backpack, wanting to take her cell phone to check the time, only to have his hand feel empty. It's over. The backpack is actually gone. She vaguely remembered waking up with her backpack slung over her shoulder. Could it have been dumped when the wolf attacked? While cell phones are basically useless here, there are other things in the backpack that can be used. Things like nail clippers, mirrors, and other daily necessities. In case it was because of something in the backpack that caused him to travel to the beast world, it seemed that she would have to make a trip back to that forest to retrieve her backpack before she could do so. Just thinking about that fear of being devoured by a wild beast at any moment, Yun Mochizuki couldn't help but shiver. Mamoru, the house is cleaned up. Let me show you around. Luosen's voice came from behind himself, and Yun Momo instantly returned to her senses. Before she could turn around, the fluffy tail curled itself around her. In the next second, Yun Momo was firmly lying in the thick fur on Luosen's back. Thinking of the backpack, Yun Mo could not help but ask, Lawson, do you remember the dense forest where you met me? Lawson nodded. Of course, there's the scent you left there, even with my eyes closed. Yun Macho sighed in relief. I lost something there. Can you take me back to look for it? Luosen glanced worriedly at the injury on Yun Momo's back. You're still injured. It's too dangerous to go there now. I'll just go find it for you later. Yun Momo opened his mouth with some difficulty. But that thing? You've probably never seen it before, and I don't know if you can find it. Luosen was amused, and his large cat face came up to the side of Yun Momo's head and rubbed it dotingly. Even if it's something I've never seen before, I can still tell your scent, and as long as that thing is something you've used, even if it's a leaf, I can find it. The furry fur rubbed against Yun Momo's face, and the touch was actually softer than cotton. Sturdy human thinking made Yun Momo forget that orcs possessed the gift of a keen sense of smell. After hearing Luo Sen's words, the biggest disturbance in Yun Mo's heart was instantly lifted. Great, that item is very important to me. If you can get it back for me, I'll pick one and give it to you as a thank you gift. Really? You're really going to give me a gift? The blue cat pupils were filled with surprise. Cloudmist smiled and nodded. Well, you can pick one thing you like as a gift, or if you don't even like it, I can have something else for you. Although she was still not used to Luo Sen's too intimate behavior, Yun Mo was thanking Luo Sen from the bottom of her heart. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid she would have been torn to pieces by those wolves by now. As long as it's something given by Fomi, I like it. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you get it back. Luo Sen swore to Yun Mo's assurance. Yun Mo was in a good mood and couldn't help but rua a big fluffy cat face. A pleasant purr burst from Lawson's throat. If it wasn't for the fact that the big cat in front of her would turn into a human form at any moment, I'm afraid that Yun Muoi, who was a furry control, wouldn't be able to help herself from ruining a few more handfuls. Luckily, reason allowed her to pull back in time, forcing herself to turn her gaze back to the wooden house, and Cloudmist coughed lightly. Show me the cabin. I'm looking forward to it. Luo Sen held his head high, enjoying the jerking of his fur from Yun Mo, and his forepaws paced lightly on the ground for a few steps before he contentedly ran in the direction of the cabin. The door of the wooden house was spacious, so even with the large-sized Luo Sen carrying Yun Mo, he could enter without any worries. The first thing that caught his eye was a wide hall, with a huge animal skin that had been put together placed right in the middle. 3 trimmed logs lay on the hides, with a pitch-black wooden tripod in the very center. Although it wasn't clear what these things did, by intuition, Yun Mochizuki felt that this area should be similar to a living room or dining room. To the left of the huge beast's hide was laid out a large circular pit piled high with pelts. Layer after layer of fur overlapped, a full 4 meters in diameter. The outer fur was half a meter thick, while the inner fur was even softer and smoother. With a slight association, Yun Machao instantly understood the function of this large pit of animal skins. This would be the bed in the beast world. Although Yun Mo thought of the kennel, it wasn't so hard to think that this was in the beast world. Eyes to the right, a row of logs arranged into a 1-meter-high platform. On it lay some large discs made of wood, as if a shallow depression had been hollowed out in the center directly from the cross-section of the log. This would be the cutlery used for orc dining. The entire disc was the size of a faceplate, and 3 discs had filled the entire countertop. There were also some bamboo tube-shaped things placed around the disc from high to low. This thing was more familiar to Yun Mo. The medicine for the injuries that Lawson had brought for himself was in such a bottle. It may be a vessel used to hold liquid-type items. Looking over the entire table, Yun Mo did not find any chopsticks or other cutlery. In the back of my mind, I couldn't help but wonder if the way an orc eats would be to just grab it with their hands. Other than these things, there were no other extra items in the cabin. Because of the large space, it appeared that the entire cabin was empty. But the house, though Spartan, was immaculately cleaned. Obviously, Lawson was very intent on trying to make himself comfortable. Luo Sen, who was on the side, couldn't help but show a tense look when he saw Yun Mo looking around the wooden house without saying a word. Mamoru, is there something I haven't prepared? If you need anything else, just tell me and I'll go prepare it for you now. Chapter 9, Confessed. Although there is a world of difference from the environment of the modern comfortable residence, but can find a place to settle down in this strange world, Cloud Foam already very satisfied. Hearing Luo Sen's nervous tone, Yun Mo smiled and shook her head. No, it's nice here already. I'm just still a little uncomfortable, so I'll be fine when I get used to it later. Thinking that Yun Mo had come from the side of Desolate City, Luo Sen's eyes couldn't help but flash a flash of heartache. It is said that the females in the deserted city were raised to live in dark underground caves. Now that Yun Mo had suddenly switched to living in a wooden house, she would definitely be unaccustomed to it. A flash of light flashed by, and Luo Sen once again transformed into his human form, and with a gentle hook of his fluffy tail, he swept Yun Mo into his arms. Yun Mo's eyes were caught off guard and were met with a pair of blue cat pupils like the deep sea. Mamoru, don't worry, I will never let you suffer again in the future. Lawson said it with a solemn face, as if he were making a confession. Yun Mo's heart panicked, and she was actually a bit overwhelmed. Both hands instinctively rested against Lawson's chest. There was a firm and resilient touch in his palm. The unfamiliar and marvelous feeling made Yun Mo's face heat up as if she had been scalded, and she hastily retracted her hand. However, the movement was too much and pulled the wound on his back. The sharp pain made Yun Mochizuki couldn't help but frown. Hiss, hurts. Luo Sen nervously looked at the wound on Yun Mo's back, only to see the 3 claw marks that had just been condensed being disintegrated, blood gushing out once again. Chagrined, Luo Sen hurriedly picked up Yun Mo across his arms and headed towards the beast skin nest. It's my fault, I just moved too much to scare you. Don't be afraid, I'll put some medicine on you now. Sindler's medicine is still good, and once it's applied, the bleeding stops quickly. Yun Mo's head was covered in sweat from the pain, no longer daring to move around. He was immediately carried into the animal skin nest by Luo Sen. He was just thinking about how to get Lawson to help him with his medicine when there was a snorting pull in his ear. Yun Mo's body went cold and she was confused. Looking down, only his underwear still precariously covered his chest, and the tattered t-shirt, which had been torn in half by Lawson in disgust, was thrown to the ground. "Ah, what are you doing?" Yun Mo shrieked, both hands tightly protecting her chest. Luo Sen's beast ears that towered over his head suddenly dropped down, looking at Yun Mo like a child who had made a mistake. "Your beast skin is too thin. It's better not to have it. I've already prepared a better beast skin for you. I'll change it for you later after applying the medicine." Looking at the t-shirt on the ground, which was already too broken to put together, Yun Mo's heart was dripping blood. One less of the few modern items. "I don't know if I can patch it up later." It was too late to say anything now. Yun Mo calmed down and looked at Luo Sen in exasperation. "I'll do the rest. Turn around and no peeking." Luo Sen looked at his hand, his eyes looking at Yun Mo with suspicion. "Foamy, you have a wound on your back. If you move around, it will tear the wound, and there's no way for me to help you apply the medicine if I turn around without looking. If you're afraid that my hands aren't clean, I'll go to the river and wash them now." Yun Mo's heart was so tired. Is there no defense of men and women in the world of beasts? Even if they're boyfriend and girlfriend, they're not close to being naked. Taking a look at Luo Sen's innocent eyes, Yun Mo felt that it was hard for her to explain herself to him. It can only be emphasized in a stern tone. "Anyway, you turn around and aren't allowed to look. And when I tell you to turn around, you'll help me put the medicine on." Luo Sen thought that Yun Mo was angry, aggrieved, and deflated his mouth, reluctantly turning around, his mouth still not forgetting to ding. "Tell me if it hurts too much, and I won't be so rough this time." Yun Mo exhaled helplessly, gritting her teeth and turning her back to unhook her underwear. It was just such a simple action, but it caused Yun Mo to grit her teeth in pain. It's a good thing the underwear was removed without incident. Looking at the underwear that had been torn with a few rips, Yun Mo painfully put the underwear away. It was the only piece of underwear she had left in the beast world, and there was no telling if she could make another one later. A fiery pain shot through the wound on her back, and Yun Mo gritted her teeth and flopped down on the soft animal skin. The edges of the animal skin were used to cover the body slightly, revealing only the wound on his back. Only after she was ready did Yun Mo turn her head to look at Luo Sen. Someone was sitting sullenly by the nest of animal skins with his ears drooping. The stiff line of his back showed that he was trying to restrain the thought of turning his head. Yun Macho laughed in her heart and raised her hand to poke Luo Sen's arm. "Okay, you can turn around." The muscles in Luo Sen's back loosened, and he couldn't wait to turn his head to look at Yun Mo. As soon as he saw the piercing bright red on Yun Mo's back, the blue cat's pupils were filled with self-reproach. "It's all because I'm so stupid and I always hurt you. From now on I'll get more pom-poms to practice my strength, and I'll be sure not to hurt you again." Yun Moxie pursed her lips and smiled. "I don't blame you. It's just that my previous routine was different from here, and I'm already grateful for your help in applying the medicine." The self-reproach in Luo Sen's eyes didn't disappear. He just pursed his lips tightly, poured out some medicinal juice from the bamboo tube and gently applied it to Yun Mo's back. The movements were as gentle as the caress of a feather, so that Yun Mo did not feel the slightest pain. Needless to say, Sindler's medicine is very effective. Just as soon as it was applied to the wound, the pain that had been burning was suppressed by the cool sensation. Soon, Lawson had put medicinal juice on all the wounds. Without the stimulation of pain, Yun Mo's spirit was greatly relaxed. Exhaustion from blood loss and stress hit instantly. Yun Mo only felt her eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and her consciousness became confused. "Foamy, are you feeling better?" Lawson's voice rang in his ears. Yun Moxie struggled to lift her eyelids and struggled to make a sound. "Lawson, I'm suddenly so sleepy. I want to take a nap. Can you stay here with me?" Lawson understood that it was the drugs taking effect. "Well, you go to sleep and I'll stay here with you." Luo Sen's gentle voice was like it carried some kind of magic. Yun Mo could no longer support herself and closed her eyes, falling into a deep sleep. I don't know how long I slept, but when Yun Mo opened her eyes again, she saw Luo Sen's busy figure in the house. Then, a strong aroma of roasted meat drilled into Yun Mo's nostrils. There was a rumbling sound from his stomach. Yun Mo suddenly remembered that she hadn't eaten anything for a long time. She and Sudai had hungrily foraged for food at the mall before they wore in. Until now, Yun Mo counted on her fingers. She must have not eaten anything for at least a whole day. The smell of meat at that moment and the hunger almost overwhelmed her. Hearing the voice, Luo Sen turned to look at Yun Mo. Seeing that Yun Mo had woken up, he hurriedly carried a large round disc to the beast skin nest. "Mamoru, you're awake. This is the roast I made especially for you. do you want to try it? The rich flavor of the meat made Yun Mo gulp hard. However, after she looked at the roasted meat in the disc, Yun Mo's entire body froze. Chapter 10, Unsavory Foods. Looking at the dark object on the plate, Yun Mo simply couldn't connect it with barbecue meat. What kind of meat is this? Yun Mo's voice trembled a little. Lorson handed the disc forward as if offering a treasure. This is the meat of the oilworms I just dug up by the river. The females in the tribe love this kind of fat and slippery oilworm meat the most. If I hadn't dared to go farther, I could have dug some more. So try it. Is it good? Hearing that it was worm meat, Yun Mo's stomach churned and she instinctively wanted to refuse. However, after meeting Luo Sen's eyes that were full of expectation, Yun Mo still compromised. Regardless, it was a nice touch from Lawson. If he refused, I'm afraid that Lawson would have to expend some more energy to prepare other food for himself. Earlier, Aaron had also said that there was already a shortage of food in the tribe. I'm sure that the food in front of him was also something that Lawson had a hard time getting. Worked on getting over the mental block a bit. With a clench of her teeth and a close of her eyes, Yun Mo reached out and pinched a pile of greasy worm meat from the disc and stuffed it into her mouth. The slippery texture filled Yun Mo's mouth, and a strong earthy flavor mixed with the smell of sizzling oil and grease viciously stimulated Yun Mo's nerves. Vomit. Yun Moxie couldn't help but dry heave. I can't swallow or spit in my mouth. The look of anticipation on Lawson's face instantly collapsed. Not good? Yun Mo shook her head, forcing herself to swallow the contents of her mouth in one gulp. Here, to survive, you have to adapt. Right now she needed food to replenish her strength, and there wasn't so much as a reason to be pretentious. Not giving her body time to resist, Yun Mo once again grabbed a pile of greasy worm meat and stuffed it into her mouth. A quick swallow with a tilt of the head, before the nausea could set in. The meat was in the stomach. Luo Sen's brows knitted tightly when he saw Yun Mo's wolfing movements. Mamoru, eat slowly. If you don't have enough, I'll go dig for you again. No one will steal food from you here. Apparently, Lawson was mistaken. What kind of life the females in the deserted city were having? Lawson had heard about it. Vasha beasts are not going to provide the females with enough food, even going days without food from time to time. In the deserted city, the females have to eat as fast as they can if they want to survive. If you are slow to eat, the food you get your hands on is likely to be taken by another female. Seeing Yun Mo choking on her tears from swallowing, Luo Sen's eyes were filled with heartache. Yun Mo couldn't care about explaining to Luo Sen. She just kept stuffing the oilworm meat in the disc into her mouth. She was afraid that if she stopped, she would never be able to swallow again. There wasn't a lot of oilworm meat in the disc, and under Yun Mo's wolfish attack, it was quickly eaten up. Lawson saw this and rose with the disc in his hand. Foamy, I'm going to go dig up some more oilworms for you and I'll be back soon. Yun Mochizuki hastily raised his voice to stop it. No need. I'm full. The sticky feeling in her mouth made Yun Mo hate to pull out her tongue and throw it away. At this point she just wanted to get to the river and rinse her mouth out quickly. Lawson, where's that bestiary you were talking about? Lawson moved and leaned over to pull a short white furred hide from one side of the nest of hides. This is the skin of the snow deer I hunted last time. I used half of it and still have half left. See if you like it. If not, I'll look for another. Yun Mo took the animal skin. The feel of the fur was much better than Yun Mo had imagined. It is not as light and breathable as a t-shirt, but the tanning treatment makes the fur very soft. No need. It's a nice animal skin. I like it. Letting Lorson turn around, Yun Moxian wrapped the animal skin around his chest, and then tied it tightly with the specially cut out straps on it. For the first time in my life, I wore fur, and it was such a primitive smock. When Luosen turned around and saw Yun Mo, his blue cat pupils were filled with a stunning light. The Yun Mo in front of her eyes had a head of black shoulder-length straight hair with a faint soft light, a pair of round deer eyes that were wet, a small nose tip, pink lips, and a soft face profile that made her look churlish. The white animal skin wrapped her upper body tightly, and the scenery in front of her chest was faintly visible. Under the jagged edges of the animal skins, the slender waist was reflected in the surplus. The soft, white skin was like it was permeated with light. A pair of straight and slender legs, slightly bent, looked even smoother and slimmer in the soft animal skin. Mama, you're beautiful. Hearing Luosen's praise, Yun Mo then returned to her senses from her feelings. As soon as he raised his eyes, he saw Luosen looking at himself with a stunned expression and an infatuated light in the bottom of his eyes. Yun Mo's face turned red and she uncomfortably changed the topic. What time is it now? Should I go to the Beast God Cave? Lawson exhaled deeply, as if trying to restrain some impulse. Well, it's almost time, and later Malayam should be coming to pick you up and take you to the Beast God Cave. With something in her stomach, Yun felt much better in spirit. Sindler's wound medicine works surprisingly well. The wound on his back no longer felt the slightest bit of pain at all. As long as she passed the starworm test, she could stay with the tribe for now and take her time finding a way back. If you can get through it, there must be a way to get back through it. Until then, she had to work hard to survive in this beast world. Thinking of spending a night in the Beast God Cave, food and water were essential things. Water is fine, just fill some of those bamboo tubes with it and bring it over. But the food, that slug-like stuff is better left alone. Not wanting to trouble Luosin anymore, Yun excused herself to go to the river to wash up, took a few bamboo tubes and walked out of the cabin. Fearing that he would miss Malayam, Lawson stayed in the cabin and waited. The dirt along the river has many signs of being dug up. It should be left over from when Lawson just dug for oilworms. What was the flavor of the oilworm meat? Yun did not dare to savor it, but the smooth, creamy feeling left in his mouth lingered. Plopping down on the edge of the river and rinsing hard, my mouth finally felt a lot clearer. Taking out a bamboo tube and filling it with river water, Yun looked at the small fish swimming in the water plants from time to time and couldn't help but be moved. I don't know if these fish are edible either. After glancing around the area and not finding anything else that could be used as food, Yun Mochizuki ended up going after the small fish in the river. She couldn't catch wild beasts, but when it came to catching fish, Yun was a good hand. It was simply a trap compiled from water plants and pressed gently against the river bank with a stone, and in a short time a few small fish got into it. When the small fish in the trap was almost enough for his dinner, Yun gave the trap a pull and managed to capture the small fish. After filling the small fish with a larger bamboo tube, Yun returned to the wooden house with satisfaction. Malwei did not know when she had already entered the wooden house, and when she saw Yun return, she smiled and opened her mouth. Foamy, you're lucky today. Just now I asked the clan's wom to look at it. It won't be windy at night, you just need to guard the campfire and you'll be fine. These words made Yun Mochizuki feel confused, and she couldn't help but inquire out loud. What happens if it's windy? Chapter 11, Thoughtful Rosen. The smile on Malvi's face froze, and she spoke with a somewhat helpless expression. If it's windy at night, you won't be able to stay in the Beast God Cave. The wind will blow so hard at night that you'll get hit by falling rocks in the Beast God Cave. But Worm's words are always accurate, and if she says it won't be windy, it'll never be okay at night, so you don't have to think much about the rest. Knowing that it wasn't some unfathomably bizarre situation, Yun was slightly more relieved. I'll pay more attention at night, thanks Malayam. After that Malvi barked something about going up the mountain. For example, you can't stay in one place for too long, as well as don't go to dense grass, and so on. Luosin also helped Yun prepare some insect-repellent leaves and sharp stones. All of these things would allow Yun to avoid unnecessary injuries. Preparing the items, Lorson found a piece of animal skin and wrapped and bundled everything up, tying the ends with animal skin straps to make an elaborate fanny pack. Originally, it would have been more convenient to carry it on his back, but Yun back was injured, so he could only carry the package on his waist. Luosin was afraid that the animal skin belt would strangle Yun and carefully added a piece of soft animal skin as a spacer around Yun waist. For Luosin to take such attentive care, Yun heart was incomparably grateful. In the future, she would definitely find a way to repay Lorson. When Yun followed Malayam out of the wooden house, the sky had already turned orange. Yun squinted her eyes and looked up, only to realize that the original Beast World sun doesn't move, but only distinguishes between day and night by the change in color. The light was still orange when I just caught the fish, but now it has turned an orange-red color. Mowgli, let's go. The tribe is still some distance away from the Beast God Cave. When it gets dark the mountain path will not be easy to walk, Malwei gently reminded. Cloudmist nodded. Well, then I'll trouble Malayam for a ride. Lawson stopped when he dropped the two off at the intersection outside the tribe that led to the Beast God Mountain. The path after that, being a male, he could not step into. Eyes worriedly stroking Yun hair, Luosin handed a blackened wooden stick into Yun hands. Foamy, this is an ironwood branch. If it is not good to make a fire at night, you will rub it hard against the stones, so that you will have a fire. Yun held the ironwood branch in her hands and didn't feel anything. To the side, Malvi was laughing and ranting. This is the only ironwood branch in the entire tribe. That boy Moto looks at it like it's a treasure. What did you trade for it with Moto? Lawson scratched his head and grinned. He didn't want that berserker beast's tooth from my house. I didn't have much use for keeping it, so I gave it to him. Berserker beast tooth. A flash of shock flashed through Malvi's eyes. Wasn't that left to you by your AMA father? How did you? Lawson interrupted Malvi with a quick wave of his hand. It's not like you can't see it anymore since it's still in the tribe anyway. It was only then that Yun Momo reacted to the fact that the inconspicuous ironwood branch in his hand was actually something that Luosen had traded for his most prized possession. Lawson, I'll make a fire, so you might as well switch back to the berserker teeth. With that, Yun Momo shoved the ironwood branch into Luosen's hand. Lawson, however, grimaced. Your safety is the most important thing to me. I'm a little more comfortable with you taking ironwood branch with you. I'll be worried sick if you don't. Seeing Luosen's insistent face, Malwei smiled and persuaded Yun Momo. Mamoru, you'd better take it. This is a piece of Luosen's heart for you. If you don't want it, Luosen will be sad. Unable to do anything else, Yun Momo could only put away the ironwood branch. Lawson, thank you. I'll take care of myself. Don't you worry. When I get back, we'll get Mato to trade the berserker teeth back. Lawson nodded. Well, I'll be right here when you get back. The light became redder, and Mulvey, fearing a delay, waved a hand at Lawson. Okay, here we go. Luosen reluctantly glanced at Yun Momo and waved his hand towards Yun Momo. Yun Momo also waved goodbye to Luosen before he and Malwei walked towards the dense forest. Although the path in the dense forest had been cleared, Yun Momo was not familiar with it after all, and stumbled as she walked. Luckily, with Mulvey leading the way, the two were not slow. Along the way, Mulvey teaches Cloudmore to recognize the marks left on the trees. She won't get lost when she comes down the mountain. The deeper the two went, the rougher the path up the mountain became. The trail, which was easy to walk on before, had to be climbed on hands and knees. Malwei was originally worried that Yun Momo would have difficulty climbing the mountain, but when she looked up, she realized that Yun Momo had already climbed in front of her. The discovery gave Mulvey a momentary sigh of relief. With Yun Momo's sensitive movements, as long as there was no threat of fierce beasts, she was afraid that she wouldn't have a problem staying on the mountain for much longer. Letting go of the worry in her heart, Mulvey's speed picked up quite a bit. As the color of the sun continued to deepen and the sky almost turned purplish red, Yun Momo and Malwei finally climbed up to a platform on the mountainside. The platform was small, less than 10 square meters in size, but the platform had been well groomed and looked very flat. There wasn't a single weed on the platform, and there was a half-meter high fence of stones around the edge. At the end of the enclosure was a 3-meter square hole. The cave was pitch black and you couldn't see anything. Mulvey took a moment to catch her breath before she turned her head to look at Yun Momo. Foamy, that cave is the Beast God Cave. Because of the blessing of the Beast God, no wild beasts will be found here. You'll never be in any danger at night as long as you don't step off this platform. After seeing the surroundings here, Yun Momo was also slightly relieved. This was so much better than the situation one would have expected. Thanks Mal-am, I won't wander off at night. I just don't know how I'm going to catch the star bugs. I'm afraid I won't be able to catch them if all the star bugs fly outside into the mountains. Mulvey laughed and shook her head. Foamy, do you think star bugs are ordinary bugs? In our tribe, there are only 5 females who can see star bugs. Other females don't always see starworms, even when they make their home in the Beast God's cave. As long as you don't have self-interest and evil thoughts in your mind, then the starworms will be attracted to you. You don't even need to chase it. Just lift your hand and the starbug will fall into your hands. Mal-am is sure you are a kind female, and the starworms will surely fly to you of their own accord. I didn't realize the beast world actually had such amazing bugs. It's amazing that you can see through the self-interests and evil thoughts in a female's heart. Looking at the kind smile on Malwei's face, Yun Momo's eyes lit up. Mal-am, there must be one of you in the tribe who can attract the starworms. Mulvey nodded. 3 inflammatory periods ago, when the tribe was suffering from a severe shortage of food, I came to the Beast God's cave to pray, and at that time, I was fortunate enough to see a starworm once. The body of a starbug glows as brightly as the stars in the sky. Even if you've never seen a starbug before, you'll recognize it right away when it shows up. Chapter 12, Where's the Fish? Although it was still a little hard to understand in her heart, Yun Momo knew that Malwei would not deceive herself. The last bit of unease dissipated. After a brief explanation of some matters, Mulvey left. The sun had turned a rich purple color and the clouds in the sky became dark and heavy. What the night was like in the beast world, Yun Momo didn't know. While there was still light, she had to enter the Beast God's cave as soon as possible and light the campfire. Light was the only thing that could bring her a sense of security at this point. Without hesitation, Yun Momo took a step into the cave. The cave was very spacious, with a dozen or so large wooden discs placed at the entrance. It had dried blood on it, apparently left over from the tribal female's previous sacrifices to the Beast God. Cloudmore walked around these discs until he reached the end of the light. Further in, you can't see anything. It was already about 10 meters away from the cave entrance. She would be safer here. Finding a flat area, Yun Momo began to build a fire. The cave is full of dead branches, which must have been left by the female who entered the cave earlier. That's why Yun Momo didn't have to think about fuel at all. found some loose branches and leaves to pile up in the depression and set up some branches lengthwise on top. Cloudmore chose a straight stick and started rubbing it on another flat piece of branch. Wilderness survival programs have always been a great stress reliever for Yun Momo. For the skill of making fire, Yun Momo knew it like the back of his hand. After an explosive burst of friction, the flattened branches began to smoke. Yun Mori clenched her teeth and continued to accelerate, while gently blowing into the friction with her mouth. Sporadic sparks erupted out, and Yun Mochizuki hastily stopped her movements. Carefully, he shielded the spreading sparks on the flattened branches with his hands. Soon, the sparks turned into tiny embers, and Yun Momo hurriedly poured the rubbed-out wood shavings carefully into the loose branches and leaves. Lying down on the ground and blowing gently, the branch burst into flames. A slight crackling sound resounded through the cave, and the fire gradually became brighter. Watching the tree branch that was set on the branch being set on fire, Yun Momo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing at the ironwood branch beside her, Yun Momo shook her head helplessly. Just for a fire-making tool, Lorson actually gave up his most cherished item in exchange, just to make myself more secure and safe in the cave. Such a thought pressured her. She didn't belong in the beast world and didn't intend to associate with the males here. If she found a way to go back later, she was bound to leave. The more attentive Lawson was to herself, the harder the blow would be when she left. She didn't want to hurt the orc who was devoted to her, but now she didn't know how to come clean with Lawson. Looking at the gradually flourishing flames, Yun Momo breathed out deeply. It's better to pass the starbud test and stay in the tribe afterward. The view out of the cave was no longer visible, only a patchwork of shades and silhouettes. I guess it won't take long for the night to come. The silence of the cave made the sound of Yun Momo's breathing seem especially clear. The firelight wavered against the damp stone walls of the cave under the influence of the air currents, adding to the secretive atmosphere of the cave. The unfamiliar world, the unknown, made Yun Momo's heart become a little uneasy. In order to divert her attention, Yun Mo felt that she had to do something. Unwrapping the parcel from his waist, Yun Mo checked what he had brought with him: insect-repellent leaves, sharp stones, 2 bamboo tubes, and a large piece of soft animal skin. Spreading the animal skin beside the fire, Yun Mo then arranged the insect-repellent leaves around the animal skin, with the sharp stones placed just out of his reach. This made Yun Mo feel a little more secure. Of the 2 bamboo tubes, one was for water and the other contained those small fish caught in the afternoon. Taking out the bamboo tube containing water and drinking from it, Yun Mo looked at the bamboo tube containing fish with some hesitation. Opening the bamboo tube and looking at the 10 or so brightly colored small fish inside, Yun Momo's brows frowned tightly. To eat or not to eat is the question. Originally, she was going to ask Lawson if the fish were edible. As soon as she ended up in the cabin, she was interrupted by Mulvey, who forgot about it when she got nervous. Now she wanted to ask, but there was no one to ask. Glancing at the rising bonfire, Yun Mochizuki felt that it would be a bit of a waste not to roast something, whether it's edible or not. Bake it first. Finding some sturdy wooden sticks, Yun Mo fished the fish out of the bamboo tube. The small fish that had been smothered in the bamboo tube barely resisted because of the lack of oxygen. Using a wooden stick to kill the fish in one blow, Yun Mo moved sharply to skewer the fish onto the stick one by one. A dozen fish, only barely 5 skewers, palm-sized fish. Remove the head and tail even if you can eat not much, solely to pass the time. Yun Mo had little qualms about setting up the fish on the fire and roasting it. In order to not let herself be distracted, Yun Mo roasted very carefully. It didn't take long for a faint charred aroma to emanate from the small fish on the wooden stick. The originally brightly colored minnows had by now turned a burnt umber color, with shiny grease bubbling up from their skins. This scene made Yun Momo's mouth water with gluttony. Even though he suspected that the brightly colored fish might be poisonous, Yun Momo's mind could only think of the freshness of the fish. Just as Yun Mo could not resist the urge to put the fish into her mouth, a small sound suddenly came from outside the cave. Yun Maxian's nerves tightened. Cautiously, he looked into the opening of the cave. It was so dark outside that he could barely see anything. Presumably realizing Yun Momo's vigilance, that burst of fine sound instantly disappeared. However, Yun Momo's heart panicked even more. Mulvey had said that the surrounding beasts wouldn't come to this platform. So what exactly was this sound coming from? Could there be something else unknown on this mountain besides the beasts? Staring straight into the mouth of the cave for 10 seconds or so, nothing changed in the entire cave. Yun Moxie was wondering if she had just been hallucinating. Her hand subconsciously touched the small stone beside her, and Yun Mo tentatively threw it in the direction of the cave entrance. Snap! The sound of rocks hitting the ground rang out. There was still no response from the cave. Yunemomo's hanging heart was slightly relieved. It was probably the sound of something being blown by the wind at the entrance of the cave just now, barely able to dispel the uneasiness in her heart. Yunemomo exhaled and turned her head to look at the grilled fish in her hands. When her gaze fell on the bare wooden stick in her hand, Yunemomo's entire body stiffened. Where's the fish? Where's her greasy fish? The burnt flavor still lingered in the nose, but the essence of deliciousness was gone. There wasn't even a crumb left on the bare stick in his hand, as if he had just grilled 5 skewers of air. A cold sensation spread from the back, causing Yunemomo to shiver. Fish certainly don't disappear into thin air. The only possibility is that this cave is not the only one in the world. It also robbed her of the 5 skewers of grilled fish she was holding in a mere 10 seconds without her realizing it. Chapter 13, The Scary Hairy Dumpling. This thought had just popped up when Yunmo's hand felt like it had been electrocuted, throwing the 5 wooden sticks in his hand. Instinctively, his body shrank into a ball and quickly scrutinized toward his surroundings. There was nothing within the confines of the firelight. Cloud Foam could only tightly grip the sharp stones and be wary of the pitch-black corners around them. Who knows what's really hiding in those corners? It only took about 10 seconds to eat 5 skewers of grilled fish, so I'm sure that thing must have a big appetite. The more he thought about it, the fear in Yunemomo's heart grew stronger. After a stalemate like this for an unknown period of time, Yunemomo only felt that she was dripping wet. It was a cold sweat that erupted from fear. The firelight was dimming and there wasn't enough firewood in the campfire. If we don't add some branches soon, I'm afraid the campfire will go out soon. Going on like this would only make himself more and more passive. Yunemomo took a deep breath and yelled towards the dark corner. This is the Beast God Cave, but it is blessed by the Beast God. If you don't get out of the way, when the Beast God gets angry, you'll be dead. The roar echoed throughout the cave. The firelight shook violently because of Yunemomo's furious breath. There was a clutter of light on the cave wall. Just at this time, a flash of light flashed before Yunemomo's eyes, and a black shadow instantly lunged towards him. Before she could see what it was, Yunemomo frantically smashed at the black shadow with the stone in her hand. Asterisk 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 off. Stay back. There was a bang. The stone looked like it had hit something. The next thing he knew, a ball of furry touch crashed down on Yunemomo's shoulder. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The tender chirping sound rang in Yunmo's ears, and Yunemo was startled to the root of her hair. Ah, what the hell? With a flurry of hand flapping, something on his shoulder was flung out by Yunemomo. Chirp. After a wailing sound, Yunemo finally saw the thing that lunged at him. Just a white ball of fur flopped on the ground by the rocks next to the campfire. The furry donut was small, about the size of a kitten. A fluffy tail wrapped the body tightly, revealing only 2 large, ebony eyes. The round head carried a handful of red hairs in the center that looked like flames. 2 little round ears fell back to the back of his head as if he was in great shock. Although the little guy in front of him didn't look the slightest bit dangerous, the previous experience of the little white rabbit turning into a big gray wolf still made Yunemomo's heart palpitate. One person and one beast were facing each other like this, and no one dared to move first. Yunemomo's nerves were tense to the extreme, her mind constantly thinking about how she should defend herself in case this guy suddenly turned into some fierce beast. Just when the atmosphere was stagnant to the extreme, the bonfire suddenly made a loud crackling sound. Before Yunemomo reacted, the fur ball on the ground was bowing, and the fur on its body exploded. Choo! Cloud Foam only felt a flash of light before her eyes, and there was a furry pendant on her leg. Looking down, the white furry lump was clinging to his calf, his tiny body actually shaking into a ball. Yunemomo was startled and lifted her leg to shake the furry ball on her leg away. However, this time, no matter how hard she tried, the furry ball was firmly grasped on her leg and did not move at all. Chirp, chirp. The furry donut let out a chirp that sounded like a supplication. Yunemomo, who was tired of struggling, panted and looked at the furry donut, only to see that the pair of ebony round eyes were actually filled with tears. A sudden pang of intolerance ran through Yunmori's heart. You're not going to suddenly transform and eat me. Just after asking the question, Yunemomo simply laughed at her own stupidity. If this thing could transform and eat itself, I'm afraid that instead of hugging its legs, it would have just transformed and bitten its neck off. Chirp! The furry donut timidly called out again. Seemingly in response to Yunemomo's words, Cloud Mist exhaled helplessly and shook his leg. Let me get this straight. You've already eaten my fish, so you can't eat me, or I'll smash your head in with a rock. Saying that, Yunemomo also demonstrated as if she raised the sharp stone in her hand towards the furry group. As if it could understand Yunemomo's words, the furry donut timidly shrunk its neck and carefully licked Yunemomo's smooth calf with its tongue. It felt like ingratiating. Seeing that the furry group didn't have any malicious intent, Yunmochizi was instantly relieved. If you can understand me, then let go of me for a moment. I have to go and add some wood to the campfire or it will go out later. This time, the furry donut actually magically nodded and slowly loosened its small short paw that was holding Yunemomo's little leg. When it retreated a bit, Yunemomo hurriedly picked up some branches from the ground and set them up on the campfire. After a crackling sound, the fire was much brighter. It wasn't until then that Yunemomo could almost see the furry donut in its entirety. From the looks of it, the furry clumps resemble kittens. The difference is that furry donuts have rounded ears, kind of like a bear, but a fluffy fox-like tail. The eyes and snout were black, and without looking closely, it was very similar to the Arctic fox in Yunemomo's reflection, only much smaller in size. The snow-white fur was very soft, and the handful of red hair in the middle of his forehead was particularly conspicuous against the snow-white fur. Probably knowing that Yunemomo did not mean any harm to him, the fur ball also relaxed quite a bit, and was currently licking his paws and the fur on his back one by one. Although this guy didn't seem to want to hurt himself, but there was only one life to live. Yunemomo still cautiously pulled a safe distance from this guy. The furry donut licked its fur with a face of concentration, without the slightest intention of leaving. For the sake of her own safety, Yunemomo still couldn't help but open her mouth. The fish have all been eaten by you, and I have no more food here, so you'd better go quickly. The fur ball's licking of fur gave a lurch, and suddenly looked at Yunemomo with an aggrieved expression, chirping. The soft and gentle chirping seems to be complaining, and the four little short legs are still leaping to try to get closer towards Yunemomo. Yunemomo couldn't understand and could only try his best to guess. You shouldn't be afraid of the dark. The furry group glanced out toward the pitch-black cave and let out another chirp. It seemed there was something outside the cave that frightened it. Yun Macho swallowed hard, and the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. Malayam said that the cave is safe and that the beasts outside won't come in, so if you're scared, you can hide here for a while. The furry donut paced restlessly on the beast's skin with all four paws, and his ebony eyes looked again in the direction of the cave entrance. Seeing that Yunemomo was still unable to understand, he whimpered helplessly, and after circling around Yunemomo, he plopped down beside Yunemomo. Seeing how well-behaved the furry donut was, Yunemomo gradually dropped her defenses. She always felt as if the furry mass was trying to remind her of something. Nay, she couldn't understand what it was trying to say at all. But no matter what kind of danger there was outside, Yunemomo still chose to believe Malam's words. As long as she stayed quiet in the cave, then she wasn't in any danger. Chapter 14, The Greatest Cuties. The cave wasn't quite as empty with an extra furry at his side. I was worried about whether those fish were poisonous, but now I don't have to worry. The furry donut didn't have any uncomfortable reactions from the time it was eaten, so apparently the fish was edible. But if it wasn't poisoned, why didn't any of the orcs go and catch the fish in the river to eat it when there was a state of food shortage in the tribe? So disgusting oilworm meat can become the favorite cuisine of the tribal females. Tender and delicious fish meat females have no reason not to like. Is there something else going on here? Just as Yunemomo froze, the furry donut that was originally lying on its side suddenly stood up. A pair of ebony eyes looked warily in the direction of the cave entrance, and a guttural, low growl escaped from his throat. Cloudphone looked towards the cave entrance with uncertainty. The range of the firelight was so limited that it was impossible to see what kind of situation was going on outside the cave. However, the low roar of the furry donut grew louder and louder, and its tiny body instantly bowed, seemingly ready to launch an attack at any time. Even if she couldn't see the situation outside the cave, Yunemomo knew that danger was creeping closer. Grabbing a few sharp stones with his hands, Yunemomo looked at the direction of the cave entrance with full alertness. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the cave entrance. It was as if something was gently rubbing on the ground. This voice Yunemomo always felt familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't think of exactly what it was. Only the uneasiness in his heart became stronger and stronger in this instant. Before Yunemomo could react, the furry group around him let out a sharp and shrill chirp. Chirp, chirp. In the next second, the furry donut rushed out as if it were lightning. The snow-white body instantly faded into the darkness, tearing at something. Shoo, hiss, woohoo. The struggle grew more and more intense, and the furry group soon let out a wail. Yunemomo couldn't see the situation in the darkness and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Fear and worry pulled at her heart repeatedly. She didn't understand. Malayam had clearly said that no beasts would enter the beast god's cave. But now, what is the furry group wrestling and biting at? There was no time for Yunemomo to think about the reason. Yunemomo had to find a way to solve the crisis as soon as possible. The furry group rushed out early supposedly to protect themselves. She must not sit back and wait. Stuffing the rocks that Lawson had prepared into the pocket of his shorts, Yunemomo picked up the burning branch and rushed in the direction of the cave entrance with a clench of his teeth. The firelight from the branches dispersed the darkness, and Yunemomo soon saw the furry group in the corner that was constantly struggling. When she saw what was tightly bound to the furry ball, Yunemomo could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. one could only see a black snake as thick as a child's arm, deadlocked around the body of the furry donut, and the head of the snake, which was held high, was spitting out its letters in annoyance. The moment the firelight illuminated, the black snake opened its mouth wide in a threatening manner towards Yunmomo, emitting a giggling sound. Seeing that the hairy group's struggling strength was getting smaller and smaller, Yunmomo couldn't care less about her fear and swung the burning branch in her hand towards the snake's head. The burning flames seemed to pose a great threat to the black snake, and before the branch could land on the head, the black snake's entangled body suddenly loosened. With a weird twist, the snake's head dodged Yunmomo's attack. The cloud-foamy fur ball regained its freedom. Its body deftly dodged away and retreated to the other side of the black snake. Confronting it, the branch smashed into the ground, erupting in a blast of sparks. Bursts of debris scattered across the entrance of the cave, forming a single burning point of light that illuminated the entrance a little brighter. The black snake seemed to be very afraid of fire. Its body quickly dodged the scattered flames, and only stopped when it was forced to the corner of the cave entrance. Yunmacho hurriedly held the burning branch in front of herself and looked warily at the black snake. The furry donut took a breather and took advantage of the black snake's hesitation to lunge in its direction once again. This time, the furry donut's target was very clear, directly pouncing on the lower end of the black snake's elevated head. All of the black snake's attention was on defending against the flames, and it didn't notice the furry group's attack. And by the time it was bitten by the furry group on the snake's body, it was already too late. Only to hear a click sound of broken bones and tendons rang out. The black snake did not even have a chance to struggle. The whole head hung down softly. The furry donut shook off the black snake in its mouth in disgust, and let out a pleasant chirp towards Yunmomo. Chirp, chirp. The four little short legs were kicking and prancing happily on the ground, as if celebrating themselves. It was only until she was sure that the black snake lying on the ground was completely silent that Yunmomo sighed with relief. It was then that she realized that her hand, which was holding the branch, had long been shaking to the point of not being able to hold it. God knows, her biggest fear in life was snakes. The fear that came from her soul nearly broke her. There was a moment of relief in his strongly braced body, and the burning branch in his hand fell to the ground at once. The furry donut that was bouncing happily stopped when it saw the scene. Chirp. This time, there was a soothing note in its voice. The furry body flew to Yunmomo's legs and gently rubbed its head against her calf, as if all her strength had been drained away. Yunmomo leaned against the cave wall and panted heavily. Feeling the furry touch on her calf, Yunmomo finally pulled out of her deep fear. Thank you for saving me. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have been bitten to death by the snake. If it wasn't for the furry donut's timely discovery, I'm afraid that Yunmomo wouldn't have been able to notice the black snake's approach at all. As long as the black snake bit her neck while she was unprepared, then she would be completely cold. At the thought of this, Yunmomo's entire body couldn't stop trembling. The furry donut understood Yunmomo's words, and its fluffy tail wagged fast. The head was held high, and a light of pride filled the pair of round, ebony eyes. Jojo. This face begging for praise made Yunmochizuki snort with laughter. Raising her hand and rubbing the furry donut's head, Yunmomo spoke seriously. You're awesome. One bite killed that snake. You're the most awesome cutie I've ever seen. The furry donut arched over Yunmomo's hand with a face of enjoyment, its little black nose shrugging like a child who had eaten candy. Yunmomo didn't think much about it, and only felt that she was lucky to have met a very kindred beast. Now that the crisis was lifted, and Yunmomo was completely sure that the furry donut wouldn't hurt himself, Yunmomo, who was a plush control, smoothly picked up the furry donut from the ground. You should be here to escape the danger in the Beast God Cave as well, so why don't you be my companion for the night? The furball comfortably nestled in Yunmomo's arms, allowing Yunmomo to jerk his fur. Hearing that Yunmomo had asked him to stay, he busily nodded his head. Such a humane little cutie made Yunmomo simply love it. Coming to the campfire, Yunmomo gently stroked the furry donut's back. I don't know if it was because the battle just now had consumed too much, or if it was too comfortable to be jerked off by Yunmomo. It didn't take long for the furry group in his arms to close their eyes and snore themselves to sleep. At the foot of the mountain, several figures hidden in the darkness came together. How's the situation? Any movement in the caves? I just saw a few flashes of fire, and now there's no movement whatsoever. Probably bitten to death. But I had applied 2 packets of hair and tail flower pollen to Moto's ironwood branch, and the Stygian armored snake was absolutely irresistible. That female grabbed the ironwood branch, and the Stygian armored serpent will never be merciful with her mouth. Ugh, it's a shame that the female smelled so good and had to brand Lorson, or she wouldn't have had to die. You can shut up now. If Irene hears that, you'll be waiting to be unbranded. Hiss. I mean that female doesn't know any better. Don't you dare talk nonsense to Aaron. Come on, none of us will survive if the matriarch finds out about the plot against the females. You all keep your mouths shut and don't mention this to anyone ever again. You hear me? There was a moment of silence from a few figures in the darkness, and within a few moments they quietly left. Chapter 15, The Starbugs Are Coming. Yun-Mo in the Beast God's cave was holding the sleeping furry dumpling, adding twigs to the campfire from time to time. Looking at the swaying firelight, Yun-Mo couldn't figure it out. Malayam clearly said that beasts would not enter the Beast God's cave, but the snake still ran in. What went wrong? As a rule, creatures like snakes don't usually like to hang out in places like this where they don't have any concealment. That black snake would enter the Beast God cave. It would never be idly coming over for a walk. Must have been attracted to something. Could it be that when he roasted the small fish, the aroma was too strong, which attracted the black snakes nearby? After all, the furry donut was also attracted by the grilled fish. The more he thought about it, the more Yun-Mo felt it was possible. Luckily, the roasted fish had now been cleanly eaten by the furry group, and the black snake had been bitten to death by the furry group. There's always no chance of attracting another beast after that. Trying hard to appease the apprehensive heart, Yun-Mo's spirit was not daring to relax at all. The black snake she had just seen still gave her heart palpitations, and she was not sure if another snake would sneak in during the night and snap her neck in one bite. The jumping fires and occasional crackling sounds are simply hypnotizing. Even though Yun-Mo desperately bit the tip of her tongue and used the stimulation of pain to keep herself awake, Yun-Mo still dozed off in a daze after a long period of tedium and tranquility. Without paying attention, Yun-Mo's body lurched and fell to the ground with a thud. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder. Chirp! The furry lump in his arms let out a soft chirp. Cloud Phone's confused consciousness instantly woke up. The campfire had gone out at some point, leaving only a sizzling red light. In an instant, a huge panic engulfed Yun-Mo and hurriedly climbed up to check in all directions. However, the sight in front of her made Yun-Mo suddenly froze, only to see many yellow-orange points of light inexplicably gathered in the dark cave. It's like stars growing out of caves. The points of light flickered and dimmed. Sensing that Yun-Mo had woken up, those points of light flickered and approached Yun-Mo. Seeing this scene, Yun-Mo's mind suddenly recalled Malway's words. Even if you've never seen a starbug before, you'll recognize it right away when it shows up. Could these points of light be starbugs? The furry group around him also saw those points of light in the cave. Compared to Yun-Mo's vigilance, the furry donut was much more relaxed. The body stood upright from Yun-Mo's embrace, and the two short little front legs leaped towards the darting points of light that were fluttering around and picking at them, seemingly wanting to touch them. Even if he wasn't sure if his guess was right, the furry donut, being a beast, must have a sharper sense of danger than he did. At this moment, the furry donuts did not have the slightest defense, and it was obvious that these points of light would not be any danger to them. Looking at the starbugs that surrounded her, Yun-Mo also couldn't help but reach out her hand towards those points of light. The star insects scattered in the cave were like they had received permission to approach Yun-Mo's direction. Soon, a yellow-orange point of light landed on Yun-Mo's hand. A slightly cool touch came from her palm, and the yellow-orange light became brighter and brighter in her palm. Approaching the palm, Yun-Mo then saw that there was a beetle-like thing lying in the palm. Miraculously, the shell on the beetle's back was actually transparent, and the light was emitted from within the shell, pulsing like the heartbeat of a star insect. The tiny bugs were about the size of a coin, and while they resembled the fireflies she'd seen, they were still very different. At least this starbug is more like a small light bulb if you just look at it from the outside. No legs, no tentacles, no wings, a whole lot of smoothness and roundness. The bug that was cupped in Yun-Mo's palm slowly moved in his palm. It felt like a snail crawling in his palm. The furry donut pounced for half a day, but did not touch the star insect in the slightest, and then deflated and snorted. Turning his head to see the star insect in Yun-Mo's palm, his attention was immediately drawn to it. The little black nose shrugged as it came to the edge of Yun-Mo's palm, the two ebony eyes looking curiously at the bright light. The star bug seemed to dislike the proximity of the furry group, and after sensing the furry group's breath, the light on its body shrunk violently, and in the next second, it rushed into mid-air. The furry donut was disgusted and waved its little short claws in exasperation towards the flying away starbug. Yun-Macho was amused by the furry donut's naive demeanor. Don't be angry. I'll catch a star insect and put it in a bamboo tube for you later. They won't dare to come back if you scare them like this. The furry donut whimpered in aggravation, arching its nose away from Yun-Mo's arm and burying its head in without hesitation. It seemed that they no longer wanted to bother with the bugs of the air beasts. This time, the star insects in midair seemed as if they had won some sort of victory, and surrounded Yun-Mo with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Some of the bold ones even stopped at Yun-Mo's head shoulder arm. If someone were to see the Yun-Mo at this moment, they would definitely think that they had encountered a certain deity. Under the shroud of the star insect, Yun-Mo's entire body radiated a divine light. The soft face was even more holy under the light. Thinking about the purpose of her coming here, Yunmomo took out the bamboo tube that contained the fish and opened the lid. In no time at all, a few starflies flew into the bamboo tube. Then I will oblige you to stay in the bamboo tube for one night, and I will let you go tomorrow after I have proved to the females of the tribe that I mean no harm. Although she didn't know if these star insects could understand what she was saying, Yunmomo still couldn't help but open her mouth to explain. These star bugs were so special, she didn't want to do them any harm. It was also unknown if they had understood Yunmomo's words. Even though Yunmomo did not cover the lid of the bamboo tube, those few star insects did not escape from the bamboo tube. Seeing this scene, Yunmomo couldn't help but feel relieved in her heart. As long as she could bring these star bugs back to the tribe, then she could stay in the tribe. After waiting for half a day, seeing that the starworms had no intention of leaving, Yunmomo was afraid that covering the lid would suffocate the starworms. So she found some hay from the ground and compiled a grass net, tying it to the bamboo tube. After completing all of this, the starworms that surrounded Yunmomo still didn't leave. Borrowing the light from the starflies, Yunmomo once again lit the campfire. It was only until the light from the cave entrance turned dark blue that the star bugs enveloping Yunmomo's body gradually dispersed. The night went by. In a short time, the light should be brighter. Glancing at the quiet star insect in the bamboo tube, Yunmomo's lips curled up into a smile. It hadn't been as safe a night as Mulvey had said it would be, but it was good to know that he'd managed to catch the starbug himself. When he returned to the tribe, he would never be questioned by the females of the tribe again. Because of crossing over, Yunmomo was unable to explain her origin to the people in the tribe and could only prove herself in this way. As long as she found a way to leave the beast world as soon as possible and return to the modern world, then it wouldn't matter so much what her identity was in the beast world. Glancing at the sleeping fur ball in her arms, Yunmomo raised her hand and rubbed its small head. Wake up, little one, I'm about to leave, so hurry up and go home too. Chapter 16, Pets. The little group in his arms opened his eyes in a daze, and his little mouth opened in a milky yawn. A pair of ebony eyes looked at Yunmomo with watery eyes. Chirp! The furry donut used its two paws to pick at Yunmomo's hand, as if it was trying to express something. Yunmomo couldn't comprehend it and could only let go of his hand, placing the furry ball on the ground. It's almost dawn. There won't be any danger out there, and I'm afraid you'll go hungry if you don't go back soon. Before Yunmomo could get up, the two little short paws hurriedly hugged her arms. Chirp! Chirp! Milkmaid's voice held a hint of urgency, desperately trying to make her intentions clear. Yunmomo looked at the furry donut with difficulty, racking her brain to guess what the furry donut meant. You don't think you want me to send you home, do you? Yun Moxie's brow furrowed tightly. If it wasn't for the fact that Malwei had specially taught Yunmomo the method of recognizing markers yesterday, Yunmo now couldn't even find her way back. If there were no markers in the tribe, Yunmuwei was afraid that she would get lost before she could go very far. Not to mention sending the furry donut home, it's doubtful she'll survive on her own. Before she could think of how to explain her outsider status to the furry group, she saw that the furry group shook its head decisively. Chirp chirp, chirp woo. The furry donut clicked and plowed the ground anxiously, chirping anxiously while rubbing against Yunmomo's feet. The ebony round eyes were filled with a pleasing look. Seeing this, Yunmomo seemed to understand something. You mean, want to follow me? This time, the furry donut nodded busily. Chirp, chirp. While screaming, he also fluttered from side to side. Then he bared his teeth and growled low in the direction of the black snake. It seemed to be trying to tell Yunmomo that it was useful to keep himself. Looking at the furry donut who was trying hard to prove to himself, Yunmomo's face was filled with helplessness. Now she didn't know if she could stay in the tribe, and if the furry group followed her, it was bound to be precarious. The heart instinctively wanted to refuse, but once he saw the anticipation in the eyes of the furry group, the words of refusal could not be said. The furry donut was still so young. If it wasn't for some change in his parents, how could he have run to the beast god cave to seek refuge? If she refused the furry donut, with its weak physique, it might soon end up as breakfast for the other beasts. Both are unsupported lives, and it's not impossible to put together a hitch. Exhaling helplessly, Yunmomo reached out and picked up the furry ball. Well, then you'll come with me, and I won't let you go hungry from now on as long as I have a bite to eat. From now on, the two of us will depend on each other and try to survive in this world. The fur ball's tail wagged in excitement, and its fluffy fur swished and swept against Yunmomo's cheeks. The wet little tongue licked Yunmomo's hand with vigor. That look made Yunmomo not be able to help but associate it with a modern word, dog licking. As soon as this thought came out, Yunmomo could no longer hold back her laughter. What should I name you? Cloudfoam looked at the furry donut with a wry face. Hearing that he was going to be given a name, the furry donut instantly looked at Yunmomo with a tangled expression. The eyes were eager to express something, but in the end it turned into a helpless whimper. Yunmochizi couldn't understand what the furry donut meant and could only try to speak. Wanted? The furry donut grinned and protested, picking at Yunmomo's arm. Tuan, the cloud foamer who took the name Waste tried again. The furry donut sighed, completely giving up resistance. Tuan Tuan is Tuan Tuan, at least it sounds good. Since you don't object, I'll call you Tuan Tuan from now on. Yun Momo was a little excited. I didn't realize that my wish to have a pet would actually be fulfilled the day after I wore it to the beast world. Because of the death of his parents in a car accident, he had no choice but to come to live in his aunt's house. And although she treated him as if he were her own son, his aunt rejected him. This always made Yun Momo feel an unspeakable sense of loneliness. On her 10th birthday, Yun Momo picked up a puppy on the side of the road and happily brought it home, trying to beg her aunt to keep the puppy. But before she could say anything, her aunt threw the puppy out and had a huge fight with her. After that, Yun Momo never dared to mention to her aunt that she wanted to have a pet. I was thinking that when I graduated and got a job and had my own home, I could get a pet of my own. I didn't realize that I hadn't even entered college yet, but I had somehow worn into this beast world. Under the pressure of survival issues, one doesn't even have the heart to think about pets. But in a heartless way, Tuan was determined to choose himself when he was least suited to have a pet. Maybe it's fate. Yun Moxie jerked the furry ball in her arms, her eyes full of doting. Little dumpling, come live with me in the tribe from now on. Hearing that Yun Momo was going to take herself back to the tribe, Tuan Tuan let out a happy chirp. Shoo! Outside, the sky was turning navy blue. The scene outside the cave entrance became clearer as well. Glancing at the star insects that were locked in the bamboo tube, Yun Momo was afraid of suffocating these little guys. Can't wait for dawn to leave again. Yun Momo collected the beast skin on the ground and used the surrounding stones to extinguish the campfire. Rewrapped the things in the beast skin and hung it on his waist, before picking up Tuan Tuan and walking out of the beast god's cave with the ironwood branch. The path down the mountain was smooth. Because of Tuan Tuan's keen sense of smell, Yun Momo quickly found the path she had taken when she went up the mountain. When she arrived at the foot of the mountain, Yun Momo saw the handsome figure standing at the end of the path from afar. Before Yun Momo could greet out, Luosin excitedly ran over in Yun Momo's direction. Foamy, did you catch the starbugs? Are you okay? Luosin arrived in front of Yun Momo in a gust of wind, his eyes glancing over Yun Mo with concern. Yun Momo shook her head. I'm fine, and the starbugs have been caught. Let's hurry back to the tribe. Lawson nodded and was about to curl his tail around Cloudmore when he heard a low, threatening growl. Woo, woo. It wasn't until then that Luosin realized that Yun Momo was still holding a white furry ball in her arms. This is. Lawson frowned as he scrutinized the furry group. This is Tuan. I'm afraid I would have been bitten by that snake yesterday if it hadn't been there. Tuan Tuan's parents are gone, so he'll live with me from now on. And when he's a little older, let him return to the mountains. Yun Momo explained seriously to Luosin. Yet Lawson's frown tightened. I've never seen such a beast in the mountains and forests. This can't be some unknown ferocious beast. The low growl became a little stronger as the donut sensed Lothan's rejection of himself. Ow, ow. The milky cute voice simply adored Yun Momo. Smiling and jerking Tuan Tuan's head, Yun Momo firmly voiced out. Don't worry, it's very humane. It's not the kind of ferocious beast you're talking about. And from last night until now, it's never wanted to hurt me. Chapter 17, Speculations. Luosin watched Tuan Tuan show his teeth and was deeply skeptical of Yun Momo's judgment. This guy doesn't look like a good guy anyhow. In case. Before he could finish his sentence, Tuan launched into a protest. Ow ow ow, ow ow. A series of milky howls, sharp and fierce. Although Yun Momo could not understand, but just by intuition, Yun Momo felt that the cursing was quite dirty. Lawson was in a hurry too. A pair of blue cat pupils narrowed slightly. As soon as he raised his hand, 5 sharp claws erupted from his slender fingertips. The sharp, pointed armor looked bigger than Tuan's head. The howling of milk instantly came to an abrupt end. Then, a certain group of goons buried their heads in the crook of Yun Mo's arm. Chirp! The cry carried the aggression of being bullied. It seemed to be telling off Yun Momo. Yun Momo laughed with joy. No fear, no fear. Lawson is messing with you. He won't bully you. It was the first time that Luosin had seen Yun Momo smile so happily. Although there was still a great deal of doubt in his heart about Tuan Tuan, seeing that Tuan Tuan could make Yun Momo happy, Luosin finally compromised. Just this little bit of meat of yours is not enough for me to stuff my teeth. Since Moro likes you, then you will follow Moro. And if I find out that you dare to hurt Moro in the future, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Hiding under his arm, Tuan revealed a pair of ebony eyes and whimpered down towards Lawson. It seems to be a rebuttal. Yun Moxie laughed and jerked the donut's head, looking helplessly at Luosin. Alright, don't scare it. Let's hurry back to the tribe. Luosin childishly bared his teeth towards Tuan Tuan, before his tail curled and he turned into a beast type to carry Yun Momo in the direction of the tribe. In a short while of work, Yun Momo saw the entrance to the tribe. By now the sky had turned lake blue, and the male orcs in the tribe had begun to get busy in the tribe. In the beast world, the females don't have to do anything, and they rely on the males to take care of their food. food, clothing, and shelter. Before the female wakes up, the male orc must prepare toiletries and breakfast. The male orcs who are responsible for going out to hunt need to gather in the square in the middle of the tribe well in advance of the females waking up, and then set off together to the hunting grounds to round up the beasts. By the time Yunemo and Luosin arrived at the square, there were already quite a few male orcs gathered in the square. Look, the little female is back. Yesterday Malayam sent the little female to catch starworms in the beast god's cave, and I wonder if she caught any? Does it even need to be said? If the little female was really a spy, she wouldn't have agreed to catch the starbugs at all, and the fact that she dared to accept the test shows that she is by no means the spy those females are talking about. Look guys, the little female is still holding a young beast in her arms. It's amazing that even the beast cubs are so intimate with the little female. This is unbelievable. Haha, even if the little female didn't catch the starworms, just the fact that she can get close to the beast cubs is enough to prove that she's not the kind of female with a bad heart. Right, the little females can definitely stay in the tribe this time. The arrival of cloud foam made the male orcs in the tribe become agitated. One by one, they gathered to talk about it. No one noticed the two male orcs at the edge quietly leaving the square. The commotion in the square soon attracted some early rising females. At the sight of Luosin carrying Yunemo back to the tribe, the faces of these females were filled with a somber look. Young beasts never let orcs get close, and there's no telling what this female has used in order to stay with the tribe. Yes, I think she didn't capture the star insects, and in order to deceive us, that's why she went through the trouble of capturing the hatchlings, trying to confuse us with such tactics. I think Aaron was right yesterday. A female like that staying in the tribe will only bring us disaster. That's right, even during times of food scarcity, males don't capture young beasts to satisfy their hunger, and now she's actually utilizing them to confuse us. Such a female is simply malicious to the extreme. Humph, she didn't pass the starworm test anyway, so later on, when the matriarch comes, let's see what excuse she'll find to stay in the tribe. For a while, the females also gathered on the other side of the square in twos and threes, discussing loudly in disgust and contempt. When Luosin heard their words, he was about to rush up and retort, but Yunemo pulled him back. Lawson, calm down. It doesn't matter what they say, but you've obviously. Before Lawson could finish his words, a sharp running sound came from far away. The crowd turned their heads to see Erin speeding up on the back of the bestialized male, her long red hair wanton and wild. Behind them were two guardians, a wolf and a bear. Yesterday, Lawson's hand was not light, so the two guardians should have been recuperating from their injuries, but now they were shriveling up and following Erin. Seeing this scene, the males present looked at them with sympathy in their eyes. After all, after the male becomes the female's escort, if the female does not care for the male's body, the male will not be able to provide value to the female once she is unable to recover from her injuries. Useless males are simply discarded by the females and die slowly in pain and hunger. In contrast to the sympathy on the male side, the female's side was indifferent, didn't even notice the wolf and bear behind Erin. In the tribe, the better smelling the female, the more males she gets. A female like Erin who had eaten precious blood crystals would not be affected even if two male guardians died. The tribe has a large number of males willing to become Erin's escorts. Soon, Erin was in the middle of the square. The black eyes looked at Yunemo without blinking, and there seemed to be a light of irritation suppressed underneath them. The sharp nails snapped into the flesh of the beast in a deadly manner, and blood instantly gushed out and turned into beads of blood, rolling down drop by drop from the beast's golden fur. The beast's lips twitched slightly in pain, but it didn't dare to make a single sound. The one wolf and one bear following Erin instantly changed their faces the moment they saw the blood beads smashing into the dirt. It had just looked just a little shriveled, and at this point, one would have to describe their state as shivering. Seeing that Erin was coming, Lawson held his head high and let out a growl that sounded like a warning. Roar! The male orcs in the square were all shaken by this roar full of strength and took 2 steps backward, showing weakness to Luosin. The male orc carrying Erin was already in pain, and at this point, shocked by Lawson's roar, he instinctively tried to back away. However, Erin pulled the mane from his neck. Waste! No retreat! A burst of blood flew, and the thick mane was thrown to the ground along with the blood and flesh. The beast wailed and stopped hard. This scene made the one wolf and one bear following behind tremble even more. In the middle of the square, the black-haired Yunemo and the red-haired Erin formed a stark contrast. But on the contrary, Eileen lost to Yunmochizuki no matter which way she looked at it. The contrast made the anger under Erin's eyes grow even more intense. Spy, you don't want to stay in the tribe. Get lost. Chapter 18, Some are happy, some are sad. Cloud Mist didn't want to get into a confrontation with Eren at this time. In the face of her provocation, Unmomo just glanced at her lightly. Eren, you don't get to say if I can stay or not. When I meet with the matriarch and Malam, I'm sure they'll make the right judgment. After saying that, Unmomo leaned down to look at Luo Sen. Lawson, let's go. Lawson looked to Eren and grunted in contempt. Get out of the way. Eren, who had never been so despised by a male before, couldn't take it anymore. Rosen, what has this female given you to make you work so hard for her? In what way am I not better than her? In the face of Eren's questioning, Lawson gave a cold laugh. You don't deserve to be compared to Foamy. Eren's face turned ironic, and her originally white cheeks became distorted. Lawson, I'm going to give you one last chance. As long as you unbrand with her, I can couple with you right now and make you my beast husband. At these words, the male carrying Eren stumbled on his feet and looked at Eren in disbelief. Eren, didn't you promise me? You shut up, Eren bellowed out angrily. The male was afraid of making Eren angry and could only lower his head in dismay. Watching his former rival hold back so much, Luosen couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Dope, once you were my only rival, but now, with a female like Eren, you'll just get meaner and meaner until you're completely demoralized. In the future, you'll never be a match for me again. Saying this, Lawson turned his eyes to Eren, his eyes filled with indifference. I only want to be Foamy's beast husband. You'd better die. After saying that, Luosen leaped high up with Unmomo on his back. Leaping over the heads of Eren and the males around her, they darted all the way towards the matriarch's cabin. Eileen looked at Luosen and Unmomo's back as they left, her eyes bloodshot with anger. Lawson, you're going to regret this. Letting out a roar of defiance, Eren kicked Dope hard and fled the square in disgrace. The males in the room let out a roar of laughter when they saw Eren fall away. Ha ha ha, I didn't think Eren would have a day of rejection. She didn't taunt us much back then, and now she's finally gotten a taste of being humiliated. I'm afraid it's going to be a bad time for Eren when there are little females in the tribe from now on. I don't know if the matriarch and Malam will let the little female stay, so let's go check it out. Well, if the matriarch wants to kick the little female out, I'll leave the tribe with her. Me too. The males in the square scrambled to follow. The females on the other side of the room weren't fazed either. Even Eren has been sidelined by the males, and I'm afraid we'll have even fewer options in the future. What are you afraid of? That female didn't catch any starworms. How could she try to catch a hatchling and muddle through? Later on, I will definitely tear this traitor's face apart. Right, we must not let this spy muddle through, much less let her leave the tribe to go back and report. We must let the clan leader personally solve this scourge of hers. The females were on the same page and went after them as well. Outside the patriarch's cabin, Unmomo handed the bamboo tube containing the starworms to Malway. Mulvey's eyes widened in shock when she saw that there were actually 7 or 8 starworms lying quietly in the bamboo tube. This, so much? How is this possible? Unmomo looked at Malway in disbelief. Malam, is something wrong? Yesterday I was just holding the bamboo tube and these starworms came in on their own. I waited for a while and they wouldn't fly away, so I had to bring them all back. Mulvey froze for a moment before finding her voice. The starworms burrowed themselves into the bamboo tube? You didn't catch them one by one? Unmomo nodded in wonder. It was a star bug that stopped on my hand. I was so excited that I forgot to grab it, and it ended up in the donut. After that I thought about catching a star bug and coming back to prove it to everyone, but it turned out that just by opening the bamboo tube, these star bugs voluntarily burrowed in. Malam, is it true that only star bugs you catch yourself count? So that drilling in on my own won't prove I'm not a spy? Seeing Unmomo's worried eyes, Malway's expression stiffened, but in the next second, a burst of lost laughter. Silly Foamy, you're overthinking it. I was just so surprised. After all, star bugs are not ordinary bugs. They can clearly sense the good and bad intentions of people. As soon as an evil thought occurs, the star bugs will be the first to move away. When catching a star bug, for whatever reason, the star bugs feel the ill will of the female towards them. All the females that get to see the star bugs never get to catch more than one. Even me. I never thought that any female could actually catch so many at once. This is probably because you never entertained the idea of harming the starworms from the beginning, which is why the starworms voluntarily entered your bamboo tube and returned to the tribe with you. How can a female who can't even spare a starworm be a spy? As soon as Mulvey's words left her mouth, cheers from the males erupted around her. Great, the little females can stay with the tribe. The little female is so kind. How could she be a spy? Such a kind female will surely bring good fortune to the tribe. Little female, let me be your protector. I'll definitely try to get stronger. And me, I want to be the little female's escort too. For a moment, All the males were abuzz. In contrast to the excited males, the females were disheveled on their side. She actually really caught the starbugs. And so many of them, we no longer have a choice in the future. If that's the case, we might as well pack up and live with another tribe. But now that it's almost the inferno period, if we don't find a tribe that is willing to accept us, we're afraid that we won't be able to survive at all. If I had known this was going to happen, I should have taken Thorn and the others up on their request during the storm. Now I only have one escort. Once the inflammatory scorching period arrives, I'm afraid I'm going to starve to death. The females gathered around were all ashen. For the adult females that were completely dependent on the males for survival, the arrival of Momo was tantamount to a fatal blow. It was only at this point that Momo finally understood the reason why the females were so hostile towards themselves. Thinking about what they were worried about, Momo glanced at Luo Sen. Thinking back to what Luo Sen had done for himself, Momo firmly held Luo Sen's hand and raised it high into the air. You don't have to worry. I've got enough with one of Lawson's escorts. I will not brand another male to be my escort. You don't have to become panicked by my arrival. Chapter 19, Rosen's Promise. As soon as Momo's words left his mouth, the front of the patriarch's wooden house suddenly became silent. Luo Sen looked at Momo with a shocked face. His blue cat pupils filled with unbelieving light. Foamy, do you know what you're talking about? Are you really going to brand only one of my escorts? If you want a better life, having more escorts is the way to go. Although Lorson thought he could give Yunmori everything she wanted, branding more males to become guardians would only give Yunmori more. He didn't want to limit Momo's choices because of his possessiveness. Even if he would be in pain all the time because of it, he didn't want Momo to condemn himself. Looking at Luo Sen, who was looking out for himself in every way, Momo's eyes became soft. Lawson, you were the one who saved me during the hunt, and you were the one who brought me to the tribe, and even more so when you chose to become my protector in the first place. Without you, I'm afraid I'd have been eaten by those rabbit wolves. Now I can stay with the tribe and live safely and be content. I don't have a lot of luxuries, and I don't want the tribe to panic because of my arrival. I just want to live quietly in the tribe. I am content and at ease with you watching over me. I don't want to brand other guardians to change anything. Seemingly not expecting Momo to say this, Luo Sen was actually stunned for a moment. As far as he was concerned, there were no females in the world to satisfy his possessiveness. Originally, he thought that being alone in this life, not thinking about the matter of tying couples and reproducing, and only doing a good job of guarding the tribe would be considered a kind of fulfillment. But after meeting Momo, Luo Sen was moved. He wanted to be Momo's beast husband. Even after briefly satisfying his possessiveness, he would then let Momo find another escort or beast husband. In order to be with Momo for the rest of his life, he could restrain his possessiveness. However, now, Momo actually took the initiative to show that he would be her only protector. The huge surprise was about to knock him off his feet, until he was sure that the determined look in Momo's eyes was not joking with himself. It was then that Lorson made an ecstatic noise. Foamy, I'm just so happy. You are the best female god ever sent to save me. Don't worry, in the future, I will make you the happiest female in the tribe. No, it is the entire 4-square city. I will give you the best of everything and will never let you get hurt one more time. I can swear to the beast god on my life. If I can't do it, let me be stomped into the ground by the berserkers. Momo did not want Luo Sen to promise anything to himself, and hurriedly went forward to cover Luo Sen's mouth. Blah blah blah, don't you swear blind. I don't want what's best, and I'm not going to do anything dangerous. Just as long as you can talk to me more often, I can do things in life on my own, too, and never make you work too hard. This was something that Momo had thought of long ago. She wasn't a female from the beast world after all, and her thoughts were more on the side of a modern, independent woman. What you want, you can create with your own hands. Though she can't hunt like the males, she has all the knowledge of the modern world. She is perfectly capable of using her modern knowledge to make a life for herself with food and clothing. Lawson just needs to tell himself some common sense and rules of this world. If she relied on Lawson to do everything for her, I'm afraid she'd never find a way to get back. Perhaps Momo's remarks were too novel, and the mocking laughter of the females immediately resounded around them. Ha 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 ha. Just the fact that Lawson is a male and talks about taking care of things in his life on his own is just about the funniest joke I've ever heard in my entire life. That's right, a female actually wants to live without relying on males. It's a dream. I think she's purposely trying to trick us. That's why she said that she only needs one male in Lorson. She really thinks we're all cuties. What female in the tribe handles her own chores? There was a dead escort female earlier who just went to the river to get a drink and fell in and drowned. With a female like her who was locked up in a hole in the ground in a deserted city, I'm afraid she doesn't even know what kind of danger there is. If she didn't have an escort to look after her, she'd just die of her own stupidity. Yeah, she's either bad or stupid, or she wouldn't be able to say such ridiculous things to fool us. The surrounding females spoke out in mockery, and even the males who had just been sticking up for Yun-Mo had become silent at this moment. After all, in their minds, females are very fragile. Without the protection of a male escort, the threat of death is always present, especially a female like Yun-Mo who had escaped from the deserted city. Having lived in a hole in the ground since he was a child, he had almost zero experience of life outside. If you were to brand just one of Lawson's guards, you'd probably lose your life due to poor care. In the face of the female's skepticism, Luosen still stood firmly by Yun-Mo's side. Fomi can do whatever she wants. It's none of your business. When Fomi says he won't want any other escorts, he won't want any other escorts, because Fomi has me as an escort and that's enough. You have branded 10 or 8 guardians, and you don't hunt as much food every day as I do in half a day. With half a day left, I'm perfectly capable of taking care of Fomi. If you've got nothing better to do, you'd better worry more about yourselves. The females' faces went a shade of red and white as they were disliked by Lawson. It's both disheartening yet irrefutable. After all, Lawson was telling the truth. Although they had a large number of escorts, their combined strength was not as strong as Lawson's strength. This is why Aaron is obsessed with branding Lawson as a guardian. On the sidelines, Malam couldn't help but speak up when she saw the females' stifled faces. Come on, you guys are worried about not having a choice of good males in the future. Now that Fomi has said that he won't be branding any other guardians in the tribe, how far do you want to push Fomi? Just now, Fomi brought back a full 7 or 8 starworms, and you all saw it with your own eyes. This shows that Fomi has, in no way, the slightest ill will towards the tribe. From now on, Fomi is a member of our tribe, so I hope you won't target Fomi like this in the future. If I find out who dares to secretly bully Fomi, then I will not be polite. Malvi has even more authority in the tribe than the patriarch. No female dared to defy the decision she made. Even though they didn't want Yun-Mo to stay in the tribe from the bottom of their hearts, they could only follow Malwei's orders now. If Yun-Mo could not resist branding other males as guardians in the future, then they would have a reason to expel Yun-Mo. Chapter 20, The Curse of the Fish. The females didn't dare to anger Malvi any further, and one by one, they left without saying a word. The surrounding males also shook their heads and sighed after realizing that Yun-Mo would not be branding any other guardians in the tribe. It's so unfair that the tribe has managed to get such a nice little female, and only branded Lawson as a guardian. Who can be blamed for that? It's not because we were forced by those females. They want to choose strong males. Why can't they make us choose better females? The little female is also too good to Lawson. If I had known, I should have gone over with Lawson yesterday to look for prey. Maybe the little female could have branded me as a guardian as well. What are you afraid of? When I'm stronger than Lawson, the little female will surely choose me as her protector, and I won't accept another female's brand anyway. A gray-haired male with the same blue pupils looked at Lawson provocatively. Instead, Lawson returned his contemptuous smile. Yandura, I advise you to save your breath. I will never give you the chance to surpass me. The gray-haired male called Yandura was deeply irritated by Lawson's arrogance. Luo-sen, don't be complacent. I almost managed to defeat you last time, and now you have to take care of the little female. You have much less time to raise your strength than I do. It won't be long before I surpass you and become another escort for the little females. Lawson grunted faintly. Try it then. Whether it was for the betterment of Yun-Mo's life or to fulfill his own possessiveness, Luosen would not allow himself to be surpassed by other males. Upon hearing Yun-Mo's statement that he would only brand himself as a male escort in the future, Luosen's gaze was no longer confined to the tribe. He wanted to give Yun-Mo more and better, and these things are only available in the quadrangle. So he would do everything he could to make himself powerful and create a more comfortable life for Yun-Mo in the Foursquare City. Knowing that his current strength was inferior to Luosen's, Yendid did not continue to confront Luosen. Just a glance full of longing at the cloud foam, then fighting slowly turned away. The other males each had their own plans, but had no say at all in front of the strongest Lawson. After Yenda left, the males who had gathered around also left in 2s and 3s. For a moment, the front of the patriarch's cabin became quiet again. Malvi's eyes noticed Tuan in Yun-Mo's arms and she couldn't help but question out loud, "Is this the hatchling you caught? It seems a bit familiar." Yun-Mo thought that Malwei had met Tuan's parents and couldn't help but let out a surprised voice. "Mal-am, have you ever seen such a beast?" Malvi frowned and looked Tuan back and forth for half a day, but in the end, she shook her head. "I seem to have some impression that I should have seen it somewhere, but it's been so long that I can't really remember what kind of beast's young it is." Hearing Malwei's words, Yun-Mo sighed with some disappointment. If it's been a long time, it's probably not the group's parents. Last night it suddenly ran into the beast god cave and helped me bite the black snake that slipped into the cave. And in the morning when I was ready to leave, it insisted on coming with me, and I was afraid that it wouldn't be able to find its parents and be eaten by the other beasts, so I had to take it back to the tribe first. I'll send it back later if I can find its parents. Yun Mo mindlessly told the origin of Tuan, but as a result, Malway's expression became grave. Black snakes? How could a black snake intrude in the beast god cave? The beasts outside the cave had always shunned the beast god cave, not to mention the extremely stealthy beasts like snakes. Even the mountain bears that often used the cave as a residence would never set foot in the beast god cave. There must be something wrong with this. I didn't realize that Mulvey was so certain about this. Cloudfoam finally realized that Black Snake's intrusion was not a coincidence. After carefully recalling all the details after he entered the cave, Yun Mo remained at a loss. Yesterday I entered the cave exactly the way you told me to, proceeded to light a campfire, and then roasted some fish. The troop was probably attracted by the smell of the fish, and as for the snake, could it have been attracted by the smell of the fish as well? When Tuan, who was lying in Yun Mo's arms, heard this, he somewhat helplessly pickpocketed Yun Mo's arm. It seemed to be negating Yun Mo's words. Chirp, chirp. Yun Mo frowned and listened for half a day, but he didn't figure out what Tuan was trying to say. Thinking that Tuan was thinking that he was blaming it for its gluttony, he could only jerk Tuan's head soothingly. I'm not blaming you. I'm just explaining this situation to Mal-am, so don't think too much about it and stay put. Luosen was not calm at this time, looking at the bamboo tube that Yun Mo used to contain the star insects, and opened his mouth with a horrified expression. Grilled fish? You couldn't have been so hungry that you caught fish by the creek. You didn't eat those fish, did you? And is there anything wrong now? Startled by Luosen's terrified voice, Yun Mo hastily shook her head. No, I didn't eat those fish. They were all eaten by Tuan. Couldn't those fish be edible? But Tuan has already eaten them. The moment she thought of the possibility of harming Tuan because of her ignorance, Yun Mo's entire body panicked. Yet Lawson couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, Cloudmore didn't eat it. These fish can only be eaten by beasts, and orcs who eat them will attract a curse. And many females, after eating these fish, will not be able to eat anything, and will eventually starve to death alive. Foamy, from now on you must never catch any more fish from the river to eat, or not even Sindler will be able to save you. After hearing Luosen say that the beasts could be eaten, Yun Mo first sighed in relief. However, at the thought of the dreadful consequences of being cursed to starve to death alive, Yun Mo was still shocked out of a cold sweat. I'm afraid I'd be cursed if Tuan hadn't snatched those fish. That's just horrible too. Mulvey exhaled afterward as well. Mamoru, it's all my negligence. When I sent you to the cave, I actually forgot to prepare food for you. Lawson probably didn't hunt much yesterday to save you, and thanks to this little guy robbing you of your fish, or I'd never forgive myself in my life. Hearing the trio's self-satisfied panic and worry, Tuan, who was lying in Yun Mo's arms, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Chirp, chirp. With this disgusted voice, Yun Mo had no doubt that it was scolding itself for being stupid. It was a pity that Yun Mo had no proof. Not being able to discuss with it, Yun Mo hurriedly pacified Malway. Mal-am, it's the fact that I don't understand so many things that makes this a problem, and it's not your fault. Yesterday, Lawson said he would prepare greasy worm meat for me, and I was not used to eating it and did not want to bother Lawson, so that's why I sneakily caught the fish myself to eat it. It turned out that I didn't realize that eating fish would actually be cursed and almost killed me. I'll be sure to ask Lawson more often in the future, and it won't happen again. Chapter 21, Strange Smell. Hearing that Yun Mo was not used to eating oilworm meat, Malway could not help but smile. You child, you should have said something if you weren't used to eating it. Lawson didn't know your preference and thought you were like the other females in the tribe, preferring soft, smooth, tender meat like greasy worm meat. Digging for oilworms is a really difficult task for a hunter as good as Lawson. After all, oilworms are so soft and tender that they can be broken if you are not careful, and the punctured oilworm meat is inedible. He hadn't realized how much effort he had gone through to dig out the intact oilworm. It's a lot tougher than having him hunt a beast. Lawson also looked remorseful. It's my fault. I should have prepared more other kinds of food at that time. That way Foamy won't catch the fish in the river no matter what she likes to eat. Yun Moxie waved her hands in succession. With all the time constraints yesterday, it was good enough to have greasy worm meat. You mustn't feel sorry for yourself over this. I can prepare my own food from now on, so you can tell me what you like to eat, and I'll make it for you along the way. Lawson and Mulvey were stunned again. Do all the females over in Desolation City prepare their own food? The two men voiced their questions in unison. Cloud Foamy uttered a hesitant voice of uncertainty. Can't the females make food? The two of them, Lawson and Mulvey, looked at each other with a slightly embarrassed look on their faces. Malway didn't want Yun Mo to get the wrong idea and opened her mouth to explain. It's not. just that in the tribe, the females are taken care of by the males, and that includes preparing tasty food for the females, so the females never have to deal with that. As for the deserted city, we've only heard that the females imprisoned there have no access to food, only a small amount of food is given daily to keep the female alive. Now it seems that hearsay really can't be trusted. Instead, Luosen looked at Yun Momo with a doting face. What's the big deal? No matter where you are, Fomi can do whatever he wants. Whatever you like, whatever you want to do, I'm all for it. In the future, if you want to eat any meat, just let me know and I'll go to the hunting grounds and hunt it back and prepare it with you. Yun Moxie couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Well, I make some pretty good food, you guys are going to love it. The Tuan in his arms was the first to agree. Chirp, chirp. The excited chirping amused Lawson and Mulvey for a moment. Rather, this little one is the first to enjoy it. The troops chirped more pleasantly, thinking that Yun Momo had been hungry all night. Malwei hurriedly greeted the two to her cabin, to prepare food for Yun Momo. Originally, Yun Momo wanted to refuse, but it turned out that Luosen had nonchalantly agreed. It was not good to refuse Malwei's good intentions. Yun Momo could only follow the two into the wooden house. Mulvey was the matriarch's wife and master, and the cabin was the most spacious and sturdy built in the entire tribe. The matriarch had gone out early in the morning, and at that moment there were only two little ones in the cabin, Moro and Motel, sleeping soundly on their backs in their animal skin nests. To the left and right of the cabin, there were two passages connected to the cabin, and on the other side of the passages were two equally spacious cabins. Mulvey led the two men, sitting down on the hides in the center of the cabin, before calling out towards the cabin on the left. Motto, there's still some of yesterday's gin mutton left, so go roast it and bring it to Mamoru. As soon as Mulvey's words left her mouth, she saw a young male with brown hair and green pupils walk out of the passageway to her left. Lawson is the one who is Cloudmore's protector. Shouldn't he be the one to do this? Motto frowned reluctantly, with a piece of soft, snow-white leather in his hand, as if he were busy with something else in the house. It wasn't until then that Yun Momo reacted. It turns out that the Moto who exchanged ironwood branches with Lawson yesterday is Mulvey's son. Mulvey looked like she was only 30 years old, and she actually had such a big son already. Looking at Motto's age, he shouldn't be much younger than Lawson. I've given you my berserker teeth. What's not to like? Go and roast the meat. If it's good, I might even teach you how to hunt rabbits and wolves when we go to the hunting grounds later. Lawson looked over at Motto with a raised eyebrow and a dejected look on his face. Motto was instantly agitated. That's what you said. No backing out. Luosen proudly patted his chest. Well, get going, and when the meat is done roasting, I'll take you on a rabbit and wolf hunt after I send Mamoru back, and I guarantee you'll be able to brag about it all day in front of Liha and the rest of them. After hearing Lawson's words, Moto threw away the white animal skin in his hand, turned around, and leaped outside. Yun Mochizuki thought of the ironwood branch he had brought back and quickly spoke out. Motel, wait. Moto's feet lurched. Thinking that Yun Mochizuki had some request for grilled meat, he turned around and patted his chest to assure him. Don't worry. I grill meat at a level that AMU says is good, and I promise to whet your appetite. Seeing that he misunderstood, Yun Momo smiled and waved her hand. Then he drew the ironwood branch from the package and handed it to him. I was trying to give this back to you. Could you return the berserker tooth to Rosen? That berserker tooth was left to him by Rosen's parents. I don't want him to regret it later. Motto sighed in defeat. Well, I've touched enough of that berserker tooth anyway. Later, when I become the tribe's #1 hunter, I'll go to the wild beast forest to hunt a better wild beast tooth. That berserker tooth lets Eb Lawson take it back later. With that, Moto took the ironwood branch from Yun Momo's hand. However, just after taking the ironwood branch into his hands, Moto's nose shrugged slightly and he frowned in surprise. Why does the ironwood branch smell weird? It seems to smell like some kind of pollen. The words came out of her mouth, but Mulvey couldn't sit still. Pollen? It's long past its flowering period at this time of the year. How can there be the smell of pollen on an ironwood branch? Seemingly disliking being questioned by his mother, Motito handed the ironwood branch to Malvi without hesitation and spoke with an insistent face. It just smells like pollen on it, and if you don't believe me AM smells it, I'm absolutely right. It's just that I can't recall offhand what the pollen smell was, and it shouldn't have been one of those flowers we commonly see. Mulvey brought her nose up to the ironwood branch for a sniff, and her face grew grave. It's the smell of loon-tail pollen. Luo-sen, who was sitting beside Yunimomo, swished to his feet, grabbed the ironwood branch and sniffed it carefully. It really is the smell of heron tail pollen. No wonder black snakes appeared in the beast god cave. I'm afraid it was the smell of heron tail pollen that attracted the underworld armored snake. Moto's face changed, and he waved his hands and shook his head out of breath to explain. I didn't get this. There was never any heron tail pollen on the ironwood branch when I gave it to you yesterday. A fury gradually welled up under Lawson's eyes. Damn, I shouldn't have been soft-hearted enough to help him yesterday. I didn't think he'd try to harm Fomi. I'll go and settle the score with him now. Chapter 22, Someone's Trying to Hurt You. Before Yun Mo could figure out what was going on, Luo Sen's body flashed with light, and he suddenly transformed into the form of a beast and rushed out with a prancing leap. Seeing this, Mulvey hurriedly greeted Motel. Motel, follow up and check it out. Fomi and I will be right there. Not being able to care about anything else, Moto answered towards Malvi and also turned into his beast form to chase after him. Yun Mo didn't know what was happening and looked anxiously at Malwei. Mal-am, what's going on? Who is Lawson going after here? Seeing that Yun Mo was still confused and didn't know the reason, Malwei pulled up Yun Mo's arm and walked towards the outside of the house while explaining to Yun Mo. The black snake that broke into the Beast God cave last night wasn't an accident, but rather someone intentionally trying to assassinate you. Harm me? Yun Mo exclaimed. Could it be that yesterday's black snake was attracted by the pollen from the ironwood branch? Mulvey nodded heavily. The ironwood branches have been coated with heron tail pollen, which has a flavor very similar to that of the female placid snake, and is fatally attractive to any male placid snake in the vicinity. You were exposed to the heron tail pollen from the ironwood branch, and the plesiosaurs, once they couldn't find the female plesiosaurs, became aggressive and attacked you as if you were a competitor. Once you have been bitten by a Stygian armor snake, if you don't detoxify it quickly, you will soon die from the poison. The ironwood branch had no heron tail pollen on it when Mato handed it to Lawson. Someone else must have touched the ironwood branch on Lawson's way back, and that's how he was taken advantage of to be coated with loon tail pollen. Lawson must be going after this man who touched the ironwood branch now. Yun Mo's heart chilled. He had just arrived at the tribe yesterday, and someone was actually plotting against him like that. If it wasn't for Tuan being attracted in by his grilled fish in advance, I'm afraid that he would have been bitten to death by the Stygian armored snake by now. Presumably Mulvey had said what Tuan had been trying to say last night, and the Tuan in her arms let out a succession of crisp chirps. Jojo, Jojo. Yun Mo's heart was filled with regret. It turns out that what Tuan was trying to tell himself yesterday was that heron tail pollen would attract Stygian armor snakes, and he wanted to get rid of the smell of the pollen on the ironwood branch as soon as possible. It's just a shame that I didn't have any sense of crisis myself yesterday. After all, he couldn't understand what the group was trying to say. Yesterday, if he had hesitated for a moment out of fear, I'm afraid Tuan would have been killed by himself. When he thought of the way Tuan fought to protect himself yesterday and was unable to move when he was entangled by the Stygian armored snake, Yun Mo's heart was filled with self-blame. However, thinking of Luo Sen's impulsive state just now, Yun Mo could not help but feel another pang of worry. Mal-am, is something going to happen to Lawson? I don't want him to get hurt because of what happened to me. Malvi pulled Yun Mo's hand. Her footsteps were hurried. Obviously things had gone beyond her expectations. There was no longer any sign of Lawson or Mato outside of the house, and Mulvey could only chase them all the way by the scent the two had left behind. Lawson is the tribe's #1 hunter. None of the other males are a match for him, and I'm just afraid that the person who did the tampering was one of the females. It was inevitable that Lawson would get hurt if there were more than one against him. It's a good thing that Moto has gone after them. The two of them shouldn't be too badly hurt yet. After hearing Malwei's words, Yun Mo's heart tightened. If I had to say who in the tribe was the most hostile to myself, I'm afraid it would be Erin. She was accompanied by 3 male guardians from time to time, and even if those 3 male guardians were not as strong as Lawson would be very passive if they all came together to strike at Lawson. However, Lawson knew full well of Irene's hostility towards him, and should not have handed over the ironwood branch to Irene. But if it wasn't Erin, then who could it be? For a while, Yun Mo's heart was in a mess. The situation was unclear now, and she couldn't stop anything even if she thought about it more. The only thing she could do was to find Rosen as soon as possible and calm him down. Whoever was trying to murder himself, I'm sure the matriarch and Mulvey wouldn't sit idly by. Apparently Mulvey understood this as well, and the two didn't discuss it any further, but just hurriedly hurried on their feet in the direction that Lawson had left. The 2 men chased them all the way to the back half of the tribe's location, where they saw the 2 men, Moto and Lawson, standing in front of a dilapidated log cabin. Mato was peering in through the window, while Lawson was frantically rapping on the door of the house regardless. Trey, come out here. If you don't explain yourself today, I'm going to take a bite out of your neck. Seeing the furious Luosen, Yun Mo rushed all the way to the front of the wooden house in a hurry. Lawson, don't be impulsive. Mal-am is here too. Let Mal-am ask things out first. Anger burned in Lawson's eyes, and he raised his hand again and rapped heavily on the door of the house. Trey, I'm going to kick the door in if you don't open it. You can't hide. Mulvey arrived at the front of the cabin at this time, and seeing Mato lying on his back looking out of the window, he could not help but go up to him and inquire, "Is Trey in the house?" Motel saw that Mulvey was coming, then let go of the window frame and shook his head toward Mulvey. "There doesn't seem to be anyone in the house." Hearing this, it was as if Lawson's anger had been ignited. Not caring what would happen, he lifted his foot and kicked the wooden door over, only to hear a loud bang. The heavy wooden door fell to the ground, stirring up a layer of thick dust. Before the dust cleared, Lawson rushed into the cabin ahead of him. Yun held her breath and hurriedly followed suit as well. The house was small, just under 30 square meters. Lawson looked around the house and found no sign of Trey. Damn it, I can't believe this guy escaped. Mulvey and Motel followed. Trey doesn't usually leave the house, and now that he's not in the house, he should be nearby. Mulvey analyzed calmly. He must have realized that Foamy had returned and was afraid that his plot against the females would be exposed, so he fled the tribe at the first opportunity. Luosin speculated indignantly. Choking on the dust, Yun Macho tried to find a corner to hide in, only to kick something just as he moved. Looking down, I realized it was a brand new bamboo tube. There were still some watermarks on the sides of the bamboo tube that hadn't evaporated. Not far from the watermarks were a few shallow claw marks, which should have appeared at the same time as the watermarks judging by their state. Yun Moxie couldn't help but voice her curiosity. Is Trey the only one who lives in this cabin? Luosin was the first to come to Yun Mo's side, and when he saw the watermarks and claw marks on the ground, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This is Trey Am's house. Usually Trey is the only one who lives there. Did another male come here before we did? The two men, Mulvey and Motel, followed suit. The marks on the ground made them wonder as well. The claw mark would have been made by Trey, who had obviously struggled. Judging by this state of affairs, Trey should not have left voluntarily. I'm afraid someone took Trey by force before we did. Moto stroked his chin, cautiously analyzing. Chapter 23, Trey's missing. As soon as this comment was made, Luosen's expression became gloomy. Things were a lot more complicated than he had expected the situation to be. Apparently Trey wasn't the only one who wanted to plot against Yun Mo. If someone had taken Trey by force before them, it could only be because they were afraid Trey would reveal their identity. If they didn't find out this person who was hiding behind Trey, then Cloudmore wouldn't be able to live in peace in the tribe. The thought that Yun Mo would face this kind of terrible frame-up in the future, Luosen's heart couldn't help but go crazy. However, from yesterday's and today's experiences, the only person who was so cynical about Yun Mo was Aaron. Stifled anger shot straight to his head, and Lawson let out a low growl of indignation. This must be the work of those escorts of Aaron's, and if they deny it, I'll bite their necks off. After saying that, Lawson was about to rush towards the outside of the cabin. This time, Yun Mo's reaction was quick, and she hastily reached out to pull on Luosen's arm. Lawson, hold your horses. We still have to find Trey before we can find out who's really trying to hurt me. Only Trey can prove just who coated the ironwood branches with heron tail pollen. Mulvey also rushed out to discourage him. Well, Foamy is right. Lawson, don't worry. Things like plotting against females will not be tolerated by our tribe. Once we find Trey, we'll know what's going on. When the time comes, we will definitely give you and Foamy an explanation, and we'll never let them continue to threaten Foamy's safety. Lawson's anger had nowhere to go and he seemed very grumpy. Who else in the tribe would have a problem with Foamy besides Aaron? This whole thing must have been directed by Aaron, and Trey must have been threatened by them. Otherwise Trey wouldn't have even met Foamy, so how could he have harmed her? Needless to say, everyone in the room guessed as much, but speculation is only speculation, after all, and the only way to make the murderer incapable of sophistry is for Trey to come forward and identify him. With that thought in mind, Mulvey opened her mouth to command at the drop of a hat. Moto, go find some more males and look carefully around the tribe for signs of Trey. Rosen, go to the hunting grounds and call the patriarch back. This matter must be investigated as soon as possible. I'll take Foamy and ask around the females to see who came to Trey before us. I believe it won't take long for us to find the real culprit who framed Foamy. Knowing that Trey's whereabouts were at stake, Motel rushed out of the cabin in a single prancing leap without the slightest hesitation. Although Lawson was upset, he knew that now was not the time for him to vent his anger. He was Yun Mo's only protector. If he got injured on an impulse, there would be no one who could protect Yun Mo's safety. Anyway, Aaron and the others took Trey and won't be escaping just yet. When the matriarch came back, as long as it could be proven that it was Aileen who plotted against Yun Mooi, then none of them would be able to escape. Thinking of this, Luosin uneasily glanced at Yun Mo. Mamoru, stay by Malam's side and don't leave. I'll be right back after I find the matriarch. Fearing that Luosin would be worried, Yun Mo hastily nodded her head. Well, don't worry, no one will dare hurt me with Malam. Seeing the reassuring look in Mulvey's eyes, Lawson was relieved. Without further delay, Lawson transformed into his beast form and quickly rushed out of the cabin. Mulvey looked around the house some more, only to find no other clues. The two men also stopped stopping and walked straight out of the cabin and began to start asking questions around the neighborhood. Since it was early in the morning, many of the females were still sleeping, so after asking around, there was only one female escort who said she seemed to hear something. But since I was busy preparing the females' food and and toiletries for the morning. I didn't even have time to go over and check. For a while, both Malway and Yun were a bit disappointed. Now it's just a matter of hoping for some good news from Mato's side. Thinking that Yun hadn't eaten anything yet, Malway decided to take Yun back to have something to eat first, and then discuss the next step when Motito and Luosen returned. But Malvi didn't let up on her surveillance of Aaron. Being the biggest suspect, Malvi still arranged for a couple of reliable males to go ahead and check out the front of Aaron's cabin. As soon as they found out that Aaron was acting out of character, they simply captured her for a public trial when the matriarch returned. The fact that Malway was so attached to herself made Yun grateful. If it wasn't for the fact that Malvi was so defensive of herself, I'm afraid that the other females in the tribe would have struck out at her long ago. Without even having a chance to go to the Beast God Mountain to prove himself, he would be kicked out by the females in the tribe. Upon returning to Malvi's cabin, Malvi, somewhat embarrassed, pulled out some dry, brown biscuits. Mamoru, this is some nuclear cake I made myself the other day. Although the flavor is not very good, but now there is only this food. Those Jin and Lam have not been dealt with yet, and I don't know how to make a fire, so I can only entrust you with it first. Yun is not someone who likes to be picky about her food, and basically eats whatever is available. Although these dry patties look a little hard to swallow, they are definitely a delicacy compared to the greasy worm meat that looked like slugs yesterday. It's okay, as long as it fills my stomach. I'm not picky. Malway handed the biscuits to Yun hands and then helped Yun pour a cup of water. You haven't eaten anything all night. You must be starving. Later, when Moto comes back, I'll have him grill some meat, so you can eat a little to pad your stomach first. Don't starve your body. Yun didn't push back, and received the cake and water into her hands, opening her mouth and eating it. There was no telling what kind of battle she would have to face later, and she had to fill her stomach while she had the time. Otherwise I'm afraid I won't have the stamina to deal with it at all later. The nuclear cake that Malway had mentioned was also made with unknown ingredients, and it tasted very similar to the bean cakes that Yun had eaten in modern times, with an aroma of beans after they've been roasted. The texture is just a bit worse than a modern bean cake. The dry nuclear cake was hard to swallow into the throat even after chewing it for a long time. Yun choked and hiccuped, and hurriedly picked up the bamboo tube and drank some water. With the water moistened, the dry brownies were finally swallowed. No wonder Malam had just handed herself water before she'd even eaten. It seems there were a large number of females who choked before. With the experience of the first bite, it was much better for Yun to eat the nuclear cake after that. As long as you take a sip of water immediately after biting down on the kernel cake at first to wash it out of your mouth, chewing it again won't be as tough. Yesterday hadn't eaten much, and last night he was starving all night. Now that he had food after a long time, Yun didn't be polite, and ate the few pieces of nuclear cake given by Mal cleanly. By the time she finished drinking from the bamboo tube, a loud noise rang out from outside the cabin. I found Trey. Chapter 24, Counterattack. It was Moto's voice, and Yun hurriedly put down the bamboo tube in her hand and followed behind Malway out of the wooden house. Moto saw the two come out and his eyes checked around. Where's my father? Hasn't he come back yet? Malvi shook her head, realizing that Motito was the only one. He couldn't help but ask, where's Trey? Where is he? Moto couldn't help but sigh at his words. Trey is dead, bitten by a plesiosaur, and a large amount of heron-tail pollen was found on him. The body was found in the depression behind us, and Liha and the others brought him back later. I was afraid you'd be in a hurry, so I came back first to let you know. Hearing this, Yunimomo's heart cooled halfway. Trey actually died, still bitten by the Stygian armor snake, without witnesses. I'm afraid there's no chance of uncovering that murderer. There was also a grim look on Malvi's face. Are there any other clues besides the Stygian armored serpent? Mato shook his head regretfully. The weeds were so dense and tall over the depression that Trey's scent was all but masked by the loontail pollen, and we still found Trey by the smell of the loontail pollen. Malvi frowned. Isn't there any other male scent to be found? Mato still shook his head. The smell of loontail pollen is so strong that you can't smell the other males at all, and from the surroundings, it looks like Trey had loontail pollen all over his body and then walked into that depression on his own. After listening to Motito's words, Malvi couldn't help but fall into silence. It was at this time that the matriarch and Lawson returned. Seeing several people in front of the cabin, Lawson ran ahead of them. Did you find Trey? As soon as his words fell, several of Liha's men carrying Trey's body also arrived in front of the cabin. Here we go. It's been quite a ride. Several people suddenly looked in Liha's direction. Liha took a few quick steps to unload the already bestialized body. Trey's beast form is a wolf-like beast with black fur. The look was the same as the wolf-shaped male next to Aaron, so it should be the same race. The wolf's body remained in a bizarrely twisted position, obviously experiencing extreme pain before dying. Lawson was in a hurry when he saw the already dead Trey. How did he die? Moto rushed forward and described how they had found Trey. After learning what had happened, Matriarch Moan was instantly shaken. Go get all the males that didn't go to the hunting grounds this morning. I want to interrogate them myself. In a moment, all the males were all on the move. Within moments, a dozen males were all gathered in front of the cabin. This also included the 3 male escorts at Aaron's side. All the other males were easily ruled out by witnesses or physical evidence. The only 3 male escorts left in Irene could not produce reliable evidence. Suffice it to say that after they left the square, they went back to Irene's cabin together, and neither of them came out again. But this is something that no one but Aaron can prove. Dope. You dare say you didn't do what happened? Although Trey's strength was ordinary, there weren't many people in the tribe who wanted to take him away without any resistance. Collectively, Yonder and I were in front of the cabin, and the patriarch and a few others had gone to the hunting grounds, and you were the only one in the tribe who had it. Now you're trying to clear your name by saying you didn't go anywhere. That's ridiculous. Luosin had long since decided that it was Irene who wanted to murder Yun Momo, and when he saw that they were still trying to find excuses to escape their guilt, he suddenly questioned out in anger. Lawson, as you guys have said, Trey was bitten by the Stygian armor snake because he was covered in herentail pollen. If I was the one who took Trey, then I would have definitely left the scent of loontail pollen on me. But it's not too late for you to say that if you can find any hint of loontail pollen on me. Morn had just verified that dope didn't smell like loontail pollen. This is why Morn has been slow to make up his mind. Who knows what method you used to remove the smell of herentail pollen? It doesn't prove you're not murderers. Lawson stormed off. If it weren't for the tribal rules, he'd want to rush up and bite Morn's neck right now. Aaron glanced at Lawson with a faint smile. Lawson, I know you've been mad at me for branding Dope first, but you can't get back at Dope with something like this. Perhaps Trey saw the female come back alive and was afraid that he would be punished by the tribe if his plot against the female was revealed. So he applied herentail pollen and went to kill himself. Catch a thief and get dirty. Dope doesn't smell a bit like herentail pollen. Isn't it unfair that you have to rely on Dope? Enraged by Aaron, Lawson transformed directly into his beastly form and rushed to Dope's face. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you guys. Let's just go straight to war. The 3 of you together. I will never let you hurt Foamy again. At those words, a few of the Doppels changed their faces. Matriarch, it's almost the Inferno period now. If we get injured from the battle, we won't be able to keep the females alive. Lawson is clearly targeting me. We refuse to go to war with him. Aaron grunted in exasperation, her cold eyes looking at Yun Momo. I think Lawson was egged on by that female. Her purpose is to get the males of the tribe to fight for her. By then the strong males of our tribe will be incapacitated, and when the enemy rushes into the tribe, no one will be able to resist. In the face of Irene's repeated false accusations, Yun Momo didn't want to tolerate it anymore. Aaron, the matriarch said yesterday that if you ever slander me again on a whim, you will not be spared. What you said just now was an attempt to falsely accuse me of being a spy. There's no way for you to weasel out of it this time. Aaron sniffed and blushed. I didn't. Morn frowned at Aaron. Foamy has already passed the Starworm test. That means she is by no means a spy. And what Aaron just said is indeed a false accusation against Foamy. Since you've violated the rules I've laid down, you'll be punished. After saying that, the matriarch waved her hand, and several aged females rushed to Aaron's face at once. With just a lift of her hand, she clasped both of Aaron's hands behind her back. Aaron had never been punished before and struggled in terror. On what grounds? That female is of unknown origin and is definitely a spy. I'm doing this all for the sake of the tribe. For every female in the tribe. You've all been fooled by her, and when the enemy rushes into the tribe later, it will be too late for you to regret it. Morn sighed in disappointment and waved her hand in Aaron's direction. Lock her in the pit of the earth for 3 days of reflection, and let no one go near her during that time. Aaron instantly turned ashen and struggled fiercely. Let me go. I'm not wrong. Why should I be punished? Dope. Yuke, what are you waiting for? Get over here and save me. I don't want to be put in the pit. Chapter 25, The Despicable Dope. Seeing that Aaron was going to be punished, the 3 Dopes were in a hurry. Not caring about the restrictions of the clan's rules, he directly charged towards a few of the older females with a low growl. How could Mon let a few people disregard his authority? He immediately transformed into a beast form with a low roar and blocked in front of the few people. Dope, are you boys trying to disobey me? The 3 Doppies suddenly reacted and looked at Morn with a torn face. Matriarch, Aaron is only thinking about the tribe. You can't punish her for this. Please also revoke Aaron's punishment. Mon glanced faintly at Aaron and spoke in a cold tone. I've already said that as long as Yun Momo can pass the Starworm test, then she's a member of the tribe, and no one is free to falsely accuse Yun Momo. Aaron's blatant defiance of my orders under the guise of looking out for the tribe is something I will never allow. Now if you don't accept my punishment for Aaron, then all of you will get out of the tribe. This time, Morn didn't show them any mercy. As the patriarch of the tribe, once the authority is questioned and provoked, it is the deadliest threat. Whatever Aaron and Dop's reasons for their actions, Morn would not compromise in the slightest. The 3 Dopers heard Morn's firmness, and their eyes couldn't help but look at Aaron. This matter is no longer theirs to decide. If Aaron insisted that they didn't want to be punished, they would have to leave with Aaron even if they didn't want to be kicked out of the tribe. After all, they were Aaron's protectors, and Aaron's wishes must prevail at all times. At this moment, Eileen's face was filled with disbelief. She hadn't expected Morn to be so adamant. Before, when he had done something wrong, Moan had turned a blind eye to him. A little reprimand goes a long way. But this time, Morn was actually determined to punish himself. This made the resentment in Aaron's heart grow stronger. Matriarch, my parents sacrificed their lives to protect you and the clan back then. Now you're punishing me for this female who came to the tribe only yesterday. Are you doing right by my dead parents? Hearing Aaron mention her parents, Morn however couldn't help but exhale. Aaron, I have indulged you too much over the years, which has allowed you to ignore the rules and orders of the tribe. This time you must take your punishment and reflect on it. Otherwise, in the future, you don't know what you'll do to jeopardize the tribe. Morn's cold tone made Aaron's heart sink to the bottom. She knew that there was no turning back on this. If she didn't want to be punished, then she would have to leave the tribe with a few of the dopers. Now that the inferno period was approaching, it would be difficult for her to find a suitable tribe to land in if she left the tribe. Without the shelter of the tribe, there was no guarantee of their own safety with just a few of Dop's men. Either they starved to death or become food for other beasts. Compared to such a crisis, being locked up in a pit in the ground for 3 days seemed the wisest choice. Even though the hatred in her heart was rushing to the sky, Aaron gritted her teeth and endured it. Glancing in Yun Mo's direction, Eileen's gaze was grim as she looked towards Yun Mo. Yun Mo, you've won, but don't be complacent, you'll regret it one day. After saying that, Aaron stopped resisting and allowed the older females to take her away. The 3 Doppies saw Aaron being taken away and tried to follow, but they were stopped in their tracks by Lawson. You guys don't want to leave. You're not going anywhere until the murder of Fomi is cleared up. In Luo Sin's heart, these males were the culprits for jeopardizing Yun Mo's safety. If they weren't killed, Yun Mo's safety couldn't be guaranteed. However, Dop and the others were now worried about Aaron's situation, so they didn't have the heart to spend time here, and immediately set up a fight with Lawson. Even if Luosin was stronger than them, but with the 3 of them joining forces, Luosin wouldn't be able to retreat in one piece. The battle was imminent, and Yun Mo was worried that Luosin would be injured because of himself, so he hastened to speak out to stop it. Luosin, let's leave this matter to the matriarch. I'm sure the matriarch won't let the murderer go. As patriarch, Morn doesn't want to see fighting in the tribe, especially since Lawson was the most battle-hardened hunter in the tribe. If Lawson was wounded from this battle, the tribe would certainly not be able to stock up on enough food before the scorching period. Even if he also deeply suspected that the Dop several people were the murderers who plotted to kill Yun Mo and Trey, he could not force them to be convicted due to the lack of evidence. In order to minimize unnecessary damage, Morn could only speak out. Lawson, don't worry. I will definitely look into this matter as soon as possible and will never let the murderer do whatever he wants in the tribe. Luosin had long since been overwhelmed by anger, and his powerful battle intent caused an unrivaled aura to emanate from all around him. Matriarch, today I must fight them to the death. No matter what the punishment is, I am willing to bear it all. I will never allow them to threaten Fomi's safety. After saying that, Lawson's body jerked forward and charged in Duopu's direction. A few of the doppelgangers let out a low growl as they were compelled by Lawson's aura to crouch low and mount a defense. However, what Dop didn't expect was that Lawson wasn't competing with them this time, but had murderous intentions. Seeing that Lawson's sharp teeth were about to bite his neck, Dop suddenly clamped his tail and retreated to the wolf beast's side with a mischievous sound. Lawson's body twisted in midair and continued to pursue Dope. Dop could not avoid it, and his sharp claws clawed hard into the back of the wolf beast's shoulder. The pain that caught him off guard caused the wolf beast to subconsciously dodge forward. By the time he sensed Dop's intent to sacrifice himself, it was too late. Lawson's sharp teeth had pierced deep into the wolf beast's neck. Ow. Dope, you scumbag. A cold light flashed in Dope's eyes. You're already injured. You don't have much of a fighting chance at all, and after that you'll just be abandoned by Aaron to die. It is of the greatest value to you now that you can defend me against the fatal blow of Lawson. Unwillingness and resentment filled Yuke's eyes, blood gushing out of his mouth and nose with his broken breath. Dope, you won't get away with this. It was clearly you yesterday. Before UK could finish his words, Dop's expression turned sinister. In an instant, Dope lunged forward, biting down on Yuke's hind leg and yanking hard. Before Lawson could let go, Yuke's neck was ripped off by the force of Dope's pull. Obviously what Yuk had to say was not favorable to Dop. Otherwise Dop would not have taken the extra step to end Yuk's life. He was on the verge of getting evidence of Dop's plot to murder Yun Momo, only to be interrupted by Dop in the nick of time. Lawson's anger was at its peak. "Dope, you deserve to die." Shrugging off Yuk's body viciously, Lawson roared and continued his attack on Dop. Chapter 26, The Chief's Punishment. Only this time, Dope was ready. A second before Lawson came charging in, Dope found the right direction and launched himself towards Lawson's weakest waist and stomach. In just a blink of an eye, the two powerful beasts tore into each other. The other bear beast could not help but feel sadness in his heart when he saw that Yuk was dead, not wanting to end up in the same situation as Yuk. The bear beast let out a mournful cry as well, raising its front paws and charging into the fray. For a moment, Lawson's position gradually became passive. Yun Momo only saw blood flying, and with worry, she hurriedly voiced out to ask Mon for help. "Patriarch, we can't let them fight any longer. Make them stop." Morn also knew that if the fight continued, Lawson would definitely be injured, and not wanting Lawson to make a big mistake on impulse, he let out an intimidating roar. The few people in the battlefield were subdued by this roar, and their attacking movements paused slightly. Yun Momo anxiously looked at Luosen, and saw that Luosen's legs and back were covered in deep blood marks. As for Doppel and Bear Beast on the other side of the room, they were in a worse state than Lawson. The Bear Beast's front chest was torn open with a long bloody gash, and blood was continuously gushing out from the wound. Dope was no better than a bear beast. A claw mark ran diagonally across his entire face, and one eye was blinded, leaving only a deep bloody hole. There were even more bloody cuts on his body. The other males in the tribe all sucked in a breath of cold air after seeing such grievous injuries. If Morn hadn't stopped him, I'm afraid it wouldn't have taken long for Dope to be bitten alive by Lawson. As for Lawson, it probably won't be easy. Even if they weren't crippled, they would be seriously injured. Before the Inferno scorching stage, such an injury would undoubtedly be fatal. After all, with serious injuries, it was impossible to hoard enough food to survive the crisis of the Inferno scorch period. Moen's face became gloomy when he saw such a situation. "Lawson, you started a private battle that resulted in male casualties, and I must punish you for that." Lawson didn't care how Morn punished himself, just stared hard at Dop with murderous intent in his eyes. "Matriarch, I'm willing to take any punishment, but I have to kill Dope." Duopu seemed to have not expected Lawson to be so resolute, and a chill erupted from his one eye. "Lawson, you're the only escort that female has, and if you're seriously injured, that female won't survive." Lawson's eyes flashed as he finally snapped out of his rage. He only thought that after killing the 3 Duopu people, Yun Momo would have no threat in the tribe, but he forgot that Yun Momo only had himself as an escort, and if he was injured and couldn't provide Yun Momo with enough food, then Yun Momo would still face the risk of being starved to death. With a resigned glance at Doppel, Lawson couldn't help but let out a low growl. Foamy can still brand other males to become guardians. There are plenty of strong men in the tribe, so naturally there are other males who can take care of Foamy. And as for you, I will never forgive you. After saying that, Luosen still wanted to continue fighting, and Yun Momo immediately shouted out, "Lawson, stop it. I've already said I won't brand another male as a guardian. The matriarch has also said that the murderer will be found out, and it would be too worthless for you to get hurt because of this." Luosen looked at Yun Momo's anxious appearance, and a flash of struggle flashed in his eyes. Morn took the opportunity to speak. "Lawson, now that Yuk is dead and Doppel and Sari have been seriously injured, even if they really wanted to do something bad to Foamy they wouldn't have the ability to do so. So what are you worried about?" The anger in Lawson's eyes faded after he saw the misery of Dope and Sari. Just like Moen said, with their current level of serious injuries, as long as they guarded Yun Momo's side, it would be difficult for them to pose a threat to Yun Mo anymore. At the thought, Lawson looked warningly at Dope and Sari. "Keep your lives for now. I'll collect them when I find evidence of your plot against Foamy." After saying that, the light on Luosen's body flickered and he transformed into a human form and returned to Yun Momo's side. Dope and Suri were relieved to be back from the dead, not caring about Yuk, who was already out of breath. The two hurriedly supported their heavily injured bodies and ran in the direction Aaron had left. If Aaron blamed them for this, they would be reduced to unwanted males from now on. Such a result was unacceptable to them. When the two men had left, Morn looked over at Lawson. "Lawson, you were just too impulsive today. Aaron has already been punished by me, and even if Dop and the others were the real culprits who plotted against Foamy and Trey, they won't have time to do evil for a while. As long as the evidence is found as soon as possible and the real culprits are caught, Foamy's crisis will be solved. I can only punish you for your insistence on going to war without listening and causing the death of Yuk." Lawson had no objection to Morn's decision. "Matriarch, I am willing to accept the punishment, no matter what the consequences are." Yun Momo looked at the large and small wounds on Luosen's body. her eyes filled with heartache. Matriarch, Lawson would be so impulsive all because he is worried about me. I am willing to share the punishment with Lawson. Sensing Yun Mo's defense of Luo Sen, the sternness under Mon's eyes couldn't help but loosen a few points. Males are often justified in defending females, but it is rare for females to step in and defend males. As one of the males, Morn was genuinely happy for Lawson. Since you're willing to share the burden with Lawson, I'll penalize you for stocking up on food for the tribe. Before you reach the Inferno period, you need to turn in enough food to redeem 10 jars of salt, and if you can't accomplish that, then you'll have to leave the tribe. Yun Moxie didn't understand the units of measurement here and was a little hesitant for a moment, but Lawson, who was on the sidelines, was too busy to agree. Thank you, Matriarch, for your openness. I will make sure to stock up on enough food before the Inferno Scorch period. A bewildered Yun Momo also hurriedly followed suit and thanked him. With a solemn face, Malwei came to Yun Momo's side and spoke soothingly. Foamy, don't worry, the matter of murdering females has always been the biggest taboo in the tribe. We will definitely give you an explanation. Yun Momo nodded reassuringly. With you and the matriarch here, I'm sure this matter will soon come to light. Morn arranged for a few males to take Trey and Yuke's bodies down for cremation, while the other males were assigned to investigate the matter of the real killer. Worried about the injuries on Luo Sen's body, Yun Momo said goodbye to Malwei and the matriarch and went back to his cabin with Luo Sen. Along the way, Luo Sen tried to pack Yun Momo several times, but was decisively rejected by Yun Momo. At this, Lawson looked self-conscious. Returning to the wooden house, Yun Momo let Luo Sen lie down in the animal skin nest, picked up the bamboo tube and was about to go fetch water to help Luo Sen clean his wounds. As a result, Lawson grabbed the bamboo tube and went hard on his own. It was as if letting Yun Momo go to the river to fetch water was harder to accept than letting him die. Chapter 27, A Passive Situation. When Lawson returned from fetching water, he finally plopped down honestly in the nest of animal skins. Yun Momo searched the wooden house for half a day, but did not find a piece of fabric, only a piece of soft animal skin with faded fur. After wetting the animal skin, Yun Momo realized that the water absorbency was not bad. It was barely usable. Most of the wounds on Lawson's body weren't deep, except for 2 bloody holes in his waist, which should have been caused by being penetrated by sharp teeth. I don't think that dope has rabies. After all, there's no rabies vaccine available here either. One can only pray in their hearts that there is no such disease in the beast world. Because the wound on his back was relatively shallow, it didn't take much effort for Yun Momo to clean it up. Taking out Sindler's bamboo tube containing the injury medicine, Yun Momo gently applied the medicine to Luo Sen's back. It's all scratched up, and this medicine should be more symptomatic. Now it's just a matter of which bloody hole in the waist is left. Cloud Foamy's scalp tingled as she watched, using his soft skin to clean up the area around the bloody hole, and blood continued to gush out. A wound like that would certainly require stitches in modern times, but the beast world doesn't seem to have needles and thread or anything like that. I don't know what they usually do with wounds like this. Luo Sen, who was lying on his back in the nest of animal skins, saw that Yun Momo had been staring at the bloody hole on his waist and froze, and thought that Yun Momo was too tired. With a heartfelt expression, he took the soft leather in her hand and spoke with apologetic eyes. Foamy, I've worked hard for you. I'll take care of the injury on my waist myself. When I'm done with it, I'll go to the hunting ground and hunt a snow antelope back for you. The meat of the snow antelope is very tender. You'll definitely like it. Yun Momo saw Luo Sen say that while pouring out a pile of medicine from the bamboo tube, snapping and whirring it on his waist, and then casually wrapping it around with the animal skin before getting ready to get up. Such a casual manner made Yun Momo's eyes widen in shock. That's a deep cut on your waist. Would you have a problem treating it like that? Luo Sen smiled brightly. What's this injury? It won't take long to heal. Don't worry, I will never let you starve. Seeing that Luo Sen didn't care, the look on Yun Momo's face became serious. Still laughing? The wound is so bad, it'll be a problem if it has trouble healing. Until the wound heals, you stay in the house honestly and don't go anywhere. The smile on Luo Sen's face froze. No, you haven't had enough to eat since yesterday, and today I have to go to the hunting grounds to get a prey back. How could I possibly let you starve after me? Saying that, Luo Sen was about to get up, and Yun Momo hurriedly pressed his shoulder. Why does it have to be meat? Why don't you just teach me how to make kernel cakes, and as long as we make more of them, we shouldn't starve. Lawson couldn't sit still at once. No, it's too tiring to make a nuclear cake. It's better for me to go to the hunting ground to hunt. This injury of mine really doesn't matter. Yun Momo did not have the good sense to slap Luo Sen lightly on his waist, and Luo Sen secretly huffed in pain. Don't try to be a hero. It's important to get well quickly. We still owe the matriarch for exchanging 10 jars of salt for food. You go hunting in this condition, you might even get hurt. When that happens, I'll just have to make nuclear cakes day and night to save up enough for all that food the matriarch wants. His own injuries Lawson knew better than anyone. He also understood that if he didn't recuperate from his injuries, he wouldn't be able to exert his full strength at all. If he was brave and braced his injured body to go hunting, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be injured again in the event of a critical situation. Right now, Momo only had him as a male escort, and if his injuries worsened, Momo would completely have no escort to rely on. At the thought, Lawson hung his head a little bereft. Mamoru, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I were stronger, I wouldn't have gotten hurt. Now not only can't I take care of you, but I have to make you a nuclear pancake to fill your stomach. I'm just so useless. Seeing Luosen's self-condemning expression, Momo was the one who clapped her hands and stood up. It's not your fault. Why are you saying sorry? Besides, I've got arms and legs. Why can't I make my own kernel cakes to eat? It would be hard for you if you let me idle every day. Saying that, Momo picked up an animal skin and gently covered Luosen's body, speaking in a soft tone. Simler's medicine is very effective, so lay back in the cabin and rest. You just tell me the ingredients and how to make the nuclear cake and I'll have it ready in no time. Maybe I'll make it even better than you do. Seeing the current situation, Luosen also knew that he could only give Momo a better life by letting his wounds heal as soon as possible. Although there was still some awkwardness in his heart, under Momo's insistent eyes, Luosen still went over the ingredients and method of making the nuclear cake in detail. There is no complicated way to make the kernels, just 3 steps of crushing the kernels, pressing the kernels and baking them. But obtaining the ingredients for the cobblers was slightly more involved. You need to go to the forest by the tribe and find the drupe plant, then just dig the drupe out of the dirt. The work of digging was nothing. After all, Momo was young. The strength to dig something was still there. The only thing that gave her a headache was that she didn't recognize the drupe plant. She couldn't very well tell Lawson she didn't recognize what a drupe looked like. If this guy knew about it, he'd get up out of his animal skin nest in a heartbeat and go dig it up himself. She'd had a hard time placating Lawson, and she didn't want to give up on that at this point. So after asking for the general direction of digging up the kernel fruits, Momo carried Tuan and walked out of the wooden house. By now the sun had turned an incandescent color, much like the modern midday sky. The temperature is also much warmer than it was in the morning. Along the way towards the forest at the edge of the tribe, the other females in the tribe were looking towards Momo's direction. She's only just entered the tribe. Aaron's been put in the pit, and Yuke's been bitten by Lothlorien, so we'd better be careful from now on. I heard that Dope and Sari were also badly injured. Dope was blinded in one eye and Sari was almost shaved alive. Their strength will only fall in the future. Lorson wasn't like this before she came, and as soon as she came, Lorson followed the devil as horribly. Let's all stay away from her in the future. In case she sets her sights on us, we don't know who will be the next one to be unlucky. Well, my escorts are much less powerful than Aaron's. If she sets her sights on them, those escorts of mine are afraid that they will only die. Momo's footsteps, which were just about to go forward to inquire, stopped when she heard their words. I didn't realize that the females of the tribe were getting the wrong idea about themselves. For such a question, Momo was also helpless. After all, she could not reverse these females' rejection of herself for the time being. If this situation continues, I'm afraid I'll be in a very passive position in the tribe. Chapter 28, An enemy's enemy is a friend. However, Momo was new to this place and didn't know much about the habits and lifestyle. Even if you want to get on good terms with these females, it's not going to happen overnight. The only thing to do now was to ensure his basic life first, and then find a way to change the situation when he familiarized himself with the environment in the tribe afterward. Not caring how those females were talking behind their backs, Momo continued to walk towards the forest at the edge of the tribe. After entering the forest, Momo looked at the weeds that filled the ground and had trouble. There were so many plants here that she couldn't tell which one was the drupe. One can only bend down and look through the weeds, trying to see if there are any plants they recognize. Even if you can't find drupes, finding mushrooms and wild greens or something like that would be fine. As she was just reaching out towards a plant, there was a sudden burst of laughter from behind her. Ha ha ha, those are prickly weeds. You'll be in for it if you touch them with your hands. Hearing this voice, Momo turned around in surprise. A female with flaxen hair was seen sitting on a tree branch, laughing heartily. Momo subconsciously retracted her hand and stood up somewhat awkwardly. Thank you for reminding me. My name is Cloudmore. Are you a female of this tribe as well? That female jumped down from the tree branch immediately after hearing Momo's words, jogging all the way to Momo's side. His eyes sized up Momo's body before he smiled and opened his mouth. My name is Muya. I'm also from this tribe. I've heard all about you. I didn't realize that Irene was actually screwed over so badly by you. It simply helped me out. for the fact that you were able to get Aaron into a pit in the ground for 3 days. You're a friend I'll make. Yunmomo awkwardly squeezed out a smile and tried to speak. You and Aaron don't get along? Muya sighed with emotion. It's a long story. You'll understand later. Just know that you're doing the right thing and I'm on your side. Apparently, Muya had a deep grudge against Irene before. Since Muya didn't want to say anything right now, Yunmomo didn't want to pursue the matter too much. Judging by the sincerity in her eyes, she meant no harm to herself. This was still the second female other than Malayam who had shown kindness to herself after Yunmomo came to the beast world. Such kindness was very rare, and Yunmomo did not want to miss this opportunity to make friends. Muya, thank you for trusting me so much. I'm happy to be your friend. Muya's character was very cheerful, and just after Yunmomo had finished speaking, she took Yunmomo's hand in her own hands. You're over here looking for food, aren't you? I can help you. I know this place well, and I can definitely help you find enough food. A light of surprise floated up in Yunmomo's eyes. Great! I don't recognize any of these plants, and I don't even know which plant is a drupe when I try to tell which one is a drupe, so teach me where I can find drupes. Muya didn't hold back and took Yunmomo's hand and went to the other side of the big tree. You see, these are the drupes. Following the direction of her finger, Yunmomo soon saw a plant with light pink leaves. This plant is much like modern lettuce, except that the leaves are a different color and the rhizomes appear to be much thicker. Yunmomo looked around and realized that there were quite a few such plants. If they were to follow the method of preparation that Lorson had described, the drupes under this large tree alone would be enough for them to eat for days. These drupes are plentiful, but they're not tasty. They're tiring to make, and they're not as tasty as the green stones I found. Muya looked at the drupe with disgust and opened her mouth to recommend another food. This thing Yunmomo had never even heard of, and immediately asked with a curious opening, "Is that green stone a plant too?" Muya nodded. Then with a mysterious face, she attached herself to Yunmomo's ear and whispered, "I'm the only one who knows about the green stone as a food. No one else in the tribe knows about it, and now I'm telling you the secret as a reward for helping me out." Although the drupe was filling, like Muya said, that thing was really not very tasty except for filling the stomach. Although she had never seen a food like green stones, Yunmomo was willing to believe Muya. Then what are you waiting for? Take me to that green stone you were talking about. Muya did not expect Yunmomo to actually be willing to believe in herself. Her expression was first stunned for a split second. Then she smiled happily. You're really right for my temper. Go! I'll take you to the green stone right now, and I guarantee it won't taste much worse than barbecued meat. With that, Muya led Yunmomo towards the depths of the forest. On the way, Muya carefully taught Yunmomo to recognize various plants. Which ones were poisonous, which ones would give the females a rash, which ones would give them diarrhea if they ate them, as well as which ones would bear tasty berries after a period of heavy rains. As long as they were encountered, Muya patiently explained them to Yunmomo. Yunmomo memorized the whole way by heart, and even found some plants that looked like wheat. These plants Muya only said were not poisonous, but most of the tribe would not eat them, because they're so tiny, it's too much of a hassle to try to fill them up, so no one usually collects these plants to eat. But Yunmomo, a modern person, didn't think so. If this stuff really was in the same category as wheat, then she could grow it in this beast world and make delicious noodles. Originally, he wanted to ask Muya if there was a plant like rice here, but it turned out that after describing the rice, Muya had not seen it. Thinking that there was actually no rice here, a pang of sadness ran through Yunmo's heart. She has a favorite food made of rice, such as soup dumplings, such as zipa, hair cake and other delicacies. If there was no rice, then in the beast world, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to eat it. Muya didn't understand how Yunmomo could recognize these plants that she hadn't seen before, and just assumed that they were endemic to the deserted city side. When he thought of Yunmomo living in that horrible place like the deserted city since he was young, Muya couldn't help but float a touch of heartache in his eyes when he looked at Yunmomo. Mamoru, don't worry, even if we don't have that kind of plant, there's plenty of delicious food on this side of the tribe. It's just that a lot of the plants are no longer edible now that the scorching period is approaching. I'll be sure to lead you to more tasty treats after the next storm period. You'll love it. Looking at the smiling female in front of her, Yunmomo's heart warmed. Well, when the time comes, I'll make you lots of delicious food, so you can try my handiwork too. Muya was amused by Yunmomo's confidence. I'm the best eating female in the tribe. Are you sure you can satisfy me? Yunmomo, who was also a foodie, firmly believed that the thousands of years of modern dietary accumulation would surely be able to conquer the mouth of this little beast world female. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied when the time comes. Chapter 29, The Unusual Muya. The two talked and laughed all the way to the depths of the forest. The weeds are much denser here than they were just now, and there's no place to even land. But Muya was very familiar with raking away the half-man-high weeds and stepping out a hard path. It's a bit far from the tribe, and the females that usually come over to gather don't come here, so they didn't know that there was a damp depression behind them beyond this copse. The kind of green stones I'm talking about grow around the depression. Usually they are always robbing me because of the number of people, and I always bake and eat them on the spot after digging up the green stones here. Hearing that the females in the tribe would actually still rob Muya, Yun Mochizuki was instantly a bit strange. Didn't you tell Mal AM? She would have helped you if she knew. Muya smiled and shook her head. There's a lot of things that can't be said about who's right and who's wrong. It's better to stay away from them rather than make things difficult for Malam. After all, there's no way I can fight them hard without a branded guardian. You don't have a branded escort? Then how have you lived all your adult life? Yun Mo's gaze was a bit incredulous. In her superficial knowledge of the beast world, it was mandatory for females here to be branded as guardians when they reached adulthood. There is no way for a female to survive without branding a guardian. After all, females couldn't take the form of a beast, couldn't go hunting in the hunting grounds, and had no way to defend themselves against predation and encroachment from their enemies. The more guardians that are branded, the stronger they are, the more protection the female will have against dangers from the outside world. For this, Muya looked full of concern. While clearing the weeds and bushes in front of him, he opened his mouth with a smile. There's not really any danger in the tribe, so as long as you hold off on the meat, it doesn't make much difference if you have an escort or not. The only thing that makes me uncomfortable is probably the occasional harassment from the females. After the next storm season, I'll be able to save up enough food to redeem 10 cans of salt. When the time comes, all I have to do is give the salt team 5 shakers of salt for food, and they'll be able to escort me to the 4-square beast city. That leaves 5 cans of salt for food, almost enough to keep me in the quadrant beast city for a while. Yun Momo was a little curious for a moment. Is there anything you're looking forward to in the quadrant beast city? Muya, who was picking at the grass, gave a start to her movements, and after letting out a long breath, she then continued to speak. I can't say I'm looking forward to it. I'm just trying to find an answer, and maybe when I find that answer, I'll be able to die for good. Muya's tone held a hint of frustration. Perhaps that answer was why she hadn't branded her guardian. Suddenly, Yun Momo's eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Muya. In this beast world where there was an existential crisis everywhere, it was really not easy for Muya to make it this far for the persistence in her heart. Although she was curious about what Muya wanted the answer to be, before Muya took the initiative to speak, Yun Momo did not want to deliberately pursue the question. She would only silently wish Muya in her heart to fulfill her wish as soon as possible and go forward to the 4 Directions Beast City to find the answer she wanted. Maybe when that time came, Muya would be willing to share it with herself. Muya, I'm sure you'll find that answer, and I'll help you. Muya turned around and smiled brightly, not being polite to Yun Momo in the slightest. That's what you said. I'm afraid I'll be bothering you a lot from now on. Yun Momo also patted his chest righteously. Don't worry, as long as it's something I can do, I'll never hesitate. For a while, the two became a little closer. The road after that was not easy to walk, but with the joint efforts of the two, the weeds and bushes on the road could not stop them at all. It wasn't long before the two of them finally arrived at the depression Muya had mentioned. It looked incredibly vivid compared to the woods that were just full of weeds. In the middle of the depression is a shallow puddle with many plants of different colors growing around it. Insects of all sorts emit low chirps through the high and low interspersed vegetation. Tuan, who had been lying on his back in Yun Momo's arms in a shallow sleep, finally couldn't stay after arriving here. With 4 little short paws picking at them, they jumped to the ground and played after the insects that were hopping around on the ground. Muya came to the edge of the puddle and sighed with some loss. It's almost time for the inferno period, and the green stones seem to have stopped growing, so that's all that's left now. Yun Momo followed her gaze and realized that the green stones she was talking about were actually still aquatic plants, only to see a plant with crystal clear leaves growing in a shallow puddle, looking somewhat like a modern water lily, but much larger. One blade was almost half a meter wide, and each plant had only 3 blades, and in the very center of the blades grew a green, translucent sphere about the size of a modern coconut. This sphere should be the green stone Muya was talking about. The puddle wasn't very big, and although such green stones were crowded on the puddle, there were only about 10 of them when counted carefully. The green stones near the edge of the puddle had been removed, and only the 5 or 6 plants in the center still had those translucent globes. Seeing this, Yun Machao felt satisfied. These are also enough for several meals, and as long as we keep the seeds and plant some more down the road, we'll have more fruit to eat later. Muya was a bit reactive. What's a seed? Can you really make these green stones? Yun Momo was stunned for a moment. She didn't think Muya even knew what a seed was. It seems that the people in this tribe have not yet mastered the art of cultivation. It's no wonder the females here have to live off the males. After all, plant-based food supplies are unstable, and they have to rely on the prey that the males catch in return for most of their food source. So the female's ability to survive would be extremely low. If you could rely on cultivation to enhance food acquisition, then the females wouldn't have to rely entirely on the males for their survival. Similar to her arrival in the tribe, the female's sense of crisis that they would never again have the opportunity to brand a good young male was not as strong. However, after seeing Muya's confused eyes, Yun Momo didn't know how to explain the planting matter to her for a while. After all, planting is easier said than done, but there is a certain amount of finesse involved. Seed collection and selection, for example, is a technical task. It's not the bigger the seed that's better, but rather the strength of the seed's germ. Only seeds with strong germs will have a higher viability rate and grow better plants and fruits. As for the subsequent selection of planting locations and control of temperature and climate, it is even more important to observe and understand for a long time to find the most suitable point. Even with excellent seeds, improper location and temperature climate can drastically reduce seed viability. Chapter 30, Let's do it together. If I wanted to tell Muya clearly about this planting thing, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to complete it until nightfall. Thinking that he would have to come here often afterward to observe the growth of various plants, there was no need to rush now to make it clear today. In response to Muya's inquisitiveness at this moment, Yun Momo just winked mysteriously. The seeds should be in the green stone. Just pick it off and you'll see the seeds in the green stone. Muya listened with seeming understanding, although she didn't know how the seeds could make more green stones, but she believed that Yun Momo would never deceive herself. The thought of having more green stones to eat in the future filled Muya's pair of round fawn eyes with a longing light. Wait here. I'll go over and pick a few green stones over here now. Cloud Mist was thinking about how to enter the puddle to pick the green stone when he heard a poof sound. Turning his head, Muya had jumped into the puddle. The water in the puddle wasn't deep, and even when Muya went all the way to the green stone bushes, the water level only barely reached Muya's waistline. Muya's movements were quick, raising her hand and grabbing a green stone. With just a gentle twist, the coconut-sized fruit was easily picked by Muya. Greeting Yun Momo at the edge of the puddle, Muya threw it sharply, and the green stone made a circular arc towards Yun Momo's direction. Yun Macho hurriedly caught the green stone with her hand, and it was cold to the touch. It's like a watermelon that's been chilled. After picking one, Muya's side quickly picked two more. This time, instead of tossing it to Yun Momo, he held it in one hand and walked towards the shore. By the time Muya stepped out of the puddle, half her body was soaked. But the good thing was that the temperature was hot enough that she wasn't worried about catching a cold or anything like that. This green stone is more top saturated than meat, so we should have almost enough to eat if we pick 3 at a time. If you can't pick them all and eat them, by tomorrow, these green stones will rot into a puddle. So this can't be stored. You have to eat it as you pick it. 4 green stones, Muya has absolute experience. Yun Momo didn't doubt it at all. Well, just enough to eat. I have to come to this forest every day anyway. We'll come back and pick them tomorrow if you're willing. Muya bristled. As long as you can find that seed that can make more green stones, you can have all these green stones. Just don't worry, I will never let you suffer. Yun Momo said with a face of assurance. After walking for most of the day, both of them were a bit hungry. Muya had the experience of being robbed of food by females before, so she had gotten into the habit of making green stones in place. Yun Momo did not have any opinion on this. The big deal was that after it was baked, she would just bring some back to Luosen to eat. The two men were in agreement, and they began to move at once. Muya was in charge of going to the perimeter to collect firewood because she was more familiar with the terrain. Instead, Cloud Mist was responsible for stacking a fire pit of roasted green stones here. Tuan, who had been playing at the edge of the puddle, was also tired of playing, and seeing that Yun Momo was constantly searching for stones at the edge of the puddle, he also seriously began to help. Though it's not much bigger than a cat, it's no less powerful. A lot of rocks that Yun Momo couldn't move. Tuan only used his head to gently arch, and the rocks kept moving forward. It simply helped Yun Momo. With Tuan's help, Yun Momo quickly finished stacking the fire pit. Muya, who was in charge of gathering firewood over there, had already returned with a large dry tree trunk. Seeing that Yun Momo actually had everything ready, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. I didn't realize that you weren't slow. I thought you'd have dug a hole at most by now, but it turns out that you've built them all. For that alone, the females in the tribe can't compete with you. Yun Momo was picking up fine and soft withered grass in the periphery to prepare for a fire, and couldn't help but laugh out loud when she heard Muya's words. I'm still not strong enough. It's a good thing I have Tuan to help me. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to move those big rocks. Hearing that Tuan would actually give Yun Momo a helping hand, Muya couldn't help but feel envious. I can't believe that even a young beast can listen to your command. I've never seen that before in my entire life. If only I could raise a young beast like that. Tuan Tuan was originally full of pride, yet after hearing Muya's words, his eyes turned disgusted. Chirp, chirp, that sharp chirp seemed to be trying to counter something. Nay, with the language barrier, Momo and Muya didn't know what Tuan Tuan was trying to express. This little guy can't be thinking that I'm going to snatch it from your hands. I definitely don't mean that, Muya hurriedly explained. Tuan Tuan saw that the two men could not understand what they meant, and the four little short legs turned back and forth on the ground a few times, and finally whimpered helplessly, and lay down on the edge of the fire and set up a mess. Momo looked amusedly at the stifled Tuan Tuan. Alright, Muya is praising you. After the green stones are baked later, I will definitely let you eat more. Speaking of food, the group was finally in a better mood. A pair of round, ebony eyes looked expectantly at the fruit at the edge of the puddle. After calming down Tuan Tuan, Momo also prepared the things to build a fire. Muya found 2 stones and smashed them halfway across the withered grass, with the result that not a single spark popped out. It's just that I can't strike a spark at this time of the day, so wait for me for a while. I'll go to the mountain stream at the edge of the forest and find a few more stones that can light a fire. Momo looked at Muya with a surprised face. Wouldn't you light it by friction? This time, Muya shook her head. You're talking about drilling with a branch on another log. Right, that's way too tiring for a female to light a fire. It's still easier to use one of those rocks that can touch sparks, except it's slightly farther to that mountain stream, so if I run faster, I should still be in time. Saying that, Muya was about to get up and head out. Momo hurriedly pulled Muya's hand. Leave the lighting of the fire to me. I'll have it lit in no time. Muya questioningly looked at Momo's skinny arms. Your arms aren't as strong as mine. Are you okay? Momo smiled helplessly. There are many ways to light a fire, and just because you don't have the strength in your arms doesn't mean you can't make labor-saving tools. Get me some resilient vines and I'll let you witness the miracle right away. These words immediately piqued Muya's curiosity. He also couldn't care less about going to the stone, and hurriedly nodded towards Momo. Resilient vines, huh? I'm going to get you some right now. I don't believe it. With this much strength you can still get the fire out. Without waiting for Momo to respond, Muya darted to the woods outside the puddle and found a slender vine in no time. See if this one works. It's the most resilient vine in the woods. Even if a forest cow is entangled, it won't be able to break free. Momo took it into her hands and stretched it, feeling that the toughness was full. Then she nodded with satisfaction. No problem. Now I'll show you the magic of the tool. Chapter 31, Bow Drill for Fire. Under Muya's curious gaze, Momo found a branch with good elasticity from the branches of a tree and bent it into a bow shape, then removed a section of the vine and firmly fixed it to the ends of the branch. Then get a straight, dry branch, remove the bark, and proceed to wrap it around the center of the vine bow you just made. Once you've done these 2 steps, get a thicker dry branch and put some flammable thatch in the center. Next, Momo casually found a concave stone by the puddle, and placed one end of the branch wrapped around the rattan bough against the thick branch, while the other end was tightly pressed with the concave stone. After doing so, Momo began to pull on the rattan bough, pulling it quickly. Straight branches were entwined with vines that quickly burrowed up through the thick branches as they pulled on the vine bough. Insisting on repeating this, in less than half a minute a gush of smoke began to rise from the thatch on the thick branches. Seeing a spark of fire coming out of the thatch, Momo hurriedly blew a few breaths gently. The sparks on the thatch burst into flames. Taking up the burning thatch, he quickly poured it over the hay he had just prepared, and the licorice was quickly ignited. Immediately afterward, Momo placed one of the thin branches on the hay, and the branch burned up in no time. Seeing this scene, Muya, who was on the side, immediately let out a gasp. Oh my god, you actually did light the fire with branches and vines. That's just incredible. Momo added twigs towards the fire while smiling and opening her mouth. Well, it's not much easier than if you had to go all the way to find flint to light a fire. Muya looked at Momo with a face of admiration. How did you come up with such an amazing way? Even Worm, the one who knows the most in the tribe, never said anything about such a good way to make fire. Is this how they make fire over there in the deserted city? Only after the flames became bigger and bigger did Momo then clapped her hands and told Muya with a proud face. This method of getting fire is called the bow drill method of getting fire. It is the best method of getting fire when surviving in the wild, and I remembered it from watching others use it this way. Muya held the bow drill made by Momo and looked from side to side, her eyes shining brightly. This thing works so well, I'll never have to run over a mountain stream to find a rock that sparks again. Foamy, teach me what to do with this bow drill. Yun Momo also didn't hide anything,
picking up another branch and demonstrating it to Muya. Muya watched with rapt attention,
learning from Yun Momo's movements as she did so.
The principle of the bow drill is very simple. As long as the cane is tough enough and the branches are correctly selected, it is not at all difficult to operate.
Soon, Muya mastered how to make a bow drill and the essentials of taking fire. Muya looked excited about this new skill.
Ha ha ha, this method is simply too easy, even if you don't need much strength to light the fire.
If you tell Worm about this method,
Worm will surely give you a lot of rewards.
Hearing the reward, Yun Momo couldn't help but be a little curious. Can this method still be exchanged for rewards at Worm? What kind of reward would that be?
Muya tilted her head in thought, then snapped her fingers and began. Earlier a male brought back a piece of uju wood to Wum, and Wum gave that male a piece of snow crystal.
A female found a kind of pollen that can disperse insects,
and Wum gave her a Chen beast skin for a skirt. And another male found a stone that Wum needed, and Wum gave him a small piece of salt crystal.
Anyway,
Wum has quite a lot of treasures there.
And there is anything you want.
Anything or any way to help the tribe can be exchanged for something from the Worm if they tell the Worm.
If those females don't rob me of anything,
maybe I'll bring the green stone to Worm for some salt crystals too. It's more valuable than salt,
and if you're lucky,
you might even be able to exchange it for food that redeems a jar of salt.
Muya spoke to Yun Momo in detail,
and Yun Momo's eyes lit up as she listened. Now that Lawson was injured,
there probably wouldn't be enough nutrients if he only ate plants.
It would be good if she could get some meat in exchange for telling Worm about this solution.
Thinking of this,
Yun Momo made up her mind that when she returned to the tribe, she would go to find Wum to use the bow drill fire method to exchange for meat. The fire in the fire pit was getting stronger and stronger.
Yun Momo didn't want to waste time and hurriedly joined Muya in preparing to roast the green stone.
Muya's method of roasting was also very simple and rough, directly inserting the green stone onto a wooden stick and roasting it. Yun Momo did not know exactly what category the green stones were in, and could only follow the example of stringing green stones by number and lifting one hand to the fire to roast them. Because the fire was so hot,
the two men didn't dare to have the slightest distraction. With a little inattention,
the hot flames could scorch the smooth skin of the green stone. Muya said that the charred green stones were not tasty at all and had to be torn off and thrown away. The two baked with great concentration so as not to waste the few treats they had. I don't know how long it took, but when the green stone gave off a fragrance as if it were meat, Muya was content to bring it in front of her. That's almost done roasting, just tear the skin off the outside and it's ready to eat. Afraid that Yun Momo wasn't sure where to start, Muya took the baked green stone and brought it over to Yun Momo. Finding the end of the stem vein where the green stone had grown, Muya pinched the pinched stem vein and gently exerted force, and a piece of charred rind was torn off. Inside was roasted, charred flesh, originally tender green in color, which turned yellowish green after being roasted, looking like a ripe kiwi. Then Muya peeled off the skin along the edges in turn, and a whole round pulp was exposed to the air. Yun Momo followed Muya's example for a while and quickly got an identical model. Muya marveled at Yun Momo's learning ability while taking a bite towards the green stone's pulp. Wow, the flavor! It simply smells so good, definitely better than those roasts you've had. Yun Mochizuki was craved by Muya's enjoyment, and his appetite was instantly whetted. Tuan also greedily circled around Yun Momo, obviously unable to wait. Yun Momo broke off a large chunk of pulp from the green stone and placed it on a clean leaf and handed it to Tuan. Tuan let out an excited chirp, and without any politeness, he buried his head and started to dry his food. This little guy had eaten 5 grilled fish last night, but after the past morning, he must have been hungry already. Earlier when Malwei gave Yun Momo to eat the nuclear cake, Yun Momo also tried to feed it to Duan, but the result was that this guy actually twisted his head to the side in disgust and didn't even look at it. Yun Momo also didn't want to force Tuan and thought of going to the river to catch a few more fish for Tuan to roast and eat. I didn't realize that the guy didn't eat the nuclear cake and actually didn't resist the green stone at all. As you can see, the green stone is many times more delicious compared to the nuclear cake. Chapter 32, it's really delicious. Watching Tuan eating sweetly, Yun Momo couldn't help it even more. Taking the pulp in his hand, he handed it to his mouth and took a big bite straight out of it. In an instant, the rich flavor filled Yun Momo's mouth. To Yun Momo's surprise, this green stone was completely different from the taste she had imagined. When the skin was first peeled off, Yun Momo thought that the flavor of this green stone should be similar to that of a roasted banana. However, after actually eating it in her mouth, Yun Momo realized that Muya was exactly right. The texture of the green stone is actually a bit like grilled pork rinds. One bite is full of gelatinous texture. Chewing is very bouncy and soft, like eating a piece of QQ candy, but the flavor carries a meaty aroma. That feeling can't be more satisfying. No wonder Muya had forced herself not to say anything even though she knew that by telling Worm about the green stone, she could obtain such a benefit as salt crystals. After all, she wasn't like the other females in the tribe. She didn't have an escort who could help her hunt for meat. If she told the green stone, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to get even a little bit to eat. I'm afraid it's a fool's errand to try meat in the future. Yet the first time they met, Muya was willing to share the existence of the green stone with herself. It was evident how much Muya trusted herself. Thinking of this, Momo made up her mind that even if she found a way to go back, she would still help Muya realize her wish to go to Four Square Beast City. The green stone was only the size of a coconut, but Muya was right. This green stone was oppressively hungry. Momo had only eaten a small half of it and already couldn't eat anymore. Muya's appetite was bigger than Momo's, and she ate a large portion before she was satisfied. Only the donut kept on eating as the two of them pitched in and couldn't stop eating, until the two green stones were all gnawed cleanly by it. Only then did Tuan Tuan lick its mouth with satisfaction. Chirp, chirp. The Tuan Tuan with a full stomach circled around Momo and Muya spreading joy, watching Momo cheerfully. By now the sun in the sky had turned a golden color. By modern times, it would be about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Thinking that he had been out for a short time, and fearing that Luosin would be worried, Momo doused the fire in the fire pit, and then found a large leaf to tightly wrap the other baked green stone, firmly binding the leaves with the heel of the vine that Muya had found. The scent of the green stone couldn't leak out at all. The reason for this was still because Muya was worried that the females in the tribe would smell the scent and compete with Momo for the green stone. After all, those females would even rob Muya, who had been living in the tribe, let alone Momo. As a precautionary measure, Momo could only come up with this plan. She didn't want the food she had brought back for Lawson to be a delicacy for the other females. It would even cause trouble for Muya because of the appearance of the green stone. After doing this, Momo picked up the 2 blackened kernels on the ground from the ground. Muya frowned with some disgust when she saw Momo picking up the kernel she had thrown away. That kernel can't be eaten. It's bitter and probably poisonous, so don't pick it up. Momo smiled helplessly. You can't throw this thing away. It's a treasure to turn out more green stones later. What? Muya stared incredulously at the fruit kernel in Momo's hand. Didn't you say before that you need to use seeds or something? How to plant them or something like that, and then you can change into more green stones? You can't tell me to use this thing to turn green stones. That little black thing couldn't have turned out to be the original green stone by any stretch of the imagination. The size alone is way off. If this thing could change into a green stone, Muya felt afraid that she would be scared to death. Yun Mochizuki was amused by Muya's skeptical look. Ha ha ha, this is the seed of the green stone. As long as this seed is processed, collected, and waited until the right time, and then planted in the right place, it won't take long for another green stone to grow. After listening to Momo's explanation, Muya was a bit confused to the point of blinking. You mean, it's not changing into a new green stone right now? Then how long will it take for this seed to grow a new green stone? Seeing Muya's look of urgency, Momo glared at her. That's what I have to ask you. After these green stones are eaten, when do you have to wait until you get new ones? Muya frowned and thought, then broke off to count. This time after eating probably almost to the hot scorching period. And so after the hot scorching period, and then after a period of high winds and cold snow, it will come to the rainstorm period. After the rainstorm period, these green stones will grow new leaves, and wait until the flourishing period of the green stones will grow small fruits. And so after the flourishing period, which is now the Green Valley period, the green stones will grow to the extent that they can be eaten. After listening to Muya describe these points in time, Yun Mochizuki's head was spinning for a while. It was amazing that there were so many different periods of time that could be divided in the beast world, and compared to the 4 seasons of modern times, the division of time here seemed much more complicated. Momo counted in his heart. A complete climate reincarnation actually had 6 stages. There is a hot period, a windy period, a cold and snowy period, a stormy period, a blooming period, and a green valley period. Among them, the flourishing period would be the spring in modern society. As for the Green Valley period, it would be more like the modern fall, while the hot sizzling period would be the summer and the cold snow period would be the winter. However, before and after the hot sizzling period and the cold snowy period, there is also a period of high winds and heavy rains. It's not clear what modern season these 2 periods should correspond to, and the length of these periods is not clear. The completely different seasonal climate made Momo instantly a bit bottomless. After all, planting such a thing is to pay attention to the season. What kind of plants? In what kind of season sowing? That is through thousands of years of inheritance summarized. Having come to the beast world on his own, there was no guarantee that he would actually succeed in growing green stones in a completely unfamiliar seasonal climate, but Cloud Mist wouldn't give up until he tried. Thinking of this, Momo couldn't help but exhale. These seeds need to be planted at the right time and place according to the growth cycle of the green stones. Right now I don't know much about the growth of these green stones. In the future I'm afraid I'll have to come over from time to time to check on the growth of the green stones before I can determine how the seeds will be planted. After listening to Momo's words, Muya nodded with seeming understanding. Well, I don't understand what you mean by planting, but I'm sure you'll be able to get more green stones. Don't worry, I'm quite familiar with these green stones, and I'll be coming over with you to check them out more often in the future. With Muya's support, Yunemomo's confidence was even greater. With you helping me, I have nothing to worry about, and will definitely be able to eat more green stones when they grow next. Chapter 33, Who's Crying? Washing the kernels of the green stone by the puddle, the two men started back the way they came with the packed green stone. On the way back, Yunemomo dug up some more drupes, thinking to go back and study if there were any new ways to eat this kind of drupes. After all, in modern times, a lot of things can be turned into more flavorful foods just by changing the way they're prepared. Yunemomo believed that if she studied the texture of the kernel with care, she should be able to find a better way to make the kernel. The drupes are not lightweight, and one drupe probably weighs all of about 5 pounds. Yunemomo picked 3 nuclear fruits, plus the original coconut-sized green stone, and these things added up to almost nearly 20 pounds. It was a good thing that Muya and Tuan both helped to carry them together. Otherwise it would not have been easy to take them back to the tribe with just her strength. When they returned to the tribe, the females that had been gathered in front of the cabin had long since left, and only the males were busy outside the cabin one by one. There were 2 or 3 males in front of each cabin, some busy with the fire, some with the prey, and some with the skins that had been stripped from the prey. The entire tribe was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the ground was even more bloody. Some flying insects, attracted by the smell of blood, haunted the ground, calling and buzzing noisily, looking dirty. Seeing this scene, Yunemomo subconsciously covered her nose, and her steps into the tribe became resistant. Muya, who was on the side, noticed that Yunemomo's footsteps had slowed down and turned her head towards Yunemo. What's the matter? Can't walk anymore? Why don't we rest here before we go back? Yunmochizuki shook his head, looking at the blood on the ground with a questioning face. Doesn't the tribe have a centralized place to dispose of the prey? It's easy to harbor bacteria by casually splashing blood and water on the ground like that. The tribe has to move in front of the cabin every day, and the consequences of a bacterial invasion can be dangerous. Muya didn't understand what Yunemomo said about bacteria and could only look at Yunemomo blankly. What is the bacteria? Is this bacteria dangerous? But the tribe never handles it this way, and it doesn't seem to attract any scary beasts or anything. In Muya's mindset, the only threats to females were intruders and wild animals, and as long as those dangers were avoided, the tribe was safe. Yunmochizuki couldn't explain the concept of bacteria to Muya. After all, in this world of beasts, where the concept of cultivation does not even exist, trying to explain the invisible don't touch the bacteria is hardly convincing. Exhaling in chagrin, Yunmochizuki felt that she had been a little too hasty. Now that she had only just come to the tribe, if she suddenly brought up too many things that were unacceptable to the people of the tribe, not to mention solving the problem, I'm afraid that she herself would be driven out of the tribe. Thinking of this, Yunemomo could only helplessly shake her head. Forget it, let's talk about this matter later. Let's go back first. Muya was in a hurry to see Yunemomo study the new way of eating the nuclear fruit, so she didn't think much about it, and just thought that Yunemo was hating those buzzing flying insects. Well, don't worry, by the time we get to the Inferno Scorch period, these flying insects will be gone. You wait, I'll go over and help you get rid of those bugs first, then you can come over. After saying that, Muya rushed to the front and waved her hands to drive away those annoying bugs in midair. Tuan also seemed to dislike the blood and water, and his 4 short legs carefully avoided the blood-contaminated dirt as he hopped forward. Yun Moxie covered her nose and forced herself to endure the nausea as she followed them. Luckily, the cabins weren't too dense on this side, and a few people were soon out of the blood-heavy area. After walking some more distance, Yunemomo finally saw the wooden house that belonged to him. At that moment, the cabin was quiet and silent. Thinking that Luosen was probably asleep, Yunemomo rushed into the wooden house holding the baked greenstone, ready to give Luosen a surprise, only to push open the door to find the nest of animal skins empty, with no sign of Lawson anywhere, narcissistically circling around the house without any unusual conditions. Yunemomo only had to come out of the wooden house. Muya and Tuan were thirsty after walking all the way and were drinking water by the creek at this moment. When he saw Yunemomo come out, he thought that Yunemomo also came to drink water. Muya filled a bamboo tube full of water with her own and came to Yunemomo's face. How's Lawson doing? All right. Yunemomo shook her head with some exasperation. That guy ran off somewhere, told him to get some rest and actually didn't listen at all. If the wound tears, only he will suffer. Muya smiled and shook her head. You're looking at Lawson as too weak. He's the strongest of the young males in the tribe. That little injury in the morning was nothing to him. Many of the males in the tribe have to hold up their bodies to work even when their bones are broken. And if they can't bring help to the females' lives, they don't want to be recognized as beast husbands by the females. The 3 views of equality between men and women had been deeply rooted for a long time, and it was difficult for Yunemomo to accept this concept of women's superiority over men for a while. In her perception, even if they were boyfriend and girlfriend, they should be in a state of mutual respect and care for each other. Lorson had been injured to keep his safety from being threatened, so Lorson should rest and she should be the one to take care of him in terms of living. But in the tribe, the interests and physical health of the males appear unimportant, and only the preferences of the females come first. Even Muya, who was more chatty with herself, felt the same way. Yunmomo was a little unsure of what to say to Muya for a moment. Just at this time, a surprised voice came from not far away. Lawson, look, Fomi has returned. Yun Mochizuki glanced in the direction of the sound and saw Moto standing about 100 meters away from the cabin, shouting excitedly towards his back. As soon as his words fell, Yunmomo saw the golden-furred beast, running wildly all the way towards his direction. Fomi, where have you been? I went to the forest several times to look for you, but I couldn't find you, I thought. Luo-sen's voice carried a hint of trembling, and it wasn't until Luo-sen rushed to himself that Yunmomo realized that Luo-sen's eyes were red with anxiety. Yunmomo opened his mouth in wonder. I've always been in the forest over there. Maybe the place I went with Muya was more hidden so you didn't find it. Looking in the direction of Yunmomo's finger, Luo-sen's eyes suddenly contained a layer of anger. They must have done it on purpose. They actually told me you went into the woods on the other side. I'm going to get them now. Luo-sen said that he was about to leave, and Yunmomo rushed out to stop him. Don't go. You still have injuries on your body. If you make a scene, it won't be good for you. It's my fault this time. I didn't make it clear to you, and next time I go, I'll make sure to tell you the directions first so you don't get the wrong one. Chapter 34, Moya's Past. Although he was still indignant in his heart, Luo-sen also knew that his current priority was to get well so that he could create better living conditions for Yunmomo. Those females are on his tab for now. He'd always have a chance to settle things with them later. After looking up and down on Yunmomo's body until he was sure that Yunmo had suffered any damage, Luo-sen then exhaled. What took you so long? I thought something had happened to you. Yun Macho pursed her lips in embarrassment as she thought that she had indeed been away for a bit too long. Originally, I wanted to go looking for droops, but I didn't quite recognize what they looked like. So it's a good thing I met Muya, who taught me about a lot of plants that can be eaten. Knowing that I was going to make a nuclear cake, Muya didn't think it would be good and took me to find another kind of food. It's just that the distance between that food and the tribe is a bit far, so there was a long delay between one trip and the other. Only after Yunmomo finished speaking did Luo-sen see Muya standing behind Yunmomo. Thinking that it was Muya who helped Yunmomo find food and safely returned Yunmomo, Luo-sen looked at Muya with gratitude in his eyes. Muya, thank you for helping Foam find food and sending her back. I will definitely repay you in the future. Muya waved her hand bashfully at Lawson. We're all from the same tribe. Isn't it proper to help Foamy? You're still polite with me. You don't even know. Just now when Foamy saw that you weren't in the house, she was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying, and if it wasn't for me stopping her, I'm afraid that she would have been all over the tribe looking for you. Hearing Muya deliberately exaggerate the truth, Yunmomo hastily shook her head and waved her hands. Where did I? I was just clearly angry. However, Luo-sen didn't listen to any of his words, and only heard Muya say that Yunmomo was on the verge of crying because he wasn't in the house in a hurry. A pair of blue cat pupils suddenly became bright. Foamy only wants me to be her escort, and she's going to be anxious when I'm gone, but there's no need to worry so much. After all, with my strength, even if I'm injured, no one would dare to make a move against me. Looking at Luo-sen's grandiose appearance, Yunmomo breathed out helplessly. You're just being tough, who just sucked in their breath in pain, and you've forgotten so quickly? Being exposed by Yunmomo, Luo-sen smiled awkwardly. You're all hungry, aren't you? Would you like to eat something first? I'll start preparing now and it'll be ready soon. Muya saw Luo-sen forcibly changing the topic and didn't want Luo-sen to lose face in front of Yunmomo. Speaking along with him, he said, Foamy and I already ate in the woods and brought one back for you. I've never seen a female as heartbroken over a male as Foamy. You're lucky to be Foamy's only escort. In the future, if you can't take care of Foamy, I'll make Foamy change her escort quickly, so that you'll regret going for the rest of your life. Luo-sen's face changed and he hurriedly showed his loyalty to Yunmomo. Mamoru, don't listen to her nonsense. I will only always be good to you, give you all the best everything, and never let you suffer half a bit. Yunmomo was completely out of temper by these two people coming back and forth. All right, go wash your hands by the river, and then go to the house and lie down to nurse your wounds. And if I find out that your wounds have opened up, I'll see if I still care for you. It had to be said that Yunmomo's threat was very effective. Luo-sen no longer dared to have a hint of disobedience, moved sharply and rushed to the river, earnestly washed his hands, and went back to the house. Seeing that Yunmomo was fine, he didn't stay any longer, and after saying goodbye to Yunmomo, he left the cabin. Yunmomo looked at the green stone that was still warm in her hand, spoke to Muya, and went into the wooden house as well. Luo-sen was obediently lying down in the beast skin nest at this time, and when he saw Yunmomo come in, He hurriedly looked to see what was in her hand. Foamy, what are you carrying and why are you wrapped so tightly? Cloud Foamy came to sit down by the nest of animal skins, and then untied the vines that were bound on the leaves of the tree. The moment the leaves were peeled back, a strong scent immediately filled the cabin. As soon as Lawson caught a whiff of it, he did a double take. What kind of plant is this? It actually smells so good. Yun Moxie explained to Luosin as she peeled the rind off the green stone. This thing is the food Muya took me to find. Only there aren't many of this thing, and there were only 5 left when I went with Muya. No one in the tribe had ever seen this food before, and Muya had only told me about it. Muya called this thing greenstone. It tastes delicious when it's roasted. Muya and I ate 2 of them, and this is the one I brought back for you. You've been hungry all day too, so eat quickly, or you'll be in trouble if your injuries don't heal well. Hearing Muya actually share such delicious food with Yun Momo, Luo Sen's expression became a burst of emotion. Hey, if I had known she was so good to you, I should have helped her more when I was in the tribe before. She hadn't had a branded escort since she was an adult, and had been bullied by the females everywhere in the tribe. If Ha-che accepted Muya's brand at that time, I'm afraid Muya wouldn't have had such a hard time. Yun Machao couldn't help but frown as she listened. Ha-chol, is this male from the tribe too? Why did he refuse Muya's branding? Muya is much kinder than the other females in the tribe. If he becomes Muya's protector, it will only be better than being with the other females. In a rush, Yun Momo asked a series of questions, but it turned out that Luosen was helplessly shaking his head. Ha-che has already left the tribe, and after refusing Muya's branding, he went to the Four Directions Beast City the next day, and now he doesn't know what's going on. It turned out that Muya's desire to go to the Four Directions Beast City was actually because of this male named Ha-che. I'm sure Muya must really like Ha-che, otherwise it wouldn't be possible that he hasn't branded any male guardians until now. Thinking of this, many doubts in Yun Momo's heart were finally solved. But even if she knew the reason why Muya didn't have an escort, she couldn't help Muya decide anything. After all, this was Muya's persistence all along. She could only help Muya save up enough food to go to the Four Directions Beast City as early as possible to help her fulfill her heart's desire. As for what happened between them, outsiders couldn't interfere. In this world of beasts, where survival is a prerequisite, love is a rare and precious commodity. After that, Yun Momo didn't ask any more questions about Ha-che. She just handed the green stone to Luo Sen's hands, and only after watching Luo Sen eat it with great praise did Yun Momo walk out of the wooden house. Outside, Muya had already washed and dried all the droops he brought back by the creek. Tuan Tuan stared at the small fish in the river and drooled, pestering Muya to help him catch them. Chapter 35, I've seen it all. Muya was so wrapped up in the donut that he could only lie down on the river and use his hands to fish for it. The result can be imagined. Muya fished for half a day. The fish did not catch, the reverse is gradual all over the water. Tuan wailed impatiently from the sidelines, almost opening his mouth to call Muya stupid. Yun Momo smiled and came to Muya's side, casually picking a few long water plants and quickly weaving them in her hands. Muya looked at Yun Momo with a grumbling face. These fish are not edible. Why is this little guy so excited? I can't stop fishing for it. I have to fish it out. I'm so tired. Hearing Muya's complaining words, Yun Momo couldn't help but speed up the movements in her hands before responding with a smile. It is said that these fish carry a curse, and all females who have eaten the fish will all die of hyperthermia because of what they couldn't eat. But last night Tuan Tuan did eat 5 fish, and so far nothing has happened to her at all. Maybe the fish and beasts here won't be cursed if they eat them. This guy couldn't have eaten better last night, and I'm afraid he's still thinking about the aroma of the roasted fish even now, which is why he's pestering you to help him fish. After hearing Yun Momo's words, Muya's face revealed a look of surprise. This guy actually ate 5 fish last night, and they're all fine? This shouldn't be Normally I don't see beasts here eating fish. Can it be that it's because this hatchling is a special being, and only this kind of beast would have no problem eating fish? Looking at the questioning look on Muya's face, the grass piper in Yun Momo's hand was already prepared. With a hand to support the force of the grass piper, Yun Momo then put the tide building down, the river side of the water in the water grass with, the stone will be the grass basket pressed well, which straightened up to look at Muya. No one in the tribe seems to know what kind of beast this cub is actually the cub of. It should be that he has a special physique that just so happens to be able to restrain the curse of the fish. He didn't even enjoy the 5 fish last night, so naturally he has to pester you to help him fish for them now. If you use your hands to fish like you just did, you won't be able to fish it out at all, because the water surface will have the effect of refraction of light, and the distance you see the fish is actually still a lot farther away from the distance between the fish and the fish you receive, so you won't be able to fish it out even if you try harder. The fish here are not very wary, and it would be easy to use these straw baskets woven with water plants to fish for them. In turn, it won't be long before the ground is burrowed with lots of fish after you put it down like that. When the time comes, all we have to do is lift the straw basket quickly from the water's edge, and we'll be able to catch all the fish in it. Yun Momo's words made Muya Muya's head spin, always feeling that what she said was even more obscure and difficult to understand than the worm in the tribe. Muya, who couldn't understand, blamed it all on the fact that Momo was a female from the deserted city. Trying to survive in an environment as hostile as the deserted city was obviously much tougher than for a female like her, who had grown up safely in a tribe. If they hadn't gotten hold of more things they didn't know, they would have starved to death in the deserted city. Looking at Momo's whole set of smooth operations, Muya did not have the slightest doubt in her heart. Sure enough, it didn't take long to wait and a couple of small fish had burrowed into the straw piper. Lying on the riverside staring tightly at the grasspiper's donut, suddenly tense, whole body tense, the whole body motionless, lying on the bank, afraid that they make any movement, scared away the small fish in the grasspiper. After a few more moments, almost all of the small fish near the grasspiper had burrowed into it. Only then did Momo carefully bent down, gently grasped the end of the piper's rope, and then violently lifted it upwards. All that was heard was a clattering sound and the water rattling. The small fish, detached from the water, suddenly struggled violently in the grass basket. Muya, who had failed countless times, clapped her hands in excitement after seeing this scene. It worked! Foamy, your approach really works. What a breeze to braid a straw piper and actually catch so many fish at once. Since I met you, I feel like I used to be a cutie. Like, you can only light a fire by colliding sparking rocks, and catch a fish by hand. I never thought there could be such an easy way to do these things. You're simply too good. Tuan, who had just been lying motionless on the edge of the riverbank, was also excitedly jumping around Momo at this moment. An excited chirping sound kept coming out of his mouth. Cloud Mist smiled and waved his hand. I know a lot of things, that's all. Maybe I can bring you more surprises in the future. Muya's gaze towards Momo instantly became adoring. What else don't I know? You've got to show me. I can hardly wait. Looking at Muya's expectant face, Momo smiled with a helpless expression. Don't we have to deal with the colonels later? With any luck, you'll get to see it soon. Muya clapped her hands in excitement. Foamy, you're simply wonderful. I'm really so lucky to be friends with you. Those females actually tried to bully you, which is really stupid. They won't get any favors from you in the future, so let them be stupid forever. Just the way you taught me to light a fire like that is enough to sour them for a long time. Hearing Muya's mockery of the tribal females, Momo just laughed. I'm content to have you as a friend, and as for the females of the tribe, I just hope they can remove their prejudice against me soon. If they go against me at every turn in the future, I won't be able to live in peace in the tribe. Mwa snorted softly. If they dare to do anything too much to you again, I will not spare them. Big deal. I'll take you with me to the Four Directions Beast City, and you'll only be better off in the Four Directions Beast City with Lorson protecting you. It's just not safe out there right now as we approach the heat of the day. Otherwise, I'm afraid Lorson would have taken you out of the tribe and to the Four Square Beast City long ago. Muya was very eager for the Four Directions Beast City, and her tone was full of anticipation. Previously, not knowing why Muya wanted to go to the Four Directions Beast City, Momo had no way of guessing. It wasn't until after Luosen spoke about Hache that Momo realized that the anticipation in Muya's eyes turned out to be longing for her love. However, Momo could only give his blessing, and Momo did not have much expectation for the Four Directions Beast City. She just wanted to stay in the tribe and find a way back as soon as possible. After all, the only thing she had to go on now was the place she'd worn herself to. If she left the tribe, she wouldn't even know where to look for a way back. Not wanting to keep Tuan waiting for too long, Momo talked to Muya while bringing the fish and the straw piper towards the fire pit outside the wooden house. Muya knew that Momo was going to roast fish for Tuan and took the initiative to take on the job of building the fire. Nonetheless, she wanted to try the fire-making method she had just learned today. In response to this, Momo could only let her go. After all, skill is something that can only be grasped more firmly after practicing it a few more times. Chapter 36, Researching the Droop. Pouring the fish from the straw piper onto the blades, Momo counted, and this time there were actually 11. The colors of all these small fish were beautiful, something that Momo had never seen before in modern times. It's like a koi with the beautiful coat of a tropical fish, and the biggest difference with koi is the fins of these fish. The fins of these fish were large and airy, and it was as if they were sprinkled with a layer of glitter that glistened unctuously in the sunlight. Although he didn't know why it carried the curse that Luosen had mentioned, the ornamental value alone was already pleasing to Momo's eyes. However, under the Tuan's expectant gaze, Momo had had enough of the eye candy before she picked up the stone and smashed the small fish on the large leaf into unconsciousness. Then he picked up the wooden stick that Muya had given him and threaded the small fish onto the stick one by one. The scales of these fish are so tiny that they need not be handled at all, and when they were roasted yesterday, they looked as if they had been baked and melted, leaving a soft, slippery gelatinous layer on the skin of the little fish. Muya's fire lighting skills were mastered very skillfully, and it didn't take long to light the fire in the fire pit. Momo found 10 or so tree branches and set up the skewered small fish on the branches and started roasting them. By the time this was done, Muya was getting impatient. Foamy, leave these fish to roast by the fire and let's quickly start working on those drupes. I'm really a little curious as to how else such a nasty drupe can be made to taste good. Thinking that it would still take at least 10 minutes to finish grilling the fish, this time could be used to check the exact nature of the drupe. As long as she figured out what this thing was made of, Yun Mochizuki was sure she would have a way to find the most suitable method of making it. At this time Muya's washed and clean drupes were already drying. Yun Momo left Tuan behind to keep an eye on the grilled fish, after which she followed Muya to the place where the kernels were drying. The drupe, despite the word fruit, is really much bigger than a fruit. The size is almost equal to a modern-day durian. But the drupe is not the fruit of the plant, but the root of the plant, similar to modern romaine lettuce, only much thicker. The outer skin of the drupe is 2 colors from his leaves. The leaves are pale pink, but the outer skin of the drupe is dark green. It was densely covered with this layered pattern, like giant scales. Muya picked up a nuclear fruit and came in front of Yun Momo. Looking at Yun Mo with an expectant face, you know how to make a kernel cake, right? It is to remove the outer skin of the kernel, then flatten the kernel, and then put it on the fire to cook it, and after that it is a kernel cake that is often eaten in the tribe. The nukes tasted awful, like a mouthful of hay, and had little flavor and were hard to swallow. The females of the tribe choose to eat the nukes unless they really can't find any other food. If you really can make the kernels into a tasty treat, just tell Worm about the method and you're sure to still get a reward from Worm. Muya excitedly said a bunch of things, and Yun Momo smiled and pursed her lips. I'm not really sure right now. I'd have to break down all the kernels to figure out what to do. Muya raised an eyebrow and volunteered to assure him. What's so hard about that? Leave it to me. I promise to break down this drupe from the outside to the inside for you in no uncertain terms. Muya was a man of action and began to pick up the outer skin of the drupe as soon as the words were out of her mouth. Probably familiar with the drupe, Muya just roughly distinguished the head and tail of the drupe before tugging at the outer skin break at one end of the drupe and started tearing it apart. Just a piercing noise was heard, and the seemingly hard outer skin of the drupe was peeled open with a crack. Inside was a piece with a silky, fibrous texture, snowy white in color, like sugar cane but with little moisture. Seeing this, Yun Mo's mind suddenly thought of the modern-day kudzu. Although kudzu eats the root of the plant and drupe eats the stem of the plant, the traits of the two are extremely similar. But this was just the beginning. Yun Momo did not interrupt Muya's movements. Only after Muya had stripped the entire outer skin of the drupe clean did this place the drupe back on the leaf. The outer skin has been stripped off, and almost all of the inside is like this, with only the top bit of stem tenderer. It wouldn't be so bad if you only used the top little bit to make the kernel cake. It's just that the little bit of stem on top is so small that if it were made into a kernel cake, it would be eaten in one bite. It would be a shame to throw away all the rest. I can't think of any other use for the outer skin than to burn the fire. Yun Momo leaned over and picked up the kernel peel on the ground. That was in his hands to check it over and over again. This thing looks although not much use, but Yun Momo found that the fibers of this drupe are very thin. If the water is flushed clean, leaving only these thin fibers, I do not know if it can be used for spinning and weaving. It's just that this method still needs a lot of labor to be verified. Muya is looking forward to delicious food, obviously now researching about spinning thread. This woman is afraid of being anxious to death, temporarily putting the idea of spinning thread on hold. Yun Momo picked up the peeled flesh of the drupe again and studied it. As soon as she got the peeled drupe, Yun Momo only felt a sticky and slippery hand, twisting up his fingers and rubbing them together. The tips of his fingers still had a fine powdery texture to them. It felt similar to what she had touched in modern times. Peeled kudzu. My aunt had handled kudzu herself at the time in order to make fresh kudzu powder. She had helped out with her aunt back then and was very familiar with the feeling. Maybe this drupe can be powdered with water as well. I just don't know if the washed out powder will make the texture of kudzu powder. Just from the trait of so much fiber in this drupe, no matter how it's prepared, it won't taste as good unless those fibers are removed. Solely all about removing the fiber. Cloud Foam finally decided to try the method of making kudzu powder first. Thinking of this, Yun Momo got up and looked around. At a distance of about 50 meters from the river, there was a huge rock. There was a naturally occurring circular pothole in that rock. This is a natural stone mortar for whacking the drupes. When the fibers of the kernel are hammered and taken out, then the powder in the fibers is washed out with water. After the kernel powder settles, the water on the surface is poured out, and then the kernel powder is spread out to dry. Thinking of this, Yun Momo picked up the drupe and explained her intentions towards Muya. Muya was confused by what she heard, but out of her trust in Yun Momo, the anticipation in her eyes countered with a few more points of intensity. Hearing that Yun Momo was going to whack the droops on a rock, Muya once again took the initiative to take on the job. You're in charge of figuring it out. I'm in charge of doing it. Leave this kind of thing to me and you're guaranteed to be satisfied. After saying that, Muya grabbed the droop on the ground and walked towards the boulder by the river. Yun Momo turned around and went to the wooden house to get a few bamboo tubes before following. By the time she got to the rock, Muya was already whacking away at it. Only the durian-sized droop was smashed by the hard stone, and a single fiber was smashed more and more clearly, like a ball of twine constantly stirring and tangling in the white mud. Chapter 37, Special Groups. Muya's strength was greater than Yun Mochizuki had imagined. It was only a matter of a few moments before the kernels were pretty much whacked. Once the fibers inside became more cohesive, Yun Mochizuki made Muya stop, using a bamboo tube to hold a few bamboo tubes full of water by the river. Yun Momo poured all the water into the puddles on the rocks. Muya also hastened to stir up the puddle with a rock. This step is to wash out the kernel powder from the fibers well with water. The cleaner you wash them, the more kernel powder you get. So Muya worked very hard this time, and soon the originally clear river water turned into a thick, milky white liquid, squeezing the fibers floating inside and fishing them out. Cloud foam didn't throw the fibers away, but dried them on the other side of the boulder. Then the two of them worked together to put all the liquid in the stone recess into the bamboo tube. After completing this step, all that's left is to wait for the droop powder in the water to slowly settle. Turning his head in the direction of the fire, Tuan was by now busily spinning a grilled fish on a tree branch with his mouth. The grilled fish was making a strong zippy sound. Just by the sound of this, you can tell that the grease has been baked out of the grilled fish. I'm afraid that if I continue to bake any longer, I'm afraid that some parts of it will be toasted. Muya couldn't help but laugh out loud as she looked at the busy troop. This guy isn't even afraid of fire for a bite to eat. You know, all those beasts out there are afraid of fire, and it turns out that it doesn't care at all instead. When Cloud Foam was in modern times, she often watched outdoor programs. It is also known that beasts almost always have a natural fear of fire. Earlier, when I saw that Tuan wasn't afraid of fire, I thought that there was a difference between the beasts of the beast world and the modern beasts. However, now after hearing Muya's words, she also felt more and more that the troop was special. Not only is Tuan not afraid of fire, but he understands her, especially after entering the tribe. There seems to be no feeling of rejection at all towards the group life in the tribe. If it had been any other beast cub, whether it would have understood her or not, let's not talk about that. The mere fact that there wasn't the slightest bit of wariness or rejection in the face of the suddenly changed environment was quite unusual. Could it be that Tuan was a cub that had been living in the tribe before? But there didn't seem to be any other tribes nearby. And where did the donut come from? Looking at the busy and happy Tuan, Yun Momo realized in her heart for the first time that Tuan didn't seem to be as simple as she thought. But regardless of what the Tuan's past was really like, in any case, it had no ill will towards itself, and had even saved itself. Even if Tuan had connections with other tribes, she would definitely take care of Tuan as much as possible before the people from that tribe came looking for her. After that, if the group wanted to go back, she would never stop the group from going home. After arranging the kernel powder in the bamboo tube, Muya was going to stay and observe the process of settling the kernel powder out of curiosity. After instructing her not to shake the bamboo tube, Yun Momo got up and went to the fire. Just as soon as she got close, Yun Momo smelled the rich fragrance emanating from the roasted fish. If it wasn't for Lorson and Malayam clearly stating that these grilled fish carried a curse, I'm afraid that Yun Momo would have feasted on them without hesitation. Tuan's fluffy tail wagged happily when he saw Yun Momo had arrived. The four little short legs kept leaping back and forth in front of Yun Momo, seemingly urging Yun Momo to hurry up and help it take down the grilled fish. Looking at its impatient appearance, Yun Momo leaned over and rubbed its little head. The soft touch in the palm of her hand made Yun Momo love it. Little greedy cat. I don't know how you managed to fit so much in your stomach. You just finished eating so many green stones, and now you actually have a stomach for grilled fish? Tuan's little round, ebony eyes blinked and chirped. It seemed to be refuting Yun Momo's words. It was a pity that Yun Momo did not understand what it was trying to say at all. He could only smile dotingly as he got up and went to the fire, casually picking up a skewer of already grilled fish and placing it on the leaves laid out in front of Tuan. The fish is still a little hot. You can't help stealing it. If you burn your mouth, you won't be able to get anything if you make something delicious later. Upon hearing that there was still good food, Tuan's eyes glistened with excitement. Even though the roasted fish in front of it had a great temptation for it, the troop also forced itself to resist the urge to take a big dry bite, tensed its body with incomparable restraint, lying down in front of the leaves and staring at the roasted fish on the leaves with unblinking eyes. Yun Moxie couldn't help but sigh in relief when she saw that it understood, thinking about the fact that most of the grilled fish in the fire pit were already cooked. If they continued to grill, the grilled fish would be burnt. Unmomo could only remove the other fish that had already been grilled from the branches of the tree and stick the other end of the stick in the side of the fire. The heat around the fire pit does a great job of keeping the grilled fish warm and still not letting it burn. This method was also something Unmomo learned from outdoor survival programs. Unexpectedly, the first time she practiced this method was actually in the beast world. Life is still marvelous. No one knows exactly what they have learned and in what situation they will apply it. At least, Unmomo would never have thought in her life that she would one day cross over to the beast world. Watching Tuan finally eat the long-for-grilled fish, Unmomo's lips carried a smile, but her thoughts gradually diverged. I don't know how Su Dai is doing now. I'm afraid she'll go crazy if she realizes she's suddenly gone. Auntie, have they called the police by now? Would Su Dai be suspected by the police if she told them that she had suddenly disappeared from her? Will she get in trouble for this? If Su Dai was questioned and treated unfairly because of her disappearance, she would probably be angry. If only she could find a way back soon. That way Sodet wouldn't have to suffer the aggravation she wasn't supposed to because of her disappearance. But how was she supposed to find her way back? Thinking of her backpack, Unmomo decided that it would be better to find the backpack first. Maybe it was because he had brought some special item in his backpack, which caused him to travel to the beast world, not necessarily. Yesterday, Lawson said that he would help himself to retrieve the backpack, but now Lawson was injured and couldn't go over to the hunting ground for a while. The search for a backpack will have to be put on hold for now. Just as Unmomo was lost in thought, suddenly came Muya's surprised cry. It's settling, it's settling, all that white stuff is sinking. Unmomo snapped back from her thoughts and looked in Muya's direction, only to see Muya waving excitedly in his direction. Foamy, come and see, these liquids really settled. The water on top was translucent and bright, and a white layer settled underneath. And I don't know if it's the kind of thing you want. Chapter 38, the droop powder appears. Seeing that Tuan was eating heartily, he did not have the slightest intention of leaving. Unmomo casually took down 2 more grilled fish from the edge of the fire and placed them on the blade in front of Tuan, before walking towards Muya's direction. When she came to Muya's side, Muya carefully held a bamboo tube and brought it to Unmomo's face, looking towards Unmomo as if offering a treasure. Mo, these kernel fruits can actually really condense such a fine powder. I could never have dreamed of it. Glancing towards the bamboo tube, the juice of the droop, which had been cloudy just a moment ago, had completely settled down by now. This was much faster than the time Yun Mochizuki had expected, although he hadn't specifically studied it, but by virtue of the principle of density, Unmomo guessed that the reason for the settling speed to be so fast was probably because the density of the droop powder was much greater than water. It's like when sand and dirt are stirred up in water. The first thing to settle must be a dense object like sand. At this time the river water above the bamboo tube has returned to its original translucency, and at a glance, the powdered droop that has settled down below is readily apparent. Originally, there was an additional step in the filtration process before settling. Only here, not even a piece of cloth could be found, let alone a filter. The unfiltered droop powder does not look as white as its original texture at this point. There were also some black impurities settled on it, which should have been caused by the whacking just now. The good thing is that these impurities are precipitated on the surface, and when the water in the bamboo tube is poured out, then the top layer of impurities can be scraped off. After checking the condition of a few other bamboo tubes, Unmomo then picked up the bamboo tube and poured out the water that had settled out at a slight tilt. While pouring, he carefully taught Muya, now that these kernel powders have settled, just pour the water out of them. Make sure to be a little more careful when pouring the water, though, and don't move too much. Pour it at a slight little tilt like this and the powder that settles inside won't be poured out. Muya watched with rapt attention, carefully memorizing every move Unmomo made. Only when Unmomo poured out all the water in the first bamboo tube did Muya let out a long sigh of relief. This doesn't seem too hard, I'll try it now. Saying that, Muya also picked up a bamboo tube and followed Unmomo's example just now, pouring it up little by little. Muya held her breath during the process, looking cautious as hell. Yun Macho couldn't help but smile as she looked at her meticulous appearance. If this goes any slower, you're afraid you're going to suffocate. Muya finally poured the water out of the bamboo tube. Looking at the first one he managed to complete, he became more and more excited. Completely ignoring the flirtation in Unmomo's words, he directly turned his target to the next bamboo tube. I feel so funny. I'll take care of the rest. You can move on to preparing the others, and then I'll move on to helping you when I'm done. Cloudmist smiled and nodded. Okay, but don't forget to inhale. That nervousness just took my breath away watching it. Muya revealed 2 white tiger teeth and smiled brightly. Okay, I get it. So don't make fun of me.
After saying that, Muya didn't care if Yun would converge or not, and hurriedly gave her full attention to her busy work. Yun didn't waste any time, picking up those bamboo tubes that had finished pouring water, and started to clean those impurities that had settled down on them. This is not a complicated job, but it is a test of patience. In order to retain some more droop powder, Cloud Phone patiently cleaned it up a little bit with the leaves of the water plants. Before long, Muya's side had finished pouring all the water from the bamboo tube. Seeing Yun cleaning up the impurities, also hurriedly picked up the blades and learned. The efficiency of the two people was very fast, and in a short while, those impurities on the surface of the droop powder were all cleaned up. It was much easier to work after that. Just scoop out all the kernel powder from the bamboo tube and spread it on clean leaves to dry. It's still sunny, and with any luck, in about half an hour or so, these droop powders will dry out. By the time the two were done with all the processes, they looked at the powdered droop on the boulder with a sense of accomplishment. Over there, Tuan also ate the remaining 10 or so small fish cleanly, not wasting any of them. It was currently sprawled out on the grass outside the cabin, squinting and snoozing comfortably. Yun went into the house to take a look at Luo Sen's condition, and seeing that Luo Sen had already fallen asleep, Yun did not disturb and came out of the house. I'm afraid Lawson was on guard on that road all night yesterday, and was wounded today. Shouldn't wake up anytime soon. Muya had been busy for half a day and was a bit tired at this point, and without being fussy, he simply lay down to rest under the big tree outside the cabin. Yun Mo's heart was thinking about how those kernel skins were going to be spun, so she picked up the kernel skins on the ground and came to Muya's side. Muya looked at Yun Mo with another curious face. Foamy, there's none of that white stuff in the skin of these droops. What are you picking them up for? At this point, the skin of the droop has dried out slightly, and a gentle tug on those fibers inside can draw out a thin fiber. Yun Mo took the fiber in her hand and felt the flexibility of the fiber, before she thoughtfully opened her mouth to respond to Muya. The skin of the droop is inedible, but the fibers on the rind should still have some use. I'm just not sure right now that this stuff will make the kind of thing I want. Muya looked at the fiber in Yun Mo's hand with a questioning face. Seeing that these fibers were even thinner than hairs, Muya's eyes were filled with disgust. What's the use of this stuff other than to start a fire faster? Such a thin one, not as thick as my hair. It's hard to find when it falls on the ground. Cloudflare smiled and shook his head, then pulled some more fibers off the skin of the droop. Bring together 5 or 6 fibers and twist those fibers into a strand by rolling them in a rope. When it was finished, the strand of fiber was made into a small piece of thin rope. Yun Mo felt it with her hand and realized that this rope was still not flexible enough. It can't be as soft as cotton, and I can't help but feel a little disappointed. Sure enough, it's still too hard. It would be nice if there was cotton here so I wouldn't have to wear animal skins. Muya didn't know what Yun Mo was talking about with the cotton, and why she didn't need to wear animal skins when she had cotton. For things other than food, Muya was lacking in interest. Foamy, it's not like you can eat that stuff, and the animal skins are very comfortable to wear, so why do you need to get these dry kernel skins? I don't think you'd better not bother with that. You've got the time, why don't you tell me how you want to make those droop powders later? Those droop powders are so dry and crumbly when they dry out. You might as well make a cake out of the wet powder and just bake it. Anyway, the brownies should taste a lot better once you remove all the hard-to-chew stuff from them. Chapter 39, This is not enough for me to eat. Hearing Muya's words, Yun Mo sighed helplessly. The animal skins are nice, but they don't come as breathable as fabric. It's so hot right now that the animal skins are easy to smother in a red rash against your body, and it's said to be even hotter during the hot scorch period. So by that time, if you're still wearing animal skins, you'll be even more aggravated. If you have cotton, you can make fabric out of it and then make more comfortable and breathable clothes out of the fabric. That way it won't be so hard when you're in the heat of the day. Probably poking Muya's pain point. As soon as Yun Mo's words fell, she saw Muya glancing at the animal skin on her body with a pained expression. You're absolutely right. I hate being in the water all day long during the hot sizzle period. Wearing animal skins is just too much of a punishment for females. During the hot season, the females all develop those itchy red rashes. Although the ointment given by Sinler provided some relief, he couldn't even sleep at night as long as he didn't apply the medicine. And there simply wasn't enough ointment on Sinler's side, and the females who couldn't get it had to tough it out. If it's really the kind of fabric you say will keep the females from suffering, I'm afraid you're in for another big treat. As for what Muya said about credit or no credit, Yun Mo did not look forward to it. She just wanted to rely on the knowledge she had to make herself better.
the biggest threat to living, besides wild animals and food, is disease. In this beast world with a low level of medical care, once one gets any disease, I'm afraid that even if one's will is tenacious, one will not be able to withstand the attack of the disease. Skin diseases can lead to infections, and infections can be highly fatal if they are not followed by antibiotics. She didn't want to die here on her own from the infection. She wanted to go back, go to the college of your dreams and then build a home of your own with your own abilities. Strive to repay your aunt for what she has done for you and make a better life for her. And then there's Sue Dai. They agreed on a lot of things a long time ago, but they haven't accomplished any of them, so she had to live well, find a way to go back, and continue the original course of her life. If he or she could improve the quality of life of the females of the beast world as a result, so much the better. Thinking of this, Unimo exhaled slightly. It's a shame that the fibers on the skin of these troops are still too hard. If I could find a finer, softer material, maybe I could find a way to make fabric. Muya frowned and thought for half a day before finally shaking her head. The kind of material you want. I haven't really seen it before. Maybe there's something in the Four Directions Beast City. After all, the Four Directions Beast City is very big, and it's filled with the best beastmen from the 4 major beast cities. There are many other rare things we haven't seen before, and the blood crystal that Aaron ate was brought back by her father from the Foursquare Beast City. The females of the tribe were rare for a long time at that time, but since Muya's expression suddenly became despondent, and when she saw Unimo looking at herself, Muya smiled awkwardly. Look at me, talking too much again. Anyway, just know that no one from the tribe has been to the Foursquare Beast City for a long time. After all, going to the Four Directions Beast City is a difficult thing to do, and unless one possesses great strength, going to the Four Directions Beast City would not be enjoyable, but dangerous. Looking at Muya's deliberately evasive eyes, Unimo knew that she was probably thinking of Hache. Being refused branding by a male is a shameful thing for the females of the tribe. Muya probably didn't want Unimo to have a bad opinion of herself, so she chose to hide it. This was something Unimo could understand, so she didn't want to embarrass Muya. It was only from her description that Unimo also understood that traveling to the Four Directions Beast City was not an easy task. At her idea of wanting to go to the Four Directions Beast City, Unimo felt a pang of worry. Since it's so dangerous to go to the Four Directions Beast City, how will you ensure your safety if you go? I've been thinking about this for a long time, Muya responded with a smile. I asked around the last time the Sultan was here, and the Foursquare Beast City will be recruiting gatherers every now and then. After every rainstorm, the valley on the edge of the Foursquare Beast City would be full of delicious berries, which the females in the city loved. The city lord will then recruit a group of gatherers to be in charge of collecting these berries at this time, and by then, with my knowledge of the plants, I'll be able to join the gathering team and be protected by the defense team. Hearing that Muya already had a plan for the future, Unimo instantly felt a bit more relieved. That's good. I don't want you to risk your life for that expectation. Mwa nodded. Well, don't worry. I wouldn't have taken so long to prepare if I hadn't thought about anything. We can still go together then if you want to. With Lawson protecting you, you'll be safe for sure. Cloudmist smiled and shook his head. I'll just forget it. It's good to stay in the tribe. After all, there was nothing she was looking for in the Foursquare Beast City, so there was no point in going there. Muya could understand Unimo's refusal. There was no intention of forcing Unimo's hand, so he could only exhale with a regretful expression. Then when I get to the Foursquare Beast City, I'll help you look for that cotton you were talking about, and if I find it, I'll have the salt team bring it to you. As the two talked, the sun's rays had turned a golden color. Calculating that the time was almost up, Unimo got up and went to check on the drying kernel powder. The leaves on the boulders had curled up in the sun, but fortunately the leaves were wide enough not to hide the powdered drupes drying inside. At this point, the kernel powder on the leaves had all dried out, and a tiny crack appeared on the surface because of the dryness. Unimo found a dry bamboo tube and gently scraped off the dry drupe powder from the leaves. Muya also followed Unimo's operation and got busy together. In a short while, the two of them had collected all the powdery foam of the drupe from all the leaves into the bamboo tube, however getting much less drupe powder than the two expected. After 5 or 6 pounds of kernels are processed, it is surprising that you only get a bamboo tube full of kernel powder. This caused a somewhat disappointed look on Muya's face. Just a little bit of kernel powder is not enough for a female's meal, and the labor is just a little bit worthless. Mochizuki knew she would think this way and couldn't help but glare at her. It's not even ready yet. What's your hurry? You'll eat it later and promise to say it's worth it. Muya's disappointed eyes suddenly became questioning. Is it really as good as you say it is? Cloudmist thought for a moment, then nodded. It should be no worse than a green stone. Hearing this sentence, Muya couldn't help but do a double take. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do it quickly. When she thought of the delicious kudzu powder that her aunt had made, Yunmo's heart was also overwhelmed with anticipation. If it worked, he himself would be considered to have benefited the beast world. Chapter 40, Searching for Seasoning. In order to practice as soon as possible whether or not the kernel powder could be made into a delicious cold noodle, the two of them, Yunmomo and Muya, once again started to divide up the work. Yunmomo was in charge of pounding the dried kernel fruit powder into a fine powder, while Muya was in charge of building a fire to boil water. The two were not slow in their efficiency, and in less than 10 minutes, all the steps were all ready. Cloudfroth poured the blended droop powder into the boiling river water and stirred. There was no iron or pottery making technology in the beast world, and pots were made from thick plant leaves. After all, there were no bamboo tubes that thick to make pots, and most of the tribe's meals were baked, with very little use of pots. Just now Muya had wasted some effort in order to find a suitable container to boil the water. It was a good thing that the plants of the beast world were much sturdier than those of the modern world, not to mention the leaves used now, but the thickness was comparable to cowhide. The creamy liquid of the nutmeg powder was poured into the pan and turned thick and transparent with a little stirring. Soon, the two smelled a sweet scent. Yunmomo stirred while feeling the consistency of this soup. When it felt almost the same consistency as the kudzu powder, this stopped the operation of continuing to add. Yunmomo let Muya remove some firewood and let the soup in the pot slowly simmer. The viscous liquid kept tumbling out of the pan in a single bubble, accompanied by a plopping sound. The special sweet flavor of the droop grew stronger and stronger. Yunmomo stirred, and when the flow of soup coalesced into a thick liquid when he picked up the wooden spoon, Yunmomo then nodded in satisfaction. It's almost cooked enough to serve on a round plate. Muya excitedly took out the 5 round discs that had been cleaned and arranged them one by one at the edge of the pot. Yunmomo patted the sides of the leaves with animal skins and lifted the leaves filled with soup as a whole. Then slowly pour the soup into the disc by running it along the edge of the leaf. The clear soup quickly filled 5 large round plates. The scent of droops permeated around the entire cabin. Just by smelling this aroma, Muya was salivating. I didn't realize that those droop powders could actually make a whole 5 large rounds of food. That's just incredible too. Yunmomo put down the pot of leaves in her hand and raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. This isn't even close to being finished. When these soups solidify, that's what the texture will be like. Muya immediately showed a confused look. Don't tell me I have to dry it out again. When will this food be done? Seeing Muya's impatient look, Yunmomo exhaled in amusement. This is the last step. When these broths cool down, they'll pretty much solidify. While we're at it, we can make the flavorings, and when the droop powder solidifies, we can just eat it. Hearing that she would soon be able to eat, Muya finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, you say what you need and I'll start preparing it now. Yunmomo didn't know what kind of seasoning was available here in the beast world, but the kudzu powder made by her aunt in her previous life was sweet, so she tentatively opened her mouth and asked, "Does the tribe have honey or candy bars or anything like that?" The moment those words came out of her mouth, Muya was completely confused. What's honey? What's a candy bar? Seeing Muya's reaction, Yunmomo knew that these two items were really not available in the beast world. Thinking that Muya had mentioned berries earlier, Yunmomo spoke again. So is there any jam or anything like that here? Muya shook his head once more. What's jam again? There doesn't seem to be much fruit left by this time of year. And why do you want all this stuff I never seem to have heard of? Hearing this, Yunmomo was a bit desperate. It seemed that being sweet was hopeless, but if you don't eat the sweet ones, you can still eat the salty ones. After all, the orcs here all eat salt. Let's make it savory then. It's not as good as sweet, but it should taste pretty good. Muya nodded repeatedly as she listened. There's salt. I've got half a jar of salt there. I'll get it now. After saying that, Muya was about to leave, but Yunmomo rushed out to inquire. What kind of seasoning does the tribe usually have besides salt? Like vinegar, chili, or oil or something? Muya's body stiffened and a bitter smile appeared on her face. It's good to have salt. What more seasoning do you need? Can't you say something I know? The corners of Yunmomo's mouth twitched slightly, and in her heart, she mourned for her miserable future. Surprisingly, any other seasoning other than salt is absent here. It's no wonder the females around here like greasy worm meat that's gross and blah. Aside from the psychological barrier and the fishy flavor, the stuff tasted like modern-day jello. Compared with the usual boring diet, the meat of the greasy worms is really a rare delicacy. At the thought of that horrible taste nightmare, Yunmochizuki hastily shook his head to break the memories. Seeing Muya looking at herself with a tangled face, Yunmochizuki felt that she should ask in a different way. So are there any particularly sour fruits here? Or one of those red plants that make your tongue hurt if you eat it? MSG chicken flavor and 13 spice cloud foam is not a luxury, but vinegar and cayenne pepper were two things that would be a little hard for her to accept in the future if she didn't have them as well. there are sour fruits. Those sour beans by the river are them. And as for the red plant you said would hurt your tongue if you ate it, it would be the fire tongue plant. I've tasted it before when I was searching for edible plants, and it was a real pain in the ass. What do you need that for? The look on Muya's face became even more tangled, seemingly unable to comprehend how Yun-Momo could want to eat these two inedible things. This news was undoubtedly a life-saving remedy for the nearly desperate Yun-Momo, only to see Yun-Momo excitedly pulling Muya's hand and inquiring with both eyes glowing, "Come on, take me to these things, and when you find them, you'll know what to do with them." Having seen too many amazing things here in Yun-Momo, Muya slowly got used to it. "I'll take you to pick the sour peas first. The fire tongue grass is farther away, and you still have to make a trip to the forest, so don't go. I'll just go and pick it back." Cloud Mist nodded. "Good, let's get ready quickly then. In a little while the droop powder should solidify." For the sake of food, Muya didn't hold back at all and directly brought Yun-Momo to the river. She was seen casually plucking a plant with pea-sized fruits and handing it to Yun-Momo. "This is the sour pea, which is almost everywhere along the river, and the darker the color the more sour the taste. If you eat it straight, it can be so acidic that you won't be able to taste it for days, so be careful not to pop it in your mouth." Receiving the sour beans from Muya's hands, Yun-Momo looked at the bunch of dark green fruits and suddenly thought of the wild grapes she had eaten when she was a child. That sour flavor. Until now Yun-Momo remembers it clearly. I don't know if this stuff can replace the flavor of vinegar either. Chapter 41, Fireweed. Muya was in a hurry to go to the forest to pick the fire tongue grass, and after instructing Yun-Momo, Muya left. Yun-Momo picked some more sour beans by the river and took them directly to the boulder, and after washing the sour beans, he put them into the pit of the boulder and began to whack them. Within moments, the sour peas were smashed into a puddle. The strong sour smell came to his nose, almost choking Yun-Momo who couldn't breathe. A strong acidic odor filled the air everywhere, smothering Yun-Momo's eyes. "This stuff is actually better than onions." Closing her eyes and holding her breath, Yun-Momo quickly dug out the muddy substance in the pit and placed it on a leaf, wrapping it like a dumpling. It was only after moving away from the stone that Yun-Momo took a deep breath. Even the wild grapes she'd gotten back then hadn't been this powerful. In order to study whether this thing could achieve the effect she wanted, Yun-Momo used a bamboo tube to hold some river water, and then took out a little bit of sour pea mud as big as a fingernail cap and put it into the bamboo tube. After gently shaking it, Yun-Momo cautiously dipped a bit of water into her mouth and tasted it. After being diluted with water, the sour peas really didn't taste as sour as I thought they would. It just tastes more like lemonade. It's a far cry from the flavor of vinegar, but it's better than nothing. When you make the dressing later, it shouldn't be too bad, as long as you control the amount. I also wonder how far off the fire tongue grass Muya got us from the chili he wanted. Yun-Momo couldn't help but pray in her heart, hoping that the fire tongue grass that Muya brought back could replace the chili peppers. Otherwise, I'm afraid she'll have nothing more to look forward to with this non-spicy mouth of hers. In order to make the diluted water closer to the acidity of vinegar, Yun-Momo kept trying it up. It wasn't until after changing the water about 10 times that Yun-Momo finally let out a sigh of relief. This flavor is still tart with lemon, but it feels like it's about as acidic as vinegar. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she saw Muya carrying a bundle of fiery red blades of grass all the way towards the cabin. When Yun-Macho saw those fire tongue grasses that were incomparably similar in color to chili peppers, she couldn't help but press on. Jogging all the way to Muya, Muya panted and dropped the fire tongue grass on her back on the ground. "Take it, I'm going to the river to wash it. It's hurting me." Before Yun-Mochizuki could inquire, she saw Muya raise her reddish hand and keep blowing air towards it. Seeing this scene, Yun-Momo felt remorseful. She actually forgot to remind Muya not to get the juice of the fire tongue grass on her hands. "Go ahead and wash yourself with water, and I'll get you some sour pea water for you to soak your hands in. It should make it better." Muya couldn't be bothered to ask in detail at this point. She just nodded busily and then continued to run wildly towards the river. Yun-Mozu didn't dare to grab those fire tongue grasses directly with her hands, and casually pulled a wooden stick on the side of the road to pick up the bundled fire tongue grasses. Returning to the front of the wooden house, Yun-Momo hurriedly found a large round disc and poured some of her own concocted sour bean water into it. Muya had also returned from washing her hands, and without much explanation, Yun-Momo directly let her soak her hands in the water. Having just put it in the water for a short while, Muya suddenly looked at Yun-Momo in a daze. "It's actually much better. I didn't realize this sour pea didn't look like much, but it actually worked better than Sindler's ointment." Seeing that Muya wasn't that uncomfortable anymore, Yun-Momo then breathed a sigh of relief. Fire tongue is supposed to contain capsaicin on it, and tamarinds are acidic and neutralize the alkalinity of the capsaicin, which will ease the pain, Yun-Momo subconsciously explained, but as a result, Muya was confused by what she heard.
Foamy, who handed you all these strange sayings? Would there be a special person over in Wasteland City to hand these things to the females? Suddenly questioned by Muya, Momo did not know how to explain for a moment. In modern times, he had spiced up his own hands when he helped his aunt cut chili peppers. In those days, my aunt used vinegar to help soak her hands. It will not completely eliminate the pain, but it will provide good relief. They are also lessons she has learned after having endured them, and it can't be said that anyone has specifically taught them. Thinking of this, Momo could only smile helplessly. I figured it out on my own too. No one ever taught me. Muya's eyes instantly became incomparably adoring. Foamy, you're simply brilliant, and just because you have so many good ideas, your time in the tribe will only get better from now on. I have to say, Lawson simply has a great eye for becoming your escort so quickly. I'm afraid that if another male finds out about this later, he'll grab his head. Cloudmore grinned. If that's the case, then I'd better restrain myself in the future. I don't want the tribe to cause any more unnecessary conflicts because of me. Now even when she promised she wouldn't brand the guardians again, these females were ostracizing themselves at every turn. If the situation that Muyato said really happened, the females in the tribe didn't know what kind of tactics they would use against themselves. All she wanted was to be stable in the tribe, and the rest of her time she would spend looking for a way to get back. Now if it wasn't for the fact that Lawson was injured and she had to solve the problem of feeding herself first, otherwise she would have asked Lawson to take herself over to the hunting grounds to have a look. Muya looked at Momo's resistant expression with a puzzled face. Foamy, you don't think you just like Lawson, do you? Yun Moxie waved her hands in succession. No, I've only known Lawson for a day. He's the one who saved me from the hunt. I'm grateful to him. I didn't think of anything else. Muya smiled a treacherous smile. Never mind. There's plenty of time for that later anyway. You can take your time and think about it. When she thought about the relationship with Luo-sen, Momo's mind was in turmoil. If she couldn't find a way to get back on her own anytime soon, what was she supposed to do with Lawson? After all, in Lawson's perception, he was the only escort he recognized. According to the rules of the beast world, an escort can couple with a female if she can satisfy her. To couple is to establish the relationship of husband and wife, the same meaning as modern marriage, and females here can have more than one beast husband. The first beastmaster to couple with a female is the master beastmaster, and all other beastmasters must listen to the master beastmaster. Lawson was trying to be his own master beastman, if he didn't find a way to get back there himself by the time the next storm period rolled around. Instead, Luo-sen had managed to advance to the level of the purple rank, and if she continued to refuse Luo-sen's request to couple up, Luo-sen would probably be very sad. But now if he were to bring up the matter of removing the branding with Lawson might be even more unable to accept it. Yun Momo, who had never had an emotional experience before, really didn't know how to deal with this matter. The more he thought about it, the more he felt helpless and could only exhale silently. At this point in time, she could only find a suitable opportunity to test Luo-sen's attitude first. It would be best if the branding with Lawson could be lifted without any problems. Moya's hands had gotten much better after soaking them in the sour bean water. Looking at the fire tongue grass gathered back on the ground, he couldn't help but ask out loud, "What are you going to do with these fire tongues? You mustn't move this thing. It hurts. Don't you suffer anymore. Just tell me what to get." Chapter 42, The Powdered Nuts Are Ready. Momo came back from her trance and couldn't help but frown when she saw the red, flaming tongue grass on the ground. I'm not sure if this fire tongue is the flavor I'm looking for. This can only be tasted to find out. When Muya heard this, she was in a hurry. I can't believe you want to taste it. Can't you see what my hands have become? Wouldn't this stuff hurt more than your hand if you got it in your mouth? Seeing Muya with a look of looking at a little cutie's look, Yun Moya smiled helplessly. This stuff hurts when you eat it in your mouth, but it has a good flavoring effect. And if this fire tongue herb tastes the same as the one I'm thinking of, it'll surely be delicious when it's made. Mwa grinned. I've eaten this stuff before, and my tongue hurts half the time when I eat it, so how can you call it good? Knowing that she couldn't explain herself, Yun Macho could only lean down to get a bit of the leaves of the fire tongue grass and put them in her mouth to chew on them. A fiery sting spread through his mouth. This kind of taste sensation made Momo's eyes light up. Isn't that chili ben pepper? The flavors are practically identical and there is almost no difference in texture except for the lack of seeds. Yun Moxie couldn't help but let out a surprised voice. Ha ha, great. This fire tongue grass is the flavor I'm looking for. Now just wash and mash these fire tongue grasses and you can make the flavorings. Looking at the incomparably excited Yun Momo in front of her, Muya's brows tightened. This sour peas 1 minute and fire tongue grass the next. Will it taste good when it's done later? With the assurance of the taste of the chili pepper, Yun Momo had a little more confidence in the modulation of the flavor. You'll see when you taste it later. Although she was skeptical in her heart, Muya still believed that Yun Momo could surprise herself. With that, the two were busy again and finally had all the materials ready. Yun Momo found a clean bamboo tube and made a certain proportion of the prepared salt water.
sour bean water, and fire tongue grass sauce. I dipped a spoon into some and tasted it, and it tasted better than I expected. Muya wasn't really interested in the condiments, and kept observing the powdered droop that was drying in the disc. Cloud Mist got the seasoning right and used a spoon to tap the surface of the powdered droop lightly. The already congealed droop powder wobbled all of a sudden. The resilient viewing sensation caused Muya to let out a gasp of surprise. Wow, is this the same kernel powder that was just like water? Now it's actually not water anymore. It's turned into this. Muya thought for half a day, but as a result, she didn't know how to describe the sight she saw. Jaw dropping for a moment, looking dumb and adorable. This is the kind of Q vermicelli I was talking about. Mix it with the sauce I made later. It's absolutely delicious. Q elastica. Yes, that's what it feels like. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that there was such a good-looking food in the world. It was like ice, but much softer, with a wobbly elasticity, let alone eating it. Just looking at it is the ultimate treat for me. Muya's eyes carried complete surprise, as if she had seen the sight that shocked her the most. Yun Momo also couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. But thinking of the difference between kernel fruit and kudzu quality, Yun Momo decided to make the cold powder as soon as possible to taste it. Picking up a wooden spoon, Yun Momo made a few strokes in the disc in 3 horizontal and 3 vertical strokes. The elastically soft droop powder was quickly split into 9 pieces. Pouring a portion of the material juice from the bamboo tube into it, the originally transparent droop powder was immediately colored with a light grass green hue. Using a spoon, I scooped a piece into my mouth, and the hot and sour flavor instantly filled my mouth. Combined with the soft vermicelli, the feeling is almost not much different from the modern cold noodles. It was a pity that Yun Momo didn't have the time to look for flavor-enhancing vegetables like cilantro or small parsnips this time. Otherwise, the droop powder could have tasted a little better. Muya, who was on the side, saw Yun Momo taking a bite with a look of enjoyment. The mind that had just been questioning the seasoning was thrown out of the window. Let me taste it. Saying that, Muya picked up another wooden spoon and scooped a large mouthful into her mouth as well. Probably because she wasn't used to the flavor of the fire tongue grass, Muya subconsciously tried to spit it out when she first took it into her mouth. As a result, after pouring it in my mouth, the soft and sweet texture of the powdered walnut washed away the spicy flavor of the fire tongue grass, followed by a wonderful collision of flavors. This peculiar sensation made Muya's eyes grow brighter and brighter, and her chewing speed grew faster and faster. By the time she'd swallowed the first mouthful of droop powder, her whole body had become agitated. Foamy, you're practically a god in charge of food. How on earth did you come up with such an amazing flavor? This is simply amazing too. Even if I thought about it for the rest of my life, I couldn't think of 2 things to flavor it with, sour peas and fire tongue. For such a question, Yun Momo could not explain. After all, in modern times, it has taken 5,000 years of food culture to come up with such flavoring. If she were to do it alone, she wouldn't be able to do it even if she was given 10 lifetimes. So Yun Momo deliberately avoided the topic and hurriedly handed the disc in her hand to Muya's hand. You can eat these for now, and I'll make some more out for when Lawson wakes up. Muya didn't have to be polite. She directly received the disc into her hands, picked up a wooden spoon and began to give her mouth a wild show. The spicy flavor of the fire tongue herb irritated her eyes, but the movement of her hands did not slow down at all. Yun Momo's side had only just prepared the remaining 4 portions of nuclear fruit powder, and Muya had already eaten all of the plate in her hand. Satisfied and patting her slightly bulging little tummy, Muya burped soundly. It was simply delicious, and if I hadn't been so overwhelmed, I probably would have eaten it until I couldn't stop. Seeing Muya eating soundly, Yun Momo also had a craving. Take a few bites of the concocted nutmeg powder. Yun Momo, who hadn't eaten any decent food for 2 days in a row, felt as if her body had been infused with new energy. Halfway through the meal, Lawson's voice came from the cabin. Foamy, what are you guys doing? Why do I smell a sour, strange odor? Yun Moxie hurriedly swallowed the powdered droop in her mouth and uttered a response. Lawson, you're awake. Our kernel powder is just ready. I'll send it in for you to try. What's droop powder? Lawson questioned out loud. Yun Momo didn't explain, but just held a large disc and entered the wooden house. Lawson sat up from his animal skin nest and curiously surveyed the contents of the disc. After seeing that the disc contained a plate full of transparent chunks, he stared in shock. Isn't this ice? How can there be ice at this time of year? Where did you get it? Chapter 43, The Blaming Lawson. Looking at Luo Sen's shocked expression, Yun Momo shoved the disc into his hands. You can taste it. It's not ice. It's a powdered droop I made. I added some special seasonings to it, so it might be a little uncomfortable at first, but Muya accepted it quite quickly. Luosen took the spoon handed over by Yun Momo and scooped a spoonful into his mouth. The spicy flavor of the fire tongue grass instantly attacked Lawson's taste buds, making him subconsciously want to spit out what was in his mouth. However, after seeing Yun Momo's expectant eyes, it was hard to hold back. Stiffening his tongue, he inverted it in his mouth, and the smooth texture of the droop powder instantly dissolved the pain on the tip of his tongue, leaving only a wonderful taste sensation. Chewing a little faster, Lawson soon felt a crispness he had never felt before. Yummy, Lawson exclaimed out in surprise, picking up the spoon and scooping a few more bites into his mouth. Is this really made from a droop? But it looks nothing like a droop. As he ate, Lawson questioned the crystal clear food on the round plate. Lawson couldn't imagine how it was possible to make such a tender tasting food with a dry plant like a droop. The tribes can't make a plant with this texture at all, except for the oilworm meat, which can achieve a tender texture. Looking at Luosin eating happily, Yunmomo then smiled and talked about the process of making the kernel powder. Hearing that Yunmomo had actually done so much while he was asleep, Luosen's eyes were filled with self-blame and heartache. I was so careless that I fell asleep like that. It was clearly agreed that I would be the one to take care of you, but now I'm making you work so hard instead. I'm really not a qualified escort. Cloudmist smiled and waved his hand. Your injuries are too serious. If you don't rest, who will protect me in the future? It's not like these things are complicated, and I have Muya to help me. She's the one who put in the effort. She and I are both females, and what she can do, I can naturally do, so there's no need for you to beat yourself up so much. The self-loathing on Lawson's face didn't subside, and hard as it was, even the nutmeg didn't smell good. Putting the disc in his hand aside, Luosin took Yunmomo's hand with a serious face. Foamy, do you dislike me? Don't want me to be your escort anymore? Cloudmist was stunned by the question. How did you come up with this? I don't dislike you, I just don't want to be completely dependent on someone else for survival. Looking at Luosen's pitiful appearance, Yunmomo could not bear to make him sad at all. Originally, he was going to try to test him about lifting the brand, but the words turned into appeasement. Seeing that Yunmomo did not intend to remove the brand from himself, the worry under Luosen's eyes dissipated. That's great, Foamy. You're simply the nicest female in the world. It's the greatest fortune of my life that I can be your protector. The blue cat pupils were like they were filled with stars, shining brightly as they looked at Yunmomo. This kind of simple thinking made Yun Mochizuki unable to hold back a burst of laughter. I'm lucky to have met you too, so you need to get better quickly so I can go with you to the hunting grounds and retrieve my pack. I did promise you a present. Lifting his backpack, Lawson lifted the animal skin that covered his body directly, revealing the wound in his waist. Look, my wounds have healed. There's nothing wrong with them. I can take you there now if you want to go. Caught off guard, Yunmomo's eyes landed on Luosen's lean waistline. The smooth mermaid line and the well-defined 8-pack abs completely occupied Yunmomo's attention. This waist is so nice. If a flash of imagination ran through Cloudmore's head. Cough cough. Yunmomo's cheeks reddened, and she hurriedly coughed lightly to interrupt the evil thoughts in her head, forcing herself to shift her line of sight to the wounds on the side of her waistline. The bleeding from the wound had stopped, and it looked like a bright red scab had congealed. Although it appeared to have healed, Yunmomo knew that this was only the initial stage. Once the wound was torn, it would be more troublesome to heal it again. Looking at Luosen's eager face, Yunmomo directly shook her head. Your wounds need to rest for at least 3 days. There's no rush on my backpack for now. Let's wait until your wounds are completely fine. In response to Yunmomo's insistence, Luosun was also out of temper. Apparently, he wasn't going to make it to the hunting grounds today. Considering the time, Lawson could only sigh. Fine, but you'll have to leave any future work to me. I don't want to be the male being taken care of by the female. Cloudmist smiled and nodded. Okay, I know. I'll leave any future work to you. Now you'd better get some rest. I have to go over to Malam and give them some of the finished kernel powder. Mulvey and the matriarch's family have been helping themselves ever since they entered the tribe. Now that you've worked out the practice of kernel powder for yourself, you're bound to give something back. The kernel powder made this time was a bit small, but I'm sure I can make more tomorrow if I have Lawson's help. We'll be able to send more to Mulvey and the others when the time comes. Better let me drive you there. My wounds have scabbed over, and if I keep lying in the nest I'm afraid they'll smother me, so I might as well go over there with you to get some air. With that said, Lawson had emerged from his beastly nest and stretched out comfortably. With a curl of his tail, he swept cloud foam into his arms. Before Yunmomo could react, Luosun slightly bent down and directly picked her up in a horizontal hug. In front of her eyes was a piece of firm pectoral muscle, that hot and tight touch, clinging to the back of Yunmomo's shoulder. Yun Moxie couldn't help but her breath stutter, and her cheeks instantly rose up in 2 red clouds. Help! Who can hold this? It was simply too torturous for such an intimate experience. Mind you, her perception is still at the level where she blushes when she pulls hands. God had given her the top experience straight away at a time when she hadn't had time to daydream about males. If she went back to the modern era, the suitors would not be able to raise her interest at all if they didn't have this configuration. I'm afraid, Luo-san, you quickly put me down. I can walk, by myself. Mo said softly, I like holding you, and I'm going to hold you everywhere I go from now on. Luosin hooked his lips with a face of enjoyment. But, won't this be hot? Yun Moxie tried to find an excuse. Hot, then I'll carry you to the river for a dip. The bottom of Luosan's eyes lit up. Never mind. Let's go to Malam's house first. Yun Mo sighed bitterly. When Luosin came out with Yun Mo in his arms, Muya handed Yun Mo a I get it look and hurriedly found an excuse to bolt. Cloud Foam's last glimmer of hope was dashed. Instead, it was Tuan who rushed forward and bared his teeth one by one towards Luosin, who was holding Yun Mo. Chirp, chirp. Chapter 44. Lawson narrowed his eyes and let out a low growl, instantly shocking the regiment. I don't know why, but from the very beginning, Tuan didn't get along with Lawson. Unfortunately, the difference in strength is so great that the group is never on the losing side. In order to appease Tuan's aggrieved emotions, Yun Mo hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. We're going to deliver Colonel Powder to Mal AM. We'll be back soon, so just stay home and rest, and I'll catch you some more fish to eat later in the evening. Hearing that there were fish, the group was immediately comforted. Chirp, barked helplessly, before Tuan continued to lie on the grass, brushing his fur with his tongue. After that, Luosin placed the remaining 2 trays of kernel fruit powder on his own back and ran towards the direction of Malway's house with Yun Mo on his back. By the time they arrived at the patriarch's cabin, the patriarch's family was eating. Malvi graciously invited the 2 men into the cabin. On the spacious bestiary in the center of the cabin sat Morn, Mato, and the 2 little Moromots. After a few people, there were also 3 male orcs that Yun Mo hadn't seen before. One of the males smiled and greeted Yun Mo. You must be the little female who just joined the tribe today. I'm Hess. Welcome. Yun Mo looked at their state of getting along silently and quickly understood the relationship between them and Malway. The 3 slightly younger males would be Malvi's other 3 beast husbands. The other 2 males were also introduced to Yun Mo separately, blue-haired Kezia and brown-haired Bray, respectively. While the blue-haired Kezia was bright and cheerful, the brown-haired Bray seemed more reticent. Yun Mo also graciously introduced herself to a few people. I was a little surprised to hear that Lawson accepted the branding of the new female yesterday, but now that I've met you, I realize why Lawson was so impatient. Kezia laughed and snickered at Lawson. That's for sure. Foamy is such a good female. If I don't make the first move, I'm afraid it'll be snatched away by someone else, Lawson said with a proud look on his face. Mulvey smiled and waved at the 2 men. Mamoru, Lawson, come and sit down. We roasted quite a bit of meat for lunch. You guys come and try it too. Yun Macho hurriedly waved her hand and took the 2 discs from Luo Sen's hand. No need. We've already eaten. This is the food that Muya and I both made together. It tastes pretty good. Thought I'd bring it over for you guys to try. Thank you for all the help you've given me to successfully stay on the tribe. I hope you'll all take care of me in the future. And if I do anything wrong, I'll have to ask for more guidance. When you first arrive, good socialization is a guarantee that you will get a foothold in the tribe, and sharing food is the best avenue to do so. Malway glanced towards the disc in Yun Momo's hand, and at the sight of the crystal clear food in the disc, her eyes widened in shock. Ouch! What is this made of? Why does it look a bit like ice? Several people in Mon originally didn't care about it, and after hearing Maldy's exclamation of surprise, they couldn't help but look at the food in the round plate. How can there be ice when it's so hot right now? This is simply too unbelievable. Mon frowned and spoke. No, this isn't ice. I'm looking at these and they're still wobbly and the texture seems soft. Hess quickly noticed the difference. Could it be some kind of oil fat? But Lawson didn't go hunting today either, Kezia guessed with a nagging look on her face. It smells like plants, not meat, Bray uttered with a serious look on his face. Lawson couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at the confused faces of the crowd. Ha ha ha, don't even guess. I can guarantee that even Worm wouldn't know what this is if he saw it. The crowd became even more curious as they watched Lawson's certainty. Mo, quickly tell us what this is made of. I've never seen this kind of amazing food before. Malway looked at Yun Mo with curiosity. Yun Mo smiled faintly and handed the disc to Malway. There's really nothing special about the ingredients of this stuff, and you even gave it to me early this morning. I just applied a little more processing and then did some special modulation and then it became what it is now. Malvi remembers a little and speaks with a hesitant look on her face. You can't be talking about nuclear cakes. How can a nuclear cake make such transparent food? The crowd was also full of skepticism when they heard it was a nuclear cake. The taste of the nuclear cake is dry and hard to chew. Just by looking at the texture it's completely different. Morn can't be looking for the wrong thing. Mon was profoundly skeptical. The others agreed deeply with Morn's suspicions. Lawson looked at the skeptical looks on the faces of a few people, but he smiled and handed the spoon to a few people. You'll know if it's made of droops when you taste it. The flavor never fools anyone. A few of the Malvies had trouble believing it, and they picked up spoons and scooped a spoonful from the disc and put it in their mouths. It was another exciting taste sensation. Yet in the next second, the look on a few people's faces suddenly became one of enjoyment. Wow, that flavor! Ha ha, it's simply amazing. The cheerful Kez was the first to speak up in admiration. Well, it does have a very strong droop flavor in it. Could this thing really be made from droops? This is too delicious. Moto couldn't help but open his mouth. Mo. What method did you use to make this food? Quickly tell me. This flavor is really too rare. I've never tasted it before. Malwei looked at Yun Mo with an astonished expression. Her eyes filled with anticipation. Several people's affirmation made Yun Mo feel a sense of accomplishment, and she hurriedly talked about the process of making her own kernel powder. A few people were again impressed when it came to the fact that the things used for flavoring were sour peas and firetongue herbs. I didn't think that the sour beans and firetongue grass that we normally wouldn't even touch could produce such a magical flavor. Moan had a look of disbelief on his face. Foamy, how did you even come up with all these ideas? We've been eating kernels for so many years, but we've never thought that kernels could be handled this way. Malwei's eyes were filled with marvel. The others had all been overwhelmed by the marvelous flavor of the droop powder by now, sending bite after bite of it from their plates into their mouths. Other than nodding repeatedly towards Yun Mo, he could no longer make any other movements. Seeing that the food she made was recognized, Yun Mo just smiled and opened her mouth. If it wasn't for Muya helping me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to succeed. I just wanted to try. I didn't expect it to actually be made. It's probably all due to my luck. Seeing that the plate of kernel powder was about to be eaten up by several people, Malwei hurriedly got up to greet Yun Mo. Foamy, you take that disc of droop powder and come with me to Worm's side. Worm would give you many rewards if he knew you made such delicious food. To the side, Morn nodded in agreement. Yes, you guys go over to Worm first, and later I'll gather the tribe to the plaza and tell everyone the good news. It was almost time for the hot sizzling period, and if the kernel powder could make such a delicious food, the tribe's food reserves would be expanded tremendously. The survival of the females will be guaranteed to the fullest. Foamy is simply a savior sent by the beast god. Chapter 45, Meeting the Worm. Yun Mochizuki didn't feel anything about this yet, and only felt that Mon was making a bit of a big deal out of it. It's just some improved meals. It doesn't seem to be to the point of being a savior, does it? However, upon seeing Malwei and a few others with a look of approval, Yun Mo was a bit nonplussed. Could it be that the kernel powder he made could really save the entire tribe, as the patriarch had said? Wouldn't that be a bit much? Before Yun Mo could question Luosin agreed with a happy face. Then please matriarch, I'll take Foam over to Worm's side now, and after I meet Worm I'll take her to the square to meet everyone. Moan nodded, and with a curl of Lorsen's tail, the next second Yun Moan was placed on Lorsen's back. A few of the Moto's eyes were filled with loss as they watched another plate of droop powder about to leave them. Hurry up and eat. After that we'll all go and pick some kernels together, and then we'll let Foamy teach us how to make kernel powder. Hess was the first to react. Right, let's go over and pick a batch of them back first, or else the other people in the tribe will know about it later, and the droops won't be easy to pick. Kizi also hurriedly agreed. Mulvey smiled helplessly, and after instructing Motel to stay and take care of the two little ones, Mori and Mort, she turned and headed out the door. Lawson hurried to keep up with Mulvey, afraid that if he delayed, he wouldn't be able to get more nuggets for himself. Worm's cabin was relatively isolated, almost on the very edge of the tribe. If it wasn't for the fact that a few dilapidated wooden huts could still be seen sporadically, Yun Mochizuki would simply have to wonder if they had already left the confines of the tribe. Mulvey explains that Wum doesn't like to be disturbed, so he has always lived on the very edge of the tribe. Only the family was allowed to go and take care of them on weekdays, so anyone else who wanted to see Worm could only do so through them leading the way. Combining Malwei's respect and Muya's description of Wum's rewards, Yun Mo felt that Wum was probably a very important person in this tribe. Afraid that her lack of knowledge of the rules had angered Worm, Yun Mo hurriedly wanted to ask Malwei about the do's and don'ts after meeting Worm. Seeing Yun Mo nervous, Malwei just smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, Wum is most generous and kind. No matter what you say or do, Wum won't be angry. If I knew you made such delicious kernel powder, I'm afraid Wum could give you quite a few good things. Yun Mo blinked doubtfully. Mal am, are there a lot of good things at Wumu's place? Moya said that someone else had exchanged for salt crystals and snow crystals or something like that at Wum before. Can the kernel powder I made be exchanged for something like that as well? Mulvey laughed at the skeptical look in Yun Mo's eyes. Of course, the droop thing. While there are plenty of them in the woods, we've always eaten them in droop cakes. Nutcrackers are hard to chew and taste extremely bad, and even in large quantities tribesmen rarely bother to eat them, unless it was a matter of life and death.
It would be used by the tribesmen to feed themselves. If it hadn't been an emergency in the morning,
I wouldn't have brought you any of my previously stockpiled nutcrackers. Now that you've revolutionized the preparation of droops and made them less unpalatable, these droop powders may be able to help the tribe through the crisis when food is in short supply when we get into the heat of the day. Worm is the female in the tribe who knows the most, and is also in charge of many of the tribe's treasured items, which she uses to reward the tribe for anything that helps them.
Malway patiently explained to Yunmomo.
Until then, Yunmomo realized that the kernel powder she made turned out to be so important.
Earlier,
Muya said that she would also be able to receive a reward if she told Worm about the method of taking fire from the bow drill,
and Yunmochizuki instantly looked forward to it. Since Malvi often came here to Worm, she wasn't much slower than Lawson.
Several people soon came to a clearing surrounded by trees. Worm's cabin was backed by a tree as big as 5 people could wrap their arms around it, and the huge canopy formed a natural barrier over the cabin, which seemed to be very well endowed. A number of shrubs grew around the perimeter of the cabin, forming a dense enclosure, leaving only an opening directly in front of the cabin that allowed 2 people to pass through side by side. Malvi led the 2 men into the opening and made their way toward the cabin. There were a lot of dried plant branches and leaves hanging outside the cabin and this string of wind chimes made from white fruit under the eaves. The breeze caressed the wind chimes with a crisp rustle. It's like the sound leaves make when they rub together, but much crisper and nicer.
Malvi stopped outside the cabin door and warned softly, Foamy made some delicious food.
I brought her over to give you a taste.
Can we come in?
As soon as Malvi's words were out of her mouth,
an amiable laugh was heard from the house. I've been waiting a long time, so come on in, you guys.
Malvi nodded at Cloudmore before lifting her hand and pushing open the door to the cabin,
holding the kernel powder. Yunmomo followed Malway's lead into the gate. Luosen didn't follow him in and said that he would wait outside for Yunmomo to come out, thinking that Luosen had injuries on his body and could still take a rest outside. Yunmomo did not let him accompany him and continued to follow Malway into the cabin. The cabin was well lit and the sunlight brightened the room. The interior of the house was set up similarly to the other cabins in the tribe, also with a huge animal skin in the center. An elderly female with a full head of white hair was leaning against a log, looking toward them with a smile on her face. Come over here and sit down. Let me see what delicious food our tribe's blessing has brought. Worm smiled and waved at the 2, looking very friendly. Malvi took Yunmomo's hand and went forward with a smile on her face. I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect to be guessed by you again, Malway said, pulling Yunmomo to sit beside Wum.
Worm's eyes crossed over Malvi and scowled towards Cloudmore.
It looks like we won't have to starve in our tribe this time around during the hot sizzle. The beast god has indeed blessed us after all, and has sent down blessed stars for us to help us. Yun Moxie's heart tightened, not understanding why Wum said that, eyes subconsciously dodging away. He opened his mouth in a slightly embarrassed manner. Wum, my name is Cloud Foam, just call me Foam. It's an honor to come and live with the tribe. The tribe is what has blessed me. When Worm heard Yunmomo's words, he burst into a pleasant smile. Fine. I'll stop saying all that weird stuff. That's the food you're holding in your hand that you made, right? Can you give me a taste?
Yunmochizuki hurriedly handed the disc in his hand to Worm's face.
This is the kernel powder that the 2 of us, Muya and I, made together, and it tastes pretty good, so Wum try it and see if you like it.
Worm was not polite and nodded with a smile. Over there Malvi handed over the spoon and Wum picked it up and ate, a spoonful of kernel powder in his mouth. Worm's expression shifted for a moment, and he eventually quickly swallowed the food in his mouth, nodding his head repeatedly in surprise.
Delicious. This flavor is so fresh. It's the first time in all my years of living that I've eaten such a novel flavor. You've definitely wasted a lot of thought with your food. Chapter 46, Worm's Worries. Seeing Worm eating happily, Yunmo's heart was relieved. It's good that Worm likes it. I was worried you wouldn't be able to eat it. When I find more flavorings later, this Nutella should be even better. I'll bring you a taste when I'm done. Worm smiled a soothing smile. Well. I didn't think I could have such a mouthful at this age. I'm content. This stuff is simply many times better than that nuclear cake, especially for older orcs like me, whose teeth are failing. This soft and bouncy stuff is no trouble at all to eat. Malvi, if you can, send me this kernel powder from now on. I'm really tired of those roasted oilworms. Malvi was soothed by the sight of Worm eating bite after bite. Worm is old and his teeth are almost gone. Most of the roasted meats and fruits were already inedible. The only meat she could chew now was greaseworm meat. Eating only this one food every day was torture when Malvi herself thought about it. The powdered kernel fruit made by Yunmomo now was so soft and bouncy that it took no effort at all to eat it, which was suitable for an aged orc like Worm to eat. Earlier she had fretted about how Worm's life would be secured if the supply of greasy worm meat was not available when it came to the hot sizzling period. Now that she saw that Worm liked kernel powder, a big stone in Malvi's heart was finally put down. Okay, as long as you like it, Worm, I'll bring you powdered kernels to eat every day from now on.
Yun Mo also didn't expect that the kernel fruit powder she made on a whim actually saved the elderly orcs in the tribe by accident. That's pretty mindless. Worm took the time to ask Yun Mochizuki about it as he munched on the kernel powder. Since you are the one who made this delicious food, Worm must have no shortage of rewards for you. Tell me what you want, and I'll fulfill it as best I can. Cloud Mist was stunned by the question. When she had just arrived, all she could think of was that there would be a reward, but I didn't realize that this reward could still be withdrawn on its own. She had thought that rewards were given by Worm watching, but now she was momentarily at a loss as to what to ask for. When Malwei saw Yunimomo's blank face, she knew that Yunimo probably didn't know what kind of reward to ask for. With a little thought in her head, Malwei suggested like Yunimo too. Right now you only have Lorson as an escort, and in the future, if you make up your mind not to pick another escort, I think it would be better for you to pick items that can be exchanged for salt and food, like snow crystals, salt crystals, stuff like that. Of course, if you have anything else you want, you can talk to Worm, and Worm will oblige you with whatever Worm has here. Yunimo felt that Mulvey was right. Now that she only had Lorson as an escort, food and salt and such seemed to require Lorson to face it alone. Now he still had wounds on his body and had received a punishment of 10 jars of salt food exchanged by the clan leader. Especially now that it's almost the hot sizzling period, food is gradually becoming scarce, and if anything else happens then, not having something that can be exchanged for food and salt will be passive. Thinking of this, Yunimo just wanted to ask for a snow crystal or salt crystal or something like that from Worm. The result was to see that Worm was looking at himself in disbelief. You're not going to choose another male escort? Why is that? You shouldn't have made such a decision. Yun Moxie didn't think that Worm would care about her choice of escort, and opened her mouth with an awkward expression. I already have Lorson as my escort. Lorson is very strong. Having him as my escort is more than enough, and I don't want the other females in the tribe, who need a lot of males to take care of them to survive. I can take care of myself. How else would I make Nutella? Worm won't have to worry about that. I'll be able to make a good living in the tribe even if I only have Lawson as a guardian. Hearing Yunimomo's words, Worm's frown tightened. Foamy, are you getting the wrong idea? Whether you choose an escort or not is not determined by your ability to survive. The decision is yours. You carry the blessing of the beast god and will attract a male following whenever you can. If you don't want to get in trouble for such an attraction, then you must brand as many guardians as possible, and then find the strongest one to become a beast master. Only then will you be able to live your life the way you want to. Do you understand? Worm spoke with a serious face, and Yunimo did listen to it with a cloudy face. Worm seemed to be talking to himself about a very serious matter, but Yun Mochizuki couldn't understand how he was going to live his life, and what it had to do with how many escorts he branded. Couldn't one live in the tribe with only Lorson as an escort? For a moment, Yunimo actually didn't know how to respond to Wum's words. On the side, Malwei seemed to have seen Yunimo's difficulty, and couldn't help but pull up Wum's hand and gently opened her mouth to explain. Wum, look at this. Mama just came to the tribe. You have to let Mama get used to it for a while first. Maybe once she adjusted to life in the tribe and the escort thing, Foamy figured it out on her own. You gave Foamy a fright with these words, and thought that if he didn't brand 10 or 8 guardians now, he would be finished later. When you put it like that, Foamy is afraid to stay in the tribe. Yunimo wanted to cast a glance of gratitude at Malwei and hurriedly opened her mouth with a smile. Wum, don't worry, I'm fine now. Big deal. I'll make more delicious food in the future, so that the other females in the tribe will completely change their opinion of me, so they won't reject me as much as they do now. Worm sighed helplessly. That's just it, you heartless little guys, just worry me to death. It's too early to say anything, and you'll understand when the time comes. Yun Moxie pursed her lips and just assumed that Wum was afraid that she was having a bad time. Thanks Wum for thinking of me. I'll take care of myself from now on. At this, Worm just smiled helplessly. Alright, tell me what you want first. I will naturally help you if I can. Looking at Worm's charitable smile, Yunimo's eyes twinkled and she spoke again about the bow rope she used to get fire. Worm was instantly praised after hearing this, and directly smiled and promised to give Yunimo more rewards. Yunimo was not greedy, and only needed 1 snow crystal and 1 salt crystal, thinking that these things should be able to be exchanged for quite a few useful things when the time comes. However, when Yunimo got the bag, she opened it, only to find that there were actually 3 or 4 crystals of different sizes inside. Worm actually gave himself some more, and Yun Mochizuki looked at Worm with some confusion. Worm, did you give the wrong one? I said 1 snow crystal and 1 salt crystal. Chapter 47, Spellbound Rosen. Looking at Yunimo's surprised expression, Worm happily laughed. Usually when those guys come here, they all beg and plead for me to give them more. But you're so nice that you think it's too much when I give it to you according to the actual standard. The 2 snow crystals in that bag are smaller, and the 2 salt crystals are larger. If the salt team comes, the salt crystals should be able to be exchanged for quite a lot of good things. As for the snow crystals, you can keep them. And when it comes to the toughest part of the Inferno scorching period, you should be able to feel quite comfortable if you use them. Worm patiently explained the purpose of the rewards to Yun Momo, who was happy to hear it. Then thank you, Worm. When I research something delicious later, I will definitely bring it to you to try. Worm smiled and nodded. Good. With a blessing like you, I'll be blessed in the future. Mulvey was also quick to smile and praise. Foamy is indeed an excellent female. This is only the first day she came to the tribe, and she has already come up with this delicious food. Kernel powder. It's really rare. Now even I'm starting to look forward to it. Yun Momo waved her hand in embarrassment. Mal am, don't flatter me. I'm getting embarrassed by your compliments. If I can't get anything else to eat in the future, I'm afraid I won't have the face to carry on in the tribe. Hearing Yun Momo's words, the two of them, Wum and Malwei, laughed even more cheerfully. Ha ha ha, this little guy is so funny. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just come here to Wum. Wum guarantees to back you up. Although Yun Momo was grateful in her heart, she didn't take Worm's promise to heart. After all, in her mind, her own life still depended on her to create it. Worm was getting older, so how could she let Worm bother her about her own affairs? Thank you, Wum. With your words, no one in the tribe will dare to bully me. I'm just so lucky to have Mal to take care of me during the week. Worm is old and tends to get sleepy when he eats. A few people chatted in the cabin for a few moments before Malwei left with Yun Momo. The sun's rays had turned an orange-red color by now, and Lawson saw the two men come out and rushed forward expectantly. Foamy, how's it going? What kind of rewards did Worm give you? Yun Momo shook the bag in her hand towards Luo Sen. 2 snow crystals, 2 salt crystals, aren't I great? Lawson's eyes glistened with excitement. Ha ha, Foamy, you're simply too good. When others come here to Worm, they can only get 1 crystal at a time. I didn't expect you to actually get 4, but only 2 snow crystals is still a bit less. If there were more, you wouldn't have to suffer during the Yenjua period. Hearing Luo Sen's unsatisfied muttering, Yun Momo smiled and snapped. It would be nice to have. Do you still want to empty Worm here? Lawson smiled in embarrassment. That's not so bad. The big deal is that I'll get more treasured beast skins for Worm in the future and trade you more snow crystals. To comfortably get through the Inferno scorch period, you need at least 20 snow crystals to do so. Mulvey couldn't help but snort lightly when she heard Lawson's words. You brat. If you want to redeem 20 snow crystals, you have to hunt at least 20 Tson Yunlin sables. Where are you going to find 20 Tson Yunlin sables? In this case, Lawson was confident. I'm sure I can find it in order to give Foamy a comfortable life. Thinking about what Worm had said, Mulvey shook her head helplessly. Your energy alone is limited after all. If you spend all your time capturing Tson Yunlin sables, how will you have time to accompany Foamy? If you ask me, it would be better for you to persuade Foamy to brand a few more guardians. Mulvey's words startled Lawson slightly. Needless to say, Mulvey poked Lawson's soft spot hard. Even if he had enough power, he had no diversion. If he wanted Yun Momo to have a better life, he was destined to spend more time in the hunting grounds. It was likely that he would have to spend an entire day in the hunting grounds in order to capture a pale cloud forest sable, leaving Yun Momo alone in the tribe with no one to take care of him for a whole day. Then wouldn't he be too negligent as an escort? Even if Yun Momo was willing to bear it, he couldn't bear to let Yun Momo stay alone in the tribe. For a while, Lawson's handsome face was full of tangles. Looking toward the silent Lawson, Yun Momo smiled reassuringly. Big deal. I'll go over to the hunting ground with Luo Sen. He'll be in charge of hunting, and I'll be in charge of gathering food that can be eaten, so that Luo Sen can protect me and also get more food. Wouldn't that be 2 birds with 1 stone? After all, Yun Momo still had to go over to the hunting grounds to look for a way for herself to go back, and was worried that she couldn't find a reasonable reason to do so. I'm sure this will make it so that Lawson won't deny himself about going to the hunting grounds with him. Sure enough, as soon as Yun Momo's side of the conversation fell, a flash of light suddenly floated up in Luo Sen's eyes. Yeah, I can take Foamy with me to the hunting grounds so that I can take care of Foamy at all times, and with my ability, Foamy won't be in any danger even if she's in the hunting grounds. Watching the 2 men sing in unison, Mulvey sighed helplessly at once. You guys have the nerve to think of crooked tricks. It is obvious that things that can be solved by branding some more guards can be solved, but why is it so difficult when it comes to the 2 of you? Forget it, I'm not going to try to persuade you. There will come a time when you guys figure it out. Mulvey still had a lot of trust in Lawson's strength, although going to the hunting grounds was risky for the females, but with the importance that Luosen placed on Yun Momo, this guy would definitely not let Yun Momo suffer any harm. The big deal was that she would instruct Mon and the others to take care of Yun Momo more in the future. A few people talked along the way and soon returned to the tribe. By now the sun's rays had become somewhat dimmer. According to Yun Mo's experience yesterday, it probably won't be long before it gets dark. There was still a lot of time left to deal with before dark, and after the two said goodbye to Malvi, they rushed back to their cabin. After running back and forth for a day, Yun Mo's body was covered in sticky sweat. If it were in modern times, Yun Mo would definitely rush into the bathroom at the first opportunity now to take a good shower. But now, Yun Mo looked at the simple to nothing special separated wooden house dumbfounded. How is she going to take a shower? Do you just go and soak in the river? The strong sense of shame prevented Yun Mo from soaking a little at all, and he still had a wound on his back, so if he soaked directly into the river, the wound would be out of question by night. When Luosen saw Yun Mo sitting on the beast skin in the center and fuming, he thought Yun Mo was uncomfortable somewhere. Foamy, is the wound hurting again? It's all my fault for causing you to do so much work today. Go and lie down over there. I'll help you see how the wound on your back is doing. Yun Mo thought of the bathing issue and couldn't help but open her mouth to ask, Lawson, how do you usually take a bath? I'm all sweaty and want to wash in warm water. Chapter 48, Wash yourself even if you don't have the condition to create it. Lawson couldn't help but frown slightly as he listened. The bathing you're talking about is soaking in water, right? Soaking in water tends to make females sick. Only when it's the hot sizzling period do females go to the river to soak and cool down. Normally females rarely soak in water. Foamy, you still have a wound on your back now. It's not good if you get sick from soaking. If you're really uncomfortable, why don't I fan you with a leaf so you can feel better? Yun Mo looked at Luosen's face of difficulty, and her entire body froze. It's amazing that the females in the tribe only bathe when they're in the heat of the day. So all the females in the tribe don't bathe at other times? If you go by modern times, you only get to bathe 1 or 2 months a year in the beast world. And with the beast world seeming to have 2 more seasons than modern times, a cycle is definitely longer than a modern year. Yun Mo had long since developed the habit of taking a bath every day in modern times, and she could still tolerate it when she arrived in the beast world without shampoo and shower gel and other kinds of bathing supplies, but she absolutely couldn't stand it if she was allowed to go without a bath for a whole year. Not wanting to make things difficult for Luosen, Yun Mo secretly gritted her teeth. Wash even if you don't have the conditions to create them. She couldn't stand going to bed with a stinky sweat. This will be hard for her to sleep. Today's time emergency will have to be a simple scrub first. Thinking of this, Yun Mo looked at Luosen. You get me some more river water later. Just about enough to fill 2 of those big leaves. The large leaves that Cloud Mist was talking about were the kind of giant leaves made into pots that were used to cook droop powder in the afternoon. That leaf is so thick and leafy and large that it can be used as a pot by simply circling it in a cone shape, holding at least 5 liters of water. Luosen was fanning Yun Mo, and when he heard that Yun Mo didn't seem to have any intention of giving up the idea of soaking in the water, he became a little worried. Foamy, do you still need a bath? It's going to be hard if you get sick. Yun Mo firmly nodded. Well, I guess I won't be able to sleep if I don't take a bath. Don't worry, I'm just using warm water to wipe the sweat from my body. I definitely won't get sick, and if the pollutants around the wound are not cleaned up, it will also cause inflammation, and it's not good for the healing of the wound. Although he didn't understand why Yun Mo insisted on taking a bath, it was impossible for Luosen not to help with what Yun Mo wanted to do. The hand shaking the blade lurched, and Lawson rose at once. Good, then I'll go get you some water now. It's almost the inferno period now. A little bit of water shouldn't be a problem. With that, Lawson turned toward the door. Yun Mo also got up and came to the nest of animal skins, flipped over the nest and took out the already tattered t-shirt. Although the t-shirt has been torn in half, it should be able to be used as a towel if you treat the edges and then wash it. Finding a suitable rip, Yun Mo exerted a little force and ripped off the torn part of the t-shirt. Only one piece of t-shirt fabric was left intact. The other edges of the cloud foam didn't bother to throw them away, but put them back under the animal skin. Taking the fabric out of the wooden house, Yun Mo found a few more giant leaves, and after a burst of drumming made a few more conical pots. By this time, Lawson had returned with 2 pots of river water. Yun Mo placed one of the pots in the pit in the center of the fire pit and piled up a large piece of firewood around the bottom of the pot to use for fixing it according to Muya's operation in the afternoon. Lawson lit the fire with a flint and the flames burst into flames. The other pot of water, which Cloud Foamy placed in the cracks of a few large stones to jam, was a simple wash basin of sorts. A small hole was poked with a twig at the base of the blade, and the river flowed out in a steady stream. Yun Mo hurriedly placed the fabric of the t-shirt in the water stream and kept scrubbing it until the dirt on the fabric was thoroughly washed, and only then did Yun Mo use a tree branch to block the water outlet. Luosen looked at this simple faucet that Yun Mo had made in amazement.
Foamy, you're simply too smart to do that, so that the water in the leaves won't be completely contaminated. Put in as much as you want to use and not have another person around to help. I never knew there was a way to do that. Yun smiled and wrung out the fabric, then placed it on a branch by the fire to roast. The purpose of this is to sterilize the fabric at high temperatures. I've got more good ideas. You'll see later. There are still a few pots here. Go get 2 more pots of water, and you can rub them later too, lest the wound get infected and cause inflammation. For Yun command, Luosin didn't have the slightest doubt and hurriedly picked up the 2-bladed pots and ran towards the river. Yun cleaned all of the remaining few blade pots and placed them around the fire pit to bake and sterilize them. These blades she was going to use for her own and Lawson's toiletries. Of course, these were just emergencies. When tomorrow dawned, she had to find the right wood and make some household utensils out of it. You have to maintain at least the basic necessities of life. It was good that Luosin wouldn't obstruct his own ideas, and would even work hard to help him accomplish them, which was soothing to Yun Xian. By the time Lawson got water from the river, the pot of water in the fire pit was already boiling. Yun poured the hot water into the 2-bladed buckets respectively, had added some cool water, and tried the water temperature with his hand, and so on to adjust the water temperature. Yun then picked up the fabric on the tree branch to soak into the water. The warm water feels soothing as it rushes over your arms, wetting and wringing the fabric until it was half dry. Yun hurriedly began to wipe up the sweat-soaked areas of her body. First I washed my face, then my neck, arms and legs. With a wound on her back, Yun had to turn to Luosin for help. Lawson, could you rub my back? I'm afraid I'll touch the wound. Luosin was looking at Yun shuffling around in a daze, when he suddenly heard Yun asking himself to help her rub her back, which brought him back to his senses in a trance. Yeah, I'll rub it for you. Luosin took the fabric and moved gently to help Yun wipe up. Because the animal skin was a smocked model, Lawson just wiped the part that was exposed. Seeing that the area wrapped by the animal skin was already soaked with sweat, Luosin didn't hesitate to try to undo the straps tied under Yun armpits. Cloud mist dodged away like an electric shock. No need. Just one dressing near the wound later. Luosin didn't think much of it and just nodded before returning the fabric to Yun Well, then go lie down in there when you're done, and I'll clean myself up too, and then I'll go and put some medicine on you. Yun was afraid that Luosin would be careless when washing and splash water on the wound, and exhaled with a helpless face. I'll wait until you're done washing and scrub your back as well. Otherwise the wound on your back will be in trouble if it touches the water. Lawson twisted his head to look at the wound on his back and grinned. These can't be considered injuries at all. They're just a few scratches at best. They'll be healed tomorrow. It doesn't matter. Chapter 49, Rosen's Misunderstanding. Looking at Luosin's couldn't-care-less appearance, Yun frowned. The wound on your back is much more serious than the one on my back. If it touches water, it will turn into pus and get infected tomorrow, and by that time, it will be too late for you to regret it. Yun words were not alarmist. The water that himself and Luosin used to scrub was not fully boiled water after all, and if there were any bacteria or anything like that in the water, it could cause a serious infection once it got into the wound. It's not like there are antibiotics available in the beast world, so if the wound gets infected, it's just a matter of fate, regardless of when he could get out of here. Yun didn't want anything to happen to Luosin. Luosin felt the worry in Yun words, and a soft light couldn't help but float under his eyes. Mama, I'm really happy that you care so much about me. When Yun raised her head, she met Luosin's scorching eyes. With a shock in her heart, Yun hastily averted her gaze. Ahem, you should wash up or the water will get cold later. The relationship between the two was now awkward, and the slightest mistake would cause Lawson to misunderstand. Originally, in the beast world, females were mostly not very nice to males. Now Lawson was more than ever taking his friend's friendliness as his affection for him. At this rate, Yun was afraid that after she left, Luosin would be hurt. But now, if she was to immediately change her attitude towards Lawson, she simply couldn't be ruthless. It seemed like he still had to find a way to go back as soon as possible, and as long as he hadn't formed a habit yet, then there was still the possibility of putting it down for Lawson. The big deal was that before he left, he would find another opportunity to have a good talk with Luosin and explain his situation to him. So he thought that Luosin would not continue to misunderstand it. In the midst of Yun most troubled thoughts, Luosin had already quickly washed his entire body clean, only to see his whole body shaking rapidly. The water droplets that were originally attached to his body were then flung by him and splashed everywhere. Yun was caught off guard and splashed in the face, and when she looked back, she saw Luosin laughing happily. Foamy, isn't this cool? Yun raised her hand and wiped her face, exasperated by the simple big cat, and laughed. Stop it,
Be careful of disintegrating the wound. You'll be the one who suffers then. Luosen couldn't help but frown when he saw Yunemomo's disgusted face. Doesn't Fomi like it? That's what I see Bri doing when he's making his wifey happy. And Bri's wifey says it's cool and cozy. Could she be lying to Bri? Looking at Luosen's serious face, Yunemomo was so embarrassed that her toes buckled to the ground. Is it really a good idea to talk about a married couple's bedroom pleasures like this? This guy looks like a prude to be listening to the wall. Afraid that Luosen would really seek out the other couple to confirm this matter, Yunemomo hastily shook her head. Everyone's preferences are different. For example, I prefer to bathe. Lawson nodded thoughtfully. Since Fomi likes to take baths, I'll prepare bath water for Fomi every day from now on, so that you'll be happy every day. Yunemomo didn't dare to take the topic any farther, and hastily answered, okay, let me finish rubbing your back first. It won't be good if the water gets cold later, and I was thinking of asking you to help with the furniture tomorrow when your wounds are better. Lawson's curiosity was piqued. What's the furniture? What does it take? Seeing that the sky had already darkened, Yunemomo did not want to delay, and directly put the fabric in his hand into warm water and washed it, then turned to Luosen's back and gently helped Luosen wipe the skin around the wound. Furniture is some of the utensils we use in our lives, such as pots and pans, bowls and chopsticks, cabinets, shelves, etc. We've got a lot of work ahead of us tomorrow. We've got to at least get the pots and pans and stuff done, and we can take our time with the rest afterward. Luosen listened with a seeming understanding, and while obediently cooperating with Yunemomo to help rub his back, he nodded his head very supportively. Okay, no matter what Fomi wants me to do, I will definitely help you accomplish it. You just need to tell me the method. Leave the rest to me. Yunemomo carefully bypassed the already scabbed wounds on Luosen's back, and with gentle movements, helped Luosen wipe off the dirt on his back that was mixed with the sweat stains. Still, the tightness that her fingertips inadvertently touched brought a blush to her face. That unfamiliar feeling made Yunemomo's heart thump. As for what Luosen had said, Yunemomo did not have the heart to respond at all. Finally, the back rubbing was declared over when Yunemomo's face was almost on the verge of burning up. Yunemomo shoved the fabric into Luosen's hand, turned around and headed towards the cabin. That, you wash and dry the fabric. I'll go in first. Luosen washed and refreshed, and as soon as he turned around, he saw Yunemomo rushing into the cabin with great speed. Fomi, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong somewhere? Yunemomo did not respond to Luosen's words, and his figure quickly disappeared behind the wooden door. Lawson was stunned, and couldn't help but feel worried in his heart. It's not supposed to be a fever. I'll be damned if I'm going to let Fomi stay out so long after her shower. It would be bad if I did get a fever. Lawson had seen many females in the tribe that had lost their lives after a fever. Fever is almost the most deadly threat to females. The more he thought about it, the more apprehensive Lawson's mind became. Taking a glance at the already blurring sky, Lawson hurriedly washed the fabric in his hand in the water and hung it out to dry by the flickering afterburners of the fire. With a flash of light on his body, he instantly transformed into his beast form and ran wildly towards the tribe. Yunemomo managed to calm down her wildly beating heart when she heard a sprinting sound outside the house. Glancing toward the house, there was no sign of Lawson anywhere outside. Lawson hadn't said anything to himself before he left. Odds were he wouldn't be gone long. Thinking of this, Yunemomo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Maybe Lawson went to the bathroom or something. Thinking of the toilet, another wave of bitterness washed over Yunmo's face. When she was at the puddle in the afternoon, Muya helped her find a hidden bush, and only then did Yunemomo solve her physical dilemma. But if there was a triple emergency problem at night, she couldn't just run outside in the dark and find a bush to solve it. Looks like we'll just have to ask Lawson about it later, when he gets back. If you can't, there are a couple of conical buckets outside made with large blades. It's not like you can't use it as a toilet when push comes to shove. Just as Yunemomo was thinking, a chirping sound suddenly came from outside. The moment she heard it, Yunmori knew that it was Tuan Tuan who had returned. In the afternoon she went to the matriarch's house with Lawson, and when she returned she found that Tuan was not in the yard. Relying on his keen sense of smell, Lawson judged that there hadn't been any other orcs coming in front of the cabin, deducing that Tuan was probably too bored and had gone off on his own to play somewhere around the area. Chapter 50, Aggrieved Tuan Tuan. Thinking that Tuan Tuan was, after all, a beast that lived in the wild, and could not stay outside the house honestly watching over the house, Yunemomo did not think too much about it, only thinking that it would come back when it got tired of playing. I just didn't realize that this guy actually played until it was almost dark. Thinking about the promise to catch fish for Tuan Tuan in the afternoon, Yunemo could not help but feel a pang of chagrin. I can't believe she forgot about this. The group couldn't be angry at realizing that they didn't have any fish to eat. Thinking of this, Yunemomo hurriedly went out of the room and took a look towards the yard, and saw Tuan Tuan's tiny body. dragging a huge object towards the yard with great difficulty. The light outside was so dim that Yun couldn't see what it was that the troop was dragging, and hastily took a few steps forward. It was only when they arrived in front of Tuan that Yun saw that what Tuan was dragging was actually a stocky sheep. The sheep was almost the size of a modern-day pony. After looking at Tuan's size, which was even smaller than an Arctic fox, Yunmo's heart was overwhelmed with shock. "Did you catch this sheep?" Yun stammered and opened his mouth. Couldn't seem to believe his own guess. Seeing the shocked look on Yun face, Tuan loosened his mouth from biting the sheep's neck and proudly lifted up his small hairy chest. Chirp, chirp, chirp. That excited look seemed to be showing off his strong abilities to Yun Mo's gaze alternated back and forth between Tuan and the sheep's corpse until he was sure he wasn't hallucinating. Then he worriedly leaned down to pick up Tuan. "So you didn't run out to play. You ran off to hunt in the woods. You're still so young. How dare you do something so dangerous? Come on, let me see if you're hurt." Yun worriedly checked on Tuan Yuan's body until she was sure that Tuan Yuan was not in any discomfort. Then she let out a soft breath. Tuan was tossed around by Yun just like a stuffed animal. After a bit of tossing and turning, Tuan's entire beast was bad. "Chirp, chirp." Tuan barked twice impatiently, and Yun did give it a grumbling glare. "Not big in size, but bold. If this sheep gets anxious and gives you a blow with its horns, you're done for." Tuan was the first pet that Yun had ever had, and she was precious in her heart. Who would have thought that this little guy would be able to do such a big thing? Who knows what kind of treachery it has gone through in all the time it has been out of sight. The Tuan that was held in his arms sensed Yun worry, and a light of pleasure flashed across his small round, ebony eyes. "Shoo!" The cry seemed to be a plea for favor, and a plea for mercy. That soft and cute look made Yun fire dissipate. Thinking of the little guy's foodie attributes, Yun sighed helplessly. "I don't know what kind of person you are, but you have such a good appetite. It's amazing that a dozen small fish can't fill your not-so-small stomach. It's so dangerous to be so hungry that you actually run off into the woods by yourself to catch a goat to eat. Since you have such a big appetite, I'll catch more fish for you to eat from now on, and you're not allowed to sneak off and venture into the woods again. Once Rosen is a bit better, we'll go hunting over to the hunting grounds together, and then you'll have plenty of meat to eat." Hearing Yun talk about Luosen, Tuan's eyes were filled with dislike. "Shoo!" Tuan's voice was short and firm. It seems to be trying to express some kind of dissatisfaction. It was a pity that the language barrier prevented Yun from understanding what Tuan meant. "You're not hungry, are you? But it's dark now, and I'm afraid this sheep is not easy to handle. Or shall I go to the river and catch you some more fish to eat? At this time of the year, I'm not sure if the fish in the river are any good." Tuan glanced toward the river, then gave a quick shake of his head. "Chirp, chirp." Cloud Foam frowned and speculated some more. "No fish? If you're eating sheep, then you'll have to wait until Lawson gets back. I'm not too familiar with that, and I'll probably mess it up pretty bad." Seeing that Yun had misunderstood, Tuan anxiously shook his head again. Fearing that Yun did not understand, Tuan's four little short paws raked at Yun arms for a while, then struggled and jumped from Yun arms. The tiny body came to the sheep's corpse, opened its mouth and bit the sheep's horn, pulling desperately in the direction of Yun Yun suddenly somewhat understood what Tuan meant, and opened her mouth with a dazed expression. "You mean to give me this sheep?" Hearing this sentence, the group nodded with an excited face. "Shoo!" The voice was full of pleasure and the fluffy tail wagged merrily. Looking at Tuan's contented look, Yun nose was slightly sore. It turns out that Tuan didn't go out hunting because he was hungry, but he went out hunting for prey because he was worried that he wouldn't have enough to eat. Looking at Tuan's tiny body, and then looking at the sheep that was 5 or 6 times bigger than Tuan's size, Yunmo's heart was sour. "You guys, it's not like I have to eat meat in order to live. Even if I only eat plant-based food, I can live just fine. You don't have to worry about me so much. Don't do such stupid things in the future. If you get hurt, I'll be heartbroken. I don't know if there's a doctor here who treats beasts, and if you get hurt, there's a good chance you'll lose your little life." Tuan, who was still cheerful, was anxiously circling the ground. "Chirp, chirp, chirp, chirp." This time it nodded and shook its head, instantly confusing Yun "What's the matter with you? Was I wrong somewhere?" Tuan paused and nodded in a hurry. "Chirp, chirp." Tuan eagerly called out a few times, and seeing that Yun still couldn't understand, he raised his neck in a certain direction and chirped towards the sky again. "Ow." The childish howl was slow and long, as if it were some kind of ritual. Yun looked confused and shook her head with a helpless face. "What do you want to tell me? Is it that you want me to take you to your parents?" After selling his expression for half a day, the result was that Yun still didn't understand, and the troop finally gave up. Dropping his ears, he slumped unhappily to the ground. Yun really couldn't figure out what Tuan meant and could only rub Tuan's little head apologetically. "When you're a little older, you can return to the forest to do what you want. Right now you're too young. Don't think too much. Eat your meat and grow strong so that you won't be in danger no matter where you are. As soon as Yun Mo's words fell, a rush of frantic running could be heard from far and near. Foamy, what are you doing out here? Is it too much for you? Don't worry, I've grabbed Sindler's medicine chest and there's bound to be something in there to keep you cool. Chapter 51, The Origin of the Tuan Tuan. Yun Mo sniffed, and before she could turn her head, her body was swept into Luo Sen's arms with her tail. Meeting Luo Sen's nervous eyes, Yun Mo shook her head in confusion. What are you doing grabbing Sindler's medicine cabinet? I don't have a fever. Luo Sen frowned and raised his hand to touch Yun Mo's forehead. Ha, just now I saw your face was especially red when you entered the room. Was I wrong? You didn't have a fever? Yun Moxie felt a pang of weakness and hastily averted her eyes. Ahem, I think you're looking at it wrong. I really don't have a fever. Just give the medicine chest back to Sinclair, otherwise he'll be in a hurry later. Lawson looked at the medicine chest in his hands with a slightly embarrassed expression. I guess this won't be necessary. He should be here soon. As soon as his words fell, an exasperated voice could be heard coming from a short distance away. Brat, give me back my medicine chest or I'll have the clan leader break your legs. The two turned their heads to see a stumbling figure running towards the front of the cabin. In the blur of night, Simler's snow-white beard stood out. Seeing this, Lawson quickly greeted them with an awkward smile. Ha ha ha, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I thought that Foamy had a fever, but I came back and realized that I was mistaken. Don't worry, I haven't touched your precious medicine chest at all. I'll give it back to you now. With that, Lawson handed the medicine chest to Sindler. Sindler snatched his baby back and held it tightly in his arms, huffing and puffing with one hand on his leg. You brat, you don't know what you're talking about when you ask. You just say that you want me to give you medicine, and when you don't, you actually get up and grab it. Even if you grab the medicine chest, do you know which one to take? If you take the wrong medicine, that's what's going to kill the little female. Knowing nothing but rushing around blindly, the little female was unlucky to have you as a guardian. Lawson exploded at that. Old man XIN, you're angry, but why are you still picking on my relationship with Morrow? I've told you that Foamy has a fever and you're still asking questions. I think you just can't afford to part with the little medicine you have in your medicine cabinet. Simler's breath caught in his throat at Lawson's terse words. Taking the wrong medicine that is life-threatening. You this guy actually do not take it seriously. That who? Xin said and looked at Yun Mo, a face of serious instructions. In the future, if this kid to take medicine to you to eat, you must come over to ask me before eating, or you will all stuff this guy mouth. Medicine death pull down. Seeing that Sindler was so enraged by Luosen that he lost his mind, Yun Mo rushed forward to pacify him. Clan doctor, Lawson was just too reckless because he was worried about me. It's my fault that I didn't make it clear to Lawson about this. I'll be sure to clear the situation with Lawson later so he doesn't get you in trouble. Seeing Yun Mo's sincere attitude, Xin Lee's belly of anger suddenly subsided a great deal. I can't blame you, the boy is too nervous about you. Fever is really dangerous for females. I can understand the boy's impulse. Saying that, Sindler glanced at Lawson without a good look. In the future, if the little female is really uncomfortable somewhere, it's better for you to pack me to come and treat the little female than to rob my medicine chest. I'm at least a clan healer. Can I still see death to a female? Knowing he was in the wrong, Lawson lowered his head resentfully and hummed. Sindler let out a breath, sort of sparing him this one. Looking at the large and small wounds on Lawson's body, Sindler still opened the medicine chest and took out 2 bamboo tubes. Knowing that you are injured today, I'm afraid that those medicines you took away before are not enough. I made several bottles of ointment out in the afternoon. I was thinking of asking you to come and get it tomorrow, but now that I'm coming all the way here, I'll give it to you guys first. Lawson hastily caught the ointment in Sindler's hand and smiled cheekily. Old man Xin, don't worry. Once my injuries heal, you can have me pick as many medicines for you as you want. Sindler snorted lightly. Humph, I'll be satisfied if you come to rob my medicine chest less often in the future. After saying that, Xin was about to leave with his medicine box in his arms, but he ended up seeing Tuan Tuan squatting at Yun Mo's feet with a glance of his downcast eyes. Sindler frowned and took a closer look, and his eyes widened in shock. Hiss, this is. Seeing that Sindler seemed to recognize Tuan Tuan's race, Yun Macho opened his mouth to ask excitedly, Clan Dr. Xin, Tuan Tuan was brought back by me on the Beast God Mountain. Do you know which race it belongs to? Sindler leaned down and took a closer look at the group's size and appearance, a questioning look gradually rising on his face. Were there any other orcs around when you found it? Cloudmist shook his head. No, I was alone in the cave baking fish and that's when it crept up on me and stole the fish I was baking. When I saw it, there were no other orcs around it, no other beasts, it was alone. When I was leaving the next morning, he wanted to come with me, and I was afraid that he would not be able to survive in the forest at such a young age, so I brought him back to the tribe. Sinler frowned straight away at that, lifting a hand to twirl his own beard before shaking his head. I may have misrecognized. The Chief Fire clan is the ruler of the Four Directions Beast City. They value their young beasts extremely highly, and would never abandon them in such a remote mountain forest to fend for themselves. This is probably a beast cub similar to the Chief Fire clan's beast form. This kind of cub is a rare sight. If you bring it to the Four Directions Beast City to give it to the city lord, you should be able to get a lot of rewards. Presumably hearing that Sinler wanted Yun Mochizuki to exchange himself for a reward, Tuan Tuan instantly bowed down and let out an angry low growl at Sinler. Woo! Wah! Yun Mo hurriedly took Tuan Tuan in her arms and softly soothed him. Be good. I would never trade you for a reward. My Tuan Tuan is so good and cute. I wouldn't want to part with it. Sinler looked at Tuan with a surprised face and questioned out loud. Can this little guy actually understand the language of the orcs? Cloudmist nodded. Well, Tuan Tuan is very smart. From the very beginning, he can understand my words, and will also help me do a lot of things. Saying this, Yun Mo pointed to the sheep not far away. In the afternoon when I wasn't there, it was afraid that I wouldn't have any meat to eat, and it even ran to the forest by itself to catch a sheep and came back. Sinler frowned for a moment and thought, and couldn't help but guess, could this cub be a domesticated beast of prey from one of the other tribes? If it really is a beast of prey, you're in luck. Even this kind of beast was precious. Most of these young beasts were still in the domestication stage, and it was not uncommon for them to get separated from their packs in the course of hunting. Those large tribes won't intentionally look for it, and it's willing to follow you, so it'll be your beast of prey from now on. Tuan glanced at Sinler in disgust and snorted faintly. There was disdain in those contemptuous little eyes. For a moment, Yun Mo actually saw a feeling of superiority in Tuan Tuan's demeanor. Chapter 52. How can I sleep? Sinler was kind enough to help himself to the answer by exploring its origins. It's not even if it's not grateful. It's actually still in such a contemptuous manner. That's not polite at all. Yun Mo wouldn't spoil it and raised her hand to give it a headbutt run. Clan Dr. Xin is helping you, so behave yourself. Tuan raised a paw to cover his head in aggravation, and a low whimper escaped his throat. Chirp! Looking at its pitiful appearance, Yun Mo's heart softened again. It hurts. I'll be lighter next time. Once my side of things is taken care of, I'll find a way to take you to your pack, so you'll be able to secure your life later on. If it wasn't for Clan Dr. Xin, I would have thought that you were a beast in the forest. I didn't realize that you were actually a very powerful beast of prey. I really underestimated you. Tuan Tuan raised his head and looked at Yun Mo's excited face, his little mouth twitching slightly. The moisture-laden eyes were filled with a stifled look. Seeing that there was nothing more to do, Sinler said goodbye to the two men and then hurried away. Instead, Lawson looked at the sheep on the ground for a moment. This little thing can be this is the strongest male Jin goat. Its attack power is definitely comparable to the strength of a green-ranked male. Less than the others usually needed a team of two before they dared to take a shot. And this little guy actually just brought the sheep back. The strength of this trapping beast is really much higher than I expected. Tuan was in a bad mood and glanced lightly at Lawson, turning his head away from him. Yun Mo looked amused and raised her hand to rub it on the donut's furry head. Even Lawson complimented you, and you're still not happy? Or I'll make you a delicious feast tomorrow, the kind you've never had before. Guaranteed. Foodies are really better at coaxing. As soon as he heard the word feast, Tuan's drooping ears perked up, eyes full of expectant light. Chirp, chirp. Yun Moxie smiled and pursed her lips. Then don't get mad. I promise to make you a delicious meal tomorrow. For example, sweet and sour pork, lamb kebabs, and stewed sheep's head, stewed sheep's feet. The group's mouth watered at the sound of it, and they hated the fact that it couldn't be dawn the next second. On the sidelines, Lawson was listening to the gluttony. Mama, it's actually not impossible for me to handle lamb right now. When Yun Mo thought of the darkness of the night, the utensils, seasonings and other things were not prepared, and the smell of blood would easily attract snakes, insects, rats and ants and other things. She quickly shook her head. Let's forget about it today. It's not easy to find all sorts of ingredients. It's better to wait until tomorrow when it's light and we'll start. We guarantee that you won't be able to stop eating. With the anticipation of a good meal, the two men and the beast finally got the sheep back to the cabin before the sky fell into complete darkness. Lawson lit an oil lamp made from a bamboo tube, and the dim firelight illuminated the small half of the cabin. To insulate the sheep from the smell of blood, Lawson also wrapped the entire sheep in a huge animal skin and placed it in a corner of the cabin near the door. Yun Mo also helped Tuan Tuan make a soft little nest on the other side of the beast skin nest. Tuan Tuan had been running around all day, and had long been too tired to open his eyes, and without being fussy, he climbed straight into the nest and turned around a few times. Then with all four legs spread out, he fell asleep on the nest. Yun Mo yawned and was about to go to sleep in the beast skin nest, only to see Luosen organizing the beast skins in the nest. Some nerve in his head bursts and snaps. Yun Mo realized with a jolt that she had actually overlooked one of the most serious problems. A man and a woman in the same room. How is this going to sleep? There's only one animal skin nest here. Are they going to lie down and sleep in it together? She's not even in a relationship yet. And this is just skipping all the steps and getting to the sleeping together stage? Even if Lawson could refrain from doing anything to himself. But with him, a double door, broad-shouldered, narrow-hipped blonde laying next to her, it was a wonder she slept at all. No, even if she didn't have an extra house, she had to sleep separately from Lawson to make it work. Looking around, Yun Mo felt that the piece of animal skin in the center of the room would be able to sleep as well. Taking advantage of Luosen's efforts to organize, Yun Mo hurriedly picked up a piece of animal skin and walked towards the middle. However, she hadn't taken more than 2 steps when Lawson's voice came from behind her. Foamy, come over here and try it out. I've relaid it for you with the softest rabbit skin I can find, and you're sure to be very comfortable sleeping at night. Yun Mo turned around stiffly and returned an awkward smile to Luosen. Lawson, I'd better sleep on this side. I don't sleep well at night. It would be bad if I touched your wound. While speaking, Yun Mo moved closer towards the beast skin in the center. Luosen looked at Yun Mo's resistant expression and instantly got up. Mama, if you're worried, it's better if I go sleep over there. The night is cool and you'll get sick if you sleep there. Cloudmore waved his hand. No need. You're heavily injured. I'll just add an extra animal skin. You won't get sick, Yun Mo said, and wanted to lie down towards the beast skin, but Luosen flew to his side, and without saying a word, he picked up Yun Mo across the room and walked towards the beast skin nest. Am I more delicate than a female in your eyes? Yun Mo was disliked. It was a matter of male dignity, and Yun Mo could not refute it. In the next second, Yun Mo was steadily placed in the beast skin nest by Luosen. Then you pad yourself with those extra animal skins so you don't get cold in the night. This time Lawson didn't refuse, just nodded. Then he picked up the bamboo tube containing medicine that was placed on the side of the nest of animal skins and shook it towards Yun Mo. It was only then that Yun Mo remembered that the injury on her back still needed to be medicated, although there was some resistance in his heart. For the sake of his health, Yun Mo still honestly rolled over and lay down on his back in the nest of animal skins. I'll get your back after you help me with the medicine. Lawson smiled broadly. Silly Foamy, I've already used the medicine today. I'll just wait until tomorrow to put it on again. Yun Mochizuki slapped his head with an afterthought. I was the one who misremembered. Luosen just laughed, then moved gently to undo the ties under Yun Mori's armpits. Yun Mochizuki only felt a relief somewhere, and she couldn't help but breathe. The body instantly tightened. A warm touch brushed against the wound on his back, and the burning pain of the wound was suddenly suppressed by a refreshing coolness. It was unknown how long it had been, and Yun Mo's consciousness suddenly became blurry. Sleepiness and drowsiness hit at the same time, and Yun Mo could no longer support herself and fell asleep. When Yun Mo woke up again, she only felt like she was lying in a ball of cotton. That feeling of both warmth and safety made Yun Mo subconsciously move a few points closer. Raising her hand to touch the animal skin at her side, Yun Mo couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It's amazing that this animal skin is so fluffy and warm on its own, and there's even breathe. Yun Mo was shocked by this thought of his own, and with a jolt, he instantly opened his eyes. Chapter 53, The Tuan's Provocation. In front of him was a golden beast sleeping very peacefully. Thick paws were resting on her waist, and her hands were currently wrapped around the beast's neck. The strong visual impact caused Yun Mo's body to stiffen and she couldn't help but let out a gasp. Ah! The beast was awakened by Yun Mo's exclamation of surprise, and with a flash of light on its body, it transformed into a human form in the next second. Foamy, what's wrong with you? Did you have a nightmare again? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. With me guarding you, you'll be fine. Seeing that it was Luosen, Yun Mo's extremely frightened heart gradually settled down. How did you get here? Luosen patted Yun Mo's back and softly explained. Last night you kept having nightmares, so I came over and held you to sleep, and you were better after that. Did you dream about your experience in the deserted city? Don't worry, no one is going to hurt you with me around. Listening to Luosen's gentle words, Yun Mo smiled helplessly. Maybe I'm just new here and not used to it, so I made you worry. Luosen lifted his hand to gently caress Yun Mo's face and shook his head with a smile. From now on it's better if you let me carry you to sleep, so you can sleep more comfortably, and it doesn't matter that I'm wounded anymore. Yun Mo looked at the ambiguous position between herself and Luosen, and an unnatural blush immediately rose on her face. I don't want a couple so early right now. The smile at the corners of Lawson's lips widened. Silly Foamy, what does cuddling and sleeping have to do with tying the knot? It's not like it's storm season right now. Ha! Yun Moxie looked at Luosen in bewilderment. Can you only couple during a rainstorm? Then wouldn't it be
difficult for you to sleep while holding me, even if he hadn't eaten pork. In the modern era of information explosion, Yunmomo had more or less heard of some boy's privacy of some kind. The kind that takes cold showers to restrain the urge, and the kind that gets problems from holding back because they're holding back. Anyway, in Yunmomo's perception, it was a great pain and suffering for men if they had urges but couldn't get them resolved. However, Luosen didn't seem to understand the hidden meaning of Yunmomo's words and just shook his head with a doting face. How can it be hard when you're all soft and cuddly and comfortable to hold? The storm period is the season for the beasts to breed. I will definitely be able to reach the purple rank before that, and then I will couple up with you. We'll have a bunch of cute little pups by then. Hearing Luosen's thoughts about the future, Yunmomo's heart was filled with apologies. She couldn't give Lawson the future she had imagined, because she must go back. Looking up at Luosen, Yunmo could not help but speak. Lawson, if I suddenly disappear one day, you mustn't be sad or look for me. You can find a better female to couple with. Don't just think of me. The smirk on Lawson's face froze, and he questioned out loud with incomprehensible disbelief. Foamy, you're still worried that those people from Desolate City will come after you. Don't worry, even if I die I will never let you suffer any harm. The big deal is that after the storm period, we'll go to Foursquare Beast City. The guards there were more secure than in the tribe, and those in the deserted city would never dare to force their way in. I will never leave you in this life, and I will never find another female to couple with. Luosen's words of conviction made the guilt in Yunmomo's heart even heavier. Yet there was nothing better to do about it than to expect that some other, more opportune time would come afterward, not wanting to give Luosen more to look forward to in the future. Yunmomo took a deep breath before sitting up, covering the animal skin. It's getting late. Let's get up and get to work. We've got a delicious meal to eat today. Seeing Yunmomo deliberately change the topic, Luosen did not say anything more. In his perception, Yunmomo had only just gotten out of the dreadful deserted city, and the shadow and fear in his heart could not be erased in a short period of time. Just from Yunmomo's shrieks and struggles in her nightmares last night, one could see how deep the fear within Yunmomo's heart was. He believed that as long as he gave Yunmomo more protection and care, those horrible experiences would fade away. Soon the two were busy. Yunmomo organized the messy animal skins, while Luosen went to the river to fetch water to wash up. Tuan also opened his eyes in the midst of the two men's busyness, looking confused for half a second before he seemed to remember where he was. Seeing Yunmomo's figure, Tuan rolled over and pounced at Yunmo's feet, begging for a hug. Yunmomo's troubled mind was washed away by Tuan's adorable appearance, and she sat down by the beastskin nest and hugged Tuan in a frenzy. That furry feel instantly reminded Yunmochizuki of the scene in the morning when he was hugging Luosen. In comparison, furry really does feel better in the hands of the bigger ones. Just as he was thinking about it, Big Fluffy came in holding a conical bucket of leaves. Seeing that Tuan was enjoying Yunmomo's caresses, Luosen burst into flames. He didn't have a bath yesterday. He's filthy. Better let me take him to the river to wash him and you can hold him when he's dry. Yunmomo's hand that was jerking his fur gave a lurch and looked at the exasperated Luosen. This guy couldn't be jealous of Tuan. Tuan's jerking service was interrupted, and he lazily rolled over, his eyes looking provocatively at Lawson. Shoo, the voice seemed to be showing off. Where could Luosen hold back? A few steps forward and grabbed the back of Tuan's neck hair from Yunmomo's arms. With the hairs on the back of Fate's neck in Lawson's grasp, Tuan was unable to resist and could only let out a low growl of discontent towards Lawson. Lawson grunted faintly. Dare to act recklessly in my territory. Let's see how I'll teach you a lesson. After saying that, he carried Tuan and headed out the door. Tuan instantly wimped out and pitifully begged for help towards Yunmomo. Chirp, chirp. Yunmochizuki helplessly glanced at Tuan. Well, it's good to get cleaned up, or you'll get sick easily. I don't know where this guy got his love of provocation from. If this is not properly changed, in the future, even if he returns to the pack, without the protection of his relatives, the probability is that he will be beaten up. It wouldn't be a bad thing to let Lawson rub it in a bit. Lawson was relieved this time, and without giving Tuan the chance to continue to be cute, he carried a certain grieving little one towards the river, knowing that Luosen wasn't a male without measure. Yunmomo knew that he simply stayed in the house and started washing up. Seeing that bucket made of leaves, Yunmomo couldn't hold back for a moment. Must make more furniture out today, otherwise it's inconvenient to do anything. By the time Yunmomo came out of the house, the sunlight outside had become bright. Luosen came back carrying the drenched Tuan. While walking, Tuan also retaliated by flinging the water on his body onto Luosen's body. When they reached the front of the cabin, Lawson nonchalantly tossed the donut onto the sunlit leaves. Stay still and don't run around. If you get all muddy, I'll just throw you in the river. Upon hearing this, Tuan was instantly honest.
I don't know what this big and small had just gone through, but the picture looked much more harmonious at this moment. Chapter 54, Making of Utensils. At this time, the sun was just right. Yun Mo soothed Tuan Tuan for a few moments, and then began to discuss the matter of furniture with Luo Sen. The tightest thing at the moment is the pot, after all. You can hardly have sweet and sour lamb chops and braised lamb's head without a pot. Yesterday's pot made of leaves was fine for simple simmering, but it's still too rudimentary for complex meals. Thinking about the material of the pot, Yun Mo thought of pottery. This thing is not complicated to make as long as you find the right clay. I just don't know if you can find modern clay here. If she didn't have it, I'm afraid she'd have to chisel it a little bit with a bulky rock. Describing to Lawson roughly what he needed the clay to look like, Lawson quickly figured out where the clay was. In order to make sure if it was what he wanted, Luosen carried Yun Mo all the way along the river for some distance before he finally saw a red muddy field. Yun Mo grabbed a handful of dirt and rubbed it in her hands. The delicate and soft texture made Yun Mo finally breathe a sigh of relief. She had to say she was in luck. The clay was exactly the red clay she needed. These clays are the finest material used for firing pottery. Finding some large leaves to make a bucket, the two filled 3 large buckets full of red clay before returning to the front of the cabin. These clays can be used to make not only pots, but also bowls, plates, cups, pots and things like that. Almost any utensil that needs to hold liquid can be made from clay. As for the bathtub that Yun Mo needed, because it was too big to be fired, Yun Mo still chose to make it out of bamboo sheets. Yun Mo piled up the dirt by the river and began to knead the mud. Luosen wasn't idle either, repairing the kiln for baking pottery on the side as requested by Yun Mo. This is not a complicated job, just more labor-intensive. After all, you have to build the shape of the kiln with large stones first, and then just close it tightly with clay. With 2 people working at the same time, the process was quick and easy. Once Lawson's kiln was repaired, he went back to gather a large amount of firewood to pile in the kiln. By the time everything was ready, Yun Mo's side had already made a large pile of large and small pots and pans. Fortunately, Luo Sengxio's kiln was very spacious, and all the things that Yun Momo had made didn't look crowded even when they were put inside. This side of the fire is lit to seal the kiln and start firing, and the kiln should be ready to open when all the firewood inside has been burned. The exact time Cloud Foam can't remember. If it fails, then it's a do-over. In between burns, Lawson took the sheep to the river to be processed. Yun Mo was initially excited to see the processing. However, when she saw the blood flowing from the open belly, she couldn't help herself. Thinking that he still needed to prepare quite a few seasonings, Yun Mo hurriedly fled the scene. After picking some sour beans from the river, Yun Mo handled the bundle of fire tongue grass that Muya had brought back. When I think of sweet and sour lamb chops and the need for a sweet seasoning, my mind wanders to honey. Even chili peppers are available here, so I'm sure honey is in order. Just what kind of state the honey actually existed in this world? Yun Mo's heart was a little unsure. Just as Yun Mo was drying the fire tongue grass and thinking about the honey issue, Muya quickly came to the front of the wooden house. Foamy, why didn't you go to the plaza yesterday? The patriarch summoned everyone to announce your making of the kernel powder and said that he was going to give you a reward, but you didn't show up. Yun Mo's movements lurched before she remembered that when she left yesterday, the matriarch had said for her to go to the square once she returned from Wum's. At that time, they stayed a little longer at Wum's place, and once it got dark, Yun Mo forgot about it in her haste to go home. Thinking that she had actually stood the matriarch up, Yun Mo could not help but be flustered. It's over. It's over. The matriarch is definitely angry this time. It's all my fault for forgetting about this. I'll go make amends with the matriarch right now. Throwing down the fire tongue grass in her hand, Yun Mo turned around and was about to rush towards the matriarch's house when Muya hurriedly stopped Yun Mo. What's your hurry? The patriarch has gone to the hunting grounds now. You won't be able to see anyone even if you go now. It's better to wait until the patriarch and the others return. Yun Mo's footsteps lurched, and she exhaled with a chagrined look on her face. This brain of mine, it's really so useless that I can forget such an important thing. Muya smiled and waved her hand. This matter is not a big deal. Anyway, the kernel powder you researched solved a big problem in the tribe. The matriarch was too late to thank you. How could he be angry with you because of this small matter? And you're still injured. You made a huge contribution to the tribe on your first day here. You just had a small slip-up yesterday. It doesn't matter. Seeing Muya's efforts to pacify herself, Yun Mochizuki also knew that it was too late to say anything now. Yesterday, Malayam came out from Wum's with her and probably didn't remind Yun Mo about going to the plaza because he saw that it was too late to go back. Maybe by that time, the patriarchs and the others would have been disbanded long ago. Thinking of this, Yun Mo could only calm herself and prepare to express her apologies to the matriarch with food. Looking at Muya's curious face as she looked at the kiln by the river, Yun Momo picked up the fire tongue grass on the ground and explained it while drying it. That one is a kiln used to fire pottery to make cauldrons for cooking soup and all kinds of utensils for holding soup and water. Muya frowned when she heard this. Mama, you put everything in there to burn, and when you take it out, isn't that all ash? How can you serve soup and water with a pile of ash? Yun Momo knew that Muya had misunderstood again this time, and hurriedly explained the principles of pottery to her. When she heard that Yun Momo actually used mud to make eating utensils, Muya's face was filled with skepticism. Foamy, your idea is so strange. No one in the tribe has ever thought of using mud to make utensils to hold water. Wouldn't all that water become mud soup after a little soaking? I don't believe that mud can turn into wood when burned. Seeing that Muya couldn't understand how mud could turn into a vessel that wouldn't dissolve, Yun Momo just smiled mysteriously. You'll know when those things are burned. I can't explain it to you now. Muya thought about it for half a day but couldn't figure it out, and her eyes suddenly turned to Luosen, who was busy by the river. When she saw that Luosen was handling a large, fat sheep, Muya's eyes dropped out in shock. Luosen, he's too strong, isn't he? It hasn't been long since dawn and he actually hunted a sheep back? He couldn't have been squatting in the hunting ground last night. Yun Momo finished tanning the fire tongue grass, patted the residue on his hands, and then shook his head. The sheep was got back by the mission before dark yesterday, and it was too late to handle it yesterday, and Lawson was so busy with the kiln that he took time out, and at noon I promised them to make a delicious meal. This time, Muya's shocked gaze shifted to Tuan, who was lying on his back napping in the sun. Sheep is what that little guy hunted back? Foamy, you can't be kidding me. Chapter 55, The Taste of Hormones. Yun Mochizuki was amused by the incredulous look on Moya's face and pursed her lips as she nodded. Well, I couldn't believe it at the time, but then I heard Clan Dr. Xin tell us where it came from, and I realized that I appeared to have earned it. Moi blinked in confusion. Where did the donut come from? Isn't it a forest beast cub? Yun Mochizuki shook his head, then told Muya the speculation that the donut might be a trapping beast. Muya nodded with this realization. I see. I didn't realize that Tuan was actually a trapping beast trained by the nobles of a large tribe. I have to say, I'm really envious of you this time. If I could have a domesticated beast of prey like that, I'd be able to eat meat every day, even without an escort. Yun Mochizuki blankly glanced at Muya without any good reason. What have you got to be envious of? I'm not going to get any less meat out of you? Muya couldn't help but grin. Then I'll be polite. If there's anything I can do to help you, just tell me. Although I can't hunt, my strength isn't small at all. I can definitely help you. Yun Momo also didn't be polite with Muya. After all, she still had to find a lot of seasonings today. Without Muya's help, I'm afraid she wouldn't have been able to find any of them. Muya, is there any of that sweet like grease stuff in here? Muya frowned and thought for a moment. You're talking about soy flower nectar. That stuff is hard to find now. It's long past its blooming period, but I could look in the holes in the trees in the woods. Some animals like to eat the nectar of the sauces and store that in the holes when they are in bloom. Hearing Muya say yes, Yun Momo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Well, then help me get some more back. This saucy flower nectar can make a lot of good food. Without the slightest hesitation, Muya nodded and was ready to leave when Yun Momo thought of the other seasonings and hurriedly called out to her. Don't worry, I'm going to need some other flavorings. See if you can get them for me. This time, Yun Momo brainlessly described all the peppercorns, anise, fennel, cinnamon, and so on 10 kinds of spices to Muya, who was seriously memorizing them on the side. When Yun Momo finished, Muya repeated it to Yun Momo again, and there was actually not a single mistake or omission. For Muya's amazing memory, Yun Momo was also convinced, if Muya had been born in modern times, she would definitely be a good seedling for Qingbei. Not daring to delay, Muya carried a few bamboo tubes and left the wooden house. With the food that Yun Momo said in her mind, Muya was simply energized. By the time Muya left, Luosen had already taken care of a whole goat all by himself. Beneath his sharp claws, a strong male Jin goat was dismantled in large pieces and laid out neatly on the foliage by the river. Because the mutton carried a strong odor, Yun Momo made a huge basket with large leaves, put all the mutton into the basket, and soaked it in the river water. The flow of the river slightly removed some of the stench from the lamb, took care of that and checked the fire in the kiln again. After determining that there was nothing wrong, Yun Momo started working on the other implements. The basics are chopsticks and spoons. There are spoons here too, but the ones here are surprisingly large. It would still be inconvenient to use for soup. These are easily broken when made of clay, or more durable when made of bamboo. Lawson soon cut a bunch of large poles from the bamboo forest near the river. Those discs and bamboo tubes placed in the cabin before were made from the bamboo here. Luckily, the Beast World's bamboo was not very different from modern bamboo, and after Luosen split a few bamboo, Yun Momo found the trick to making chopsticks. Making chopsticks and spoons doesn't use much bamboo, and the extra bamboo Yun Momo intends to use to make furniture. After explaining to Luo Sen to split the bamboo into the width and length he needed, Yun sat aside to sharpen chopsticks and spoons with sharp pieces of stone. The stone blade was specially polished by Luo Sen to help Yun. Although it could not catch up with the modern knife to use it smoothly, it was already the best tool that could be found now. Thinking of the iron smelting technology, Yun could not help but sigh. She didn't know how to make a furnace for smelting iron or where to find iron ore. If there is no guarantee of high temperature, even if you find iron ore, you can't make iron. That idea will have to be shelved for now. While pondering, Yun had already made 10 pairs of chopsticks. The surface of the chopsticks wasn't very smooth yet because the stone knife didn't work very well, but Yun wasn't worried. After the chopsticks and spoons were all done, she could give these a good polish with fine sand. This process is the equivalent of sandpapering. There is no sandpaper here, but fine sand is plentiful. It's just more work than in modern times. Spooning was quite a bit more difficult than chopsticks, and Yun did it with a lot of effort. I was so tired that my hands went numb and I only made 5 spoons. It's better to do the rest later. If it continued any longer, Yun felt that she was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to cook. Turning his head to look over at Luo Sen's side, in just a moment's effort, Luo Sen had already processed a large pile of bamboo pieces of varying lengths and widths out. Previously, when he watched Luo Sen fight with Duopu and the others, Yun did not have any special feelings about the sharpness of the sharp claws. Now intuitively seeing that Luo Sen just raised his hand and clawed down, a bamboo thicker than his leg was neatly split. It was only then that Yun really felt the sharpness of the sharp claws. Even if it was a steel knife forged by modern technology, I'm afraid there was no way to split a bamboo thicker than a leg in one go. Wouldn't Lawson's claws be sharper than modern steel knives if they were compared to modern steel knives? No wonder the orcs here have few weapons and such. With just these sharp claws, the power was more powerful than any weapon made from any material. Just as he was watching, Lawson had finished chopping the last bamboo. Mamoru, what are you going to do with that tub you were talking about? I'm going to make it for you right now, so you can bathe in it at night. Yun eyes fell on Luo Sen's body, and a scarlet blush could not help but float up on her face. The tight muscles on Lawson's body were like the most absolutely beautiful work of art in this world when outlined by smooth lines. Fine beads of sweat spread all over his body, giving off a fine glow in the sunlight. The male hormones were released like never before at this moment, and it was undoubtedly a fatal temptation in the eyes of Yun a clueless girl. Yun was struck by this temptation, and a heart thumped wildly. This feeling was so unfamiliar that Yun didn't know what was wrong with her. How is it that you can't take your eyes off of Lawson? Chapter 56. What it's like to like it. When Luosen saw Yun looking at himself in a daze and not saying anything, his heart suddenly panicked. Foamy, what's wrong with you? Are you sick somewhere? Tell me. The female's vulnerability was ingrained in Lawson's mind. However, whenever he saw Yun unusual situation, the first thing that came into Luosen's mind was anxiety. Yun froze and shook her head, subconsciously opening her mouth. Lawson, you're so good looking. I just can't take my eyes off you. Luo was in a hurry to go up and check, but as a result, his hand had just reached Yun face when he heard Yun suddenly say this. An unprecedented joy made Luo unable to resist reaching out and taking Yun into his arms. Morpho, I thought you didn't like me. I didn't think. Ha 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 ha, I'm simply too happy. The solid embrace made Yun Mochizuki snap back to his senses. Yun Mo's mind went blank. What did she just say? God, how could she say such a thing? Did she really like Lawson? What does it feel like to like exactly? At this moment, Yun missed Sudai so much. If Sudai were here, she would have been able to tell Yun the most correct answer. Feeling Luosen's agitated emotions, Yun Mo's heart burst with apprehension. Although she didn't know if she loved Lawson or not, she knew she had to go back. Now that she was causing more and more misunderstandings for Lawson, what was Lawson going to do when she had to leave? The more he thought about it, the stronger the sense of guilt in Yun Mo's heart became. But now that things were like this, she could only silently exhort herself over and over in her mind. Be sure to keep your emotions in check and never let it happen again. How else is Lawson going to take it when she's gone? Letting Luosen hold himself, Yun breathed out deeply. When Luosen calmed down, Yun was too vain to look into Luosen's eyes. He was thinking about how he was going to explain this to Lawson when a slightly cool touch came to his forehead. Luosen dropped a gentle kiss on Yun Mo's forehead. Mama, thank you. I won't let you down. After saying that, Luosen loosened his hold on Yun and scratched his head with an apologetic expression. Ha ha, in my excitement I forgot I had sweat on me, so tell me what to do with the tub. And when I'm done, I'll boil hot water for you to bathe in. Yun looked at the male in front of him who was full of himself in a daze, and there was a place in his heart that throbbed slightly. Taking out the fabric on his t-shirt from his body, Yun stood on her tiptoes to help Luosen wipe the sweat from his forehead. You still have injuries on your body. It's better to rest for a while. I'll go get you some water to drink. You wait here for me. Lawson smiled a bright smile. I'm not tired at all. I'll do anything as long as you're happy. The tinge of pain at the bottom of Yun Mo's heart was a few points stronger. Retracting her hand, Yun Mo turned around in a hurry. I'll be back soon. You can do it after you drink your water. Not daring to stay any longer, Yun Mo walked quickly towards the wooden house. Along the way, Yun Mo's heart was in turmoil, unable to figure out what was wrong with her. Just know that it would be hard for you if you stayed on. That kind of hardness isn't annoying, it's a kind of heartache. Under this feeling, Yun Mo had for the first time been slightly shaken about going home. Yun Mo was afraid that she would not be able to bear to leave this place in the midst of Luo Sen's continuous giving. 1,000 things were going on at once, making Yun Mo's heart unable to calm down. It wasn't until Luo Sen asked himself again that Yun Mo realized that he had passed the water in the bamboo tube to Luo Sen at some point. Foamy, aren't you too tired? Or else you'd better go back to the house and rest a bit. Leave everything here to me. I'll definitely be able to do a good job. Seeing the concern under Luo Sen's eyes, Yun Mo shook her head and redirected her thoughts to the unfinished crafting task. I'm fine. I just got a little carried away. Let's hurry up and finish these. We'll be ready to cook the big meal later after the pottery is fired. Saying that, Yun Mo began to get busy again. Knowing that he couldn't dissuade Yun Mo, Luo Sen did his work even harder. In his opinion, as long as he did a little more, Yun Mochizuki would be able to make it a little easier. Soon, under Yun Mo's guidance, the tub was successfully completed. Looking at the sturdy tub, Yun Mo's heart burst with satisfaction. The two of them went to the river together to get some fine sand. Yun Mo polished the chopsticks and spoons, and Luo Sen polished the bathtub. Sanding is a delicate job and takes much longer. Under the repeated rubbing of the fine sand, the utensils that were originally full of burrs gradually became smooth. By the time Yun Mo's side had finished polishing, Luo Sen's side was almost at the finishing stage. In order to ensure that Yun Mo was comfortable with it, Luo Sen polished it very carefully. Yun Mo touched the smooth bathtub, and her heart was warmed again. How could she repay such feelings? Just as he was thinking, there was a sudden blast from the side of the kiln. Yun Mo was shocked in her heart and hurriedly looked towards the direction of the kiln. I could only see that the fire in the kiln had gone out and the chimney was no longer emitting smoke. I'm sure all the firewood inside has been burned. That blast didn't give Yun Mo's heart a good feeling. I could tell just by the sound that something had to have been burned and blown up. Thinking of this, Yun Mo hurriedly called Luo Sen to rush towards the direction of the kiln. Feeling the temperature outside the kiln, it's still a little hot, but as long as you don't touch it directly with your hands, opening the kiln shouldn't have much of an effect. Luo Sen received a signal from Yun Mo and quickly used a bamboo stick to pry open the stone used to seal the kiln. A wave of heat hit him head-on, and Yun Mo hurriedly pulled Luo Sen out of the way. Only when the smoke and dust from the kiln's mouth gradually subsided did Yun Mo then get close to Luo Sen again. A glance inside the opening of the kiln showed that all the pottery had turned a bright orange-red color. The cauldron at the top looked intact, and Yun Mo's hanging heart finally settled down a lot. It looks like the kiln is not a total loss of pottery. The entire kiln is divided into 3 tiers, with the cauldron resting at the top. The middle tier held 3 small pots and pans, and the bottom tier held other pots and pans. The large pot on the first tier was intact. The 3 small pots on the second tier didn't look like there was anything too wrong with them, and only the pots and pans on the third tier appeared to be more broken. It could be that the pottery in the bottom layer was too close to the fire and the uneven heat caused it to blow up. But this outcome was much better than what Yun Mo expected. Lawson found some thick leaves and quickly took the cauldron inside through the slightly searing heat. The diameter of the cauldron was about 80 centimeters. This was what Yun Mo was going to use to stew the sheep's head and hooves. After inspecting it carefully, he actually didn't find a single crack, which made Yun Mo satisfied to the extreme. This pot was a total success. Just wait until it cools naturally. Clean it, and it's ready to braise lamb's head straight away. Chapter 57, The Pottery's Out of the Furnace. It was the first time Lawson had seen pottery. Can this stuff really boil water? To Lawson's knowledge, pottery was, outwardly, similar to sun-dried mud. If the dried mud is soaked in water, it won't take long for it to turn into a puddle of mud. Yun Mo raised her hand and tapped on the clay pot, a crisp clanging sound ringing in her ears. Listen to this, it's not like clay. Fired pottery doesn't rot with water. Lawson also heard the difference and looked at the clay pot differently. Foamy. If this method works well, we can also take it to worm for a lot of snow crystals, so that you won't have to be so uncomfortable during the inflammatory scorching period. Cloudmist nodded. Well, after we've tried it with no problems, we'll send a set of cutlery over to Wom as well. Lawson glanced toward the kiln and hastily took the 3 small pots below as well. The 3 small pots were not very satisfactory compared to the large pots, and Yun Mo was not very satisfied. The skillet didn't explode, but there were still some cracks on it. These cracks aren't very deep, though, and I don't know if they'll leak. The pots and jars on the last layer were also taken out one after another by Luo-sen. In addition to those that blew up and cracked open, a total of 5 or 6 pots, 12 bowls, 10 round plates and 3 sand pots were cleared out. It was satisfying to still have so much usable cloud foam left. At least there was enough to use for dinner today. Lawson looked at the broken pottery in the kiln with a look of pity. Is it possible that I didn't do something right and that's why all this pottery down here is broken? You took so much time and hard work to pinch it out, and I'm so stupid for wasting so much of it. Looking at Luo-sen's chagrined face, Yun Momo smiled helplessly. It's not about you. It's about the fact that I didn't take into account the uneven temperatures. Next time we'll just have to raise the kiln one more level and set up some clay strips on this lower level. Lawson didn't understand it very well, but hearing that it wasn't because of him, Lawson finally saw a small smile on his face. Well, I'll get these over to the cabin first, and then I'll take the kiln down and raise it another level. I'll make another batch of pottery out of it when the afternoon rolls around. Yun Momo nodded and began to organize the fired bowls and pots. Lawson first carried the pots to the river and carefully cleaned them, then carefully carried them all to the fire. Yun Momo also cleaned the bowls and pots and other things, and after the two of them moved everything to the fire, Yun Momo became dissatisfied with the stove again. The current fire pit is only good for roasts and the like. It doesn't work well if you use it for stews and stir-fries. There is no fixed support underneath the pan and it is easy to flip the pan if you are not careful. Thinking of this, Yun Momo looked at the other side of the fire pit and saw that there was still a not-so-small open space, so he asked Luo-sen to go and move some more stones to build a 4-in-1 stove. Luo-sen did not question Yun Momo's command in the slightest. A large pile of rocks was soon moved. Under Yun Momo's command, Luo-sen stacked the stones one on top of the other and built it into a triangular hearth more than a meter high, placed the largest pot in the center, and at the 3 corners of the triangle, placed 3 smaller pots. Once the location was finalized, Lawson sealed the stones again with mud, leaving room inside to add firewood. A chimney was also made at the outermost part with a punch-through bamboo tube. In order to solidify it as quickly as possible, Lawson added some firewood to the stove and began to burn it. Taking advantage of this, the two men took out the mutton that had been placed in the river water. After a period of rinsing, the stench on the lamb is less pronounced. The meat looked very tender and soft. Find a large, flat slab, support it well with 2 large stones, and clean it to make a perfect cutting board. Yun Momo placed the mutton on the large stone slab, and the head and hooves of the mutton Lawson had handled before in the basin. As for the lamb chops, you'll have to leave that to Lawson. After all, there were no bone-chopping knives here, and the only way to cut a lamb chop to the right size was with Lawson's sharp claws. One side for each of the two. Lawson clawed 5 lamb chops that were just the right size. Instead, Yun Mochizuki used the stone knife that Luo-sen had sharpened to start cutting the meat. These chunks of meat are used to make lamb kebabs, and you can't cut them very large, just a little bit at a time. When Luo-sen finished getting the lamb chops, Yun Momo had only just cut up a leg of lamb as well. Seeing that Yun Momo was struggling to cut, Luo-sen also came up to help. However, his sharp claws were fine for chopping and slashing, but it was a bit difficult to cut through the meat. Yun Momo saw him fighting with the meat pieces and quickly asked him to make bamboo sticks. Lawson saw that he had cut the meat to pieces and knew that he was not helping, so he could only put down the meat and go get the bamboo skewers. The two were busy on their side. Antoine couldn't help but get excited when he saw so many more novelties in front of the cabin. A moment to look here, a moment to study there. At the sight of Yun Momo cutting the mutton into small pieces, Tuan was instantly attracted to the meat. From time to time, when Yun Momo was not paying attention, he quietly took away a piece of meat to eat. Looking at its fox-sneaky appearance, Yun Machao felt a burst of amusement in her heart. It looked like when she was a little girl, stealthily stealing dumpling skins from under her mom's nose. The two men and the beast were busy with their own business, but they were enjoying themselves. When the mutton was almost done being cut, a rush of footsteps came from a short distance away. Yun Momo looked up and saw Muya dragging a large pile of things and stumbling in the direction of the cabin. Seeing this sight, Yun Momo hurriedly put down the pieces of meat in her hands and quickly stepped in Muya's direction to meet her. Why did you get so much stuff back? Arriving in front of Muya, Yun Momo hurriedly removed a few vines from Muya's body. Without the tangle of vines, Muya's movements were suddenly much smoother. Raising her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, Muya huffed and puffed. There were some I wasn't sure if you wanted, so I took them all back. More is better than less anyway. Take your time to pick. I pretty much found them according to your description. If it's not what you want, I'll just make another trip to the forest. Seeing Muya's tired and sweaty head, Yun Momo hurriedly called Luo-sen and unloaded all the things from Muya's body. It wasn't until the time of unloading the stuff that Yun Momo realized how much Muya, this guy, had put up a fight. She probably said about 10 or so flavors and states of seasonings, and as a result, Muya brought back a full 30 or so plants. Some are fruits, some are seeds, some are rhizomes, still some are leaves. I don't know how she managed to bring so much stuff back, hanging on to that skinny little body of hers, unloading a load. Muya then exhaled with a sigh of relief all over her body. Yun glanced towards her body. Her arms and legs were covered in scratches of all sizes. Hiss, how did we get these wounds? We didn't get this many wounds yesterday when we were drilling around in the forest. Chapter 58, Always be a good friend. Muya waved her hand somewhat awkwardly. Why? Don't mention it. I was careless this time. I found quite a bit of saucy nectar in the hole in the tree, and I was so excited to fill a bamboo tube with it that I actually ended up forgetting that the owner of all this saucy nectar would be coming back. One didn't pay attention, got mobbed by tree rats, didn't have a firm grip on his hand, and fell out of the tree and fell. That's when these bruises were made, but luckily the tree wasn't very high, and it's just a little scratch. It won't take more than a day or two to heal. It doesn't matter. Yun watched with straight heartache, and hurriedly pulled Muya into the wooden house. I'll take care of it for you. The wound is prone to inflammation if it's not clean. Muya couldn't argue and could only let Yun help herself. Yunmori took out a piece of fabric from his t-shirt and had Luosen bring over some water in a clay pot. After cleaning the fabric, he began to help Muya clean the scratches on her body. Muya looked at the delicate clay pot in front of her and couldn't help but make a surprised sound. Mama, this is the pottery you were talking about, isn't it? It looks so pretty. Yun Moxie nodded as she handled it. Well, I got lucky this time. Most of them burned successfully, so if you like them, take a few back for later. Muya curiously picked up the clay pot and examined it carefully, tooting as she did so. This terrarium is much sturdier than I thought it would be, and the clay hasn't been spread out at all. It's just amazing. Yun Mochizuki smiled faintly. This is pottery, not just any clay pot. Usually it's perfectly fine for water or soup or whatever. The only downside is that it breaks easily, so you have to be a little more careful when you use it. And if you break it, the pieces are so sharp that you can cut your skin if you're not careful. Muya nodded repeatedly as she listened. This stuff would probably be no less than salt crystals for food if we got it to the salt team. I wouldn't want to break it. I would definitely use it with care. Ever since I met you, I feel like a little cutie. Like, everything feels so new. Yun listened in amusement and quickly finished cleaning the wound, then took out the ointment sent by Xinlo and carefully helped Muya apply the medicine. I'll have more goodies to show you later, so get some rest after you've been honestly anointed, and when I'm done looking for seasonings, I can start making the feast. As soon as she heard about the big meal, Muya's eyes lit up. Wow, Foamy, you can't really be a blessing sent by the beast god. My life has been nothing short of blissful since I met you. Yun shook her head helplessly. Blessed star or not, I don't know. All I know is that you got all these injuries from looking for spices. You must be more careful in the future. Don't push yourself too hard. Your own body is the most important, okay? Having been ostracized by the females of the tribe, Muya was used to playing tough. Feeling concern from a female for the first time, Muya's nose soured. She hadn't seemed to feel this kind of heartfelt and cared for since she was an adult. All along, Muya had felt that she didn't need such care and attention. However, after she truly felt Yun Momo's concern from the bottom of her heart, she suddenly felt that this feeling was really wonderful. Mamoru, thank you for being so nice to me. You'll always be my best friend, and I won't turn my back on you no matter what happens in the future. As soon as she looked up, Yun Momo saw Muya looking at herself with red eyes. The heart couldn't help but be touched. You ninny, suddenly you're so carnal. I'm not used to it. Anyway, we can discuss and face any difficulties together in the future, and work hard to make our lives better and better. Muya sniffled and nodded solemnly. Well, I'll work on that too. After administering the medicine, the two emerged from the cabin hand in hand. Lawson had the bamboo sticks all ready. Muya took the initiative to take on the job of cutting the mutton, reasoning that she was stronger than Yun Momo and could cut faster. Thinking that she still had to pick out the seasonings, Yun Mochizuki didn't insist any longer, but instead went to look at the pile of plants Muya had brought back. Several bamboo tubes were filled with soy flower nectar, and there was no telling just how many trees Muya had climbed and how many tree rats' nests he had dug out. All in all, this much sauce flower nectar was enough for Yun Momo to use for a long time. Looking over some of the other plants, several of the flavorings are very similar to modern ones. The star anise, cinnamon, and fennel, for example, are almost indistinguishable from the modern ones, except for some differences in size. As for peppercorns, there didn't seem to be any here, but from Muya a fruit was brought back that tasted very close to the flavor of peppercorns. A small parsnip here is a round leaf with an even stronger flavor than modern parsnips. The cilantro was the bundle of vines that Yun Momo had just taken off Muya. These vines have very tiny leaves and give off a flavor exactly like cilantro. Sometimes the tribesmen would use this vine to repel insects and ants. Some of them had a plant flavor that was still not found in modern times. but Yunmo felt that the flavor should be good and kept it. In total, more than 30 kinds of plants were brought back, and Yunmo left behind more than 20 kinds. After asking Muya the names of these plants one by one, Yunmo carefully memorized the appearance of these plants. If she didn't have any more in the future, she could still find them in the woods herself. After picking the amount needed, Yunmo placed all the plants that could be used on the leaves to dry. Once these seasonings are dried, they can be packed in bamboo tubes for easy storage. The seasonings are prepared in certain proportions and placed in a fired clay pot, then put in the processed meat and marinate. Muya watched attentively from the sidelines, always feeling that Yunmo was not preparing food at this moment, but rather performing a sacred ritual. Lawson went to check the fired hearth, which by now had all the mud outside of it drying out. Looking at the strangely shaped stove, Lawson was also in awe. A few people sat in the shade outside the cabin for a few moments to rest, and the meat was almost done marinating. The three were once again busy. The two of them, Muya and Yunmo, were in charge of skewering the meat, while Luosen went to prepare more firewood and water. Because of the fired pottery, Lawson could get back a large pot of water at a time. The sheep's head and hooves had already been marinated with deodorizing seasonings, and when the water in the cauldron boiled, Luosen put the sheep's head and hooves into the pot to simmer as Yunmo had instructed. By the time the water in the pot started boiling again, Yunmo and Muya had already skewered all the meat. The two of them, Luosen and Muya, were in charge of placing the meat skewers on the fire and roasting them, while Yunmo took a large wooden spoon to skim off the blood froth in the pot, then add the blended seasonings to the pot and continue to add water to the simmer. In the other 3 small pots, Yunmo first boiled a pot of boiling water. For the past 2 days, they had been drinking raw water, and Yunmo always felt unclean, and now they were finally in a position to drink hot water. Chapter 59, Delicious Attack. The other 2 skillets were not left unused, one with clean suet and one with cut green stones. Once the suet has been refined, it can be used for stir-frying, and although it will have some nastiness, it's better than nothing. The green stone was brought back by Muya when she was looking for seasonings. Yesterday she ate it roasted. Today Yunmo is going to try steaming it to see what the texture is. 1 moment to stir the suet, 1 moment to poke the head and hooves of the goat in the pan, and 1 moment to see how the green stones turned out. For a while, Yunmo was busy. As for the 2 people in charge of grilling the meat, Luosen and Muya, they looked much more relaxed. After all, most of the meat in the tribe was grilled, and neither man was bad at grilling. Muya was in charge of watching the fire of the roasted meat, while Luosen was in charge of grinding the seasonings that Yunmo had concocted into powder and sprinkling it evenly on the roasted meat. Before long, the entire cabin was enveloped in a peculiar fragrance. The donut was craved by the scent. 1 moment he was drooling in front of the barbecue group, and the next he ran to Yunmo's stove with both eyes glowing. In short, there wasn't a single front of the entire cabin that was unoccupied. The goat oil was quickly refined. Yunmo used a large wooden spoon to fish out the meat scraps and put them in a clay basin, and Tuan rushed over at the first opportunity. The little nose sniffed toward the clay pot and whimpered with gluttony. Yunmo placed the clay pot in front of Tuan and spoke with a doting face. "This is oil dregs. The flavor should be pretty good, but it can be given to you as a snack. You don't want to eat too much. There are quite a few good things waiting for you later." Tuan responded excitedly, and all of a sudden he dove headfirst into the clay pot. The temperature of the dregs was still hot, and Tuan eagerly took a piece of it and wailed as it burned, but still couldn't let go of the dregs in his mouth. The scene amused the few people in front of the cabin, but Tuan didn't care about that, and with a purr in his throat, he took a big bite. Yunmo filled the pot of refined goat oil into a clay pot and set it aside to cool. While there was still some goat oil left in the pot, Yunmo put the chopped chunks of scallions and ginger into the pot, only to hear the sound of zila, the scent of shallots and ginger pieces by the hot mutton oil to stimulate, exuding a special flavor. On the other side of the room, Luosen and Muya smelled this scent, and both of their faces were intoxicated. Moo, this flavor is also too fragrant. I can't help but want to eat it. Muya smacked her lips, her eyes glistening with gluttony. Luosen also nodded repeatedly, looking at the pot in front of Yunmo with an expectant face. The meat hasn't even been cooked yet and I'm already craving for more. I wonder how good the sweet and sour lamb chops will be later. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Yunmo hurriedly poured the lamb chops in the basin into the pot. The oil in the pan came into contact with the lamb chops and soon there was a marvelous sound of sizzling. If you guys can't resist, you can jerk off first, and the lamb chops will be ready soon. In modern times, Yunmo had only made sweet and sour pork ribs with pork chops, and this was the first time she had made lamb chops. However, both meats were of similar quality, so Yunmo could only predict the time according to the pork chop. After stir-frying the lamb chops for a bit, and waiting for the skin of the meat to become charred and crispy, and the color to turn golden brown, Yunmo added a large bowl of water to the pot and began to simmer. taking chopsticks to poke the sheep's head and hoof again. The chopsticks could already poke into the meat. When the broth turns thoroughly creamy, the lamb's head and hooves are ready to be served. The water on the other side had also boiled, and Unimo took out 2 bamboo tubes to fill the water and place them in a corner of the stove. I will finally be able to drink boiled water from now on. After doing so, the roasted meat for both Lawson and Muya was already ready. Luosin handed the first skewer of grilled meat to Unimo's hand, urging Unimo to taste it with an excited face. Unimo's heart was also curious about how the roasted meat tasted, so she took the roasted meat and took a bite. A rich flavor immediately filled his mouth. I don't know if it's because the seasonings here are different from modern ones, or because the texture of the lamb is different. In short, Unimo felt that this lamb skewer was actually tastier than modern lamb skewers. Quickly jerking a whole skewer of mutton clean, Unimo gave great recognition to the flavor of the kebabs. It's so good. You guys have a taste too. Let's see if you like the flavor. Seeing Unimo all praising it, Muya and Luosin couldn't hold back any longer. After the two of them set up the skewers on a plate, one of them took a skewer and ate it. The troop jumped back and forth around the two in a hurry, and it was Muya who eventually couldn't bear it and took the time to hand the troop a skewer. For a while, the two men and the beast ate without lifting their heads. Soon, the green stone in the pot gave off a sweet fragrance, and Unimo used her chopsticks to gently poke at it, and the green stone was soon poked with a hole. That soft texture felt more like steamed rice cakes than baked green stones. By this point, the green stone had also been steamed. Unimo served the green stone on a plate and poured some sauce flower nectar on it. The whole green stone looks bright and shiny, making it look appetizing. The 3 eaters had just finished savoring the delicious kebabs, and when they saw that Unimo had gotten a new delicacy, they all gathered around one by one. Cloudmore shoved the spoon into the hands of the 2 men and took another piece and put it on Tuan's plate, and the 3 of them went into another frenzy of showmanship. Wow, it's so delicious. Moya, you've literally given new life to the green stone, Moya muttered as she huffed while being scalded. Luosin also ate with both eyes. This does taste even better than the baked one. Mamoru, you try it too. Saying that, Luosin used a spoon to scoop up a spoonful of the soft greenstone and handed it to Unimo's mouth. Unimo ate it in one bite, and the sweet flavor was practically identical to the taste of honey rice cakes. Unimo, who had a sweet tooth, was simply immensely satisfied. Tuan even purred and ate non-stop, his tail wagging into a propeller with happiness. Thinking of the sweet and sour lamb chops in the pot, Unimo did not dare to linger too long and hurriedly returned to the stove to check. The soup in the pot had already stewed and thickened up. Unimo poked it with her chopsticks, and the meat had become soft. Grabbing a bamboo tube and pouring some soy flower nectar into the pot, and drizzling some of the sour bean concoction, a rush of sweet and sour flavors went up his nose. Using a spoon, he kept stirring until the soup became thick, and only when the lamb chops were coated with the soup did Unimo then use a plate to serve all of the lamb chops. The 2 of them, Luosin and Muya, were still immersed in the deliciousness of the green stone, and as a result, once the sweet and sour lamb chops were served, the 2 of them were once again attracted to their gaze. In the time that the 2 froze, Unimo sprinkled some more coriander leaves on the lamb chops, and that rich flavor once again had a wonderful collision. Tuan was gluttonized and finished the green stone on his plate in 3 bites, his 4 little short legs desperately jumping upwards. It seemed like he wanted to see what kind of delicacy Unimo had served up. Looking at him so desperately, Unimo prioritized giving it a piece this time. Little glutton, try it, this should taste good too. Chapter 60, Questioning. Tuan cheered excitedly and dove headfirst into his plate, never to look up again. The 2 of them, Luosin and Muya, didn't hold back either, and one of them pinched a piece of lamb chop and put it in their mouths. Having never eaten food with a sweet and sour texture, the 2 were fascinated by the novelty of the taste of the Lord. This tastes so delicious, it feels even better than barbecued meat. Muya's eyes glowed as she praised it repeatedly. This flavor is delicious even in my dreams. It feels like all those sheep I captured before were all wasted. It would have been great if I had met Mamoru earlier. Luosin sighed as he ate, hating that he could not turn back time. The group was most real, eating and purring, showing their attitude at this point in time with their practical actions. The sense of accomplishment in Unimo's heart was simply bursting. It's sort of a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction that even getting into college doesn't have at this point. Food is indeed a magical thing that can easily give people great satisfaction no matter what era or time period they are in. One didn't hold back, and Unimo also joined the ranks of the wildly flaunting. 1 minute you're jerking a lamb kebab, the next you're scooping up a spoonful of green rocks and a sweet and sour lamb chop. It was a feeling of sheer bliss. Unfortunately, Unimo's stomach capacity was really not that big. It didn't take long for the frenetic rhythm to begin, and Unimo was already too braced to eat. Muya and Lawson were still immersed in the food and couldn't help themselves. And Tuan, The big appetite king, clicked and flared wildly. Yunmomo rubbed her bulging stomach and burped. You guys eat first. I'll go back to see if the sheep's head and hooves are stewed yet. This is the grand finale of the day, so save your stomachs for the serving. A few people ate their faces full of grease, completely unable to free their mouths to speak, and could only nod their heads vigorously towards Yunmomo, indicating that they were ready. Yunmomo shook her head in amusement and took the spoon to the pot. By this time, the soup in the pot had turned a creamy white color. The flavor of the lamb bursts from the tumbling broth, and that sweet, meaty aroma is simply intoxicating. Yunmomo stirred a bit and poked the sheep's head and hooves with chopsticks again. The chopsticks dug into the soft, rotting meat at once, sprinkled with scallions and cilantro. Yunmomo found a large pot to serve the sheep's head and set it aside to cool. Then the sheep's feet were fished up again and placed on a plate to dry. And only then was the soup served into the basin with a large wooden spoon. This soup is the finest delicacy, and every year at the beginning of summer, Yunmomo's aunt always stews a pot of sheep soup to nourish her family. If there was flour in the beast world, Yunmomo could also make a baked cake to eat with the sheep soup. The absolutely beautiful flavor, not to mention the gluttony. When the soup was a little cooler, Yunmomo sized 4 bowls of soup and served one to each person. The delicious goat soup instantly made them let out a sigh of admiration once again. Yunmomo really couldn't eat anymore, and only slightly drank a small half bowl of sheep soup before she couldn't move at all. Thinking that she still had to give some to Moldy and Wum, Cloudmore started to get ready as she burped. Luckily, there were still plenty of bowls and plates and other items, and after filling them all up according to different portions, Muya and Luosan over there were almost done eating. Hua ate until he couldn't move and offered to stay and clean up the dishes. With a round belly, Tuan also spread out on all 4 legs, lying on the ground and grunting in comfort. For his part, Lorson silently carried Yunmomo's packed delicacies on his back and prepared to escort Yunmomo to Malway and Wum. Yunmomo looked at the color of the sky. The matriarch should have returned by now as well. It was just the right time to eat, and it would be just right to send this food over. Not daring to delay, Yunmomo then rushed in the direction of the patriarch's house with Luosan and the 2 of them. The males in the tribe were all busy preparing food, and when Yunmomo and Luosan passed by, everyone could smell the food. The females in the house were attracted to the scent and came out to check it out. After seeing that it was the 2 of them, Yunmomo and Luosan, some of the females couldn't help but come forward to ask, "That, Foamy, what are you guys taking? Why does it smell so good?" Yunmomo was about to reply, yet Luosan stopped directly in front of Yunmomo. "What are you guys trying to pull again?" Lorson had seen with his own eyes how unfriendly these females had been to Foamy before. Now that he saw them take the initiative to come over and strike up a conversation, Luosan subconsciously assumed that they wanted to pick a fight with Yunmomo. "Rosen, what do you mean by that? Can't we ask Foamy? It's not like we're asking you for it." After a pink-haired female finished speaking, another purple-haired female spoke up next. "Yesterday I thought she was really that kind and wanted to help us solve the problem of the tribe's food shortage, and now she won't even let us ask. So I don't think she doesn't necessarily have what she's thinking." Cloud Foam frowned and was about to explain, only to be interrupted by another female with short red hair. "I think she just wants to use these new things to please the matriarch so that she can hide her identity as a spy. As long as the matriarch doesn't say to kick her out, it's useless for us to say anything." As soon as these words came out, all of the surrounding females one by one shifted their attitudes. "Egu, originally I thought she was a good one, but when you say it like that, it's kinda that she can't really be a spy, can she?" Lawson grimaced when he heard them talking like that. "What are you guys babbling about?" The short red-haired female suddenly sneered. "Lawson, forget about your own willingness to be tricked by this female. We're not going to be as stupid as you. This Yunmomo just came to the tribe yesterday and gave the patriarch some kind of kernel powder. What is this not currying favor? And the matriarch told us all to learn her ways. We've never eaten that sour bean seed or fire tongue grass before. So if there's anything wrong with this stuff, then all of us in the tribe will be in trouble." "That's true. That fire tongue herb is not a good thing. Your tongue has to hurt for a long time after eating it. If this is poisonous, then we're all really screwed." For a while, the females became more and more panicked. Yunmomo did not expect things to actually evolve into this, and for a moment, he actually did not know how to explain. Chili peppers should also be eaten sparingly for modern people. Eating too much of it can even cause gastrointestinal disorders. Even some people who already have stomach problems, spicy and irritating foods are not allowed. But the droop powder is still edible even without that fire tongue herb. Thinking about this, Yunmomo felt that her not going to the square last night was really a major mistake. All she could do now was to explain the situation to them as best she could. fire tongue does have some effects on the body, so if you don't like the flavor of fire tongue, you can leave it out. Even if the droop powder is eaten with just salt, it's still okay. It doesn't have to be with tamarind seeds and fireweed. Chapter 61, Conspiracy. The other females exploded as soon as Yun Mo's words left their mouths. Listen, her treacherous plan has been discovered by us, and she's starting to change her tune again. If we hadn't realized it, wouldn't we have really been victimized by her? Yes, since it's bad for your health, why didn't you make it clear yesterday? And now that we're questioning it, you're admitting it? This is treating us like cuties, is it? It's over. I already ate it once yesterday. I'm not going to be poisoned. Oh, I don't want to die. I've eaten it too. No, we have to hurry up and get a look from Clan Dr. Xin. Maybe we'll still be saved if we get there early. You guys quickly go and inform the matriarch. Don't let this female run away. And from now on, don't eat everything this female cooks, lest we don't even know how we're going to die one day. For a while, some emotional females surrounded Yun Momo in the center. If not for Luosen, Yun Momo was afraid that she would be pressed by these females and beaten on the ground. Yun Momo was so anxious and angry that she couldn't help but open her mouth. I've eaten these myself. How can they be poisonous? You can choose not to eat it if you don't like it, but you can't just accuse me falsely like this. The female with red broken hair mockingly glanced at Yun Mochizuki. Don't try to argue. We can all see the truth clearly. Don't try to pretend to be a good person here. You spy. Yun Momo frowned, not wanting to continue arguing with them here. She could only suppress the aggression in her heart. If you don't believe me, you can go ask Clan Dr. Xin. Or you can come with me to see the clan chief. The clan chief's family also ate the kernel powder I gave them yesterday, and there's nothing wrong with me or the clan chief and them. So on what basis do you suspect me so much? When the surrounding females heard that Yun Momo actually took the initiative to ask to meet the matriarch, their just now arrogant aura wilted a bit. Yesterday's incident of Aaron being punished by the matriarch by being locked in a pit in the ground was still fresh in their minds, and they didn't want to be the second Aaron. Luosen let out a low growl towards the females that surrounded in front of Yun Momo, and the females were instantly scared back by Luosen. Making way for a passage, Yun Momo leaned down and hugged Luosen's neck, and the two of them walked in the direction of the patriarch's cabin without the slightest stop. The females around them all of a sudden looked at the female with the short red hair. Aiki, I'm afraid we'll all be punished if this female complains to the matriarch. What can we do? Yeah, your sister was punished by the matriarch by being locked in the pit of the earth because she went against this female. We're not going to be locked in the pit of the earth too, are we? The female with the short red hair is Aaron's sister, Aggie. Aggie is still a minor and is being cared for by Aaron for the time being due to the loss of her parents. She hadn't been very well and had stayed in her cabin these days without coming out. She hadn't learned about Aaron's punishment by the matriarch until yesterday when Aaron had been put in the pit. For Yun Momo, Aiki simply hated it to the bone. No matter what, she had to avenge her sister. Seeing the females around her looking at her, Aiki exhaled softly and spoke with a helpless face. What else can we do but pray that the matriarch sees this female's true colors sooner rather than later? I'm afraid that this female's appearance at the hunting grounds before the heat sizzle period is a sign that we simply can't leave the tribe right now. As long as she makes a slight move on the food, it won't be long before our tribe will be at the mercy of those Vosha beasts in Desert City. As soon as Aiki's words left her mouth, the fear in the bottom of all the females' eyes grew stronger. No, we can't just watch her hoodwink the matriarch. We have to get her out as soon as possible. I don't want to be captured by those Volsunga beasts and be stuck in a horrible place like Desolate City for the rest of my life. But what can we do to get her out? The matriarch trusts this female now. No matter what we say, the matriarch thinks that we are setting this female up. We might even be punished. There is nothing we can do. A cold light flashed in Aiki's eyes, and after pretending to sigh helplessly, she faintly murmured, "Alas, if those who have eaten the kernel powder are now sick, perhaps the matriarch will take our word for it." After saying that, Aiki left with a despondent look on her face. The other females around them looked at me and I looked at you, and a few of them who had already eaten the droop powder suddenly lit up. Egu, why does my stomach hurt a little? I shouldn't be poisoned. Ugh, I feel like I'm getting a little hot too. It's over. I'm afraid I'm going to die. Ouch, my head is spinning. One of the females held her forehead exaggeratedly, then fell to the ground in a pretense. Oh my god, the droop powder has poisoned the females. Get the sin healer here. Amidst a hue and cry, the males hurriedly dropped what they were busy with, tending to the females and looking for Sinler. Yun Momo, who was unaware of this, had already delivered the food to the matriarch's house by now. The matriarch's family was amazed at the delicacies sent by Yun Momo. That never-before-experienced taste sensation made the family eat without lifting a finger. Mulvi just ate some of it in a hurry because she had to deliver food to Worm, and refrained. In order to come back as soon as possible to enjoy the food sent by Yun Momo, Malwei did not stop and hurried with Yun Mo towards Wom's house. It didn't take long for Wom to enjoy the mutton feast that Yun Momo had delivered as well. Because of Wom's age, Yun Momo brought Wom some extra desserts plates made of green stones. Lamb chops and lamb kebabs just brought some for Worm to taste. As for the mutton soup and soft mutton head meat, Momo had brought quite a lot. Worm, who had been eating very little meat, ate it with admiration. Well, I don't know how long it's been since I've eaten meat. I didn't realize that meat cooked in water actually tastes so good. The meat they cooked before all had a foul odor, causing me to think that all meat cooked in water was foul. There really does have to be a way to do this after all. How on earth did you little guy come up with that? Tell Worm. Momo told Wumu the way she cooked the meat in one go. Worm listened with a confused look on his face, but the recognition in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. It turns out that these plants in the woods are actually used in this way. If eaten singly, these plants are simply unpalatable, but when they all come together, they actually cook up such amazing flavors. If it weren't for the guidance of the beast god, I'm afraid you little guy wouldn't be able to think of such a marvelous use for it. I knew you little guy was a great blessing blessed by the beast god. Now you should admit it. Momo couldn't refute. After all, she had accumulated the culinary practices for 5,000 years. To say that she had researched it herself, it was really impossible to say. When Worm finished eating the food with enjoyment, it was only then that he noticed on the tableware that Momo had brought. What is this utensil you're using to contain the food? It's neither like stone nor wood. I can't actually tell what material it's made of. Chapter 62. Momo told Worm again about her firing pottery. Worm listened with another sigh of relief. Straight up, this is something that could be promoted well and could greatly improve the quality of life for the tribe. Mulvey nodded back and forth, delighted with the utensils made of clay. For the surprise that Momo had brought to himself, Worm was rewarded with some more atmosphere. This time, the bag was filled with 4 snow crystals and 2 salt crystals. In Worm's opinion, just based on Momo's ability to study food, the snow crystal was a bit more useful to Momo. After all, the heat of the inflammatory scorching stage could not be resisted by Momo with her own skills, but the food crisis could be dissolved through her research. After exiting Worm's house, several people made their way to the matriarch's house. However, just as they arrived at the cabin, they saw a group of males and females surrounding the front of the cabin. Mulvey rushed forward to ask, "What's going on here? What happened?" Everyone turned around and became emotional when they saw that Malway had returned with Momo. "That's her. We made the kernel powder yesterday just like she said, and now the females are all sick." "Yes, my wife master has fainted now. Clan Dr. Xin. You must save her. This female is a spy sent by Desolate City. If we don't get her out, we'll kill her to avenge our wives and masters." Yesterday Aaron just questioned her identity as a spy, and to this day she's still locked up in a pit in the ground. As for her 3 protectors, Yuk was dead, and Dop and Sari had been seriously injured by Lorson. There was Trey who died before because of what happened to this female, and today there are so many females who are sick because they ate the kernel powder. It's only been 2 short days and this female has already turned the tribe upside down. If we let her stay in the tribe any longer, maybe in 2 or 3 days we'll all be killed by her. Momo did not expect things to turn out like this. He himself also ate the nuclear fruit powder, and so far there is nothing wrong. How could those females get sick? Luosin stood in front of Momo without saying a word and spoke indignantly. "With me around, if any of you dare to touch Foamy." When the male saw how arrogant Lawson was, he looked at Moan. "Patriarch, Lorson has already been confused by this spy, so you must not be fooled by this spy again. At your command, we will now drive this traitor from the tribe. How can Lorson alone fight the males of our entire tribe?" Enraged by the male's words, Lorson instantly flashed his sharp claws. Yesterday the matriarch had already said that. "And you guys actually dare to denigrate Foamy. Today I will make you guys pay the price." With that, Lawson was about to charge up and teach the lead male a lesson. Seeing this, Morn rushed forward to stop Lawson. "Lawson, take it easy. I'll get to the bottom of this." Momo also hurriedly pulled on Luosin's arm. "Lorson, let's listen to the patriarch. Don't be impulsive yet." Lawson still had injuries on his body, and it would be bad for Lawson if he fought these males again. Off to the side, Mulvey saw the males getting emotional and blushed. "You guys said that your wives and masters all got sick because they ate the kernel powder that Foamy said, but all of our family ate it, and even Wom ate the kernel powder she made, and so far we're not in the slightest bit of trouble. So if the kernel powder is really problematic, then we should be the first ones to get sick." Hearing Malway's words, the males glanced at each other, but their gazes were morose and cold as they looked at Momo. "That's the cleverness of this spy. She gave you and Worm the kernel powder, which is not problematic, but the method of telling us is problematic. Anyway, after our wives and masters ate it yesterday, all of them fell sick by today, and we still don't know what kind of poison they have been poisoned with. Yes, it must have been this spy who saw that our wife master was against her staying in the tribe, so she became cynical and deliberately told us that sour beans and firetongue grass could be eaten. And now that she has caused our wife master's life to be lost, we will never spare her." For the males in the beast world, Their wives and masters are more important than their lives. Now that their wives and masters were poisoned and sick, it was worse than killing them. At this moment, the eyes that looked at Yun Momo, each one of them was vicious, hating that they couldn't directly wring Yun Momo's head off with a claw. Looking at their righteous indignation one by one, Yun Momo was also anxious. The nutmeg powder I made yesterday was made with sour peas and firetongue grass, which Moya can attest to, and it's fine for all of us to eat it up. If you don't believe me, I can do it again in front of you, absolutely exactly the same way. At this time, Moya also hurriedly arrived, patting her chest and assuring the males, "Yes, Foamy didn't come to the square last night, and I'm still the one who told you about the method. The droop powder is handmade by me and Foamy, and all we use is tamarind seeds and fireweed. There will never be a problem unless you misidentify both." Looking at Muya rushing over in a sweaty state, Yun Mo's heart was warmed. "Muya, what brings you here?" Muya took a few steps forward and protected Yun Mo behind her, looking at the surrounding males with a wary face. "I was packing my things when I heard the females talking by the river, and that's when I realized that they had come to the matriarch to talk about you poisoning the females, so I rushed over here. Don't worry, I can prove that there's nothing wrong with your droop powder. This must be a mistake somewhere." Seeing Muya blocking herself with her thin body, Yun Mo's eyes were a little moist. "Muya, thank you for trusting me so much." Muya shook her head in dismay. "What's there to be thankful for? You made such a tasty food as kernel powder to help the tribe get through the crisis, and as a result, it's just as well that they don't appreciate it. They actually falsely accused you of being a spy. I will never allow them to denigrate a female who has contributed to the tribe in this way." A smirk floated across Maldi's face. "Muya is right. Our tribe will never allow such a thing to happen. I'm sure the kernel powder that Foamy made isn't poisonous, and as for why exactly those females are getting sick, it's better to wait for Sinler to get here and hear what he has to say. You won't question the words of Clan Dr. Xin, will you?" After Maldi's words, each of the males around her stopped talking. Morn gave a wink to Motel, who rushed towards the tribe. Within moments, Moto led Sinler to the cabin. The crowd looked at Sinler at once. "Clan Dr. Xin, how is my wife's master? Has she woken up?" Sinler looked at the male in exasperation. "You still have the nerve to ask me? Can't you even tell if your wife is really dizzy, causing me to make a trip for nothing, day in and day out?" Each and every one of them don't properly think about dealing with the inferno sizzling period, but rather make fun of an old man like me. Do you think I'm idle? Chapter 63, Unsettling the Rules. The male flinched at Sinler's reprimand and spoke with a puzzled look on his face. "So my wife and master is fine?" Sinler didn't bother to talk to him, but just came to Morn's side and explained to Morn what was going on. "The females who said they were sick I've examined, and other than being a little weak from the food shortage, there are no symptoms of poisoning at all. As for the passed out female, it was simply faked. I just scared the person with bloodletting and they woke up. It wasn't poisoning at all." After hearing Sinler's words, Moan's face darkened. "Did you all hear that? How dare you slander the females of the tribe with something like poisoning? Do you think the rules of the tribe are just for show?" After an angry roar, those males and females who came to cause trouble all lowered their heads in embarrassment one by one. "Matriarch, it was our impulsive behavior that led us to mistake the kernel powder for a problem. Please spare us this time." "Yes, Matriarch, our wife's master's body has not been well. We were afraid of an accident. We just saw our wife's master sick. We were anxious in our hearts. That's why we misunderstood Yun Momo. We can apologize to Yun Momo." Seeing the male's sudden change in attitude, Moan coldly grunted. "I told you guys just now to calm down and figure things out first, but what about you? It's too late for me to spare you now." Morn was also annoyed by the whole thing. "Just yesterday we had the tray thing and now we're running around saying the females are poisoned." As the patriarch, the pressure in Moan's heart could be imagined. "If we don't teach them a lesson this time, I'm afraid there will be many more things like this afterward." Coldly looking at the flustered males, Moan secretly clenched his fists. "The males who caused trouble today are all fined 5 jars of salt for food, to be turned in before the hot season. And if they can't, they don't have to stay in the tribe anymore. As for those females pretending to be sick, all of them will be punished to go to the pit of the earth for 3 days, and will not be allowed to come out until it is time. I would like to see if you still dare to do these stupid things in the future." After Moan announced his punishment, the males who had led the disturbance all turned pale. The other females all cringed in fear when they heard what happened to the females who pretended to be sick. 3 days in the pit. That kind of torture was horrible for them to think about, knowing that the diameter of the pit is only as large as a female standing. For the 3 days they stay in the pit, the punished females can only stand. Moreover, there is no shade on top of the pit, and the females will be subjected to the scorching sun during the day and the bites of various insects and ants at night in the pit. It had been a long time since a female in the tribe had suffered such a punishment. As a result, not long after this Unmomo arrived, the females in the tribe suffered this horrible punishment one after another. This was in their opinion. Unmomo was the plague god that brought calamity to the tribal females. Some of the females who were close to the punished females turned hateful when they looked at Unmomo. A grim smile flashed in Aiki's eyes as she hid behind the crowd. The result was exactly what she wanted. Regardless of whether or not these people succeeded in framing Unmomo, her purpose would be accomplished. If those females were lucky and faked illness to fool Sinler, then Unmomo would definitely be unable to defend herself and would definitely be driven out of the tribe. If those females were to be exposed by Sinler for faking their illnesses, the females and their escorts would surely be punished by Morn. Once they were punished, the enmity with Unmomo would only grow deeper. This way, the more people in the tribe who wanted Unmomo dead. Wanting someone to die as a matter of course has to start with isolation and disgust. As long as she let Unmomo offend all the females in the tribe to death, at that time, she didn't even need to do anything. Naturally, some people couldn't wait to kill Unmomo. Just as Aiki was getting complacent, Mochizuki was exhaling deeply and took a step forward in front of Moen. Matriarch, it's about to reach the inflammatory scorching period, and just now Clan Dr. Xin also said that those females' bodies are already not good, so if they receive any more punishment, I'm afraid that their bodies won't be able to support them. This incident was due to me, after all, and it is my fault that I came back from Worms too late yesterday to make it to the square for the rally. Had I been able to explain that I could consume the kernel powder without the fire tongue, maybe these females wouldn't have questioned the kernel powder. Now that Clan Dr. Xin has proved for me that the kernel powder is not poisonous, they should not suspect my identity in the future. And I also hope that you will spare them the punishment. After Unmomo finished speaking, those females and males in front of the wooden house all looked towards her in disbelief. They couldn't believe that Unmomo would actually plead for mercy for the females who had falsely accused her. Morn also frowned in puzzlement. Mamoru, they have framed you in such a way. Why are you pleading for them? If you don't punish them, maybe they will use other excuses to slander you in the future. Mulvey also looked disapprovingly at Unmomo. Foamy, I know you have a good heart and can't bear to watch those females being punished, but something like falsely accusing females at will is so harmful that they should suffer the consequences of the mistakes they make. Unmomo understood the good intentions of the matriarch in Malway, but she also understood the principle of forgiving others when she had to. A lot of things are too much of a good thing. Yesterday, because of her status, Irene had been put in the pit of the earth. If you want to give these females some warning, then yesterday's disposition of Aaron was enough. Today these females knew full well that they would be punished so severely if they failed to question their identity. Yet they still chose this path in desperation, which shows that in their hearts, they would rather suffer punishment than be driven out of the tribe. In their minds, they had become far more of a threat to them than the pit punishment. If you can't build trust in their hearts, then this will only increase. Even in the end, when the grudges have built up, they will do even more extreme things. Instead of fighting them to the death in an endless confrontation, it would be better to dispense with this punishment that did not help them in any way, and instead make them change their opinion of themselves. After they feel that they mean them no harm, they will no longer resist them. They will naturally trust themselves after spending time together in the future. As soon as the females of the tribe built up trust in themselves, things like this would never happen again. Looking at Malway's disapproving gaze, Unmomo spoke soothingly. Mal-am, I'm new to the tribe and it's inevitable that they will question me, but I'm sure it won't be long before they realize what a female I am. Just as you and your family and Muya have trusted me and will never question me again. Chapter 64, An Unexpected Turn of Events. Seeing the soft light in Unmomo's eyes, Malway smiled helplessly. Well, since you've pleaded for them, let's give these females the blame for their sins for now, and in the future, if they still dare to do such things that jeopardize the stability of the tribe, I'll never forgive them lightly. When the surrounding females and males saw that Mulvey had really agreed to spare the females from punishment, they all murmured one by one, "This female is also too kind. Yuri and the others are so falsely accusing her. She's actually pleading for them. I can't believe it. Yes, if it were me, let alone pleading for mercy, I'm afraid I'd wish the matriarch had punished her more severely. After all, if there's no proof from Sinler, she'll be the one in bad luck." Well, I also think, it seems that we still misunderstood her before, even if I don't like her either. But what Yuli and the others did this time was really too much. If Clan Dr. Xin hadn't clarified in time, I'm afraid that by now she would have been kicked out of the tribe by Yuli and the others' escorts. Ugh, I'm going to try that kernel powder she was talking about today too. Yesterday I was worried that she was up to something bad, and when the matriarch said it, I pressed on to do it. Now that I look at it, we should all try that kernel powder. It might actually solve our tribe's food crisis. Right. When I watched Yuli eat it yesterday, I couldn't help myself a bit. That thing looks shiny and delicious just by looking at it. So let's get it and try it today too. Hearing the females talking about themselves, a smirk floated up on Momo's face. See, isn't the transformation starting to get better? Even Malvi was a little surprised by such a turn of events. In her opinion, if no punishment was given, these females would only feel that Momo was easy to bully. Even in the future, the tactics towards Momo would be even more severe. Yet the reality before her was very different from what she had expected. It had to be said that Momo had once again changed her perception of things. The males who had just led the disturbance also came to Momo's face one by one in gratitude at this moment. Momo, thank you for being generous enough to forgive your wives and masters for the mistakes they made, and for pleading for them to be exempted from punishment. It was all because of our impulsiveness just now that we actually said those vicious words to you and even tried to drive you out of the tribe. I'm sorry, it's all our fault. I hope you can forgive us. We promise that we will never question your identity again. Yes, we will never question you again. And if anyone else dares to question you, we'll be the first to say no. The male's reaction was unexpected by Momo. She didn't realize that she had gained so much favor with the males by just taking a step back. With these males going back to help put in a good word for themselves, it wouldn't be too hard for those females to change their attitudes towards themselves. It had to be said that Momo had really chosen the right one this time. Looking at the male's sincere gazes, Momo smiled and nodded. I'm new to the tribe. Everyone is unfamiliar with me, and I can understand that you would be skeptical of my identity. Now that you guys have chosen to believe in me, I'm very happy, and I'll try to contribute more to the tribe in the future so that everyone can get through the inferno in peace. These words pulled in another wave of goodwill for Momo. The females showed great enthusiasm for Momo. Under Malway's introduction, Momo and all the females present got to know each other. Many people also took the opportunity to ask about Momo. What was the delicacy brought to the matriarch's family today? Momo also didn't hide anything and shared with them the method of making the mutton. After hearing this, these females were greatly shocked by this novelty of Momo's. However, what they were most interested in were the stoves and utensils that Momo used to make mutton. In the beast world, the tools and utensils for food preparation were too poor, and even if some females or males had fresh methods, they suffered from the lack of suitable utensils and stopped. Momo couldn't tell them clearly for a while how exactly the pottery was fired, thinking that she still needed to fire some more pots and such, so she invited them to gather in front of her wooden house early tomorrow morning, and she would personally demonstrate the pottery firing process for them once more. For Momo's unstinting devotion, everyone in front of the wooden house had once again changed their minds about Momo. After all, the people in the tribe who have some kind of unique skill are the ones who can gain more benefits. If Momo didn't tell them the firing method of pottery, if they needed pottery, then they would need to exchange food or salt with Momo. This way Momo could live a life of food and drink even if she only relied on the matter of firing pottery. Now Momo didn't have a little bit of hiding, and openly told everyone about this method, not thinking about his own personal interests at all. Such a self-sacrificing approach made them once again certain that Momo truly wanted everyone to have a better life and was not just paying lip service to it. Thinking of their previous misunderstanding of Momo, everyone's hearts were filled with guilt. Mamoru, we were the ones who went too far before. We shouldn't be suspicious of you because of jealousy. We will definitely try our best to make it up to you in the future. I hope you won't take it personally with us. Yes, at the time, we had been working against you because of the jealousy those young males had developed over your advances, and even more so because of how easily we listened to Aaron's bull ********. We didn't realize that not only did you not blame us, but you told us all about these great ideas, and our hearts apologized. Don't worry, we will never make things difficult for you again. You can brand as many guardians as you want. We will never obstruct you again. Well, Fomi is such a nice female that having only one escort, Lorson, is too little. You could brand more escorts so that you can live a little better. I can see the young males have been dying to get there for a long time. A look of embarrassment crossed Yunmo's face. Hastily, he waved his hand and thanked them for their kindness. As you can see, I don't really need that many escorts. I'm content with one escort in Lawson. Luosen was originally worried, fearing that Momo would choose to brand the other guardians under the encouragement of the other females. However, after hearing Momo's words of refusal, Luosen's apprehensive heart was greatly appeased. Fomi, are you tired? Let me take you back to rest. Before Momo could react, Luosen's tail had already slimily curled around Momo's waist. Who among the surrounding females couldn't see that Lorson was tired of them talking too much? Thinking about the fact that Luosen had only just been branded by Momo, they were understanding about Luosen's approach. Not wanting to be in Luosen's way, The females said goodbye to the two and left after agreeing on a time with Yun-Mo. As for the males, they all went back to their cabins early to take care of their wives and masters. Chapter 65, The Out of Control Lawson. Yun-Mo had been busy from the moment she opened her eyes until now, and she was also really a bit tired. After saying goodbye to the matriarch's family and Muya, he was carried back to the cabin by Lawson. Tuan was lying on the grass, sleeping soundly, and Luosan sent Yun-Mo to the house to rest, while he himself went outside to pack up his things. Yun-Mo was so tired that she fell asleep just by leaning against the log and drinking the effort of water. When Luosan came back, he saw Yun-Mo who was lying on the log and sleeping soundly. Bright light sprinkled through the window pane of the wooden house on Yun-Mo's body, and the silky halo of light was like putting a layer of sacred coat on Yun-Mo's body. The beauty of that image was like a miracle, so that he couldn't move away from it after just one glance. Unconsciously, Luosan came to Yun-Mo's side and raised his hand to gently stroke Yun-Mo's absolutely beautiful cheeks. The touch of his fingertips made Lawson's heart beat faster, and the extremely nice scent mesmerized him. Instinctively, Lawson wanted more. The soft and moist lips in his sight were like the most delicious fruit in this world that he couldn't help but want to savor. Breathing gradually, Luosan leaned down to press his lips close to Yun-Mo's. The end of his nose was filled with the sweet and tantalizing scent from Yun-Mo's breath. Luosan couldn't hold back any longer, and his lips slightly covered Yun-Mo's lips. That slightly cool softness made Luosan no longer able to restrain his inner desire. Greedily hugging Yun-Mo's waist and kissing it softly, the sleeping Yun-Mo only felt her body tighten, and a gentle rolling on her lips suddenly came. That wonderful feeling made her instinctively let out a soft hum. The soft hum seemed to ignite some kind of flame, and the rolling of the lips actually suddenly intensified. Cloud Foamy's consciousness was gradually waking up, and in her ears was the sound of rough breathing from the males. The unfamiliar feeling made Yun-Mo unable to distinguish whether this was a dream or reality, until it felt like a hard object was pushed against a certain place. Yun-Mo's heart was shocked and she violently opened her eyes. In front of him was Lawson's intoxicated face. The eyelashes were lowered like ink feathers, and the light under his eyes was both mesmerizing and enjoyable. The large hands on her waist imprisoned her body so tightly that she couldn't move the slightest bit. Yun-Mo didn't realize her situation until then. Well, Lawson, get off of me. At this moment, Luosan was like he was out of control, not paying any attention to Yun-Mo's words, still greedily ingesting that kind of pleasure from his soul. Yun-Mo was anxious and opened her mouth to bite heavily on Luosan's lips. Sharp pain jolted Lawson's movements, his intoxicated eyes instantly sobering. Looking at Yun-Mo with a panicked face, Luosan realized that he had actually lost control just now. Foamy, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I don't know what's going on. A flash of God actually just on you. Luosan let go of Yun-Mo with his hands and a chagrined look on his face. Cloud Foam regained her freedom and gasped for air. His body instinctively curled up, and Luosan tried to reach out to soothe it, but it startled Yun-Mo to back away. You, stay away. Luosan's hand froze in midair, and his gaze towards Yun-Mo was filled with apologies. Mama, don't be afraid. I won't do that again. Just now I don't know what happened. It's like I went into a love affair and couldn't control myself. I think I'm probably sick or I would never have gotten into a fling before the hot period. Don't be mad at me. I'll ask Simler later. Just take his medicine and I won't be like this. The thing that worried Yun-Mo the most still happened. At this moment she actually did not know how to face Luosan. I had heard Lawson say earlier that couples could only be made after entering the storm period. Yun-Mo's heart wasn't much of a burden yet. After all, she only needed to find a way to go back before that. But this time, the lust that Lawson showed was too strong. If Lawson were to appear this out of control again in the future, the consequences of that she couldn't imagine. Lawson, is it okay to leave me alone for a while? Lawson's hand froze in midair and trembled, a look of despondency filling his eyes. Pursing his lips, Luosan finally swallowed the words stuck in his throat. Silently withdrawing his hand, Luosan exhaled deeply and got up from in front of Yun-Mo. I'll go out then. If anything happens you just give me a shout and I'll keep watch outside. When Lawson left, Yun-Mo did not know. She just knew she couldn't wait any longer. If she did have that kind of relationship with Luosan, she didn't know if she would be able to return to modern times. Whether it was for Lawson's sake or her own, she had to find a way back soon. The only way to get back is to go through the same forest you came through. However, Luosan is still injured. If he is forced to take himself to the forest to adventure, Yun-Mo is really a bit intolerant. If we wait until Lawson is healed, I'm afraid we'll have to wait 2 or 3 days. Every second now made Yun-Mo feel tormented. She just couldn't wait any longer. Annoyed, she turned her head to look out the window, and with a glance, Yun-Mo saw Tuan, who was lying on the grass and sleeping soundly. Yun Moxie couldn't help but light up. Tuan was a beast of prey, and Lorson said that Tuan's strength was on par with the green-ranked males in the tribe. If he was careful, perhaps with Tuan's ability, he shouldn't have any problem entering the forest to find something. I just don't know if the group can lead themselves to the same place they came across at the time. Thinking like this, Yun could no longer sit still. Getting up and out of the cabin, Lawson, who was sitting against the door, rushed to meet him. Foamy, what are you doing out here? Yun avoided Luo Sen's line of sight and pursed her lips helplessly. Nothing, just want the group to go in and stay with me. The loss in the bottom of Lawson's eyes intensified a few points. Seemingly afraid that Yun would dislike himself, Luo Sen eagerly opened his mouth. Moro, are you still angry with me? I really didn't mean it. If you're angry, just hit me to take out your anger. I promise, I'll never do something like that again. Hearing Luo Sen's almost supplicating tone, Yun breathed out helplessly. Lawson, it's not your fault. I'm just having a bit of a hard time dealing with it for a moment. I'll be fine once I've calmed down a bit. Seeing Yun still tense face, Luo Sen was remorseful. Mamoru, it's my fault for scaring you. Go find Tuan to keep you company. I'll go find Sinler to ask about the situation first. Don't go anywhere until I'm back. I'm afraid you'll be in danger. Cloudmist nodded. Well, you go ahead. I'm not going anywhere in the house. Luo Sen exhaled. No longer stopping, his body light flashed into a beast shape, directly running towards the distance. Yun looked at Luo Sen's back as he left and couldn't help but sigh. This was all meant to be a mistake. I don't belong in this world, and I can't let such a mistake continue. Chapter 66, I might be sick. Coming to the side of Tuan who had slept into a puddle of mud, Yun raised her hand and rubbed Tuan's little head. Tuan, wake up, there's something I want to ask you. Tuan let out a purr of comfort and opened his eyes in a daze. Shoo, after the ebony eyes saw Yun the troop's tiny body rolled over, instantly revealing its bulbous belly. Looking at Tuan's soft and adorable little expression, Yun could not help but jerk it on its soft belly. You guys, you sleep when you're full, and you're not afraid of getting too fat to crawl. Tuan was so jacked up that he couldn't help but stretch, which got him up off the ground in a heap. Chirp, chirp. That haughty little expression seemed to be disliking Yun words. Yun was instantly amused by its cute appearance, and the mood that had just been a little suppressed instantly loosened up a lot. Okay, enough of this. I'm telling you something serious. I'm afraid you're the only one who can help me this time. Tuan couldn't help but flash a bright light under his eyes, his tiny chest sticking up high as if telling Yun how reliable he was. Yun sighed slightly and sat beside Tuan, helping Tuan to jerk his fur while opening his mouth. Can you take me on a trip to the tribal hunting grounds? But we're not going hunting, we're just going to find something for me, and as soon as we find something, we'll be back. Hearing that it was a trip to the hunting grounds, Tuan was instantly happy, his 4 short legs happily pounding back and forth on the ground. Shoo, is that a yes? Yun was suddenly a little hesitant. She felt as if she had been a little shortchanged in that decision. One never knows what beasts one might encounter in the woods. If it was a pack of ferocious wolves that they encountered like before, let alone protecting themselves, the troop might even have to serve as a side dish for themselves. The more he thought about it, the more Yun heart faltered. Tuan sensed Yun anxiety and thought that Yun was looking down on herself, and hurriedly raised her front paws with a fierce face and lunged towards the tree trunk not far away. Only a coo rubbing sound was heard, and the dry bark on the trunk splattered and flew in all directions. By the time Tuan landed on the ground, a claw mark a full 2 or 3 centimeters deep had been left on the tree trunk. This power really made Yun a little unexpected. After mentally weighing the difference between the attack power of the wolf and Tuan, Yun actually felt that Tuan was even a bit more powerful. For the first time, Yun had a clearer perception of Tuan's strength. Wow, Tuan is so powerful, it really deserves to be a trapping beast. The pride on Tuan's face only stayed for a second, and as soon as the words trapper beast were uttered, Tuan's aura collapsed. A protest-like chirp escaped his lips. Shoo! Yun Mochizuki didn't know why, but every time he talked about Tuan's identity, Tuan would make this chirping sound of protest. Mentally, he couldn't help but begin to speculate if Tuan wasn't the beast of prey he thought he was. But if Tuan wasn't a beast of prey, then what was his status? The information about the beast world was so poor that Yun had no way to think about it even if she wanted to explore. Exhaling helplessly, Yun could only hold Tuan in her arms soothingly. You're too mysterious. You little guy, maybe I'll figure out who you are when I find the beasts of prey in those big tribes. After he found a way to go back, Yun must figure out Tuan's identity as soon as possible. Only by placing it properly in its colony could Yun Mochizuki leave this place with peace of mind. Probably also understanding Yun helplessness, Tuan resigned herself to lying in Yunmo's arms and started sighing one after another. This humanized look made Yun Mochizuki laugh for a while. Well, whatever your identity is, I'm not going to leave you behind anyway. I'll always figure it out later. Feeling Yun Mo's attention to herself, Tuan Tuan's mood finally got a little better. Chirp, chirp. Tuan Tuan looked towards Yun Mo, then in the direction outside the tribe. Yun Mo instantly comprehended what Tuan Tuan meant. Are you asking when we're going over to the hunting grounds? Tuan nodded at once. Yun Moxie hung her eyes and thought for a moment, thinking about the safety preparations he still needed to make before going to the hunting grounds, and the fact that he had to teach the females of the tribe to fire pottery first thing in the morning. He wouldn't be able to go any sooner than tomorrow afternoon. Looking at Tuan Tuan's look of eagerness, Yun Mo pressed down her urge to go immediately and opened her mouth. Let's get ready today, and when I finish teaching the females of the tribe how to burn pottery tomorrow, we'll go to the hunting grounds. The group's excitement collapsed when they heard they had to wait another day. Chirp. I didn't realize that this little guy was actually more anxious than myself. There was no telling what was on the other side of the hunting ground that could make this little guy so excited. Thinking that he still didn't know where he was at the time, Yun Mo opened his mouth to ask the troop with some concern. Tuan, if I don't know where what I'm looking for is, can you rely on my scent to find it? Tuan thought for a moment, then nodded. Shoo, the cry was dry and firm, and there was clearly no doubt about it. Yun Mo was then relieved. That's good. Let's prepare the things we need to use to go to the hunting grounds tomorrow, and after we're done with the tribe's business tomorrow, we'll be able to go straight to the hunting grounds. For this point Tuan Tuan appeared careless, as if in its eyes, Yun Mo did not need to make any preparations at all. However, Yun Mo was not that big-hearted. After all, it was a place where all the males of the tribe needed to be in groups before they dared to enter, and it was a little hard to say that he, who had no experience in anything, and then a cub, would not be able to prepare himself without a bit of preparation. Once back at the cabin, start filling the animal skins. Water is a must. Food can be caught now in the hunting grounds, and most importantly, weapons. Thinking of his small strength, Yun Mo polished himself a lance made of tree branches after the shape of an ancient spear, the tip of which was made from a branch that had not completely burned in the fire pit. This branch, which was not fully carbonized, was stronger than the branch itself, and the tip of the gun appeared sharp after being polished. Although compared to the male's sharp claws, this spear was really weak, but to Yun Mo, this spear was his strongest protection. Afraid that the spears would be consumed at any moment, Yun Mo made 3 in a row of varying lengths. If they encountered any danger after entering the hunting ground, Yun Mo could also improvise according to the scene. It wasn't until after the two had gotten everything ready that Lawson returned to the front of the cabin with a disoriented look on his face. Seeing that Yun Mo and Tuan Tuan were busy in the house, Luosin didn't enter the cabin, but silently sat on the front steps of the cabin. Yun Mo quickly noticed the difference in Luosin. Thinking that he had gone to look for Xin Lu, Yun Mo could not help but feel a little worried. Lawson, you're okay. What did Sindler say? Lawson snapped out of his thoughts and looked up at Cloudmore. Foamy, I might actually be sick. An illness that even Sindler doesn't know what's going on. Chapter 67, A Big Problem in Love. Yun Mo was shocked in her heart and hurriedly sat beside Luosin, softly soothing him. What's going on? Did Sindler say this disease was serious? Lawson sniffed, pursed his lips, and shook his head with a lustful expression. Cloudphone looked even more puzzled. Is it not serious? Could it be caused by an injury on your body? Could it be an inflamed wound? Yun Mo anxiously glanced towards Luosin's waist and abdomen, yet the wound on his waist didn't look abnormal. Luosin couldn't help but exhale when he saw that Yun Mo was in a hurry. It has nothing to do with the injury, but with myself. I seem to have a major problem with my love period. It's completely out of time and seems to come on at any time. Sindler said I've never had a male in this condition before, and he wasn't sure if it would have any effect. The look on Yun Mo's face froze. Is this male love period all at a fixed period? Then how come your love period is suddenly out of control? Lawson shook his head with a look of despair. Mamoru, I'm afraid that I won't be able to control the emergence of love periods in the future and do something to make you angry again. If my love period stays out of control, is it true that I'll never be able to see you again until we're officially married? For the first time, Yun Mo saw this helpless look on Luosin's face. Apparently the loss of control of the love period was a painful ordeal for Lawson. In response, Yun Mo did not know how to persuade him. It just felt like this whole thing might have something to do with me. After all, Lawson had never had this problem before he met himself. Cloudfoam was very clear that she was not a female of this world, especially the kind of obsession males have with their own scent, which proves nothing less than special. Thinking of this, Yun Mo opened her mouth with some self-condemnation. Maybe, it's not so much about you as it is about me. Luosin looked at Yun Mo with a puzzled expression and opened his mouth to ask in disbelief. How can you be the cause when it's obvious that I'm out of control? Yun Mo raised her eyes to look at Luosin. You said when you first met me that I smelled good. After coming to the tribe, the other males in the tribe found this out. Perhaps it was the smell of my body that had an effect on you that caused your love period to spiral out of control. This odor will continue to affect you if you're around me all the time. When it builds up to a certain amount of time, your love period will be triggered by the scent of my body, causing you to experience an out-of-control condition. After hearing Yunemomo's words, Luosin once again fell into silence. It was impossible to deny that Yunemomo's guess was most likely the truth, but this truth was simply too much for Lawson to accept. If this was really the reason, Yunemomo would never be able to get close to Yunemomo again unless he was coupled with himself now. However, now that it was about to enter the inflammatory scorching period, even if Yunemomo was willing to couple with herself, once Yunemomo was pregnant with a cub, the harsh environment would become her greatest life-suppressing charm. Even the females that normally couple during the rainstorm period will face life-threatening situations at any time after conceiving their cubs, let alone during the scorching period when the living environment is the harshest. So the idea of tying couples is pretty much non-existent here in Lothlorien. The only solution nowadays was to stay away from Yunemomo himself. Thinking that Yunemomo only had himself as an escort, Luosin decided to make an attempt at it. Foamy, if the effects of your scent need to build up over time, then I'll stay out of the cabin from now on, and by minimizing the time I spend in contact with you, maybe the time it takes for me to lose control of myself will stretch out a little longer as well. On the point of whether or not the odor on her body would really make the male's love period go out of control, Yunemomo was also not sure. After hearing Luosin's suggestion, Yunemomo nodded. Well, let's try it that way for a while. Maybe with less contact you won't lose control. Seeing that Yunemomo accepted his suggestion, Luosin's pain look dissolved. Don't worry, Mama, if the next time I get out of control again, just bite me hard like you did today. The pain seems to bring me to my senses quickly. Cloudmist smiled and nodded. Well, I know. It's time to put some medicine on the wounds you have. I'll change the wand for you before I do. Having gained Yunemomo's concern, Luosin finally revealed a bright smile. Well, after the dressing is done, I'm going to pick some fragrant snowdrops and come back. They have a very strong smell, and if a whole bunch of them are kept in the house, I won't be able to smell you at night. That way I can come in and cuddle you when you're sleeping and scared. Up until this point, Luosin was still thinking about her, and Yunemomo's heart couldn't help but feel a pang of sourness. Would Lawson be unable to accept it if he left? What exactly is the reason that God has put himself here? Is it a way to make yourself feel bad for the rest of your life? She doesn't understand. Putting away her uneasy heart, Yunemomo single-mindedly helped Luosin finish applying the medicine. Needless to say, the male's body recovers simply as fast as it can. The time when Yunemomo was injured was one day earlier than Luosin. However, the wounds on Lawson's body had almost completely healed, and the wound on her back was just barely scabbing over. At the rate Lawson was going, in almost 2 more days, the worst of the wounds on his waist would be healed. As for her, I'm afraid it will take another 5 or 6 days for her to fully heal. However, Simler's medicine was very effective for traumatic injuries, and now, except for the pain when he touched the wound, the rest of the time, Yunemomo could barely feel the wound. After applying the medicine, Lawson couldn't wait to go out. Yunemomo was so full of thoughts that she really couldn't settle down, so she took Tuan to the river to catch fish. Tuan's appetite is simply amazing. I had just had a big lunch at noon, and it was only a short while before I was pestering myself to catch fish again. Following the previous method, Yunemomo quickly fished out a lot of small fish with the straw basket, enough for Tuan to have a big meal. Raising a fire in the fire pit, Yunemomo processed the small fish and placed them all around the fire pit to roast. It was getting dark, and all the other males in the tribe were getting busy. After the morning's ruckus, the females in the tribe had a great change of heart towards Yunemomo. Having established a basic trust, Yunmo's kernel powder became the most fashionable food in the tribe. The males in front of almost every cabin were busy making kernel powder. By nightfall, almost all the females in the tribe had eaten the delicious powdered kernels. For a while, the females were full of praise for Yunemomo's whimsical ideas. Each and every one of them were all looking forward to the next day's pottery firing taught by Yunemomo. However, while everyone was immersed in joy and anticipation, in a remote corner of the tribe, Iki was lying on her back in front of a pit in the ground, struggling to pour water from a bamboo tube into Aaron's dry, cracked mouth. Sister, drink some. It's no use tossing yourself around like that. The matriarch won't change her mind. Chapter 68, Crazy Irene. Aaron in the pit was leaning crookedly against the wall of the cave, her face pale without a trace of blood, while the bottom of her eyes were covered with ghastly blood. Barely lifting her eyes to look at Aki above the pit in the ground, Aaron spoke through gritted teeth. No, impossible. Amu and father died trying to save the tribe. Morn promised father himself at the time that he would take good care of us. How could he do this to me for an unidentified female? I know, it must be you. You didn't tell him I was dying, did you? Go on, beg him. Tell him to come and see me. If he sees me in my present state of misery, he'll He'll change his mind. When the time comes, the one who will be locked up here will be the loser who was played waste by the Bosha beasts. I'm going to torture her to death bit by bit. I'm going to make her regret coming to this tribe. Ha ha ha. You go. Why don't you go? Are you trying to watch me die? You stupid bastard. Do it. Eren hissed frantically. That maniacal looked like an evil spirit trapped in hell. Aki didn't know how to console Eren, but could only pour the water from the bamboo tube again and again, even if it could moisten Eren's dry and cracked lips. Yet Eren stubbornly tilted her head to the side, not letting the water stick to her lips at all. At this moment, she seemed to only want to make herself look even more miserable so that the matriarch would wake up in time after seeing this and turn to punish Yunemomo. But after experiencing that incident in the morning, Aiki knew very well in her heart that it was impossible for the matriarch's family to punish Yunemomo. Unable to bear to see Eren torturing herself like this, Aiki couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Sister, I've already begged the patriarch, but the patriarch, he's already completely mesmerized by that Yunemomo, he won't come to see you. You'd better drink some. Don't worry, I will never spare that Yunemomo. I will definitely think of a way to let that Yunemo die in torture and pain. You must believe me, as long as you last through these 3 days, you will see the most tragic death of Yunemomo. Agi's words finally struck the frantic Eren. Only Eren looked at Aki with a grim look on her face, her dry, cracked lips quivering slightly. Good, I'll drink. On the day I go out, I'm going to take a good look at just how miserably that punk died. Aki nodded solemnly, assuring Eren with conviction. Don't worry, I'll never miss this time. As long as I find a chance, I'll definitely let her die without a corpse. Seeing Aiki's gaze so resolute, the madness in the bottom of Eren's eyes completely dissipated and turned into an incomparable attachment. Aiki, I can only rely on you nowadays, so make sure you don't let me down. Agi nodded and worked her way to the edge of the pit in the ground, handing another bamboo tube filled with water toward Eren. Sister, please drink some water first. As long as you're well, I can deal with Yunemomo in peace. This time, with an effort, Eren reached out and caught the bamboo tube in her hand, tilting her head back and taking a big gulp. Seeing Eren finally stop torturing herself, Agi finally let go, turning her head in a certain direction deep within the horde. An eerie to the point of condensation floated under Aki's eyes. Yunemomo, today is your last night to sleep peacefully. After tonight, you will live in fear forever until death. As night fell, the entire tribe grew quiet. Luosen brought back a large pile of fragrant snowgrass before dark. In order to better cover the good smell of Yunemomo's body, Luosen layered the fragrant snowgrass around the nest of animal skins. The strong scent of chanterelles is very similar to the modern flavor of jasmine, which is incredibly strong but not at all unpleasant. After that, Luosen boiled a few buckets of hot water and put them in the tub. Yunemomo avoided the wounds on her back and finally took a hot bath comfortably. After taking a bath, Yunemomo lay comfortably on his back in the nest of animal skins and let Luosen help himself with the medicine. The strong scent of fragrant snowgrass completely masked Yunemomo's smell, and Luosen was no longer afraid that he would lose control of himself because of the smell of Yunemomo's body. Under the effect of the medication, Yunemomo lay down in the nest of animal skins for no more than a moment before falling into a deep sleep. Luosen looked at the sleeping Yunemomo and exhaled faintly, gently helping Yunemomo to cover the beast's skin. He then turned around and walked out of the wooden house, leaning against the wooden door. Lawson sighed as he looked at the stars that continued to twinkle in the sky. Mamoru, no matter when you will be able to accept me, I will always wait. Until then, I just hope you can stay by my side and don't leave. Early the next morning, Yunemomo awoke to a clamor. Before her eyes was a dimness. Yunemomo instinctively went to touch her cell phone, but ended up touching a piece of her pectoral muscle. Foamy, is it too loud out there? I'll go out and tell them to come back later. Luosen's voice rang in his ears, and only then did Yunemomo come back to her senses. She was now in the beast world. The voices outside sounded like the females of the tribe, and although they had deliberately lowered their voices, it still seemed a bit noisy to Yunemomo, who was a light sleeper. Thinking that he had promised these females yesterday that he would teach them the method of firing pottery, they had probably already waited for a long time, which was why they were waiting for the two of them outside the cabin early. Solely already awake, Cloudmore let out a long yawn and propped himself up from the nest of animal skins. No, I probably won't be able to sleep, so I'd better get up. Luosen looked at Yunemomo with some heartache. You cried last night, and it took me half a day of coaxing you to sleep peacefully, and now that they've woken you up, I'm afraid you're going to be out of it today. Yunemomo's movements lurched as she looked at Luosen with a surprised expression. Did I cry last night? How come I don't remember any of it? Luosen raised his hand to help Yunemomo straighten his somewhat messy hair and exhaled lightly. I don't know what you dreamed of. Crying while shouting a person's name? If I remember correctly, the person you shouted was called Su-Dai. Speaking here, Luosen glanced towards Yunemomo, a touch of complexity in his eyes. Is this person important to you? You seem to have been looking for him in your dreams. Upon hearing Su-Dai's name,
Yunemomo's hand, which was encircling the beast's skin, couldn't help but tighten for a moment.
She was a good friend of mine and meant a lot to me. It's just a shame we got separated and I don't know when we'll see each other again.
Yunemomo's tone was tinged with a hint of frustration,
and her mind couldn't help but conjure up images of herself and Sudai when they were shopping.
Baby, I'm buying today, so feel free to tell me what you want to eat, and I promise you won't be able to think of anything bad.
Sudai patted the small satchel at her waist with a grandiose look on her face, which contained all the proceeds of her summer job. At that time she was being annoyed by her aunt and uncle's quarrel, and only this childhood best friend was willing to coax herself. However, before he could think of anything to eat, he opened his eyes again and was already dressed in the beast world. Chapter 69, The Desire for Pottery. Lawson couldn't help but be relieved to hear that it was just a good friend, as long as it's not a favorite. Luosan subconsciously thought that Sudai was Yunemomo's friend when she was in the deserted city, and the two of them were accidentally separated on their way to escape the deserted city. Thinking of the way those Vosha beasts hunted down females, Luosan seemed to understand why Yunemomo would cry out Sudai's name in her sleep. Apparently, Yunemomo was still worried about her best friend. Thinking of this, Luosan couldn't help but reach out and take Yunemomo into his arms, softly soothing him. Foamy, don't worry, there are many tribes in the neighborhood. Maybe your friend has already been rescued by another tribe. If you want to look for her, I'll take you to the other tribes to look for her when we're past the inferno period. You are a female blessed by the beast god, so your friends will surely be favored by the beast god as well. It may not be long before you meet again. Luosen's words pulled Yunemomo back to reality. Looking at the concerned look on Luosen's face, Yunemomo shook her head. It's okay, you don't have to worry about me. Those females have probably been waiting for a long time, so we'd better get out of here. Lawson responded, and hastily got up and began to get busy. Yunemomo wrapped up the animal skin and got up from the nest of animal skins. Over there Luosan had already filled a clay basin with water for washing. In his hand he also held a brush bound with a polished wooden stick. Yunemomo's heart warmed and she raised her eyes to look at Luosan. When did you do this? How come I didn't know? She had asked Luosan yesterday when she was washing up. Yet Luosan had absolutely no idea about the toothbrush Yunemomo described. Yunmacho was mumbling at the time, wanting to make one herself. I ended up being so busy yesterday that I actually forgot about it. Unexpectedly, Luosan had actually memorized all of her words, and at some point, it actually made a toothbrush out of the hard way, as you described. Although this brush is a far cry from a modern toothbrush, the fact that Lawson made it based on a description alone is remarkable. Lawson just smiled and waved his hand. I had nothing to do outside the cabin last night, so I made a few out of twigs and hides as I went along, and after picking and choosing, this was the best one, and I don't know if it's the kind of toothbrush you want. Yunemomo held the toothbrush in her hand, cherishing it beyond measure. This has been so much better than I expected. Thank you, Lawson. When Luosan saw that Yunemomo liked it, a bright smile appeared on his face. It's good that you like it. This time I used the forest cow mane. I don't know if the hair will be too hard. When I go to the hunting ground next time, I'll catch a glistening tiger and come back. The glistening tiger's hair is tough and soft. You'll definitely be more comfortable to use it. Hearing that Luosan was actually going to hunt tigers in order to make her a toothbrush, Yunemomo was so scared that she waved her hands. No. This is good enough. I like it. You can try it too. If you brush your teeth often, it's good for your teeth. The taste in your mouth will be removed, and after brushing, your whole mouth will be much more comfortable. Lawson smiled and nodded. Well, there are a few more over there. I'll get them now. Waiting for Luosan to leave, Yunemomo took the brush in her hand and felt the hardness. Compared to modern toothbrushes, this toothbrush made of forest cow bristle is really much harder. However, Yunemomo was not a fussy person, and after dabbing some clean water with the brush, Yunemomo put it in her mouth and brushed it back and forth. It's too late to make toothpaste today, so I'll use water instead for now. It's nice to be able to brush with a bristle brush and have some comfort in your mouth. She'd figure out how to make toothpaste after she got back from the hunt. Not long after Luosan also came back with a brush, stood beside Yunemomo and followed Yunemomo's example, brushing his mouth with the brush. Lawson showed a great deal of enjoyment for the novel experience of brushing his teeth. The females outside were already growing in number, and the two quickly shuffled around before heading outside the cabin together. When the females saw Yunemomo come out, they gathered around. Foamy, when are you going to teach us how to fire pottery? We've just looked at those red things outside the cabin and just love them. Yes, Moro, in the past, if we wanted to cook something, we could only use a bamboo tube or a big leaf. It's really too bad to use. These pottery vessels you fired are not only sturdy but also particularly convenient. In the future, we can also cook our meat and eat it like you do. Yes, and the kind of small jars that can hold soups and broths are really handy and easy to hold. So much better than the bamboo canisters we used before. Aya, You guys don't know. Before I let my guards help me chisel a stone nest, I thought I could use it to cook something, but the result was that it burned for half a day and didn't move at all. And if I wasn't careful I would still scald my hands, which is really too infuriating. At that time, if I had this kind of pottery, I'm afraid I could have made something delicious. The females looked excited, each one of them talking about their desire for pottery in front of Yun Momo. I didn't realize that their passion for pottery was so strong, which, in another way, was a sign of recognition from the females of the tribe. Yunmo's heart was so happy that she hurriedly greeted all of them and brought them to the kiln that Luosen had built yesterday. You see, this is the kiln in which the pottery is fired. All pottery must be fired in a kiln like this, and you can have your escorts at home learn the way to build it from Lawson. Today I will mainly teach you how to make the adobe for pottery, and the firing of the adobe. All the females were in awe after seeing this huge structure in front of them. I'm afraid this is the only complex thing in the tribe, other than the log cabin. When they heard that this kiln needed guardians to learn under Lawson, several females rushed to get the guardians who had followed them here to go to Lawson. The other escorts who did not come with them came together and discussed who would go back alone to inform the others to come and learn. Not long after, a female with long purple hair excused herself from Yun Momo and went back to the cabin to inform the other females escorts to come. Yun Momo urged her to go and come back quickly, and she herself first explained the methods and precautions of firing in the kiln. After the purple-haired female left, the females gathered around to listen to Yun Momo's explanation. By the time the kiln-related things had been explained, the purple-haired female had arrived in front of the cabin with a large wave of male escorts. These escorts took it upon themselves to converge on Lawson's side, and only then did the purple-haired female return to Cloudmore's side, panting. Now that the females that should be here had arrived, Yun Momo led them to the place where she had collected the clay before. When the females saw the red clay on the riverbank, they were all shocked. After all, these terracotta clays were originally the things they disliked the most. The clay was sticky and slippery whenever they passed by the river. A lot of females are annoyed with the clay. I didn't realize that the pottery they loved so much was actually made from the clay they once hated so much. Chapter 70, Preparing for Departure. Yun Momo patiently explained to them why such clay was chosen to fire pottery. After hearing this, the female also understood how good the texture of these clays was. The very stickiness and slipperiness that annoyed them compared to other clays became the very advantages that made pottery so moldable and delicate and smooth. In the subsequent carrying of the clay, the females no longer had a trace of dislike and hated to pack as much of this clay as they could. After the clay had been carried to the kiln, Yun Macho had everyone find a spot each at the location by the river. Next she's going to start explaining the steps for making the clay. Under Yun Momo's careful explanation, each female managed to get a pile of soft and hard pottery clay. By the time everyone looked up at each other, they were all in fits of laughter. Yun Momo's gaze swept over, and only then did she notice that the females had just been too serious about the process of mixing the clay, so much so that their faces were strewn with red clay. It looks like a bunch of big fancy cats. Amidst the pleasant laughter of the females, Yun Momo's relationship with the females became a little more cordial. Unlike when she first came to the tribe and faced the cold words of these females, Yun Momo thought that she would need a long time to dissolve their resistance to her. Apparently, these females are not complicated, or even simple-minded. This rather made Yun Momo feel a different kind of relaxation from modern times. After all, in modern times, girls get along with each other far more menacingly than they do here. Isolation, denigration, false accusations, violence. Who knows when it will happen to them? Because she was fostered in her aunt's house, Yun Momo had always lived a careful life in school, afraid that he would accidentally cause unnecessary trouble and make his aunt work even harder. And here, with these females, she didn't have to worry too much. The rest of the process was much easier. Just pinch the clay dough in the shape you want. Many females wanted those pots made by Yun Momo. Yun Momo simply taught the method and they quickly made different sizes of the same. Other females who wanted to make pots and jars followed suit and played along. At one point, a variety of clay vessels appeared in each female's hands. Cloud Mist also took the opportunity to make some cups, as well as several jars with lids of various sizes. This stuff can be used later to pickle or make kimchi. Probably the biggest reason there can be a shortage of food during the heat of the day is because it doesn't keep for very long. Pickled vegetables can be stored for a long time, as well as smoked meats and bacon and such. As long as you can find a way to preserve your food, it shouldn't be a problem compared to getting through the heat. The other females were momentarily curious and came to ask Yun Momo about the purpose of making jars. Cloudmore explained the pickle to everyone in passing. The female nodded her head repeatedly as she listened, calling out that Yun Momo was the blessing sent by the beast god to save the tribe. One by one, they all wanted to learn the skills of kimchi and pickles from Yun Momo, thinking that she still had to go and look for her backpack. Yun Mochizuki could only ask them to prepare some root edibles first, and then notify them when she made them herself afterward.
Seeing that Yun Momo agreed, the females gave another round of thanks. The cloud foam will be praised in the sky and on the ground. In this pleasant atmosphere, the making of the ceramic blanks is quickly completed. On the Lothian side,
the Guardians had made several large kills along the river.
I have to say, there's strength in numbers. These kills made today are fully 2 or 3 times larger than the ones Lawson made yesterday. Originally, Yun Momo thought that they wanted to make a separate kiln out of each family. As a result, after the escorts got together to study it, they eventually decided to make a couple of large kilns to be used by everyone. After all, these potteries worked so well, and if they burned more of them, they could still use them to trade with the salt team for more salt and goods when they came. When the females came to check it out, they were all too stunned to speak by the behemoths in front of them. It wasn't until the escorts collecting firewood returned to the kiln that the females turned their attention once again to the pottery blanks they were making. The next step is firing. Because of the experience of the last time the pottery blew up, this time Lawson purposely added some kind of barrier underneath when the Guardians made the kiln. This way the temperature doesn't just blow up the bottom layer of pottery. In order to distinguish which pottery was in each family, Cloudmist suggested that the females paint unique patterns on the pottery. This way after the pottery is fired, it can be distinguished by the different patterns. The females were very supportive of Yun Momo's suggestion, and drew designs on the pottery they had made. Yun Momo also drew some cute emoji emoticons on those pottery blanks she made.
Such a pattern is truly unique in the beast world and would never be confused with that of any other female. Soon the escorts were placing these painted and patterned billets into the kiln. Several kilns are lit at the same time and then sealed. A plume of smoke rose in the mid-air along the riverbank. What followed was a long wait. Tuan couldn't wait on the sidelines, and when he saw that it was over on this side, he hurriedly pestered Yun Momo, ready to go to the hunting grounds with her. Yun Momo explained some precautions to the females, then found Luo Sen. Not wanting to make Luo Sen worry, Yun Momo excused herself to Luo Sen that she was going to look for some seasonings for making pickles and kimchi, and probably wouldn't be able to make it back in time for lunch.
Luo Sen was uneasy and wanted to go with Yun Momo.
Yun Momo glanced at the kiln by the river and shook her head.
What will happen to the pottery in these kilns if you leave too?
Lawson looked at the kiln with a torn face,
then at the donut, and couldn't help but exhale. Then I'd better stay, but you mustn't go far.
There's not much danger near the tribe yet.
Once you go beyond the range, I'm afraid you'll encounter wild beasts. Yun Momo nodded somewhat sheepishly. Don't worry, there's still Tuan following me. He's a trapping beast. If there's any danger, he can protect me too.
Thinking of Tuan's strength,
Luo Sen was finally a little more at ease.
Afraid that the group would not be honest, Luo Sen also did not forget to lean down and carefully advise the group.
You must protect Fomi.
If she goes out of the tribe's boundaries, you must remind her of the danger.
Tuan had already been waiting for a long time, and when he saw Luo Sen's mother-in-law, he barked at him twice in impatience. Chirp, chirp. It felt like saying, I know, you've got to stop. Lawson sank down. You guys still dare to be impatient. If you dare to let the foam get half hurt, I will never spare you. Chapter 71, Taking You on Your Last Ride. In response to Lawson's threat, Tuan only returned him a disgusted look before running off on his hind legs. Cloudmist smiled and shook his head, looking over at Luo Sen and softly placating him. It's okay, don't worry, I'll be back before dark. At this Luo Sen looked helpless, but when he thought that Yun Momo was just going to look for seasoning, he didn't dwell on it anymore. Anyway, it was near the tribe, and the surrounding beasts didn't dare to come close, so as long as Yun Momo didn't go too far, there wouldn't be any danger. Even if they were slightly inattentive out of range, the beasts they could encounter were all herbivores, and with Tuan's ability to hunt and kill Chin goats, Yun Momo wouldn't be harmed in any way. After pacifying Luo Sen, Yun Momo returned to the cabin, carried the items prepared yesterday, and left with the troop. Most of the people in the tribe were concentrated in front of Yun Momo's cabin, and the other males had gone to the hunting grounds to hunt, so Yun Momo and Tuan went all the way out of the tribe, but they didn't encounter any people. Cloud Foam only remembered the general direction to the hunting grounds, and the only way to determine the route was still to rely on Tuan's nose. The group sniffed the side of the road and quickly found the scent of the males of the tribe. Following the scent they left behind, Yun Momo and Tuan made their way towards the direction of the hunting grounds. Not long after they left, a figure quietly followed. Yun Momo, you brought this on yourself. This time, I will definitely let you die a miserable death. In the shadows, a grim smile rose to the corners of Aki's lips. Is full of excitement of a person and a beast, the slightest did not notice the danger behind. All the way to go very happy. The sun's rays had turned a white-hot color by now, and it would be about 10 in the morning by modern times. The man and the beast looked around curiously as they walked. Bright sunshine,
crisp birdsong, and everything seemed incredibly relaxing. The trees gradually became thicker, and from time to time there was a rattling in the bushes, as if their arrival had alarmed the small beasts hidden within. With Tuan Tuan by her side, Momo wasn't too scared. It was unknown if it was because they hadn't yet reached the range of the hunting grounds. Momo hadn't encountered any dangers along the way. After walking for a long time again, Tuan suddenly stopped and made a fine distinction in the surrounding bushes. This time, the group took a long time before finally settling on a way forward. Momo looked at the dense jungle in front of her, and her heart couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Tuan, are we at the hunting grounds already? Tuan looked up at Momo, the light in his eyes shining brightly. Shoo, a short but firm chirp signaled affirmation. Momo suddenly became nervous. The scene of the rabbit wolf chasing after her surfaced in her mind, and Momo took out one of the longest wooden spears from her parcel, her eyes looking around warily. Tuan, quickly find if there's any scent left behind by me here. As long as we find my scent, we should be able to find that thing I want. If she remembered correctly, it shouldn't be too far from here where Lorson found himself. Tuan's 4 short legs ran very happily, and it felt like he was home. Regarding the crisis that might appear at any time, the troop didn't seem to care at all, and was more excited. Shoo, after spending the last few days with Tuan, Momo could gradually distinguish the meaning represented in Tuan's chirps. The cry was clearly a soothing one to take the edge off. Moxie pursed her lips and squeezed out a stiff smile. I'm a moving feast for the beasts here, and how do you expect me to relax when one screw-up delivers a meal to my home? Tuan didn't say much when he saw that Momo was in a ball of gooseflesh. He just ran to the front to help Momo open the way. That furry body, arching in and out of the thick grass, looked very interesting. Momo was distracted by its cute behavior, and for a while she wasn't so nervous. After walking another long distance towards the front, Tuan suddenly turned back to look at Momo. Chirp, chirp, the 4 short legs bounced with excitement. Momo raised her hand to wipe away the sweat on her forehead and propped up her waist with her hand to take a look towards the surroundings. Although the surroundings were still a dense forest, Mochizuki felt a familiar sensation. Thinking of some sort of possibility, Momo hurriedly asked the troop for confirmation. Tuan, you mean, is it almost here already? Tuan nodded excitedly, then jumped in one direction with his head held high. Momo glanced in that direction, and her mood couldn't help but be agitated. Come on, let's go over there and check it out. Once we find what I'm looking for, we can go back. After saying that, Momo couldn't care less about being scared and ran towards that direction first. Tuan also cheered and hurriedly followed Momo's footsteps. Soon, Momo saw a clearing surrounded by trees. One tree's trunk still bore the marks left by the rabbit wolf's impact at the time. Seeing this scene, Mochizuki was instantly relieved. Originally, she was worried that she wouldn't be able to find the place where she had started, but it turned out that the journey to find it had actually gone so smoothly. Leaning against the tree trunk beside her to catch her breath, Mochizuki hurriedly began to look around the clearing. The ground was thick with fallen leaves, and Momo's backpack was khaki, very close to the color of the fallen leaves. It's impossible to look around and realize exactly where the backpack is. Thinking about the fact that the backpacks were already small and spaced out over the last few days, it might have been covered in fallen leaves. Unwillingly, Momo used the wooden spear in her hand to rummage through the fallen leaves. Tuan was also sniffing carefully on the fallen leaves, trying to rely on the smell to help Momo find something. For a while, the man and the beast put all their energy into finding the backpack, not noticing in the slightest that there was a pair of grim eyes staring at them from a corner not far away. Momo, what other secrets are you hiding? There are actually no wild beasts attacking you on this journey, but with me around, your good luck is probably about to come to an end. Today, let me give you one last ride. Aiki finished grimly and decisively opened the bamboo tube in her hand. A strong odor of blood smoked and Agi's brow furrowed, but after thinking about the effects this thing could cause, a soothing smile appeared on Aki's face. Then, without the slightest hesitation, Aiki dumped the blood from the bamboo tube into the surrounding grass. A gust of wind blew and the smell of blood wafted out. After doing this, Aiki didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly ran wildly in the direction of the tribe. It was clear to her that it wouldn't be long before the place would be surrounded by a large group of beasts. At that time, even if Momo really had the blessing of the beast god, she wouldn't be able to escape the beast's siege. When the beasts tore Momo into their stomachs, the matriarch and Luosen would not be able to find Momo's traces even if they turned this forest upside down. Chapter 72, Found It. The two who were searching did not detect the flavor of intrigue and remained fully focused on searching through the fallen leaves. Suddenly, Momo's wooden spear poked at something hard, and the texture coming from the wooden spear was vastly different from that of dirt or stone. Momo's movements gave a start, and a look of surprise floated up in the bottom of her eyes. Gently picking apart the fallen leaves with a wooden spear, a gap in the leaves revealed the corner of a khaki-colored backpack. Seeing this scene, Momo could not help but voice out in surprise.
Found it. Saying that, Yun Mo hurriedly leaned down, and as soon as he did, he tipped the backpack out from under the fallen leaves. Sure enough, it was the same duffel bag he was carrying at the time. I couldn't wait to unzip the zipper on my backpack, only to see that none of the contents were missing. Cell phone, key pack, mirror, box of chocolates, chewing gum, mosquito repellent, hand cream, sunscreen, tissues, wet wipes, and even a few sanitary napkins, as well as a BFF bracelet that she had bought with Sudai at the mall. These are the things she always keeps in her backpack. Taking out his cell phone, Yun Mo pressed the unlock button, and there was no response on the screen. Apparently the phone turned itself off after it ran out of battery. Although it was expected, Yun Mo still exhaled with some disappointment. Opened the keychain bag, which contains a nail clipper and an ear scooper. These two things are such a lifesaver. And tampons and paper towels and all that stuff. God knows how painful it was for Yun Mo to solve the 3 urgent problems here. There was no toilet paper in the beast world, and the only things you could use to scrub were animal skins and leaves. Beast skins were precious items that were exchanged for salt and food, so Yun Mo could only use leaves to solve the problem these days. Now that he had found the backpack, he could at least suffer less before returning to the modern era. As for the other things, they didn't seem to be of much use to the current Yun Muoi. When she flipped to see the bracelet, Yun Mo thought of Sudai again. Yun Mo could not recall any of the dreams from last night, but the situation in the dream must not have been good, or else one wouldn't have cried out Sudai's name. Now I don't know how Sudai is doing, and whether she will be implicated in her disappearance. Thinking that Sudai was suffering from unwarranted stress over her disappearance, Yun Mo's heart burst with anxiety. Tuan probably sensed Yun Mo's worries and couldn't help but rub his head against Yun Mo's arm. Shoo! The soft, soothing voice brought Yun Mo back from her thoughts. Seeing that Tuan was looking at herself with concern, Yun Mo sniffled and forced a smile. Taking out a piece of chocolate from her backpack, Yun Mo tore open the bag and stuffed the chocolate into Tuan's mouth. Here's a reward for you. This thing is called chocolate. You snacker should like it. Feeling the strange flavor in his mouth, a bright light burst from the bottom of Tuan's eyes. Chirp, chirp. The world of foodies is really connected. Even though the language was not clear, its pleasurable emotions were felt clearly by Yun Muoi. It's delicious, isn't it? I knew you'd like it, but this might be useful later. I can't give you all of it yet. The look of anticipation on Tuan's face collapsed. Shoo! This sound was probably complaining about Yun Mo's pettiness. Yun Mo smiled and rubbed the donut's head, coaxing the child to open his mouth. Kids eating too many sweets will get cavities, and if you're greedy you'll turn into a toothless donut, and you'll never be able to eat meat again. Tuan was stunned by Yun Mo's words and instantly stopped looking forward to the chocolates in the bag. The group still prefers the feeling of eating meat to snacks like chocolate. After coaxing Tuan, Yun Mo got up and looked around. There had to be a reason why one had traveled here. Originally, Yun Mo thought that the backpack carried something magical, but after rummaging through it, he didn't find any peculiar items. The backpack was filled with all the things you normally use in your daily life. Only the BFF bracelet is new, but that bracelet, Sudai, also had it, and if there was really a problem, then Sudai should have traveled with herself. Now that he was the only one who had come to the beast world, it clearly wasn't the bracelet that was the problem. But if the contents of the backpack were fine, then what was the problem? Could it be that there is some kind of temporal rift in this place? And he happened to be in a gap in the spacetime rift at that time, and that's why he was swept along to the beast world by the spacetime rift? If that was the case, wouldn't one just have to rediscover the time rift to go home? Thinking about this, Yun Mochizuki felt that this hypothesis, although absurd, was not impossible. But how do you find this time rift? At the time, he didn't feel anything. He just closed his eyes and then opened them again to the beast world. There was no hint of this, so how on earth was one supposed to look for it? Just now, he himself had been turning around here for most of the day, so if there really was some kind of temporal rift, then he should have already passed back through it. Does this time rift still need to be opened at a specific time? And what is the pattern for this particular time? For a while, Yun Mo's head was full of question marks, unable to find any clues at all. Just as Yun Mo was thinking of continuing to try to look around, the Tuan beside him suddenly stood up and looked towards the dense forest not far away. The sudden movement caught Yun Mo's attention, and thinking that this was a hunting ground, Yun Mo's body couldn't help but freeze. Tuan, what's wrong with you? What happened? Yun Mo's voice trembled a little, and the hand holding the wooden spear gradually clenched. However, this time, Tuan did not respond to himself, but stared tightly at a short distance away, and his originally soft body became taut at this time. Yun Mo looked along the line of sight of Tuan,
Not far away was a dense bush. The whole space suddenly became quiet to the extreme. Yun could almost hear the sound of his own heartbeat. It didn't seem to be so quiet around when I just came here, and it was obvious that there was a great danger hidden behind that bush. When she thought of the wolves that had attacked her back then, a coldness flooded behind Yun. Did those wolves have their eyes on them again? This time there was no telling just how many had come, and if there was only one, with the cooperation between himself and the troop, he might still have a fighting chance. If Yun throat tightened and she swallowed hard, just as she wanted to ask the group if they should run away quickly. There was a sudden subtle rattle in the bushes. Then, as if enraged, Tuan arched his back and let out a low growl towards the dense forest. Woo! This time, Yun couldn't understand. Does this make her run or flush? How the hell is she going to choose? However, just as she was hesitant to climb the tree, Tuan's body was like lightning, quickly rushing towards the bushes. In the next second, only to see the leaves of the entire bush flying up into the sky, more than a dozen rabbit wolves instantly rushed out from the bush. Yun breath stuttered and her soul began to tremble. It's over. We're dead this time. Chapter 73, Live Well. Before Yun could see her own tie milk, a dozen rabbit wolves had already rushed in front of her. Cloud Foam instinctively picked up the wooden spear and jabbed it in the direction the rabbit wolf was charging from. Tuan also roared angrily at this point and tore into the rabbit wolf. The number of rabbit wolves was simply too many, and the wooden spear in Yun hand kept poking around. Those rabbit wolves didn't attack strongly either. They just kept trying from all angles towards Yun. It seemed like he wanted to see just how strong Yun Mochizuki was. However, it was a good thing that the donut's attack was so fast that it couldn't be dealt with the rabbit wolf's speed. Even though the rabbit wolf's size and attack power was quite a bit larger than Tuan's, it couldn't harm Tuan in the slightest. Instead, it was vaguely suppressed by the group. Within moments, the few rabbit wolves tangled up in the mass were torn and bloodied. Two heads had even lost their ability to fight. Seeing this result, Yun suddenly rose with a strong desire to survive. As long as he held on, with the strength of the troop, it shouldn't be a problem to solve these rabbit wolves. Clenching her teeth, Yun full concentration began to deal with the rabbit wolf that kept testing towards her. These rabbit wolves were very cunning, knowing that Tuan was not easy to deal with, and gradually they all shifted to their side, vaguely closing themselves in. Cloud Foam was only concerned with constantly waving her wooden spear, not even realizing how many wolves were actually surrounding her. The tearing sound on Tuan's side became more and more intense, and Yun had no time to pay attention to the situation on Tuan's side. It could only be discerned from the howls of misery coming from the rabbit wolf from time to time, at which point the troop still had the upper hand. Yet the situation on her side was not encouraging. Under the rabbit wolf's rounds of trial and error, her stamina appeared to be greatly depleted. The speed of stabbing out the wooden spear became slower and slower. If the situation couldn't be reversed, Yun was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold on anymore. Just when Yun arm was almost about to be lifted, Tuan suddenly let out a sharp chirp. Shoo! This chirp was extremely penetrating, shocking Yun eardrums with a vague pain. Worried, Yun hurriedly turned her head to look at Tuan. Only the handful of red hair on Tuan's forehead burned like a flame. The intense red light formed a smooth red ray as the mass moved quickly. The several rabbit wolves surrounding Tuan looked like they had been greatly intimidated, and could no longer make any movements, but could only allow Tuan to open his sharp teeth and tear at their necks. It seemed that Tuan also saw his predicament, and he didn't know what ability he had used to make these rabbit wolves unable to resist. The troop was probably trying to come over and rescue itself as soon as possible after quickly resolving the few rabbit wolves that were pestering it. Seeing that Tuan was fine, Yun was instantly relieved. However, right at this moment, a sharp pain suddenly came from Yun arm, causing her to cry out in pain. Just now, she was just lost in thought, and the rabbit wolf in front of her took the opportunity to bite her arm. Before Yun could respond, the rabbit wolf violently launched itself towards the back, and Yun who was unable to break free, was instantly dragged to the ground by this tremendous force. The other rabbit wolves got the moment and attacked towards Yun body's most vulnerable waist and abdomen. Seeing this, Tuan could no longer care about those rabbits and wolves in front of him, and was extremely fast as he blocked in front of Yun body. Woo! A mournful cry came to his ears. Yun only felt a blood-red color soar before her eyes, and in the next second, she saw Tuan's tiny body being pierced through by the rabbit wolf's sharp teeth. Yun Moxie let out a cry of alarm, and without knowing where the strength came from, she viciously pulled out the arm that had been dead-bitten by the rabbit wolf. Flesh was torn and blood splattered everywhere, yet Yun acted as if she couldn't feel any pain at all, raising her hand to break the rabbit wolf's mouth. At this moment, she only wanted to do her best to save Tuan from the rabbit wolf's sharp teeth. A low whimper escaped Tuan's lips. Chirp, chirp. This time, Yun understood. Tuan was trying to get himself to go quickly. Yun looked at the blood-covered Tuan, and tears could not be suppressed from welling up in her eyes. I'm sorry for what I did to you. I would never have let you die here. Disregarding how sharp the rabbit wolf's sharp teeth are, under the grief, Yun Momo exploded with unprecedented strength, and both hands violently wrenched, only to hear a click. The rabbit wolf's jawbone was actually broken by Yun Momo. A mournful howl rang out, and the rabbit wolf's mouth could no longer close. With his body unencumbered, Tuan managed to escape from the rabbit wolf's sharp teeth with a jerk. However, at this time, Yun Momo had already been pressed to death under the sharp claws of several rabbit wolves. The pain of being torn from time to time came from her body, and a flash of determination flashed in Yun Momo's eyes. Drawing out two short wooden spears from the package with blood-covered hands, Yun Momo hissed and stabbed at the rabbit wolf in front of him. She knew that this time good luck would not come again and that no one could save her. Instead of letting Tuan die here with herself, she would fight to the death to attract the rabbit wolf's attention. With Tuan's agile speed, as long as the rabbit wolf didn't tangle with it, it could completely escape certain death. She didn't belong to this world in the first place, and even if she died, she would have nothing to regret. If it wasn't for Lawson, she could have been eaten by these rabbit wolves when she first woke up. She had earned these extra days. Originally, she wanted to buy some more time for Tuan, but with just her feeble strength, she couldn't do much damage to the rabbit wolf. The counterattack lasted no more than a few hits before the two rabbit wolves once again bit down on Yun Momo's arm. The other rabbit wolf violently opened its large mouth and fiercely attacked towards Yun Momo's neck. Looking at the sharp teeth with the slightest trace of blood, Yun Mochizuki let out a final roar. Tuan, run fast, find your pack and live well. The rabbit wolf's sharp teeth came ferociously, and Yun Momo closed her eyes in despair. In his heart, he silently prayed that the group could return to the tribe safely. Rosen's handsome face came to mind. Little female, you smell so good. Can I be your beast husband? Cloudmist murmured out. Farewell, Lawson. You will surely meet a better female. A sharp coldness touched the skin of her neck, and Yun Momo's body instinctively sent out a shudder. Just as she was preparing to deal with the heart-rending pain that was to follow, there was a sudden, mournful wail in her ears. Oh, 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 oh. The wailing sound was piercing and long, and Yun Momo only felt a headache. Immediately afterward, the rabbit wolf that was biting at its neck suddenly abandoned Yun Momo's neck and lunged towards another rabbit wolf. Yun Mochizuki's eyes snapped open, and there was actually a chaotic scene in front of him, only to see that the rabbit wolves that were attacking them just now were all tearing each other apart like crazy at this moment. Chapter 74, Survival. It was too late to think about what exactly had happened. Yun Mochizuki endured the severe pain all over his body and hurriedly climbed up from the ground. After quickly escaping the range of the rabbit wolf's tearing, Yun Momo hurriedly searched for Tuan. Tuan, where are you? Chirp! A weak voice came from behind himself, and Yun Momo turned her head to look. Tears could no longer be held back from rushing out of her eyes as she took in the condition of the group, only to see that Tuan's originally snow-white fur had long since been dyed red with blood, and that pair of round, ebony eyes gradually lost their brilliance. The small body was helplessly paralyzed on the floor, unable to move at all. Seeing Yun Momo looking towards him, Tuan opened his mouth, and before his voice could come out, it was blocked in his throat by the blood that gushed out furiously. Yun Moxie bit her lips tightly to prevent herself from crying out. Although she didn't know exactly what had happened, she knew in her heart that the reason why those rabbit wolves were tearing each other apart was all because of the Tuan. Tuan actually sacrificed himself to save himself. Tears instantly blurred his vision. Bracing himself, Yun Momo stumbled to Tuan's side and picked it up from the ground with trembling hands. It was as if all of Tuan's strength had been taken out of him, and even his head drooped limply. Yun Momo's blood-covered hand gently held up Tuan's head. Looking at Tuan on the verge of death, Yun Momo forced herself to hold back her grief and choked out a sob. Tuan, hang in there. I'll take you back to the tribe now to find Sinler. Sinler's medicine is very good and will definitely cure you. Saying that, Yun Momo clenched her teeth in death, dragging her bloodied body, and ran in the direction she remembered. Chirp! Tuan weakly yelped, his tiny paws weakly tugging at Yun Momo's arm. Cloud Phone read Tuan's intentions and shook her head vigorously as she ran. Tears fell like rain on the group's body. No, I would never leave you behind. Don't you move again. Hold on. I'll be able to save you, and we'll both make it back alive. Tuan's eyes were no longer able to focus. Obviously his consciousness was in a state of disorientation. I'm afraid that he could no longer hear Yun Momo's words, but he continued to use his claws to pick and pull at Yun Momo's arm. It was as if it could only be completely at ease if Yun Momo put it down and fled alone. Yun Momo could no longer hold back her tears. I'm begging you, will you hold on? I don't know who you are yet. I haven't returned you to your pack yet. You can't die. Soup dumplings. rice cakes, pies, breads, cakes, braised meat, sauced meat, bacon, roasted meat, ham and sausage, Yun Mo said in near supplication. She didn't know if Tuan Tuan could still hear what she was saying, and could only helplessly say all the delicacies she could think of. He kept talking until he couldn't think of any more names for the dishes, and only then did the group let out another slight yelp. Chirp! Yun Mo, who was running wildly, couldn't help but cry with joy when she heard this sound. The food seems to have successfully aroused the group's desire to survive. Tuan Tuan, good boy, you must hold on. When we get back, I'll make it for you right away. You can eat whatever you want. Tuan Tuan didn't respond to Yun Mo, but Yun Mo could feel its faint breathing. It was probably trying to conserve its strength so that it could support itself until the moment Yun Mo returned to the tribe. Yun Mo secretly gritted her teeth and once again accelerated her pace. However, after running for not long, Yun Mo's vision gradually became blurred. The dizziness in her head was like a tidal wave, a wave that invaded her consciousness. Cloud Foam knew that this was a precursor to shock caused by blood loss. Biting heavily on the tip of his tongue, the sharp stabbing pain caused Yun Mo's mind to become clear once again. She must not fall here. She must bring Tuan back to the tribe for healing. Just as she wanted to check if she was heading in the right direction, the sound of wolves howling was faintly heard behind her. Those rabbit wolves actually came after us. No wonder Tuan just now was telling her to put herself down and flee alone one after another. I'm afraid Tuan knew that the wolves' loss of control would only last for a short while. It wanted Yun Mo to escape as far away as possible, preferably away from the wolves' pursuit. However, the house was not ready to fall, and those wolves came after them after all. But until the last moment, Yun Mo did not want to give up. After roughly observing the surroundings, Yun Mo quickly realized that there seemed to be a mountain stream not far away. From time to time there are naturally occurring caves in the mountain streams. If she could find a cave that the wolves couldn't attack before they caught up with her, maybe they could get away from being attacked for good. Thinking of this, Yun Mo didn't care if he was off the route back to the tribe, and turned his head towards the direction of the mountain stream. Facing a life and death crisis once again, Yun Mo exploded with a powerful potential. Even though his body was drenched in blood, Yun Mo's speed was faster than ever. The seemingly long road quickly arrived at its destination after Yun Mo ran wildly all the way through the thorns and thistles. The mountain stream was littered with rocks, which should have been formed after the collapse of a mountain somewhere. As her eyes roamed around the messy rocks, Yun Mo soon discovered a cave with excellent terrain. It was too late to think about it, and Yun Mo held Tuan Tuan as she struggled to weave her way through the rocks. By the time she got to the bottom of the cave, the wolves had chased her along the blood she had spilled along the way. Ouch! The sound of a wolf howling rang out, and Yun Mo looked back. Only 7 or 8 wolves had chased them to the outskirts of the mountain stream. Looking up at the cave that was 5 or 6 meters from the ground, Yun Mochizuki secretly gritted her teeth. Just now she thought she could climb up the cave by stacking rubble, but now that the wolves were right behind her, she no longer had time to build herself a stone ladder. The only way to escape now was to climb up the cave on your own unarmed, and maybe get away with it. Yun Mo, who had never had any rock climbing experience, had no bottom in her heart. One can only put one's heart on the line and make a last-ditch effort. Taking a deep breath, Yun Mo carefully put the donut into her backpack and then carried it firmly behind her back. Casually grabbing a handful of dirt and rubbing the sweat on her palm dry, Yun Mo recalled some of the key points from the rock climbing program and began to climb up the mountain wall. There was only one chance, and in order to keep herself from falling off the mountain wall, Yun Mo chose her point of focus very carefully. The climb was much smoother than Yun Mochizuki had imagined, and just as she was about a meter away from the cave entrance, the wolves chased her down to the bottom of the cave. Several wolves unwillingly charged towards the mountain wall, seemingly wanting to drag Yun Mo down. Cloud Foam was so nervous that her hand slipped and she almost fell off the mountain wall. Luckily, his other hand was clasped in a death grip on a bump on the mountain wall, which narrowly stabilized his body. Chapter 75. What the hell do you want? Seeing that their expectations were dashed, the wolves were furious and jumped and howled under the cave. Ow! Ow! Seeing the wolves' helplessness to the extreme, Yun Mochizuki let out a sigh of relief. One's thoughts were really right. These wolves have no ability to climb at all. As long as he could enter the cave, then these wolves would no longer have any way to threaten him. When these wolves were lured away by other prey, she could find a chance to escape back to the tribe. Thinking of this, Yun Mo didn't dare to be the slightest bit lax, carefully searching for the next point of focus. Exhausting her last ounce of strength, Yun Mo finally climbed up the cave. Resting the backpack off his back, Yun Mochizuki gasped for air while checking on Tuan Tuan's condition. I don't know whether it was the food that stirred its strong desire to survive, or the special nature of Tuan Tuan's own physique. At this moment, Tuan Tuan's breath was actually a bit smoother than before. The wounds on his body also stopped bleeding. Only consciousness seemed to have slipped into a coma. Thinking of the chocolates in her backpack, Yun hurriedly took a few more out. Tearing open the wrapping, he shoved a few pieces of chocolate towards the donut's mouth. Sugar replenishes energy, which allows the dough to last a little longer. After doing so, Yun then leaned against the mountain wall and panted violently. The massive blood loss combined with the tremendous physical exertion made the dizziness in his head grow stronger. In order to keep herself awake, Yun took out a few pieces of gum and stuffed them into her mouth, chewing them quickly. From time to time, the unwilling howls of the wolves came from under the cave, and Yun uneasily climbed to the edge of the cave to check. It was only after determining that there was no more path around them that Yun sighed in relief. The pain in his body became clearer and clearer as his spirit slackened a little. It was not until then that Yun realized that her entire body was, in fact, covered with bite marks of all sizes. The worst was the wound on his arm, torn open by himself from under his sharp teeth. A full 10 centimeters or more of the wound was skin-turned and bloody. Coagulated bruises piled up at the wound, still bleeding slowly at the rolled-up flesh. The pain that pierced through the heart and bones caused Yun to suck in a breath of cool air. Never in her life had she been so badly hurt. There is no tetanus or rabies vaccine in the beast world, and even though wounds can heal, the virus cannot be prevented. I'm afraid I'm really going to be in a bad way this time. Glancing at Tuan, whose situation was slowly improving, a touch of relief floated in Yun eyes. As long as Tuan was fine, she was relieved. The howling of the rabbit wolf below the cave grew louder and louder, and there was no telling when it would leave. Yun only felt her consciousness getting blurred and could only desperately bite her tongue to prevent herself from completely passing out. The more it dragged on, the more unfavorable the situation would become for them. Yet Yun did not have any way out at this time. Maybe Lawson would see that he hadn't been back for a long time and would come over with the matriarch and the others to look for him. The only thing she could do was try to hold on. Wait for someone else to come to your rescue or wait for the wolves to leave. I don't know how long it took, but the howling of the wolves outside the cave suddenly came to an abrupt end. Yun Mochizuki's heart rejoiced as she struggled to open her blurry eyes, wanting to check out the situation underneath the cave. Before she could move, a massive object loomed in her blurry vision. Yun raised her hand and rubbed her eyes, but her weak body couldn't see clearly, and she could only vaguely see an unfamiliar silhouette. She remembered clearly that there was nothing in the cave just now. When exactly did this strange silhouette appear? I can't believe she didn't feel a thing. Is it a male orc from the tribe? But why didn't he say anything? If it's not the males of the tribe, then what could it be? Those rabbit wolves outside simply didn't have such a huge silhouette, and even if they did, they would be the first to rush up and tear themselves to pieces. However, that silhouette never moved from the moment Yun opened her eyes. Unable to discern the intentions of this silhouette, Yun could only bellow out a rebuke. What do you want? I'm a female from the tribe in front of me. The males of our tribe will be looking for me soon. You'd better not come over. Suddenly, the object began to move. Yun breathing tightened, and she hurriedly picked up the Tuan in her backpack, bracing her body to approach the position at the edge of the cave. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll jump from here. Subconsciously, Yun felt that this silhouette was aimed at herself. As soon as this thought appeared, Yun Mochizuki couldn't help but shiver, moving a little faster toward the cave entrance. Because she couldn't see clearly, Yun was not paying attention, and the hand supporting her body fell violently into the air. The body instantly tilted toward the bottom of the cave. She was just trying to force the silhouette to stop. She didn't really want to jump. With such a high cave, she was afraid she would die if she fell. The hand that had fallen away flailed unwillingly in midair, trying to grab hold of anything that could save his life. Just at this time, Yun body was suddenly tightly wrapped around an icy object. In the next second, a strong sense of weightlessness hit, and after some heavenly rotation, Yun felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. The cold air around her surrounded her tightly, and a peculiar scent instantly invaded her breath. The thing wrapped around her waist did not relax, and this sudden turn of events made Yun heart panic to the extreme. The pain in her wound made her cry out in pain that she couldn't restrain. It hurts. Get off me. It was unknown whether or not they had understood Yun words. The objects that had just been tightly entangled suddenly loosened. Yun tears came out from the pain, and I'm afraid that the wounds on his body have been torn open again after such a toss. Thinking of her situation at this moment, Yun forced herself to endure the pain and hurriedly picked up Tuan in her backpack, and with her hands and feet, she wanted to escape from this icy place. The touch on his hand was both hard and smooth. The blood on his palm started to gush out again. No matter how hard Yun grasped, he was never able to grasp the point of focus. His body stumbled, but he couldn't even stand up. Suddenly, a cool touch licked gently at her wound. Yun scalp went numb and his body instantly became stiff. The more terrified I became, the more blurred my vision became. Cloud Foam could only roughly make out that the place he was in was silver and white, and there were two blood-red lights in front of him that moved up and down with the licking motion. What exactly is the outline in the cave? Once you can't see well, it's easier for a person to become flustered. Apprehension, unease, panic, bewilderment, and other emotions came together. It made Yun Mo's spirit tense up to the extreme, as if she would encounter unforeseen injuries at any time in the next second. What the hell do you want? Unable to bear it, Yun Moxie uttered her voice again. The red light in front of him suddenly lurched, and the air became stagnant. Yun Mo clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly that she couldn't suppress. The mind kept envisioning what would happen to her next. Torn, gnawed, or broken bones. Chapter 76, Little Female. You're the one who messed with me first. The red light in front of his eyes suddenly came closer. Yun Mo closed her eyes in despair. The peculiar scent grew stronger, and it smelled like a pine forest after a heavy snowfall, both cold and pure. If she wasn't in a crisis, Yun Mo probably wouldn't have been able to resist indulging. It was just a pity that Yun Mochizuki only wanted to keep this scent away from her right now. It's better if it disappears completely like a phantom dream, but on the contrary, that aura still kept approaching, and Yun Mochizuki could almost feel the cool airflow spewing on her cheeks. Is it really a beast? Otherwise it wouldn't have gotten any response until now, and moved right up towards his neck. The fact that he just stepped in to save himself was probably just because he likes to eat live ones. Thinking of this, Yun Mo's heart burst into a bitter smile, but her hand gripped the backpack tightly. Once the beast bit her neck, she threw the donut away. When the beast had eaten itself, it probably wouldn't have much appetite for donuts. As long as Lawson and the others found their way here before dark, at least Tuan could still be saved. Yun Mo prepared for death in her mind over and over again, but the beast was slow to move. Gradually, Yun Mo only felt that her body became light, and the pain from her wounds instantly disappeared. The fear in his mind was dispelled by an extreme relief, and his consciousness became disoriented by the soothing sensation. A bright light flashed in front of her eyes, and Yun Mo subconsciously opened her eyes. In her disorientation, Yun Mo saw a pair of extremely handsome red eyes looking closely at herself. As if with some kind of magic, Yun Mo just took one look and couldn't take her eyes off of it anymore. A faint silver glow illuminated the gloomy cave, and an unprecedented sense of security surrounded Yun Mo tightly. Is she in heaven already? How else could a handsome angel radiating silver light hold himself in his arms? The powerless arms seemed to cling to the angel's shoulders as if they were grasping for a lifeline. At this moment, Yun Mo's brain could no longer think, and only wanted to firmly hold the angel in front of her and never let go. The strange scent lingered on the end of his nose, and the feeling of physical and mental relief grew stronger. That kind of floating experience made Yun Mo couldn't help but bury her head in the angel's neck and breathe greedily. Sensing Yun Mo's movements, the angel's body suddenly tightened up. A stoic, soft hum came from his ears, and the crisp, clean sound caused a light shiver to run through Yun Mo's soul. He's got a great voice. It was like someone plucking the strings of a harp in their ear. Yun Mo looked up, and in front of him was the angel's perfect side face. The smooth jawline with its shimmering light outlined the most absolutely beautiful profile in the world. Narrow red phoenix eyes slightly lowered. The slender silver-white eyelashes were like the most holy feathers in the world, lining the ruby-like pupils more and more stirring. Silver-white strands of hair snaked down, slightly obscuring the crimson light mark on his forehead. Under the high nose was a pair of thin lips, with glistening points of light coming through on the pale nude base color, like a tantalizing pudding, making Yun Mo's heart flutter. Inexplicably, Yun Mo's whole body was hot and dry, and the only way to relieve it was to stay close to the refreshing coolness around her. A certain absurd thought surged wildly in Yun Mo's head, egging Yun Mo to encroach more. Ghostly, Yun Mo stood up and approached those tantalizingly thin lips. The hot breath mingled instantly with that peculiar scent, and Yun Mo could no longer restrain herself from kissing it. A slight quiver ran through the cool lips, and that peculiar scent gradually intensified. Yun Mo clumsily rolled over those lips, a faintly sweet taste coming from her tongue. Having tasted the sweetness, the throbbing in Yun Mo's heart became even more violent. The arm around his neck gradually tightened, as if he wanted to swallow all the sweetness on those lips and take it for himself. The onslaught of doing whatever he wanted hadn't lasted long before the owner of the lips finally got impatient. Yun Mo only felt a tightness around her waist, and her body was firmly held by the angel in front of her. With her feet suddenly off the ground, Yun Mo subconsciously raised her legs and wrapped them around his waist. Xinyan's lips seemed to be lifted from some kind of confinement. No longer the slightest hesitation, wantedly responding to Yun Mo's kiss. That feeling was wonderful to the extreme, making Yun Mo's consciousness gradually sink in, no longer able to perceive everything in the outside world, only wanting to sink in this kiss forever. There was a tingling on his lips, like a shudder in his soul. In a daze, Yun Mo only felt that her whole body was immersed in the warm spring water, and every cell of her body was cheering. It was as if the whole person had been reborn, penetrating and pure from the inside out. I don't know how long it took, but Yunemomo's breathing became more and more stretched out, and her eyelids became heavier and heavier. Unable to support herself, Yunemomo clung to the angel's body and fell into a deep sleep. The silver-white eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a delicate little face was reflected in the red pupils. Looking at Yunemomo's sweet sleeping face, the corner of Deetson's lips floated up with a doting smile. Little female, you provoked me first. Picking up the backpack on the ground, Deetsang picked up Yunemomo across his arms and walked towards the depths of the cave in a happy mood. Nightfall, Lawson and the patriarch and the others pursued them all the way to the cave. Foamy! Foamy! Lawson held up his torch and searched frantically through the cave. The nose of Morn, who was following, shrugged gently, his brow furrowing in disbelief. No good. It's the scent of the monstrous beast. Foam her. Lawson's body stiffened for a moment, and he looked at Morn in disbelief. How is this possible? We've been hunting in this hunting ground for so long, and we've never found the existence of a monstrous beast. How could a monstrous beast suddenly appear in this cave? You must be mistaken. Foamy would never have been taken away by a monstrous beast. A sullen look came over Morn's face. Luo-sen, the monstrous beasts are all above the purple rank, and some of them have reached the terrifying red rank in strength. Just because we didn't find the presence of monarchs doesn't mean there aren't any monarchs here. This cave has a strong scent of the monstrous beast, and I could never be mistaken. And Foamy's scent disappears right here. Which means, alas, something like this happened. Every one of us is very painful. Even if we want to save the foam, we cannot do it. With the strength of the monstrous beast, it's impossible for us to find his lair even if we turn this place upside down, let alone defeating the monstrous beast and rescuing Foamy. Unable to bear it, Luo-sen let out a roar, and the light on his body instantly skyrocketed. No, I am not going to give up. I must find Foam, even if I die. I will never let Foam be abused by that monstrous beast. Chapter 77, the seal of the deed is now in place. The more Yunemomo sleeps, the colder it gets, and she can't help but shiver. Subconsciously, he reached out to tug at the covers, only to have his hand touch a piece of cold scale armor. Cloud Foamy's scalp tingled as she jerked her eyes open, yet before her eyes was a stunningly beautiful face. A pair of narrow red phoenix eyes were looking at herself with interest. Awake? The harp-like voice rang in her ears, and the familiar feeling caused Yunemomo's body to freeze completely. Who is he? Where am I? What the hell is going on? After looking around in horror, Yunemomo was completely petrified. This wasn't even the cave she had taken refuge in yesterday. At the moment she was lying in a circular redwood nest, outside of which was a vast lake. Then he looked at the man in front of him. Silver hair and red eyes, beautiful as an angel. Angel. Sleeping memories instantly awakened. Yunemomo's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that those images in the memory were not a figment of one's imagination before the dissipation of one's consciousness, but were real? When she thought of the state of her intentionality at that time, Yunemomo felt as if her face was on fire, but the feeling didn't last long before a horrible thought came to mind. Yunemomo stared down in bewilderment. The animal skin in front of his chest had long since disappeared, and the only modern shorts underneath his body had also disappeared without a trace. The entire body was draped in a thin layer of silk quilt, and the exquisite curves looked incredibly tantalizing under the outline of the silk quilt. Before he could even think about what exactly had happened, Yunemomo's spirit was once again hit with a huge shock. The wounds on her body actually all disappeared. Not only had it disappeared, but even her skin looked a lot smoother and more refined than it had before. Such an unimaginable situation caused Yunemomo's brain to completely freeze. How is that possible? He was covered in blood before he passed out, but now, he couldn't even see a single scar on his body. What happened after she passed out? Or is one actually dead? Everything you see now is a scene that can only occur after death? Yun Moxie looked incredulously at the red-eyed angel in front of her. Am I dead? Deetson's lips that were tinged with glistening points of light hooked up slightly as he spoke in a doting tone. You can't die with me. The good-sounding voice surrounded his ears, but Yunemomo was completely unmotivated to appreciate it. A stomach full of questions made her impatient to follow up again. Who are you? What on earth has happened? Why am I here? And the wounds on my body, why have they all disappeared? I shouldn't be dreaming. Yunemomo's eyes were filled with astonishment and uncertainty, as if everything in front of her was no longer real. Deetson lifted his hand in amusement, his long slender fingers tracing over the tip of Yunemomo's small nose. You don't need to know anything else. You just need to remember that my name is Deetsong. We're about to get married, and from now on, you'll be my only female. Whatever you want, I can fulfill you. These words shocked Yunemomo's mouth wide open, and there was only one thought in her head. This must be a dream. How else could she have dreamed something so outrageous? In reality, she must be dying of blood loss. She had watched a science video before, and the video said that when a person was in a state of extreme pain, the nerve center would create a wonderful dream for the person in a state of near death in order to ease the person's pain. In this way, the body does not produce too much energy expenditure due to pain, and the survival time of the body is prolonged as much as possible. If that was really the case, then she could only wake up as soon as possible to figure out how to save herself. Thinking of this, Yun did not hesitate to close her eyes and bite the tip of her tongue heavily. Well, the sharp pain caused Yun to let out a cry of pain. Unable to care about the pain, Yun hastily opened her eyes. In front of her eyes was still Deetsong's face that was so beautiful that people and gods were jealous of it. Only that a thin flash of anger flashed through those ruby-like phoenix eyes. You don't want to couple with me? Deetsong's fingers gently stroked over Yun lips, a refreshingly cool sensation making the drilling pain on the tip of his tongue disappear instantly. Yun entire body went numb. The pain actually disappeared, as did his own skin-turned flesh wounds. It's not a dream, but who was going to explain to her all this weirdness in front of her? It was just as well that the wounds had disappeared inexplicably, but why did this handsome male, like a heavenly god, suddenly want to couple with himself? Yun mind was confused, suddenly remembering what she had done yesterday when she was in a daze of consciousness. Combining the rules of the beast world with a little thought, Yun finally found the answer. God damn it, she actually branded this male in her unconscious state before she passed out. Obviously it had hurt like that, and she couldn't even imagine what kind of impulse she had acted on to do those things. Quietly raising her eyes to look at the handsome face in front of her, Yun struggled to calm her complicated mind. Now that she had branded this male, she couldn't afford to be irresponsible. If a male here is unbranded, it will be difficult for him to be branded by another female in the future. But it was impossible to get himself to couple with him. She would have to return to modern times and never couple with a male here. Thinking of this, Yun took a deep breath and apologized to Deetsong with some remorse. I'm sorry, I actually branded you in an unconscious state before because I lost too much blood. It's my fault. I shouldn't have done that rude thing without your permission. Now I can only let you be my escort, but I will not couple with you. I hope you understand. Looking at the deep guilt on Yun face, Deetsong's eyes narrowed slightly. You'll die if you don't couple up. Yun heart was startled, and her body violently shrank backward. Are you going to kill me? Deetsong suddenly leaned forward, both hands propped up on Yun side, his slender body covering Yun small body. The handsome face slowly approached. Yun could not retreat, subconsciously raised her hand against Deetsong's chest. That unique refreshing scent lingered at the end of her nose. Yun heart was terrified and she hurriedly closed her eyes tightly. Even if you kill me, I won't couple with you. Her words were followed by a lurch of the lingering breath at the end of her nose. Then, Yun only felt a refreshing coolness caress her forehead. In an instant, a searing sting came from his brow. Yun subconsciously raised her hand to cover her forehead. Ah, that hurts. Deetsong's voice suddenly rang in his ears. The seal of the deed has been made. The end of not tying the couple is death. Blame yourself for your bad luck and messing with me. Yun opened her eyes in surprise. The deed seal? What deed seal? Isn't it a brand? It's not like Lawson said that if you don't couple up after branding you'll die, right? Chapter 78, Unless I Die. Deetsong didn't respond to Yun query, but only looked faintly at her brow. Yun Macho was suspicious in her heart, her gaze gazing at Deetsong's red pupils. In the reflection of those pupils, at some point in time, there was actually a red bud-shaped mark in the center of his own brow. Yun people were confused. When did she get such a mark on her brow? Could this be the seal of the covenant he was talking about? But when she branded Lawson, there was no such mark at all. If the mark on her brow couldn't be removed, what would she do when she returned to modern times? How else is she going to go to school? How is she going to live? For a while, Yun eyes reddened with anxiety. How can this mark be removed? Deetsong's expression was a little displeased when he saw Yun rubbing the mark on her brow with a disgusted expression. The deed mark cannot be removed. It can only be hidden. A light of surprise flashed in Yun eyes. Then hurry up and help me hide it. This mark will cause a lot of inconvenience in my life. If I don't hide it, it will be very troublesome. Deetsong leaned over to Yun lips and teasingly opened his mouth. That depends on my mood. The refreshing breath invaded Yun breath. Yun instinctively shrunk her neck and turned her head sideways to avoid it. However, Deetsong lightly twisted his fingertips and captured Yun jaw, making it impossible for her to escape and look at herself. Now, I'm in a bad mood. Looking at the lips that were close at hand, Yun struggled to shrink her neck. her heart angry and helpless. And what would it take for you to feel better? Deetsong was satisfied with Yun Momo's obedience, the corners of his lips slightly raised in an arc, and he spoke lightly. You were so cute yesterday, I want to see it again. Yun Momo's face reddened, and a huffy light floated up under her eyes. As I said, it was an unconscious act that didn't come from me. Now even after branding with you, you can't force me to do something I don't want to do. The big deal is that you will live with me back in the tribe, and I will cook delicious food for you, even if I make up for yesterday's mistake. Deetsong was unmoved. It seems you still like the deed seal, so keep it, leaving behind a faint sentence. Deetsong wanted to get up with a brace of his arms. Yun Macho was instantly anxious, afraid that Deetsong would back out and never help himself hide the mark again. Yun Momo raised her hand and wrapped it around Deetsong's neck, and without thinking, she kissed up towards those thin lips. The unique scent flooded into his breath, and the cool touch made the fuzzy memories fade into clarity. The feeling of ecstasy once again invaded Yun Momo's consciousness. Originally, I only wanted to leave with a light touch and perfunctory. However, at this moment, Yun Momo was a little desperate. The cool touch from his lips was like it carried some kind of magic, luring Yun Momo to gradually go deeper. Feeling Yun Momo's increasingly passionate kisses, the corner of Deetsong's lips floated up with a smirk of triumph, leaning down to gather Yun Momo's petite body underneath him. Deetsong's eyes were lightly lowered as he responded tenderly. As the kiss gradually deepened, a familiar feeling once again surrounded Yun Momo. It was like soaking into a hot spring. All the discomfort was driven away. This feeling made Yun Momo comfortable to the extreme. Her mind could no longer think of anything else, only following the instinctive drive to deepen the kiss, until the long, slender, large hand slipped into the silk quilt and caressed around Yun Momo's waist. The unfamiliar touch caused alarm bells to go off in Yun Mo's head. The disoriented consciousness instantly woke up, and Yun Momo violently opened her eyes. Instead, she saw a scene that made her want to die of shame. She only saw that her legs had coiled around Deetsong's waist at some point, and her two bare arms were soft and boneless as they climbed on his shoulders. There was only a seemingly silk quilt separating the two of them, and their bodies were firmly confined by Deetsong. This ambiguous position made Yun Momo hate to find a crack in the ground. With a slight movement of her lips, Yun Momo wanted to scream out loud, before the sound could come out. However, it was blocked in his throat by a refreshing lick. Well, a soft hum was evocative. Yun Momo's eyes widened in shock. How did his own voice become like this? It was like being drenched in honey, dainty as water, sweet as honey. Anyone who heard it, I'm afraid, thought she was doing something bad. Yun Momo could no longer stand it any longer and raised her eyes to look at someone, only to see that someone was closing her eyes with a face of enjoyment. As soon as she pressed down the hand that was making a mess at her waist, Yun Momo heavily bit on the refreshingly cool lips. A faint touch of fishy sweetness colored the tip of his tongue, and Deetsong's movements gave a start before he slightly opened his eyes. Seeing Yun Momo's consciousness clear, Deetsong smiled faintly and released Yun Momo's lips. As cute as yesterday, Deetsong's lips haloed a bright red right in the middle of his lips, causing his stunningly beautiful face to become even more seductive. Raising his hand to gently tick the tip of Yun Momo's nose, Deetsong's mood was incomparably happy. Yun Momo blared at Deetsong in exasperation. It must have been you playing a trick. Why else would I suddenly be like that? Deetsong lightly laughed without saying anything, only raising his hand to brush over Yun Momo's brow. The deed seal has been hidden for you, so as long as you don't move, no one will notice. Yun Macho hurriedly leaned over to the edge of the mahogany nest and took a look towards the water, and in the reflection of the water, the red mark in the center of the brow was indeed no longer visible in the shape of a flower bud. If only this deed mark could be removed, or else I'd have to worry a lot about whether it would show. Yun Mochizuki muttered under his breath. When Deetsong heard this, he couldn't help but let his eyes go cold. Unless I die, this deed mark will always be there. After the storm period, you must mate with me, or the deed will be done and you will die in the most agonizing torture. Yun Momo's body stiffened, and only then did she remember that just now, Deetsong seemed to have said that if she didn't couple with him, she would die. Unexpectedly, he wasn't threatening himself, but because once this covenant seal was formed, if he didn't couple up, he would suffer a terrifying backlash. A pang of despair ran through Yun Momo's heart. Why did things turn out this way? She had come to the hunting grounds to find a way back, but in the end, not only did she almost lose her life, but now she had even made a covenant seal that left her with a dilemma. If you don't want to couple, you'll have to wait for death, which means she barely has much longer to live. If you didn't want to die, then you had to couple with the male in front of you, but she didn't belong in this world, and coupling with the orcs here was hard for her to accept. She was human, and the males here were all orcs. Even if we ignore the differences in species and just talk about marriage itself, for the male in front of her, whom she had only just met for the first time, Yunmomo could not talk about any feelings. In her dream, the prerequisite for marriage must be love for each other. If it was only because of a certain deed mark, or forced by considerations of survival that she bonded, then she would rather die a painful death. Chapter 79, She's most afraid of snakes. Thinking of her aunt and Su Dai who were still waiting for her in the modern era, Yunmomo's heart burst with grief. If she still couldn't find a way to go back before she died, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to meet them for the rest of her life. But Yunmomo didn't want to give up. Only if he had worked hard, he wouldn't have any regrets in the future. Silently exhaling, Yunmomo looked at Deetsong with a firm gaze. I'm not going to couple up with you, so you might as well send me back to the tribe. Deetsong frowned at Yunmomo. Just for that golden thunder beast, you don't even want your life? What golden thunder beast? Yunmomo voiced out in surprise. The other protector you branded, isn't it the golden thunder beast? Emperor Tsong's eyes were filled with disdain. Yunmochizuki suddenly dawned on him. It turned out that Luo Sen's beast form was actually called the golden thunder beast. Thinking of Luo Sen, Yunmomo's heart burst with worry. He hadn't found himself for so long, and now he didn't know what kind of hurry he was in. She had to get back to the tribe as soon as she could. Looking at the cold-faced Deetsong in front of her, Yunmomo pursed her lips. His name is Lawson. He was my first escort. Whether or not I will couple with you has nothing to do with him. I just have unspeakable hardships. The condensation at the bottom of Deetsong's eyes dissipated a bit. What exactly is the affliction? Tell me and I'll help you out. Yunmomo shook her head helplessly. If I would disappear later, would you still want to couple with me? Disappear? Deetsong frowned. Yun Moxie let out a light breath. Anyway, I can't couple with you. It's not just for my own good, it's for your own good too. I hope you understand. Deetsong raised his eyebrows slightly. So you don't hate me? Yunmomo was stunned. Why should I hate you? It was you who saved me and helped me heal my injuries. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have died. I have nothing but gratitude for you. Even, you can come and live in my tribe if you wish. After all, I took the initiative to brand you, and I must be responsible for you. Deetsong lowered his eyes and smiled. Tribal life doesn't suit me, so you'll stay here from now on. As long as you're with me, no one is going to take you away from me. As for tying the knot, it may not be long before you change your mind. Seeing that Deetsong didn't intend to let himself go back, Yun Macho became anxious. No, I have to go back to the tribe. You can't restrict my freedom. Deetsong raised his hand and rubbed Yunmomo's hair, speaking in a doting manner. Good girl, I'm doing this for your own good. But, Deetsong interrupted without a word. Hungry, I'll go prepare your food. As soon as the words fell, he saw a burst of silver light emerge around him. In the next second, Yunmomo saw the scene that scared her the most, only to see the man who had just been beautiful and heavenly in the blink of an eye change his appearance. In front of her was a giant creature large enough to turn her worldview upside down, judging only by its appearance. It is very similar to some kind of modern python. The whole body was covered with scales that could emit silver light. The magnificent body was 7 or 8 meters long. Directly facing Yunmomo's line of sight was the rows and rows of silver-white horizontal abdominal armor at the waist and abdomen. Each piece of abdominal armor was wider than Yunmochizuki's shoulders. Such a huge body is now coiled in a circle in the redwood nest. Looking up, a huge inverted triangular head with a pair of blood-red eyes and a row of red spikes with flames rising from its forehead. The longest spike was probably close to a meter at eye level. Yunmomo was stunned and stumbled, hastily raising her hand to cover her mouth, afraid that she would let out a scream and anger the horrible creature in front of her. You know, her biggest fear is snakes. That fear from the depths of the soul cannot be restrained by reason. Yet it was as if the heavens were playing a wicked joke on themselves. Knowing that she was on the verge of an out-of-body experience with fear, she was the one who branded him. Is this trying to kill her? Yesterday she felt something was wrong, but she couldn't see anything. But where she could discern the outline of a snake at all, she wouldn't hesitate to jump off the cave. But now, Yunmomo wanted to cry so badly, but she didn't dare to make a sound at all. The huge inverted triangular head bent down slightly, a pair of blood-red eyes looking towards Yunmomo. Wait here for me, I'll be back soon. Leaving such a sentence behind, Deetsong's body swam into the lake silently with a single meander. True ripples swirled on the surface of the lake until there was no longer any trace of the python in sight. And only then did Yunmomo's entire body go limp in the mahogany nest. If she continued to stay here, Yunmo felt that even if she wasn't tortured to death by the deed seal, she would be scared alive out of fear. Exhaling deeply for a few breaths, Yunmomo braced herself and wrapped the silk quilt firmly around her body, then lay down on her back and looked around by the mahogany nest. This lake is so large that when you look at it, you can faintly see a deep green color in the sky to the right. That should be the forest right there. Thinking that Deetsong had found himself in the tribe's hunting grounds, he thought that that forest should be where the tribe was. As soon as one could reach that forest, one might soon meet the males of the tribe. Now she had to find a way to get back to the forest before Tikong returned. fought for a moment with his hand in the water, only to have the redwood nest remain untouched. Apparently paddling by hand is almost ineffective. She had to use tools to do it. Turning around and glancing around the mahogany nest, Momo suddenly sought his backpack. The opening of the backpack also faintly revealed a splash of blood-stained fur. Tuan. Thinking of Tuan's condition at that time, Momo rushed towards the direction of the backpack. Panicked, he opened his backpack and saw Tuan lying motionless in it. A gripping pain ran through Mo's heart. Fingers trembling close to the end of Tuan's nose, a faint airflow made Momo's hanging heart fall to the ground. Tuan, great, you're alive. The always energetic Tuan did not respond to Momo this time. Momo's eyes flushed for a moment. Tuan, hang in there. I'll make sure to take you back to the tribe to heal your wounds. Looking at the blood-covered Tuan, Momo sniffled and stood up to continue searching for tools that could be used to paddle in the redwood nest. Yet after half a day of searching, there was not a single tool to be utilized in the redwood nest. Emperor Tsong was probably a male who was very fond of cleanliness and tidiness. The 5 or 6 square foot redwood nest held only about a dozen round mason jars. Momo wanted to open it to check it out, but her strength was too small, so she was unable to uncover the seal on the stone jar. Aside from these mason jars, there wasn't a single piece of extra wood in the entire redwood nest. The only thing that could be used to cover up was the silk quilt on Momo's body. Just when Momo was a bit demoralized, a fish suddenly leaped out of the water. Seeing the small fish's tail, Momo instantly remembered a wilderness survival program he had watched in his previous life. Cloud Foam couldn't help but brighten up, finally thinking of a way to get back to the forest. Chapter 80, Foamy is waiting for me to save her. Just now, Deetsang said that he would be back soon, so Momo didn't dare to waste time. Exhaling deeply, Momo tightened the silk quilt again, then lifted up the corner of the quilt and sat right at the edge of the mahogany nest, touching the lake lightly with his toes. The water is not very cold. Momo got up and briefly warmed up, then pulled up the corner of the quilt and grabbed the edge of the mahogany nest, then jumped into the lake. The refreshingly cool water of the lake made Mochizuki wince, and after adapting for a while, Mochizuki began to swing her legs and swim vigorously towards the piece of forest at the end of her line of sight. When she got tired of swimming, Momo climbed up into the mahogany nest and rested for a few moments, then jumped into the water and continued swimming. After a few trips back and forth like this, the forest at the end of the line of sight became clearer and clearer. Momo's heart was suddenly filled with confidence. At his current speed, it shouldn't be a problem to swim over to the forest before dark. The only thing that worried her now was if Deetsang realized she was missing and dropped by to look for her. If he catches up with him, I'm afraid that my current efforts will all be in vain. However, Momo didn't want to sit around and wait for death. As long as there was the slightest possibility, she had to put her best foot forward. However, at this time, Deetsang had already returned to the cave once again. One of the entrances to the cave was blocked by boulders. At that moment, a thumping sound was coming from the other side of the boulder. A disdainful smile floated on the corner of Deetsang's lips. Stupidity! When you run out of beast spirit, you'll probably stop. After saying that, Deetsang no longer stayed and took a step to leave through another passageway. On the other side of the boulder, the beast-shaped Lorson desperately swung his sharp claws and frantically attacked towards the boulder. Rather, his sharp claws were incomparably sharp, but the boulder was only chiseled out into a small crater. Because of the continuous attacks, Luosen's sharp claws had chipped and cracked with countless bloody marks. The tips of the originally sturdy claws were also shaken by the shock. If it continued, Lawson's sharp claws would be ruined. Morn looked at Lawson's desperate look and couldn't restrain herself from rushing forward and blocking Lawson's face. Lawson, that's enough. This is the Black Sticks, the hardest stone in the mountains, and you will not be able to chisel through this boulder even if you take your life. Rosen's pupils flashed with a raging blue light, paying no attention to Morn's words. Raising his claws, he pushed Morn aside and continued to attack up towards the boulder. Emoan couldn't bear it and roared, instantly transforming into a beast form and pouncing towards Luosen. However, at this moment, Luosen didn't have the slightest thought of defense at all, and just attacked towards the boulder with all his might. Morn's sharp claws slammed heavily into Lawson's back, knocking Lawson violently to the ground. Then with a forward lunge he had Lawson dead to rights under his sharp claws. Give it up. Foamy may be dead. The obscurantist beasts will not let the females live to see the light of day. When your branded breath dissipates, you can still couple with other females. Even if the tribe doesn't have a female you like, you can go to the 4-square beast city to find one. With your strength, there are many more good females who would like to couple with you. It's not worth it for you to make such a needless sacrifice. Luosen's strength was already inferior to Moan's, and at this time, he used all of his strength to chop the boulder. Facing Moan's suppression, Luosen did not have the slightest ability to resist, yet the persistence in his eyes was undiminished. Foamy's breath is behind the boulder. If I split the boulder, I'll be able to save Foamy.
Foamy is waiting for me to save her, and even if I give up my life, I will never stop. Patriarch, please don't stop me. I know what I'm doing. Luo Sen's tone was calm and firm, as if the only thing that made his life worth living was to save Yunimomo. Morn gazed stormily into Lawson's eyes, and finally let go of his hand feebly. He knew that he could no longer stop Lawson, even if he knocked Luo Sen out. I'm afraid that at the first moment Luo Sen woke up, he would still come here to continue chopping the boulders. Lawson didn't care if he lived or died anymore. No one could overcome such a strong obsession. With a heavy sigh, Morn fought back tears and turned her head to the side. Good, since this is your decision, go for it. After saying that, Morn shoved an animal skin pouch into Lawson's hand. This is all the berserk beast crystals I have. Eat one when you can't support yourself. This time, Lawson didn't refuse, but just nodded gratefully toward Morn. Morn waved his hand in dismay. With a sad face, he stood up and left the cave with heavy feet. Lawson watched Morn leave before he opened the bag and took out a berserker beast crystal and dropped it into his mouth. The blue light on his body instantly skyrocketed, and without the slightest pause any longer, Luo Sen continued to attack towards the boulder. Yunimomo, who was currently swimming towards the front in the lake with all her might, did not know what was happening in the cave. All she wanted to do was swim to shore quickly and get back to the tribe to find Sinler. She didn't know how long Tuan could hold out, and if she was too late, then she would never be able to forgive herself in her life. The legs were already exhausted to the point where they were almost unconscious, and Yun Mochizuki could only rely on the memory of his muscles to keep controlling his legs to make movements. The forest had grown in outline. At this point, she could even see the canopy of the tallest trees along the shore. However, just as she was filled with hope, the calm lake around her suddenly rose in waves. Yunimomo turned back to look behind her in surprise, only to see something pitch black rumbling in the water in the distance, approaching rapidly in his direction. Just surmising from the increasingly rough waves around them, the pitch black thing must be very large, otherwise the waves it creates when it swims wouldn't be so strong. Is this some kind of troll that grows in the lake? Cloud Foamy was shocked in her heart and hurriedly crawled towards the redwood nest on her hands and knees. The only thing she could count on now was this redwood nest. It was a good thing that this mahogany nest was made of some kind of wood, and although it didn't look very big, it didn't weigh much. Just now Yunimomo had poked his head underwater to check. The draft of this redwood nest was very deep. Even if a big fish crashed directly into it, it couldn't be shaken in the slightest. As long as he had a firm grip on the redwood nest, that gargoyle probably couldn't pose a threat to him. Soon enough, Cloudmist climbed into the redwood nest. Before she could turn to check, however, there was a thud in her ear. The mahogany nest shook for a moment, causing Yunimomo, who had just stood up, to instantly fall. Yunimomo did not expect that the troll actually came so fast. It was too late to think of anything else. Yunimomo hurriedly hung her backpack on her chest, and then grabbed the edge of the mahogany nest with both hands in a death grip. Bang! Another violent crash. The mahogany nest was actually vaguely tilted by the impact. Yun Mochizuki was alarmed in her heart and hurriedly looked towards the direction where the collision occurred. Only a huge catfish was leaping high from the water's surface, its wide mouth opening and closing as if it was building up strength. The catfish was almost as big as a modern-day orca, just by its size. It's more than twice the size of a redwood nest. This disparity sent chills down Yunimomo's heart. There was no telling how many times the mahogany nest would be able to resist its attacks, and if it was knocked over, then she was afraid she would be buried in the belly of a fish. Chapter 81. I really underestimated you. Bang! The weight of the huge fish's head hit the redwood nest hard, and the weight of the fish's head caused the nest to tilt again. Yun Mochizuki's two hands gripped the edge of the mahogany nest tightly, not daring to relax in the slightest. After a violent shaking, the redwood nest held on tenaciously once again, presumably realizing that such an impact couldn't have any effect on the redwood nest at all. The huge catfish changed its tactics at once. Before Yunimomo could stabilize her body, the huge catfish plunged headfirst into the water, raised a tail like a sail, and slammed heavily on the surface of the water. A huge wave instantly struck, and the redwood nest swayed violently on the water's surface as if it were a withered leaf. Cloudmore's hand narrowly missed his grip and he almost fell out of the redwood nest. The wakes created by the waves are obviously quite a bit larger than the impact caused by the crash. The big fish seemed to have noticed this as well, and its huge tail excitedly began to slap back and forth on the surface of the water. The waves in the water grew larger and the redwood nest swayed more and more intensely. Yunimomo's body was almost airborne, with only two hands gripping the edge of the mahogany nest in a death grip, not daring to relax in the slightest. That fish saw that Yunimomo just wouldn't let go and thought of a new tactic, only to see it change the direction of its tail slap down, the splash of water violently coming towards Yunimomo's body.
Yun was unable to dodge at all and was splashed with water. The hand that was originally still grasping very firmly, after being wet by the water, was actually somewhat unable to grip. As the mahogany nest shook, Yun hands loosened and her body suddenly rose up in the air. Ah! The feeling of weightlessness caused Yun Mochizuki to let out a scream. Seeing that her body was about to fall into the water, Yun clenched her teeth and violently lowered her head. The body's trajectory in the air was altered, and his head hit hard against the edge of the redwood nest. Unable to care about the raging dizziness, Yun quickly grabbed the edge of the other side of the mahogany nest by instinct alone. Like grabbing a lifesaver, Yun desperately dragged her body into the redwood nest, which narrowly escaped. What she had just thought was still too simple. The fish was originally thought to have left after it couldn't knock over the redwood nest. Now it seems that this fish is planning to eat itself. You don't stop until you get what you want. Looking at the catfish's head, which was raised high from time to time, Yun was incredibly nostalgic for the wooden spears she had crafted earlier. But if she had a wooden spear in her hand, she wouldn't be in such a predicament. Even if you do a little damage to this catfish, maybe this catfish won't be so persistent. The hand gripping the edge of the mahogany nest was so wet that it was impossible to get a firm grip on it during the violent shaking. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to support myself for long before I'm thrown into the water by the violent shaking. The catfish probably saw that Yun could no longer hold on, and slapped the surface of the water more and more frequently. Cloud Foam's hand was dislodged, and his body suddenly rose up in the air. Just as she was trying to find a moment to avoid falling into the water, the catfish actually slammed the redwood nest open. Yun heart was in despair. Thinking of the Tuan in her arms, Yun raised her hand and took off her backpack, quickly throwing it into the redwood nest. As long as Tuan was safe, she had no regrets. The big fish eat themselves and should stop attacking the redwood nest. The refreshingly cool lake water instantly submerged Yun body, and through the blur of the lake water, Yun saw the huge catfish swimming rapidly towards him. The redwood nest had been hit so far by the catfish that there was no longer any chance of saving himself. Seeing that the catfish was already in front of her, Yun stopped struggling and quietly let her body go with the flow. Just as the catfish opened its huge mouth, wanting to swallow Yun Mochizuki in one gulp, a lightning bolt of silver light knocked the catfish out. Yun only felt her body lighten up, and when she opened her eyes again her entire body was already in midair. A serpent's tail full of silvery white scales coiled itself out of the water. Immediately after, Yun heard Deetson's voice full of huffing and puffing ringing in his ears. I really underestimated you. Because of the reason that she fell into the lake and held her breath. Yun was panting sharply at this moment. When his eyes followed the voice, he saw those eyes, which were like ruby eyes, looking at himself with condensation. This time, Deetsong was no longer in the form of a giant python. While the lower half of his body is still snake-tailed, the upper half maintains the handsome look of a silver-haired angel, and in his hand, he was holding a fat prey. Yun mood instantly became complicated. She actually wasn't sure if she was more happy or frustrated inside. You're back. Yun Moxie squeezed out an awkward smile and sheepishly returned. Emotions churned in Deetson's red eyes, and with a curl of his tail, he placed Yun in the mahogany nest. If I'd been any later, you'd be dead. Yun looked at the catfish that had been broken into rotten meat on the surface of the lake and couldn't help but feel fearful in her heart. If she had known there were catfish this big in the lake, I'm afraid she wouldn't have dared to be bold enough to swim in the lake. For a while, Yun actually didn't know how to respond. He just lowered his head sheepishly, not daring to look at Deetsong. However, just as she lowered her head, Yun couldn't help but let out a shriek. Ah! Deetsong's eyes tightened and he couldn't care less about being angry. With a flash of light on his body, he took human form and rushed into the redwood nest. What's wrong? Is it hurt somewhere? Yun Moxie hurriedly curled her body into a ball, both hands desperately covering her chest. God damn it! Just after falling into the lake, the silk quilt she had wrapped around her body had been washed away at some point. From the moment Deetsong swept herself up from the water with her tail, her body was actually exposed to his sight so naked. A great sense of shame completely drowned Yun sanity. The more Deetsong tried to get closer, the more Yun desperately dodged towards the back. You stay away. Close your eyes and don't look. Deetsong's body lurched as his gaze shot towards Yun body for a moment, but after watching for half a day, Deetsong didn't figure out why Yun emotions were suddenly so agitated. She didn't smell like blood at all and was obviously not injured. Had he just scared her with his tone? Females really are the most delicate species, bar none. Exhaling helplessly, Deetsong made his voice as soft as possible. Don't be afraid. I'm not angry. I'm just worried about you. Seeing that Deetsong was still staring at himself with a pair of red eyes looking tightly at him, Yun emotions instantly collapsed. You. Are you doing this on purpose? Obviously I'm all. You still look. Quickly close your eyes or I'll jump into the lake right now. Cloud Mist practically shouted at the top of her lungs. Such intense emotions made Deetsong freeze in place. A rare look of bewilderment was seen in those red eyes. Where had he gotten this little female? Seeing that Yun Momo was on the verge of crying in a hurry, Deetsong could only close his eyes helplessly. Okay, I'm closing my eyes. Don't be afraid. Chapter 82, Keep warm with this. Seeing that Deetsong had indeed closed his eyes, Yun Momo calmed down a bit. Do you know where there are animal skins? Or one of those silk quilts would do. Deetsong's brows were slightly furrowed, but his eyes remained tightly closed. The animal skins are dirty and I never keep them. As for the silk quilt you mentioned, I think it's the one in the Akagi rosette. That's the spider silk of the jade spider. If you want it, I'll look for it in the underground cave later. Yun Momo frowned straight away as she listened. It turned out that this mahogany nest was actually a rosette, and the silk comforter she had been covered with before was not any silkworm silk, but spider silk. Spiders are another species that Cloudmore fears. Thinking that she had actually wrapped spider silk around her body just now, Yun Momo creepily rubbed her arms together, but creepy as it was, at least the silk comforter was her last cover as well. Much better than being naked yourself right now. Isn't there anything readily available here that can be used? And where did you get my clothes from before? Even if it's torn and dirty, it's still better than being naked. The current Yun Momo didn't feel safe at all. She only felt that she couldn't even lift her head up. Deetsong was slightly stunned, finally understanding the reason why Yun Momo was so excited. Wait for me. After saying that, the light on Deetsong's body flickered and he once again silently drilled into the lake. Cloud Mist was looking towards the lake with her chin held high. Can't guess what Tyson was doing in the lake? Did it go to fish for its own clothes? But this place is not even close to where it was before. And even if he wants to fish, it's not here. As he was thinking, Deetsong suddenly surfaced, only to see him flick one hand on the surface of the water, and his entire body leapt up from the lake. In the next second, Deetsong landed lightly in the redwood lotus seat. Yun Mochizuki was relieved to see that his eyes were still closed. As his eyes glanced over his body, he saw that he was clutching a soft, smooth object in his other hand. Deetsong also didn't open his eyes and handed the item in his hand to Yun Momo's face. Keep warm with this. In Deetsong's perception, females were extremely fragile creatures. Because they have no fur or scale armor of their own to protect themselves, they need to wrap themselves in something else to ward off cold or injury. The little female had just fallen into the water and had nothing on her to protect her from the cold, and was worried that she would get sick and die, which is why she was so emotional. As for letting yourself close your eyes, you're probably still scared of yourself. After all the creatures around them would cower in fear when they saw their eyes. His own tone was too aggressive, and it was only natural that the little female would be afraid. Deetsong never thought that there was anything wrong with Yun Momo being naked. Why cover it up with something when you can have such a beautiful and perfect body? He couldn't get enough of it even if he watched forever. I'm afraid. At this moment, Yun Momo didn't care what exactly Deetsong was thinking. Reaching for the soft, smooth object, his hand was full of silky touch. The texture was simply more delicate than the smoothest silk Yun Momo had ever touched in modern times. After some careful speculation, Yun Momo actually could not tell whether the piece of material in his hand was animal skin or silk satin. The beast world didn't have weaving technology yet, though, and the likelihood of this material being silk satin was almost nil. And Deetsong had just said that he never kept beast skins, so the odds are that this piece is not a beastie either. Reaching out and pulling the silky material apart, the material was actually as thin as a cicada's wing. On the contrary, such a lightweight fabric is not at all breathable. The light flowed on the warm white color, like streamers on a beaded shell, even though it had just been taken out of the water. There was not a single water stain on this fabric. Whether it was the feel or the texture, Yun Mochizuki loved it, and it didn't matter what the material actually was. In any case, she couldn't continue to endure the embarrassment of being naked. Unfolding the entire fabric, Yun Momo realized that this fabric was actually a cylinder without seams. It has a regular short curved dark pattern on it that looks great. Because she didn't have any cutting tools on hand, Yun Momo could only put the fabric on her body from head to toe. Then there was a flurry of rolling at the armpit level, which eventually held the piece of fabric firmly in place. The length of the fabric hung just above her calves, and if you didn't look closely, it looked like she was wearing a bustier-style dress, with her body covered. Yun Momo then exhaled deeply. Seeing that Deetsong still had his eyes honestly closed, Yun Momo opened her mouth somewhat awkwardly. Okay, well, you can open your eyes now. It was only when he heard Yun Momo's voice that Deetsong slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the dress that Yun Momo was wearing, a shallow smile floated up at the corner of Deetsong's lips. Like it? Yun Momo nodded gratefully. Well, this fabric is very comfortable and I don't know what it's made of. Do you have any more? Deetsong coughed lightly, his voice strange. I'll give it to you before the next inferno period. There was a pang of loss in Yunmo's eyes. Is it going to take this long? Looks like I don't have any clothes I can spare for a while. A doting light condensed out from the bottom of Deetson's eyes. It's going to be very hot during the hot sizzling period, so it's fine if you don't use these to keep you warm. When we get to the cold snow period, I can find you other warming materials. Seeing Deetson's eyes burning into his own, Yunmomo couldn't help but tense up. Even if it's hot, clothes still need to be worn. It's not like clothes are simply for warmth. Stiffly explaining, Yunmomo's heartbeat accelerated once again. The snake couldn't have gotten up to something bad, could it? If he dared to do anything to her, then she would never let him get away with it even if she jumped into the lake. With this thought in her heart, Yunmomo subconsciously stepped backward. When Deetson saw Yunmomo suddenly pulling away from him, he couldn't help but have a look of loss rise in his eyes. Are you scared of me? Cloudmore nodded and shook his head. So you'll hurt me? Deetson let out a light laugh. You're my only female, how could I hurt you? Yun Moxie pursed her lips. Then will you come back to live with me in the tribe? As you can see, I'm not safe here. Deetson frowned lightly. Would you have done that dangerous thing again if I hadn't said yes? Yunmomo nodded firmly. Tuan has been seriously injured. I must return to the tribe to find a clan healer to treat him. If I drag this out any longer, I'm afraid he won't be able to support himself. Deetson lowered his eyes and glanced at the small ball of fur that was packed in Yunmomo's backpack and exhaled softly. You probably don't know what race it is. With its own powerful self-healing ability, as long as it is not a one-strike injury, it can completely heal itself through slumber. Chapter 83, Don't Cook for Him Again. Yunmomo's expression was slightly stunned, and a light of surprise couldn't help but float in the bottom of her eyes. Do you know what race Tuan is? Deetson smiled and nodded, then leaned down to pick up the backpack. Pointing to the handful of red hair on Tuan's forehead, he faintly opened his mouth to explain. The strand of red fur on its forehead is the Kai Fire Seal. Chi Fire Seal was the symbol of the Chi Fire clan. Looking at it, it was still in the cub stage, and would probably reach the transformation stage by the next Yinsheng stage. One of the natural skills of the Chi Fire clan is the powerful self-healing ability, which is the main reason why the Chi Fire clan can become the ruler of the Four Directions Beast City. Yunmomo's entire body froze. Eyes looked incredulously at the clump in the backpack. The Chi Fire clan, the ruler of the Four Directions Beast City. How is this possible? Deetsong smiled. If it wasn't a Kai Fire clan, you probably wouldn't have been able to reach the cave if you were surrounded by a dozen rabbit wolves. Thinking back to the scene when they were surrounded by rabbit wolves, Yunmomo was then startled. At that time, the handful of red hair on the forehead of the troop seemed to burn up like a flame, after which the rabbit wolves around it were as if they were shocked by some kind of pressure and no longer dared to move. Especially after that, when she was about to have her neck bitten off by the rabbit wolves, Tuan let out a mournful wail, and then those rabbit wolves attacked each other as if they were crazy. Could it be that all of these bizarre situations at that time were all due to Tuan using the natural ability of the Chi Fire clan? It turns out that the troop is really a cub of the Kai Fire clan. No wonder he looked angry and anxious every time I guessed its identity. Turns out I was blaming me for treating him like a lowly beast. Yunmomo mumbled under the shock. Tuan's identity is just shocking. She actually kept the cubs of the Beast City ruler of the Four Directions of the Beast World as pets. If the Beastmen of the Chi Fire clan knew about it, she was afraid that she had invariably gotten herself into big trouble. Looking at Tuan who was lying in the backpack breathing steadily, Yunmomo didn't even dare to reach out and touch it again. Deetsong looked at Yunmomo with a look of deep shock and casually dropped his backpack. When he wakes up, we'll just send it to the Four Directions Beast City, and someone from the Chi Fire clan will naturally come to pick him up. Yunmomo nodded in a daze. Well, as long as he's okay, I'm relieved. Seeing Yunmomo's frustrated look, Deetsong held Yunmomo's shoulders and gently pacified her. Hungry? I'll prepare your food now. Yunmochizuki shook his head when he remembered his purpose. I want to go back to the tribe. Can you give me a ride back? Lawson and the others would be anxious if they knew I was missing. Deetsong exhaled slightly. After we eat. After saying that, Deetsong turned around and went to the other side to get busy. Yunmomo glanced at the sky and was a little anxious in her heart. But the fact that Deetsong didn't deny the return to the tribe this time meant that there was still a chance for things to turn around. As long as he took this opportunity to let Deetsong know the benefits of going to live in the tribe, I'm sure he wouldn't object anymore. Thinking of this, Yunmomo looked towards Deetsong's direction, only to see that he was currently handling his prey. Yunmomo's mind moved and she hurriedly walked over. Is there anything I can help you with? I'm a great gourmet cook, and I'm sure you'll like the food I make. Deetsong turned around and handed a wooden disc in his hand to Yunmomo's face. Inside was a small pile of pink meat cut squarely into chunks. It's ready, eat. Yunmomo subconsciously took the wooden plate. Looking at the pink meat pieces inside that were still vaguely throbbing, Yunmomo froze on the spot. Eat? This is still raw. Emperor Song did not understand. It's tastier this way. When you burn it over the fire, the meat gets tough and stinks. It's awful. Cloudmore stiffened and grinned. Yun Mo, who had never even eaten sashimi a few times in her life, really couldn't accept his suggestion. These animals might have some kind of bacterial viral parasites or something on their bodies, and the only way to better kill what's harmful to your body is to heat it up. And heated meat, if you get the heat right and then add some seasoning, won't be overly tough or have an off flavor. Even the tribal chief's family says the meat I make is delicious. Do you want to try it? Deetsong glanced at the redwood lotus seat and helplessly hooked his lips. I'm afraid it's impossible to make a fire here. Yun Moxie smiled wryly. Then go to the tribe and do it. I have stoves in the tribe and pots made of clay and so many delicious seasonings that are guaranteed to make the meat absolutely delicious. You'd love it if you tried it. Deetsong wrinkled his eyebrows and hung his eyes. Yun Mo rushed forward to pull on Deetsong's arm, coaxing in a delicate tone. Just promise me, the food I make is really good. It would be a shame if you didn't try it. Deetsong raised his eyebrows at Yun Mo. That golden thunder beast has already eaten the food you made? Seeing the faintly acidic light in the bottom of his eyes, Yun Mo pursed her lips and nodded heavily. Well, Lawson says I make the best meat in the world, and I'll never get tired of eating it for the rest of my life. Deetsong hummed lightly. Don't ever make it for him again. Yun Mo looked at Deetsong in surprise. You promised? Deetsong helplessly lowered his eyes, a doting smile floating at the corner of his lips. Aha! A female of your own choosing is nothing but pampering. Yun Mo excitedly hugged Deetsong's arm and jumped straight up. Great, let's get back soon, and if we make it, I'll make you a nice big meal. Looking at Yun Mo's happy appearance, Deetsong's mood was also pleasant. Leaning down to pick up Yun Mo in a horizontal hug, a flash of silver light flashed on Deetsong's body, and his legs instantly turned into a snake's tail covered in silver scales. Then, with a swing of the snake's tail, Emperor Song's snake body fell into the lake. Holding Yun Mo in one hand and pushing the redwood rosette in the other, Deetsong quickly swam towards the forest on the shore. It had to be said that Deetsong was fast. I'm afraid even modern speedboats can't catch up with Godsong's speed. Rao's speed was 300 mph, but Yun Mo, who was held in Deetsong's arms, could not feel the blistering wind at all. This peculiar feeling surprised Yun Mo. The silhouette of the forest zoomed by at windy speeds. Yun Moxie felt that before she could react, her feet were already standing on the edge of the lake shore. Deetsong casually pushed the redwood lotus seat, and the massive lotus seat rushed into the shrubs to hide. Then, the half-beast form of Deetsong carried Yun Mo quickly through the dense forest. According to Deetsong, the tribe was in the hinterland of the Tianlan mountain range, and in order to reach the tribe, one would have to climb over 2 mountains to get there. Yun Mo was curious how Deetsong found himself in the cave, and Deetsong only said it was a coincidence. Chapter 84. Do you like him better? He was searching for prey in that area before he was attracted over by Yun Mo's unique scent. What he had thought was a fresh prey turned out to be a dying young female when he reached the cave. The scent on Yun Mo's body was very special, making him irresistible, which led to what happened later. Asked why the injuries on his body had disappeared, but Deetsong just smiled and hung his eyes. You'll know when we're coupled up. Yun Mo's heart was full of regret. The reason why the injury disappeared she probably wouldn't know, because she was still adamant at this point that she would never couple with any of the males here. Not knowing how long he had been walking, Deetsong's figure suddenly paused. Yun Mo raised her eyes to look at Deetsong in surprise. What's wrong? Is there some danger ahead? Being attacked by the rabbit wolf twice in a row became a shadow in Yun Mo's heart. The slightest abnormality would be subconsciously associated by Yun Mo. Deetsong shook his head, then exhaled faintly. Would you be sad if that golden thunder beast died? Yun Mo's body stiffened, and an ominous premonition instantly struck. Could it be that Lawson was in danger trying to find himself? Anxious, Yun Mo hurriedly opened her mouth to ask after him. What happened to Lawson? Why did he die? Did you know something about him? Deetsong was silent for a moment before he finally nodded. Are you going after him? Yun Mo nodded without hesitation. He's been good to me. I don't want anything to happen to him. Looking at Yun Mo's nervous expression, the emotions under Deetsong's eyes were complicated to the extreme. You like him better? Yun Mo knew what Deetsong was worried about and could only faintly shake her head. I don't know what to say to you right now. I've only known him for a few days, but he's saved my life just as much as you have, and I don't want anything to happen to any of you. If it were you in danger right now, I'd do everything I could to save you. The last sentence caused a satisfied smile to float up on the corners of Deetsong's lips. Only the weak need to be saved by others. He's weak. You shouldn't like him. During their short time together, Yun Momo probably understood Deetson's temperament. This guy is a classic soft touch. He had to be coaxed to be happy before he would comply with his wishes, because Lorson was his first branded protector. Emperor Song had a sour taste in his mouth everywhere. If it was because of jealousy that he stubbornly didn't go to Luosen on her own, I'm afraid that even if she put herself on the line, she wouldn't be able to save Luosen. Not wanting to waste time, Yun Momo's small mouth sounded like it was smeared with honey and compliments. I know that you are not only powerful, but also handsome and kind-hearted, and that all the males in this beast world can't compare to you. When we find Lawson, I'll make you lots of good food, the kind that even Lawson hasn't eaten before. Deetson's ruby eyes were filled with laughter. Well, tell me more. I like to hear it. Yun Momo's eyes flickered as she tentatively looked at Deetsong. So, you promise to take me to Lawson? Deetsong converged the laughter in the bottom of his eyes and spoke out faintly. I don't want to hear that name again until we arrive. Yun Momo secretly snickered and hurriedly turned on the mode of furiously blowing rainbow farts. Song, you're the best. I'm just so lucky to have met such a generous and handsome and powerful male like you. And, gee, Pale's eyes are so pretty, like rubies. What's a ruby? Is the most beautiful gem in the world. Well, that's a good point. Go on. Pale's skin is so fine and white, it's like it glows, and when I first saw you, I thought you were an angel. Angel? Well, it's the most perfect male in the world. Pale more perfect than an angel. So I'm so perfect in your mind? Of course, Pale is the best and finest male. The best? No, it's the best males. And. Right in the middle of this series of rainbow farts from Yun Momo, the arc of Deetson's lips rose higher and higher. It was as if all the pleasures of the world had come together in this moment. Just when Yun Momo was almost on the verge of running out of words with her boasts, a familiar mountain stream appeared in her line of sight. Yun Momo looked at Deetsong in surprise. Aren't we going to look for Lawson? Why are we here? The pleasure in Deetsong's eyes gradually dissipated. That golden thunder beast is in the cave. Thinking about the fact that he had disappeared from the cave, it seemed normal for Lorson to follow his scent to the cave, but so much time had passed since last night. Why was Luosen still stuck in this cave? If he didn't find himself in the cave, shouldn't he have looked elsewhere? Or is it that Lawson is trapped in this cave at this time? The moment she thought of this possibility, the uneasiness in Yun Momo's heart grew stronger. Let's hurry over there. I don't know if Lawson is in some kind of trouble. Deetson's eyes were slightly downcast and silent. He couldn't be more aware of Lawson's condition. It was also unknown what Yun Momo's reaction would be after seeing Luosen's condition. For no reason, Deetsong's heart was annoyed. Arriving at the bottom of the cave, Deetsong hugged Yun Momo with a gentle leap, and the two of them easily entered the cave. Bang bang bang, came a series of slashing sounds. Cloud foam landed on both feet and gazed towards the cave. Under the shroud of shadows, Yun Mochizuki could only see a shadowy beast-shaped body that was slowly attacking something. Lawson. Cloud Mist let out a soft whimper. The thumping sound within the cave came to an abrupt end for a moment. Boom! A sound of a heavy object falling to the ground rang out, and Yun Momo's heart clenched up. Lawson, no longer able to care about anything else, Yun Momo hurriedly ran towards that figure. The closer he got to the figure, the smell of blood in the space grew stronger. Yun Momo's breath hitched. Her heart felt like it had missed a beat, and a certain panic grew stronger and stronger. Lawson, is that you? What's wrong with you? Flopping down in front of the beastly form, Cloudmore was a sticky mess to the touch. Foamy, you're okay, too. Well, the faint voice came, and Yunmo's heart throbbed hard. Rosen, where did you hurt yourself? How did this happen? Lorson, who was so fresh and alive yesterday, was now actually collapsed in a pool of blood like this. Such a tragic situation made her cry out in pain that she couldn't accept. Rosen, hang in there, I'll take you back to the tribe now. You'll be fine. Yun Momo tried her best to pull up Luosen's body. However, no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to move Luosen's body even a little bit. Foamy, I'm fine. Rest, it'll be okay. You wait for me. Luosen's voice was so weak that it was almost impossible to hear, and Yunemo could clearly feel that his life force was rapidly dissipating. Chapter 85, It's the Red Order. Knowing that stone can't be chiseled through, he still has to show off. It's all his fault. You don't have to be so sad for him. A cold voice rang out from the mouth of the cave, and Yun Mochizuki instantly looked up at the rock behind him that had been chiseled out into a large pit. The rock blocked the passageway in the cave tightly, and was Lawson going to chisel through it to find himself? Yunemo's tears rose even more. Luo-sen is all for saving me. Ooh, it's all my fault that I caused him to get hurt like this. Seeing Yunemo crying and coming up for air, Deetsong's mood grew irritated. There's salvation in sending him back now. After saying this sentence, Yunemo stopped crying, thinking that she was simply incapable of sending Luo-sen back to the tribe.
Yun Mo hurriedly looked at Deetsang. Emperor Tsang, can you help me send him back to the tribe? Deetsang skimmed the fallen Luosen with a disgusted glance, and with a flick of his thick tail, he curled Luosen's body up. Seeing the unceasing tears in Yun Mo's eyes, Deetsang's brows furrowed. Don't cry. He can't die. Yun Mo knew that Deetsang's vinegar pot had probably tipped over again and hurriedly raised her hand to wipe away the tears on her face. Deetsang, thank you. I really don't know what I would have done without you. Deetsang leaned down and picked up Yun Mo in a cross-body hug and spoke resentfully. You didn't see a single teardrop from your own injury, and now you're crying miserably. Yun Mo sniffled and looked at Deetsang in an aggrieved manner. I can't help it. Looking at Yun Mo's teary eyes, Deetsang's heart was about to break. The tip of his nose gently rubbed against Yun Mo's forehead. Deetsang coaxed gently in a soft tone. No more crying. I'll be heartbroken. Looking at Deetsang's gentle gaze, Yun Mo's heart fluttered again with an uncontrollable flutter. God, this snake is so good at teasing too. Yun Mo felt that there were not many girls under the sky who could resist. I'm afraid. As for how much longer he could resist, Yun Mochizuki's heart had no bottom at all. After that, Deetsang was carrying Yun Mo in his arms, with the injured Luosen curled around his tail, and traveled quickly all the way towards the direction of the tribe. He was faster than Lawson had been when he first brought himself back to the tribe. Yun Mo only felt that she had slightly swayed, and that familiar piece of wooden house had appeared in front of her eyes. A few males on the periphery saw Emperor Tsang and instantly raised the alarm towards the tribe. Oh my god, it's really a monstrous beast. Go inform the clan chief. Is the female in his arms a cloud of foam? Ah, the one on his tail seems to be Lawson. Lawson was actually injured like that? Stop him, never let him break into the tribe. Otherwise the females in the tribe will suffer. For a moment, the males on the outskirts of the tribe got a flash of light on their bodies, and they all transformed into beast forms and rushed over in the direction of Deetsang. Emperor Tsang didn't even look at them. His tail let go of Lawson, and with a heavy swipe, he swept the charging males off their feet. Yun Mochizuki didn't know why they were reacting this way, and hurriedly spoke out to stop them. You guys are mistaken. Deetsang, he has no ill intentions. Please believe me. The males that were swept away fell heavily to the ground, looking at Yun Mo with distrust in their eyes. Yun Mo, you actually brought the monstrous beast to break into the tribe. Are you trying to get all the people in the tribe killed? Lawson was killed by him, and you're still saying he meant no harm. Do you think we're all cuties? Yun Mo, why are you so vicious? Yesterday we trusted you so much. I didn't expect you to want to completely destroy the tribe today, at the expense of Luosen still defending you at every turn. Where is your conscience? If you have any conscience left, hurry up and stay away from the tribe with that obscurantist beast, or we'll never let you guys get away with it even if we have to fight to the death. The males became more and more agitated with their remarks, and Deetsang's eyes grew cold as he listened. Yun Mo sensed Deetsang's emotions and hurriedly spoke out to calm him down. Deetsang, don't be angry for now. They just didn't understand the situation. When the patriarch comes, I can definitely explain it clearly to the patriarch. Emperor Tsang's red eyes were slightly lowered. I told you, I don't fit in with the tribe. These filth are not only weak but annoying. Deetsang had a cleanliness fetish, and orcs who rarely bathed were no different from those beasts in the forest in Deetsang's eyes. In the way of Deetsang's strength, when the surrounding males heard Deetsang insulting them in such a way, all of them had hidden hatred in the bottom of their eyes. Just at this time, a rushing beast roar resounded in the tribe. In the blink of an eye, the beastly morn charged out with a group of battle-hardened males. Where are the monstrous beasts? Moen's eyes roamed around and soon saw the Emperor Tsang with a snake tail in his body. After seeing Deetsang's blood-red eyes, Moen couldn't help but widen his eyes and suck in a breath of cool air. Residence is actually a red order. Yun Mo saw Moen coming and quickly waved at Moen. Patriarch, it's me. Don't you worry. Deetsang is now my protector and would never harm anyone in the tribe. We found Luosen in the cave of the hunting ground. He is badly injured and needs to be treated as soon as possible. You should let us in quickly. I'm afraid that if we delay any longer, Luosen will be in danger. Moen looked at Yun Mo in shock, and then at Luosen, who was lying on the ground dying. Lawson, he is still alive? Yun Moxie nodded in a hurry. Well, Deetsang said that there is still salvation if we heal now. Patriarch, please believe me, Deetsang would never hurt anyone in our tribe. Let us send Luosen to Sinler first. I'll explain the rest to you. After listening to Yun Mo's words, Moen glanced at the indifferent Deetsang again. After a flash of struggle in the bottom of his eyes, he instantly waved his hand towards the males in the tribe. Let them in. When the surrounding males heard Moen's order, all of them looked at Moen in shock. Matriarch, that's a red-rank monstrous beast. If he goes berserk, none of our tribe will survive. Yes, Matriarch, you must think twice. If we let the monstrous beasts enter the tribe, we'll only be slaughtered, and it'll be too late to regret it then. We can't let him in. Let's fight him. At least we can buy the females some time to escape as far as they can. It was the first time that the males of the tribe did not follow Morn's orders. Morn yelled in a violent rage. Why don't you all hurry up and get out of the way? If you delay Luo Sen's treatment, I will not spare you. The males looked at Morn with resignation. But Morn was furious and stormy. You all know that he's a red-ranked monstrous beast. If he wants to force his way into the tribe, even if all of us all rush up, we won't be able to stop him. Why don't you quickly get out of the way? Chapter 86. It's terrible. The males looked at Deet Song, who was already vaguely impatient, and finally reacted as an afterthought. The patriarch was right. The monstrous beast in front of him was not of an unusual class. Ah, the Red Order. This equal rank was only a legendary existence in their impression. It was just a casual sweep that had just sent them all flying. One must know that they had just been hit by a sudden crisis, and all of them had used their full strength to strike. However, in front of the terrifying red rank strength, their full strength strike was actually as fragile as a freshly born cub. If he had just tried to force his way in, I'm afraid they would have already died beyond repair. At the thought, the males looked at each other and eventually stepped back to the sides. Morn rushed to Lorson's side in a hurry, and with one mouthful of the fur on the back of Lorson's neck, he carried Lorson on his back with a flick of his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Morn made a violent dash forward and headed furiously toward Sinler's cabin. Seeing that Luosin was brought into the tribe by Mon, Yun Mo hurriedly and anxiously urged Deetsong, "Let's get inside and see if there might be anything we can do to help." Deetsong hummed lightly with some impatience, not even looking at those males, strutting towards the tribe with Yun Mo in his arms. The males who retreated to the sides were deadened by Deetsong's powerful aura and no longer dared to say another word, only trembling and lowering their eyes, respectfully waiting for Deetsong to leave. When Deetsong's figure completely disappeared, these males finally went limp one by one, panting heavily. "It's too terrifying. I didn't realize there was such a powerful monstrous beast in this forest." A bear beast with a huge body mumbled in shock. The other males, meeting each other's eyes, all saw the light of fear from the bottom of each other's eyes. Just now, Cloud Foam seemed to say that this obscurantist beast is her protector. Then he shouldn't have to stay and live in the tribe. As soon as this guess was made, all the males all sucked in a breath of cold air. One by one, their looks became more fearful. For the males' minds, Yun Mo was too late to care. By now she had arrived with Deetsong in front of Sinler's cabin. Morn had sent Lawson into the cabin, which by now was filled with Sinler's exclamations of surprise. This with the brat, "Don't want to die?" actually trying to chisel through the black underworld stone. Damn, this claw is almost ruined. How am I supposed to cure this? Even his beast spirit has lost most of it. It's simply seeking death. Sinler, do something. He's still so young. He can't just die. Mon spoke in a sorrowful tone. "Do you think I'm a beast god? If I was in the Green Valley stage, I might still have confidence, but now that it's almost the Inferno Scorch stage, the herbs are almost all dead, and I don't have any medicine. How can I save them?" Sinler grew more and more irritable. "What medicine do you need? I'll have the males of the tribe go out and look for it right now. I'm sure we'll find it." Morn spoke out anxiously. "Don't rush me. Let me think. This brat is really killing me." Sinler covered his head and paced back and forth in the room anxiously. Yun Mo listened clearly from outside the house. She had thought that she would be saved if she sent Luosin back to the tribe. However, after hearing Sinler's words, Yun Mo's heart plummeted to the bottom. Thinking about the fact that all the injuries on her body had disappeared overnight, Yun Mo was as if she had found her last hope, and she hurriedly raised her head to look at Deetsong. "Deetsong, you can make all the injuries on my body disappear. So can you also save Luosen? He is all for saving me. That's why he is hurt like this. If he really, I will never forgive myself in my life." Yun Mo's eyes were full of expectations. However, this time, Deetsong did not fulfill her heart's desire, only to see Deetsong faintly shake his head. "I can save you, but not him." Cloud Foam's hopes were dashed, and she was suddenly ashen. "Is he still not going to live? What have I done?" Yun Moxie fell to the ground in dismay, her gaze sullen as she looked toward Luosin, who was lying on the animal skin in the center of the wooden house. At that moment, Lawson was just lying there in a bloody heap, with no more life left in that large cat face. Yun Mo's tears snapped, but she couldn't cry out. Is she really a scourge? Lawson had only known himself for a few days and had actually lost his life because of him. Why on earth would God do this to her? So much for letting her somehow come to this beastly world. And now you want her to be completely disgusted with herself? Maybe I should have died under the sharp teeth of those rabbit food when I first just wore it here. I'm afraid that if Lawson hadn't met himself, he wouldn't have died. It's never been about her. Why should it be about anyone else? The more he thought about it, the more Yun Mo's tears raged. Deesong looked at Yun Mo's grief-stricken expression in his eyes, and the tip of his heart trembled with pain. Leaning down to pick up Yun Mo from the ground, Deetsong softly soothed to, "Don't cry, I'll get him medicine." Yun-Mo looked at Deetsong with tearful eyes. "Do you really have a way to cure Lawson?" Deetsong exhaled, then nodded. "Well, don't worry, I'll be back soon. You stay here and wait for me." Looking at Deetsong's serious demeanor, a glint of light finally surfaced in Yun-Mo's eyes. "Okay, I'm not going anywhere, just waiting here for you. Come back soon." Deetsong raised his hand to wipe away the tears on Yun-Mo's cheeks with a hint of reproach in his eyes. "Any more crying and I'm going to be heartbroken." Yun-Mo hurriedly raised her hand to dry the tears on her face and barely managed to squeeze out a smile towards Deetsong. "I'm not going to cry. Never again." Deetsong hooked the corner of his lips, let go of his arm, and turned toward the outside of the tribe. Looking at Deetsong's back, Yun-Mo's heart was filled with warmth. He always spoiled himself unconditionally when he was at his most helpless. If she were in modern times, she was afraid she would never find a boy who was so good to her. It was only until Deetsong's figure disappeared from sight that Yun-Mo collected her scattered thoughts and stepped into Xin Li's wooden house. Xin Li held his head in the cabin in a hurry, and when he saw Yun-Mo come in, there was a touch of displeasure in his eyes. "What are you doing here? Get out!" Knowing that Sinler was blaming himself, Yun Moxie pursed her lips at once. "I want to stay with Lawson. He'll hold up with me. Deetsong has already gone to find medicine for him, and when Deetsong returns, Luo Sen will be fine." Sinler's brow furrowed tightly. "You said that the obscurantist went to help Lawson find medicine? Did he know what medicine to look for?" Yun-Mo didn't know how to answer, but she believed that Deetsong wouldn't deceive himself. "Deetsong healed the injuries on my body. Surely he can heal Luo Sen's injuries as well. I believe in him." Chapter 87, Spirit Crystals. The two of them, Moan and Sinler, looked at each other with a questioning look in their eyes. "You don't have any wounds on your body. What's there to heal?" Sinler bristled, clearly not believing Yun-Mo's words. Yun-Mo looked at her intact body, and then realized the reason why the two were questioning it. "It's a long story, but I'm not lying. I was indeed attacked by a pack of rabbit wolves yesterday, and if it wasn't for Tuan Tuan's desperate use of his natural skill, I'm afraid that I would have already been eaten by those rabbit wolves." Yun-Mo explained anxiously. The frowns of both Sinler and Morn, however, grew tighter. Thinking back to his own experience yesterday when he searched all the way with Luo Sen, Mon instead opened his mouth to prove it for Yun-Mo. "Yesterday Lawson and I led the males of the tribe on a chase and did find your blood in the hunting grounds, and the blood trail extends all the way over to the cave, and judging by those blood trails, you are indeed seriously injured. But now, you don't even have a single scar on your body. What's going on?" In order to dispel the doubts of the two, Yun-Mo hurriedly told the details of her experience yesterday. Aside from the purpose of his trip to the hunting grounds, Yun-Mo only said that he was looking for his backpack, and did not tell them the matter that he was looking for a way to return to the modern era. The two men, Moan and Sinler, stared in disbelief as they listened. "I started back and forth between Cloudmore and the blood-covered donut in the backpack." It wasn't until a long time had passed that Sinler spoke up with a look of awe on his face. "I didn't realize that the ability of that monstrous beast was so powerful that it could actually make injuries completely recover in a matter of moments. And even the scratches on your back from before have disappeared. This is a miracle." Mon looked at Yun-Mo with complicated eyes. "The monstrous beast actually didn't abuse you and wanted to couple with you. How is this possible? Could it be that the obscurantist beasts above the red rank can restrain their brutal nature?" Cloudmist didn't know the beast world and didn't realize how much of a shock what she said was to Sinler and Moan. While these things seemed shocking enough to her as well, she had been shocked one after another since she opened her eyes in the beast world. The thing about Deetsong also seemed less overwhelming to her. Seeing that Sinler and Moan were immersed in shock for a long time and could not return to their senses, Yun Mochizuki spoke out to inquire, "Is Deetsong's identity special? Why do you guys reject him so much?" Yun Mochizuki's words made the two of them, Sinler very Moan, snapped back from their shock, and seeing her bewildered face, Moan exhaled heavily. "He is an obscurantist beast. Unlike the orcs in our tribe, monstrous beasts are bloodthirsty and brutal by nature, killing each other and even feeding on the flesh and blood of their fellow brothers when they are cubs to make themselves strong quickly. After transforming into a form, their brutal nature would grow stronger and stronger, and both beasts and orcs would be hunted by him as food. If a female is captured by them, her fate is even more miserable. Without exception, she will be abused to death and then fall into their food. I've never heard of an instance of a monstrous beast bonding with a female, and with the brutal, bloodthirsty nature of monstrous beasts, bonding with a female is almost impossible. Although that Deetsong looks no different from an orc at this point, I'm not sure if he'll be able to maintain the peace he has today forever. In case he suddenly loses control one day, then you'll be the first person he'll abuse." Yun-Mo listened with a straight frown, always feeling that the information Moan had said was probably all hearsay. Although Deetsong had a cold personality,
he was not brutal. Even after his own consciousness disappeared, Deetsong took the injured Tuan Tuan along with him. If his nature was really that brutal and bloodthirsty, I'm afraid that he wouldn't hesitate to treat Tuan 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 as food the first time he found him. Moreover, Deetsong was never careful when it came to himself, and would even be heartbroken by the fact that he was shedding tears. Such a Deetsong made it impossible for her to connect with the obscurantist beasts described by Mon in any way. If it wasn't that Mon had misidentified Deetsong, then it could only be that those remarks described by Mon weren't believable. Thinking of this, Yun Momo looked at Moan. Matriarch, where did you learn about the monstrous beast? Moan was slightly stunned and couldn't help but wrinkle his eyebrows at Yun Momo. This is something that has been passed down by word of mouth from every generation of matriarchs, so naturally there is no mistake. Cloudmore knew that her questioning had made Mon a little angry, but there was a lot at stake, and she had to make this clear. Patriarch, rumors are not as good as seeing with one's own eyes. If Deetsong is really a monstrous beast, then in the first moment of encountering the males of the tribe, Deetsong could have killed them all. But Deetsong didn't put up a fight at that time, only fending off the tribal males when they attacked him. And now he even took the initiative to go and help Luosen look for medicine. And he even brought me to the cave to find Luosen. I believe that Deetsang isn't the brutal monster rumored to be. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. After hearing Yun Momo's words, Moan's condensed expression gradually loosened. After dropping his eyes in thought for a moment, Moan once again looked at Yun Momo. The monstrous beasts are too mysterious for ordinary orcs, and even the previous generation of patriarchs did not see the monstrous beasts with their own eyes. That's why the monstrous beast has always been a legendary existence in the tribe. But the rumors have long been entrenched, and without a plausible explanation, I don't think anyone will be able to believe you. Yun Momo exhaled helplessly. She also knew that it was hard to change perceptions once they were formed. No wonder Deetsong had always refused to come and live with himself in the tribe. He said he didn't fit in with the tribe, perhaps having foreseen that the orcs of the tribe would be terrified by his arrival. It seemed like his idea of bringing Deetsong to stay with the tribe was probably unattainable. Looking at Luosen, who was lying on the ground, covered in blood, Yun Momo made up her mind silently. If Deetsong cured Luosen and the tribe still couldn't accept Deetsong to stay in the tribe, then she would leave with Deetsong. As for Lawson, let him make his own choice. She couldn't let Deetsong chill after all. The two of them, Mon and Sinler, didn't stop Yun Mori from approaching Luosen anymore, but just stood silently to the side. Yun Momo got fresh water and leaned down to gently help Luosen wipe the bloodstains on his body. Just before the sun set, Deetsong finally returned to the cabin. Yun Momo hurriedly got up and came to Deetsong's side, looking at him anxiously. Have you found the medicine that will save him? Deetsong looked at Yun Momo's bloodstained hand, a hint of displeasure floating in the bottom of his eyes. Raising his hand and dropping a brightly crystallized object into Sinler's hand, Deetsong picked up Yun Momo in a crossbody and headed out the door. Yun Momo struggled to get down, but Deetsong tightly clasped Yun Momo's waist. He can't die. Before Yun Momo could utter a question, he heard Xin Lo unable to hold back a gasp of surprise. Spirit crystals. It's actually the legendary spirit crystal. Luosen is saved now. Chapter 88. Why don't we just stay? Sinler's words caused Yun Mochizuki to instantly drop his heart. Hastily, he looked at Deetsong gratefully. Thank you for your hard work. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that Lawson would really be hopeless. Deetsong didn't say anything either, just walked quickly towards the tribe. Along the way, all the beastmen who saw Deetsong and Yun Momo all hid in fear in the wooden houses. Obviously they already knew Deetsong's identity. Many of the females that were very trusting of Yun Momo yesterday looked at Yun Momo with fear in their eyes and didn't even dare to look at Yun Momo again. Yun Momo exhaled faintly. She didn't blame the females. After all, with their knowledge of the monstrous beasts, not immediately fleeing the tribe at this time was already a great trust in Yun Momo. Deetsong seemed to have sensed Yun Momo's shallow loss and spoke in a light tone. Do you still want to stay with the tribe? Yun Momo raised her eyes to look at Deetsong, an apologetic smile floating at the corner of her lips. If they can't accept you, then I'll leave the tribe with you. Hearing Yun Momo's words, Deetsong's footsteps slightly lurched. Are you willing to give up a favorite life for me? Cloudmist nodded. Well, even if I'm not in the tribe, I can create a good life with my hands. The corners of Deetsong's lips floated up into a pleasant smile. That's enough with you. Yun Momo raised her eyes in surprise. You don't believe me? I'm not just saying that. I've got it all figured out. When Lawson wakes up, if he's willing to leave the tribe together too, we'll take Tuan with us, then find a place that is safe and beautiful to live well. Hearing that there was also Luosen, the smile at the corner of Deetsong's lips froze slightly. That's pretty thoughtful of you. Yun Momo pursed her lips in embarrassment. Lawson is my escort as well, and I can't go irresponsibly. Deetsong hummed softly and stopped speaking. Thinking of Deetsong's jealous attribute, Yun was helpless to the extreme. It could only be softly coaxed. Cthulhu, you're the best, and kind and strong, so you won't be able to get on Lawson's bad side, right? Deetsong lowered his eyes to look at Yun, a hint of laughter hidden under his eyes. If you tell me nice things every day, I'll leave him alone. A bright smile suddenly appeared on Yun Mochizuki's face. Pale would have been fine. I'm telling the truth. The curve of Deetsong's lips rose once again. More truth then. Cloudmist smiled and nodded. I'll tell you every day from now on as long as you like. At Yun sweet voice, a pleasant smile finally bloomed on Deetsong's face. Deetsong carried Yun to the riverside and carefully cleaned Yun hands. Yun looked at the wooden house that was gathered in the setting sun, and her heart burst with emotion. This was the first home he had come to in the beast world, and maybe he wouldn't have the chance to live in it again. Deetsong followed Yun eyes to the wooden house and quickly guessed what was going on. Is this your cabin in this tribe? Hearing Deetsong's voice, Yun nodded. I've only been here a few days, and a lot of things have only just been done, so I'm afraid I won't have the chance to stay again. Deetsong looked around the cabin and saw many things he had never seen before. Did you do all that stuff out there? Thinking that Deetsong probably didn't know the function of these things, Yun instantly pulled Deetsong's hand and came to the front of the wooden house, introducing the things outside the wooden house to Deetsong in detail. The large table on the left is called the hearth, in which a fire can be built, and on it are 4 red clay pots, 1 large, 3 small, and 4 small, and these can make a good meal at the same time. And those red pots and jars over there, all fired with red clay. Those aren't ordinary clay vessels that won't fall apart even if they're filled with water or something like that. And those plants drying over there, all the seasonings Muya picked up for me. Putting these things in your food makes for many delicious meals. Definitely much more delicious than eating them raw. Saying that, Yun pulled Deetsong, who was curiously checking it out, into the wooden house. In one corner of the cabin stood a tub made of Lawson. This is what Lawson made for me to get on the hot water and take a hot bath. I love to bathe, and I'm afraid if I leave, I won't be able to take this tub with me. I'll have to make another one later when I find a place where I can live. It would be a pain in the ass if I couldn't take a hot shower. Listening to Yun keep explaining to himself about the items in the wooden house, Deetsong could feel Yun love for this place. Reaching out to gather Yun into his arms, Deetsong spoke in a soft voice, might as well stay. Yun was slightly stunned, yet the next second she smiled and waved her hand. You saw how those orcs in the tribe reacted. They won't accept it. It's just a different place to live, and as long as it's not in a dangerous place, what difference does it make where it is? Deetsong softly rubbed his chin against Yun forehead, a doting smile on his lips. I'm sure they won't turn it down as long as they are offered adequate protection. Yun body instantly froze, looking at Deetsong with disbelief. You mean, you're going to negotiate with them to come and get them to accept you staying with the tribe? Looking at the shocked look on Yun face, Deetsong smiled and nodded. Or what? As long as you're happy, I'll do anything. It's just a matter of living with these dirty orcs, and it's not like I can't stand it. After hearing Deetsong's words, Yun eyes instantly became moist. Deetsong, you are so good to me. I don't know how to thank you. Deetsong raised his hand and hooked the tip of Yun nose, smiling in a spoiled manner. Who made me like to hear you tell the truth? Seeing Deetsong poking fun at himself, Yun smiled and sniffled. I can't believe you're laughing at me. Deetsong shook his head. I'm telling the truth too. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, and their low mood was swept away. By the time the two men were back in Sindler's cabin again, Sindler was bandaging Lawson's wounds. Seeing Yun and Deetsong enter, a look of surprise appeared on Xin Li's face. Lawson is fine now. He'll wake up as soon as I finish bandaging his wounds and get some rest. Hearing Shinla's words, Yun Mochizuki's face instantly revealed a happy smile. Great, Rosen is finally okay. Thank you, Clan Dr. Xin. Sindler waved his hand and looked at Deetsong with a grateful face. It's thanks to him, if you want to thank him. Without the spirit crystals he brought back, even if I had great powers, I wouldn't have been able to save this brat. Mon, who was on the side, also looked at Deetsong gratefully. Thank you for finding the spirit crystals for Rosen. All of our tribe will remember your kindness. Chapter 89, Who will you help? I don't know why, but this time Mon and Sindler were much nicer to Deetsong. It was already not as repulsive as before, and even vaguely showed respect for Deetsong. Deetsong glanced at Luo Sen, who was lying on the beast's skin, his eyes filled with dislike. I just can't see Fomi being sad. The two of them, Mon and Sindler, exchanged glances as their gazes turned to Yun Maxien. Mamoru, just now we were too impulsive and misunderstood you guys. I hope you can forgive. Yun Moxie waved her hand in a hurry. I was the one who caused the trouble, and I hope the matriarch will help me express my apologies to you all. Hearing Yun Mo said this, Mon hesitantly glanced at Deetsong and then spoke. Fomi, You mean? Yun Mo exhaled, then came to Luo Sen's side and gently stroked Luo Sen's broad back. If people don't want to accept us staying with the tribe, we'll take Lawson out of the tribe when he wakes up. Mon frowned slightly and was silent for a moment before speaking. Lawson probably won't be awake until tomorrow morning. Either way, it's better to wait until tomorrow morning. Yun Mo did not expect that Mon actually did not drive himself and Deed Song away, but instead allowed them to stay in the tribe for the time being. Things don't seem to be as bad as they think they are. However, Yun Mo didn't rush to open her mouth to ask. She just nodded. Well, thank you matriarch, then I'll take Rosen back first, and I'll let you know when he wakes up. Mon didn't say anything, just silently stepped aside with a touch of complexity in his eyes. Yun Moxie didn't know what Mon was thinking. As the patriarch, there must be a lot of things he has to weigh. Regardless of the decision, he had to think about the well-being of the entire tribe. To the side, Sindler also walked over at this time with a couple of bamboo tubes. Here's some wound medicine I've prepared. It's not quite the same as before, and if his wounds start to bleed again during the night, you'll put this ointment on him. Yun Mo picked up the medicine and carefully cradled it in her arms. Deed Song didn't say anything either, and with a curl of his tail he lifted Luo Sen's body up, casually picking up Yun Mo and carrying the Tuan in the backpack, all the way out of the cabin in a calm manner. Outside the wooden hut, 3 or 2 males looked at Deed Song with a wary face, their expressions filled with fear. Presumably, they were all concerned about Yun Mo and Deed Song's stay or departure. Seeing them make their way towards the tribe, the males couldn't hold back their chatter any longer. By the looks of them, this is going to stay with the tribe? The patriarch is confused. That's a monstrous beast. Who can sleep at night? Lorson can't be dead. Can he? Is that obscurantist beast going to take Lorson back and eat him as food? Can't you see that Luo Sen's paws are bandaged by the Xin clan doctor? If Luo Sen was dead, why would clan Dr. Xin bother bandaging it? Yes, I just heard clan Dr. Xin mention spirit crystals. If Luo Sen uses them, I'm afraid he won't be able to die even if he's hurt badly. Geez, spirit crystal? That's the stuff of legends. It's said that males who use spirit crystals can have their strength increased by leaps and bounds. How could a Sin clan doctor have such a treasure? You guys, that spirit crystal couldn't have been found for Luo Sen by that monstrous beast, right? Are you kidding me? That's a spirit crystal, a treasure that even the Chi Fire clan, the city lord of the Four Directions Beast City, values extremely highly. That monstrous beast would be so kind as to give it to Luo Sen? It's also true that with the level of brutality of the monstrous beasts, it's already a great mercy not to treat Luo Sen as food. So how could they possibly use spirit crystals to save Luo Sen's life? If we were the ones who got the spirit crystals, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to take them out and give them to Luo Sen to use. As Deed Song's footsteps drifted away, the males' voices of discussion became muffled. From the males' conversations, Yun Mochizuki then realized that spirit crystals were actually such valuable items. Thinking of how Deed Song casually threw the spirit crystal to Xianlu at that time, Yun Mo was moved in her heart. Deed Song, so that spirit crystal was actually that valuable. You must have had a hard time finding it. Deed Song side-eyed and hooked his lips. I've saved a lot of them before, and they don't do much for me. They just look like they like them, and they haven't worked very hard. Yun Mo looked at Deed Song in shock. Saved up quite a bit. You mean you still have a lot of spirit crystals there? Deed Song smiled and nodded. If you like it, there are plenty of those stone jars, in all colors, and then I'll go and get them back, and you can pick and play with them. These words stunned Yun Mo. It turned out that the 10 or so stone jars previously in the Redwood Lotus seat were actually all filled with spirit crystals and other treasures. Spirit crystals that were extremely valuable in the eyes of others. Deed Song actually let himself pick and play with them. Is this some kind of bully she's met in the beast? It was no wonder that Mon and Xianlu and the others had suddenly changed their attitudes towards Deed Song. Thinking about it was probably because he thought that Deed Song actually gave up a spirit crystal in order to save Luo Sen. Even if this matter was placed on them, I'm afraid that they would all have a heart of gold. Deed Song was willing to give spirit crystals. How big of a benevolent heart must that be? Even though the rumors had rumored that the reputation of the monstrous beast was terrifying to the extreme, the moment they witnessed Deed Song throwing the spirit crystal to Xianlu, the original deep-rooted perception in their hearts had quietly changed. Once they were sure that Deed Song wasn't the kind of brutal and bloodthirsty monster in the legends, they should be happy for Deed Song to stay in the tribe just based on the fact that he was so powerful. Thinking about this, Yun Mo suddenly felt that perhaps staying and living in the tribe wasn't that difficult. However, looking at Deed Song who had a breezy face, Yun Mo started to worry about him again.
Deet Song, if you stay and live in the tribe, will it put you in danger? Deet Song slightly lowered his eyes, and underneath them was endless tenderness. You're worried they'll surround me for those spirit crystals? Cloud Mist nodded.
Although the beastmen of the beast world were much more simple compared to modern humans, the nature of greed was the instinct of all creatures. If the beastmen in the tribe knew that Deet Sang still had many spirit crystals, driven by greed, it would be hard to guarantee that they wouldn't have evil thoughts. I don't want you to be in danger. First Tuan was almost on the verge of death trying to save himself, and then Lawson was almost killed trying to find him. Yun Mo no longer wanted to put these people who cared about her through any danger or harm because of herself.
In Yun Mo's perception, even if Deet Song's strength was strong, I was afraid that he would not be able to retreat in one piece in the face of an entire tribe of males besieging him. Even he had to protect himself as a drag, and if the males of the tribe got up to no good, it would be hard for Deet Song not to be threatened. Looking at Yun Mo's stony face, Deet Song laughed out cheerfully. If they do try to mob me, who will you help? Chapter 90. He's absolutely brutal. Without the slightest hesitation, Yun Mo looked at Deet Song with a firm face. Of course I'm helping you. It was wrong of them to try to rob you, and I would never stand by and watch them hurt you. This time, Deet Song laughed even more freely. Then there's no problem. Remember, as long as you're safe and sound, no one can threaten me. Looking at Deet Song's arrogant demeanor, Yun Mo suddenly felt a bit foolish. The reason why those spirit crystals were precious was probably because they were difficult to obtain. If the males in the tribe could pose a threat to Deet Song, I'm afraid that the spirit crystals they possessed would never be less than Deet Song's, a tribe that had never even seen a spirit crystal before. Compared to Emperor Song, who treated spirit crystals as playthings, the strength was almost obvious. Thinking like this, Yun Mo was practically on the verge of crying at her own stupidity. However, when thinking about Deet Song's later words, Yun Mo had some difficulty understanding them. Deet Song's tone didn't sound like he was saying something sweet, but more like he was stating a fact. Did he mean that if his enemies used her to threaten him to bind his hands, he would give up resistance for himself? Thinking of this possibility, Yun Mo suddenly felt that she was afraid that she would have to be more cautious in the future. After all, it didn't matter if she died, but it would involve Luo Sen and Deet Song. Thinking that the method to go back was still without any clue, Yun Mo couldn't help but feel anxious in her heart. In the future, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to act alone, and she had to think of a way to get Deet Song or Luo Sen to accompany her to the hunting grounds often. Once they found a way to get back, maybe they would never be threatened again. Seeing Deet Song looking at himself favorably, Yun Mo nodded. I'll protect myself from now on, and never subject you or Lawson to anything. A hint of helplessness flashed across the bottom of Deet Song's eyes as he raised his hand and rubbed Yun Mo's shoulder-length hair, speaking in a soft tone. You'll always be safest as long as you're around me. Cloud Mist nodded unnoticed. Well, don't worry, I'll keep an eye out. By the time he got back to the cabin, the sky had turned lavender. A patch of clouds looked like they had been given a lavender halo, layered across the sky. A thin figure was standing in front of the cabin. Just from the blurry outline, Yun Mo judged her identity. It was none other than his best friend in the tribe, Muya. At that moment she was stumbling, pacing back and forth in front of the cabin. However, at the sight of Yun Mo being carried by Deet Song, Muya's footsteps that were about to go forward could not help but pause. Yun Mochizuki waved his hand at Muya. Muya, what brings you here? Muya was stunned in place and didn't respond, until Deet Song came to Muya with Yun Mo in his arms, but Muya subconsciously took a step back, her gaze timidly falling on Deet Song's snaketail full of silver-white light. Deet Song probably saw Yun Mo's passion for Muya and could also feel Muya's fear of himself. Solely placing Yun Mo on the ground, he gently spoke out. You guys talk, I'm going to send that guy in, then go get some prey and be back soon. Cloud Mist nodded. Then I'll work hard for you. When you come back, I'll make you a delicious meal. The corners of Deet Song's lips hooked up into a doting smile and nodded, before he rolled Luo Sen to carry Tuan Tuan into the wooden house. After Deet Song left, Muya suddenly exhaled heavily. Morpho, is he the obscurantist beast that the male of the tribe is talking about? Muya deliberately lowered her voice, her eyes alertly looking towards the wooden house. Seeing her look of nervousness, Yun Mo smiled and pulled Muya's hand. He is indeed a monstrous beast, but not as scary as the rumors in the tribe, so don't be nervous. Muya was anxious when she saw Yun Mo smiling with a relaxed face. Foamy, you can't really have branded him, right? The monstrous beast is very brutal. If he goes berserk in the future, it will be too late for you to regret it. Looking at Muya's worried face, Yun Mo's heart was warmed to the core. You know, the other females in the tribe, after realizing that Deet Song was a monstrous beast, all of them were shivering and hiding in the wooden hut, not daring to come out, afraid of becoming the object of the monstrous beast's brutalization. Yet Muya was clearly terrified.
yet she still came to the front of the wooden house to wait for herself, just worried that she would be harmed without her knowledge. This kind of emotion that disregarded his own safety touched Yun Momo. Though the people in the tribe had spoken out of turn, she was convinced that Deetsong would never hurt her. In order to dispel Muya's fear of Deetsong, Yun Momo pulled Muya's hand and sat on the grass by the wooden house, telling all the things that happened after he met Deetsong. After hearing that Deetsong healed Yun Momo's injuries and preferred to give up the life he was used to accompany Yun Momo to the tribe, and even feared Yun Momo's sadness and preferred to send out a spirit crystal to save Luosen and other events, Muya also could not help but be moved so far. So that monstrous beast loves you so much, it's unimaginable. Yun Momo exhaled with emotion. Yeah, now you'll always be able to believe that he's not one of those brutal monsters of legend. At this moment, Deetsong came out of the wooden house and walked towards the two. Muya couldn't help but tense her body even though she had changed her opinion of Deetsong. Deetsong didn't come too close, but stayed a certain safe distance away. Foamy, stay here and don't go anywhere. I'm going to catch a prey and be back soon. Yun Momo nodded towards Deetsong and responded in a soft tone. Well, don't worry, I'll be right here talking to Muya. I won't leave. Deetsong returned a gentle smile to Yun Momo before turning to leave. After Deetsong left, Muya finally relaxed. Thinking back to Deetsong's gentle look just now, Muya couldn't believe her eyes. Those males in the tribe can't be mistaken. How can he be a brutal obscurantist beast? In all my life, I've never seen a guardian who favors females so much. If favor is a form of brutality, then he is absolutely brutal to the core. Yun Momo laughed at Muya's words. Now you're always relieved. Muya hesitated for a moment, pursed her lips, and came to Yun Momo's ear to mysteriously open her mouth. Actually, I'm still a bit uneasy. It's said that males become more irritable during the love period. If it gets stormy, will he be unable to restrain his brutal nature and do something to hurt you? I've heard before that there are males in the tribe who force females to couple because of a personality change during the love period, but that out-of-control male was subdued by the rest of the female's escorts, which prevented injury. If that monstrous beast gets out of control even during his love period, I'm afraid no one in the tribe will be able to subdue him. Aren't you afraid of that? Regarding the out-of-control love period, it happened to Lawson not too long ago. Only Lawson's condition wasn't quite so serious, and she resisted only slightly before Lawson came to her senses. But if Deetsong was in a situation like Luosen's, Yun Momo didn't know if Deetsong would be able to come to his senses in time. If you can't. As soon as she thought of the consequences, Yun Momo could not help but shiver. Chapter 91, Spicy Rabbit Meat. However, thinking that there was still fragrant snowgrass that could suppress that odor that made males lose control, Yunmo's heart stabilized slightly. Aside from finding a way to get back as soon as possible, there was only the fragrant snowgrass to try. Other than that, she couldn't change it at all. After that, the two of them chatted some more about the tribe, and Deetsong returned with the prey. This time, Deetsang brought back a few beasts that looked like rabbits. Muya couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw these prey. Wow, it's actually a civet rabbit. I haven't seen one in a long time, and I didn't think I'd find this delicacy in the woods. After Yun Momo's description, Muya was no longer that afraid of Deetsang. Is this prey delicious? Yun Momo had been hungry for a day and looked at the prey in Deetsang's hand with glowing eyes. Of course, I ate it once when I was a kid, and it just smelled amazing. It's just a shame that this kind of prey is so rare that you can't come across one unless you have the ultimate luck. I didn't expect to see several civet rabbits this time, and that's incredible. The more she listened to Muya's description, the more Yun Momo's anticipation for the flavor of the civet rabbit rose. Seeing Deetsong come over, Yun Momo hurriedly greeted him. This is hard to find, isn't it? Hard work. Deetsong smiled and shook his head. There's plenty of them in underground caves, just grabbing them as they come. Muya sniffed and was instantly enlightened. I see. No wonder it's hard for the males in the tribe to encounter these civet rabbits. I didn't realize that all these civet rabbits actually live in underground caves. The underground caves are so dangerous, though, that the males of the tribe hardly ever go there to hunt their prey. Unless one is lucky enough to come across a few out for air, one can eat this delicacy. Regarding the underground cave, Yun Momo had heard about it a few times from Deetsong's mouth. However, in Deetsong's description, there didn't seem to be any danger in the underground cave. Aside from being dark and damp without any light, there are just more underground rivers. If not for Yun Momo's poor water skills and relatively delicate body, I'm afraid that when he came back from the lake, Deetsong wouldn't have bothered to bring Yun Momo through the forest. For him, through the underground hole, he could lead anywhere in this mountain range. Unfortunately, most of the males in the tribe were afraid of water, and the mere fact that the underground rivers were intricate was a great threat to them. This is probably the main reason why males find underground caves so dangerous. Muya, The foodie was obviously very excited about the flavor of the civet rabbit, and Yun smiled and pulled her hand through. Since it's so delicious, let's start preparing it quickly. Muya glanced at Deet Song, somewhat embarrassed and planning to find an excuse to refuse. As a result, Yun did not give her this opportunity. Don't you try to run away. Stay and give me a hand or I'll be too busy. Knowing that Yun was giving herself a step, Muya stopped insisting and agreed with a smile. After that, Deet Song went to the river to take care of the prey, and Yun and Muya were ready to fire. There were a total of 4 civet rabbits, and Yun planned to roast 2 and fry 2 more. The firewood had already been lit in the fire pit, and Yun skewered the handled civet rabbit onto a wooden stick, then used a stone knife to cut flour knives on the rabbit meat, and then placed it by the fire to roast it. The meat of the civet rabbit was so tender that it had only just been put on the table for a short time before the skin of the rabbit began to sizzle with oil. The roasting was left to Muya, so Yun started making the fried rabbit meat. First, he asked Deet Song to cut the rabbit meat into small pieces, then put it into an earthenware pot and add seasonings to marinate. Seeing that the rabbit meat on the other side of the fire pit was constantly dripping grease, Yun burned up the stove and brought the roasted civet rabbit to the ceramic pot, letting the grease from the civet rabbit drip into the pot. In no time at all, there was a lot of grease gathered in the pan. Cloud foam and add the prepared onion and ginger type of seasoning to stir fry. Soon a rich aroma rose from the clay pot. Then pour in the marinated rabbit. Just a zippy pop was heard, and the aroma in the clay pot became even more tantalizing. After a bout of stir-frying, the rabbit meat in the pot started to become golden brown, and Yun felt that the fire was almost ready, so she started to add other seasonings. This pan makes spicy fried rabbit, and powdered fire tongue is an essential ingredient. Once the rabbit is all tossed and evenly cooked, it's ready to be served. After serving 2 plates full of rabbit meat, Yun excitedly served it to Deet Song. Deet Song frowned slightly as he looked at the steaming rabbit meat. Snakes are cool by nature. Seeing these bubbling hot things, Deet Song instinctively resisted a little. However, upon seeing the anticipation in Yun eyes, Deet Song still smiled and opened his mouth. Is this the big meal you were talking about? Yun eyes shone brightly and she nodded proudly. Try it. It's guaranteed to be much better than raw. Saying that, Yun handed the chopsticks to Deet Song's hand. Deet Song looked at the 2 bamboo sticks in his hand with some bewilderment. What is it? It was only then that Yun remembered that Deet Song was afraid that he still didn't know how to use chopsticks, so she hurriedly took Deet Song's hand and patiently taught him how to use them. These are chopsticks. Use your hand to hold the middle of the chopsticks, then use your fingers to exert a little pressure. Then hold the food. Then you can put it in your mouth and eat it. The soft little hand gently manipulated his palm, and that subtle feeling made Deet Song's eyes tighten. That good-smelling smell of Yun body suddenly became incomparably strong. There was a vague impulse at the bottom of his heart that seemed to want to break through the bounds of reason and achieve his goal regardless. This feeling Deet Song had never had before. Not daring to allow such a feeling to continue to encroach on his sanity, Deet Song slightly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It was an effort to restrain the growing restlessness. When he opened his eyes again, the bottom of Deet Song's eyes once again regained their calmness. Seeing that Deet Song was hesitant to bring the rabbit meat into his mouth, Yun thought that Deet Song was not used to eating cooked food. Thinking that raw meat might have bacteria and parasites and other hazards, Yun felt that she needed to persuade Deet Song to try it. Song, this spicy fried rabbit meat is delicious. Try it. The delicate voice caused another ripple in Deet Song's newly calmed emotions, but this time it was quickly suppressed by him. Hooking the corners of his lips, Deet Song held the rabbit meat and put it in his mouth. A wonderful flavor spread through his mouth at once. Aside from the heat, which he didn't like, the flavor did strike him as very new. With a slight roll of his tongue, Deet Song swallowed the rabbit meat. Well, it tastes good. Yun entire body froze. This was the first time she had ever watched Deet Song eat. He actually swallowed it without even chewing it. Thinking about the way snakes feed, Yun Mochizuki suddenly understood. Although there was still some instinctive resistance, because it was Deet Song, Yun could accept it. If it's good, then eat more. Deet Song wasn't nonchalant either, taking his chopsticks and quickly savoring it. Muya licked her mouth with gluttony, and Yun smiled as she brought the other plate to Muya's side. Greedy, you'd better try it too. Muya swallowed hard, picked up her chopsticks and took a piece. The rabbit meat is lip-smacking in the mouth. The meat is smooth, soft and full of flavor. Eating, Muya nodded repeatedly. Yummy, it's so delicious. This is definitely the best meat I've ever eaten in my life. Chapter 92. What are you worried about? Yun had been starving for a long time, and at this moment, seeing the two of them devouring their food, She also hurriedly picked up her chopsticks and ate. The spicy fried rabbit tasted even better than she expected. Just a few simple seasonings were added, but it was enough to make up for the shortcomings in the toppings because of the freshness of the rabbit meat. The roasted rabbit meat on the other side had also given off a charred flavor. Momo just sprinkled some configured seasonings on it, and the richly scented roasted rabbit meat was considered a success. Tuan Tuan was still in a deep sleep and had not woken up, and Deetsang said that Tuan Tuan did not need to eat or drink during this period of time. As for Lawson, he was still in a coma at this point. There was also no way to eat for the time being, and Momo just fed him some water to drink every once in a while. When he's sober tomorrow, we'll make him a nice meal to make up for it. Deetsang just didn't eat anymore after eating some. The reason for this is that he has already eaten it while trapping. Of the 4 civet rabbits, Deetsang pretty much only ate one, and the other 2 were split cleanly between Momo and Muya. The hungry stomach of the day was finally satisfied at this moment. By the time we finished eating, the sky had turned a rich purple color. It won't be long before it's completely dark. Muya quietly observed Deetsang for half a day during the meal. All she could say was that the gap between rumor and reality was too great. If one ignored Deetsang's identity as a monstrous beast, just based on her observation of Deetsang during this period of time, Deetsang was simply the most perfect protector in this world, bar none. Whether it was ability, face or personality, it was so much better than any male she had ever seen. Seeing that Deetsang was caring about Momo without the slightest bit of impatience, Muya gradually lowered her heart. Maybe the rumors aren't always true. After all, no one in the tribe had ever seen a monstrous beast in person, and there were exceptions to the rule. After agreeing with Momo that she would come to see Luosin tomorrow, Muya stepped away. Deetsang finished cleaning the dishes and returned to the front of the wooden house, but Momo had a preoccupied look on her face. Deetsang couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Momo was slightly stunned and instantly returned to her senses. Deetsang, there's something I want to talk to you about. Seeing Momo's serious face, Deetsang took a step to Momo's side and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders. "Well, you say." Momo opened his mouth with some difficulty. "That, you've been with me all day, does anything seem off?" Deetsang shook his head. "What are you worried about?" Seeing that Deetsang didn't seem to feel anything, Momo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But thinking about how Luosin suddenly lost control at that time, Momo felt that this matter should still be explained to Deetsang as soon as possible. However, after thinking about it again and again, Momo didn't know of any better way to say it, so she could only open her mouth with a stiff upper lip. "The smell of my body seems to make the male's love period go out of control. Originally, males are supposed to enter their love period only during the storm period, but after spending a long time with me, the male's love period seems to appear at any time, causing the male to do something irrational to me in an out-of-control situation. This had happened to Lawson before, but his loss of control wasn't serious, and he came to his senses quickly after I resisted a little. I wasn't sure if that would happen to you, so I was a little worried." Deetsang recalled how he had briefly lost control of himself just now when Momo taught himself how to use chopsticks, and his brows couldn't help but knit slightly. It turned out that situation was his own love period being induced by Momo in advance. That unfamiliar feeling made all the difference to him. Before he met Momo, he wouldn't appear to be out of control even during his love period. After all, the higher the rank, the stronger the control over one's body. He had already reached the rank where he could restrain the onset of the love period long before he transformed into his form, so the love period can barely make a dent in him. However, just now, his own love period was actually induced by the scent of Momo's body, and he didn't even notice it. That feeling of being out of control made even Deetsang feel a hint of trouble, because he didn't know what he would do if he lost control. Especially, when he was out of control, Momo barely had the ability to resist. He didn't want to hurt Momo, even if he wanted to couple with Momo very much, but that couldn't happen in a forced situation, so he would never allow himself to get out of control again before the storm period. Thinking of this, Deetsang lowered his eyes to look at Momo. "I'll figure it out. Don't you worry." Hearing that Deetsang did not deny that he would lose control, Momo's heart suddenly became apprehensive. "So you're already feeling the effects, are you?" Deetsang nodded. "Your scent is tantalizing, and the first time I smelled it on you, I was filled with desire. I almost lost it just now, but I was able to restrain myself in time. I will find a way to completely restrain the loss of control as soon as possible. Until then, if I appear to lose control, then you will use this tooth and stab it into the back of my neck so that I will immediately fall into a coma." Saying that, Deetsang handed a curved hook-like tooth, which was half a foot long, into Momo's hand. A refreshingly cool sensation came from his teeth, and Momo's hand couldn't help but tremble. "Is it really possible for this to get out of hand?" Looking at the look of fear in Momo's eyes, Deetsang held Momo's hand and placed his teeth against the back of his neck. "Just stab here and I won't hurt you." Yun Mo looked at the sharp tips of the teeth against Deetsong's white neck, and her heart felt like it was smothered in pain as if it was being clenched tightly by something. For a moment, she actually didn't know if the pain was more heartache for Deetsong or worry for herself. No, I can't do it. I really can't do it. Let's just think of something else. Struggling to pull out her hand, Yun Mo never wanted to touch that tooth in her life. Seeing that Yun Mo was so resistant to doing something that would hurt him, Deetsong's eyes were soft to the extreme. Or, we'll couple up now if you want. That way even if the love period shows up anytime, we have nothing to worry about. It even breaks the limitations of the love period and helps us breed our pups better. Deetsong wrapped his arm around Yun Mo's waist, a hint of anticipation hidden in his tone. Yun Mo's body stiffened and she waved her hand in fear. No, 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 I don't want a couple right now, so why don't we try it the way Lorson did it first? Those scented snowdrops seem to mask my smell when I'm in the house, and usually, if we cut down on the amount of time we're in contact with each other, maybe the problem of out-of-control love periods will be under control. Such a decisive refusal caused a touch of loss to flash across the bottom of Deetsong's eyes. However, when he thought that Yun Mo's attitude towards himself had already changed for the better, Deetsong instantly threw that little bit of loss out of his head. It wasn't like now meant forever. Perhaps in a short while, Yun Mo would take the initiative to bring up the matter of coupling with himself. Chapter 93 Rosen wakes up. As for Yun Mo's suggestion, Deetsong chose to accept it. Well, let's try it first then. Yun Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that it was getting darker, the two returned to the cabin. Lawson was lying on the animal skin in the center of the cabin, and his breathing had become even and long. There was no sign of waking up yet, but the state was already much better than before. After checking Luo Sen's wound and it didn't continue to bleed, Yun Mo was relieved. Deetsong was busy from the moment he entered the cabin. First, he tidied up the fragrant snowgrass around the beast skin nest, and then he helped Yun Mui fill the bathtub with hot water. When she had just made the spicy fried rabbit meat, Yun Mo had incidentally boiled a lot of hot water, and with the residual heat from the firewood in the stove to keep it hot, it was just the right time to use it for bathing. The water temperature should be fine. Give it a try. If it's too hot, I'll add some cooler water in for you. Yun Mo responded and came to the edge of the tub, reaching out to test the temperature of the bath water. Well, this is just the right temperature. No need to add cooler water. Deetsong nodded, then turned around and walked towards the outside of the cabin. Yun Machao's heart warmed slightly when she saw him leave. I didn't expect Deetsong to actually take care of his feelings so much. Before he could even open his mouth, he took it upon himself to avoid it. Just now she was wondering what reason she should find to get Deetsong to evade her, but now she had avoided the embarrassment of her opening her mouth. Taking off the dress on her body, Yun Mo comfortably soaked into the warm water. The exhaustion of the whole body was greatly released in this moment. The succession of situations had drained almost all of her energy. Escaping from death again and again, and having crises again and again, made Yun Mo physically and mentally exhausted to the extreme. If he hadn't met Deetsong, I'm afraid that he would have died when he was in the cave. The successive encounters had made Yun Mo no longer able to tell whether she was lucky or unlucky. Obviously, the journey to the hunting ground was very smooth, but it was those rabbit wolves that attacked her in Tuan Tuan without any warning. Thinking back to the state of Tuan Tuan at that time, Tuan Tuan also seemed to be very shocked at the appearance of the rabbit wolf. Obviously he didn't expect that those rabbit wolves would suddenly appear to estimate them. If Tuan Tuan's identity was really that of a cub of the Chifu clan, burdened with a special natural skill, perhaps he had already used a certain skill to drive away the surrounding beasts when he entered the hunting grounds. Otherwise, with so many beasts in the hunting grounds, they would never be lucky enough to dodge them all. Combined with Tuan's state at the time, the rabbit wolf's appearance was first allowed to be unexpected. He was afraid that he didn't expect that under the release of his natural skill, these rabbit wolves would actually still attack towards them in packs. It was as if something had spurred them on to attack them regardless of the consequences. The more she thought about it, the more Yun Mo felt that there was something fishy about this matter. But not knowing much about the beast world, she couldn't even think of a reason for that. Thinking about it, Yun Mo gradually closed her eyes under the onslaught of exhaustion. When Deetsong returned, he saw Yun Mo leaning against the bathtub and falling asleep. Looking at Yun Mo's serene sleeping face, the corner of Deetsong's lips hooked into a gentle smile. Taking a step to the side of the tub, Deetsong reached out and picked up Yun Mo from the tub. The sudden coolness caused the sleeping Yun Mo to mutter, "Cold." The delicate body shivered in his arms. Deetsong frowned slightly, disgustedly picking up one of the animal skins on the side of the tub to help Yun Mo wipe the water stains on her body. "Bear with me, I'll get something that can absorb water for you tomorrow." After the water stains on his body were dried,
Yun Momo was finally comfortable. Deetsong looked at the nest piled with beast skins, his eyes filled with disgust, eventually coiling the snake's tail up. He hugged Yun Momo and lay down on his own snake's tail. The starlight outside the window sprinkled on Yun Momo's body, making her bare skin look like it was vaguely glowing with a shimmering light that was charming. Deetsong couldn't help but drop a kiss on Yun Momo's forehead before he closed his eyes in satisfaction. This night, Yun Momo slept very soundly. Early the next morning, the cabin suddenly resounded with the roar of an enraged beast. Yun Momo was startled awake and snapped her eyes wide in the direction the voice came from. In the line of sight, a beast with golden fur was looking intently in his direction. Before she could react, she saw a silver light streak past her eyes and smack the beast hard in the face. The golden beast wailed, and its huge body was instantly sent flying, crashing through the door of the wooden house with a bang and falling far away. Yun Momo's brain was confused and instantly reacted. Lawson. He was trying to climb up to save Lawson, but his body felt like it was wrapped around something and he couldn't move at all. Looking down, Yun Momo then saw that her body was being tightly wrapped around by a thick snake's tail. Instinctive fear caused Yun Momo's entire body to freeze, screaming almost on the verge of breaking through her throat and calling out. Just at this time, a lazy voice sounded in Yun Momo's ears. Get some more sleep. It's still early, and if that fool comes in here again, I'll knock him out. The voice that was as pleasant as a harp made Yun Momo hastily stifle her screams. Raising his eyes, he saw that it was indeed Deetsong's handsome, human and divine face. Thinking of the injuries on Luo Sen's body, Yun Macho immediately spoke anxiously. Lawson's not healed yet. Why did you just hit him so hard? Let go of me. I have to go out and see him. A touch of displeasure floated in Deetsong's ruby eyes, and the silver-white snake's tail didn't show the slightest sign of letting go. He ate the spirit crystals. He won't die even if he takes a few more hits. Thinking of Deetsong's vinegar essence physique, Yun Momo hastily changed her strategy. If he's seriously injured, don't I still have to worry about it? Song is so powerful. He won't be so general with him. The corners of Deetsong's lips hooked slightly as he dotingly rubbed Yun Momo's hair. I see you can't sleep either, so let's go check it out. A flash of light flashed across the entwined snake's tail, and in the next second, the tail disappeared, and Yun Momo was carried in Deetsong's arms in a horizontal position. Yun Momo only felt a coldness on her body, and when she lowered her eyes, she only saw that she was naked on her body, but she was not wearing anything. Thinking that she was still in the bathtub before she fell asleep, Yun Mochizuki instantly realized. I'm afraid it was because Deetsong saw himself fall asleep in the bathtub, which is why he carried himself out and lay in his arms for the whole night. Doesn't he know about molestation? It was purposely avoided before the shower. As a result, he turned around and slept with himself naked in his arms. This operation is too confusing. However, right now Yun Momo could not care about analyzing the thoughts in Deetsong's heart, and hurriedly curled up with both hands in front of her chest. Just close your eyes and then put me down. Deetsong saw Yun Momo's panicked face and thought doubtfully, did he just scare her again? But his eyes were clearly gentle. Not wanting to scare his beloved female, Deetsong still obediently closed his eyes. Then he gently placed Yun Momo on the ground. With a sweep of her gaze, Yun Momo saw the dress hanging on the side of the tub. Quickly grabbing the dress and pulling it over his body to secure it, the sense of security returned. Chapter 94, Please leave. Looking towards Deetsong, who had obediently closed his eyes, Yun Mochizuki felt that she needed to clarify things with him. Okay, you can open your eyes now. As soon as Deetsong opened his eyes, he saw that Yun Momo had already put on a skirt, covering all of that perfect body under the skirt. Feeling cold? When she was just in her arms, her body was clearly warm, not cold at all. Yun Momo exhaled with a somewhat stifled breath. No, from now on you're not allowed to look at me without my clothes on. It's not polite. Deetsong frowned slightly. What are manners? Cloudflare stroked his forehead. Anyway, you're not allowed to see me naked until we're coupled up. Deetsong couldn't understand it. Why can't I see it? Yun Momo looked at Deetsong with a puff of air. I don't like people looking at me naked. That makes me mad. Seeing Yun Momo's serious look, Deetsong nodded helplessly. Well, if you don't like it, I won't read it. Hearing that Deetsong had agreed, the shameful embarrassment in Yun Momo's heart calmed down for a few moments. Thinking of Luo Sen outside, Yun Momo hurriedly ran outside the cabin. When she arrived outside the cabin, however, there was no sign of Lawson. Lawson, where are you? Cloudmore shouted. Just as she was thinking about going to the river to look for it, she heard a stray running sound not far away. Cloudmore turned his head to look and saw Lawson rushing towards the cabin first, followed by Moan and the other males of the tribe. Seeing this situation, Momo felt that her worries were indeed a bit redundant. Not only is Lawson fine, but he even runs to the patriarch's house to call the patriarch and the males of the tribe. I'm afraid that Luosun doesn't know about Deedsong. When she opened her eyes in the morning to see a monstrous beast wrapped around her body and sleeping in their cabin, Lawson was very strong not to be scared to death. After being swept out of the cabin by Deedsong, Luosun was afraid that he knew that he couldn't save her alone, and that's why he didn't hesitate to rush to the patriarch's house and gather the males of the tribe to rush over. Looking at the way he became alive again, Momo's hanging heart was completely solid. I didn't expect that the effect of that spirit crystal to be so powerful. Just one night's time had allowed the dying Luosun to recover once again. It was no wonder that the two of them, Mon and Xin Lu, had undergone a major shift in their attitudes towards Deedsong after getting their hands on the spirit crystals. Just by looking at this effect, one would know how valuable spirit crystals were in the beast world. As he was thinking about it, Luosun seemed to have seen Momo as well. Seeing that Momo was standing well outside the cabin, Luosun anxiously shouted towards Momo, "Foamy, run, there's a monstrous beast in the house." As soon as his words fell, Deedsong stepped out of the house. Those ruby eyes glanced faintly at Lawson. As if on purpose, Deedsong raised his hand and wrapped it around Momo's shoulders, his gaze doting on Momo. "He's not alive and well, so what have you got to worry about?" Cloudmist smiled and nodded. This time it's finally a relief. When Luosun saw that Momo was actually grabbed into Deedsong's arms, he became anxious. With a violent leap, the huge body came in front of the two. "Let go of her quickly, otherwise I'll never let you live even if I die." Emperor Song flicked his tail impatiently, and Momo was so frightened that she hastened to make a soothing sound. Song, he just woke up. He doesn't know anything yet. Don't be angry yet. I'll clear things up with Luosun now. Emperor Song lowered his eyes and hummed softly, and the snake's tail suddenly calmed down. Luosun looked at Momo incredulously. "Foamy, how you?" By this time, Morn and the males of the tribe had arrived in front of the cabin. Upon seeing Deedsong, a look of fear surfaced on everyone's faces. Moan's iron face eased a lot when he saw the situation. "You brat, you didn't say anything, you just dragged us away, and we thought something was wrong? Isn't this fine?" Lawson's entire body was bad, and he looked at Morn with a dumbfounded expression. "Okay, yeah, is the patriarch stupid? Can't he see an obscurantist this big?" In looking at the other males, at this point, they also had a daring look on their faces. It didn't seem to be prepared to fight. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that this obscurantist beast had cast some kind of spell on the people of the tribe, confusing the matriarch and Yun Muoi's mind? Just as Luosun was trying to analyze the current situation in his mind, Momo finally spoke out to answer Luosun's doubts. "Luosun, don't worry, Deedsong won't hurt me. Yesterday we found you in a cave and brought you back to the tribe. Your injury was still cured by the spirit crystals that Deedsong found." Hearing Momo's words, Luosun seemed to be suddenly startled. Looking down at his blade-wrapped paw, all of the events all came to mind as if they were a tidal wave. He remembered that he was in the cave frantically hacking away at the black underworld stone, and just when his beast spirit was almost exhausted, he heard Momo's voice. At that moment, he thought he was dreaming. "I had thought that it would be good to die. Perhaps I could be forever immersed in dreams and reunited with Momo." Now it seemed that the voice he heard at that time wasn't a dream, but rather Momo had really come to find himself. However, he couldn't understand how the monstrous beast could have sent Momo back. "Even use spirit crystals to heal their own injuries? That's a spirit crystal. Even if it's a treasure you couldn't trade your life for." He was actually willing to use spirit crystals to save himself? For a moment, Lawson's entire being was in a trance. "It always feels like everything I'm hearing right now is so unreal." Seeing that Luosun stood in a daze and didn't respond for a long time, Mon could probably understand Luosun's complicated feelings at this moment. After a slight exhale, Morn came to Lawson's side. "What Foamy said is true. It was Deedsong who found the spirit crystal to save you. If we didn't have the spirit crystals, I'm afraid we'd have to watch you die from the exhaustion of your beast's spirit." Although Deedsong was a monstrous beast, he didn't seem to be the same as the rumored monstrous beasts. The beast world is too big, and perhaps what our tribe has passed down about the monstrous beasts is only a portion of it, and doesn't mean that all of them are bloodthirsty and brutal. Morn's words brought Lawson gradually back to his senses. Looking at the unharmed Momo, and then at his own bandaged-up paw, Luosun fell into a long silence. Worried that the wounds on Luosun's paws were causing problems, Momo rushed to Luosun's side. "Lawson, the wound on your paw is still fresh, so you'd better go back and rest first. I'll tell you the rest slowly." Raising his eyes to look at Momo, the tangles under Luosun's eyes gradually dissipated. "Well, I was being impulsive. I need to calm down." After saying that, Luosun looked at Deedsong in front of the wooden house with a complicated gaze. "Even though you saved me, please leave the cabin.
I am Fomi's escort and will never allow another male to enter Fomi's cabin without permission. Chapter 95, Fainting Again. Yoon Mo's heart snapped. Lawson didn't know right now that Deetsong had become his escort. How was she going to explain this to Lawson? Seeing that Deetsong's snaketail was starting to move again, Yoon Mo had no time to think and could only speak stiffly. Lawson, Deetsong is now my escort as well, and he will be living with us from now on. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you later. Lawson's blue cat pupils snapped at his words. Fomi, what are you talking about? You actually branded the monstrous beast? Deetsong's gaze towards Luosen became condensed. You have a problem with that? The silver-white serpent's tail was almost ready to press. Yoon Mo hurriedly blocked between the two and spoke out to persuade them. Luosen, Deetsong is not what you think. That day I was seriously injured. It was Deetsong who saved me. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid I would have died in the cave. Just calm down for a moment and listen to me explain it all to you. Then you'll understand. It wasn't until this moment that Lawson realized something was wrong. That day he and Mon were following the flavor of Yoon Mo's blood all the way to the cave. And just by looking at the large blood stains left along the way, they knew that Yoon Mo must have suffered a very fatal injury. According to that amount of bleeding, Yoon Mo must have only one breath left even if she is still alive now. But at that moment, she was standing in front of her with that vividness. There wasn't even a scar to be seen on the body. For Lawson, it was a no-brainer. Even if that monstrous beast had also given Fomi a spirit crystal, at most, it would only be able to save his life, and it would be impossible for the injuries to completely disappear in such a short period of time. What was going on in the meantime? Could it be that the monstrous beast had threatened to brand him as a protector on the condition that he would save Yoon Mori? Thinking like this, Luosen's gaze towards Deetsong was filled with contempt. There was no way for Yoon Mo to refuse Deetsong's request in order to stay alive. This kind of taking advantage of people's danger is really despicable. Not wanting to make things difficult for Yoon Mo in public, Luosen could only forcefully hold back the unwillingness in his heart and nodded. Mamoru, I understand you. I'm fine. Let's go back first. Yoon Mo was instantly relieved, her heart full of indebtedness to Luosen. Is your paw okay? Go back and I'll check it out for you. And Simler gave you some salve yesterday, so I'll put some more on it for you. Saying that, Yoon Mo wanted to go up to help Luosen, but the result was a tightness on his waist, and in the next second he himself was rolled by the snake's tail into Deetsong's arms. He's not so weak that he needs a female to take care of him. Deetsong's clear and cold voice came in her ears, and before she could retort, Deetsong carried her across the room into the wooden house. When Lawson saw this, he rushed forward in anger. Who are you to stop Fomi from doing what she wants to do? An escort like you should be unbranded by Fomi. As soon as the words left his mouth, a silver-white light once again lashed hard at Lawson's body. Only hearing a bang, Luosen's huge beast body flew backwards like an arrow off the string. Lightning-like, Yoon Mo looked back in panic and saw that Luosen was already lying on the grass a dozen meters away from the cabin, completely fainted. Lawson, Yoon Mo shrieked in shock and instantly struggled in Deetsong's arms. He's too noisy. It's better to keep him quiet. The cool voice line carried a hint of impatience, and no matter how much Yoon Mo struggled, the big hand around her waist did not relax in the slightest. Deetsong, Luosen's injuries are still fresh. How can you do this? This time, Deetsong only spoke faintly. He'll give it back if he can. I'm a fair guy. Yoon Mo was disliked for a while. Going on like this wasn't a solution. Yoon Mo could only switch his thoughts and enlighten Emperor Song. If you and he keep fighting like this, I'm afraid I'll never have the heart to live again. Worrying every day about the conflict between you two. Do you really want to see me distracted every day? Deetsong lowered his eyes to look at Yoon Mo, who deflated her mouth in aggravation. Song, Luosen is also my protector. No matter how strong he is, I can't just watch him ignore it. He won't be so impulsive later when I explain it to him. Can you not get on his bad side for a while? He's still injured and I'd really feel guilty if anything went wrong. Looking at Yoon Mo's helpless expression, Deetsong helplessly laughed lightly. It's my fault he flew when he touched it. Yoon Moxie had a mournful look on her face. He's hurt, so just let him be, okay? You don't want me to worry about him every time. These words seemed to have spoken to Deetsong's heart. With a faint hum, Deetsong let go of Yoon Mo. Alright, I'm going to get him in here and have that clan leader get the clan doctor to check him out. You're not allowed to interfere. Facing someone who was jealous, Yoon Mo could not do anything at all. One could only nod helplessly. Well, go ahead. I'll just watch from the sidelines. Hearing Yoon Mo's obedient reply, Deetsong was satisfied. Turning his head towards the outside of the cabin, Deetsong stepped out of the cabin and with a curl of his tail he swept up the already unconscious Luosen. When Emoan's few people saw this, they looked at Deetsong with a wary expression. Please don't hurt Lawson. He's not sure of the situation right now, and I ask you to forgive him for the offense he just took. Mon was afraid that Emperor Song's snaketail would tighten and result in Luosen, so he quickly opened his mouth to plead for mercy for Luosen. Deetsong just returned him an indifferent look. Go find that clan doctor to come and treat him. If he dies, I won't give him a second spirit crystal." At that, Moan hastily gestured towards the male behind him. "Go and ask clan Dr. Xin to come over here." The male didn't delay, and hurriedly ran towards the interior of the tribe, watching the emperor's pale tail curl around Lorson as he entered the cabin. Morn stumbled and stumbled, but finally followed. Arriving outside the door of the cabin, Mon stopped in his tracks and gazed at Yun Mo. "Fomi, come here for a minute. I have something I want to talk to you about." Yun Mo was worried about Luosen's condition when she suddenly heard Mon's voice, which reminded her that Mon said yesterday that she would wait for Luosen to wake up and then talk about whether or not they would stay in the tribe. Dropping her eyes to look at Luosen, who had once again fallen into unconsciousness, Yun Mo's heart was filled with helplessness. But now that Morn was here, there had to be an explanation for this. Thinking of this, Yun Mo stepped forward. "Patriarch, you're asking me about staying or going?" Yun Mo said as she opened the door. Morn nodded with a mixed expression. "Well, have you made up your mind now?" Yun Mo hesitated in her heart and was thinking about how to reply when Deetsong's voice suddenly came from behind her. "Whether I leave or stay, neither of you have the power to stop it, do you?" Mon sniffed and his expression turned cold. Deetsong was right. With his red rank strength, even if all the males in the tribe all died in battle, he would not be able to stop Deetsong. Lawson was the #1 hunter in the tribe, only below himself in strength. Even though he was seriously injured, he was only swept by Emperor Tsong's snaketail and fell into a complete coma, and that was without Deetsong laying a heavy hand on him. With such a powerful strength, just the males in the tribe would not be able to fight against Deetsong. Chapter 96, Compromise too suddenly. However, Mon didn't flinch because of Deetsong's power. Raising his eyes to Deetsong, Mon spoke in a solemn tone. "It is true that we are not as strong as you, but we will never be afraid either. If necessary, even if we die in battle to the last man, we will never compromise." Hearing Mon's words, Deetsong took a rare moment to look squarely at Mon. "Fomi likes it here and wants to stay and live here. I don't really like doing pointless killings, and if you're okay with it, I'll even provide your tribe with the necessary shelter." Deetsong bluntly stated his intentions. He didn't want to waste any more time on the matter. As for the outcome, that's for them to weigh. His purpose will never change in the slightest. He didn't like meaningless killings, and if they were meaningful he wouldn't have any qualms about it. However, as soon as Deetsong's words fell, the males present all revealed a look of shock. What did they hear? Did Deetsong actually say that he could give shelter to the tribe? Not to mention small tribes like theirs, even if there were many large tribes of thousands of orcs on the periphery. I'm afraid that none of them had any red-ranked powerhouses sitting as guards. Among the little information they had, the only one that offered a high-ranking powerhouse to sit in the town was the Thousand Beasts tribe, which was 3 great mountains away from each other. It was said that the Thousand Beasts tribe was closer to the deserted city, and that every year, when it came to the period of inflammation and scorching, they would suffer from the attacks of the deserted city's Vulcan beasts. In order to prevent the females in the tribe from being damaged, the Thousand Beasts tribe gave a high price of 1,000 salt crystals and offered a yellow-ranked powerhouse to sit on the ground. Ever since the yellow-ranked powerhouse sat down on the tribe, those desolate cities' volcanic sand beasts were never able to take advantage of them again. However, while the crisis of the Thousand Beasts tribe was lifted, the targets of the Vusha Beasts' attacks began to shift to the smaller tribes in the neighborhood. Before the last Inferno period, another tribe not far away from them had suffered an attack by the Vusha Beasts, resulting in the annihilation of all the orcs in the tribe. This was also the reason why the females in the tribe were incomparably panicked at that time when Yun Mo came to the tribe and was questioned about being a spy for Desolate City, because no one knew which tribe would be targeted for destruction by the deserted city's Vulcan beasts. This one Inferno period, if this Red Order monstrous beast in front of him was really willing to shelter the tribe, then the entire tribe could rest easy. He was a red-ranked powerhouse, fully 2 ranks higher than a yellow-ranked powerhouse. He didn't even need the offering of 1,000 salt crystals, as long as he accepted them to live in the tribe. Although Deetsong was rumored to be the most brutal monstrous beast, if he really wanted to kill, he didn't need to negotiate any conditions with them at all. The only reason why he was still patient enough to give his conditions was entirely because he was concerned about Yun Mo's feelings. Otherwise, with his strength of the red rank, it would be easy as pie to sweep away their entire tribe. One by one, the males gathered around made secret eye contact, the fear in their eyes gradually turning into urgency. The emotions under Mon's eyes shifted. As the patriarch, he was even more aware of how beneficial the conditions given by Deetsong were for the tribe. As early as yesterday when he saw Deetsang giving out a spirit crystal, he had pretty much changed his perception of Deetsong, even on the basis of Yun Mo's great contribution to the tribe. He didn't want Yun Mo to leave the tribe, but the other males in the tribe treated Deetsong in a way he could see clearly. For a long time, all the orcs' perception of the monstrous beasts was too deeply rooted. Even if he agreed to Yun Mo and Deetsong staying in the tribe, I'm afraid the males in the tribe would not agree. Originally, What he wanted to do was to listen to Yun Mo's meaning first before asking him. If she wanted to leave, he would not force her to stay, but if she wants to stay, then she needs to give assurances. Guarantee that Deetsong will not do anything to harm the tribesmen. Although he didn't know what kind of assurance would make the males recognize it, it was something that Cloudmist needed to consider. Unexpectedly, before Yun Mo could answer himself, Deetsong had already given his opinion forcefully, and the opinion is just too shocking. Red-ranked donor powerhouses. Even the 4 Great Beast Cities and the 4 Directions Beast Cities didn't have many red-ranked existences. Their tribe actually had such an honor to be sheltered by a red-rank powerhouse. The offer is just too compelling. It was tantamount to instantly changing Deetsang from the status of an aggressor to that of a patron. Not only did it completely neutralize the tribal males' resistance to the monstrous beasts, but it could even cause the tribal males to develop a strong worshipper's mentality towards Deetsang. How all this condition works is clear just by looking at the eager stares of the males around them. It had to be said that Mon had a deeper understanding of Deetsang. He was not only powerful, but also good at strategizing. It's just a matter of words, and it serves its purpose perfectly. Not daring to make Deetsong wait too long, Mon pressed down his excitement and spoke in a respectful tone. It is truly an honor for our tribe to receive your patronage, and since you have become our tribe's offering, it is only natural that you can stay in the tribe and enjoy the reverence of everyone in the tribe. Yun Mo was thinking that Deetsong's words would be too strong, and was thinking about how to make up for it with his words, when he heard such words from Mon. Patriarch, you promised us to stay with the tribe? Just now, didn't he say that even if he died in battle to the last man, he would never compromise? What's with the sudden compromise? Even his attitude towards Deetsong was much more respectful than before. Had she misunderstood? Seeing Yun Mo looking at himself with a confused expression, Mon burst out laughing freely. I'm not saying yes, I'm saying welcome. Welcome Deetsong to the tribe as the tribe's first offering powerhouse. For this reason, I will gather all the clans tomorrow and hold a great welcoming ceremony in the tribal square. Also, thank you for bringing such a powerful patron to the tribe. Fomi, you are truly a great blessing who has been blessed by the beast god. Mon's words made Yun Mo more confused. Yesterday the people in the tribe were eager to drive themselves out of the tribe. Now how did they suddenly become a great blessing? With eyes full of doubt, he looked at Deetsong. Yet Deetsong only lightly hooked his lips and had no intention of trying to explain. Just as Yun Mo was confused, the males around him all came forward in turn and expressed their highest respect to Deetsong. It was as if Deetsong was no longer the brutal obscurantist beast rumored to be, but the guardian god of them all. Such a contrast made Yun Mo simply a bit incomprehensible. After everyone had left, Deetsong raised his hand and rubbed Yun Mo's confused head. Not happy? Cloudmist shook his head in bewilderment. I just don't understand why the patriarchs and the others suddenly changed their attitude. By asylum, you don't mean anything particularly dangerous, do you? Seeing Yun Mo's worried look towards himself, a touch of pleasure floated up in the bottom of Deetsong's eyes. Would you worry about me if it was dangerous? Chapter 97. Yun Mo's heart tightened, feeling that she had finally found the key to the problem. Thinking that shelter might really put Deetsong in danger, Yun Mo did not hesitate to pull Deetsong's hand and turned her head to chase after Mon and the others in the direction they left. I knew there had to be something wrong here, and sure enough, I guessed it. What a bull ***** offering. We don't deserve to be inappropriate. What kind of person pits people so openly? I stayed with the tribe to stay alive and well. If I put you in danger, then why would we stay here? Go! I'll go to the clan leader right now and make it clear that when Luosin wakes up, we'll leave right away, and we'll never be here as a meat shield to block the disaster. Probably feeling that they were being punked, Yun Mo spoke with righteous indignation. However, after a few steps, there was a sudden dangling of both feet. In the next second, Yun Mo felt herself fall into a solid embrace. Shocked, she raised her eyes, and in front of her were Deetsong's phoenix eyes that were even more brilliant than rubies. At this moment those phoenix eyes were full of watery gentleness. The absolutely beautiful face was close to her eyes, and Yun Mo's heart thumped indisputably. Those eyes full of tenderness seemed to melt her completely. Yun Moxie couldn't resist, and hastily murmured out with her eyes downcast, You might as well put me down. I can catch up with them running on my own. As soon as Yun Mo's words fell, Deetsong's handsome face instantly enlarged. In an instant, her lips were deeply kissed by a touch of refreshing coolness. Well, Yun Mo's eyes widened in surprise, and both hands instinctively pressed against Deetsong's chest. His body was tense, and all he could think of was, it's over, it's over. He could not have suddenly lost control of his love life, could he? It was a good thing that Deetsong's kiss didn't go too deep. It was only shallow. Yun Mo exhaled deeply and looked at Deetsong with a worried expression. Are you okay? Deetsong smiled and shook his head. Nothing. Seeing that Deetsong's eyes were clear, Yun Mo was then relieved. I'm glad it's okay, I thought. The corners of Deetsong's lips slightly hooked. Why? Cloudmist let out an awkward laugh. Ha ha, it's nothing, let's just hurry up and go to the patriarch and the others to make things clear. Deet-song looked at Yoon Momo in amusement. No, it's good to stay, at least you won't be worrying only about that golden thunder beast. Feelings made a mess. This guy is actually jealous, deliberately teasing her. One is impulsive and impatient, the other compares everywhere. Can someone tell her how to serve this water? Giving Deet-song a speechless expression. Yoon Momo struggled to get down from Deet-song's arms. At this time, Plan Dr. Xin also came to the cabin. Checked for Lawson and there was nothing serious. It's just that his body is too weak and fainted. He'll wake up in a while. At Deet-song's request, Simler helped Lawson change the medicine again before leaving again. Looking at the quiet Luo-sen, Yoon Momo's heart was filled with helplessness. How in the world was she supposed to reconcile the relationship between Lawson and Deet-song? If they keep going at it tit for tat like this, it's simply not going to work out. Thinking about it, Yoon Momo actually had no solution at all. The mood couldn't help but be a little irritable. Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded at the door. Foamy, great, you guys can stay with the tribe. As soon as Yoon Momo looked up, she saw Muya happily walking towards the cabin. The door of the wooden house had just been smashed, and Yoon Momo's line of sight to the outside of the house was unobstructed. She still had to figure out how to fix the door. Muya entered the cabin and also noticed the broken door frame. The eyes looked at Yoon Momo with surprise. Foamy, did you just break this door? The matriarchs and the others didn't still have a go at you this morning, did they? Yoon Momo sighed and shook her head slightly. Hey, forget it, help me figure out how to fix it first, or else the house will be full of bugs later. The two were lying on their backs by the doorframe, studying it, when Deet-song came over with a flat wooden board. I'll do it. When Muya saw the wooden boards brought by Deet-sang, she burst out in surprise. Wow, it's actually a complete green camphor wood door panel. This is a good insect-repellent wood. It's already rare for the females in the tribe to get a piece of green camphor wood to put in their house, and you actually have a whole door panel. From now on, there will never be any insects within 10 meters around your wooden house. Yoon Momo sniffed and also looked curiously at the door panel brought by Deet-sang. Is this green camphor wood really so magical? Deet-song's hand movements did not stop, fixing one side of the door panel to the door frame. After shaking it back and forth to make sure the door panel was stable, he let go of his hand. This house is so old and full of holes. I'll build you a new log cabin later. For now, let's use this green camphor door to repel bugs. You can't sleep well at all with the bugs making noise at night. Yoon Momo thought of Deet-song holding himself in his arms for the whole night yesterday and a burning sensation came over her face. Ahem, it's getting late. Shouldn't we be thinking about lunch? Deet-song nodded. I've got the prey back. I'll take care of it later. See what you want to eat. Following Deet-song to the riverside, Yoon Momo saw a pile of colorful feathers fluttering there. When she went up to take a look, she realized that what Deet-song had brought back this time was actually a chicken-like animal. Only this animal is much larger than a chicken and has a much sharper and slimmer beak. A colorful feather looked even more dazzling up in the sunlight, much better looking compared to modern peacocks. Muya obviously didn't recognize the animal either, and also looked at it with a curious look on her face. What's this? I've never seen it before. Yoon Momo also looked at Deet-song in wonder, her face full of curiosity. Deet-song, did you catch this prey in the hunting grounds as well? Deet-song shook his head. It's a mallow, caught over the bluff. There shouldn't be any in the woods. It dawned on Muya. So it was caught over the cliff. It's beyond the range of the tribe's hunting grounds. No wonder I've never seen this kind of prey before. Seeing that there were still a few smaller Jinwoo inside, Yun Machao suddenly had a thought. Emperor Tsang, I would like to raise these small Jinwoo. Deet-song looked at Yoon Momo favorably. You can keep them for fun if you like, but be careful not to get pecked by them. Muya, who was at the side, looked at Yoon Momo in disbelief. Foamy, these prey are quite nice to look at, but there's not much use for them except for eating. If you want to eat them, you can totally catch them ready-made. How troublesome it is to raise them. Yoon Momo smiled and explained to Muya. It's too much of a waste of time if we catch it now. And this Jinwoo can also lay eggs, and the eggs can be used to make food. In the future, if we raise more of them, we won't have to worry about the shortage of food during the tribe's scorching period. Chapter 98, Starting Breeding Mode. Only then did Muya understand when she heard Yoon Momo's words. One of the main problems with the food crunch during the tribe's scorching period is that the weather is so hot that food simply can't be stored for very long. If the living prey is kept alive all the time, there is no storage problem. When you need prey, eat as much as you can and kill as much as you can. Other living prey can continue to reproduce. This solution is simply marvelous. If we can raise them, the males can even not have to go hunting in the hunting grounds in the future, and there's no need to worry about the prey rotting. Foamy, your brain is too smart for such a good idea. Muya looked at Yoon Momo adoringly, as if Yoon Mo was a god that descended from the sky. Yoon Mo actually didn't have a clue in her heart. After all, Farming is something that has also gone through a long process of gradual formation in ancient history. Sometimes it takes generations of domestication to produce animals suitable for breeding. I'm afraid there are still a lot of troublesome issues that need to be resolved if she wants to farm Jinwoo. If something goes wrong in any of them, there is a good chance that you will end up with a basket case. However, as a solution to the tribe's food shortage, Yun Mochizuki felt the need to try it out. If it works, then life in the tribe could improve somewhat. Thinking of this, Yun Momo roughly told Muya about the difficulties in the farming process. Muya wasn't discouraged when she heard that farming wasn't easy either. There's always a risk in everything, but if you don't do it, who knows if it will work. Eventually, the two decided to start their breeding business with those few small kinkajous. According to Deet-song, these Jinwoo were captured by him from several large nests on the edge of the cliff. In total, there are 4 large and 5 small ones totaling 9. Those 5 smaller mallows should be just about out of the nest. The two of them, Yun Momo and Muya, got the 5 little Jinwoo to the shade of the tree by the wooden house. Muya used a large clay pot to cover the 5 Jinwoo inside, and then started building a chicken nest with the 2 of them. Yun Momo. There were no iron cages here, so Yun Momo could only use tree branches and vines or something like that to make a chicken coop as she remembered. The two of them worked together and finally tied up the chicken coop. Because of the Jinwoo's relatively large size, the entire coop was more than twice the size of a modern chicken coop. Putting a couple of jins under the clay pots into the cage, it still looked loose at this point, but I'm afraid that if we wait for the Jinwoo to grow up, this cage will be just the right size. Looking at the 5 little Jinwoo shivering and huddling in a corner of the cage, Muya suddenly thought of a problem. Since we're raising these Jinwoo, what are they going to eat? Yun Momo had just been thinking about this as well. I also wonder if Deet-song knows the eating habits of these Jinwoo. Thinking of this, Yun Momo clapped her hands and got up from the grass. I'll ask Deet-song, and if that doesn't work, we'll try them one by one. Muya nodded approvingly. Well, you should ask Deet-song first, and if that doesn't work, I'll go to the forest and find some small bugs to see if these Jinwoo eat them. When Yun Momo came to the river, Deet-song had already taken care of a few large Jinwoo. Looking at a few Jinwoo that had already plucked out all their hair, Yun Macho instantly thought of roast duck. Why don't we just have grilled kumquats for lunch? When Deet-song saw Yun Momo come over, he thought Yun Momo was hungry. The Jinwoo has been taken care of. How are you going to eat it? Yun Moxie blurted it out directly. We'll have roasted Jinwoo for lunch. It should taste good. Deet-song didn't have any special feelings about how food was prepared. He prefers raw food to all this hot stuff. Well, you're hungry too. I'm going to make a fire and we'll eat soon. Yun Momo pulled on Deet-song's hand before opening her mouth to inquire. Do you know what these Jinwoo usually eat? It looks to me like they're freaking out, so maybe if they eat something, they'll calm down a bit. Deet-song glanced at the large cage in front of the cabin and thought for a moment. I don't usually pay much attention to what these animals eat, but I guess they eat me too. Yun Macho thought of those chickens in modern times, which seem to be omnivores as well. Well, then let's catch some bugs for them to eat first. Cloud Foam planned. There are quite a few bugs right here on the riverbank. I'll help you get them later. Deet-song dotingly rubbed Yun Momo's hair. Yeah, oh, there should be some of those greaseworms on this river. Those mallows should love them. Yun Momo suddenly remembered her first meal after coming to the beast world. The taste, it's just perfect. Deet-song smiled and nodded. Well, I'll go and grab some of those brood crows for you once they're roasted. Yun Momo gratefully returned a bright smile to Deet-song. Thank you then, you're guaranteed to like the roasted kumquat this time. When they returned to the front of the wooden house, Deet-song built the fire. Muya prepared the seasonings, while Yun Momo began to cook Jinwoo following the process of roasting a duck. First, the Jinwoo was marinated in the spices for a few moments, and then it was taken to the fire to be roasted over a slow fire. When the skin becomes golden, this is when the seasoning is applied to the skin of the kumquat. Then continue to roast them over the fire. The two of them, Deet-song and Muya, went to the river to catch oilworms. When Yun Momo had almost finished roasting the Jinwoo, the two returned with a bamboo tube full of oilworms. Muya couldn't wait any longer and rushed to the chicken coop with the grease bugs. Squeezing one of the oilworms out of the bamboo tube, he threw it into the front of a few Jinwoo. At first, a few Jinwoo were shrinking into a ball, not daring to move a bit. Then as the smell of the oilworms wafted away, the outermost Jinwoo suddenly moved a little closer in the direction of the oilworms. After a few more moments, seemingly certain that he was in no danger, the Jinwoo finally couldn't hold back any longer. The sharp mouth quickly chattered towards the oilworms on the ground, and in just a blink of an eye, a fat oilworm was eaten into the stomach of the Jinwoo. Seeing this, several other Jinwoo also surrounded towards that Jinwoo. One lowered his head and rummaged back and forth in the dirt stained with the smell of oilworms. It seemed to have been so captivated by that deliciousness that it couldn't care less about being afraid. When Muya saw this, she was instantly surprised and waved her hand towards Yun Momo. Eat. These Jinwoo actually like to eat oilworms. Yun Momo also finally felt relieved. In the future, if she tries slowly, maybe she can actually keep these Jinwoo alive. After that, Muya fed some of the oilworms in the bamboo tube to Jinwoo. The Jinwoo all ate with great relish, as if they never knew how to be satisfied. Muya looked at the oilworms that were about to reach the bottom and couldn't help but make a mistake. This meal is also too big, even if the oilworms by the river are not considered to be small. But if we eat like this, sooner or later we will have to eat up all the oilworms here. Chapter 99. Yun Momo also didn't expect these Jinwoo's appetite to be so big. Just one meal of that many greaseworms. If this is fed 3 times a day, I'm afraid it won't last more than a few days even if all the oilworms by the river are dug up. It occurred to me that modern chickens eat plant grains and such, and it would be nice if Jinwoo ate something like that as well. The problem was that they didn't know exactly what kind of plants Jinwoo liked to eat, so it would be too much of a waste of time to try them out one by one. Looking at those remaining vines next to the chicken coop, Yun Mochizuki instantly thought of a good solution. Later on, we'll use these vines to bind the wings of the Jinwoo, and then we'll take one for a stroll through the forest to see what it eats, and then we'll prepare food for it according to what it has eaten. Muya sniffed and couldn't help but clap her hands. That's a good idea. I was just thinking of going to the forest to catch bugs and try them one by one. Now just take Jinwoo for a spin in the forest and everything will be clear. Soon, the 4 Jinwoo had also been roasted. The richness of the flavor is barely comparable to roast duck. Even Emperor Tsung, who loved eating raw food, gave a rare compliment. This roasted Jinwoo does have a unique flavor, with a sense of accomplishment. Yun Momo handed the first Jinwoo to Deetsong. Eat more if you like. My handiwork is one of a kind. No one else has the same taste. Deetsong took a bite of the charred and crispy roasted Jinwoo, his eyes filled with a gentle smile. As long as you make it, I like it. Yun Momo's heart was sweet. Sweet words are something a girl would like, and Yun Momo is certainly no exception. Especially when looking at Deetsong's face that was so handsome that people and gods were furious. It was already rare for Cloud Foam to still be able to maintain her sanity, quietly hiding the joy in her eyes. Yun Momo handed the other Jinwoo to Muya. Muya's mouth had been watering with gluttony for a long time. One pair of eyes was only focused on the golden and crispy roasted Jinwoo. The interaction between the two just now didn't catch her attention. At this moment, when she saw Yun Momo handing the Jinwoo to herself, Muya also did not forget to praise her repeatedly. Mama, you are so nice to let me taste different flavors of food every day. For the food alone, if I were a male I'd want to be your escort in any way I could. Pity why I'm not a male. Moro, if you don't mind, brand me as well, and I'll take care of all the dirty work from now on. Muya looked at the roasted Jinwoo in her hand and expressed her excitement. Yun Mochizuki laughed at her words and raised his hand to poke Muya's head. I'd better forget it. I'm burnt out now. You'd better give me a break. Muya took a bite of the roasted Jinwoo and let out a long sigh of satisfaction. What else is bothering you now? With Deetsong's strength, you can practically walk sideways in this world, going wherever you want and eating whatever you want. This is the ultimate dream of every female. If Eileen knew about it, I'm afraid she'd be furious. Hearing Muya mention Eren, Yun Mochizuki then remembered that Eren's punishment date seemed to have ended. Irene has come out of the pit by now. Muya was eating vigorously when she heard Yun Momo suddenly ask about Eren and couldn't help but skim her lips. It came out last night. I saw it when I was passing by. It's just that after 3 days of being locked up, Irene is like a different person. The whole thing looks gloomy, as if anyone owes her something. Let me tell you, Irene's jealousy is particularly strong. The best things in the tribe must belong to her. If she knew that you branded such a powerful protector as Emperor Tsang, I'm afraid that Irene would scratch her heart in jealousy. You should also be more careful in general and try not to deal with Eren. She was probably responsible for the last heron tail pollen thing. The Patriarch has ordered his people to investigate for so long now, and I don't know if they've found any clues yet. If it can be proven that it's Eileen's handiwork, then Aileen can be expelled from the tribe in a righteous manner. There wasn't much that Yun Mochizuki knew about Irene. Now that she had heard Muya's words, Yun Mochizuki did understand a little more about Eren. Probably because of certain reasons, Eren had been spoiled by the matriarch and the clan since she was young, and had developed an egotistical personality. This, coupled with the fact that she herself was still the best female in the tribe, and had been starstruck, had led her to form the notion that the best of everything should belong to her. However, Yun Momo branded Luosen, the tribe's #1 hunter, as soon as she arrived, which instantly unbalanced her who had coveted Luosen for a long time. From that moment on, Eren saw herself as the biggest obstacle in her life. Now, Irene was also punished by the Patriarch for 3 days in the ground pit for falsely accusing her, so I'm afraid she hates herself even more. If she was upset and intended to retaliate against herself, then she would not be able to defend herself. Muya was right. She still had to pay more attention in the future and never give Eren a chance to get her hands on her.
Muya continued to talk to Yun-Momo about the things about Aileen.
Yun-Momo was more and more sure that her guess was not wrong.
Aileen was a female who was spoiled with princess disease by everyone in the tribe.
Listening to the gossip and eating the roasted jinwoo,
the two of them, without realizing it,
actually ate a whole roasted jinwoo cleanly. Yun-Momo looked at the bones piled up like a small mountain on her plate and profoundly doubted how much she had actually eaten. Keep in mind that the jinwoo can be much larger than modern chickens,
almost as large as a turkey. In modern times, Yun-Momo only ate one chicken leg to be full. Today, he actually ate such a large jinwoo with Muya and the two of them. Muya also propped up and burped, her eyes looking at the other roasted jinwoo with intent.
Ah,
it's so good. It's just a shame I can't eat anymore. Yun-Momo hurriedly gave her a cup of water, fearing that she would choke on it. I've eaten a lot today, too, so I'll have to slip in some food later.
Raising her hand to stroke her round belly,
Yun-Momo could not help but burp. Muya took a few sips from her glass of water and couldn't drink anymore.
I'll just lie here for a while.
I can't move at all now. Saying that, Muya smoothly lay down under the shade of the tree,
squinting her eyes and humming in comfort.
Yun-Momo shook her head helplessly and got up to deal with the leftover bones. Before,
all these bones and such were handled by Lorson, just digging a pit under a tree behind the cabin, and then dumping all these bones into the pit and burying them with soil. Yun-Momo didn't take a few steps with the bone remnants before Deetsong took the plate from Yun-Momo's hands.
Why don't you go to the house? That golden thunder beast should be awake. Yun-Momo was slightly stunned, and a light of surprise could not help but flash in her eyes. He woke up just in time, and just in time to have a roasted camu, sweeping her eyes to the edge of the fire. Yun-Momo was surprised to find that the roasted jinwoo on the shelf had actually disappeared. Ugh, it was just simmering by the fire. Why is it gone? Chapter 100, The Warmest Presents. Deetsong licked the oil stains on his lips and opened his mouth with a satisfied expression. I ate. After saying that, Deetsong took the bones on his plate and headed towards the back of the house. Yun-Momo was powerless to stroke her forehead. Gotta. It's better for her to figure out Lawson's lunch. Taking a step back to the cabin, as soon as Yun-Momo entered the door, he saw Luosen, who was lying on the center animal skin in a daze. Worried, Yun-Momo came to Luosen's side and leaned down to sit beside him. Lawson, you're awake? Why didn't you call out to me? Upon hearing Yun-Momo's voice, Luosen's stunned gaze then reacted. Looking slightly sideways at Yun-Momo, a pair of blue cat pupils were filled with despair. Mama, I'm so useless. Yun-Momo's heart was stunned, and she hastily shook her head. Lawson, what's wrong with you? You're the strongest hunter in the tribe. How can you be useless? Lawson dropped his eyes and shook his head. I can't defeat him at all. He's a red rank powerhouse. There's a full 4 ranks of difference between me and him. Even if I try harder, it's impossible for me to surpass him. Looking at Luosen's forlorn eyes, Yun-Momo raised her hand and rubbed his head, softly soothing him. I don't really know how strong Deetsong is, or how many equivalent ranks you're different from him. All I know is that you saved me and brought me back to live in the tribe, and that you've been very kind to me, and I want to return the favor as much as I can. What does this have to do with equal rank? Luosen looked at Yun-Momo's serious eyes and slightly closed them. Did he threaten you that he wouldn't heal your wounds if you didn't brand him? Hearing this, Yun-Momo shook her head somewhat guiltily. No, Deetsong didn't threaten me. It was because I was fuzzy in my consciousness and thought I was hallucinating, and my emotions went out of control for a moment before I took the initiative to brand Deetsong. I think he healed my injuries later. I am sorry. I clearly promised you before that I only need you to be an escort, but I am partial to. Luosen raised his hand against Yun-Momo's lips, stopping her from continuing. Surely a female as good as you can't have just one escort like me. I can live with that. He's strong, much stronger than me. Yun-Momo's heart seized with pain, feeling as if she was simply a tenfold sinner. Lawson, don't you say that. It hurts me inside. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of Lawson's lips. The difference between my rank and his is so great that in the future you will find me more and more useless and eventually choose to erase the brand you gave me. I can take it. After all, I'm too weak. These words caused Yun-Momo to shake her head as she listened. It won't. Lawson, don't think like that. I never measure a person by his strength. In my heart, you and Deetsong are the same benefactors who saved my life. I just hope I can do something to repay you for what you've done for me. At this point, I would never judge on the level of strength. You will always be that warmest presence in my heart. A glimmer of light flashed in the bottom of Lawson's eyes, like a ray of light that dispelled the endless gloom. The warmest being? Yun-Momo's eyes were slightly red and she nodded repeatedly. There is no substitute for being. That one sentence made the light under Lawson's eyes shine a little brighter. Mama,
With your words, I'm content. Looking at Luo Sen's dry and cracked lips, Yun Mo painfully picked up the pottery cup on the side and used a spoon to scoop a spoonful of water to Luo Sen's lips. Lorson, don't think too much about it for a while. Just get well first. Skylar says you're weak and you mustn't be impulsive. If you have any more questions about Deetsong, you can ask me and I can answer them all. Lawson hooked his lips slightly and drank from the spoon. What's the use of him even if he's strong? It's still not ranked behind me. I'm the first escort of Foamy. That's a fact he can't change in his lifetime. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Luo Sen's mood was no longer low, Yun Mo could not help but feel relieved. Have some more water. I have a present for you later. Lawson's eyes widened in excitement when he heard the gift. Gifts? Morpho's going to give me a gift? Yun Mo smiled and nodded before scooping up another spoonful of water and bringing it to Luo Sen's lips. Drink water first. My mouth is all dry and cracked. I must drink all this too before I can. Lorson nodded excitedly and felt that the spoon was too slow, and gulped it directly into the bamboo tube. In just the blink of an eye, a bamboo tube of water was drunk up by Luo Sen. He saw Luo Sen looking at Yun Mo with eyes full of anticipation. Okay, you can show me what the gift is. Yun Mo glared at Luo Sen before she came to the edge of the wooden platform. The wooden platform held the backpack he had brought back. Tuan had been placed in a nest of animal skins in one corner of the house by Deetsong. Although he was still in slumber, Yun Mochizuki could feel Tuan's breath becoming more and more powerful. Picking up the backpack from the counter, Yun Mo came to Luo Sen's face with a mysterious expression. When Luo Sen saw the backpack in Yun Mo's hand, he burst out in shock. This is the backpack you were talking about, isn't it? When did you find it? Yun Mo pursed her lips in some shame. Actually, that day, I went to the hunting ground to look for my backpack, thinking that I should be fine with Tuan protecting me, but I ended up encountering a rabbit wolf after finding my backpack anyway. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have kept it from you. Luo Sen looked at Yun Mo's guilty appearance, but he shook his head. It's not your fault. It's my fault for being too impulsive. That's why I got injured, causing no way to get to the hunting grounds to help you find your pack. You also chose to hide it because you were afraid I'd worry. It's a good thing you're okay, or I wouldn't be able to forgive myself even if I died. Yun Mo sniffled and looked at Luo Sen gratefully. I'm fine, and I got my backpack back, so that's a relief. Lawson looked curiously at the backpack. This backpack looks so strange. Why have I never seen a style like this before? And the material of this backpack? It looks like the skin of some animal, but it doesn't smell like an animal at all. What kind of material is it made of? Yun Mo was unable to explain the concept of artificial leather to Luo Sen and could only be vague. It was like that when I got it. I'm not sure exactly. Although the doubts in his heart were not answered, Luo Sen did not regret it at all. After all, it was never the backpack he was looking forward to, but the gift from Yun Mo. It was also unknown what kind of gift Yun Mo would actually give himself. Foamy, is the gift you're giving me in this backpack? Yun Mo smiled wryly and looked mysteriously at Luo Sen. You close your eyes first, then you'll know what the gift is. Lawson sniffed and hastily closed his eyes. I'm closed. What on earth is the gift? Before the words were out of his mouth, Lawson caught a whiff of an overwhelmingly sweet scent. He was about to open his eyes to check, but was stopped by Yun Mo's voice. Wait, just open your mouth for a second, and open your eyes when I tell you to. Lawson had no choice but to be patient and do as he was told. Just as his mouth opened, a strange, sweet flavor came to his tongue. Before he could utter a question, he felt another soft object in his hand. Chapter 101, Gifts. Okay, you can open your eyes now. Yun Mo's voice came from his ears. Lawson hastily opened his eyes and looked toward his hands. Then he saw that he had a small pink doll in his hand, with a big head and a small body that looked crystal clear. Lawson's hand shook, and his eyes looked at Foamy with some surprise. Is this an unformed little female? Looking at Luo Sen's look of horror, Yun Mo could not help but laugh out loud. Are you stupid? It's just a pinchy glue doll pendant. It's a toy. It's not real. Luo Sen frowned and pinched the doll's body, and in the next second, a pink tongue suddenly came out of the doll's mouth and made a face towards Luo Sen. However, as soon as the hand was loosened, the doll returned to its normal appearance. Lawson curiously pinched it several more times, and the doll was adorable as it poked its tongue out at him every now and then. Ha ha, this is too much fun. How is this thing made? I want to make one too. The smile on Yun Mo's face froze and she could only explain stiffly. It's something I traded for, and I don't know how to do it. If you like it, this is for you. When you're in a bad mood, take it out and squeeze it and watch her make faces at you and you'll be in a better mood in no time. Lawson nodded happily as he looked at the doll in his hands lovingly. This is so much fun. I love it. Saying that, Luo Sen only felt the sweet and pleasant sensation in his mouth getting stronger and stronger. And only then did he remember that Yun Mo had just given himself something to eat. What's that in your mouth? Why is it so sweet? Cloud smiled and shook the jar of gum in his hand at Lawson. This is gum. Probably the sweetest thing in the world. Eating something sweet gives more energy and also produces dopamine, which makes you happy. I want you to be happy like you used to be, and I don't want to put you in a sad mood. Looking at Yun Momo's worried eyes, Luosun smiled and nodded. As long as I have you, I'll never give up on myself again. All I care about is you. Nothing else matters, even if you will brand other guardians in the future. As your first guardian, I will strive to create a peaceful environment for you to live a happier and more comfortable life. Yun Mochizi's hair stood on end when he heard this, and he hurriedly stopped Luo Sen's words. No, just be yourself. I don't want you to put up with anything for me. A Deet song was already an accident. How could she possibly brand another person as a protector? With that vinegar essence physique of Deet song, such a possibility would hardly exist. The two were talking when the furry ears on Lawson's head suddenly twitched. The next second, he looked in the direction of the gate. Yun Momo turned her head following Luo Sen's line of sight and saw Deet song push open the door and walk into the cabin. Deet song had a hint of coldness on his face, looking like he wasn't in a very good mood. A pair of red eyes tightened slightly after his eyes saw the doll in Lawson's hand. However, only for a moment, the gaze quickly shifted to Yun Momo's body. Foamy, don't you still have to go to the forest? I can drop you off on the way. Yun Momo was afraid that these two would clash again at the drop of a hat, so she quickly got up and smiled sarcastically and opened her mouth. Ah, yes, I've agreed with Muya that we're going to go skulking Jinwoo in the forest, and on the way, we'll get some more kernels back, so I'll make you guys some kernel powder to eat then. Luosun hurriedly got up and wanted to go with Yun Momo. However, seeing his weak appearance, Yun Momo still spoke out to pacify him. You take care of your injuries at home, I'll be back soon. This time I'm with Muya. There's no danger. Lawson glanced down at his tightly wrapped paws and finally nodded helplessly. Well, then be safe and never go hunting again. It was only after Yun Momo repeated his assurances that Luosun was relieved. Deetson didn't say anything else, just turned around and went out of the house. Yun Momo saw that he seemed to be unhappy, and somewhat sheepishly followed him. Deetson, what's wrong with you? Cloudmist opened his mouth hesitantly. Deetson's footsteps lurched as he lowered his eyes to look at Yun Momo. Where's my present? Yun Momo was stunned, and only then did she remember that she had just thought only about making Luosun happier, and had actually forgotten about serving the water. Instead, it was also discovered by Deetsong. No wonder he was cold from the moment he walked in the door. Was he feeling neglected? After thinking about the things in the backpack, there was nothing that was useful to Deetsong, and looking at Deetsong's eyes that were gradually becoming disappointed, Yun Momo hastened to speak. Your present isn't ready yet, so I'll give it to you later in the evening. You'll love it. Deetsong raised an eyebrow. You're going to make me a present with your own hands? Cloudmist nodded. Of course, you'll know when you see it tonight. The corners of Emperor Song's lips rose for a moment. I have a present for you tonight too. Yun Momo's heart was touched for a moment, suddenly understanding why Deetsong was so angry just now. Turns out it feels so good to be given a gift. It was a wonder he wasn't angry just now when he saw that Lawson had received a gift and he hadn't. This end water is really a deep and profound study. When he came to the shade of the tree, Muya had squatted in front of the chicken coop at some point. Ouch, which one should I pick? That big one doesn't seem to like to run, and the one that does is too skinny, and the others are so skinny and immobile that they won't be much use to take to the woods later. Muya observed the Jinwoo in the cage, picking and choosing, and didn't seem to find the one she was satisfied with. Seeing that she was looking seriously, Yun Momo couldn't help but come to her side as well. Just tie up the one that loves to move. Muya returned to her senses and looked at Yun Momo in surprise. Why, that one's so skinny, it probably doesn't have a good appetite. So if we take it to the woods, how can it be all fun and no food? Cloudmist smiled and shook his head. I don't think as complicated as you do. The main thing is that this Jinwoo is more active. When it runs to the forest, it will probably be hungry. Then it doesn't care whether it has a good appetite or not. That's not what you have to eat. Muya sniffed and nodded with a dazed look on her face. Yeah, only when they're hungry do they want to eat. The rest of the Jinwoo haven't moved much, and after getting them in the forest, I'm afraid that if they weren't hungry, they wouldn't be too likely to look for something to eat. Then I'm going to grab that good move out right now, only to see Muya open the chicken coop, dive in headfirst, and make a move towards the Jinwoo that was fleeing around. The Jinwoo fluttered for a while, but was eventually firmly grasped by Muya. By the time Muya came out of the chicken coop carrying Jinwoo, his head was actually covered in feathers of various colors. That looked so cute and funny that it made Yun Momo bend over in laughter. It was the first time Muya felt the exhilaration of catching prey, and her eyes glowed with excitement. Ha ha, Foamy, look, I've caught the Jinwoo too. From now on, even if I don't have a branded male, I'll be able to eat meat on my own. Chapter 102, Little Jinwoo, let's eat. After hearing Muya's words, Yun Momo then reacted to why Muya was so attached to this matter of farming. For her, without a branded male, I'm afraid farming is the only way she can get meat. Looking at the excited Muya, Yun Momo smiled in relief. Well, from now on we'll raise more beast cubs so you can catch prey too. Muya let out a cheer of excitement and picked up the vines to bind the Jinwoo wings in her hands. Exhausted from struggling, the Jinwoo instantly squatted honestly on the grass after his wings were bound. The two prepared some more water. Yet escorted by Deetsong, they headed in the direction of the forest. This time, the females in the tribe didn't avoid Yun Momo and Deetsong anymore. Although there was still a hint of fear lurking in their eyes, it was already too much better compared to yesterday. Even some of the females had the audacity to greet Yun Momo. Yun Momo also responded to them enthusiastically. When a few of the men had left, the females of the tribe quickly gathered together. Did you guys see that? That monstrous beast is really different from the rumors, and it doesn't look as if it's that brutal. Goo, you guys don't know. Yesterday I heard them say that a monstrous beast came to the tribe, and I was literally scared out of my soul. Yeah, I was all packed up and ready to run. Then I didn't leave until I saw that nothing was moving, and I didn't sleep all night yesterday. I've heard that monstrous beast is now Yunimomo's protector, and that it will become a strong provider for our tribe in the future. Is this reliable? Can what the patriarch says not be true? 3 mountainside of the 1,000 beasts tribes in the offering of the strongest is also only the yellow ranket. Beat the desert city those Vosha beasts no longer dare to invade. We now have a red-ranked donor powerhouse, so in the future we won't have to be afraid of those Vulcan sand beasts in Desolate City anymore. Then in that case, Yunmomo really is a blessing for our tribe, right? This is teaching us how to cook delicious food, telling us to burn pottery, and now we've even found a red-ranked donor powerhouse. So I'm afraid that from now on, our tribe will be the safest tribe in the neighborhood. Then there's no need to say, when new males and females continue to join our tribe, maybe we'll soon be able to restore the tribe to its former glory. That's for sure. Before the 10 inflammatory scorching period, our tribe could be more powerful than the current 1,000 beasts tribe, only to wither away after experiencing that infestation. I knew the beast god would still favor us, and actually sent Yun Muoi, a blessed star, to save us. We'll have a good life from now on. Yesterday we were avoiding Yun Momo. She shouldn't be angry with us. How could it be? Fomi isn't that petty. If she was really angry, she probably would have already taken Luo Sen and that red rank powerhouse with her. With the strength of the red rank, no matter which tribe you go to, it's an existence to be worshipped. That's right, just now Fomi even greeted me without a hint of anger. So don't you guys think nonsense? By the way, the patriarch said that a welcoming ceremony will be held at the tribe tomorrow. Let's hurry up and prepare too, and make it a grand affair then, as if we're making amends to Fomi. That's a good idea. So let's start preparing. Speaking of which, the females of the tribe all conferred in 2s and 3s about what needed to be prepared. After all the females had left, a female with long red hair still stood in the same spot with her head hung low, both fists clenched tightly, her fingertips deeply embedded in her delicate palms. Yun Momo, you actually didn't die? The female with long red hair slowly raised her head and looked in the direction that Junmori's few people had left, the bottom of her eyes filled with a cynical light. There really is no one under the sky that can be relied upon. It seems that I can only be the one to personally take action. In the shadows, Erin's face slowly emerged, the light under her eyes as creepy as if it had been quenched with poison. Aiki, who was following her, looked at Erin's crazy face and stepped forward to try to persuade her, only to be unable to open her mouth after meeting Erin's obsessive gaze. She knew her sister's temperament too well. No matter what it was, if she didn't achieve her goal, she would never stop. But she couldn't help but feel a bone-chilling chill whenever she thought of the scarlet eyes of that obscurantist beast. That's a Red Order powerhouse. If he found out what sister had done to Yun Momo, I'm afraid that sister wouldn't have even the slightest chance of surviving. Glancing at her nearly insane sister, Aiki's eyes were filled with heartache and determination. She was willing to give everything she had as long as her sister was happy. I just pray that God will favor my sister one more time, so that she can achieve her heart's desire. The woods. After Deetsang sent Yun Momo and Muya to the two of them, he checked around again to make sure there was no danger before looking at Yun Momo. I'm going to go get your present. You guys stay here and find food for Jinwoo, and when I come back to get you, we'll go back together. Yun Momo nodded, then waved his hand towards Deetsang. Well, you go ahead and we'll just skulk around here in the Jinwoo and wait for you to come back. Deetsang returned a gentle smile to Yun Momo before turning to leave. Muya had also changed her mind about Deetsang after a day together, almost completely forgetting his identity as a monstrous beast. It just felt like Deetsang was a perfect to the core tribal male. Having seen too much of Deetsang's care and gentleness towards Yun Momo,
Muya's eyes couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Alas, Deetsong is just too good to you. You'll be blessed in the future. Yun Mochizuki smiled and gave her a sidelong glance. There are tons of males in the tribe who want to be branded by you, and I don't know who has too high of an eye for any of them. The smile on Muya's face froze, and her mouth hardened as she retorted. Even without branding males, I'm getting by here. Anyway, having you as a friend is better than me branding 10 or 8 guardians, so you don't think I'm annoying, do you? Yun Moxie was at her wit's end by her pouty tone and could only surrender. It doesn't bother me. I can't wait for you to come to me every day. If you hadn't been there, I wouldn't have recognized a single plant here, and I couldn't find anything if I wanted to, and I might have gotten something poisonous into my meal. You're my big baby, how could I possibly be too annoyed with you? Muya was coaxed into cheerfulness by Yun Momo's cry of big baby, and immediately shook the vines in her hands and drove Jinwoo around the forest. Hey, since I'm so important to you, I can't just talk about it. Little Camus, start eating. Jinwoo was frightened by Muya's sudden bellowing and fluttered a few times, as if trying to escape from the female who had almost twisted her wings. Goo goo goo. A frightened chirp echoed through the forest. I don't know if it's because of being scared or if it's really hungry, but the Jinwoo barked and pecked away at the grass. Muya followed closely behind Jinwoo, collecting all the plants or bugs that Jinwoo had eaten. Chapter 103, Jade of Great Value. Seeing that she couldn't help much, Cloudfroth searched around for the drupes. She hadn't forgotten that Lawson was still hungry. There have been a lot of people coming to the woods to pick drupes lately, and almost all of the drupes in this area have been picked. I'm afraid she'll have to go a little deeper if she wants to find any unpicked drupes. Seeing that Muya couldn't advance much for a while, Yun Momo explained to Muya, Muya, I'll go ahead and pick some drupes. I'll be back soon. You don't have to worry. Muya hesitantly glanced at the forest in front of him, and felt that there was no problem before nodding. Well, don't go far then. I'm afraid you won't remember the way back. Cloudmist nodded, then moved forward towards a deeper part of the forest. After walking for a short while, Yun Momo saw a patch of grass growing with drupes. Taking out the stone knife that Luo-sen had prepared for himself, Yun Momo slashed up with all her strength towards the root of the drupe. Needless to say, picking drupes is also a labor of love. The smaller kernels were good to chop, but the powder yield was so low that only the kind of kernel root that was thicker than her thighs could produce large quantities of kernel powder. However, the caliber of the stone knife was too small, and every time Yun Momo swung down the stone knife fiercely, it could only leave a shallow mark on the root stem of the drupe. When she had watched Muya pick these drupes before, she hadn't had as much trouble as she had herself, and she wondered if she had some kind of skill. Hardly gritting her teeth, Yun Momo finally chopped down a root stem of a drupe. Yun Momo was tired and couldn't catch her breath. Intuitively, she wasn't even this tired when she ran through 1,000 meters at school. Sitting helplessly on the ground, Yun Momo hugged the thick root of the nuclear fruit and huffed and puffed. Before she could catch her breath, she felt something pinching her ass. Impatiently, he got up to see a translucent white stone emanating a shimmering light under the dirt cover. Cloud Foam stared incredulously, quickly peeling away the dirt covering the stone. Soon, a piece of flawless white jade appeared in front of Yun Momo's eyes. Yun Momo was simply too shocked to speak. This piece of jade looked like the finest of the finest. In modern times, Yun Momo liked to watch some jewelry appraisal and other programs. If this texture of jade was placed in modern times, it could definitely be an auction-grade raw stone material. I didn't realize that in the beast world, such jade was actually buried in the dirt just like that in plain sight. If she could bring this piece of jade back to the modern era, with the value of this piece of jade, she would never have to worry about her college tuition again. You can even buy a house each for your aunt and yourself. Surprised, Yun Momo hurriedly started digging into the jade with a stone knife. The more she dug, the more she was surprised. Originally, she had thought that this piece of jade was at most as big as a palm, but after digging for about 10 centimeters, this piece of jade actually hadn't been dug to the bottom yet. Apparently, this piece of jade was much bigger than one would have thought. The thought that the better the texture and the larger the size of the jade, the higher the value. Yun Momo's hands began to tremble with excitement. Gritting my teeth, I dug a bit more, almost dug about 20 centimeters or so. The piece of jade was finally dug out in one piece. The shape of the whole jade is a smooth oval. The whole body is fine and oily like a layer of frost and mist condensed on ice. Looking at such a perfect jade, Yun Momo held it in her arms as if it was a treasure. With a quality like this, if it went into an auction, it would probably be snatched up to sky-high prices. As long as she found a way to go back to the modern era, then her life would be completely changed because of this piece of jade.
as she was hugging the jade and envisioning a bright future.
Yunmomo suddenly remembered that she seemed to have one more gift to prepare for Deetsong.
Glancing down at the white jade in her arms,
Mochizuki instantly had an idea. She'd given Lorson a pinchy glue doll toy, so let's give Emperor Tsong a jade pendant.
The texture of this piece of jade matched Deetsong's temperament. If he cut off a piece and made it into a pendant,
Deetsong would definitely like it. After all, he collected all those crystals because he liked them, and jade was a different kind of beauty even though it wasn't as bright as crystals.
Plus her creations and carvings are better than those bare crystals anyway.
Thinking of this, Yunmomo turned the jade over and over in her hands, and then began to look for the underhand cutting point. Such a large piece of jade, even if one cut off a piece of it, it wouldn't affect the value too much. Looking at a place with a crack, Yunmomo used a stone knife to jam on the crack, picked up a stone from the side and smashed it down heavily. There was a loud and clear pop in his ears.
Yunmomo hastily dropped the stone in her hand, and before her eyes was a piece of jade that had been knocked off in its entirety. The jade piece was the size of a small half of a palm,
and it was just right for Deetsong to sit on a pendant. But she didn't have any carving tools on hand right now, so if she wanted to carve, she'd have to think about what she'd find to use as a carving tool. After all, there was no steel in the beast world, much less carving drills, so she could only look to Muya to ask what tools could be used to chisel stone here. Jade is a little harder than stone,
and you should be able to carve jade with the same tools used to chisel stone.
Thinking of this, Yunmomo didn't rest anymore and hurriedly climbed up to continue picking nuclear fruits. After digging up 4 nuclear fruits in a row, Yunmomo really couldn't dig anymore.
Raised her hand and wiped the sweat on her forehead, looked for a large piece of leaf, and threw up all the nuclear fruits and jade stones.
Instead,
she dragged the petioles of the leaves back towards her.
Luckily, the distance from Muya wasn't too far,
and Yunmomo soon saw Muya, who was carrying a large bag of things.
Muya, come help me, I can't drag it anymore.
Moxie was so exhausted that her hands could barely grip the leaf stalks. Muya took a look at the sound and hurriedly bundled the vines that were tying Jinwoo to the tree and jogged all the way to Yunmomo's face.
Yunmomo propped both hands on her knees and gasped for air. Muya glanced toward the blades and let out a laugh without any good reason. No wonder you can't drag it.
Such a big and so many nuts, even the males are afraid that it will take some effort.
You actually don't think it's enough.
You even added a stone to yourself to increase your weight. It's strange that you're not tired. Moxie glanced at the blades that were already on the verge of falling apart, and was also fuming for a while.
Just thought only about digging, but forgot about how to take it back. This leaf is already strong enough, but it turned out to be a bit unsupportable. What can we do later?
Muya took a disgusted look at the jade that got on the leaf and made a decision without hesitation. The river is full of rocks bigger than this one and rounder than this one.
It's better not to move this one. It's not much use. These 5 nuclear fruits. When Deetsong comes,
as long as he finds vines to tie them up tightly, he can drag them just by himself. Seeing that Muya didn't know how precious this piece of jade was,
Yunmomo couldn't help but smile. Don't you think this stone is beautiful?
If you make a decoration out of this stone,
it's a very pretty one. Chapter 104, that must be a beautiful picture. Muya didn't seem very interested in the stone and frowned straight in disgust. It's too pretty to eat. It's too heavy to lug around. No one in the tribe ever wants it. What are you going to do with it? Yunmomo took out the small piece of jade that she had knocked down,
and a sweet smile floated on the corner of her lips.
I'm going to use this piece to make a small pendant for Deetsong. As for the big one, let's keep it for now and use it later when we think of other uses. Pendant?
Muya hesitantly looked at the stone block in Yunmomo's hand.
This thing is pitted and not smooth at all. It doesn't seem like it would look good hanging on your body. Of course, it's not just given to Deetsong. This stone still needs to be treated, and when it's done, it'll become something else. Yunmomo explained. What are you going to do with it? Sand it? This can take a long time. Muya felt it was a bit impractical. Cloudmist shook his head. I was going to ask you. I've heard some of the females say they've chiseled pots out of stone before. What kind of tool did they use to do it? I'd like to try it. Muya frowned at Yunmomo.
They were all chiseled from another,
somewhat harder stone, and I can take you to it now if you want. Chiseling rocks with rocks? Yunmomo instantly became bitter. That's going to be difficult. Seeing that Yunmomo seemed to be less than satisfied, Muya sighed helplessly.
Or else I'll take you to see it first.
Anyway, now that Jinwoo is almost full, that place is not too far from here. It doesn't matter if you leave these kernels here. Cloudmist nodded. Well, let's go ahead and check it out then.
And if it doesn't work, I'll think of something else. The two of them placed their gatherings in the grass,
and then set off, leading the Jinwoo. After a short walk,
the two came to a short slope. There seemed to be something reflecting bright light under the short slope,
and at a glance, it was a bit shaky.
Yun Mochizuki subconsciously raised his hand to shield his eyes, and Muya also squinted and pointed towards the reflective things. It's those stones. The tribe calls that stuff silver snowstone. See if you can use it. After listening to Muya's words, Yun Momo squinted her eyes and walked down the short slope, and at her feet was a patch of shiny rocks. Bending down and picking up a conical stone from the ground and bringing it to his eyes, Yun Mochizuki's eyes widened. This stone looks like iron. Muya didn't know what Yun Momo said about iron and just explained it to Yun Momo. The hardness of this stone is second only to the black sticks, and it's not a problem to use it to chisel other stones, except that it's all in this pointy shape, so there's no way to use it to cut meat, and it doesn't work as well as an ordinary stone knife. Muya wasn't very interested in this kind of hard but impractical stone, but Yun Momo was exceptionally delighted. If this stone can really carve jade, it shouldn't be too hard to make it into a knife for cutting. Modern steel is also refined from ore, so if this stone is so hard, I'm sure the metal content must be much higher than iron ore. Just by looking at the texture, it's almost pure iron. Smelting steel she couldn't, but grinding was nothing technical. The orcs here will only choose the simplest and most effective tools in order to survive. Trying to polish a stone this hard takes several times the time it takes to polish a normal stone, which isn't very cost-effective in comparison. But Yun Momo's needs were different from theirs. She needed to make all kinds of knives out of this hard stuff. 1. It could be collected more conveniently. 2. It could be more effective for self-defense. And the most important point was that this thing could be used as a pendant for Deetsong. Deetsong left his favorite environment to accommodate her preferences, and even promised to keep the tribe safe in order for her to stay there. Apparently being the tribe's consecrated powerhouse was something he detested, but he still chose to accept it for his own sake. The current her could only express her gratitude to Deetsong through this pendant. Muya didn't know what was going on inside Yun Momo's mind. She only felt that Yun Mo's thoughts were all very different, but since it was something that Yun Momo liked, Muya naturally wouldn't stand idly by. Foamy, tell me what kind of silver snowstone you need. I'll help you look for it. You're not familiar with these stones. If you're not careful you'll hurt your hands. Yun Momo felt the silver snowstone in his hand. This size is suitable for large area carving. The details are still a little too big. Looking at the shiny silver snowstones all over the place, it was hard to tell the right size just by eye. In order to save time, Yun Momo then explained to Muya the size she needed. I also need a silver snowstone with the same shape as this one, but a bit thinner than this one. This is not very easy to find, so help me see if there is one. Muya looked at the silver snowstone in Yun Momo's hand and nodded instantly. Well, I'll go over there and take a look. Be careful yourself. Don't rush to get it, and make sure you avoid those sharp points. Okay, I know. You be careful too. Don't get hurt. Yun Momo returned. Then the two separated and searched for each other. During that time, Yun Momo searched for 2 more silver snowstones suitable for axes and daggers, but didn't find any finer ones. Just when she was so tired that she could barely straighten her back, Muya suddenly let out a surprised cheer. Found it! Found it! Foamy! See if this is the right size? Yun Macho hurriedly looked in Muya's direction, and saw that Muya was holding up a silver snowstone not much bigger than a modern day all towards her. When Muya came to Yun Momo's side, Yun Mo picked up the piece of silver snowstone and looked at it, nodding excitedly. Well, that's the size I want. Just a little polishing later and I can start carving. Carving? Muya looked at Yun Mochizuki curiously. Is this the method you said you'd use to dispose of that stone? Yun Momo nodded. Yes, it's about carving nice patterns or shapes on that stone, and then the stone will look nice. Muya's eyes glowed as she listened. So that's how it is. I've never seen it before. You've gone to great lengths in order to give a gift to Deetsong. I'm sure that when Deetsong looks at it, he's afraid that he's going to be moved to tears. Yun Momo's mind couldn't help but conjure up the image of Deetsong wooing and wiping tears from his eyes, and it actually inexplicably had a feeling of King Kong Barbie. That strong contrasting effect made Yun Momo unable to hold back her laughter any longer. Ha ha ha, if Emperor Tsong were to oink, that would be a beautiful picture. Muya froze for a moment, and seemed to have thought of something as well, and couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. Ha ha ha, oing 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 oing. Foamy, your description is really too graphic. I don't know what Deetsong's expression would be if he heard it. Chapter 105, The Angel with the Serpent's Tail. Yun Momo's tears were almost coming out of her eyes as she laughed, but when she thought of Deetsong's cold face, she still forcefully dispelled the hilarious image in her head. Afraid that Deetsong would come back to look for himself, Yun Momo didn't dare to delay with Muya for too long, and with the few pieces of silver snowstones she found, she rushed back to her previous position. Along the way, Muya told Yun Momo all about what Jinwoo ate. In addition to some common insects, the mallow is particularly fond of eating the leaves of some plants. Muya grabbed some of those insects and leaves, ready to bring them back to try out for the Jinwoo in the chicken coop. A whole bunch of them were picked and wrapped full in several large leaves. For the matter of breeding Jinwoo, Muya was very attentive. When these things are put into the cage, see which of those Jinwoo eat more. I'll prepare more of which food later.
And keep these Jinwoo's meat fat and fur smooth. Yunmomo looked at Muya's excitement and nodded with a smile.
Well, I don't know how many females and males are in these Jinwoo. If there are more females, we can still eat Jinwoo eggs later. Muya's eyes glistened as she listened. I ate a bird's egg once before. After it was roasted over a fire and then sprinkled with salt, the flavor was simply memorable. But bird eggs are usually on very high trees. The males of the tribe can't even go up there. Only the lucky ones can come across eggs that fall on the branches of the trees. If the Jinwoo can lay eggs in the future, that would be great. Yunmomo also couldn't help but think of all the delicious flavors made from eggs in modern times. It's a great way to fry, steam, cook and stew. If the Jinwoo's eggs taste good, maybe they can be used to make a cake and eat it. If Muya ate it, he was afraid that he wouldn't even want to eat meat in the future. From now on, as long as there are enough Jinwoo eggs, I'll make you a cake, and you'll know what's super delicious then. Yunmomo also said with a longing face. Not wanting to was nothing, but the thought of the taste of the cake made Yunmomo also crave for it. Muya had already learned about Yunmomo's handiwork long ago, and now she was even more gluttonous. I don't know when these Jinwoo will lay eggs. When I go back, I'll take a good look to see if all 5 of them are male or female. Make sure there are more females, so I can have my cake and eat it too. Glancing at the little Jinwoo who was squatting under the tree and napping, Yunmo could not help but let out a bitter smile. Well, let's just nurse them for a while. Right now they just look too skinny. Muya was confident about that. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. In order to fatten up the Jinwoo, Muya started gathering up insects and plants around again. Yunmomo did not stay idle either, picking up the 2 silver snowstones and polishing them hard under the big tree. Although the silver snowstone was very hard, but Yunmo wanted to carve it, and it was exactly this kind of pointed shape that was needed. All that is needed is to sharpen the tip of the silver snowstone a little more to flatten it and it is ready for carving. The texture of silver snowstone was really similar to iron. Yunmomo polished it for a moment, and the tip of the silver snowstone, which was already shining with light, suddenly became shiny. Yunmomo picked up the 2 carving knives, felt the sharpness of the tips, and let out a satisfied breath. Putting down the carving knife, Yunmomo took out the small piece of jade, carefully scrutinizing the jade's appearance. Yunmoxian couldn't help but start thinking, just what kind of pendant do you carve for Titsong? After thinking about it, Yunmomo finally decided to carve a cute little angel. This was how she felt when she first saw Titsong. At that time, he was an angel with a radiant glow in Yunmomo's eyes. Let yourself never feel any pain again, and all your body is both soothed and pleasured. Recalling the images of that time in her mind, Yunmomo's face couldn't help but float up 2 more blushes. Feeling a rolling heat on her cheeks, Yunmomo hastily shook her head to dispel the images in her head. Thinking that Titsong would probably be back soon, Yunmomo didn't dare to delay any longer and hurriedly picked up a stone from the ground that could be painted with white powder and traced it on the jade. She can't do angels in that sculptural style, but she's handy with cute style sketches. According to the size of the jade, Yunmomo carved the outline of the cute little angel, and then simply drew the little angel's eyebrows and eyes. In order to emphasize Titsong's features, Yunmomo also purposely drew the little angel's hair to be the same length as Titsong's. Another drawing of the cherub's legs as a cute snake's tail. After they were all drawn, Yunmomo held the jade for a while, looking at the cute little snake-tailed angel on the jade. Yunmochizuki felt that this was definitely the best she had ever played. The base has been drawn and the next job is to start carving according to the depicted pattern. Although Yunmomo hadn't carved jade, she had carved radishes and erasers. At that time, her work received the Best Idea Award in a carving competition organized by the school. Even if you don't have experience in jade carving, as long as you put more effort into it, I'm sure you won't do too badly. Without further thought, Yunmomo picked up the large carving knife and began to carve on the jade. It was not known how long had passed, and when Yunmomo finished dealing with the details of the cherub's carving, only then did she exhale deeply and raise her hand to rub her sore neck. Wow, that's too good to look at. Is this little man you carved Imperial Song? It looks much more pleasing than what he actually looks like. Muya came to his side at some point, craning his neck to look at the pendant in Yunmomo's hand. His eyes filled with a curious light. Yunmochizuki rubbed her neck while checking the pendant in her hand and explained to Muya, "This one is a cartoon portrait, which is a way of making the character a bit cuter so that it looks more pleasing to the eye. It's a pity that there are no tools for polishing here. This pendant would look much better if it could be polished a bit smoother." Muya listened with seeming understanding, but when she heard Yunmomo say that she wanted to polish it, she couldn't help but open her mouth. "You're trying to polish this pendant to that smooth effect. I know that one. The females of the tribe also find beautiful stones to adorn themselves with, and they wrap those that are not smooth in fine sand from the river and slowly rub them together. It won't be long before those rocks are smooth, and if you need them, I can take you to the river to dig up that fine sand when we get back." Although the method Muya said was worlds apart from modern polishing techniques, It was all that could be done under such conditions. Polished is much better than unpolished. After all, as meticulously carved as she was, if she wasn't polished, she would always lack a lot of luster. Well, the pendant will definitely look better when it's polished with sand. Muya looked happy to be able to help Yunmomo. Okay, I'll get it together for you then. Yunmomo looked up at the color of the sky. By now the sunlight had become golden. It was probably already about 4 in the afternoon, if you counted by modern time. They had only just finished lunch when they reached the forest, and before they knew it, so much time had passed. Deetsang said that he had gone to look for a gift for himself, and he didn't know what kind of gift it was, but he had actually gone for so long and hadn't come back yet. Yunmomo couldn't help but be a little worried that something might have happened to Deetsang. Chapter 106, The Mysterious Gift. Just when Yunmomo was a bit subdued, a rustling sound suddenly came from the forest. Yunmomo followed the sound and saw a long figure flying in. There was also a large white mass behind his back. It's Deetsang who's back. Yunmomo's apprehensive heart finally settled down. Muya also saw Deetsang's figure and hurriedly got up to organize the things she had just gathered. When Deetsang came close, Yunmomo hurriedly greeted him. Deetsang, where have you been? Why have you been gone for so long? Seeing the worried look on Yunmomo's little face, a shallow smile floated on the corner of Deetsang's lips. There was a bit of a mix-up on the road and a bit of a delay, which is why I'm back late. Yunmomo glanced at Deetsang's body and saw that he was immaculately clean, obviously having taken a bath before returning. Is something wrong? Deetsang raised his hand and rubbed Yunmomo's hair and spoke with a smile. Well, it's just a minor inconvenience. Don't you worry. A faint fishy odor filled the air, and Yunmomo's nose opened and closed slightly, and she couldn't help but frown. What kind of water did you bathe in? And why does it smell a little fishy? Deetsang let go of his hand and stepped back slightly. Yes, I got dirty on the way back, so I washed myself by the river, which is probably not clean. If you don't like it, I'll just go back and wash it again. Without thinking much about it, Yunmomo nodded. His eyes looked towards the white mass behind Deetsang, and he curiously opened his mouth to ask, "What's that?" Deetsang didn't rush to show the item to Yunmomo, but smiled mysteriously. "This is the gift I'm going to give you, but it's not finished yet, so I'll show it to you when I get back and get it done." Seeing Deetsang sell himself short, Yunmomo pursed her lips. "Well, let's wait until we get back then. I'm a little short of finishing my gift to you anyway, so we'll exchange it together then." Deetsang smiled and nodded. "Good. Tired. Let's go back early." Over there Muya had also already organized everything. Jinwoo had slept on his back in the grass, and was now being held in Muya's hand, running around excitedly. The core fruit and jade were also tied up tightly by Muya, and Deetsang curled up the vines with his tail, picked up Yunmomo and headed in the direction of the tribe. When we got back to the tribe, it was a busy time everywhere. The males were carrying large piles of firewood and layers of leaves. The females are also busy decorating the plaza with nice flowering vines. Seeing Yunmomo, several people enter the tribe. All the males and females stopped their hand movements and stood on both sides of the road, respectfully stroking their chests and saluting. Seeing this formation, Muya hurriedly retreated to the side and followed suit, saluting both Deetsang and Yunmomo. Deetsang didn't respond anything to this, just slowly and methodically walked all the way to the depths of the tribe. Once the two had left, the males and females then continued to get busy individually. Muya followed along at a trot. Yunmochizuki looked at Muya curiously. What just happened? Muya grinned and bristled. This is the tribe's way of showing respect to the strongest of the offerers. In the future everyone in the tribe will have to treat you with respect. Otherwise you are disrespecting the strongest of the offerers, which will be punished by the patriarch. Yunmochizuki was a little less comfortable at once. Rather, it doesn't have to be this way. Muya blankly glanced at Yunmomo without any good reason. Now you know how wonderful it is to have a powerful escort. How many females want this kind of treatment and can't even beg for it in their lifetime? So what do you have to dislike? Cloudmore let out a breath. It's not that I dislike it. I just feel as if I suddenly don't fit in as well this way. Muya shook her head helplessly. Have you forgotten how they all ostracized you when you first came to the tribe? Now that you have a powerful escort, they will only become more and more respectful to you in the future. Who would dare to speak out in front of you? This is a good thing. Thinking that the beast world is also a world where strength is honored. If you want to live well in this world, you can only speak with strength. It was her luck that as soon as she arrived, she met Lawson, who was the tribe's #1 hunter. With his strength, even if the females in the tribe questioned himself so much at the time, no one dared to kick him out of the tribe. Then later on, he met Deetsang, and everyone started to ostracize themselves again. If it wasn't for Deetsang's strength and willingness to become the tribe's offering, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stay and live in the tribe. Thinking about this, Yunmomo slowly accepted the rules of this world. Seeing Muya's proud face, Yunmomo slowly exhaled. Well,
I'm just a little out of practice, but don't you ever curtsy to me again, or I won't be on your good side. Muya looked at Yun Momo with difficulty. Don't. I can't help it. If I don't salute you and the rest of the tribe sees me, I won't be able to escape a punishment. Yun Momo's eyes twinkled as she smiled and opened her mouth. That's always fine when they're not around. And anyway, that cabin of mine is far away and they don't usually come around much. Muya then smiled and nodded. Well, that works. Once he returned to the cabin, Deetsong hurried to the river. For that faint fishy odor, Yun Momo always had an indescribably strange feeling. However, when Muya said that she was going to take herself to the river to find fine sand to polish the pendant, Yun Momo put these many strange feelings behind her. Deetsong was before the two of them, and when they arrived at the river, there was no sign of Deetsong, and I don't know where he went to take a shower, but this was convenient for Yun Momo and Muya. The two made their way along the riverbank and soon found a shallow cove of water. The edge of the water cove was covered in fine sand. It was flooded with tiny dots of light in the sunlight. Yun Momo reached out and grabbed a handful of fine sand and felt it in her hand. The delicate grainy texture pleased her. Finding a soft leaf and putting fine sand into it, Yun Momo wrapped the carved pendant in it. The leaves were then gently balled up, held in the palm of the hand, and slowly rubbed together. Polishing is a slow work. Haste does not produce results at all. So Yun Momo did it very patiently. Muya also took out the kernels, and while Yun Momo polished the jade, she handled the kernels on the side. When Yun Momo's hands got tired, she went to help Muya with the kernel powder, and when her hands rested over, she continued to polish the pendant. By the time the sunlight turned orange, the droop powder was almost done and the pendant polished to a watery glow. Muya looked at the angel pendant that looked like it was coalesced with water and couldn't help but marvel out. Wow, Foamy, you made this pendant too. It's even more beautiful than it just looked. I didn't realize that your craftsmanship in making decorations was no worse than your craftsmanship in making food. I've never seen such a nice looking pendant. I'm afraid I can't find any other thing in this world that can be comparable to it. Chapter 107, Waiting for Me? Looking at the hydrated and translucent snake-tailed angel pendant in her hand, the corners of Yun Momo's lips also floated up into a smile of satisfaction. This is the first time I've made a jade pendant, and it turned out much better than I expected. But it's thanks to your help that I was able to find the tools for carving and sanding without any problems. I'm afraid I couldn't have done so well without you. For Muya's help to herself, Yun Momo was very grateful. Other than Su Dai, Muya was the second friend who had been so kind to him. Muya smiled a silly smile. Ha ha ha, I suddenly feel like I'd become good after you said that. Cloud Mist smiled and nodded. You were already good. You just didn't feel it yourself. Muya was flattered by the compliments from her friend. No wonder you're friends with me. It seems like I really do have a lot of good qualities. Muya proudly held her head high and smiled incomparably. That's for sure. We Muya can take care of ourselves without an escort. That alone is better than all the females. Yun Momo loudly agreed. For a while, the river was filled with the sound of two people laughing happily. It wasn't until the sun turned a light purple color that the two finally got the nutmeg ready. Muya also threw all those insects and plant leaves she brought back into the chicken coop. The 5 Jinwoo ate cheerfully, and Muya was so happy to see them. Full of anticipation for the day I get to eat a camo egg. Yun Momo said a portion of the prepared nuclear fruit powder to Luo. Senator Luosen had been hungry for a day and was not polite. He ate several bowls in a row before he exhaled with satisfaction. After that, Yun Momo helped Luosen check the wound on his paw again. Unwrapping the leaves that wrapped the wound, Yun Mochizuki couldn't believe her eyes. Yesterday the wound was a bloody mess. Now it almost looks like it's almost ready to heal. Lawson said it was all because of that spirit crystal. If it wasn't for that spirit crystal, he wouldn't have been able to save his life, not to mention healing. So just based on that, he shouldn't even bother with Deetsong anymore. After all, without the spirit crystal that Deetsong had given him, he was afraid that he would never see Yun Momo again. In order to heal his injuries as quickly as possible, Lawson closed his eyes again and began to rest. This would allow his wounds to be repaired quickly. In his sleep, Yun Momo also didn't bother Luosen anymore, but turned around and left the room. Since he had just left, Deetsong hadn't returned until now. Holding the jade pendant in her hand, Yun Momo's heart was both nervous and expectant. After Muya had memorized Jinwoo's favorite food, she came to say goodbye to Yun Momo. After agreeing that the two of them would go to the plaza together tomorrow morning, Muya left with light steps. Yun Momo sat alone on the steps outside the cabin, looking at the lavender evening sun in the sky. It was the first time she had ever been so relaxed and appreciated the skies of the beast world. Propping his elbows on the steps, his entire body all but relaxed, the dusk wind brushed her hair slightly, like a gentle caress. Yun Momo breathed out deeply. Although it had only been less than 10 days since she came to the beast world, but after experiencing various perils, it actually gave her a feeling that she had already been here for a long time.
In this short time, she has felt more care and love than she has in modern times. It was the one thing she craved most in modern times. She didn't realize that what she couldn't obtain with all her efforts in the modern era had become readily available after coming to the beast world again. The feeling satisfied her, but the satisfaction also terrified her. She was afraid that the longer she stayed here, the less she would be able to let go of her emotions here. Like Lorson, like Taekong, like Muya, like every bit of trust and favoritism in the tribe. She wondered when she would find her way back. And I don't know if I can go back or not. The matter of time travel was unprecedented. Even the possibilities she had envisioned before were nothing more than fantasies based on modern sci-fi, without any scientific basis. If she couldn't find her own way back, what would she do? She gave herself a deadline to find a way back before the storm period. But what if she still can't find the right way to do it before the storm period? The thoughts in her head gradually became more and more complicated, and Yunmomo only felt that she was suffocated by a repressed emotion that she was about to be unable to breathe. Raising her chin, Yunmomo exhaled deeply and threw out all that suffocation. Since nothing is certain now, let's just live with it for now. Then do your best to find a way back. If she really couldn't find her way back, then she could only accept her fate. No matter what the future holds, whether it's in modern times or in the beast world, she's going to live a better life through her own efforts. Looking up at the clouds in the sky that were gradually turning into a deep purple color, the corners of Yunmomo's lips slightly floated up into a smile. It didn't seem as bad here as one might think. Feeling the slightly cool touch in her palm, Yunmomo spread out her palm. In the palm of her hand, a hydrated and translucent serpent-tailed angel exuded a fascinating glow in the lavender shimmering light. While he was watching, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Is this a gift for me? This good to great sounding voice caused Yunmomo to instantly return to her senses. When he raised his eyes, he was confronted with Godson's absolutely beautiful red pupils. You are back. Yunmomo hurriedly closed her palms as her heart thumped and began to beat furiously. For some reason, whenever she saw Deetson's eyes that seemed to be able to compel the heart, her heart couldn't help but throb for them. Deetson looked at Yunmomo's evasive eyes, and the corner of his lips curved up into a pleasant arc. Waiting for me? All of Deetson's voice seemed to be endowed with magical power, causing Yunmomo's mind to go blank. Not daring to look into his eyes again, Yunmomo deliberately lowered her head and swallowed hard. Well, you haven't had dinner yet. I made Nutella. Do you want to try it? Deetson looked at Yunmomo's flustered expression and shook his head with a smile. There's no rush. I'll eat later. Now let's exchange gifts. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. As soon as the words left her mouth, Yunmomo felt a soft touch that gently landed on her shoulder. A familiar feeling woke her senses completely. No longer able to care about the fluttering of her heart, Yunmomo hastily glanced towards the item on her shoulder. In the next instant, Yunmomo was shocked speechless by the items in front of her, only to see that her shoulders were draped with a white soft blanket. The light and soft texture made Yunmomo simply couldn't believe her eyes. It was only when he touched the soft, silky object with his own hands that this shuddered out in question. Is this, cotton? Chapter 108, Exchange of Gifts. Cotton? Deetson raised his eyebrows slightly. That's a nice name. So let's call it Cotton. Yunmomo was slightly stunned. Didn't this thing have a name before? Deetson laughed and shook his head. This is a plant I found from an underground cave. I will use this to build a nest during the cold snow period. From memory the thing has no name, only a specific place where it grows, so I don't know exactly what it's called. Is it actually growing in a hole in the ground? Then this shouldn't be the kind of cotton I'm talking about. But the texture of this seems like cotton, so it would definitely be comfortable to use for clothing. Yunmori stroked the thin blanket on her shoulder. The feel of it made her love it. She hated that she couldn't go find some more of these plants and bring them back to be made into threads, before making them into cloth for t-shirts. The dress she was wearing was comfortable, but it was still too inconvenient for her to do things in it. No matter what you do, you have to be careful, for fear that if you are not careful, the skirt will come loose, and then you will be able to see everything. She could even use it to make tampons in the future if she didn't have tampons for her period. She only had a few tampons in her backpack, and she was afraid that her aunt would be coming soon this month, and the tampons in her backpack would only be enough for this month at best. Now she didn't know when she would find her way back. It would be embarrassing if you didn't have a tampon to use before that. Seeing that Yunmomo seemed to be fond of this thing, Deetson smiled helplessly. I'm afraid it's too hot to make clothes out of this now, and it's too late to do it during the cold and snowy season. This cotton blanket will cover you while you sleep. It's better to throw away all the animal skins in that nest. Later I'll make you a nest out of green camphor wood and spread some cotton on it, which will be more comfortable than sleeping in that stinking beast skin nest. Seeing Deetson's eyes that were full of dislike, Yunmomo finally understood why she had been carried to bed by Deetson last night. With regards to the smell of the beast's skin, Deetson probably really couldn't accept it. To think that Deetsong had previously slept in a redwood rosette and used the spider silk of the jade spider. Yet after coming to the tribe with himself, he was actually asked to be in a space where he couldn't stand the skins of the beasts. This quality of life is simply not known how many notches down from what he had before. Now that Deetsong not only didn't have the slightest complaint, but also looked out for himself in every way. Yunmomo's heart felt guilty. Deetsong, I'm sorry for making you give up your previous comfortable life and come with me to the tribe to be aggrieved. Even though Yunmomo didn't know what love really was, she was well aware of how much Deetsong had given for herself. If she were to think differently and ask her to stay and live on the lake for Deetsong, she was afraid that she would not be able to do it. But Deetsong was willing to come to the tribe for her sake. Such a sacrifice made her feel indebted. Facing Yunmomo's guilty gaze, Deetsong favorably pinched Yunmomo's little face. Who made you like it here? I just want to see you happy. Nothing else matters. Yunmomo looked at those red eyes full of favor and her soul was about to be hooked away. The heart started thumping again. Yunmomo hastily shifted her gaze, not daring to look at that face whose beauty was comparable to that of a demon. Her eyes fell at her clenched palm, and Yunmomo then remembered that she hadn't yet shown Deetsong the gift she had prepared for him. Feeling the slightly cool touch from her palm, Yunmomo's mood was flushed with excitement. If Emperor Tsong saw the gift he had prepared for him, he must have felt very happy. Thinking of this, Yunmomo hurriedly hid her hands behind her back and looked at Deetsong with a mysterious expression. Guess what gift I got you? Deetsong's eyes couldn't help but light up, and after a moment of slight contemplation, Deetsong guessed. A very pretty stone? It was only then that Yunmomo remembered that when Deetsong had just come over, he seemed to have seen that jade pendant in his hand. The expression that had just been feigned secrecy could no longer be strained. Thanks to the fact that I had prepared for so long, and then you saw it all, and now there's no surprise at all. Looking at Yunmomo's lost look, Deetsong shook his head in amusement. You put it away before I could see it. I'm but curious now. What kind of stone is it that you can give me as a gift to cheer me up? Saying this, Yunmomo then regained her confidence. Thinking of the snake-tailed angel that she had painstakingly carved out, Yunmomo brewed and clenched her fist and reached out to Emperor Tsong. It's a gift I've put a lot of thought and care into for you. I've never done it before. Well, it worked. It's also a kind of memento of our acquaintance. Although it may seem like an ordinary stone to you, it represents my best feelings for you. With this gift, I hope to preserve the beauty of our first meeting. I don't know if you'll like it. After saying that, Yunmomo loosened her palm and displayed the jade pendant in front of Deetsong's eyes. The moist and translucent snake-tailed angel instantly attracted Deetsong's gaze. Is this me? Well, it's a cartoon version, not in a realistic style, not very similar to what you really look like, but mostly an expression of what I felt about you at the time when I was in the cave in a blurred state of consciousness. You were like an angel radiating light at that time, pure and beautiful, as if divine, dispelling all my pain. At that time, I thought you were just a figment of my imagination in a state of extreme pain. Only when I woke up did I realize that I had actually branded you in that state. I don't know how you felt at the time, and whether you will blame me later for concluding the deed seal with you without consulting you. The more he said, the more vain Yunmomo became. After all, what he had done at that time was really too disrespectful to Deetsong. Just kissed it so unceremoniously. There was no question of Deetsong's wishes at all. Although with Deetsong's ability, if she wanted to refuse, it would be impossible for her to complete the branding. But even if Deetsong was willing, this kind of irresponsible behavior was a little too casual in Yunmomo's opinion. One couldn't dare to imagine what Deetsong's feelings were actually like at that time. Yunmomo only felt that if she was treated like that, her heart would be very uncomfortable as well. In this matter, one was ultimately sorry to Deetsong. So this is the angel you were talking about? Deetsong took the jade pendant from Yunmomo's palm and examined it in front of his eyes. The voice carried an unquenchable joy. Cloudmist smiled and shook his head. Angels are just a legend, representing the best image in this world. In my eyes, you are more perfect than angels. That's why you were made to look like an angel based on your appearance. Deetsong's long and slender fingers traced over the jade pendant. The eyes were unbelievably focused. It was as if he wanted to burn this carved, serpent-tailed angel into his soul. Chapter 109, Chaos. So I am so beautiful in your heart, whispered Emperor Tsong to himself. Instead, Yunmochizuki nodded seriously. Well, you're better than an angel in my eyes. Unfortunately, I can't express it in figurative terms, so I have to resort to the best images in my mind to convey how I feel about you. But with the limited tools here, what I did wasn't perfect, and when I work out better tools to use later, I'm sure I'll be able to make it look better than this, Yunmomo said unsatisfactorily. To Deetsong, she owed too much. This ordinary jade pendant couldn't make up for what Deetsong had done to her. Enough. It's enough already. This is the most wonderful gift I have ever received. Deetsong held the jade pendant tightly in his palm, his handsome red eyes gazing deeply into Yunmomo's face. There were too many emotions hidden under those red eyes, wrapping Yun Mo's mind like a raging wave, so that she could no longer think of anything else. A certain emotion raged in his chest, stirring Yun Mo's thoughts into a frenzy. Deet-song, Yun Mo subconsciously called out. Deet-song raised his hand to caress Yun Mo's white cheek. Mama, don't leave me, okay? Don't ever leave me, otherwise I'll go crazy. Deet-song's voice carried a compelling magic that made Yun Mo unconsciously nod. In this instant, Yun Mo even felt that maybe it was good to stay by Emperor Song's side all the time. Slightly cool lips attacked, and Yun Mo subconsciously closed her eyes. A pair of large hands gathered her petite body into her arms, her jaw rising slightly as she struggled to meet the kiss from Emperor Song. Reason screamed frantically in his head, urging Yun Mo to flee quickly. Yet instinct was indifferent, even instigating Yun Mo to embrace Deet-song's neck-deepening that slightly cool kiss. Gradually, Reason was shocked apart, no longer able to control Yun Mo's body, no longer restrained. Yun Mo gradually opened her lips under that slight coolness, greedily enjoying the incoming gentleness from Deet-song. The faint scent of cedar lingered between his breaths, and his soul drifted in all directions with that scent. Lips sync. The wonderful feeling that had never been felt before made Yun Mo just want to sink into it forever. Deet-song's large hand encircled Yun Mo's slender waist, bringing her powerless body closer to his own. In a daze, Yun Mo did not resist, only feeling that everything was so beautiful. A certain impulse made Yun Mo obediently cooperate with Deet-song's movements, bringing each other closer together. Deet-song's body tightened slightly for a moment. Even the rhythm of his breathing became disorganized. Yun Mo had no time to care about this subtle change. She only felt a fire in her body. In that percolating tangle, the burn grew fiercer and fiercer. A pair of small hands could no longer hold back and climbed onto Deet-song's exaggerated back. The refreshing coolness under her palms made her exhale softly in relief. Well, this delicate voice was like a sharp sword that instantly pierced into Deet-song's heart. With a single push of his hands, Deet-sangjo pressed Yun Macho underneath himself. The kisses, which had just been soft, became more ferocious. It seemed as if he wanted to swallow the person underneath him into his stomach. Yun Mochizuki only felt a coldness on her legs. The dazed consciousness kept warning of danger, yet it was deadened by instinct. Yun Mo just wanted to let the refreshing coolness of the body quickly douse the hot and dry flames of the body. There was a sudden coldness somewhere, and Yun Mo's disintegrating sanity let out a final hiss. The confused consciousness instantly woke up, and Yun Mo's eyes fiercely widened. In front of her eyes was Deet-song's face that was filled with ecstasy. Yun Mo finally panicked. Well, Emperor Song. Well, stop it. Yun Mo struggled desperately to get up. However, Deet-song seemed to be out of control, still firmly pressing Yun Mo under his body. No, don't. Yun Mo anxiously slapped randomly on Deet-song's chest, but this weak strength could not resist at all. It was a good thing that Yun Mo's struggles stopped the invasion. Cloud Foamy was so anxious with fear that she couldn't restrain herself from crying out. Deet-song, wake up. I don't want to. We can't couple. Ooh-hoo. I'll die. Suddenly, Deet-song's movements lurched and his handsome red eyes gradually became clear. Seeing Yun Mo's eyes full of tears, Deet-song finally realized something and hurriedly let go of Yun Mo's body. Foamy, did I hurt you? Yun Mo regained her freedom, and when she saw Deet-song's expression that was full of self-blame, she hastily shook her head. I'm fine. I'm glad you're awake. I was just so scared. Ooh. Deet-song looked at the marks on Yun Mo's body that were reddened by himself. His heart ached to the extreme. Why don't you stab me with that tooth? Cloud Mist pulled the hem of her skirt back into place, sobbing slightly. It's my fault. I'm the one who forgot that the smell of me would make you lose control. I should have woken you up when you kissed me. Looking at Yun Mo stopping the responsibility onto himself, the guilt under Deet-song's eyes became more and more intense. I'm the one who didn't control my desires. It's not your fault. Slightly lowering his eyes, Deet-song clenched his fists as if in self-punishment. Yun Mo didn't expect things to actually turn out like this, and she didn't know how to express what she had just felt. The feeling was subtle, and she didn't resent it. If she hadn't resisted at the last moment, I'm afraid she would have already completed her coupling with Deet-sang. But he came to his senses at the most critical time. It was like the greatest obsession of the heart, pulling itself back in time from its instinctive desires. Maybe her heart didn't reject Deet-song, but the obsession to go home prevented her from giving up at this point. If she were to truly couple with Deet-song, I'm afraid she would never be able to return home. Looking at Deet-song, who was struggling deeply in pain in front of her, Yun Mo raised her hand and stroked over Deet-song's shoulder. I'm sorry, Emperor Tsang. You're not wrong. It's only me who's wrong. This time, Deet-song didn't respond again, just silently got up and walked towards the river without a word. Yun Mo looked at Deet-song's heavy footsteps and suddenly felt her heart ache. How nice it would be if you weren't from modern times.
If she was originally a female of the beast world, she would have responded more enthusiastically to Deetson's love for her. Looking up at the sky that had turned deep purple, Yun Momo leaned powerlessly against the steps, her body and mind becoming dazed and confused. What the hell is she going to do? Will she ever return to modern times? Su Dai, can you tell me what the hell I'm supposed to do? I really hate myself right now. Beside her was the cotton blanket left behind by Emperor Tsung, and Yun Momo embraced that blanket tightly in her arms, as if this was the only way to make her feel a hint of comfort. Chapter 110, Tuan wakes up. A furry touch came from the end of his fingers, rubbing against the back of Yun Mo's hand again and again. Cloudmore sniffled and lifted his head from the cotton blanket. It was already completely dark. Cloudmore's vision was dim. All he saw was a white blob of dough looking at him blearily. Yun Momo rubbed her eyes and looked halfway towards the mass of white objects, until she saw a pair of small round eyes that were ebony. Then Yun Momo let out a shocked cry of disbelief. Troop, chirp, chirp. The familiar chirping sound made Yun Momo no longer able to question it. It's Tuan. Tuan really woke up. Thinking of the heart-wrenching and painful experience of almost losing Tuan in the hunting grounds, Yun Mo could no longer control the joy in her heart and hurriedly reached out to pick up Tuan's tiny body from the steps. Tuan, great, you're awake and fine. Yun Mo hugged Tuan tightly in her arms, happy beyond words. Chirp, chirp. The little group in his arms struggled for a moment, making suppressed noises with the effort. Yun Mo looked down and realized that she was so excited that she had accidentally strangled Tuan's neck. The hand snapped loose and the donut fell to the floor. I'm sorry, I just had so much fun. Are you okay? Tuan whimpered mournfully, then shook his messy fur before looking at Yun Mo again. Those ebony eyes glanced over Yun Momo's body, their eyes filled with curiosity. Yun Momo also couldn't help but glance towards her own body, and after seeing the smooth skin all over her body, she instantly understood the reason for the troop's curiosity. You're asking about the injuries on my body. Tuan nodded busily after hearing Yun Momo's words. Chirp, chirp. Before Tuan passed out, Yun Momo was torn and bloodied by the rabbit wolf. However, now when he saw Yun Momo again, Yun Momo could not see a single wound all over his body, which made Tuan simply wonder if he had a memory problem. Thinking about the disappearance of her injuries, Yun Momo couldn't help but glance in the direction that Deetsong had left. In the darkness of the night, she could no longer see Deetsong's figure. Now Deetsong didn't know where he had gone. Exhaling deeply, Yun Momo suppressed the trace of complex emotions in her heart and patiently told the original story of what happened after Tuan passed out. After you tranquilized those rabbit wolves that day, I ran away with you in my arms. Tuan's little face frowned tightly as he listened, and after hearing that it was Deetsong who not only saved Yun Momo, but also helped Yun Mo to eliminate all her wounds, Tuan's frown tightened even more. Chirp, Tuan questioned out anxiously, as if inquiring. Yun Mochizuki pondered for a moment and instantly understood what Tuan meant. It probably wanted to ask itself if Deetsong was up to something and if it would hurt itself. Seeing how worried it looked, Yun Mochizuki smiled and shook his head. He is my protector. How could he hurt me? He is very good to me and has paid a lot for me. If I were to say harm, a look of guilt floated under Yun Mo's eyes. I'm afraid it can only be me who has harmed him. This everything is my fault. She was wrong from the start. She never belonged in this world in the first place, much less connected to the orcs of this world. But in order to survive, she had little choice. Tuan sensed the pain in Yun Mo's undershirt and tilted his head to rub against Yun Mo's arm. Chirp. This soft cry was like soothing Yun Momo. Exhaling deeply, Yun Momo pursed her lips. I even caused you to suffer such a serious injury. If it weren't for your natural skill of self-healing, I'm afraid I'd really hate myself. Hearing Yun Momo talk about her self-healing natural ability, Tuan's tiny body couldn't help but freeze, her two little short legs shaking slightly as she hurriedly looked up at Yun Momo. Shoo, those small, round, ebony eyes were full of surprise, and the sharp tone of her voice struggled to express her excitement. Looking at its excited appearance, Yun Momo's mood couldn't help but ease a bit. Thinking of Tuan's identity, Yun Momo spoke tentatively. Deetsong recognized you when he saw you. He said that you are the cub of the Chi Fire clan of the Four Directions Beast City's lord, and that you are equipped with a powerful self-healing talent skill. So even if you suffer from serious injuries, as long as you keep sleeping peacefully, you will be able to recover from the injuries on your body. I was a little worried at first, afraid that he might have misread it. As a result, after observing you for a while, I realized that your breathing became more and more steady, and I was completely relieved. Now, it seems that you are indeed a cub of the Chi Fire clan, and even a member of the Four Directions Beast City Lord clan. Don't worry, when I take care of things in the tribe, I will definitely send you back to the Four Directions Beast City to find your family. When he finished listening to Yun Momo's words, Tuan's expression suddenly became a bit low. Yun Momo frowned slightly in some confusion. You don't seem very happy. Don't you want to go home? Previously, Yun felt strange. If Tuan Tuan was a cub of the Chi-Fire clan, then it would definitely be well taken care of by the Chi-Fire clan, and would never allow a cub to run into such a remote mountain forest. Although Yun also didn't know exactly where the Four Directions Beast City was, from the exchanges between Muya and Luosen and the others, Yun could also hear that the distance between the Four Directions Beast City and the tribe must be very far. For Muya and Luosen, two adult beastmen who were both very far away, what exactly was the reason for Tuan Tuan, a cub that had not yet transformed into a form, to come to this remote mountain forest? In looking at Tuan Tuan's downcast look at this moment, Yun Mo's heart had a vague sense of foreboding. This time Tuan didn't make another sound in response, only slightly lowering his head and gently shaking his head. After spending so much time with Tuan Tuan, this was the first time Yun had seen it look so despondent. Thinking of the Chi-Fire clan's position in the Four Directions Beast City, Yun could not help but guess out loud. Did you escape? As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw Tuan Tuan suddenly raise his eyes in shock to look at Yun Chirp! Tuan's eyes were filled with shock, as if to say, how did you know? Seeing how Tuan Tuan reacted like this, Yun had probably guessed something in her heart. No matter what time and place we are in, power and profit will always be the main theme. Especially since the Chi-Fire clan was the one in charge of the Four Directions Beast City, there must be few power struggles within the Chi-Fire clan. Tuan Tuan probably didn't want to become a victim of the power struggle, so that's why he chose to escape from the Four Square Beast City to such a remote mountain forest. Thinking of this, Yun Mo's eyes couldn't help but flood with a touch of heartache. If you don't want to go back, then stay with me in the tribe, and when we go to the Four Directions Beast City later to ask around, you can choose whether you want to go home or not when the crisis at your home is over. Chapter 111, Heartache. Raising her hand to rub the donut's head, Yun spoke carefully, afraid of touching the unspeakable pain that Tuan Tuan had buried deep in his heart. However, Tuan Tuan cocked his head in confusion and hesitantly looked at Yun for half a day. Jojo? Yun thought that Tuan Tuan didn't believe in himself, and quickly assured Tuan Tuan seriously, I'm not lying to you. From now on you'll live with me in the tribe, and I'll never send you to the Four Square Beast City without making sure you're safe. Tuan Tuan looked helplessly at the serious-faced Yun and finally nodded. Shoo! Seeing that Tuan Tuan finally had no more worries, Yun then breathed a sigh of relief. After surveying Tuan Tuan's body again and seeing that the wounds under Tuan Tuan's white fur had completely healed, Yun could not help but be secretly shocked in her heart. The self-healing ability of this Chi-Fire clan was truly powerful. At that time, Tuan Tuan was so badly injured that his entire body was almost penetrated by the rabbit wolf's teeth. I didn't realize that after just 2 short days of sleeping, they had all healed. If such injuries were placed on the bodies of other cubs, they wouldn't necessarily be able to heal so quickly even if they ate spirit crystals, right? But Tuan Tuan now looks like there is nothing wrong with it at all, and it doesn't affect it in the slightest. Seeing Tuan Tuan's originally round little stomach deflated, Yun suddenly remembered that Tuan Tuan seemed to have not eaten for a very long time. Thinking of this, Yun hurriedly got up from the steps. Tuan Tuan, you should be starving. Wait for me here. I'll go to the river and see if I can catch some small fish back for you, and grill them for you to eat later. If you're starving, here's some more droop powder, so I'll get you some first, and you'll have some to pad your stomach. Hearing something to eat, Tuan's little round eyes couldn't help but light up. Shoo! A short, sharp sound signifies affirmation. I'm afraid, this eater didn't wake up naturally, but was woken up by hunger. Looking at Tuan Tuan's impatient expression, Yun smiled and rubbed his little head. I'm going now. Soon. Getting up and going to the stove, Cloud Mist scooped a large bowl out of a large pot full of droop powder. After mixing it with the seasoning, it was placed in front of the donut. In the face of deliciousness, Tuan didn't take it easy at all, and as soon as he lowered his head, he purred and ate. Using the remaining fire in the stove to light a piece of firewood, Yun held up the burning flame to the riverside, quickly weaving several fish traps with the water grasses along the riverside, and laying them out along the riverside one at a time. Tuan Tuan's appetite is not normally big, especially after starving for so many days. I'm afraid that a basket of fish is simply not enough for it to stuff its teeth. Yun also didn't know if the fish in this river would sleep at night, so he could only get some more fish traps to try it out. When the firewood in his hand was about to burn out, Yun then fished up the fish basket by the river. The fish basket emitted a slight shaking, and looking towards the fish basket, Yun could not help but be a little surprised. Good luck tonight. There seemed to be quite a few small fish in the creel. Several fish traps added up to almost 24 small fish. That should be enough for the group to feast on. By the time he returned to the front of the cabin with the little fish, Tuan had already eaten all the kernel powder in the bowl. Seeing that Yun had returned with the little fish, he was suddenly excited and jumped up and down around Yun
Yun did not delay and lit the fire pit with the firewood in his hand that had not yet been burned out. The bright firelight shone on the bodies of one person and one beast, looking incredibly cozy. The small fish were skewered on wooden sticks and inserted neatly around the fire, and a nuisance sound suddenly resounded through the quiet night. Tuan circled the little fish by the fire several times, his mouth watering with gluttony. Yun looked at his eagerness and shook her head with a smile. Seemingly thinking of something, Yun hurriedly turned around and entered the house. Not long after, Yun came out from the cabin and came to Tuan's side. The grilled fish won't be ready for a while, but for now you can eat the chocolate. When he heard the word chocolate, the group did a double take. No longer able to care about looking at those nourishing and oily roasted fish, he excitedly raised his two front paws to rest on Yun leg. Looking at Yun with an expectant face, Cloudmist leaned over and sat on the edge of the fire, spreading her palms out. Only two dark brown lumps were resting in her white palms. Tuan's fluffy foxtail wagged frantically, and his two little short paws struggled to reach toward his palm. Chirp! Chirp! The urgent cry fully expressed Tuan's strong expectation. Yun moved his palm to Tuan's mouth in amusement, and a wet little tongue traced across his palm. There was no longer any trace of chocolate in the palm of his hand. Tuan was finally late for the much-desired chocolate, and a purr of pleasure escaped his throat. Seeing him squinting his eyes with a face of enjoyment, Yun helplessly let out a light laugh. Tasty, isn't it? Unfortunately, there's less than one piece of this stuff to eat, and when the ones in the backpack are gone, there won't be any more. But don't worry, I've promised to keep all these chocolates for you, so you can take your time later. The sweet taste of chocolate made the troop simply reminisce, and after hearing Yun words, the troop's enjoyable expression collapsed. Chirp! Probably thinking that the rest of those chocolates weren't even enough for him, Tuan's voice held a hint of dissatisfaction. In response, Yun could only shrug helplessly. I can't make chocolate. Maybe if I can find cocoa nuts later I can try, but at the moment I haven't found any, so you'd better save your food. Tuan could only lick his mouth with intent, silently memorizing the three words cocoa nut. Under the light of the fire, it looked incredibly cozy for one person and one beast to be together. Tuan was lively and active by nature, constantly pouncing and biting the flying insects that surrounded the fire pit, as if he was afraid that these flying insects would bite Yun on the other hand, was earnestly roasting the small fish for Tuan, and after a short while, the rich aroma of roasted fish drifted out with the night breeze. The original brightly colored small fish was grilled on the outside of the chart in tender golden color. Looks oily? Let a person look at the appetite. Tuan had already been unable to hold back for a long time, and the first moment Yun handed the grilled fish to it, Tuan directly swallowed the small fish into its mouth with a single bite. Chirp! Chirp! Tuan let out a delightful chirp as he ate, as if he wanted to tell everyone just how delicious these grilled minnows really were. Watching Tuan eat so sweetly, Yun was also craved. You know, in modern times, every time Yun had a barbecue with Su Dai, there must be a grilled fish. In the beast world, however, these fish are cursed things. Just eat these fish and you'll probably die of throat ulcers and hyperthermia. She didn't want to lose her life on the subject of eating. Even if her heart questioned the authenticity of the curse, she would never want to use her life to verify it until she had to. Chapter 112, Your situation is a bit complicated. Until late at night, Disong did not return to the front of the cabin again. Yun hugged Tuan, sat on the steps, looked at the twinkling stars in the sky, and fell asleep in a daze. When she opened her eyes again the next day, she found herself in a large nest covered with cotton, still covered with that thin blanket made of cotton. Sitting up from his nest, he looked around the room, and there was no one in the house. Raising her hand to caress the large nest of green camphor wood carved very smoothly under the cotton, Yun exhaled slightly. It seems that it was Disong who sent himself back yesterday. Was he deliberately avoiding himself? Thinking of this, a light touch of loss floated up in the bottom of Yun eyes. Maybe it's in their best interest to keep them away from themselves. Foamy, are you awake? Muya's voice sounded outside the cabin, and Yun hurriedly answered. Awake! You come in, casually lifting the covers. Yun got up and put on her shoes. Not long after, the door of the wooden house was pushed open, and Muya entered the wooden house with an excited face. With her eyes glancing towards Yun direction, Muya was instantly attracted to the white cotton in the large nest. Wow! What are these white flowers? They look softer than the fur of a beast cub. Muya was surprised as she came to the large nest and reached out to touch the soft cotton in the nest. That soft touch made Muya feel overwhelmed with awe. This is what Disong brought back from the underground cave, and according to Disong these things are a kind of plant unique to underground caves, with a very good breathable warming effect. I'm afraid I couldn't stand the smell of those animal skins, so I replaced the original nest of animal skins in the house with this one. Hearing that it was something that Disong had brought back,
Muya was instantly enlightened. No wonder a plant identification master, haven't seen it before, so it's the treasure that Deetsang brought back for you.
Making a nest with such soft and cozy plants is simply too comfortable to look at.
I'm envious, I have to say. You're definitely the most comfortable female living in the tribe right now.
Cloud Foam folded the cotton blanket and placed it in the large nest, but a bitter smile floated up at the corner of her lips.
If only I was a female in the tribe too. Just a shame.
Thinking of Luosen and Deetsang's dedication to themselves, Yunmomo's heart felt like it was blocked by something.
Smothered and unable to breathe. What are you imagining? What does it matter if it's a female of the tribe? It's not enough to attract powerful males to become your guardians?
The females in the tribe are afraid that they won't be able to find such a powerful protector as Deetsang in their lifetime.
They can't wait to envy you. Who would dare to question your identity now? Muya had obviously misunderstood Yunmomo's meaning. She thought that Yunmomo was worried that the females in the tribe would later lash out again because of their status. In her opinion, as long as the two protectors, Luosen and Deetsang, were around, no one in the tribe would dare to question Yunmomo. Seeing that Muya was unable to understand, Yunmomo could only helplessly shake her head. It's not what you think. Muya frowned in confusion. What else could it be if not this question? As soon as the words left her mouth, Muya suddenly smiled wryly as if she had thought of something. Oh, I see. You can't be worrying about the question of who to couple with first. The moment this topic came up, Yunmomo instantly waved her hands in panic. No, I haven't thought about that for a while. Don't you dare say anything. Seeing Yunmomo's flustered appearance, Muya instantly waved her hand in amusement. Why are you panicking? It's not a big deal. If you really can't make up your mind, just let them fight and whoever wins will be the first one to couple up. The females in the tribe did this, and the males never complained in the slightest. However, you seem to be in a somewhat unique situation, so I'm afraid that this fight can all be dispensed with. After all, Deetsang's strength is too strong, and Luosen basically has little chance of winning. But on the contrary, Luosen is your first branded protector. If he is robbed by Deetsang first, I am afraid that his heart is a little bad to accept. Muya analyzed herself, and thinking of Luosen's proud character, Muya couldn't help but frown. Alas, your situation is indeed a bit complicated, but don't think about it too much. It's not too late to wait until the rainstorm period to think about it. Or even, Muya mysteriously came to Yunmomo's ear. There have been cases of simultaneous couples in the tribes. It's up to you guys. This word of tiger and wolf was like a lightning strike to Yunmomo, and she quickly raised her hand to cover Muya's mouth. You're thirsty. I'll get you some water. Saying that, Yunmomo pulled Muya towards the door and just pushed the door open to see Luosen standing outside the door with a bunch of flowers. His furry ears were standing straight up. That pair of blue cat pupils was filled with a strange look that Yunmomo could not understand. The originally white neck was now showing a suspicious reddish color. Foam, you're awake. Yunmomo looked at the spirited Luosen and froze for a moment. Lawson, have you gotten over your injury? Luosen nodded and hurriedly handed the flowers in his hand to Yunmomo's face. It healed yesterday, and today it's all healed up. No problems at all. And I didn't bother you this morning because I saw you sleeping so well. Originally thought to go to the hunting ground to get a few prey back for you to eat, but the result went to the square only to find that everyone was preparing for the welcome party. Did not go to the hunting ground. I went along the way to the forest to pick some good-looking flowers back to give you. You see if you like it? Glancing down at the bouquet of flowers in Lorsen's hand, the large white petals with red stamens inside looked very bright. This was the first time someone had sent Yunmomo flowers. Looking at the large cup full of flowers, Yunmomo's lips could not help but float up a sweet smile. Reaching out to take the flowers from Luosen's hand, Yunmomo spoke with a smile. These are beautiful flowers. I love them. I've never seen anything so pretty in the woods before. Where did you find them? Seeing the shy smile on Yunmomo's face, the corner of Luosen's lips also hooked into a pleasant arc. If you like it, I'll pick you some nice flowers back every day from now on. When Muya saw that Luosen closed his mouth and didn't mention the origin of these flowers, he couldn't help but give Luosen a blank look. This isn't just any flower. It's the welcome snow flower. Only the welcome snow vine that climbs to a height of more than 20 meters can grow such a beautiful flower. Trying to pick so many welcome snowflakes is no easy task, and if I hadn't said anything, I'm afraid that Lorsen would have just slipped through the cracks. 20 meters? That high? Yunmomo made a shocked sound, her eyes suddenly looking at Luosen with worry. The injuries on your body have only just healed. Actually going to do something so dangerous. What if something happens? Chapter 113, Where's the big white rat? Seeing Yunmomo's worried look, Luosen glared at Muya with a grumbling glance. Mo, don't listen to Muya's exaggeration. In fact, it's not that hard to pick the welcome snowflowers. With my ability, I'm just picking some flowers. How could anything happen? You gave me a gift yesterday. and I don't have anything I can get my hands on. So that's why I wanted to send you some nice flowers, as long as you don't mind. Luo Sen's voice faded, and his gaze swept the large nest of green camphor wood in the room, his eyes seeming to carry a touch of embarrassment. Momo suddenly thought of the reason why Luo Sen would be in a hurry to pick flowers for himself. I'm afraid it's because I saw those things that Deetsong prepared for himself. Whether it was the large green camphor wood nest or the white, soft cotton that covered the nest, it was a very precious thing in Lorsen's eyes. Originally, when he only had Lorsen as an escort, Lorsen would do everything in his power to give himself the best of everything within his power. But now, Deetsong's arrival made Luosen feel the pressure of competition. Deetsong's strength was already too much stronger than him, and Luosen simply didn't have the ability to compete with Deetsong. Now, Deetsong was improving Momo's life with items that were far beyond his ability, something that was undoubtedly a huge threat to Luo Sen. He didn't want to feel like he was useless, which was why he had gone through the trouble of picking so many beautiful flowers to win his favor. Thinking of this, Momo's heart burst with heartache. Lawson, this is the first time I've had such beautiful flowers and I just love them. I thought yesterday that our house seemed a little monotonous, but I didn't realize you had picked so many beautiful flowers today. Our house would look so much better if we put these flowers on a shelf in the house. You are simply too thoughtful. Looking at Momo's happy appearance, Luosen couldn't help but have a flash of light float up under his eyes. I knew you'd like it, and I'll be sure to find more things to decorate our house until you're satisfied. Momo listened and nodded repeatedly. Well, together we'll decorate our house to make it look better, and later we'll make a sofa, and a dining table and chairs, and then some lamp holders, and with those skillful hands of yours you'll be able to make it look great. The embarrassment he had just felt was no longer in Lorsen's eyes, and he nodded excitedly. Well, whatever you want, I can make it for you. That's what you said. I couldn't be happier to finally have a chance to realize my ideas in the future. When Muya heard Momo say so many fresh terms, she instantly became energized as well, pulling Momo to ask questions. Momo briefly explained to the two, hearing the two people's eyes light up, calling out that Momo's idea was wonderful. Just as the three of them were chatting feverishly, Tuan suddenly rushed towards Momo's direction as if it was lightning. Chirp, chirp. Before Momo could see the situation, Tuan jumped headfirst into Momo's arms, his tiny head stuck into Momo's arm, his body shivering for a while. Momo looked puzzled and quickly asked out, Tuan, what's wrong with you? Was it something that scared you? A small furry paw suddenly reached out from his arms and pointed in the direction behind him. Chirp. This time, the soft voice was so thick with fear that it was worse than seeing a ghost. Yun Moxie couldn't help but frown. Although Tuan was still a cub, he was not at all timid. When he first encountered the Stygian armored snake, he dared to rush up and start a fight to the death. And later, when he encountered the rabbit wolf's wolf pack, he didn't even flinch, and protected himself to the death by virtue of his ability. But now, he was actually scared of something and shrunk tightly in his arms. Yun Mochizuki simply couldn't imagine what other terrifying existences she didn't know existed in the tribe. However, looking along Tuan's furry paws, he saw that Deetsong was carrying a large cage in the direction of the cabin. Could it be that the existence that scared Tuan like this is actually Deetsong? Momo raised her hand and patted Tuan's back. Tuan, you can't be afraid of Deetsong. Tuan's trembling body suddenly stiffened, and with great difficulty, he raised his head from Momo's arm. A pair of small, ebony eyes looked at Momo in disbelief. Chirp. The puzzled eyes and questioning tone were clearly asking Momo, you actually know that guy? Cloudmist nodded in amusement. Well, he's Deetsong. He was the one who saved me in the cave at that time. Didn't I already tell you that last night? Tuan sniffed and his eyes widened. A disbelieving light filled his eyes. Chirp. Chirp. Tuan's two paws tightly grasped Momo's arm, seemingly somewhat unable to accept what he saw. Cloudmist jerked his head in amusement. Ha ha, you also have the time to wimp out into a ball. But don't be afraid, Deetsong won't hurt you. He just looks cold and icy, but he's actually not hard to get along with at all. As soon as Momo's words fell, Deetsong came to the front of the wooden house and opened his mouth with a condensed voice. Where's the big white rat? As soon as Tuan heard Deetsong's voice, he bared his head and shrank back into the crook of Momo's arm. Chirp chirp. The voice was full of panic and pleading. It seemed to be begging Momo to never hand herself over to Deetsong's hands. Momo looked confused. What the hell is going on here? How come Tuan woke up so afraid of Emperor Tsong? Seeing that Deetsong's gaze was looking towards the Tuan in his arms, Momo hurriedly asked out loud, are you looking for Tuan? You are. Deetsong dropped the cage in his hands on the ground and stepped in front of Momo, looking down at the troop in Momo's arms. You sure know how to find a place to hide. Seeing that Deetsong seemed to be a bit angry, Momo could not help but frown slightly. Has Tuan been naughty and made you angry? Deetson's good-looking red eyes looked towards Yun. That's just it. It's something that was given to you anyway, so you can handle it as you see fit. After saying that, with a single hook of Deetson's snake tail, he pushed the cage on the ground in front of Yun. However, he turned around and walked towards the creek. Muya curiously glanced towards the cage. Yet in the next second, Muya's eyes widened in shock. Oh my god, it's actually a Sichuan sheep cub. I didn't realize that there are actually Sichuan sheep in this big mountain. Yun sniffed and looked, only to see that the large cage that Deetson had brought back was actually holding 4 tiny beast cubs. The snow-white fur all over his body reflected a light like flowing water under the sunlight. The look is so different from modern sheep that it looks more like a white teddy bear if you just go by its appearance. Short mouth, round ears, chubby little short legs, and a fluffy bunny tail. Chapter 114, I like to bother you. 4 Kawasaki sheep anxiously circled the cage, one of them but a limp. When I looked further towards the legs of the Kawasaki sheep, I saw that the 2 hind legs of the Kawasaki sheep were actually injured. Yun looked at the shape of the wound on Chuan sheep's leg, and then looked at the trace of blood at the corner of Tuan's mouth, and she pretty much understood what was going on in her heart. I'm afraid that Deetsong knew that he wanted to breed cubs, so he went and caught 4 Sichuan sheep and returned. It was only on the way back that he was delayed for some unknown reason, and as a result, he was drilled by the troop that had gone out to sneak around. Seeing such a delicious Sichuan sheep, Tuan probably had a craving and was about to take one of the caged Sichuan sheep and eat it, but was accidentally discovered by Deetsong. Although Tuan knew that Deetsong was a monstrous beast, it had not seen Deetsong before. Suddenly seeing a red-ordered snake-bodied mongoose charging towards him, where did Tuan care about eating? Scattering the Chuan sheep and running wildly in the direction of the cabin. Deetsong originally wanted to send 4 Sichuan sheep to make Yun happy. However, the leg of one of the Sichuan sheep pups was bitten by Tuan. This annoyed him in his heart, which led him to chase him all the way to this side of the cabin. Glancing down at the vain Tuan, Yun lifted her hand without any good humor and knocked him on the head. You little glutton, that's still a cub in the cage, and you can't even eat it? Tuan blinked its innocent little round eyes and chirped in Yun arms. It seemed to be begging for mercy from Yun looking at him as he conceded. Yun also lost his temper. These are the cubs that Emperor Tsung captured and allowed us to breed. You can't bite the cubs anymore in the future. We still have a great use for raising these cubs. Muya also looked at the injured Sichuan sheep in the cage with a pitying expression. This bite is not clear, and I don't know if this Sichuan sheep is so small. Can it still be raised? When Tuan heard Muya's words, his heart became even more weak. Chirp! The soft thud seemed to be an apology. Yun raised her hand and rubbed the donut's head. Now that you know you're wrong, the task of looking after these Sichuan sheep will be yours from now on. You must look after these Sichuan sheep and never let them be harmed again. Hearing that he still had a chance to redeem himself, Tuan nodded excitedly. Shoo, that was a quick promise. Yun didn't bother with him anymore, but instead looked towards Deetsong's direction. At this moment, Deetsong was cleaning something by the river. Since what happened last night, Yun always felt that Deetsong seemed to be deliberately avoiding himself. For the future life, Yun heart was at a loss. She didn't know what kind of attitude she should use to get along with Deetsong and Luosen. Maybe just keep some distance from each other like that, so it doesn't hurt them too much when they leave later. Restraining the thoughts of wanting to go to Deetsong in her heart, Yun turned her gaze to those Sichuan sheep in the cage. Since these Sichuan sheep cubs are so rare, let's do our best to raise them properly. I'm afraid they're uncomfortable in their cages. Yun leaned over and observed the Kawasaki sheep in the cage. When the 4 Sichuan sheep saw Yun suddenly approaching, they cower and squeeze into a corner of the cage. Muya also came to Yun side and squatted down to look at the Sichuan sheep in the cage. Chuan sheep are not like those Jinwu. They usually live in the forest and are used to running around in circles, so they probably can't be kept in cages. Yun glanced back at the cage where the Jinwu was kept, and instantly shook her head. Cages really aren't appropriate. We should make a sheep pen for these Kawasaki sheep, as long as they can't escape. Muya sniffed and frowned in confusion. What's a sheepfold again? Yun described it carefully to Muya according to the kind of fenced-in sheep pen she had seen in her rural home when she was a child. Muya quickly understood what Yun meant. Oh, do you mean to make a higher fence made of branches tied together, and then circle a clearing to keep all these Kawasaki sheep in and raise them? Cloudmist nodded and added, well, build another little house inside for protection from rain and cold and such. Just leave these jobs to me. I'll go find the materials to make the sheep pen now. Lorson leapt to his feet and opened his mouth. Muya was not far behind. Then I'll take care of the food for these Sichuan sheep. I'll go to the forest now and get some fresh plants back for the Jinwu and the Sichuan sheep. Yun thought for a moment, then looked at the injured Sichuan sheep. Then I'll take care of the wound on the leg of that Kawasaki goat. If I don't take care of it in time, I'm afraid it won't survive if the wound gets infected.
After the three of them had discussed the matter, they began to act individually. Momo opened the cage and with the help of Tuan, got the injured Sichuan sheep out to check its wounds. The kawaii goat, presumably experiencing a succession of injuries, struggled desperately. Momo's strength alone was actually somewhat unable to press it. Tuan wanted to help but was afraid of hurting the Sichuan sheep, and was anxiously circling around. Just as one person and one beast had their hands full, a soft laugh came from behind Momo. Momo looked back and saw Deetsan looking at himself playfully. Momo's entire body hated to be pressed against Chuan Yang's body at this moment. Spara thought, but Kawaiian was still almost on the verge of breaking free, afraid that Chuan Yang would suffer any further injuries in his struggle. Momo couldn't think of anything else and rushed to ask Deetsong for help. Deetsong, come help me, I can't hold it down any longer. Looking at Momo's wretched appearance, a doting smile floated on the corner of Deetsong's lips. I thought you were playing wrestling with that Kawasaki goat. A black line ran across Mo's brain. Am I that boring? With a slackened attention, Momo's hand that was holding the wool slipped, and the Sichuan sheep escaped from Momo's hand with a sharp jump. Momo was thrown on all fours. Not caring how wretched she was, she only stared at the wildly running Chuan sheep and let out an urgent cry of alarm. Oops, quick, catch it, don't let it get away. A white light flashed in front of his eyes, and in a second the wildly running Chuan Yang was carried by Deetsong in his hands. Mochizuki was instantly relieved and climbed up from the ground with a resentful face. I didn't realize that this Kawasaki goat was small in size but not small in strength. It almost dragged me away. Deetsong was amused by Momo's exasperated look. What's the point of fighting so hard? Even if you run away and die, I'll just catch you again. Cloudflare deflated. It's only because you took the trouble to catch it. If it ran away and died, wouldn't you have taken the trouble for nothing? Deetsong carried the Sichuan sheep and waved it in front of Momo's face. I like to bother for you. When Momo raised her eyes, she was confronted with Godsong's seductive red eyes. The heart began to thump wildly and uncontrollably again. Thinking about what happened yesterday evening, Momo hastily averted her eyes. That, you hold it, I'll just treat its wounds. This time Deetsong didn't respond, only silently cooperating with Momo's movements. Chapter 115, Are you abandoning me? After checking it, Momo then found those ointments that Xin had sent earlier and gently applied some of them on the two hind legs of the Sichuan sheep. Tuan's bite wasn't very deep at the time, just leaving 2 rows of shallow blood marks. I'm sure the wound on the leg of this Kawasaki goat will heal quickly with these ointments from Sinler. After treating the wound, Deetsong put that Sichuan sheep back into the cage once again. Momo actually didn't know how to face Deetsong for a moment. Tuan had run off somewhere at this point. For Deetsong, the troops seemed to be terrified. It didn't dare to stay in the same space as Deetsong at all. Now in front of the entire wooden house, only Momo and Deetsong were left. Deetsong seemed to have seen Momo's panic, and after a moment of silence, Deetsong handed a plate to Momo's face. This is the fruit picked in the morning. It tastes good, so eat some first. Momo lowered her eyes to look at the plate, and she saw that a few reddish fruits were being placed inside, about the size of a modern strawberry, but shaped like a cherry. That juicy look is very tempting. It turns out that just now, when Deetsong went to the river, he went to clean these fruits. Thinking of this, Momo could not help but feel another pang of guilt. In the face of Deetsong's meticulous care, she really didn't know how to respond. The words of refusal could not be uttered, but in his heart he always thought that he should not enjoy his kindness to himself. She couldn't do it while enjoying his care and doing things that hurt him. It would make her hate herself even more. Not daring to look into Deetsong's eyes, Momo ruthlessly raised her hand and pushed away the plate in front of her. I don't have much of an appetite yet, so you go ahead and eat. After saying that, Momo didn't dare to stay any longer, turned around and walked towards the river. However, before she could take a few steps, her waist was coiled by the snake's tail, and in the next second, Momo fell into Deetsong's arms. What will it take for you to be demoralized? Deetsong's voice rang in his ears, his tone weak as if pleading. Momo's heart seized with pain, and she hurriedly opened her mouth to deny it. Deetsong, I'm not angry, really. I just don't know how to respond to your kindness. I'm afraid I've failed you, because I may not be able to couple with you in the future, and I may even suddenly disappear from this world. If it were possible, I would even like you to be free and not be constrained by entering into a covenant seal with me. I am, after all, a man who cannot make promises and does not deserve to have your heart so devoted to me. The words that were clogging up his heart finally came out. The suffocating feeling faded, yet the heartache grew deeper and deeper. Momo breathed out deeply, an empty pang in her heart. The air suddenly became stagnant. Deetsong was silent for a long time and finally loosened Momo's waist. Just because I'm a monstrous beast? Emperor Tsong's voice had a touch of pallor in it. Yun Momo turned around in shock and saw Deetsong's red pupils suppressing the churning emotions underneath them.
It seemed desperate. It seemed agonizing. And it seemed prayerful and resigned. From those eyes, Yun Momo saw vulnerability for the first time.
As if it would shatter at the slightest touch,
Yun Momo anxiously pulled on Deetsong's hand and explained in a loud voice. Deetsong, it's not what you think. I really have no choice. I can't couple with anyone here. It's not about whether you're an obscurantist beast or not. It's because I'm not a normal female. I'm not like the females here. I don't know how to explain this to you. I just don't want to hurt you. Can you understand that? The light in Deetsong's eyes gradually became dim. So, you're abandoning me?
This sentence caused Yun Momo to be completely stunned. If not tying a couple was the same as abandonment, then she was undoubtedly deepening the pain of abandonment indefinitely by keeping Deetsong by her side right now because of the deed seal.
Thinking of the distant road home, Yun Momo's heart was helpless to the extreme, for a goal that she didn't know if it would be realized. To her Deetsong and Luo Sen,
who treated her with sincerity, she was really in pain.
Is it time to give up on the idea of going home? But what is Su Dai going to do?
If she didn't go back, she feared she'd spend the rest of her life deep in the mire of getting herself lost, suffer the pain and blame she should never have had to endure.
Even this life will be completely ruined by himself. On one side are Lorson and Deetsong, who are true to themselves,
and on the other side are their girlfriends of more than 10 years.
What exactly is the right choice?
Cloudmist was caught in a moment of helpless pulling and tugging. After not waiting for a response for a long time,
Deetsong let out a soft sigh.
If you still don't want to couple up with me before the storm period,
I'll find a way to break the deed seal. After saying that, Deetsong fell into the wooden house. Looking at Deetsong's back, Yun Momo's heart throbbed.
Deetsong had said that a covenant seal had been formed between them, and that if she did not couple with him, she would suffer the backlash of the covenant seal and be tortured to death by the pain. I'm afraid that if he wanted to lift the seal of the deed, he would have to pay a huge price as well. At the thought that Deetsong would be hurt because of this, Yun Momo's heart felt like it had been torn open, and it hurt so much that she couldn't breathe.
Maybe the storm period is its own deadline.
Yun Momo silently resolved in her heart that if she still couldn't find a way to go back before the storm period, then she would stay.
Never think about going back again.
Just think of yourself as a normal female in the beast world.
Not long after,
both Luo Sin and Muya returned to the front of the cabin.
The two men were clean and full, and in a short time the sheep pen was set up. Luo Sin was even under the command of Yun Momo,
using bamboo pieces to help those 4 Sichuan sheep make a sheep pen that was a full 5 square meters or so.
After putting the 4 Kawasaki sheep into the sheep pen,
they spread their 4 legs and ran wildly in the sheep pen.
It seems to be looking for an exit to escape. However,
after hitting the wall an unknown number of times,
the 4 Kawasaki sheep ended up humanely sprawled in the corner of the sheep pen. Muya took the opportunity to feed the Kawasaki sheep with fresh plants. With food to soothe them, the 4 Kawasaki sheep then gradually relaxed a bit.
Lawson found a large clay pot to set in a corner of the sheep pen and poured clear river water in it again.
After the Sichuan sheep had eaten and drank enough, they began to explore around the sheep pen, and after discovering the small bamboo hut made by Luosen, it was as if they had found a sense of security, and they all hid in the small bamboo hut and went to rest. Compared to the caution and defensiveness of the Kawasaki sheep, the Jinwu adapted much better. Since building the roost yesterday and giving them a full meal, those mallards have taken up residence in a practical manner. Today Muya had just walked up to the chicken coop with the plants and insects, and those mallow crows enthusiastically surrounded them. Not feeling like they were being captive bred in the slightest, each one of them all scrambled to eat what Muya threw into the chicken coop. In a short while, the large pile of food Muya brought back was eaten clean by Jinwu. Muya looked at these big appetizers in front of him and just felt breathtaking. These little guys can actually eat so much. Looks like I'll have to do a lot of work in the future. Chapter 116, Is the Emperor Song in? Yun Momo hastily patted Muya's shoulder in a soothing manner. Don't worry, don't you have me here? We'll go get food for them together later. Muya waved her hand helplessly. It's not that I'm too tired. The key is that I can't carry too many plants in one trip. Today all of these were tied up with vines and dragged all the way back. By the time I got back here, many of the plants were worn out on the ground. If there's something to pack up all these plants, it should save a lot of effort. Hearing Muya's words, Yun Momo suddenly thought of a type of backpack that she had seen in her rural home when she was a child. At that time, those big baskets were used to carry grass for cattle, pigs and other domesticated animals. One trip could carry back a full day's worth of food for the animals. If they could make that kind of backpack, the two of them, she and Muya, would only need to go to the forest once to prepare 2 days worth of food for the Jinwu and the Sichuan sheep. Thinking of this, Yun Momo hastily beckoned towards Muya. Let's go find some thin bamboo together, and we'll just weave a basket for our backs. A backpack? Muya questioned out curiously. It's that thing you want to hold the plants. It'll be very convenient when it's done, Yun Momo patiently explained. Hearing that it was something she wanted, Muya was instantly energized. Let's go. I'll take you to the bamboo now. After saying that, Muya led Yun Momo together towards the bamboo forest behind the wooden house. Lorson was a little uneasy and followed suit. It was the first time for Yun Momo to come to the bamboo forest behind the wooden house. The place is almost impermeable from a distance. Only dense bamboo can be seen. When the wind blows, the bamboo forest makes a rustling sound. It sounded like the sound of leaves converging to form a tidal wave in a burst. A lot of short bamboos grow on the outskirts of the bamboo forest. These bamboos are fine but a little too tender. If you want to make a basket, you have to use the harder and thinner type of bamboo. So a few people entered the bamboo forest and made their way towards its interior. Inside, there were bamboos one next to the other, with some of them having been cut down to their nubs. The two of them, Yun Momo and Muya, followed behind Luosen, following those chopped bamboo joints along the way. Without going far, Yun Momo saw a clump of thin and tall bamboo. These bamboos will do. If we cut back all this piece, making 2 backpacks shouldn't be a problem. Seeing that Yun Momo had chosen the bamboo, Luosen's hand flashed with light, and in the next second it turned into an incredibly sharp claw. When he was in the cave earlier, Lawson's claws were a bloody mess. He didn't expect that after using the spirit crystal, in just a few short days, Luosen's claws had fully recovered, only to see Luosen raise his claws in a quick slash. The clump of thin bamboo was cut off from the root. With a clatter, the bamboo without support fell down indistinctly, and Muya rushed forward to pick out the bamboo that could be used. Lawson wasn't idle either. As Muya picked one and Lawson used his claws to run off the excess branches and leaves from the top of the bamboo, Yun Momo, on the other hand, neatly collected the bamboo that Luosen had dealt with and bundled it into a bundle that one person would encircle. With the tacit cooperation of the 3 of them, a large clump of fine bamboo was quickly cleaned up. 3 bundles of bamboo are more than enough to make 2 baskets. Lawson was the first to pick up the 2 bundles of bamboo and headed out of the bamboo forest. Muya, on the other hand, and Yun Momo both worked together to lift a bundle of bamboo to follow Luosen. When the 3 of them arrived in front of the cabin, they actually found the 2 of them, Malvi and Morn, standing in front of the cabin waiting. Seeing a few people return, Malwei smiled and looked at Yun Momo. Gu, what new stuff are you making? Looking at this battle is not small. Yun Momo and Muya placed the thin bamboo in front of the wooden house before responding to Malwei with a gasp. Mal-am, we're going to make 2 backpacks, so it'll be easier to carry whatever we want to carry in the future. Malvi couldn't help but frown at the slender bamboo. What can such thin bamboo hold? The tribe's bamboo canisters can be made from the largest and thickest bamboos selected. These thin bamboos are of no use at all. In response to Malwei's questioning, Yun Momo just returned a shallow smile. You'll see what it's like when I'm done. This carrier should have a much larger capacity than the bamboo tube. The only drawback is that it can't hold water, but it has no problem at all holding anything else. Seeing Yun Momo's confident look, Malwei didn't ask any more questions. After Lorson put down those thin bamboos, he also came to the side of a few people. Matriarch, Mal-am, what brings you here? Isn't the tribe preparing for the welcome celebration today? I see that everyone in the tribe is in the plaza, and I was thinking that I'd go over to give everyone a hand after I'm done with Mom's business. Morn laughed and shook her head. You just take care of Fomi, and leave the welcoming festivities to them. Lawson looked to Morn in embarrassment. Ha ha, then when I go to the hunting grounds tomorrow, I'll get some more prey for the tribe to repay everyone. I'm really a bit sorry for making everyone worry about my injury. Morn glared at Lawson without a good look. You guy, you still have the nerve to say that. If it wasn't for the Deed-san offering to take out a spirit crystal at that time, the people of our tribe wouldn't have been able to save you even if they couldn't spare you. Fomi, in the future you can talk about this brat. Don't do everything rashly, causing everyone to worry about him. Thinking of the scene when Mon prayed for Sinlo to save Luosen, Yun Momo also felt gripped by her heart. Well, this time it's all my fault. I don't blame it on Lawson's. I won't be so willful from now on. Seeing Yun Momo blaming herself so much, Luosen rushed forward to persuade her. It's all because I was too impulsive and got injured. I don't blame you. If I hadn't been injured, I would have been able to take you to the hunting grounds to find a backpack, and you wouldn't have encountered those things. In the future, I will definitely preserve my strength, and will never let you risk your life alone. Malvi couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw both of them taking the blame on themselves. Alright, I know you guys are close. No one should get hurt again. If I know you guys don't take your bodies seriously again, I'll have Simler make some bitter pills to make you suffer. At Malvi's comment, a few people were all smiles at once. Mon smiled and shook his head, speaking a little hesitantly as if he had thought of something. How come I don't see offering Deetson? Is he not here? Yun Momo glanced in the direction of the cabin and spoke uncertainly. Deetson should be in the cabin. Is there something wrong with the patriarch?
Morn and Malvi looked at each other, and a look of concern couldn't help but rise to the bottom of their eyes.
In the morning,
someone saved a seriously injured female near the hunting grounds, only to die not long after she returned, and judging from her costume, she should be a female from the Forest Mist tribe. Chapter 117 Angry. Mo1's words caused everyone in the room to suck in a breath of cold air. How did the females of the Forest Mist tribe escape over to our tribe's hunting grounds? They are still 2 mountains away from us. Luosin opened his mouth in shock. Moan sniffed and sighed before nodding. Besides the Forest Mist tribe, it's the Red Leaf tribe that's closest to us. Most of the females in their tribe wear brown sable animal skins.
I can't be wrong about that. The female that was brought back in the morning, however, was wearing a snowhorn animal skin,
which is only found on the side of the Forest Mist tribe, and that female fled from the direction of the south.
In the morning,
I gathered a few elders in the tribe to discuss the matter, and they also agreed that something had probably happened to the Forest Mist tribe. That's why we thought we'd come and ask Offering Deetsong to see if he knows about the situation over at the Forest Mist tribe. After hearing Morn's words, there was a moment of silence from Lawson.
Compared to Deetsong, he barely had any say in this matter,
although he didn't know how it would affect his tribe if something happened to the Forest Mist tribe.
Mo also knew that since Mon could find his way here at this time,
it was obvious that this matter was very important to the tribe.
Thinking of this, Mo couldn't care less about the unpleasantness between her and Deetsong in the morning, and hurriedly nodded towards both Mon and Malwei.
Patriarch, you guys wait here for a bit,
I'll go check in the cabin. After saying that,
Mo hurriedly came to the door of the wooden house and gently pushed open the door of the wooden house to look inside, and saw that Deetsong was lying in a large nest of green camphor wood, his back facing the direction of the door.
Unable to see Deetsong's expression, Mo's heart couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. The thing she said in the morning probably broke Deetsong's heart. Now it was also unknown if Deetsong would still step in to answer the question about the Lin Mist tribe. However, it was a matter of the tribe's safety and security, so Mo could only speak with a stiff upper lip. Emperor Tsong, are you asleep?
Mo pursed her lips to look at Deetsong's back,
and after waiting for half a day, Deetsong didn't respond to herself. This reaction made Yun Mochizuki exhale.
According to Deetsong's sharp reflexes, it was impossible for him not to hear himself even if he was asleep, so the only possibility was that Deetsong didn't want to take care of himself right now. Thinking of Deetsong's nature of eating softness and refusing hardness, Mo brazenly came to the front of the large green camphor wood nest. Reaching out, he shook his hand gently on Deetsong's shoulder.
Deetsong, there are some things I haven't thought about yet. Can you give me some more time?
No matter if it's tying a couple or the secret I'm carrying,
I'll tell you when I'm ready. For now, let's not get angry, okay? Hearing Mo's soft voice, Deetsong slightly sidled his head, his good-looking red eyes quietly gazing at Mo's face.
Thinking of his almost humble tone in the morning,
Mo's heart twitched in pain. Deetsong, I'm sorry, it's my fault for making you sad. Mo's nose was sore.
If it wasn't a last resort, she didn't want to hurt this high and mighty male in front of her at all.
He's been humbled like dirt to be with her, yet she couldn't even give him an answer. This was really unfair to Deetsong. Thinking about it,
Mo's eyes reddened and tears couldn't stop sliding down from her eyes.
Deetsong's eyes tightened, and he raised his hand in panic to wipe away the tears on Mo's cheeks. The snake's tail gently hooked and rolled Mo's body into his arms. Okay, no more crying. I'm not mad. As long as you don't reject my kindness to you in the future, I will stop asking what you think. Even if you still don't want a couple with me in the future, I won't make things difficult for you. Hearing Deetsong's gentle words,
Mo's tears could no longer be restrained from rushing out of her eyes.
Oh, Deetsong, you're too good to me. How can I pay it back later? Feeling Deetsong's solid embrace, Mo finally let out a wave of guilt in her heart. Holding Mo's body in his arms, Deetsong's jaw gently rubbed against Mo's forehead.
A pair of red eyes were filled with a doting smile.
Having you with me is the best repayment, and I'd do anything for you. By Deetsong's words, Mo cried even louder. A feeling of being favored caused Mo's heart to completely wallow, no longer able to think about anything else. Under Deetsong's gentle pacification, Mo finally finished venting the emotions in her heart. Looking into Deetsong's beautiful red eyes, Mo sniffled. Do I look ugly when I cry?
Deetsong laughed out softly and raised his hand to pinch the tip of Mo's slightly red nose.
Well, it's ugly, so don't cry later. Yun Moxie let out a pout. It's not because of you. Deetsong smiled and nodded. Okay, it's all my fault. I won't make you cry again. Only then did Mo smile in satisfaction. Then will you help the patriarch and the others? Deetsong's eyes slightly drooped as he spoke unhappily. Looks like you didn't come all the way here to coax me.
Mo's eyes flashed and she waved her hand back and forth.
No, actually I wanted to come and coax you when you first came in, I just didn't know how to explain it to you and didn't have the courage in my heart. The matriarch just came looking for you, so I got over that guilt in my heart and came in to see you. Let's just say that the whole matriarch thing has left me with no reason to back down. Deetsun's brows stretched slightly as he rubbed Yun Momo's hair. Then I have them to thank for giving you the chance to come in and coax me. Yun Moxie wrinkled her nose in a petulant manner. Just help the matriarch. They even prepared a big welcome ceremony for you today. Once we've solved the patriarch's problem, we'll go to the square and have a good celebration. How about that? Looking at the well-behaved little person in his arms, Deetsung favored a smile. Okay, all yours. When the two of them came out of the cabin, a look of respect immediately appeared on the faces of several people in Mon. Mon took a step forward and came in front of Deetsung, bowing and performing a chest-flattening salute towards him, offering Deetsung, I'm really sorry to have disturbed your rest. Deetsung waved his hand towards Mon. Your guesses are correct. The Forest Mist tribe did suffer an attack from the Vusha beast, and the entire tribe was destroyed. Yesterday, on the way back to the tribe, I also came across a few escaped females and males, but by the looks of them, they should have been heading towards the Red Leaf tribe, which is the closest to you. Judging by the size of the Forest Mist tribe, it shouldn't be able to satisfy the appetites of those Vosha beasts. Their next target would have been the Red Leaf tribe. It may not be long before the Red Leaf tribe comes to your tribe for help. More specific information, they will explain to you when the time comes. After hearing Deetsung's words, the last trace of fluke in Moen's heart instantly broke. A deep look of anxiety floated in his eyes. The Forest Mist tribe is much stronger than us and the Red Leaf tribe, and I didn't expect them to be completely overrun by those Vosha beasts without even having the chance to call for help. If the next target of those Vosha beasts is the Red Leaf tribe, I'm afraid that even if we send the males forward to support them, it won't help. If the Red Leaf tribe is destroyed, then the next thing the Vusha beast will attack is our tribe. Chapter 118, Strategies. Hearing Morn's words, Lorson couldn't help but speak. If the Red Leaf tribe knew that they were the next target of the Vusha beast, they certainly wouldn't have sent a plea for help only to our tribe, and they would certainly have sent a plea for help to other tribes at the same time. There are a few other not-so-big tribes around their tribe. If those tribes could also send males forward to reinforce them, they might be able to fend off those Vusha beasts. Morn was clearly not as optimistic as Lawson thought he was, and shook his head with a worried expression. That being said, those tribes around the Red Leaf tribe are all very weak, and with the knowledge that the Vusha beasts might attack the Red Leaf tribe, they will most likely reject the Red Leaf tribe's request for assistance, even because of the small number of people in their tribe. In the event that the Red Leaf tribe did come under attack, they could choose to temporarily flee the tribe to hide in the mountains and forests, and then they could return to live in the tribe when the attack of the Vusha beasts was over. Without the males of the Red Leaf tribe hogging the hunting grounds, those tribesmen would be able to have more prey to ensure that they could better survive the hot sizzling period. So it's almost impossible for those tribes to send males to help the Red Leaf tribe. Once the Red Leaf tribe is destroyed, we will inevitably become the next target of the Vusha beasts. Mon had been the patriarch for so many years that he literally knew the surrounding tribes like the back of his hand. When there's no crisis, the tribes all seem to get along. But once the heat is on, with the crisis of food scarcity, each tribe becomes a competitor with each other. After all, one less tribe competing with them for food was certainly a good thing for them. Unless the crisis would unavoidably reach those tribes, they could be on the same page. Lorson didn't realize that there was a possibility of such a situation, and he couldn't help but feel a little indignant. The people in those tribes are too selfish. If the Red Leaf tribe is overthrown and those Vusha beasts still aren't satisfied, then they won't even have a single chance to fight back and they'll become the targets of those Vusha beasts' brutalization. Now that they can defend themselves against the Vusha beasts by joining forces, they chose to look on coldly. They are not only selfish, they are also horribly stupid. In response, Yun Momo, a prospective college student, was clearly much more calm than Luosen. After all, China's long history of 5,000 years is full of military examples like this one. This move, according to ancient militarists, is called a snipe. The amount of resources was there, and having one less tribe competing with them would be absolutely heavenly for those tribes. As for whether or not they would be attacked by the Vosha beasts afterward, it would be a matter of luck. With a bit of luck, the Vosha beast had gathered enough supplies and would soon be heading back to the deserted city to enjoy a wonderful period of inflammatory heat. If you're unlucky, then we all end up the same way and there's nothing to complain about. In the eyes of which tribes, the first is a little more likely than the second. After all, the Vusha beasts had already looted the Forest Mist tribe, and then proceeded to loot the Red Leaf tribe, as well as Mon's tribe, and so many supplies would be enough to fill those Vusha beasts' appetites. So doing the math, the possibility of those smaller tribes sending males to reinforce the Red Leaf tribe was almost zero. Seeing Luo Sen's angry face, Yun Momo couldn't help but smile. They are quite stupid, but if the people sent by the Red Leaf tribe are smart enough, they can teach those fools a thing or two.
so they won't dare to stand by and watch anymore.
Hearing Yun Mo's words, the two of them, Luo Sen and Mon, looked at each other suspiciously. Lawson couldn't help but be the first to ask, Foamy, do you have any good ideas on how to get those smaller tribes to agree to send males to support the Red Leaf tribe? Mon also looked at Yun Mo with a curious expression. Foamy, if there aren't enough benefits, I'm afraid that the patriarchs of those small tribes won't easily agree to the Red Leaf tribe's request for assistance. The corners of Yun Mo's lips couldn't help but reveal a sly, fox-like smile. Lure won't work for them, and now the only way to get those small tribes to choose reinforcement out of fear is through coercion. Hearing Yun Mo's words, a thought suddenly flashed through Luo Sen's mind, yet when trying to grasp that thought, it became a blur. Luo Sen couldn't help but frown, looking at Yun Mo with a tangled expression. Are we going to let the Red Leaf tribe take the lead in attacking those smaller tribes? As long as they don't agree to reinforcements, they'll be the first to destroy their tribes? This method sounds like it might work, but it's still a bit costly. Kind of hurts the enemy 1,000 times over, especially at this time when a great deal of fighting power was needed. This method would, to a certain extent, greatly weaken the fighting power of several tribes, and was obviously not desirable. Not wanting to hang on to Mon and Luo Sen's appetites, Yun Mo directly spelled out her plan. In fact, the Red Leaf tribe just needs to get the information and hiding places of several other tribes in their hands in advance, and take these things to negotiate with those smaller tribes. If those small tribes were unwilling to send males to reinforce the Red Leaf tribe, then the Red Leaf tribe would give the information about those small tribes to the Vosha beasts at the time of their destruction. With a clear location and hiding information, those Vosha beasts wouldn't miss a wild ride for nothing. Do you think that the smaller tribes would have chosen to stand by if that had been the outcome? The two of them, Mon and Luo Sen, couldn't help but light up as soon as Yun Mo's words fell. Yeah, as long as those little tribes have no way back, they'll never expect benefits again. After all, with their strength, they would not be able to escape the abuse of the Vosha beast. Under the threat of annihilation, they will only send their strongest males to reinforce the Red Leaf tribe in order to kill off the Vosha beast and avert the crisis of the tribe's annihilation. Luo Sen said excitedly, looking at Yun Mo with a gaze full of amazement. This method simply made him clap his hands. Mon also looked at Yun Mo with eyes full of appreciation. Foamy's method is very skillful. Not only do we not need to make a big fuss, but also make those small tribes not dare to harbor selfishness. Most importantly, this method was not too difficult for the Red Leaf tribe. The Red Leaf tribe was very familiar with the nearby forests, and they simply knew where they could hide and where they could take cover. As long as all these locations were recorded, the patriarchs of those small tribes could only be obedient and did not dare to complain in the slightest. Once the Red Leaf tribe's crisis is lifted, our tribe's crisis will cease to exist. Foamy is indeed a great blessing sent by the beast god to save our tribe. It had been a long time since Malwei had seen Mon look so excited. Even if she didn't really know anything about combat, she could hear how ingenious Yun Mo's approach was. Thinking of the scene when Yun Mo was bringing back so many starworms from the beast god cave, Malwei couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. I thank the beast god for favoring us and sending Foam to our tribe. In the future, our tribe must protect Foamy and never let her suffer any harm. Chapter 119, Mutual Disobedience. The crisis of the Vosha beast was easily resolved by the advice given by Yun Mo, and the boulder in Mon's heart also landed with a thud. In order to inform the Red Leaf tribe to make early preparations as soon as possible, Mon hurriedly said goodbye to a few people and went back to arrange for manpower. Malwei, on the other hand, pulled Yun Mo and Muya and asked about the Jinwu and the Sichuan sheep. Malvi was interested in the whole farming thing, thinking about Yun Mo's intention to make a bamboo basket. Luo Sen didn't continue to follow, but silently stepped aside and prepared the materials. While on the road, Yun Mo roughly explained the process of preparing a bamboo basket. The first step is to process all the fine bamboo, all of it, to an even thickness and length. With the previous experience of handling various items with Yun Mo, Luo Sen was very comfortable doing it. On the other hand, Deetsong didn't like to be around the people in the tribe, so he came alone to rest under the big tree outside the wooden house. Taking out the pendant of the serpent-tailed angel that Yun Mo had given himself yesterday, he studied it carefully. He wanted to make a string for the pendant so he could carry it on his body. It was a pity that after studying all the materials, Deetsong wasn't very satisfied with any of these ordinary things. As soon as Luo Sen, who was handling the bamboo, raised his eyes, he saw the good-looking pendant in Deetsong's hand, probably guessed what was going on, and a suffocating pang floated in the bottom of his eyes. Putting down the thin bamboo in his hand, he also took out the pinch glue doll that Yun Mo had given him. Giving it a gentle squeeze with her hand, the doll poked her tongue out towards Lorson from time to time, making him laugh. Deetsong's gaze was attracted by Luo Sen's laughter, and he instantly noticed the soft little thing in Luo Sen's hand. Watching Luo Sen play with vigor,
A disdainful light floated up under Deetsong's eyes. Ridiculous. Deetsong hummed lightly. The smirk on Lawson's face couldn't help but freeze. Raising an eyebrow and glancing in Deetsong's direction, Luosen also returned the favor unwillingly. Boring. Their eyes met in mid-air, and the air gradually became stagnant. A sneer suddenly surfaced on the corner of Deetsong's lips. Be weak and shut up or I'll squeeze you like that doll. Lawson's face turned ugly, his blue cat pupils filled with an angry light. However, when thinking about why Deetsong was like this, Luosen instantly lost his temper. Eyes looking to the doll in her hands, she muttered to herself, alas, whoever made me the first branded protector of Foamy will be generous enough not to bother with him. When Deetsong heard this, his face also turned ugly. Are you provoking me? Lawson looked playfully at Deetsong and shook his head in feigned fear. Goo, I wouldn't dare. I'm afraid Foamy would say I'm bullying you. A coldness surfaced in Deetsong's red eyes. You'd better be good and shut up. My patience isn't very good. Lawson stowed the doll in his accompanying animal skin pouch and raised a beatific grin. Coincidentally, I've been eyeing you for a long time too. As soon as Lawson's words fell, he saw a silver-white light flash by. The signal of danger made Luosen react instantly, only to see a flash of golden light on his body. He immediately transformed into a beast shape, and his body dodged away with an agile leap. In the next second, only a loud explosion could be heard, and the pile of thin bamboo that was originally placed in front of Luosen instantly exploded. Yunemomo's few people were chatting happily when they were suddenly startled by the popping sound. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw the beast-shaped Luosen and Deetsong facing each other. Seeing this scene, Yunemomo's entire body went numb. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about these two being at odds before, but she could never have imagined that this conflict would erupt so quickly. He himself was just not paying attention, and the two were already facing each other. When Manhwa and Muya, who were on the side, saw this scene, they both looked at Yunemomo with worry. Mamoru, what's wrong with them? Muya spoke with the corners of her mouth twitching, clearly not having seen anything like this before. Goo, Foamy, didn't you set rules with them? Why is this still a fight? Manhwa also opened her mouth to inquire in a puzzled manner. In all the time she had lived in the tribe, this was the first time she had seen two guardians of the same female pull off a fight. Rules? What rules? No one has ever told me that there are rules either. Yunemomo was also confused. Upon hearing Yunemomo's words, Manhwa and Muya both looked at each other and both revealed a look of crying and laughter. Actually, the tribe has said that before, just for a long time. When the female branded the guardian, she was the first to brand the strong one, and then the branded guardian was not as strong as the first guardian, so naturally she did not dare to provoke the first guardian, and no one mentioned the argument of setting up rules. I didn't realize that you'd become the first exception in so many years, and I'm afraid that if you don't set up rules, there's no way for them to live in peace with each other. Mulvey spoke with a worried look on her face. Muya, who was on the side, also slapped her head in chagrin. I should have reminded you back then when I knew that Deetsong was your second protector, but it turns out that I've only been focusing on getting the farming thing going these days, so I actually forgot about it. Deetsong is a red-ranked powerhouse. If he starts a fight with Luosen, Luosen is afraid that he will suffer a great loss. Just as a few people were talking, Luosen suddenly leapt forward, letting out a low roar as he lunged in the direction of Deetsong. However, Deetsong only raised his snake tail and gave it a light whip, and Luosen's body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. Yun Moxie couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. Lawson's body hit the trunk of a tree not far away with a heavy thud. A large cat face crumpled in pain. A stream of blood instantly gushed out from the corner of Luosen's mouth. Yunemomo could no longer care about anything else and hurriedly ran to Luosen's side. Rosen, how are you doing? Where are you hurt? Yunemomo anxiously checked Luosen's body. One hand kept rummaging through the thick chest of the mane, as if trying to find the source of Lawson's pain. However, Luosen smiled and shook his head towards Yunemomo. I'm fine, don't worry, we're not fighting. Deetsong is just helping me train so that my strength can be improved faster, Luosen said with a relaxed face, without the slightest bit of complaining. Looking at the chapped dent on the tree trunk, Yunemomo blinked in surprise. Training? Is that how you all train here? Deetsong wandered over to the two men with a leisurely face, casting a glance down at Luosen, who was lying on the ground. Don't make it sound so nice. I'm just simply beating you up. Yunemomo looked at Deetsong with a frown on her face. Deetsong, how could you do this when Lawson's injury is just about done? Deetsong's brows furrowed slightly as he reached out and pulled Yunemomo up from Luosen's side. I'm just teaching him the awareness of the underdog. The two words weak irritated Lawson deeply, only to see a burst of force from Lawson's sharp claws, stabbing deep into the dirt. I am not as powerful as you, but I am Foamy's first protector, and according to the rules of the tribe, you must obey me. Chapter 120, Stop it.
Rules? A disdainful smile surfaced on the corner of Deetson's lips. Only those with strength are qualified to make rules. In response to Deetson's statement, Luosen was not at all amused. Spitting out a mouthful of bloody foam, Lawson sneered out. What's the use of you being strong? You're still a deadbeat to come and live with Foamy in the tribe? If you have the ability, you can go out and build your own tribe and let Foamy go with you. These words pierced Deetson's sore spot. It was like nakedly telling Emperor Tsang that Yun Momo didn't love him at all. Facing this kind of humiliation, Deetson simply couldn't stand it. Before Yun Momo reacted, there was a flash of white light in front of his eyes, and in the next second, Luosen's body was deadlocked by Deetson's silver-white snake tail. The silver-white serpent's tail rose high and shrunk in a circle, and Lawson frowned in pain and clenched his teeth in death. When Yun Momo saw the scene, her entire body panicked. Emperor Tsang, what are you doing? Get loose now. Rosen will die. This time, Deetson didn't respond to Yun Momo, but only looked at Luosen with a cold gaze, a touch of bloodthirsty light under his eyes. Foamy, see, this is the nature of the obscurantist beast. Luosen reluctantly shot back with words, as if even if he died, he would never let Deetson have a good time. Deetson's eyes became condensed to the extreme, but a teasing smile floated up at the corner of his lips. What good does it do you to provoke me? As soon as the words fell, Emperor Tson's snake tail tightened once again, and a sound of misplaced bones came from Luosen's body. Spare a thought, but Lawson remained unfazed. Just letting Foamy see your true colors is enough. Deetson's red eyes darkened, and the air seemed to be on the verge of condensing. Seeing this, Yun Momo hurriedly pulled on Deetson's arm. Deetson, Luosen, he didn't mean to provoke you. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Can you let go of him first? Let's sit down and talk. Yun Momo's tone was almost pleading. She was anxious and angry, both worried that Deetson would lose control and kill Luosen, but also angry that Luosen's mouth was not forgiving, and he had to go against Deetson. She was caught between the two, left and right, completely at a loss as to what to do. Seeing Yun Momo's nervousness towards Luosen, Deetson's eyes revealed a look of deep pain. And you're still defending him? Yun Momo hastily shook her head to deny it. No, I'm not speaking in his favor. I just don't think it needed to come to this. If there's anything wrong with him, you let me know and I'll make sure Lawson corrects it. He didn't mean you any harm. He was just a little short-tempered. Deetsson, just do it for me. Don't hurt him, okay? Lawson saved my life, and I don't want to see him get hurt. Looking at Yun Momo's anxiousness, she was on the verge of crying. That almost pleading look made Deetson's heart ache to the extreme. Eyes slightly downcast, Deetson exhaled deeply. The tail suddenly made a sweeping motion, and Lawson's body was once again thrown out. Tell him to behave himself from now on. I don't want to see you sad. After saying that, Deetson walked into the wooden house without looking back. Seeing that Deetson finally released Luosen, Yun Momo then heaved a sigh of relief. Turning her head to see Luosen, who had fallen to the ground, Yun Momo hurriedly ran to Luosen's side. Lawson, where are you hurt? Let me see. Lawson gritted his teeth and supported his body from the ground, squeezing out a smile in pain. I'm fine, don't you worry. It wasn't until Luosen's body was examined in detail that Yun Momo put her heart down. Lawson, what the hell is going on with you and Emperor Tsong? Thinking of the thrill just now, Yun Mochizuki couldn't help but question out loud. Lawson exhaled faintly and grinned a smooth smile. It's a pity. If I had been faster just now, he wouldn't have been able to sneak attack me at all. When I increase my speed up later, let's see how arrogant he'll still be. Seeing that Luosen seemed like he still didn't want to be restrained, Yun Mochizuki instantly slapped on his face. Lawson, you know that he is of the red rank, so why are you still going against him? How would you take it if something happened to you? You and he both saved my life, and I don't want either of you to get hurt. If you have any complaints, you can tell me and I'll talk to him. Why must we resort to this way of provoking him? You guys are like this, putting me in the middle, and no matter who I help, it's all wrong. Do you want to see me like this, living in pain and struggle every day? The smirk on Lawson's face froze, as his eyes looked towards the reddened corners of Yun Momo's eyes and the worry in his eyes. Luosen was instantly heartbroken. Mamoru, I'm sorry, it was a momentary lapse of patience that led to this. Big deal. I won't mess with him from now on, but you tell him to mess with me less. Though I am not as strong as him, my love for you is in no way less than his. And since I was the first escort you branded, by the rules of the tribe, he should have obeyed me. Now I'll let it go without bothering him about that. But he instead tried to use his strength to overpower me. For that, I will never compromise. Looking at Luosen's stubborn face, Yun Momo could not help but exhale. It seemed like that rule Mulvey had talked about was something she was going to have to think about. If there were no restraints, sooner or later things would still go wrong between Lawson and Deetsong. Thinking of this, Yun Mo helplessly glanced at Luo-sun. Let me take you to Clan Dr. Xin first, so he can check you over properly. You're only just injured. If anything goes wrong, let's see how you'll still be able to show off in the future. Hearing Yun Mo's angry tone, Luo-sun was laughing very cheerfully. Don't worry, I'm not as delicate as you think. Just those 2 strikes of his can't hurt me at all. What kind of red rank powerhouse is that? I think it's nothing more than that. As soon as Lorson's words fell, only a bang was heard, and the window of the cabin was pierced by a ray of light. The sharp edge shot straight in the direction of Lorson. Luo-sun's blue cat pupils fiercely shrunk, and his body leapt up as fast as lightning, trying to avoid the killing weapon. However, the momentum of that sharp edge was too swift. Luo-sun couldn't dodge in time, and was instantly pierced by that sharp edge on his hind leg. Blood soared, and a muffled grunt escaped Lorson's throat that he couldn't restrain. If you don't shut up, the next one will stab you in the head. Deetson's voice came from the wooden house, that cold tone, full of threats. Yun Mo had no doubt about the truthfulness of these words. Without thinking, he raised his hand to cover the mouth of Lawson, who was about to retaliate. Well, muttered Lawson defiantly. Yun Mo listened with trepidation. A raised hand slapped Lawson on the side of the head. You stop it. If you don't behave, you won't be able to eat my food anymore. Luo-sen's eyes looked at Yun Mo with sorrow, but was glared back by Yun Mo with a glance. You might as well cut the crap. My brain is fried. Chapter 121. Do you blame me? Seeing that Yun Mo got angry, someone was finally honest. Followed Cloudmore all the way to Sindler's cabin and dutifully underwent the inspection. In addition to the puncture wounds in his legs, Lawson had several misaligned bones in his body. Sindler cursed and admonished Lawson for his stupidity while helping him put the bones back in place. You brat, is this to stay at my place? 2 days ago the blood stained my beast skin. I'm just cleaning it up and you're here again? Shinla looked at the dots of blood on the beast's skin and his beard exploded in anger. Lawson grimaced in pain, and still didn't forget to dislike. You think I want to? Sindler was so disliked that he could only shake his head and sigh. You can change your bad temper. Otherwise, why don't you just stay here with me, and save yourself the trouble of traveling back and forth? Lawson squeezed a few words through his teeth. Can't you wish me well? With a thrust of his hand, Sindler pulled Lothlorian's bones back into place, baring his teeth in pain. I think sealing that mouth of yours would work better. Lawson shut his mouth right up in pain. When Sindler let go of his hand, Yun Mochizuki hurriedly went up to ask worriedly, Clan Dr. Sin, is Lawson's injury going to be okay? Sindler glanced at the grimacing Lawson. So can blah blah blah. What can be wrong? Just go back and keep your mouth shut. Hearing Sindler's words, Yun Mochizuki was instantly relieved. Thank you Dr. Xin. I'll pay more attention in the future. Sindler raised his eyes to look at Cloudmore. You also think of more ways. If this continues, this kid is afraid that he will be ruined. Thinking about the rule that Malway had said, Yun Mo was still at a loss until now, but this is something you can only figure out on your own, and it's not good for anyone else to give advice at all. Seeing Sindler's helpless look, Yun Mo nodded. I'll take care of this. Coming out of Sindler's house, the two of them saw so many people busy in the square as they passed by. A few males who didn't get along with Lawson couldn't help but murmur when they saw Lawson's miserable appearance. Ha ha, look at you guys, how he was arrogant in front of us before, but now he can't be arrogant anymore. That one is a red rank powerhouse. Does he dare? Then you're wrong. He's the first protector branded by Yun Mo. As long as Yun Mo protects him, that red-ranked powerhouse won't be obedient. Obviously Yun Mo didn't protect him. Didn't you see the way he was limping? I don't know how badly he was beaten up just now. You guys don't want to be shady here. There's a red-ranked powerhouse sitting in their home. In case this upsets that person, if the red-ranked person raises his hand, you guys will all be crushed into mud. In that case, he's kind of evening it out now. With a red-rank powerhouse as his backing, who would dare to mess with him in the future? Isn't this much stronger than when he was the tribe's #1 hunter? And what about the tribe's first hunter? He's now the tribe's first guardian is more or less the same. After all, according to the status theory of the guardian, his status can be ranked in front of that red rank. Goo, what's the use of being at the front of the line? You're still beaten up and swollen. You have no dignity at all. The males did their best to humiliate Lawson, but Lawson just clenched his fists tightly and tried to restrain his anger. In his opinion, it would be a bit unworthy if he were to injure himself again because of these broken mouths. Originally, he wanted to ignore the words of those males and directly leave the square with Yun Mo. However, Yun Mo couldn't listen to it anymore, and with a beat of her feet, she directly stepped forward to stop their words. If you're too idle, go stock up on more food in the hunting grounds. And is talking about other people's lives here going to keep you fed during the inferno? With Lawson's strength, we'll never starve by the time we get to inferno. That alone makes Lawson much better than you people.
Who are you to judge Lawson here? Those males provoked for half a day, only to find that Luosen was actually a stable batch this time, which in turn enraged Yun Momo. This lord is a female with a strong red rank. They couldn't provoke this lord even if they didn't want to live, not daring to let Yun Momo have the slightest upset. Those males one by one all grayly fled in all directions. Yun Momo's lungs exploded with anger as she watched them scurry away. These people are just too much. What do other people's lives have to do with them? This time, it was instead Luosen who came up to comfort Yun Momo. They're also right. I'm indeed only capable of taking a beating in front of Deetsong. I'm afraid I'm the wimpiest first guardian in the whole tribe. But wimpy is wimpy. I just want to be with you, and I don't care what anyone says, no matter what they say. You shouldn't be angry over such things. Anyway, with their strength, they would only dare to show off their mouths behind their backs. Looking at Luosen's relieved look, Yun Momo always felt that Luosen had become different somewhere. If it was before, if someone dared to talk about Luosen like this, Luosen would definitely not hesitate to rush up and teach them a hard lesson. Let those people thoroughly remember what the consequences of talking about him are. But now, Lawson was actually completely ignoring those people's comments. The feeling was like that of a willful child who, after many trials and tribulations, gradually learned to hold back. Yun Mochizuki didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing, but it all probably had something to do with himself. Thinking of all the problems she had caused for Luosen, Yunmo's heart felt guilty. Lawson, I'm sorry for putting you through all this aggravation that you shouldn't have had to endure. Do you blame me? Lawson smiled back, his eyes full of happy light. Raising his hand and pinching Yun Momo's cheek, Luosen tenderly leaned down to gaze into Yun Momo's eyes. Would you blame me for being too weak to give you a better life like Deetsong? Yun Momo shook her head without hesitation. Of course it won't. You are you. Deetsong is Deetsong. You all treat me the same. No one is better than the other. I'm only afraid that I won't be able to pay you back for what you've done, and instead you'll have to endure injustice because of me. Lawson's eyes lit up and his smile widened. Foamy, it's nice to be your escort. Yun Momo froze slightly, but, well, the damage is real. Without waiting for her to finish, Luosen smiled and waved his hand, and with a flash of light on his body, he suddenly transformed into his beast form, and with a curl of his tail, he placed Yun Momo on his broad back. There's no buts. I just know I'm happy now. Picking up Yun Momo, Luosen instantly ran freely and furiously in the direction of the cabin. Yun Momo lay on Luosen's broad back, her heart immensely stabilized. As long as Lawson was happy, that was enough. Chapter 122, sounds good. Go on. When they returned to the cabin, the two of them, Malvi and Muya, were nowhere to be found. Just now, in her haste to send Lawson to Sindler's, she left with a cursory explanation, thinking that the square was still busy over there. Yun Momo guessed that Muya had gone with Malwei to help out in the square. Deetsong wasn't in the house either, and Yun Momo didn't know where Deetsong had gone. Thinking that just now he only cared about sending Luosen to Sindler's place to treat his injuries, I'm afraid that Deetsong's heart would probably be uncomfortable. Now she didn't even know where to go even if she wanted to find Deetsong to appease her. Tuan had disappeared since he was scared by Deetsong in the morning. I'm afraid I've gone back to spilling in the woods. However, Yun Momo was not worried about it. After all, in that he was a cub of the Chi Fire clan and had a strong self-healing ability. Even if he suffered any injuries, as long as they weren't fatal, he wouldn't have much of a problem. Looking at the fine bamboo that was once again neatly arranged in front of the wooden house, Yun Momo thought about Muya's needs. It was decided that it would be better to make the bamboo basket first, so that Muya wouldn't have to go back and forth again. Luosen took care of all the fine bamboo as Yun Momo requested. Then the two of them began to prepare the bamboo basket. The kind of bamboo baskets I saw in the countryside before were beautifully crafted. Cloud Foam hadn't specifically studied it, but had only previously brushed up on a short video of a similar preparation process. A lot of details had to be handled. Yun Momo didn't have a grasp of it at all, and only remembered the general production process. While recalling it in her head, Yun Momo started fiddling with the thin bamboo. Hitchhiking got the hang of it. Luosen followed Yun Momo's example and started to make it up as well. Once the methodology was found, the preparation process was quick. In a short while, the two of them had compiled the bamboo basket. Modern rural bamboo baskets are almost 1 person high, but considering the problem of weight bearing, the bamboo basket that Yun Momo weaved was a bit smaller than that kind. It's almost only a meter or so. This way, the two of her and Muya shouldn't be too tired when they carried it. Lawson looked at the completed bamboo basket and loved it. Straight away, I said I'd have to make a few more out later if I had time. The two were tidying up the yard when Muya returned. It said that the plaza side was almost ready, just waiting for a few of them to go over. Thinking that Deetsong hadn't returned yet, Yun Momo glanced in the direction of the river. Deetsong is more fond of water. She thought of going to the river to look for it.
and she hasn't come back until now. Obviously she hasn't lost her temper yet. According to his nature, I'm afraid it's impossible not to coax him. After speaking to the two, Yun-Momo came to the river. After walking all the way along the riverbank, Yun-Momo hadn't even found any trace of Deetsong. If we go any further, we'll be out of the tribe's boundaries. Deetsong shouldn't have left the tribe at this time, but where else would Deetsong have gone besides the river? Emperor Tsang, are you there? Yun-Momo shouted. If Emperor Tsang was around here, he would have heard it. However, she waited for half a day, but heard no response. Is it true that Deetsong is not at the river? Just as Yun-Momo was puzzled, there was suddenly a subtle rattling in the river. The sound was like a tail lashing in the water. Yun-Momo hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, yet there was nothing in front of her except the slowly flowing river. Just as Yun-Momo turned around in disappointment, ready to leave, something was suddenly wrapped around his waist. Yun-Momo's heart was shocked and she couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Ah! Before she could see what was wrapped around her, a feeling of weightlessness came over her body. In the next second, Yun-Momo only felt a heavenly rotation, and then she was embraced by a refreshingly cool body in her arms. Looking back in horror, there was a pair of stunning red eyes in front of her. Deetsong. Yun-Momo's heart was relieved and she couldn't help but exhale. Scared me to death. After just one sentence, Deetsong's handsome face suddenly moved closer. A refreshingly cool touch hit Yun-Momo's lips. Yun-Momo's eyes widened in shock. Well, exclaimed the man, and his voice was suddenly stuck in his throat. A smirk floated up in Deetsong's good-looking red eyes. Thinking of Deetsong's sudden loss of control earlier, Yun-Momo instinctively wanted to push Deetsong away. However, in the next second, Deetsong directly held Yun-Momo's body and slowly sank into the water. Suddenly entering the water, Yun-Momo had absolutely no time to adjust her breathing. The mouth opened and tried to exhale. Just at this time, a burst of breath with a faint cedar scent was sent into Yun-Momo's mouth, and Yun-Momo subconsciously breathed in. The dilemma of oxygen deprivation was instantly relieved. Emperor Tsong's kisses followed in fine succession. That gentle kiss made Yun-Momo's body soft, and she hurriedly raised her hand to encircle Deetsong's neck. Unlike the previous passionate one, Deetsong's kiss was soft to the extreme, like the gentlest of soothing. Such a feeling made Yun-Momo addicted. Her brain could no longer think. She only wanted to comply with the kiss, and carefully experienced the tenderness from Deetsong. I don't know how long it had been, but Yun-Momo only felt her breathing gradually become rapid, more and more. I wanted to draw on the cedar-scented scent. The choking sensation grew stronger and a dizzying feeling came to his head. The big hand gently stroked over the body as if it was carrying an electric current. Every touch made Yun-Momo feel a tingle. Yun-Momo exclaimed, octopus-like wrapping around Deetsong's body, greedily wanting more. But before she could launch her next move, her body suddenly lightened and that lingering kiss stopped. Yun-Momo impatiently opened her eyes, only to realize that she had already been carried out of the water by Deetsong, and someone was currently looking at her with hooked lips. Thinking of the action she had just made with her own intent, Yun-Momo's face instantly felt as if it was on fire. She clearly wanted to push him away, but she couldn't bring herself to control herself afterward. Even now, she was still craving that wonderful feeling she had just had. The mind was in a state of confusion, leaving Yun-Momo not knowing how to react at all. It smells so much better now. Deetsong's moving voice line rang in his ears, and Yun-Momo was slightly stunned and reacted instantly. Just now, he had been with Lorson himself, and was tainted with Lorson's scent. This big vinegar spirit was actually disgusted with her scent, which was why she pulled herself into the water, trying to clean Lorson's scent. Looking at Deetsong's satisfied expression, Yun-Momo was instantly a bit ashamed. You're simply too bad. Now I'm all wet. How am I going to get to the square later? Deetsong raised his hand and rubbed Yun-Momo's wet hair, dotingly speaking. I'll just dry it off for you again. After saying that, Deetsong swam towards the riverbank with Yun-Momo in his arms. Looking at the pleasant smile on Deetsong's face, Yun-Momo remembered the conflict between him and Luosen and couldn't help but ask, You aren't angry anymore? Deetsong's eyes were slightly downcast. You tell me. Yun-Momo was abashed for a second and hurriedly piled up a face full of smiles. Song is the angel of my heart. Not only is he powerful, but he is also handsome and atmospheric. It's just a small conflict. Song surely won't take that little thing to heart. The smile at the corner of Deetsong's lips gradually widened. Well, that's good to hear. Go on. Chapter 123, Participation in the Ceremony. Seeing the corners of Deetsong's pleasurable lips, Yun-Momo's mouth was like an output smeared with honey. Song smiles so beautifully, it shines brighter than the sun. Pale's hair is so good, smoother than silk, and Pale's voice is simply more enchanting than the most moving music. The smile at the corner of Deetsong's lips grew stronger, and he couldn't help but lower his eyes to look at Yun-Momo. Let's go to the Four Directions Beast City when we're past the Inferno Scorching stage. Momo was slightly stunned and looked at Deetsong in puzzlement. Why? Isn't it good to live here? Deetsong rubbed the tip of his nose against Momo's forehead. His eyes filled with favor. I'm going to take care of some business there and send that big white rat back on the way. He was better suited to receive the family's training, and would go terribly wrong later on if he kept wasting away here. It's okay for us to come back when we're done with things. Thinking of Tuan's identity, Momo was also in a state of distress. It was also unknown what exactly he had fled here from the Chihua clan for. Earlier, she had promised Tuan that she would inquire about the situation of the Chihua clan before letting him decide whether or not to go back. That's why the Four Directions Beast City was a must-visit. Tuan was ultimately a cub of the Kaifire clan, and it would only be better for him to live back in the pack. Thinking of this, Momo nodded. Good. After the Inferno Scorch period, we'll go to the Four Directions Beast City together to take a look. Maybe the clue to his homecoming was in the Four Square Beast City. As soon as this thought appeared, Momo couldn't help but look at Deetsong. If she did find a clue to her home there, how should she part with Deetsong and Luo Sen? Seeing Momo suddenly look at himself, Deetsong gently caressed Momo's wet hair. What's wrong? Suddenly looking at me like that? Momo's heart was suddenly in turmoil, and she could only lower her eyes and shake her head. Deetsong thought that Momo was catching a cold and hurriedly carried Momo to the shore. Finding a stone that was warmed by the sun, Deetsong used the stone to pat under his hair and gently used his fingers to help Momo comb through his hair. The temperature of the stone quickly evaporated the moisture from the hair, and in a short while, Momo's hair became soft and smooth. It simply works better than a modern hairdryer. I don't know what kind of material the dress on my body is made of. Since leaving the water source, it's as if the dress comes with a drying system, and all the liquids all rolled down to the ground automatically. Another glance at Deetsong resulted in Momo's ruthless envy. The silvery white strands of hair had long since dried completely, floating gently in the breeze. There was not even the slightest water stain visible on his body, as if the person who had just been in the water was not him. But thinking about Deetsong's strength, it all seemed to make sense. Even Tuan had a powerful self-healing ability, and it didn't seem very strange that Deetsong was just shielding himself from the water intrusion. By the time the two of them returned to the cabin, Muya and Lawson had already gotten things ready. The welcome celebration in the tribe is really a big potluck. Everyone took their best food and items to the square and had a happy celebration. Because this welcome ceremony was prepared for them, they could instead not prepare food or anything like that. However, Luosen was afraid that Momo would not be accustomed to using the tableware there, so he packed the pottery and chopsticks and other things that had been fired before, specifically for Momo to use. Muya was afraid that the matriarch and the others would be waiting anxiously, so he went to the square in advance to inform the matriarch and the others. Seeing Deetsong hugging Momo, Luosen just silently picked up the things he had prepared and spoke out of his mouth. Let's hurry over there too. Momo struggled to get down and walk on her own, yet Deetsong had absolutely no intention of letting go. This caused Momo to immediately look at Deetsong with some embarrassment. Better put me down. Deetsong didn't say anything either, only showing his refusal with his actual actions, directly carrying Momo towards the direction of the square. That stubborn look was as if he wanted to prove something, not giving Momo a chance to resist at all. This time Momo completely lost her temper and could only let him go. In the back of my mind, I was thinking about that rule. One must think of a good way to make peace between them. If they kept comparing themselves to each other like this, even she could hardly stand it, not to mention the problems that would arise between them. Luckily, this time, Luosen didn't have much of a reaction, just following behind Deetsong, his gaze looking at Momo. In those blue cat pupils, it was as if they couldn't see anything else but Momo. Yun Moxie didn't dare to look Luosen in the eyes again and could only turn her head to the side. She was afraid the guilt inside her would drown her. After being ostriches all the way, several people finally arrived at the large square in the center of the tribe. The square was a bustling mess at this time. In the very center of the square, a huge long wooden table was set up. The wooden table was covered with a variety of food and fruit. The two of them, Mon and Malwei, were leading the females of the tribe to be busy at the table at this time, and when they saw that the three Momo had come, they hurriedly smiled and went forward to greet them. Foamy, how's it going? Are you satisfied with this welcome celebration? Momo looked at the decorated square and nodded happily. Thank you, matriarch and everyone, for being so kind to us. We feel honored to come and live in the tribe. Malvi stepped forward and took Momo's hand towards the center of the wooden table. You kid, what's the point of being polite? Come and sit down. These food and fruits are all prepared for you by the females of the tribe. You guys quickly taste whether it's good or not. Mon and Moto. Several people also rushed forward to receive Deetsong and Luosen. In a moment,
all three were invited to sit down on the 3 seats in the very center of the wooden table. The females who had just been preparing in front of the wooden table had also gathered around at this moment,
one by one saying words of welcome around Unimomo. Moro, welcome to our tribe. If we did anything wrong before, I still hope you won't take it personally with us. Yes, Foamy, welcome to the tribe. Since you came to our tribe, our life can be so much better than before. Not only do we get to eat delicious kernel fruit powder, but we also use such exquisite pottery. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid it would have been hard for us to support ourselves until the inflammation scorching stage. That goes without saying. At that time when Foam brought back so many starworms from the beast god's cave, I felt that Foam was definitely not an ordinary female, and now it seems that Foam is really a female that has been blessed by the beast god. Yes, 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 our tribe has never had a female who could catch so many starworms before. It was the beast god who specially sent Foamy to our tribe so that she could bring the beast god's blessings to our tribe. In the future, with Foamy in our tribe, it's only a matter of time before we return to the prosperity of those days. I wish we could see that day sooner. Listening to the females' compliments to themselves, Unimomo also responded politely with a few words. Thank you all for your love for me, and I will continue to work hard and contribute more to the tribe in the future, so that our tribe can get through the crisis of the inflammatory scorch period safely. Chapter 124, The Beginning of the Festival. On the other side, a few people from Mon and Moto also surrounded Deetsong and Luosen. Deetsong didn't like this kind of atmosphere and only reluctantly sat in the center in order to make Unimomo happy. He appeared resistant to the approach of the males of the tribe, turning people away with a cold face the entire time. Although Deetsong had already agreed to be the tribal offering powerhouse, Deetsong was after all a monstrous beast. The males of the tribe still had an innate fear of Emperor Tsong. So except for Mon who still dared to stay by Deetsong's side and chatted a few times from time to time, all the other males kept a certain distance from Deetsong. Don't dare get too close or too far away. He was afraid that an oversight on his part would displease this red-ranked powerhouse. Compared to Deetsong, the situation on Lozen's side was much more lively. Originally a male who grew up in a tribe, Lorson was usually well liked, and several males who were on good terms with him surrounded him, talking and playing with him. For a while, the atmosphere became very cordial. When all the items were ready, the two of them, Malvi and Morn, came to the center of the square and waved their hands towards everyone. Only then did the orcs and the horde return to their seats where they belonged. One by one, Morn looked at the tribesmen who almost filled the square, and the look on his face appeared to be agitated. It's been a long time since our tribe has celebrated like this, and today we are gathered here once again for only one thing. That is to welcome the great blessing that has recently joined our tribe, Yun Muoi. As soon as Morn's words left his mouth, a cheer went up from the males and females of the tribe. Full of joy, Morn raised his hand to quell the cheers of the crowd and continued. Ever since the disaster 10 Inferno sizzling periods ago, our tribe has never been as prosperous as it used to be, and everyone has been living a hard and cautious life all these years. Whenever the hot period arrives, we will be faced with a huge survival challenge. The scarcity of food and the threat of the Vosha beasts have kept our tribe from getting better. One can only barely maintain the status quo and struggle to make it this far. As a clan leader, not being able to make life more comfortable for everyone makes my heart feel guilty. Originally, I thought that the beast god had abandoned us and would never again send his blessings to our tribe. Lorson, however, brought the blessing of the beast god to our tribe before this period of inflammatory heat. Foamy had gone through the beast god cave and brought back a bamboo tube full of starworms. Everyone could have seen it that day. She is the greatest blessing the beast god has given to our tribe. Since Foamy came to the tribe, the once unsavory droop has become a rare delicacy on the tribe's table, droop powder. What had been crude utensils became fine pottery. She even brought us a Red Order Confessor powerhouse. Even the most powerful tribe outside of the Three Mountains only had one yellow-ranked donor powerhouse. We, on the other hand, are far more fortunate than they are. It's all brought to us by Cloud Mojo. For this reason, I have called you all together for this celebration. Let's welcome Unimomo to stay in our tribe with the most sincere enthusiasm. At the same time, we will also pay our highest respects to the most powerful offering powerhouse in the history of our tribe. And, of course, we are grateful to Lorson for bringing the blessing of the beast god back to our tribe. Moan gave an impassioned speech that instantly brought the whole celebration to a climax. Just as his words fell, the beasts who were still sitting in their seats all stood up from their seats. Towards the Unimomo trio, they respectfully performed a chest-flattering salute, and then all of them let out a burst of excited cheering sounds. It was a neatly harmonized sound, and the sound waves went straight to the sky. Suddenly, the huge blades hanging in the middle of the square were pulled apart. The petals of the flowers suddenly drifted down from the leaves. That colorful and beautiful picture kicked off the whole celebration. Several young males had made their way to the center of the square, rhythmically making cheering noises as they stomped through the nodes in some sort of dance that showcased their male charisma.
Before long, the cheers grew more and more impassioned, and more young males rushed into the square. Soon, the originally large square was all filled with the majestic figures of the males. Some of the females were also pulled into the square by the males and danced merrily. For a while, the atmosphere in the entire square became incomparably warm and cheerful. Malvi sat beside Yun Momo and put the delicious food into Yun Momo's plate again and again. Yun Momo was also hungry, watching the enthusiastic dancing in the square while eating the delicious food. On the side, Luosen couldn't hold back any longer as he watched the bustling scene in the square. Getting up and pulling Yun Momo's arm, he pulled Yun Momo into the square, following the frequency of the males' cheers and dancing freely. Yun Momo was infected by the warm atmosphere and couldn't help but dance along with Luosen's movements. You should know that when he was in school, Yun Momo was the captain of the dance team of the school art troupe. The dance team never misses a cheerleading event, a festival, a celebration, or anything else. Amidst the rhythmic cheers of the males, Yun Momo quickly found the right style. A tense set of Latin moves flowed out. This very feminine dance soon catches the eye of all the males. Looking at Yun Momo's absolutely beautiful dance, Luosen danced with even more excitement. The two gradually became the center of attention of the entire square, and the other males surrounded the two in the middle of the square, mimicking their movements and dancing to their heart's content. Just at the moment when everyone was celebrating enthusiastically, two figures quietly approached Emperor Tsong. Yun Momo and Luosen really are a natural pair. The two of them together are pleasing to the eye just by looking at them. I'm afraid that by the time we reach the storm period, Yun Momo will definitely couple up with Luosen first. The female with long red hair lowered her voice and spoke. Yes, when Yun Momo first came to the tribe, he said himself that in the future, he would only need Luosen as a guardian. No female in our tribe has ever dared to promise a male just one escort. This shows how important Luosen is in Yun Momo's heart. The female with short red hair then spoke. Alas, it's a pity that what was such a beautiful pair has been broken by someone else. Yun Moxie had probably committed herself to branding that obscurantist beast in order to survive. Otherwise, which female would be willing to be with a monster like that? The female with long red hair lamented out, her voice full of sympathy. That's not true. Just by looking at Yun Momo's heartfelt happiness right now, we also know who she really likes. If she could have refused, she would have long ago erased the brand on the monstrous beast. The female with short red hair also let out a sigh, seeming to understand Yun Momo's plight. Chapter 125. Deet Song heard the conversation between the two clearly. When his eyes saw Yun Momo and Luosen who were dancing happily in the square, the emotions under Deet Song's eyes tumbled. Holding the snake-tailed angel pendant that Yun Momo had given him tightly in his hand, Deet Song got up and left from his seat, leaving the square without looking back. The two red-haired females couldn't help but look at each other when they saw that Deet Song had left, and a scene of triumphant smiles appeared on their faces all of a sudden. See? What's the point even if she branded a red-ranked guardian? It's still gone now? Aaron smiled sinisterly to the extreme. Sister is right. Now that red-ranked escort is gone, we can implement our next plan. Ai Chi looked at Deet Song's departing figure, her eyes filled with eager light. As early as the moment Aaron came out of the pit in the ground, the girls had already begun to plan for this one. Originally, they thought that Deet Song would be the most insurmountable obstacle for them. Yet what they didn't expect was that Yun Momo actually left Deet Song, a red-ranked escort, out to dry and went to dance in the square with Luosen. Such a move was undoubtedly the most foolish behavior in their opinion. After all, the females of the tribe valued strength above all else. That male is strong, and the female will follow whichever male she favors more. However, Yun Momo had now left Deet Song, a powerful protector, out to dry, giving them an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Looking at Yun Momo, who was being watched by everyone in the plaza, a flash of deep cynicism floated up in the bottom of Aaron's eyes. Yun Momo, didn't the matriarch say that you are a great blessing blessed by the beast god? Then I'd like to see how you, a great blessing, die today. Ha ha ha. Aki couldn't help but clench the bamboo tube in her hand as she looked at Aaron's crazed face. It was filled with the most horrible poison in the world. As long as Yun Momo got a trace of it, even if the beast god descended into the world, he couldn't save her. At that thought, Aiki lowered her eyes to the cup on Cloud's seat. Sister, I'll show you now. Yun Momo's face that wails in pain. After saying that, Aiki stepped forward, opened the bamboo tube in her hand, and poured the transparent liquid from the bamboo tube into Yun Momo's cup. Aaron casually poured herself a glass of water made from nectar as well, picked up Cloudmist's glass, and headed toward the dancing crowd in the square. Aggie followed closely behind Aaron, her gaze blazing like fire, as if she was about to witness some exciting moment. As soon as Yun Momo died, Luosen would return to his sister's side, and she, Aiki glanced in the direction that Deet Song had left. He's a red-ranked powerhouse. Why should I be condemned to be the second escort at Yun Momo's side? She was even willing to make him her first beast husband as long as he was willing to accept her brand. Compared to Yoon Momo who had left him out to dry, she was devoted to him. She couldn't believe that Deetsong wouldn't be attracted to her. When she was branded a red rank powerhouse, she wouldn't have any worries in her life. The more she thought about it, the more eagerly Aiki looked at Yoon Momo. When the two arrived at the center of the square, Yoon Momo and Luosun were dancing so happily that they didn't even notice their arrival. Erin staggered through the crowd with her glass of water, nearly knocking it out of her hands several times. Fortunately, there was Aiki at her side to protect her, which led to a smooth arrival at Yoon Momo's side. Erin curbed the cynicism in her eyes and made her demeanor look as kind as possible. Mamoru, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before. I hope you can accept my apology. Erin spoke stiffly. However, the voices in the plaza were just too loud, and Yun Mochizuki didn't even hear what she was saying. Seeing that it was Erin, Lorson hurriedly shielded Yun Momo behind himself, isolating her from Erin. Erin was shaking with anger at the sight. Just when she couldn't restrain herself from wanting to have a fit, her gaze caught the cup in her hand instead. Thinking of her next purpose, Erin could only bite her lip in death and quickly suppress that anger in her heart. Seeing that Erin was still not leaving, Luosun instantly pulled up Yun Momo and was about to head towards the other side of the square. Erin was afraid that she would miss her chance, and hurriedly hissed out loudly, "Foamy, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before, please accept my apology." This time, Erin's voice was sharp and penetrating. Cloud Foam only felt a buzzing in her eardrums, and only then did she realize that Erin had already chased after her. For this female, Yun Momo instinctively had some resistance. At this moment, when she saw her hand her own cup to her face, Yun Momo could not help but frown. "Erin, why did you take my cup?" Yun Momo was disgusted with the behavior of touching other people's personal belongings so privately. How could Deetson let her just touch his things? Subconsciously glancing towards the large wooden table, the result was that the wooden table was empty, and Deetsong, who had just been sitting in the center, had already disappeared. Yun Momo anxiously looked around the square but couldn't find Deetsong. Apparently Deetson had left at some point. The thought of leaving him there and coming to the square to dance caused a pang of chagrin in Yunmo's heart. She had just been so hot-headed that she had forgotten about Deetsong's vinegar essence physique. The dancing mind dissipated all of a sudden. At this moment she only wanted to quickly find Deetsong, lest that big jealous jar overturned again. Erin had just raised a smile that was just right, only to see Yun Momo raising her head and looking around, actually not looking at herself at all. An inexplicable feeling of humiliation caused the hatred in Erin's heart to blaze. Tugging at the stiff corners of her lips, Erin forced herself to smile kindly. "Mamoru, I heard that you love cleanliness, and I was afraid that you would dislike it if I took another cup, so I took the liberty of taking your cup. It was all my fault before, and I still hope that you will accept my apology by drinking this cup of nectar water regardless." Yun Momo was in a hurry to find Deetsong and casually waved her hand, wanting to perfunctorily forget about it. "It's fine. I'm not thirsty right now. It's better if you drink it yourself. That cup is also for you. From now on it's all one tribe. As long as you don't look for trouble from me anymore, I won't care about what happened before." After saying that, Yun Momo pulled Luosun and wanted to leave. Irene didn't expect Yun Momo to actually take herself so seriously and actually wanted to casually brush herself off, and said something about the cup being given to her. Is this a sign of resentment for moving her cup? Such humiliation was simply too much for Erin to bear, and her grip on the cup grew harder and harder. Even her knuckles began to turn slightly white, just when she was almost on the verge of being unable to hold back. Wanting to smash the cup in her hand into Yun Momo's face, Ai Chi, who was following behind her, hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Eileen's hand. "Aya, sister, look at you. How dare you talk to the most honorable female of our tribe like this until now? Even the matriarch has said that she's a great blessing to our tribe. We have to kneel down and beg for her forgiveness." With that, Aiki took the cup in Erin's hand and with a plop, she knelt in front of Yun Momo. Chapter 126, The Unexpected. Erin, who was on the side, also reacted instantly, followed by a plop on her knees. "Foamy, today I've come to apologize to you with sincerity, so take a sip of the nectar water I prepared for you. If you don't drink it, the two of us, Aiki and I, will kneel here today and not get up. After all, you are now the most honorable female in the tribe. If you don't forgive me, I won't have the face to live in the tribe in the future." This time, Erin said it out loud. The males and females who were dancing wildly around them all stopped. One by one, they scowled in Yun Momo's direction. Yun Moxie's footsteps lurched, and she couldn't help but look in the direction of Erin and Aiki. A strange feeling surfaced. She always found the two sisters' behavior odd. If he was sincerely apologizing, how could he morally kidnap himself in such a way? Looking at the glass of water that Aiki handed to her, Yun Mochizuki couldn't help but frown. "What are you doing? I didn't say I wouldn't forgive you.
I just don't really feel like drinking water right now, so what are you pushing me so hard for? Aiki's reaction was quick, raising her eyes to look at Yun-Mo and passing the cup of water in her hand forward again. Mamoru, don't get me wrong. There's actually a rule in the tribe that if you do something wrong and hurt someone, then you need to prepare an elaborate gift to beg for forgiveness. Sister questioned you before about being a spy from the desolate city, causing you to suffer a lot of hurt for nothing. Although sister has accepted the clan leader's punishment, after coming out and knowing that you have made so many contributions to the tribe, sister really feels guilty in her heart. So we went searching in the woods all day yesterday, and spent the entire night crafting an extremely tasty nectar water, and wanted to use this gift to ask for your forgiveness. The matriarch says you're a great blessing to the tribe, and if I can't get your forgiveness in public, my sister's life in the tribe will be very difficult from now on. I hope you'll take a sip for the sake of my sister's sincere apology to you. If you don't drink it, we'll stay on our knees until you're relieved. As soon as Aiki's words left her mouth, the surrounding beasts murmured. When she first questioned Yun-Mo as a spy from Desolate City, it wasn't because of the matter of Luosen being branded by Yun-Mo. Now that she knows that Yun-Mo has become a celebrity in the tribe, she's afraid that Yun-Mo won't accept her apology and will target her in the future. In the beginning, she relied on the matriarch's favor to run roughshod over the tribe, who dared to go against her. Now that Yun-Mo has replaced her position in the tribe, she has learned her lesson. Why? She dares not learn her lesson? The few guardians around her, the strongest duo Pu is already wasted. That Sari hasn't recovered yet, and now Yun-Mo is even branded as a strong red rank. If Cloud Phone wants to target her, she barely has a chance to live at all. Although it wasn't right for her to question Yun-Mo about being a spy for Desolate City in the first place, but now that Irene has apologized without a care in the world, isn't it a bit too petty if Yun-Mo doesn't drink it? That's also true. After all, the matriarch has already punished Aileen. That 3 days in the pit of the earth is not a good place to stay. It would indeed be a bit unkind of Yun Moxie if she didn't drink it. The surrounding murmurs reached Yun-Mo's ears, and for a while it made her somewhat unable to get off the stage. She didn't know why, but in her heart she always felt that there was something strange about this matter. Eyeing the females around him, they looked at themselves to see if they were going to accept Aaron's apology and drink the nectar water from their cups or not. I have to say, this is a really high level of moral kidnapping on Aaron's part. If she refused to drink that cup of water now, she would leave an impression of being calculating and without temperament in the hearts of the tribal females in the future. In the future, when the other females get along with themselves in the tribe, I'm afraid that they will be on guard at every turn, afraid of offending themselves somewhere. Even though she was reluctant, Yun-Mo had to take the cup from Aiki's hand. Glancing at the water in the glass, it was crystal clear and nothing seemed to be wrong with it. Well, since it's a tribal rule, I'll take a sip. Anyway, I won't bother anything with you again because of what happened before, and I hope you'll behave yourself in the future. After saying that, Yun-Mo raised her hand and was ready to drink the water in the cup. Wait! Luosen stepped forward and pulled Yun-Mo's hand, taking the cup in her hand into his own. I'll drink it for Moro. With that, Lorson directly raised his hand and drank the water from the cup. Aaron and Aggie both had absolutely no time to react before they saw the already empty cup being dropped on the floor by Lawson. The two men were flabbergasted when they saw this scene. Lawson, what are you doing? That's the water I gave to Yun-Mo. Aaron screamed out uncontrollably. The voice was sharp and manic like someone wanted her dead. It was a far cry from the humble, supplicating look she had just given. Lawson couldn't help but frown when he saw her with such an attitude. Why are you so excited? It's just a cup of water. Foamy doesn't want to drink it, and as her escort, it's reasonable for me to help her drink it. Or is it that this cup of water doesn't have any secrets? As soon as Lawson's words fell, Aaron's face instantly turned pale. Aki, who was on the side, hurriedly took Aaron's hand and pulled her up from the ground. I'm sorry, my sister just came out from the pit of the earth. Her body wasn't very good in the first place. That cup of water was carefully prepared by her for Yun-Mo yesterday, but now it's being drunk by Luosen. She's just afraid that Yun-Mo won't be able to feel her sincerity. That's why she lost control of her emotions. Aki hurriedly explained. It was only then that Aaron snapped out of her shock as Aggie covered her up. Yes, I just want to let Yun-Mo know that I came to apologize to her sincerely, but the water ended up being drunk by Luosen. I have some difficulty accepting it. If Foamy really doesn't want to drink it, then forget it. I'm a little under the weather, so I'll leave you all to your celebrations, and we'll leave now. After saying that, Aaron didn't care what the people around her had to say, and dragged Aiki away in a hurry. Yun-Mo looked at the backs of the two men as they left, an uneasy feeling inexplicably rising in her heart. What the hell is wrong with them? It always seemed to me that they weren't here to apologize to me. Luosen looked at Yun-Mo's uneasy look and couldn't help but speak out to pacify her. Forget it,
Don't think too much about it. They're probably just trying to make a show of it in front of the tribesmen to make everyone think she's been wronged. This would gain sympathy from everyone and not ostracize her too much in the future. She hadn't used that trick before, and we all knew it in our hearts. And that glass of water, I drank it for you, so people won't think badly of you. Glancing at the cup on the ground, the uneasiness in Yun Mo's heart grew stronger. Could she have put something bad in the water? Yun Mo subconsciously guessed. However, just as her words fell, Luo Sen's body suddenly stumbled, and in the next second a mouthful of blood instantly spurted out of his mouth. Chapter 127, Poisoning. Blood sprayed on Yun Mo's white cheeks, and the warm sensation caused Yun Mo to instantly collapse. Lawson! Yun Mo exclaimed in shock and rushed to Luo Sen's side. Before she could grab Lawson's hand, Lawson's body fell straight down. When the surrounding beasts saw this, they all screamed one by one. Ah! Rosen is spitting blood. Go get the matriarch. Geez, Lawson was just fine. He just drank that glass of water from Aaron and he's spitting up blood. This is murder. The one Irene wanted to kill was originally Yun Mo. Quickly, go and get Aaron. Don't let her get away. I saw Aaron give the horde away. Let's go after them. For a while, various voices enveloped Yun Mo. However, Yun Mo sat paralyzed at Luo Sen's side as if all her strength had been drained away, hugging Luo Sen's body tightly. Lawson, wake up, don't you? I'm so scared. You have to wake up. Oof, help. Someone save Lawson. Oh, Yun Mo cried and tried to pick Luo Sen up from the ground. She wanted to take Luo Sen to the Xin plan doctor. Dr. Sin will surely be able to cure Lawson. However, Yun Mo had exerted all her strength, but she was simply unable to move Luo Sen's body by the slightest bit. Looking at Luo Sen, who was lying in his arms with his eyes tightly closed, Yun Mo only felt that the entire world had become dim. Why? Why did you do this to her? What did she do wrong? Just as Yun Mo desperately hugged Luo Sen's body and cried helplessly, Morn and Mulvey were the first two to come to the two men's side. Foamy, what the hell is going on? Luo Sen was fine just now. Why is he suddenly vomiting blood? Mon anxiously helped Luo Sen up from the ground, and Yun Mo was as if she had grabbed a lifesaver, and hurriedly pulled Mon's arm. Patriarch, please save Lawson. Just now he just drank the water that Aaron handed me and then he was like this. There must be something wrong with that glass of water. When Malwei heard Yun Mo's words, she hurriedly picked up the cup on the ground and brought it to the end of her nose to smell it. This seems to be just ordinary nectar water. Is not right. There seems to be other flavors in it, but I'm not too sure. It's better to quickly take it to Sinler to identify it and find out what exactly Lawson drank. Maybe Sinler has the antidote there. Morn nodded evenly as Mulvey finished speaking. Without much ado, he transformed into a beast between them and picked up Lawson's body and ran wildly in the direction of Sinler's cabin. Mulvey helped Cloudmore up from the ground. At the same time, she commanded to a few older females behind her. Irene won't get far after doing something stupid like that. When the males of the tribe get her back, take the sisters over to Sinler's side and I'll interrogate them myself. A few of the older females responded and headed in the direction of the tribe's entrance. Yun Mo looked at Malwei worriedly. Rosen is going to be okay, right? Dr. Sin will be able to save Lawson, right? Seeing Yun Mo's disoriented look, Malwei exhaled deeply and then nodded. Don't worry, we'll find a way to save Lawson. Tell me what just happened in detail and see if you can find any useful clues to help Sinler. Yun Mo's mind was in chaos at this time, and she simply didn't know where to start. One could only try to remember the situation after Aaron's appearance. Aaron suddenly came to us, and then she said she wanted to apologize to me for letting me drink the cup of nectar water she made, and said that she had carefully made that cup of water. And by the way, that cup was still from my table, and I don't know when she got it, and Deetsong wasn't over at the table at that time, and I don't know where she went. That's right, Deetsong. Could Deetsong have been victimized by them too? No, I have to find Deetsong. Where the hell is Deetsong? Deetsong. Lawson. Yun Mo broke away from Malwei's hand that was holding her up and panicked as she searched for Deetsong's figure in the crowd. As Malwei looked at Yun Mo's flustered appearance, she hurriedly stepped forward and pulled her hand. Moro, calm down first. Deetsong is so powerful. Surely nothing will happen. Irene and the others know that Deetsong is a red rank powerhouse. Even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to mess with Deetsong. If you don't feel at ease, I'll have someone go find Deetsong to come over and accompany you now. Yun Mo's emotions were still in a state of collapse, and when she heard that Malwei was going to find Deetsong, she busily nodded her head. Well, we must find Deetsong quickly. I'll really hate myself if anything happens to him too. As Malwei looked at Yun Mo's agonized expression, she hurriedly commanded towards the females around her. You will go and look for the Deetsong offering, and if you find it, have the Deetsong offering come to Sinler's cabin.
The females around them knew the urgency of the situation. Hastily, they responded, scattering in all directions to look for them. Mulvey helped Momo and hurried all the way towards Sindler's cabin. By the time they got to the cabin, it was a mess.
Lorson was lying convulsing in Sindler's nest of animal skins,
and blood continued to spill from Lorson's mouth.
Sindler directed the males in the cabin to search for various herbs while shoving large pills towards Lorson's mouth.
Morn cupped Lawson's mouth to help Lawson swallow the pills while anxiously questioning Sindler. What on earth did Luosin drink? How did he suddenly vomit blood?
Sindler grumpily rummaged through the medicine chest, sparing the drugs from pouring regardless.
Who do I ask if you ask me? I've warned you before to keep a close eye on that Irene. If you keep indulging her, sooner or later something will happen. You never took what I said seriously, so what's the point of asking me now? There are thousands of different types of poisons, and the symptoms are all similar. How can I tell the types of poisons just by the fact that I'm vomiting blood?
If we don't find Erin soon and ask her what kind of poison she actually used, even the beast god coming down to earth won't be able to save Lorson. Before Momo had the chance to go up and check on Luosin's condition, he heard Sindler say something like this. The body stumbled and almost fell to the ground. It was a good thing that Mulvey was quick to hold her back, her gaze complaining as she glanced at Sindler. I've sent someone to find Erin. She certainly won't get too far in her panic. You stabilize Lorson's condition, and when they bring Erin back later, Lorson will be saved. Sindler glanced in Malway's direction, and when he saw Momo's limp appearance, he immediately pushed down the anxious emotion in his heart. I've given the boy all the medicine I can, and as soon as I get Erin back and ask questions, I'll be able to find the exact antidote. Chapter 128, Turn Around. Just as Sindler was speaking, Luosen's body suddenly shook violently. Blood gushed out of his mouth as if it were a spring, and his originally pale face instantly turned blue and black. Seeing this scene, Momo could not care about anything else, rushed to Luosen's side and hugged Luosen's body tightly. Luosen, can you hear me? I'm Momo. Can you hold on? They'll have Erin back soon. Once they find Erin, you'll be saved. You'll be fine, and I'm going to make you lots of good food, and we're going to make furniture together and decorate our cabin. There are many things we haven't done yet, and I would never let anything happen to you. Momo held Luosen's hand tightly and cried uproariously. I don't know if it was Momo's voice that gave Luosen the motivation to persevere. Only to see Momo's words fall, Luosen's body tightened up for a while, and he actually restrained that violent trembling. The greenish-black lips opened and closed, seemingly saying something, but unfortunately, blood gushed out from time to time, completely drowning out his voice, and Momo couldn't hear what Luosen was saying at all. Afraid that she would miss Luosen's words, Momo quickly stopped her crying and pressed her head close to Luosen's lips, listening carefully. Foam, no, crying. With the gap of blood gushing out, Luosen's breathless voice came out intermittently, and when Momo thoroughly heard Luosen's words, tears raged down uncontrollably. Not daring to let herself cry out, Momo raised her hand to cover her lips in death, until the moment when his life was in danger. It was still himself that was on Lorson's mind. Momo only felt as if her heart had been pierced by countless sharp arrows, and the pain tore through her heart and lungs. Good, I won't cry. You're going to be okay. I'm not going to cry. You have to hold on. Sindler said he can save you as long as Erin says what kind of poison it is. Momo's tears were raging, but she still tried hard to restrain her sobs, and with as steady a voice as possible, she ambled over to Luosen's ear and spoke, probably to reassure Momo. Luosen's lips opened and closed slightly, struggling to swallow back the blood in his mouth. Good. Persistence. There was only time to utter the words before the blood in his mouth erupted from his mouth and nose again in a torrent as if fighting back against Lawson's suppression. Momo was caught off guard and was splattered with blood. The originally bright red blood had long since turned dark red by now. Sindler exclaimed in shock at the sight. Oops, the toxin has entered the heart. Why hasn't the guy who went to find Irene come back? If we were a moment later, I'm afraid this kid would really be hopeless. The words just finished. Momo brain buzzing, has been taught that string instantly broken. Seems to have been drained of all the strength. Momo only feel a black eye, can no longer support fainted. When she opened her eyes again, she saw Deetsong's red pupils looking at her with concern. Foamy, you're awake? Seeing that it was Deetsong, Momo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, thinking of Luosen again, Momo instantly woke up and fiercely grabbed Deetsong's hand, anxiously voicing out, "Where's Lawson? How's he doing?" Deetsong's gaze slightly lowered as he shook his head. That female hasn't been found yet, and I'm afraid that Golden Thunder Beast isn't going to make it. Upon hearing this news, Momo was immediately struck by lightning. How can this be? With so many males in the tribe out at once, how is it possible that we haven't found Erin and the girls yet? Lin, they have premeditated. Must have used some method to avoid the tracking of the males.
The males in the tribe have already searched for a day and a night, and can't find any traces of them at all.
Until now they are still searching outside.
If they are not found before dark today, I am afraid. Ditsong cannot bear to speak.
Yunmo's heart clenched up and she could no longer control herself as she got up from her nest.
No, I'm going out to find Aaron. I'll never let anything happen to Lawson. After saying that, Yun-Mo rushed towards the door regardless. In the next second,
Yun-Mo's waist was hooked by the snake's tail and her entire body fell into Ditsong's embrace.
I'll stay with you. Yun-Mo nodded gratefully. Okay, we've got to find Aaron before it gets dark, and I'll never let anything happen to Lawson.
By now it was mid-afternoon and there were still a few hours before dark.
Yun-Mo secretly blamed herself.
If she hadn't been crushed into a coma by her grief yesterday, she probably wouldn't have wasted so much time for nothing. Now she just hoped she could find Aaron soon and ask what kind of poison it had to be.
Maybe it's not too late. The two quickly arrived at the location of the tribal square.
There were a few males gathered there exchanging something.
Ditsong carried Yun-Mo in front of several people.
Those few males saw that it was Ditsang and hurriedly bowed respectfully towards him.
Did you find any clues about that female? Ditsong spoke faintly.
Several males looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly.
Yesterday, we were the first to chase them out, and as a result, we searched around the tribe but found nothing. According to Aileen and Ike's speed, it's impossible for them to have escaped from our search in such a short period of time. A male spoke with a face of certainty. Well,
they didn't know what method they used.
After leaving the square, their scent disappeared,
and we haven't found their scent until now. No trace of them can be seen in the entire forest either.
It's as if they disappeared out of thin air. The females searched the entire tribe yesterday as well, and there is still no sign of Aaron,
and no one knows exactly where they could have hidden.
Hearing the male's words, Yun Mochizuki's mind couldn't help but think of Aaron's guardians. Where's Dope and Suri? Where are they now? Cloudflare anxiously asked. Hearing Yun-Mo's inquiry,
those males could not help but sigh.
Dope ran off when we went to them yesterday, and Sari, who was badly injured by Dope, is still in a coma and not doing well. Knowing that Sari had been seriously injured and fallen into a coma, Yun Mochizuki instantly saw hope. Sari must have known something and used the incident to threaten Dope to take himself with him.
And Dope didn't want to take Sari with him as a nuisance, which is why he chose to kill Sari. In his haste, however, he did not kill Suri completely. As soon as Sari wakes up from her coma now, maybe we'll be able to ask where Aaron is. Seeing Yun-Mo's agitated expression, a few males but shook their heads in an intolerant manner.
I'm afraid Sari won't be able to wake up. His throat was bitten off by Dope, and I'm afraid he won't be able to last much longer even if Sindler tries his best to resuscitate him. Just when Yun-Mo's hopes were almost dashed, Ditsong, who was on the side, suddenly opened his mouth and spoke. The spirit crystals should be able to wake him up. Chapter 129, Caught in the Act. As soon as Ditsong's words left his mouth, several males immediately stared in shock. Spirit crystals? Does the Tikong confessor want to use spirit crystals for Sari? In their opinion, spirit crystals were incomparably precious treasures, and it was a bit of a waste to use them on Sari's body. After all, according to the value of spirit crystals, it was enough to buy dozens of male slaves like Sari. Yun-Mo reacted instantly. Ditsong still had quite a few spirit crystals in his hand. If spirit crystals can save Sari, then Lothian. Ditsong knew what Yun-Mo wanted to ask. Before Yun-Mo could finish, Ditsong shook his head helplessly. Spirit crystals can treat external injuries, but they can't remove toxins. And Sari has been seriously injured for too long, so even if we use the spirit crystals now, it's hard to guarantee that he'll survive, but it's enough to try to wake him up. Although a little disappointed, after hearing that the spirit crystals could awaken Sari, Yun-Mo at least had hope. After all, as long as Sari could awaken, then he must know where Aaron and the others were hiding. If we find Irene, Lawson will be saved. Thinking of this, Yun-Mo hurriedly looked at Ditsong. Then let's hurry up and use the spirit crystals to wake Sari up. And if we can find Aaron, maybe Lawson will be saved. Ditsong nodded and carried Yun-Mo and headed towards the tribe. The few males hurriedly followed, guiding Ditsong on the side. Soon, several people arrived in front of an imposing wooden house. This is the cabin where Irene lives. Several males said Sari was in the cabin. Ditsong carried Yun-Mo into the wooden house and saw Sari laying dying in a nest of animal skins. The throat was a bloody mess, and fetid plasma was gushing out with faint breaths. There was no one in the house but Sari. It must be that Sindler knew that Sari couldn't be saved and left him here to fend for himself. Seeing Sari's condition, Yun Mochizuki couldn't help but frown. Can spirit crystals really make him wake up? Emperor Tson let go of Yun-Mo's body, took out a spirit crystal from the silk pouch tied around his waist, and slowly walked over to Sari's body, only to see a flash of light in Ditsong's palm. The shimmering spirit crystal turned into a bright powder.
As soon as her slender fingers loosened, the shiny powder sprinkled down Sari's throat as if it were quicksand. A magical scene appeared. Only Sari's throat, which had just been a bloody mess, was rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within moments, Sari's weak breath became clear. Yunemomo's eyes were filled with anticipation and she couldn't help but step forward, eyes locked on Suri's face. After a moment, Suri's eyelids fluttered. Yun Moxie couldn't wait any longer to call out his name. Sari, wake up! Presumably hearing Yunemomo's voice, Sari instantly opened her eyes in alarm. How did you get here? Sari's voice was hoarse like 1,000 bellows, and her tone was full of incredible shock. Seeing that he woke up, Yunemomo could no longer care about anything else and rushed to Sari's front, anxiously opening her mouth to ask, Sari, do you know where Eren and the others went? Hearing Yunemomo ask about Eren's whereabouts, Sari's eyes couldn't help but darken for a moment. It was you who saved me? Sari didn't directly answer Yun Mochizuki's words, but only looked at Yun Mochizuki with a scrutinizing face. Yunemomo glanced towards Deetsang before shaking her head. It was Deetsang who used the spirit crystal to save you from waking up. We can talk about the rest later. Can you first tell us where Eren is hiding? She's already deserted you, and it won't help you even if you help her hide it. Sari closed her eyes in pain and exhaled deeply. Her plan failed after all. Oh, it's all God's will. After all I've done for her, it's not even a problem that she wants to abandon me, but she actually told Dope to kill me. It's just a shame that I didn't deserve it and actually survived. Since she has been unkind to me, don't blame me for being unkind, Sari said, a fierce light flashing in her eyes. Eren is hiding in one of the underground caves in the hunting grounds. I'll draw the road map for you now. Hearing that Eren had actually hidden in an underground cave, the males who had followed them all came to a realization. No wonder we searched for a day and a night without finding any trace of Eren. I didn't realize she was actually hiding in an underground cave. Yeah, I didn't expect her, a female, to dare to go and hide in that kind of treacherous place. It's really unexpected. But the underground cave environment is complicated. She shouldn't lose her life once she goes in. Hearing what the males had to say, Sari struggled to sit up from her nest of animal skins. How could a female as selfish as her let herself lose her life? She had scouted it out long ago, and Dope had gone there to make preparations ahead of time, and as soon as it was night, they would take advantage of the chaos of the tribe to escape completely. Use the information about our tribe's dealings with the smaller tribes to get them to stay with the smaller tribes and gain their protection. As soon as I die, no one will ever know where they are. Hearing that Eren and the girls would soon be escaping, Yunemomo hurriedly handed a wooden stick into Sari's hand. There's not much time left, so draw the route to that underground cave and we'll go and get Eren and the girls back now. Sari had been hurt by Eren to the core, and couldn't wait to see the look on Eren's face the moment she was brought back. Hurriedly, he reached out and took the wooden stick handed to him by Yunemomo and carefully traced it on the ground. A few moments later, with Sari tracing and patiently explaining as she did so, the males of the tribe instantly knew where Eren and the others were hiding. So that's where it is. This place is really quite hidden. We just searched over there in the morning but didn't realize that there was actually an underground cave entrance in that crack. Now that we have their exact location, let's see where they can escape to this time. Yunemomo was not familiar with the terrain of the tribe's hunting grounds, and at this time, when he heard that the males already knew where Eren's hiding place was, he hurriedly opened his mouth to urge them on. Then let's hurry up and get going. We must catch Eren and the others this time, and when we ask the type of poison, Rosen will be saved. A few males also knew that time was running out and nodded in a hurry. Two of the males went to inform the patriarch and the other males in the tribe who had returned, while the remaining two males took Deetsang and Yunemomo and quickly rushed towards the entrance of that underground cave that Sari had mentioned. Soon, the few people arrived in front of the most remote part of the crack in the tribe's hunting grounds. A few people didn't dare to startle Eren, who was hiding inside, and could only communicate with simple hand gestures. Because Deetsang often went in and out of the underground cave, he was more familiar with the environment there. So Deetsang only instructed the males outside to protect Yunemomo, and then leapt into the crevice. Yunemomo worriedly looked down towards the crevice, yet the light in the crack was so dim that she could barely see anything. Well, it wasn't long before a female's mournful scream came from under the gap. Yunemomo's heart was delighted. Caught it. Chapter 130, The Madness of Irene. Within moments, a silver-white light rushed out of the gap. Two slender figures were instantly thrown in front of the males. Without the slightest hesitation, several males instantly rushed forward and pinned the two figures to the ground. Ah, let go of me. Our parents were sacrificed to save the tribe. How dare you do this to me? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Eren shrieked in horror. And as for Aggie, who was hissing and screaming as she held her twisted and deformed arm. Ah, my hand. Sister, save me. I don't want to die. Seeing the two men who were pressed to the ground, Yunemomo rushed forward to inquire. Eren, what exactly did you poison the nectar water with?
As long as you tell me the type of poison, I can go and plead with the clan chief to waive your punishment. For Yun Momo, nothing could be more important than Luo Sen's life right now. If the Irene sisters delayed for fear of culpability and were unwilling to reveal the type of poison, then Lawson would be in danger. That was why Yun Momo did not hesitate to make a promise, but also wanted the Aileen sisters to reveal the type of poison as soon as possible. This will buy valuable time to save Lawson. However, after hearing Yun Momo's words, Aaron looked at Yun Mo with eyes full of indignation. It's all you. It's all because you, the Scourge, came to the tribe, and that's what caused all this. You've not only gotten Lawson into trouble, but you've gotten us sisters into this mess. You caused all of this. What gives you the right to stand here in a breezy manner and say that you're pleading for us? It's all your fault. Looking at Irene's indignant face, Yun Momo's heart was anxious. Aaron, no matter how much you hate me, Lawson is innocent, and you can't use your hatred for me to plot against Lawson. It's an emergency. Please tell me the type of poison quickly. Maybe Lawson can still be saved. As for the right or wrong of the matter, we can take our time to reckon with it later. Luo Sen's life was now in the hands of the Aileen sisters, and Yun Mo did not dare to theorize anything with her at all. Afraid of upsetting Aaron, she was reluctant to spill the beans on the type of poison. Then Lawson would really never be saved again. It was a pity that the moment she saw Yun Mo, Aaron had been overwhelmed by indignation. All she wanted to do now was to see Yun Mo humbly pray to herself, even if this life was plunged into misery. Ha ha ha, Yun Mo, seeing you in so much pain, I suddenly feel so happy. You were supposed to be the one to die, and I just wanted you to die in agony. However, it now seems that I was wrong in my thinking before. A short period of pain is not enough for me to vent my anger at all. Instead, I'd be happier watching you suffer like this for the rest of your life. So, I am not going to tell you the type of poison. I'm going to make you watch Lawson die and live in pain for the rest of your life. Ha! Irene frantically vented her resentment, and some words came down, making Yun Momo's heart suddenly fall like an ice cave. Aaron, why do you hate me so much? I haven't done anything outrageous to you since I came to the tribe. You were the one who pushed me every step of the way from the beginning, trying to drive me out of the tribe. I've put up with you over and over again, and I never wanted anything to do with you? Why can't you just leave me alone? What exactly do I have to do for you to be willing to tell me the type of poison? If you want me to leave the tribe, I can promise you that if you tell me the type of poison, I can leave immediately and never show up in the tribe again in my life. Yun Mo begged humbly. She knew that if Aaron wouldn't tell what kind of poison it was, then Lawson was truly hopeless. Aaron laughed wildly, as if she had seen the most delightful image in the world for her. Ha ha ha, Yun Mo. The blame is only that you shouldn't have come to the tribe and robbed me. Lawson was mine. The male's adoration was mine. And everything that was best in the tribe was mine. Everything was fine. But then you came along and everything changed. Lawson was branded by you, and the eyes of the males of the tribe were drawn to you. And even the patriarch, who had favored me, punished me because of you. You robbed me of everything I had. And now you've come to ask me why I hate you. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Before, I wanted to drive you out of the tribe. If you had the sense to leave obediently at that time, then there wouldn't be this result now. You want to leave the tribe now? Too late. Too late. I'll never tell you the type of poison. I'll watch you suffer like this forever. Even if I die, you'll still live in pain. That would satisfy me. Ha ha ha, I'm so content. Aaron laughed madly, a sharp and piercing laugh. Yun Mo looked at her crazed face, and her entire body fell into despair. Lawson, it was my mistake. This is all my fault. How am I going to make up for the mistakes I've made? Why wasn't I the one who drank the poison at the time? Why? Yun Mo's body stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Deetsan rushed forward to hold Yun Mo in his arms. Foamy, don't worry. I'll get her to reveal the type of poison. After saying that, a silver-white light flashed and directly wrapped Eileen's body tightly. Aaron let out a wail of pain. Ah ha ha ha. Aki, who was being held down by the tribal males, snapped out of her misery when she heard Aaron's screams. A quick glance of his eyes revealed a strangled and grimacing Aaron. Sister! Ah! Don't kill my sister. I say, I'll tell you the kind of poison now, and beg you to spare my sister. Upon hearing Ike's words, Aaron, however, hissed and roared towards Ike as if she had gone mad. You shut up. No talking. If you say anything, I'll kill you. I'm going to watch Yun Mo suffer for the rest of my life. Aggie's whole body collapsed as she watched Aaron's frantic look. Sister, I don't want you to die. Even if you kill me, I want you to live well. I don't know if Yun Mu will be in pain. I only know that if you die, I'll never have a family again. Let's tell them what kind of poison we have, and then we'll leave the tribe and go live somewhere else. As long as we sisters stay together, this life won't be too bad soon. Don't worry, I'll make sure you have a good life. Will you trust me? Aggie couldn't care less about the pain of her broken arm and looked at Aaron with a pleading face. In her eyes, Aaron was everything to her. She would give up anything, including her own life, for Aaron. However, at this point, Irene had long since been overwhelmed by jealousy and resentment. In the face of Aggie's pleading, Aaron felt nothing but disgust. It was as if even her most beloved sister had been bribed by Yun Momo. Good. Yun Momo. You're really good at tactics. Even my good sister is now speaking in your favor. Ha 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 ha. You are actually taking away even the last of your kinship. Yun Momo. A scourge like you should go to hell. Chapter 131, You Waste of Space. Aaron was frantically laughing and crying at the same time, as if she no longer had the slightest attachment to life. Aggie shook her head desperately toward Aaron when she heard her words. Sister, I didn't speak for her. I just didn't want to see you die. They'll kill you. You're the last of my family. It's just not worth it to get back at Yun Momo. Seeing Deetsong's snake tail tighten more and more, Aiki's pleading voice became more and more urgent. However, looking at Aaron's maniacal expression, Aiki hurriedly turned her sight towards Deetsong. Deetsong offering, I beg you, please let go of my sister first, okay? Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you, just please don't kill my sister. In the face of Aiki's pleading, Deetsong was not at all moved, and the strength on his tail did not slacken in the slightest. It was as if they couldn't hear her at all. Afraid that Deetsong would have an impulse and strangle Aaron to death with his snake tail, Aichi had no choice but to hastily shift her sight to Yun Momo's body. Yun Momo, I'm sorry, none of this has anything to do with sister. If you want to blame me, blame me. I told my sister to poison the water to poison you. I just didn't expect that Luosan actually drank that cup of water laced with poison one step ahead of time. Don't you want to know the type of poison? As long as you let my sister go, I can tell you right now. After hearing Aichi's words, Yun Momo quickly spoke out, wanting to stop Deetsong. However, before Yun Momo could say anything, Aaron struggled desperately as if she had gone mad. Kill me. You guys kill me. Aggie, you piece of. I shouldn't have trusted you in the first place. I didn't think you'd be greedy enough to try to betray me. If you dare to reveal the type of poison, I will never forgive you even if I die. Emperor Tsong was annoyed by Irene's manic screams, and with a violent force from the snake's tail, a crisp sound of bones breaking was heard from Irene's body all of a sudden. In the next second, Aaron's miserable howl instantly resounded. Aggie couldn't hold on any longer as she looked at Aaron's miserable form. She knew that if she didn't quickly tell Yun Momo about the type of poison, as long as Deetsong used a little more force, Irene's body would be completely broken by Deetsong. I say, the poison that Lawson was poisoned with was inflamed blood tree sap. If you guys hurry back, Lawson should still be saved. When Yun Momo heard Aichi finally say the type of poison, she immediately looked anxiously at Deetsong. Deetsong, Lawson is saved. Let Aaron go. We're going back to Simler now. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Deetsong didn't bother with Aaron and Aiki. A single swing of the snake's tail heaved Aaron out of the way. The males of the tribe rushed forward and brought Aaron under control. At this moment, almost all of the bones in Aaron's body were broken, and her entire body had turned blue and black from bruises. Pinned to the ground by several males, Aaron's eyes were filled with an indignant light. Ah, you all deserve to die. I'll kill you all. Aggie saw Aaron's bloodshot eyes and pleaded incoherently. Sister, calm down. Let's go back and apologize to the matriarch. The matriarch won't kill us. When Simler heals you, we'll leave the tribe together. Wherever we go, we can start over. It's not worth it to take your life just to get back at Yun Momo. Aiki was still speaking out to persuade her. At this moment, she only wanted Eileen to live well and stop going against Yun Momo. This will only damage her more. Looking at the two people who were lying on the ground hissing and struggling, Yun Momo exhaled faintly, not wanting to care about the two Eileen and Aiki anymore. Yun Momo pulled up Deetsong's hand and headed in the direction of the tribe. Deetsong's speed was fast, and it didn't take long for the two to have returned to the tribe. Morn was at that moment interrogating Sari in the square with several males. As a result, when he saw that Yun Momo and Deetsong had returned, he hurriedly got up and came to the side of the two to inquire. How's it going? Did you find Aaron and Aggie? Did they tell what kind of poison that was? Cloudmore nodded at Moan. I've found it, and Aggie has already told me the type of poison. Let's go to Simler now and see if he can find an antidote to the poison. A flash of joy couldn't help but rise up on Demorne's taut face. Great! Lawson is saved. Great! Deetsong didn't delay, and didn't care how Moan was doing. Holding Yun Momo in his arms, he rushed in the direction of Xian Li's wooden house. By the time he came to the cabin, the house was filled with a strong smell of herbs. Simler was working his ass off in the house, constantly putting herbs into stone troughs and grinding them into juice. Seeing Yun Momo and Deetsong come in, Xian Li raised his hand and wiped the sweat on his forehead as he spoke anxiously. Warm poison of sorts yet? Lawson's condition can't hold up any longer. I'm on my last batch of medicine here, and if I can't find the exact type of poison, You guys might as well get a hold of your last look at Lawson. To prolong the time it took for Lawson to be poisoned, Sindler was almost exhausted. Yet even if he put his life on the line, there was nothing he could do without knowing the type of poison. Throughout the day and night, he had almost lost hope of finding Aaron to ask about the type of poison. One can only follow one's own speculations and keep to configuring possible antidotes for Lawson to take. If Yunmomo still hadn't found the type of poison, then he would be completely at his wit's end. Knowing that Sindler was worried about Luosen, Yunmomo knew that he was worried about Luosen and hurriedly pulled Sindler's hand and spoke out in an excited voice. "We found Aaron, and they said that the poison that Lawson was poisoned with was Inferno blood sap." Hearing Yunmomo's words, Sindler instantly slapped his thigh. "So it is. It turns out to be so. It's actually the Inferno blood tree sap. The hearts of these two sisters are just too vicious. This is trying to torture people to death alive. I still think of them a little too kindly. Even those Vulcan sand beasts in the desolate city had never used such a vicious poison when they poisoned the males of the tribe. How dare they use this poison against the tribesmen? They are simply inhuman," Sindler said as he quickly rummaged through his medicine cabinet. These words made Yunmomo's heart go cold in the extreme. "Clan Dr. Xin, is Luosen still saved? Please, you must save Luosen." Looking at Yunmomo's look of grief, Sindler hastily nodded his head in a soothing manner. "Don't worry, as long as I know what kind of poison it has to be, I'll definitely be able to find the medicine to remove the toxin. As long as the antidote was found, with Luosen's physique that had used spirit crystals, he would soon be out of danger. He's saved." It wasn't until she heard Sindler's affirmative reply that the repression and pain in Yunmomo's heart was finally released. "Great, Lawson is saved. Great, woohoo." Deet Sangsheng was afraid that Yunmomo could not withstand it and hurriedly carried her delicate body into his arms. "Don't be afraid, it's okay." Chapter 132, Morn's Apology. Originally, Yunmomo was still worried, fearing that the type of poison Aichi said was not true. However, after seeing Luosen's face, which had become dark, gradually returned to normal, Yunmomo's heart then settled down. Sindler configured another potion for Lawson to restore his body, saying that after taking it, Lawson would wake up soon. Yunmomo was afraid that Luosen would make any mistakes and had been guarding Luosen's side, not daring to leave. Tikong had come to bring some food and hot water during the period. He watched Yunmomo finish eating before leaving again. The two of them, Muya and Malwei, also came to accompany Yunmomo to talk for a while, soothing Yunmo's emotions, and didn't bother her anymore. Sindler, having run out of herbs, took the males of the tribe out to gather herbs after feeding Lawson. For a while there were only two people left in the house, Yunmomo and Luosen. Looking at Luosen, who was lying on the bed and whose situation was gradually becoming better, Yunmomo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in her heart. Raising her hand over Luosen's pale face, Yunmomo's heart was filled with heartache. This was the third time since she had come to the tribe with Lawson that Lawson had gotten hurt for her. The last two times, in particular, had caused Lawson to almost lose his life. Yunmomo wondered if Luosen would have suffered more serious injuries in the future if he had continued to stay with himself. She was terrified of the image of Lawson dying and collapsing in front of her. It made her feel as if she really was the kind of bogeyman Aaron was talking about. As long as Lawson is with himself, it won't end well. Maybe that's what she's always heard about karma in modern times, because Lawson changed his fate of being eaten by the rabbit wolf. All the bad consequences fell on Lawson. Perhaps only if he disappeared completely from this world could Lawson return to his original peaceful life. And then there's Deetsong, who also saved her from near death. Although he is powerful, no one knows what will happen in the future. If he was also jinxed because he had disturbed his karma, would she have been able to save him in time as she did now? Thinking of the possibility that Deetsong might also be dying and collapse in front of her, Yunmomo only felt her heart almost suffocating with pain. She didn't want to wait until after this scene to regret it. Perhaps this can only end when he returns to modern times and puts everything back on track. But where exactly should I look for a way to get home? Now that he had found his backpack, he still couldn't determine a way to get home. Is it just a matter of trying to get to the hunting grounds there again and again? Thinking of the two crises she had experienced in the hunting grounds, Yunmomo's heart was filled with fear. But in order for Luosen and Deetsong to live well in this world, and in order for Sudai not to bear the guilt of her disappearance, she all had to return to the modern era by all means. Just as Yunmomo froze, a faint call suddenly came from her ears. "Fomi, don't go, don't abandon me." Yunmomo's heart was startled, and she lowered her eyes to look at it. It turned out to be Lawson's ravings in his sleep. Looking at the pained look on his face, Yunmomo hurriedly pulled Luosen's hand in a heartbroken manner. "Lawson, I'm at." Hearing Yunmomo's soothing voice, the corner of Luosen's lips floated up with a reassuring smile, his long slender fingers holding Yunmomo's hand tightly. Fearing that the moment he let go Yunmomo would leave as if, seeing Luosen so reliant on himself,
Yun Momo's heart seized with another pain.
Leaving is pain, not leaving might be death. In contrast,
it's better to suffer for a while than to die. It was the only thing she could do for them. His mind was busy with thoughts, and he didn't know how long it had been before Morn hurried to the cabin.
Foamy, how's Lawson doing? Morn had been out and about since their return, and was only now, I fear, taking time to see Lawson. Seeing his anxious face, Yun Momo quickly spoke out to calm him down. Lawson is in much better shape, and Dr. Sin says it won't be long before he wakes up. Morn was relieved to hear that Lawson was okay. That's good. As long as Lawson is fine, then I'm relieved. Cloudmist nodded. Yes, this time is really too dangerous. If we didn't ask the type of poison in time, I'm afraid that Lawson would. It's all my fault. The last time I caused Luosen to be seriously injured, and this time I caused Luosen to be poisoned. If I hadn't met me, perhaps Luosen wouldn't have suffered these dangers. Seeing Yun Momo's face full of self-blame, Moen couldn't help but exhale. You're not to blame for any of these things. To say the least, it's all my responsibility. If I hadn't been so indulgent in spoiling Aaron, maybe none of this would have happened. You and Lawson, both have suffered this much because of my partiality. Moen lowered his head guiltily, his eyes filled with a look of regret. Yun Mochizuki looked at Moen suspiciously. Matriarch, how can you be blamed for this? It's clearly me. Before Yun Momo's words were finished, Moen raised his hand to interrupt her. From the time you came to the tribe, all the perils were all premeditated by Aaron, because her parents sacrificed their lives to save me and my tribe. I have favored her since childhood. The best of everything in the tribe is at her disposal, and I'll go out of my way to fulfill whatever she wants to do. She branded Dope in a fit of pique when she liked Lawson, but Lawson wasn't attracted to her. After that, he was even more intimidating to Lawson in various ways, not even allowing the females in the tribe to have contact with Lawson. If I had taught her well then, perhaps when you came to the tribe, she wouldn't have been so resentful of you. All of this is the result of my indulgence. Mamoru, please forgive me for my transgressions, and in the future I promise you that I will never allow you to be hurt in such a way again. After hearing Moen's words, Yun Momo's heart became even more puzzled. Matriarch, what exactly do you mean when you say that the crises I've suffered were all planned by Aaron? Did she do anything else besides this one time she poisoned my glass? Seeing Yun Momo's face still in the dark, a touch of shame and deep self-reproach floated up on Moen's face. Not wanting Yun Momo to take all the blame on herself, Moen exhaled heavily before speaking again. Ever since you were brought back to the tribe by Lawson, Irene has been plotting to drive you out of the tribe. Then it intensified to try to murder you. All the harm you and Lawson and Tuan suffered after that was all her plot. Hearing this, Yun Momo's entire body froze. What? Does she actually hate me that much? What on earth has she done? Chapter 133, The Truth Comes Out. Moen looked at Yun Momo with a shameful face. After she knew that you were a female who had escaped from Desolate City, she used this to falsely accuse you of being a spy from Desolate City, wanting to arouse the hatred of the tribal females towards you, so that you would be driven out by the clansmen under the wrath of the people. It was only later that you agreed to undergo the Beast God's test, which broke her plot. However, not giving up on the idea of plotting against you, she instigated Dope and a few of Sari's men to sprinkle heron's tail pollen on the ironwood branch that Lawson gave you. She wanted to use the heron's tail pollen to lure the Stygian armored serpent to bite you to death in the Beast God's cave. Only what she didn't expect was that you met Tuan in the Beast God cave, and even more so, you broke the crisis of the Stygian armored serpent as a result. Aaron's plot broke down once more, and even more so when she learned that you weren't dead. She sent Dop forward to kill Trey to silence him. After being punished by my order, the hatred in Aaron's heart became even stronger, so she instigated Ike to target you, but all of them were resolved by your wit. Later, knowing that you had left the tribe for the hunting grounds, Aaron plotted another poisonous scheme with both Aggie. It is when you enter the hunting grounds, you spill the blood of the beasts around you to attract the rabbit wolf pack to surround you. In this way you are dying at the mouth of the werewolves and have nothing to do with them. Originally, their plan was almost about to succeed, yet you met the Emperor's son offering after hiding in the cave. After that Lawson was even looking for you before he wasted his claws in grief and injured the beast spirit. By the time you returned to the tribe that day, Aaron had also emerged from the pit, and knowing that you were alive, Aaron couldn't sink any lower. That's why he plotted again, trying to murder you by poisoning you at the celebration. However, they went to great lengths to piss off the Deet song provider, but they didn't realize that the poison given to you was actually drunk by Luo Sen. They knew there was no way to survive, which is why they fled as they had planned before. Knowing that Irene's plan had failed, Dop went after Irene. However, Sari, who had not recovered from his serious injuries, wanted him to take him with him, and Dop, feeling that Sari would interfere with their escape, bit Sari's neck and fled on his own.
Sari comes to her senses after being rescued, which is when she explains everything in full. All of your crises, from start to finish, have been the result of Irene's machinations. It's all because of my indulgence and pampering of her from a young age, which has allowed her to develop such a vicious character, which has caused you all to endure so much harm. Looking at Moen's look of regret, Mo could not help but let out a deep breath. So, it turns out that all of it was all caused by Erin's attempt to plot against me. She's simply awful. Thinking of all the dangers she had experienced before, Mo only felt a chill through her body. If it hadn't been for those coincidental encounters, she might have been killed by Erin and the others. Morn nodded guiltily. Foamy, don't worry, this time I will never harbor the two sisters, Aileen and Ike. I will punish them severely and strictly according to the clan rules. After tomorrow's trial by the entire clan, I will imprison them forever in the Tsunami Bone Cave, leaving them to fend for themselves in the wild winds and swirling rocks until they die. Just by hearing the words Tsunami Bone Cave, Mo also knew how cruel this place really was. Since the clan rules were like this, Mo did not want to say anything more. After all the horrible things Erin had done, Mo believed that Mon would never be soft on Erin again. Looking at Moen's apologetic gaze, Mo sighed slightly. Thank you, matriarch, for helping me get to the bottom of things and for doing me justice. You're not to blame for this, and you don't have to feel bad about it. It's a good thing that Lawson is out of danger now and didn't cause a big problem with Erin's plot. As for punishment, let's follow the rules of the tribe. I'm sure people won't hold it against me in the future once they know the truth. Morn nodded in shame. Foamy, it is a blessing for the tribe that you are so magnanimous. Both Erin and Aggie are now being held in the tribe's pit, and when the tribe's public trial is over in the morning, I'll put them in the Tsunami Bone Cave for the rest of their lives. Cloudmist nodded. Thanks, matriarch, we'll be sure to still be on time for the public trial in the morning. Once Lawson wakes up, Morn looked at the unconscious Lawson with a pained expression. AI, this kid's temper is not as good as yours. Tomorrow if he knows that all of this is the result of Irene and the girls, I'm afraid I don't know how he's going to make a scene. If he wakes up, I'll have to trouble you to persuade him more. The clan has clan rules, so I hope he can be sensible and not do anything that goes against the clan rules. Thinking of Luo Sen's impatient nature, Mo nodded helplessly. Don't worry, matriarch, I will. It wasn't long after Morn left that Lawson woke up from his coma. Seeing Mo's face full of fatigue at his side, Luo Sen's heart ached. It's my fault for making you worry again. Mo shook her head with red eyes. Are you saying that because you want me to die of guilt? The person Irene and the others were trying to poison was me, and I was spared because you helped me block it. If you keep talking like that, I really don't know how to face you. Luosen hurriedly tried to brace himself and gently embraced Mo in his arms. Well, I won't talk about it. Yesterday I almost thought I was going to die, but I didn't expect to see you in front of me when I opened my eyes. I couldn't be happier inside. There hasn't been any female in the tribe who would stay by a male's side to take care of it. Just now, seeing that your eyes were all red and bloodshot in order to take care of me, I was really too heartbroken to say that, so don't get me wrong. Hearing Luo Sen's anxious tone, Mo's voice carried a hint of choking. Lawson, I won't let anything happen to you, and from now on you'll be alright, so don't get hurt again because of me. I really don't want to see you fall in front of me covered in blood anymore. I'd hate myself for that. Luosen felt Mo's slightly trembling body, wringed her shoulders to a stiff hand. After thinking of the fear in Mo's heart, he hurriedly hugged Mo's body too tightly. Moro, don't cry. I promise you that I will protect you and myself in the future. Won't make you so sad and scared again. Feeling Luo Sen's powerful embrace, Mo could no longer stand it and buried her face between Luo Sen's neck. Swallow the lump in your throat through and through. Well, when Aaron and the girls are sent to the Tsunami Bone Cave, it will never happen again. Hearing the word Tsunami Bone Cave, Luo Sen's body couldn't help but stiffen as he spoke with a puzzled voice. The matriarch is going to put the Aaron sisters in the Tsunami Bone Cave? This is a penal code for the 10 worst sinners, and the tribe hasn't sent a sinner in there for almost 100 years. Did they do other wicked things to you after I was poisoned and unconscious? Chapter 134, I Can't Let You Suffer. Seeing that Luo Sen's was seriously filled with anger, Mo hurriedly spoke out to explain. No, they fled after they failed to poison and didn't do anything else. The reason the matriarch wanted to hold them in the Tsunami Bone Cave was because of Sari's confession. Sari's confession? What did Sari say? Is it about the heron tail pollen they sprinkled on the ironwood branches to murder you before? Lorson slightly associated to think of the previous Trey was killed, although there is no evidence. But Lorson is still convinced that this matter is Aaron knowledge duo Pooh and Sally they, against the cloud foam conspiracy. Yun Mo raised her eyes to look at Luo Sen's angry eyes and thought of the words Mo and had asked herself to persuade Luo Sen, and she couldn't help but let out a breath. Even if she didn't want Lorson to know about the things that Aaron and the girls had done against her, but with Lorson's familiar connections in the tribe, I'm afraid that he would be able to find out the truth of the matter from the other males with just a little bit of inquiring. Instead of keeping the truth from Lawson, he himself would tell the truth now. Perhaps under his own counsel, Lawson could still restrain his impulsive nature. Thinking of this, Mo's gaze softened as she looked towards Luo Sen. Things are a bit more complicated than we expected, but the matriarch has already punished the Aaron sisters according to the clan rules, and before I tell you the truth about what happened, you must promise me that you will not act impulsively, and that you will leave everything to the matriarch. Those words made Lorson frown. Complicated? It seems that Aaron and the girls didn't just do those two things. Did they do something else to murder you? You quickly tell me. I'll go and settle the score with them right now. Once he thought that Yun Mo could still have been plotted against by the alien sisters without his knowledge. The anger in Luo Sen's heart could no longer be restrained. He hated the fact that he couldn't rush to Aaron's face right now and tear that vicious female to pieces with his own hands. However, when Yun Mo saw him in such an impulsive condition, she instantly turned her head to the side. If you want to go and settle the score with them, then I won't say anything. The toxin in your body has only just been removed. What if you get hurt again because of this? Aaron and the girls have been put in the pit, and tomorrow the matriarch will hold a public trial for them in the tribe. Everything they had done would be made public in time, and the matriarch would give them the punishment they deserved according to the clan rules. Although you can remove the anger in your heart by going and killing them now, in the eyes of the tribesmen, they will only think that you are murderous. The only punishment they deserve is for them to be judged by the entire tribe. Do you understand? Lawson clenched his fists tightly, trying hard to suppress the raging anger inside. Yun Mo was right. If he rushed over now, even if he killed the Aaron sisters, it might still be a relief for them. They had to go through a public trial by the tribe in order for everyone to see their vicious faces and for them to be forever reviled by the tribe. That's the punishment they deserve. Looking at Yun Mo's serious gaze, closed eyes exhaled deeply. Okay, I'm not going to go after them. The Whispering Bone Cave has been the harshest punishment the tribe has ever inflicted on females. When they have their public trial tomorrow, they will have to die an agonizing death in the Tsunami Bone Cave. It would be too cheap to kill them now. Now tell me quickly what other evil things Irene and the others have done to you besides spreading heron tail pollen on the ironwood branches to plot against you. Seeing that Luo Sen had already figured it out, Yun Mo didn't hide anything from him anymore. In one breath, he told both Aaron and Aggie about their evil deeds. Lawson's entire body stiffened as he listened. He couldn't imagine that both Aaron and Aggie could be so vicious. Thinking of that time in the hunting ground when Yun Mo was almost about to be buried under the rabbit wolf's sharp teeth, Luo Sen's eyes reddened with hatred. The matriarch should have thrown them into the rabbit wolf pack, so that they, too, could feel the pain of being torn apart by the rabbit wolf pack. Yun Moxie exhaled, then gently shook her head. The matriarch will give us justice, and they will surely pay the price for their evil deeds. Thinking about the harm Yun Mo suffered from being framed by Aaron, Luo Sen was filled with guilt. Mamoru, I will train harder in the future to get my strength up as soon as possible, and I will never let you get hurt like this again in the future. Looking at Luo Sen's determined face, Yun Mo smiled and nodded. Well, I believe you. Let's all be good from now on, and no one should get hurt again. Probably because his body hadn't fully recovered yet. The two of them had only been talking for a while, and Lorson's body was somewhat unable to hold on. Xianlu explained to let Luo Sen have a good rest. Yun Mo hurriedly fed Luo Sen some water and then let him continue to lie down and rest. This time Lawson didn't force himself. He had to make himself recover as quickly as possible to accompany Yun Mo to the public trial tomorrow. He would see the Aaron sisters with his own eyes, judged by everyone in the tribe. After Luo Sen fell asleep, Yun Mo's hanging heart couldn't help but relax. The successive shocks had exhausted her mind and body. No longer able to support herself, she slumped down beside Lawson and drifted off to sleep. When she opened her eyes again, Yun Mo realized that she had returned to her cabin at some point. At this time, the cabin was dark, and she had actually slept through the night without realizing it. Beside her was a touch of refreshing coolness, and after sensing Yun Mo's movements, a slender arm gently circled her into her arms. Why are you awake? Are you hungry or thirsty? Deetson's voice rang in his ears, that nice voice full of gentleness. Yun Mo slightly side-eyed, and saw Deetson's concerned eyes. Why am I here? Where's Lawson? Hearing Yun Mo ask about Luo Sen, The soft look on Deetsong's face slightly stiffened. Is he really the one she cares about the most? Hiding the loss in the bottom of his eyes, Deetsong spoke out faintly. You have the strength to care about him when your own body is worn out. Momo's heart tightened and she hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. His poison has only just been detoxified and his physical condition has not yet stabilized. I was afraid. Before Momo could finish her words, Deetsong interrupted with an impatient voice. Stupid enough to not even know if it's poisoned or not. You deserve to die. Hearing Deetsong's words that were full of resentment, Momo could not help but feel a pang of chagrin, knowing that Deetsong was a jealous jar that could tip over at any time. She actually went for the gun, thinking about the fact that Deetsong had worked so hard to help herself in the past 2 days, while she had only been focused on taking care of Luo Sen and had never taken the initiative to care for Deetsong. I'm afraid he's been repressed beyond endurance for a long time now. Son, I'm sorry you've worked so hard these past 2 days. After tomorrow's public trial, I'll cook a delicious meal just for you and treat you well. It's not easy for Lorson to come back from the dead, so don't bother with him, will you? Hearing Momo's delicate voice, Deetsong but faintly hummed. You might as well take care of yourself first. A weak body is going to fall when the wind blows, and I can't afford to put you through that. Chapter 135, Is it not like to be concerned? Momo was amused by Deetsong's yin and yang tone, couldn't help but mumble in a pouty way. I've apologized to you. Can't you just give me a break? If you won't let me cook for you, then I'll give you a massage. Let me tell you, I'm so good at massage. I used to give my aunt massages when she was tired from work. She said that I was especially comfortable, and that all her tiredness and labor would disappear as soon as she was massaged by me. Do you want to try it too? I've never given a massage to anyone but my aunt, so it would be a shame if you didn't try it. In Momo's softer voice, the corners of Deetsong's stiff lips rose slightly. Who is your aunt? Why are you massaging her? Hearing that Deetsong's tone seemed to be less twisted, Momo's heart rejoiced and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. My aunt is the closest and dearest family member I have, and she's had a hard day trying to provide for me. My heart goes out to her, but I don't know what I can do for her. So I worked my way through some massage techniques, trying to ease her fatigue that way. Now I don't have an aunt to take care of me, but you came to me. The one who took care of me became you, and the one who was hard and tired changed to you. You've done so much for me, and I want to do something for you. Besides making delicious food, I would like to relieve you of your tiredness and hard work with a massage. Will you give me that chance? Momo said seriously. The eyes that looked toward Deetsong were filled with anticipation. Emperor Tsong raised his eyebrows lightly. Family? I thought you didn't want to couple up with me? If I don't couple up, I can't be your family. Then how am I going to give you a chance to massage me? The smile on Momo's face froze, and she said with a strained neck, It's not like family is the only ones who can get massages, as long as they're people I care about. Right now, I just want to give you a nice massage. You'd love it if you tried it. I promise you, people who care. These 4 words made Deetsong's heart leap. Doesn't caring mean you like it? The corner of Deetsong's lips curled into a pleasant smile. Since you care so much about me, I'll give you a chance to massage me, but you can only massage me alone from now on. If that golden thunder beast dares to covet it as well, I will never spare him. Yun Moxie pursed her lips in amusement. Okay, from now on, I'll only give you massages so you can have my one-of-a-kind skills all to yourself. Seeing Momo agree, the smile on the corner of Deetsong's lips became more and more beautiful. Well, that's more like it. Let's get started then. Cloudmist smiled cheerfully and nodded at once. Okay, I promise to satisfy you. Both hands pressed on Deetsong's exaggerated shoulders. Momo skillfully pressed and rubbed them. Deetsong was lying beside Momo with a face of enjoyment, his breath filled with the good-smelling scent of Momo's body. Even if Momo still didn't want a couple with herself right now, her heart wasn't entirely devoid of herself. He could feel from Momo's meticulous maneuvering that she was becoming more and more emotionally attached to himself, even if she still had that golden thunder beast in her heart. So what? He was also confident that he would occupy an indelible place in Momo's heart. Unable to bear to let Momo work too hard, a massage that soothed his body and mind was soon interrupted by him. The massage was really comfortable. You can massage me later when I'm tired. I'm a little hungry now. Let's go outside and grill some meat together. Muya said you like gin mutton, so I made a special trip to get one this afternoon, and it's already been processed, so as soon as it's cooked it'll be ready to eat. Originally, Momo wanted to refuse, yet before she could open her mouth, her stomach growled indisputably. She hadn't eaten a good meal in a couple of days because of what happened with Lawson's poisoning. He hadn't felt too hungry before, but as a result, he had just finished massaging Deetsong and had expended some of his physical strength, and the feeling of hunger was suddenly like a tidal wave being attacked. Hearing that it was fresh and tender chin mutton, Momo's saliva almost flowed out of her mouth when she thought about the taste of mutton kebabs. Gulping heavily, Mochizuki pressed herself to get up from her nest.
Good, let's get kebabs for dinner. Deetson lit the oil lamp and the cabin suddenly became bright. It was not until then that Yun saw Luosen, who was lying on the central animal skin. Lawson was probably sleeping heavily at the moment because he was weak. She had just spoken to Deetson for such a long time, but she hadn't actually woken him up. Obviously this poisoning was still very damaging to Lawson's body. However, Sindler had said that no matter how much damage Lawson's body had suffered, once the toxin was removed, the energy of the spirit crystals would also be able to completely repair Lawson's body very quickly. Seeing Yun concern about Luosen's situation, Deetson couldn't help but come to her side and wrap his arm around her waist as he headed out. He's already fine. Now he just needs some time to recuperate his body and get it back to its original state. By the time he wakes up from his nap tomorrow, he should be pretty much back on his feet. After hearing Deetson's words, Yun nodded her head reassuringly. Well, then let's leave him alone for a while and grill some more kebabs for the night, and I'll heat them up for him when he wakes up tomorrow. He's either in a coma or a deep sleep these days, and I'm afraid he'll wake up hungry tomorrow. Deetson lowered his eyes and glanced at Luosen. It's a good thing that he still has some brains and snatched the cup of poisoned water over and drank it. Otherwise, with your skinny body, I'm afraid you wouldn't have lasted an afternoon. Yun nodded with emotion. Yeah, if it wasn't for Lawson, I'm afraid Aaron's plot would have really succeeded. Speaking of Irene, Deetson's eyes flashed with an icy light. That female won't live long. I broke all the bones in her body. Until her death, she will be immersed in the agonizing torture of broken bones and tendons. I hope she's not too delicate and lasts a little longer. It would be no fun if you couldn't help but kill yourself. Yun raised her head to look at the full moon hanging in midair, and there was some worry in her heart that didn't come. Erin has grown up in pampering since she was a child. I'm afraid she can't support such pain at all. Deetsong raised his hand and rubbed Yun hair. With all her tendons and bones broken, and locked up in a place like the pit of the earth, I'm afraid that even if she wanted to commit suicide, it wouldn't be an easy thing to do. Just don't think about it. In any case, dead or alive, she won't escape the tribe's judgment on her. Yun exhaled faintly and nodded towards Deetsong. Well, forget about her, let's get to the grill. I'm starving. Deetsong favorably hooked the tip of Yun nose. Good, you must eat more later. It's only been 2 days. Your little face is starving. Those who don't know will think I can't afford to feed you. Chapter 136 Aggies escaped. After a beautiful meal of roasted meat, Yun slept until dawn the next day. Lawson is almost back to his feet. After starving for so long, Yun warmed up the roasted meat prepared in the evening for Luosen. Luosen had a big appetite and ate all the roasted meat cleanly. Over there, Yun and Deetsong saw that he had eaten enough, so the three of them came to the tribal square together. However, the square was in disarray at the moment, as Morn was gathering the males to get ready to go out. Seeing that Yun and the others had arrived, they hurriedly greeted them with a chagrined face. Foamy, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold the public hearing in the morning on time. Yun Moxie couldn't help but stare. What's going on? Did something happen in the tribe? Deetsong and Luosen also couldn't help but look at Imoen. Matriarch, what are you guys going for? Luosen opened his mouth with a puzzled expression and asked. Deetsong's brows furrowed slightly, as if he had guessed something. Morn sighed. Ike escaped and I was about to lead a chase. Hearing that Ike had escaped, Yun Mochizuki looked at Imoen with a shocked face. Escaped? How is that possible? Ike is locked up in the pit of the earth, and I'm afraid that she can't even get up there with her ability. Ike's body was already very thin and weak, and the depth of the pit alone was almost 3 meters, so without the help of other people, it would be impossible for Ike to escape from the pit with just her ability. Lawson also looked at Morn with a look of disbelief. There's no way Ike would leave Aaron behind, and with all the bones in her body broken, Aaron couldn't escape even if she wanted to. Ike would never leave Aaron behind and run away alone. What the hell is going on here? This time, Morn's eyes drooped in remorse. Ugh, I am to blame. The males guarding that side of the pit last night reported that Aaron couldn't take the pain and broke her neck raw with her head against the pit wall. What? Yun Moxie exclaimed in shock. Aaron actually killed herself. Morn nodded. Knowing that Aaron was dead, I went over to check on her, only to have Aggie beg me to let her bury Aaron's body herself for the sake of their parents. I could not bear to see her crying miserably, so I agreed, thinking that sending a few more males over to watch her shouldn't go amiss. As a result, after burying Aaron's body, Ike actually lured the males of the tribe to couple up with her, and then took those males with her to escape the tribe. In the morning, the males of the tribe go over to check on them, only to realize that Ikki has escaped. Earlier, Sari said that Aaron and the girls were planning to defect to those smaller tribes around the Red Leaf tribe, so I'm going to search in that direction, and as long as I'm a bit faster, I might be able to get them all back before nightfall. When Morn finished, Lawson jumped up and down anxiously. Matriarch, why are you still soft on those two sisters? The things they did to Foamy were just unforgivable and vicious. If it wasn't for Foamy stopping me, I would have rushed over to the pit yesterday and ripped them all to shreds. Now,
Not only did Ikki escape, but you sent her a couple of beastmasters to escort her all the way out. How can you still catch up if you go after them now? Deetsong also grunted with a face full of displeasure. Those sisters are tricky, and I'm afraid no one would have been able to find them that day if that Sari hadn't pointed out where they were hiding. It's a complete waste of effort for you to go after them now. Hearing Deetsong's words, the look of remorse on Mon's face deepened. I'd better lead a search. Maybe they'll leave some traces in their haste. Mo knew that Mon just had a moment of weakness, and now that he had let Ikki escape, his heart must be regretting it as well. I'm afraid that if he wasn't allowed to search for it, Morn wouldn't be able to rest at all. Thinking of this, Mo hastened to make a soothing noise. Aggie was devastated by the loss of her sister and was coupled with several males at the same time, so I'm sure she must have been in a great hurry when she fled. Even if we can't catch anyone, as long as we can find some clues, it's still good, and we can speculate on Ikki's whereabouts just based on that information. Morn nodded evenly. Well, don't worry guys, I'll make sure to bring Ikki, the sinner, back to stand trial as soon as possible, and we'll never let her get away with anything out there. Lawson came to Morn reluctantly. I'll go with the group. I still know something about Ikki. Mon didn't refuse, but instead bowed in the direction of Deetsang. Deetsong offering, you and Fomi go back and rest. When I come back I will definitely give you an explanation. Deetsong waved his hand in response. Mon was too ashamed to say anything more, and with a wave towards the males of the tribe, he rushed off in the direction of the tribe beyond. Lawson and the other males rushed to follow. It was not until the sun was about to set that Mon and his group finally returned to the tribe. Without pausing, the two of them, Mon and Lawson, came directly to the front of Yun Mo's wooden house. At this moment, Yun Mo was feeding Jin Woo and Xuan sheep with Muya and the two of them. Seeing that the two had returned, Yun Mo hurriedly greeted them. Well, did you find Ikki? Morn sighed and shook her head. Mamoru, I'm sorry, Ikki is just too cunning. We searched all the way, but we didn't find half a trace of Ikki. I guess that Ikki probably didn't follow the previous plan to escape to those small tribes near the Red Leaf tribe. However, this mountain range was so big that it was too difficult to find Ikki. But don't worry, I'll never stop there, and I'll be searching anywhere possible around the mountain range from now on until I get Ikki back for trial. For this result, Yun Mo had actually foreseen it long ago, although she was upset to be so victimized by the two sisters, Eren and Aki. But now Eren had committed suicide in the pit of the earth because she couldn't bear the pain, and it was duly punished. As for Ikki, although she escaped from the pit in the ground, but at this time, the inflammatory scorching period will be close. Even the females and males in the tribe will face a crisis, and the pain and torment they will have to go through to escape from the outside will never be better than in the Tsunami Bone Cave. So much so that it no longer mattered if they could capture Aggie back to the tribe. She will eventually be punished for the mistakes she has made. Looking at Mon's guilty look, Yun Mo did not want to pursue anything further. Patriarch, if you really can't find it then forget it. Now that the inferno is approaching and the tribe has many crises to deal with, we can't afford to waste our time searching for this thing called Ikki. So there are only these tribes in the neighborhood. If she escapes to these tribes, after the inflammatory scorching period, we will not be too late to slowly search for her. Now we still have to solve the problem of food as soon as possible so that we can cope with the heavy crisis of the hot sizzling period. Chapter 137, Disappearance of Male. Hearing Yun Mo said so, Mon nodded in chagrin. Fomi, it's so hard for you to think about the big picture of the tribe. Don't worry, I won't rest on my laurels when it comes to this Aggie thing. Once the food issue is settled, I'll lead the males of the tribe forward to search the neighboring tribes. Eren would never hide in the mountains for too long if she wanted to survive. She would have surely gone to join the surrounding tribes. She had no other way back. Although he was not able to bring the Eren sisters to a public trial, Morn gathered the tribesmen and publicized their crimes one by one. All those evil deeds that the alien sisters had done to Yun Mo had shocked all the clansmen of the tribe. Once upon a time, they had only thought that Irene was arrogant and domineering, but they had never imagined that the Irene sisters were capable of such vicious behavior. Thinking that they had been compelled by the alien sisters to cause harm to Yun Mochizuki, all of them expressed their apologies to Yun Mochizuki. Yun Mo accepted their apology and even said that he would lead them in their efforts to cope with the food crisis during the hot period. With the support of all the tribal clansmen, Yun Mo successfully researched the method of pickling salted vegetables and kimchi. Even more, he told everyone about the idea of farming, and for a while the tribe's clansmen worshipped Yun Mo as a god. In order to catch more beasts for breeding, almost all of the tribesmen soak in the hunting grounds. Yun Mo also convinced Luo Xin and Deetsong to head to the hunting grounds with them. She wanted to take this opportunity to find a way back to modern times as soon as possible. Yet no matter everything she tried, she still couldn't find a way to wear it back. Each failure caused Yun Mo's heart to despair. She even suspected that she feared she would never find her way back to modern times.
Watching Yunmomo's state become more and more depressed, Deetsang and Luosen tried to do everything they could to make Yunmomo happy every day. But the more they paid for Yunmomo, the more Yunmo wanted to escape.
Until the day the males of the tribe suddenly and inexplicably disappeared.
This caused great panic in the tribe.
Morn led the males of the tribe in a search around the hunting grounds. Yet with each search,
males went missing. For a while, the males of the tribe were on edge, and even if they went to the hunting grounds, they didn't dare to go too deep, but only all of them all gathered together. In this way, the tribe's progress in hoarding food became slower and slower.
Morn conferred with Teetsong, wanting to go out into the hunting grounds to take a closer look and find out why the males were missing.
Offer or Teetsong, this is already the 11th missing male.
We have been investigating for a long time, but we still can't find the reason for the male's disappearance. The tribe had never been in such a situation before. This had to be a problem somewhere. If we don't find the cause soon, I'm afraid the tribe will soon be in a huge crisis.
Imoen looked at Deetsong with a difficult face.
The reason why it was difficult was because he knew very well that, as a donor powerhouse, he would only step in when the tribe was in danger. Things like the disappearance of tribal males like this would not be heeded by any of the strongest of the offerers.
After all of these things should be issues for the matriarch to deal with.
It's just a pity that this time things are just too weird. Even though Moan has a lot of experience in managing tribes,
he can't see what went wrong with the missing males. After all,
they had hunted in the hunting grounds for so long that there was no way the strength of those beasts in the hunting grounds could have caused so many incidents of missing males. Even though there had been previous cases where males had been surrounded by wild beasts and unfortunately buried in their mouths,
there would never be a case like this one, where 11 males had disappeared within a few days. Obviously, this crisis was not caused by the beast. Instead, it looks like a conspiracy against their tribe.
As for what the purpose behind this conspiracy was,
Morn couldn't think or figure it out. At this point, one could only turn to Deetsong for help. Looking at Moen's pleading face,
Deetsong slowly and methodically handed the meat skewer in his hand to Yunmomo's hand.
How do you taste it this time?
I applied some nectar water when I grilled the meat, and it still smells great.
Yunmomo received the meat skewer into her hands and raised her eyes to look at Deetsong. If it's not dangerous, let's help the patriarch.
It's too strange that the males of the tribe are disappearing one after another.
I always thought there must be some kind of conspiracy.
Seeing that Yunmomo's mind was not on the meat skewers,
Deetsong exhaled helplessly.
I'll check out the hunting grounds when you're done eating.
Hearing Deetsong agree to it, Mon was instantly grateful and thanked him repeatedly. Many thanks to Emperor Tsong's offerings. Many thanks to Emperor Tsong's offerings. As long as we can find out who's behind this, we'll never let them off lightly. Hearing Morn's words, Lorson couldn't help but frown. Matriarch,
do you mean that the disappearance of our tribe's males was not an accident, but that there are other tribes that are tripping up our tribe?
Morn looked up at Lorson with a helpless look in her eyes.
The biggest crisis of the Inferno period, besides food and the Vosha beasts,
is the plundering of other tribes. Although our tribe is not surrounded by any small tribes and has never been infested by other tribes before, this time is different. Our tribe has hoarded a lot of food,
and if this news is known by the other tribes,
there is no guarantee that they won't deal with us. We've got to figure out exactly what's going on as soon as possible before we can respond effectively. For some reason, Yunmomo suddenly thought of Aiki.
As Sari had said before, the Aaron sisters were trying to trade Morn's plan to tell the Red Leaf tribe about their plans to find a place to land again in exchange for the smaller tribe's trust. If these things are the handiwork of other tribes,
then maybe there's an Ikki in there. Thinking of this,
Yunmomo glanced at the meat skewer in her hand and hurriedly jerked a piece off of it.
Yummy. This kebab is even more flavorful than the one I grilled before. Son, you quickly grill me more. Seeing Yunmomo eating sweetly, the corners of Deetsong's lips couldn't help but float up in a smile. Okay, these will be baked in a minute, so you can have more if you like. These days, Yunmomo's appetite had gotten worse and worse. He also only ate a little bit of food every day, and it was heartbreaking to see Deetsong. Unfortunately, no matter how much he and Luosen both coaxed and persuaded, the effect didn't seem to be very good,
and Yunmomo still ate very little. They were afraid that if they kept going on like this,
Yunmomo would not be able to hold out. At this moment, seeing Yunmomo eating so sweetly, Deetsong was finally relieved.
Yunmomo's heart was worried about the safety of the tribe, and she wolfed down all the meat skewers.
Alright, I'm already full. Son, just hurry up and help the patriarch.
If it's really the other tribes that are coveting our food, then we have to prepare as soon as possible.
Chapter 138, Finding the Cause. Seeing that Yunmomo had eaten all the meat skewers, Deetsong then got up with satisfaction. Well, let's go over there and see what's behind it then. Mon had long been unable to wait and hurriedly bowed forward to lead the way for Deetsong.
Please come with me,
Deetsong offeror. I will gather the males of the tribe now and then head to the hunting grounds together. Lawson immediately followed Morn's lead as well. Matriarch,
I'll go to the tribe now and inform them to gather at the plaza. When Deetsong saw that he was leaving, he couldn't help but frown. Stay home and protect Fomi. I'll be back soon. The two people who had previously looked at each other with displeasure had become much more harmonious during the period of time when Yunemomo's mood was low. It was probably because he was afraid that if there was any more conflict, it would make Yunemomo's low mood become even more depressed. So both of them tacitly chose a more tolerant mode of getting along. Luo Sen's footsteps, which were about to leave, lurched as he looked in Yunemomo's direction, thinking that if he also left, there would be only Yunemomo left alone at home. If there was any emergency, Yunemomo would inevitably have to suffer. Unable to rest assured that Yunemomo, Luo-sen couldn't help but exhale. Alright then, I'll stay home with Fomi while you get the missing males cleared up as soon as possible and don't let Fomi worry. Deetsong nodded and was ready to go with Mon when Yunemomo suddenly called out to Deetsong. Song, you guys wait a bit, I happen to have something I want to go to the hunting grounds as well. Why don't we go and take a look together? It was afternoon, and she hadn't been to the hunting grounds at this time of day. While she had tried almost all of the morning hours, she hadn't tried the afternoon hours, thinking that the time she crossed over was almost the same time in the afternoon. A flash of hope once again rose in Yunmo's heart. Previously, most of the tribe's hunting and other operations had ended in the morning, and Yunmuo had been unable to find an opportunity to do so. The timing was just right today, and Yunemomo didn't want to miss it. I'll help you with whatever you have. Deetsong looked back at Yunemomo. Yes, it's the hottest time of the year. It would be too much of a punishment for you to go to the hunting grounds. Lawson also disapproved and opened his mouth to persuade. Yunemomo smiled and pulled out a beastskin pouch from his body and waved it towards the two. Worm gave me so many snow crystals before, and I haven't even used one yet. Song is also especially afraid of heat, so I'll use a snow crystal later and all of us will be much more comfortable. Seeing Yunemomo's insistent face, Deetsong smiled pleasantly. That's how much it hurts me? Cloudmist smiled and nodded. Isn't that the right thing to do? It's so hot in the afternoon. You'll suffer if you go. Lawson bristled in disgust. What male is afraid of heat? Petulant. Deetsong looked mockingly at Luo-sen. Jealous? Lawson glared at him stubbornly. I'm Fomi's first escort, and I'm going to be jealous of you? Deetsong faintly raised his eyebrows. The corners of his lips hooked into a teasing smile. If it weren't for Fomi protecting you, you'd be long gone as the number one protector. Luo-sen was stifled for a moment. Looking at Deetsong's arrogant face, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Seeing this scene, Yunemomo instantly sighed helplessly. Gotta be. These two are at it again. She's just getting pumped up and these two can't help themselves? These days she was so focused on finding a way to go back to modern times that she forgot about the rule that Mulvey had said. If she didn't find a clue this time, it looked like she'd have to think about the rules for a while. Looking at the two men's swords drawn, Yunemomo couldn't help but stop in between them. Alright, you guys stop arguing for now. The matriarch is still waiting for us. Not wanting to affect Yunemomo's mood, Deetsong swept Yunemomo into his arms with a curl of his snake tail. Okay, let's go. Lawson grunted faintly. Pretend. You just pretend. When we can't find any clues later, let's see how you can still pretend. Deetsong snorted back. If you were useful, the matriarch wouldn't have come begging for me. Seeing that Luo-sen's eyes were red with anger, Yunemomo hurriedly covered Deetsong's mouth. Samson, don't be mad. I'll make you your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs and braised pork tonight. No one else has it. That one sentence instantly dissolved Lawson's harboring breath. Some people go hungry at night. Yunemomo's heart was shocked, and she seemed to have smelled a sour flavor between her breaths. Once he raised his eyes, he saw that Deetsong was frowning at himself. Not daring to meet Deetsong's eyes, Yunemomo hastily shifted her gaze and spoke in a low voice. You've got nectar nut rounds. Upon hearing this sentence, Deetsong's brows then relaxed. It was hard to get the two of them to subside, so Yunmochizuki let out a breath. Luckily, I know how to cook a lot of food. Otherwise I'm afraid that these 2 bowls of water are not even. The group arrived at the tribal plaza, and Mon finished gathering the males, and after a brief explanation, he left the tribe and headed towards the hunting grounds. Because of the frequency of missing males, this time all of them gathered together as much as possible and were on guard at every turn. Making his way deeper into the hunting grounds, Mon walked and briefed Emperor Tsun on the extent of the missing males in the past few days. The first time a male was found missing was over near the bluffs, which border the hunting grounds, and we just assumed that one of the males had accidentally fallen off the bluffs and didn't suspect anything. However, after that the males disappeared closer and closer to the center of the hunting ground, and the missing males were all single males, and it was only at this time that we realized that the males' disappearance was not an accident, but that they were being targeted by some unknown danger. We have since squatted in these places a few times without any luck, and the disappearance of males is still a frequent occurrence. It was as if they knew where we were hiding and avoided our crouch in advance. These days everyone was hunting in the hunting grounds and had been careful in every way, but they always found oversights and took the fallen males silently, and there were no traces of resistance found where those males had disappeared. So if there wasn't something fishy about them, they were too strong. It's at least a purple rank like me that can do this. Mon spoke his speculations in detail, and Deetsan listened silently all the way through without making any comments. Without realizing it, the group had arrived near the cliff. Morn was going to start by checking where the males first disappeared. After all, Deetsan's strength was much higher than theirs, and might be able to discover clues that they couldn't. Deetsan held Momo in his arms as he circled around the vicinity of the cliff. When he walked to the edge of the cliff, Deetsan's footsteps lurched. It's someone who is deliberately targeting your tribe, and those people are coming up from the bottom of the cliff. Morn froze at his words. How is this possible? Chapter 139, Attack of the Vulcan Beasts. Unbelievably, Mon came to the edge of the cliff and looked at the bottom of the bottomless cliff with a questioning look on his face. Lorson also came over to the edge of the cliff at that moment and glanced towards the bottom of the smoky cliff, and couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Coming up from the bottom of the cliff? Are you kidding me? Other than those winged guys from Sky City, there's no way any other orc would be able to climb up from here even if they had the greatest ability. You don't tell me that the birdmen of Sky City, who are pressed to the top of the hill, will come into our mountain range, where there are forested obstacles everywhere. Hearing Luo Sen's words, Deetsang glanced at him mockingly. I've told you the truth, and it's up to you whether you believe it or not. After saying that, Deetsang held Momo and walked towards the center of the hunting ground. Morn seemed to have thought of something, and with a sideways look on her face, she let out a gasp. Vusha Beast. It's the Vusha Beasts. They actually abandoned the Red Leaf tribe and planned to attack our tribe first. All the males also finally reacted after hearing Mon's words. Vusha Beast. Yes, it's definitely the Vosha Beast alright. Aside from those dues-paying guys in Sky City, only the Vosha Beast possesses such a powerful climbing ability. Oh my god, those missing males in the tribe were actually captured by the Vusha Beasts. They must be trying to pry into the state of our tribe from their mouths and then launch an attack on our tribe. But why would those Vusha Beasts abandon the Red Leaf tribe, which is closest to them, and choose us instead? That won't do them any favors. Yes, our tribe is much farther away from Desolate City. Even if they capture our tribe and want to bring food and females back to Desolate City, there will be more wear and tear on the road. How can they bypass the more convenient Red Leaf tribe and come to attack us? Right, compared to our tribe, the Red Leaf tribe has more orcs and supplies. With their greedy nature, they should also choose the Red Leaf tribe. Nope, this doesn't make sense at all. If the Vosha Beasts were to attack, they would never come in unexpectedly in a big way and then sweep away the tribe in one fell swoop. But now they've actually climbed up from the bottom of the cliff and quietly taken the males of our tribe, which is just too counterintuitive. Could it be that they knew that our tribe has red-ranked donor powerhouses, so they quietly sneaked here to the hunting grounds to capture the males, wanting to pry information from those males' mouths? But how did they know that our tribe has a red-ranked donor powerhouse? We haven't revealed the matter of the Emperor Tsan envoy to the public. Even the Red Leaf tribe isn't aware of it. So how did those Fuchsia beasts know about it? Right. The matriarch had specifically explained to all of us before that the matter about the Emperor Tsang's confessor was not allowed to be spread to the outside world, just for fear that other tribes would become defensive towards us after knowing about it. So this news has never been made public. And how did those Fuchsia beasts know that our tribe has the matter of a red-ranked offering powerhouse? The males were talking for a while, and the doubts in their hearts grew deeper. It was as if the matter was full of doubts everywhere and could not be explained at all. Morn looked at the males who were getting panicked and was in disbelief. This matter has come about in a strange way. We must be more cautious before we can do so. Right now those Vusha beasts haven't launched an attack on our tribe yet. They just keep on robbing and killing the males that have fallen alone. I think they are not completely sure about the matter of the Emperor Tsang's offerings right now. That's why they are hesitant to attack. We must prepare our defenses long before they make it clear when they will attack, and send a request for help to the Red Leaf tribe as soon as possible, so that they can come and help us defend against the Vusha beasts. Luosen glanced towards the bottom of the cliff, and his gaze instantly became a few shades darker. Since they still want to lay hands on our tribe, this time I will make sure they have no return. Moan looked at Lorson's cold eyes and couldn't help but sigh, raising his hand and gently patting Lorson's shoulder. Don't worry, we will never let them off lightly this time. Taking in the actions of the two, Yun Momo suddenly felt a bit puzzled. Listening to Luo Sen's tone, it seemed that he was filled with hatred towards those Vosha beasts. Other than having had such hatred for the alien sisters, Yun Moxian had never seen Luosen hate anyone like this. Could it be that there was a past between Lawson and the Vosha beast that she didn't know about? Looking at Luo Sen's indignant expression, Yun Momo's heart couldn't help but feel a little worried. Disong looked Yun Momo's expression in his eyes, and thought that Yun Momo was scared, so he couldn't help but whisper softly in Yun Momo's ear to appease her. Don't worry, It's just a few stink bugs. If they dare to come out and scare you, I'll chop them all up and feed them to you for Jinwoo. Hearing Deetsong's cloudy tone, Yunemo could not help but exhale. Song, why on earth do you think those Vulcan sand beasts are traveling far and near? I always feel as if there is some kind of conspiracy in this. Deetsong lowered his eyes and smiled. When they come, we'll catch one and ask if we don't know. Thinking of Deetsong's powerful strength, Yunemo could not help but skim her mouth. You're not worried at all. Deetsong raised his hand and pinched Yunemomo's cheek. I'm only worried that your Jinwoo won't grow fat, causing you to worry every day that you won't be able to lay eggs. Yunemo laughed at Deetsong's flirtatious tone and glared at him. I'm still trying to make you a delicious dessert. Deetsong smiled and curled his lips pleasantly. Then these bedbugs have come at the right time, because the news of the Vosha beasts came so suddenly. Morn and the males of the tribe needed to go back early to prepare. Cloudmist was still planning to try out the place she had come through, so she didn't go back with Mon and the others. Knowing that with Deetsong by Yunemomo's side, Yunemo was safe in the hunting grounds, Luosen went back with Mon. After they left, Deetsong carried Yunemo to the familiar forest. Deetsong knew that every time Yunemo came to the hunting grounds, she was always wandering around this forest. Although he didn't know why she liked this place, as long as it was something Yunemo wanted to do, he wouldn't inquire too much. After arriving at the forest, Deetsong put Yunemo down and walked to rest under a large tree. Mochizuki didn't explain anything more and just looked around the area, only to see Yunemo look at the sky for a while, look at the ground for a while, and then rake the dense leaves under the tree, looking very busy. Previously, Deetsong had thought that Yunemo was looking for something and wanted to help Yunemo look for it. Yet Yunemo did not say what she was looking for. Since Yunemo didn't want to say, Deetsong didn't want to force her. With his eyesight, he could tell with just a general sweep that there was nothing here but leaves. However, he knew that Yunemo was not playing around, because he could tell that what Yunemo was looking for seemed to be very important to her. Chapter 140. Only for you. After trying for some time, Yunemo finally returned to Deetsong's side with a disappointed face. After each search, Yunemo's mood would become very low. Still no luck? Deetsong opened his mouth and asked. Yunemo shook her head and did not respond. Deetsong reached out and swept Yunemo into his arms, smiling and flirting. What exactly is the treasure here that fascinates you so much? Yunemo breathed out deeply and opened her mouth with an emotional expression. A thing that cannot be seen or touched, but is real. Deetsong swept a glance towards the empty space not far away and smiled dotingly. Like your scent? I can't see or touch it, but it fascinates me beyond measure. Yunemo shook her head slightly. It's not an odor either, but a complex phenomenon, I guess. I don't know if I'll ever find. Seeing Yunemo's mood so low, Deetsong raised his hand and rubbed Yunemo's hair. Sometimes the more persistent you are in your search, the more you will be disappointed. Maybe one day without realizing it, the thing you want to find suddenly appears. Instead of spending your energy on searching, why don't you have a happier life and wait for it to come to you? Hearing Deetsong's words, Yunemo raised her eyes to gaze into Deetsong's eyes. Accidents often go hand in hand with calamities, and that's an outcome I can't afford. The succession of calamities in Lorsen always made her feel that it all had something to do with her accidental intrusion. Moreover, this bizarre infestation of the Vusha beast made her also vaguely feel that it was unrelated to herself. She didn't know how much damage she would do to the tribe, to Deetsong and Lorsen if she continued to stay in the beast world. Either way, the accident was unacceptable to her. With me here, what else do you have to worry about? Even if there is a calamity, I can still turn the danger for you. Deetsong gently caressed Yunemo's hair, his tone full of domineering doting. Looking at Deetsong's rippling red eyes, a trace of luck suddenly arose in Yunemo's heart. Yeah, Deetsong was so powerful. As long as it wasn't a devastating disaster, he could handle it with ease, right? The worries in her heart were slightly dissolved, and a smile floated on the corner of Yunemo's lips. Song, you're so nice. Seeing Yunemo's mood gradually improve, Deetsong was relieved. Tired. I've got water in the tub in the sun, and when I get back the water should be just the right temperature so you can have a nice bath and rest. Cloudmist smiled and nodded. Well, you'll love it when I make you delicious nectar and walnut rounds tonight and ice them with snow crystals. Speaking of food, Yunemo's eyes lit up, and Deetsong was happy as if he had fallen into a river of stars in the sky after just one look. No giving it to that golden thunder beast. Deetsong spoke firmly. Yun Moxie was amused by his childish dominance and covered her lips as she nodded. Okay, just for you. Lorsen wasn't interested in sweets anyway, so he wouldn't be offended even if Emperor Song had it all to himself. When the two returned to the tribe, Lorsen had not yet returned. Yunemomo took a bath and slept in the house. The group returned in the late afternoon as well, even brought back a fat gin goat. This little guy loves gin and lamb in addition to fish, especially with a surprisingly large appetite these days. Either you're eating or you're on your way to eat. If it wasn't for the fact that no one in the tribe ate fish and the river was so full of fish that it was flooded, I'm afraid
afraid that Momo would still have to worry about the food of the group during the Inferno period.
Muya had been busy lately going to the forest with the females of the tribe to pick plants and prepare food for the various beasts that the tribe farmed. Because the plants almost always die off by the time the heat sizzles, to feed the beasts kept in captivity in the house, they have to be picked and hoarded in the cellar for preservation before they die off. Cellar storage of plants is also taught by Cloud Foam. Keeping plants in the cellar preserves their freshness considerably, even after the hot period, and those savory pickles and such that the females can't withstand too high a temperature. If you leave it in a log cabin, I'm afraid it will rot when it gets hot. But with a cellar, which is much cooler, these pickles and sauerkraut and other foods can be better preserved. And many females, after discovering the cool properties of the cellar, straight away say that they can even move into the cellar during hot periods. Many of the males are working overtime to help the females expand their cellars so that they can be a little more comfortable during the hot period. Deetsong handled the gin goat that Tuan Tuan had brought back, and Momo had already rolled the nuclear fruit rounds. Sometime before, the two of them, Momo and Muya, had made a lot of sun-dried kernel powder. Not only can you use these kernel powders to make kernel flour, they are also excellent for rolling rounds. After cooking the walnut rounds and putting them aside to wait for them to cool, Momo began to prepare sweet and sour pork ribs and braised pork for Luo Sen. First, the sheep was marinated and excluded from the fishy, and then Momo stewed a pot of sheep soup. The braised pork was made from the forest hogs that had been hunted back in the morning from Lorsen. The forest hogs here were smaller than modern hogs, but the meat was more flavorful and firm. Cut off any piece and it's a nice, fresh panko. After cutting the meat into squares, Momo first blanched it and then coated it with the prepared sauce to marinate it. After that it goes in the pot and starts to simmer. I still learned this craft from my aunt. The resulting pancetta was very tender and flavorful. Ever since it was done to Lawson couldn't get it out of his head. After getting all these done, thinking that Tuan Tuan likes to eat meat skewers, he got some more fruit and wood branches, skewered the cheen mutton, and put it on the edge of the fire to roast it. Once the fire for grilling the kebabs was adjusted, Momo began to make the sweet and sour pork ribs. Put lard in the pot. Wait for the oil temperature is moderate after the cloud foam, then pour into the marinated pork ribs. Fry the pork ribs until the meat is golden, and then add the spices to start stir-frying. Soon, the aroma of sweet and sour pork filled the entire front of the cabin. Just as the ribs were about to come out of the pan, Lawson returned sweating, smelling the scent that filled the yard. The exhaustion on Lawson's face cleared away, all the way to Momo's side. His mouth watered with gluttony. As soon as I come back there's good food. I'm simply the happiest escort in the whole beast world. Yun Macho looked at Luosen with concern as she plated the sweet and sour pork ribs. How's it going on the matriarch's side? Have you come up with a way to fend off the Vosha beast? Greedily, Lorsen couldn't help but reach over to his plate and squeeze a piece of ribs into his mouth before exhaling with a look of enjoyment. Well, preparations have already begun on the clan leader's side, and I probably won't be able to stay home with you tonight. I have to go to the clan leader's side to help set up the walls and traps for defense. The matriarch has also organized several patrols, and from now on we'll have to take turns patrolling every day. So I'm afraid we'll have even less time to spend with you. Chapter 141, Alarmist? Momo sniffed and let out a helpless breath. There's no telling exactly when those Vosha beasts will attack now, so it's good to be cautious. By the way, has the matriarch sent someone to the Red Leaf tribe to ask for help? Maybe there's news about the Vosha beast from the Red Leaf tribe side. Lawson nodded as he nibbled on his ribs. Well, the patriarch sent a team to the Red Leaf tribe when he got back to the tribe and waited until tomorrow morning to return. It's almost as if we can bring the males of the Red Leaf tribe to our aid, and if we can get word of those Vosha beasts, then we'll have a better chance of winning this time, Lorsen said longingly, and Teetsong happened to come out of the cabin at that moment. Sounds like you guys are pretty confident in this defense. Teetsong's tone carried a hint of mockery. Lawson exploded. What do you mean you're shady? What? Are you expecting us to lose? Teetsong let out a light laugh. I just think you guys are being too optimistic. Luosen spat out the bone in his mouth and looked at Deetsong indignantly. Optimistic? You haven't lived in the tribe. What do you know? Once upon a time, our tribe has successfully repelled many attacks by the Vosha beasts, as long as we're prepared for everything. So what if the Vosha beasts attack? With the strength of our tribe's males, those bedbugs will never set foot in our tribe. If you're saying that now, you can't be worried that you won't have any room to play after we repel the Vosha beast. After all, if you, a confessor powerhouse, don't even have a chance to make a move, it seems to seem too useless. Glancing at Luo Sen's aggressive appearance, the corner of Deetsong's lips floated up in a contemptuous smile. There's only one purple rank in this tribe, Morn, and counting you there's probably only 3 blue ranks. and the rest of the males are green or even worse than green. And the Vusha beast that had robbed the male of the tribe possessed at least the strength of the purple rank. You guys can't be optimistic and think that there's only that one purple rank in those Vusha beasts. In the face of strength, the number is just a matter of time. But wherever there is one more purple rank on the side of the Vusha beast, the end of your tribe's defeat is already doomed. Not to mention, the Fuchsia beast can bypass the Red Leaf tribe and directly attack your tribe, so it would never have only this strength. As the tribe's offering, I'm only responsible for taking care of the strongest one. As for the other Vosha beasts, you'll have to take care of them with your own strength. After hearing Deetson's words, Luosen instantly changed his face. How is this possible? When the Vosha beasts invaded the Forest Mist tribe before, there wasn't even a single purple rank, and the highest was just the blue rank. The reason why the Forest Mist tribe fell was also because they didn't discover the traces of the Vusha beast in advance, and under the sudden attack, the males of the tribe were unable to organize an effective attack, which led to the destruction of the tribe. Even if the Vusha beast that robbed the tribe's male is of purple order strength, it doesn't mean that the Vusha beast will send so many purple order to deal with our small tribe that isn't as large as the Forest Mist tribe, right? You're afraid that you're not purposely trying to be alarmist here in order to show your importance in front of Fomi. Luosen didn't believe that the Vosha beast would send out so much purple rank strength for a small-scale tribe. In the past, infestations of Vosha beasts had almost always been one in numbers. After all, even if it was a Vulcan sand beast, the purple rank strength was still an unrivaled centerpiece. If there was too much attrition, they would not be able to defend themselves against the Four Directions Beast City's purge. In Lawson's opinion, Emperor Tsong's reasoning was untenable regardless of the situation in which it was placed. Other than being alarmist, he couldn't think of a reason for Deetsong to say that. In the face of Luosen's questioning, Deetsong only smiled faintly. Then we'll see. After saying that, Deetsong didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and directly walked towards the river. At this hour, Deetsong had probably gone to take a dip in the river. Looking at Deetsong's back as he left, Yunmomo couldn't help but exhale. Sen, I think Tsong has a point. The Vusha beast's actions this time are too strange. We can't use our previous experience to judge. After all, the fact that they had taken the trouble to bypass the Red Leaf tribe and lurked near the hunting grounds to rob the tribe's males, and had not attacked directly as usual, already indicated that this time their encroachment was not a simple operation. If they had other, more secretive purposes, they might actually send out many powerful Vosha beasts. This is something we have to prepare for in advance and not take lightly. Yunmomo spoke up worriedly. Lawson's brow was furrowed, and he seemed to understand that this time was different from the past, and his eyes were filled with a grim look. If the Vusha beast really sends out so many purple-ranked powerhouses, then I'm afraid the tribe will be in danger. Even if the Red Leaf tribe is willing to send 2 of their tribe's purple ranks to come to our aid, we only have 3 purple ranks. According to Deetsong's words, the team sent by the Fuchsia beast this time was definitely more than this strength. If we can't resist the attack of a large number of purple ranks, I'm afraid the tribe will really be in a crisis. Looking at Luosen's serious look, Yunmomo also felt the crisis. Will the tribe really be destroyed by the Vusha beasts like the Forest Mist tribe if they can't resist? Luosen lowered his eyes to look at Yunmomo and nodded with a grave expression. Once they can't resist, the Vusha beasts will kill all the males and then capture all the females back to the deserted city to be imprisoned and become tools for them to reproduce their offspring. Hearing such serious consequences, Yunmomo could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. The tribe was her home since she came to the beast world, and she never wanted to see the tribe destroyed by these Vosha beasts. Thinking that Deetsong possessed a powerful red rank, Yunmomo could not help but purse her lips. Then if I convinced Song to make a move to kill those strong men of the Vusha beasts, would the tribe not be destroyed? Lawson laughed bitterly and shook his head. It's too late. Those Vulcan sand beasts are very fast. Even if Deetsong is as strong as he is, he won't be able to kill all of the purple ranks in an instant. As long as there was a chance of a breath, those Vosha beasts could break through the tribe's defenses and enter the tribe to go on a killing spree. This is why the offerings are strong and only responsible for dealing with the strongest invaders. The other Vosha beasts can only be dealt with by the strength of the tribe itself. If the Vulcan sand beast sends a large number of purple ranks, I'm afraid we'll be left with only one way for the entire clan to flee. Yunmomo did not expect the problem to be this serious, and a layer of cold sweat could not help but gather in her palm. Is there no other way? Now that we're about to enter the Yinzhao period, I'm afraid that if the whole clan flees, it will be a life of 9 deaths, without houses, without food. Even if we escape the Vusha beasts, the tribesmen won't be able to survive. Luosen lowered his eyes and contemplated for a moment, then suddenly clenched his fists and looked at Yunmomo. Mamoru, why don't you guys eat first, and I'll go talk to the matriarch again. Chapter 142, Going to the Beast God's Cave. By the time Yunmomo saw Luosen again, it was already the next morning. He looked very downcast. Lawson, did you talk to the matriarch? Lawson nodded wearily. Well, the situation was already told to the patriarch last night, and the patriarch decided to let the females in the tribe, for the time being, move over to the beast god cave to live. Wait until we figure out what happened to the Vusha beast. Thinking that one of the purposes of those Vusha beasts was to prey on the females, Mon did this to keep the females as safe as possible. That's good. The beast god cave site is more remote, just right for females to hide. Luosen looked at Yun Momo with some concern. Foamy, you should also get ready and go to the beast god cave with the females of the tribe later on. Although there was Deetsang protecting Yun Momo by his side, even if the Vusha beast came, Yun Momo wouldn't be in too much danger. Luosen didn't know why, but he always felt uneasy in his heart. In his heart, he vaguely felt that those ambrosial sand beasts had come so strangely this time, probably because they were rushing towards Yun Momo. After all, Yun Momo was a female that had escaped from the deserted city. Moreover, Cloudfoam also mastered so many rare skills that were not the same as ordinary females. In case those Vusha beasts were bound for Yun Momo and secretly made other sinister deployments. Once the great battle started and the situation was chaotic, even Deetsong couldn't defend against it. Of course, this was something that Lorsen did not say to the others, and could only keep this concern deep in his heart. He was afraid that in case he really guessed the truth, the people in the tribe would hand over Yun Muoi to those ambrosia beasts in exchange for the peace of the tribe. At that time, under the attack of two parties, even if Deetsong's ability was strong, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to protect Yun Momo. As long as Yun Momo hid in the beast god cave with the females of the tribe, no matter what the situation was, they would be able to fight for a turnaround. Seeing Luosen's worried look, Yun Momo's heart became even more uneasy. I want to stay and be with you guys. With Tsang protecting me, those Vusha beasts can't hurt me, and I'm staying, so maybe I can even help. Yesterday, after knowing that the tribe would most likely not be able to withstand the Vusha beast's attack, Yun Momo almost didn't sleep all night. The mind was constantly thinking about what other modern technology there was that could be applied to this defense. Through the whole night's hard thinking, it really made her think of quite a few ways. However, these methods had to be used only if she was personally present to direct their use, or else those she gave would most likely not be able to be as powerful as they could have been. It would be more useful for her to stay as opposed to hiding in the beast god cave. After all, it was now a time of crisis for the tribe, and even if it might be dangerous to stay, she wanted to do her part for the tribe's well-being. However, Lorsen did not know about all the knowledge and abilities that Yun Mochizuki had from the modern era. In his opinion, although Yun Momo has a lot of whimsical ideas to solve the tribe's food crisis, but then in a battle that purely competes for strength, Yun Momo is ultimately just a fragile ordinary female without any ability to defend herself. Foamy, those Vusha beasts are very cunning. Even if Deetsong is powerful, he can't completely guarantee your safety when facing those scheming Vusha beasts. Only if you go to the beast god cave can we resist the Vusha beasts without any worries. This time, just listen to me, okay? Go hide in the beast god cave first, and when we kill all those Vusha beasts, we will definitely go to the beast god cave immediately to pick you up. Looking at Luo Sen's insistent face, Yun Momo could not help but hesitate a little. What Lawson said wasn't all bad. The things she thought of were, after all, extrapolated with modern effects. If it wasn't of any use to the beast world's Vusha beasts, I'm afraid that it would really become a constraint for Luo Sen and Deetsang. It prevents them from being able to be everywhere in the fight and letting go. If he was truly captured by those Vulcan sand beasts, Deetsang and Luosen would be completely caught in a passive situation. Comparing the two, it was too risky to stay, while heading to the beast god cave to hide seemed a bit more stable. Just in the gap between Yun Momo's hesitation, Deetsang couldn't help but speak out as well. Lorsen is right. At the moment the strength and motives of those Vusha beasts are still unknown. If you rashly stay behind, there is a high chance of unforeseen dangers. If you had stayed in the beast god cave with the other females, we would have been able to fight off those Vusha beasts without any worries. Even if any unexpected danger arises, we can still have time to turn around. This time even Deetsang supported Luo Sen's claim, and Yunmo's heart finally made up its mind. Alright then, later on, I'll pack up some of the things I usually use, and I'll go with the females of the tribe to take shelter in the beast god's cave. You should also pay more attention. If you find that the forces of the Vusha beasts are too strong, you should not fight to the death. With our familiarity with this mountain forest, and with the slight help of the geographical advantage and the mountain dangers, we can also slowly wear out those Vusha beasts. Yun Moxie spoke out what she thought would be the most useful method. After all, with the art of war inherited from China's 5,000 years of history, the three elements of timing, right place, right people, and harmony can all play a vital role in war. And with these arts of war, there have been numerous battles in history in which fewer people have won more battles. With the proper use of tactics, there was absolutely no need for them to die in the horde. Yunimomo's suggestion couldn't help but make Luo-san's eyes light up. Good. As long as those Vusha beasts can't find the female's trail, this should work. After the three of them finished their discussion, Luosin and Deetsang began to help Yun pack the things they needed to use, because they didn't know exactly when those Vusha beasts would come to attack the tribe. Luosin and Deetsang had packed a lot of things. Even the large green camphor wood nest was carried on Lorsen's shoulders. Once everything was packed, the three of them set off for the Beast God Cave. Along the way, the tribe was filled with females being escorted by males to the Beast God Cave. Seeing that even Yun was going to hide in the Beast God Cave, everyone's expressions became grave. One must know that Yun Mochizuki is a female with a red-ranked guardian. Even she had to hide in the Beast God's cave for peace of mind. So it was evident that the crisis the tribe was about to face this time was absolutely unprecedented. Probably because of fear, everyone didn't speak along the way, just silently heading towards the Beast God Cave. When she was about to leave the tribe, Yun saw Muya, who was carrying a large package and struggling to move forward. Muya had no escort and had to carry everything herself. Although a few males followed behind, leaping forward to help, they were all glared back by Muya. Yun Macho hurriedly looked at Deetsang. Song, can you help Muya? It's too tough for her to carry so many things without an escort. Deetsang glanced in Muya's direction and nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll go get it for her. Chapter 143, The Beast God has manifested himself. Muya was carrying something, her body was bent, and she didn't see Yun several people. It wasn't until Yun and Deetsang stood in front of Muya that Muya looked up at the two with difficulty. Seeing that Deetsang was also carrying a large bag behind him, his gaze instantly became astonished. Foamy, it's you guys, are you going to the Beast God Cave too? When she received the matriarch's notice, Muya was still thinking of going to find Yun to go with her, but it turned out that when she thought of Deetsang's strength as a red rank, Muya felt that Yun should not have to suffer in the Beast God Cave anymore. Unexpectedly, as strong as Emperor Xang, he actually didn't have the certainty that he would have to send Yun to the Beast God Cave. Seeing her shocked face, Yun let out a bitter smile. I originally wanted to stay, but Deetsang and Luosin were uneasy, and I didn't want them to worry, so I had to go hide in the Beast God Cave first. A flash of worry floated under Muya's eyes. Is this infestation of Vusha beasts really so terrible? Even when the tribe was at its most powerful, those Vusha beasts had never sent out a purple rank. Now that we have the Deetsang Confessor in addition to the clan chief, even if the Vulcan Sand Beast really sends out the purple rank, with the strength of the two of them, wouldn't they be able to handle it? Not wanting to make Muya worry too much, Yun just smiled and shook her head. We're only hiding in the Beast God Cave as a precaution. It's not like we can't really resist. Don't scare yourself yet. Maybe we'll be back soon after the matriarch and the others figure out the situation with the Vusha beasts. Muya exhaled slightly, barely pressing down the worry in her heart. Well, I hope that the Beast God blesses us and lets all those Vusha beasts die out, so that we can get through this crisis safely. Cloudmist smiled and nodded. Well, we'll be fine. With a flick of his tail, Emperor Tsun removed the large package from Muya's body. Muya's body suddenly lightened. Seeing that her package had already landed behind Deetsang, she hurriedly waved her hand and wanted to refuse. Foamy, I can do it. It's better to let me do it myself. Muya's nature Yun simply couldn't be better understood. This female has the best mouth. It's obvious that you can't even walk, but you're still trying to be brave, just to prove to myself that I can get by without relying on males. At this moment, seeing that she was still trying to hold on, Yun Mochizuki instantly slammed his face. Are you trying to be foreign to me? It's just that you refused help from others, but now you're even refusing my help? Are we still best friends or not? Muya's face revealed a look of Haoran, and her gaze gratefully looked towards Yun and Deetsang. Well, I won't be polite to you guys anymore, okay? Seeing that Muya was not insisting, Yun then smiled with satisfaction. That's right, with Muya's company, Yun also didn't let Deetsang hold on to her, pulling Muya's hand and chatting as she walked along the way. It wasn't boring to walk along the way. Without realizing it, the few people finally reached the Beast God Cave. By now the cave had housed many females. The males were all busy setting up a resting place for the females. The two of them, Deetsang and Luosin, also chose a quiet corner in the Beast God Cave and helped Yun prepare. Muya stayed next to Yun as well in order to be with her. This way the two can take care of each other even when they are together. As she was packing, Mulvey assisted Worm into the Beast God Cave with her. The females of the tribe greeted Worm. Yun and Muya also rushed over in a hurry. After some greetings, Worm sighed slightly as he looked at the scene in the Beast God's cave. I didn't realize that this time, we would have to pray for the blessing of the Beast God again. I hope that the Beast God blesses all of us in the tribe and that we can get through this crisis safely. Hearing Worm's words, everyone suddenly became silent. Yun Mochizuki was a bit uncertain and turned his head to look at Muya. Muya came to Yun Momo's ear and explained in a low voice. 10 inferno periods ago, most of the females of the tribe also escaped by hiding in the beast god's cave, but more than half of the tribe was still killed in that invasion. That infestation is a pain in everyone's heart, and I'm afraid it's not easy for everyone to think about what they've been through. Looking at the look of grief on everyone's faces, Yun Momo also couldn't help but sigh. It must have been a horrible situation. Mwa nodded. Lawson's parents, Aaron's parents, including my father, all died in that infestation, and almost every family in the tribe is incomplete. I didn't expect that those Vusha beasts would make a comeback so soon after you managed to give the tribal people hope. There's no telling what we'll be facing this time. I just hope it won't be as miserable as last time. Hearing Muya's words, Yun Momo's heart was also bursting with worry. If there was no danger, Deetsong would never have spoken those speculations in an alarmist manner. However, it was good that this time they had discovered the premeditated plans of the Vosha beasts in advance, and the matriarch had made preparations at the first opportunity. I hope this one is just a scare and the crisis ends quickly, because Worm liked quiet and didn't like to be disturbed by others. Malvi arranged Worm's resting place in the deepest part of the beast god cave. There was a naturally occurring barrier there, just enough to keep out the noise outside. Worm was old enough to lie down and rest directly after Malvi had gotten organized. After Malvi settled Worm down, she then came to Yun Momo's side. Foamy, how are the preparations at your place? If there's anything else you need, just ask. I've brought plenty. Cloudmist smiled and shook his head. The two of them were so afraid that I wouldn't be able to stay here that they even moved their nests for me, and if I hadn't stopped them, I'm afraid they would have moved their homes for me. Malvi glanced towards the busy Luosen and Deetsong, her lips curling into a pleased smile. It's a relief to see them taking such good care of you. You are a great blessing to our tribe. With you here, the beast god will definitely bless us this time. With that, Malvi raised her hand to her chest and bowed towards the cave with a pious face. The smile on Yun Momo's face stiffened slightly, and she also hastened to respectfully salute towards the beast god cave with a stroke of her chest. Although Yun Momo didn't believe in any talk of gods and Buddhas, in the hearts of Malwei and the tribal females, perhaps only the protection of the beast gods could give them more peace of mind. As long as she could get everyone's hearts appeased, Yun Macha would rather believe that this beast god cave was truly spiritual. When the clansmen inside the cave saw the two of them, Malwei and Yun Momo, move, they also hurriedly followed the two of them and saluted towards the beast god cave. It seemed that only in this way could their beast god sense the prayers in their hearts and send down blessings for them to quell this crisis-ridden plague. Suddenly, a female made a surprised sound. The beast god has manifested. Everyone, look. Chapter 144, the beginning of the Great War. Hearing that female's alarmed cry, everyone opened their eyes in shock and looked towards the beast god cave. Only the dimly lit cave was suddenly dotted with starlight. The bright and dim points of light swayed in midair like a flowing galaxy. It's the star worm. The beast god has sent the star worm to bless us. Our tribe will be fine this time. Yes, star worms have never appeared in the daytime before. This time it must be a blessing that the beast god has specially sent down for us. For a while, the clansmen in the beast god cave all cheered in surprise. Malwei also looked at Yun Momo with a look of emotion. Foamy is indeed a great blessing sent by the beast god. We just mentioned you and these star insects came. What is this if not a blessing from the beast god? As soon as Malwei's words left her mouth, all the surrounding females also looked at Yun Momo with gratitude. Yes, Foamy is the blessing sent by the beast god. Let's quickly thank her and let the beast god send down his blessings. Before Yun Momo could open her mouth to explain, the females all saluted in Yun Momo's direction. Yun Momo hurriedly waved her hand towards the crowd. No, it wasn't me. It must have been the pious prayers everyone just prayed that moved the beast god to make such a sight. Malvi looked over at her with a smile. Foamy, you don't have to be so nervous. With you here, all of us can feel more at ease. If you deny it, I'm afraid that everyone's heart will be even more unsettled. Hearing Malwei's words, Yun Momo did not know what to say for a moment. If she could bring more hope, then she wouldn't mind being the big blessing. The star insects circled around Yun Momo's body several times, and the hazy light enveloped Yun Momo's body, making her look like a descending deity. This absolutely beautiful scene fell in the eyes of the crowd, causing them to look at Yun Momo with even more devotion. Yun Momo descended in place, somewhat embarrassed, not daring to move in the slightest. She was afraid that because of her inappropriate actions, the star bugs around her would flee and break the hope in the hearts of her people. I don't know how long it took, until Yun Momo's legs were about to go numb from standing. Those star insects gradually left the cave. Since then, the females in the tribe had become more respectful towards Yun Momo. The two of them, Deetsong and Luosen, helped Yun Momo to organize the resting place and then followed the males of the tribe. They also had to go back and prepare to defend themselves against the Vusha beast. Before leaving, Luosen uneasily urged 1,000 times, fearing that Yun Mo would not be comfortable here. Ditsong was not as verbose as Luosen, and only said that he would let Yun Mo obediently wait for him to come to pick up. Yun Mo all agreed one by one. Once the males had all left, the females in the cave fell silent once again. I don't know whether they were tired or because they were too nervous, but most of the females chose to lie down on the animal skins to rest. The two of them, Yun Mo and Muya, chatted for a while and also drifted off to sleep. For 3 days in a row, those ambrosia beasts didn't move much. The males of the tribe had been ready for a long time, and the Red Leaf tribe had sent a strong support team as promised. This included the 2 Purple Order powerhouses in their tribe. With the Red Leaf tribe backed up, Mon and the males of the tribe were more confident. Now, they were just waiting for the Vusha beasts to show up and give them a headache. Yun Mo also gradually got used to the life in the cave these days, and usually when she cooked for herself, she took the opportunity to teach the females in the tribe to make delicious food. Originally the females thought they were going to have a hard time when they got to the caves. They didn't realize that after having the food made by Yun Mo, they actually ate better than they did in the tribe. On this day, the females had just finished lunch and were sunbathing outside the cave. A flock of birds, however, suddenly flushed in panic from the direction of the foothills. Immediately afterward, a burst of animal roars rang out from the direction of the tribe. All the females looked nervously in the direction of the horde. Have the Vosha beasts started invading already? Could it be that the males of the tribe caught big game and were just celebrating? It doesn't sound like a celebration to me. It sounds more like a warning. Could it really be the Vosha beasts? I didn't expect those Vosha beasts to come after all. This time those Vosha beasts have been preparing for so long. How could they possibly give up? I just hope that there aren't too many of them so that the males of the tribe can keep them all out of the tribe. Yes, all the food we prepared some time ago is in the cellar. If they invade the tribe, I'm afraid that cellar will be emptied of all that food. Several females looked at the direction of the tribe with worried faces, fearing that the food they had worked so hard to hoard would be plundered by those Vosha beasts, constantly praying in his heart that the males of the tribe would intercept all the Vosha beasts outside of the tribe. It was just that some of the other females weren't so optimistic, and their eyes trembled in horror at the sight of the swarms of birds of prey that flew through the sky. The flying birds in the surrounding area were just startled by such a large flock. I'm afraid that the number of Vosha beasts is not small. How many Vosha beasts would it take to startle so many birds of prey? We'd better hurry up and we'll pray for the males in the beast god's cave. Maybe the beast god can help the males hold the tribe. Upon hearing the prayer, the females instantly seemed to have found something to lean on, and hurriedly returned to the beast god's cave one after another, closing their eyes and silently praying. More and more females were entering the beast god cave and started praying. Yun Mo worriedly looked at the tribe at the foot of the mountain, and a heart started thumping. What exactly is the state of affairs on the tribal side right now? Can the patriarchs cope with them or not? Muya nervously clutched Yun Mo's hand, a slight tremor coming from her hand. Foamy, do you think the matriarch and the others will be able to fend off those Vosha beasts? Looking at Muya's terrified look, Yun Mo gently patted her arm. Don't worry, they'll stop it. Hearing Yun Mo's words, Muya's trembling hands slowly calmed down. Well, let's quickly go in and pray for them as well. I hope the beast god will bless them, so that they will quickly drive away those Vosha beasts and hold the tribe well. Yun Mo nodded and pulled Muya's hand before walking inside the cave. Now that she didn't know anything about the situation, even worrying about it wouldn't do much good. One could only hope that those Vosha beasts from before were just bluffing and weren't as terrifying as they had imagined. After returning to the cave, all the females were praying, and Yun Mo also joined them, facing the direction inside the beast god's cave with Muya, praying devoutly. I don't know how long it took, but there was suddenly a rush of shouts from outside the cave. Come on out, everyone, come out quickly, the Vosha beast is rushing over. Everyone quickly follow me to the back of the mountain to escape. Chapter 145, Panic. This sudden sound startled all the females inside the cave with horror. To ensure the safety of the females inside the cave, Mulvey took the lead and rushed out. Soon enough, a blood-covered male appeared outside the cave and was about to make a break for it when Mulvey stopped him. Mulvey scowled towards the male and quickly got a good look at the male's face. Sender, I can't believe it's you. How's it going with the tribe? Didn't the matriarch tell us to stay in the cave and not come out? Why are you telling us to run in the direction of the back mountains now? The male looked anxiously at Malvi and spoke with a sad face. There are too many. The number of those Vosha beasts is simply too much. The tribe's defenses have been breached, and a large number of Vosha beasts have all poured into the tribe, and we simply can't defend it with all our might. I was still under the cover of the patriarch, and rushed over to inform everyone with my life. If you guys don't hurry up, those Vosha beasts are going to come charging up. The male said that while looking towards his back in alarm, as if a large number of Vosha beasts would appear behind him at any moment. Seeing this scene, Malway's face instantly turned pale. How could this happen? we've obviously made so many preparations, how could we not be able to hold out so quickly? And I'm afraid that even if we escape to the back of the mountain, we won't be able to hide from those Volsunga beasts. Sender looked at the flustered Malvi and jumped up and down in a hurry. Mal-am, don't hesitate, I can tell you the rest on the way. Let's escape this first. Those Vusha beasts are about to rush over. By then, all the females of our tribe will be captured by those Vusha beasts. The females inside the cave all came to the mouth of the cave in horror when they heard Sender's words. Let's run away quickly. If we're caught by those Vosha beasts, I'm afraid we'll have to live a life worse than death in the future. Yes, Mal-am, don't hesitate any longer. Let's hurry up and follow Sender out of here. If those Vosha beasts come, we'll never get away again. Ooh, I don't want to be captured and used as a breeding tool in the deserted city. Get me out of here. For a moment, the females inside the cave all panicked and surged towards the outside of the cave, and Malvi was simply too late to stop them. The two of them, Yun-Mo and Muya, were blocked inside the cave by the females and were unable to get close to Malwei at all. Foamy, it looks like the males in the tribe really can't hold out much longer, so let's hurry up and grab our stuff and flee with Sender too. Muya also panicked at this point, her face filled with fear, even if she was able to live in the tribe without the use of an escort. But once the tribe fell and when the safety of the females could not be guaranteed, Muya was just like any ordinary female, without any ability to defend herself. Looking at the flustered Muya, Yun-Mo's heart, however, always felt that something was wrong, but in this state of panic, she couldn't figure out, for a moment, what had gone wrong. Even if there are more Vusha beasts, Deetsong is a red-rank strength. It's impossible for him to be trapped by those Vusha beasts. If the males really can't hold on anymore, then Deetsong and the others will never continue to defend. They will definitely rush over at the first opportunity to protect the females here. But why is Sender the only male coming over now? There's something not quite right about how this looks. Yun-Mo voiced out her doubts, but Muya shook her head in disapproval. With the situation so chaotic after the start of the Great War, it must have been a case of letting whoever could break out inform us. The Deetsang offering is powerful. I'm afraid that only if he stays in the battlefield can we buy more time for our tribe's females to escape. If those Vosha beasts really rush over, we'll really only have one way to die. Foamy, don't hesitate. Escape sooner so we can have a better chance of surviving. If we delay any longer, our hopes of escape will be even slimmer. Moya looked at the huddled females at the entrance of the cave, all struggling to escape early. Now they were already much behind those females. If they delayed any longer, she was afraid that she and Yun-Mo would really not be able to escape. Yun-Mo's mind was full of thoughts, and for a while, he didn't know how to decide. In her heart, she felt that Deetsong and Luosen would never let herself escape alone, but Muya's words didn't seem unreasonable. Could it be that the only reason Deetsang and Lorsen hadn't come to this side of the cave to pick themselves up was to help all the females in the tribe buy more time to escape? Muya, who was on the side, saw Yun-Mo's hesitation and immediately pulled Yun-Mo's hand and ran in the direction of the outside of the cave. Foamy, don't hesitate. Let's hurry up and escape with the females. It's always right to stay with everyone. Seeing the increasing number of females rushing out of the cave, Yun-Mo could only suppress the trace of concern in her heart, tightly pulling Muya's hand and running together towards the outside of the cave. Just as they were about to rush out of the cave, however, they saw Malvi struggling to squeeze towards the cave. Yun-Mo was afraid that Malwei would be squeezed down and trampled by the panicked crowd, so she hurriedly pulled Muya to protect Malwei's side. Malwei's staggering body suddenly loosened up, and when she saw that it was the two of them, Yun-Mo and Muya, her eyes were filled with gratitude. Mamoru, Muya, can you guys help me? Wom is still in the cave. We can't leave Wom behind. Seeing as the females of the tribe were running out, the only ones who could help Malvi at this point were the two of them. The two of them, Yun-Mo and Muya, stiffened and glanced towards the depths of the cave. A tangled look flashed under Muya's eyes. When life and death are at stake, no one is willing to lay down his or her life to help others. Yun-Mo looked at the surrounding females who were fleeing in panic, then glanced at Malwei's pleading gaze, and finally gritted her teeth. Muya, you go first. I'll help Mal-am to help Wom. Yun-Mo decisively pushed Muya towards the outside of the cave. Muya still had people she wanted to see that she hadn't met yet, and she couldn't afford to sacrifice herself here early. It was enough to have herself help Malvi to save Worm. There was no need to involve her in losing her life for nothing as well. Muya didn't expect Yun-Mo to actually choose to go and help Malwei, and her entire body froze for a split second. Just the moment she pushed herself away, Muya couldn't help but let out a low growl. Fine, since you're staying, then I'll stay with you as well. The big deal is that when those Vulcan sand beasts come, I'll fight them for my life. Muya only had Yunmomo as a friend. She never wanted to leave Yunmo here to face the danger alone. Even though she was scared to death, she still wanted to protect her only friend by her own power. Seeing her come back in turn, Yun Mochizuki hastened to speak out to discourage her. Muya, get out of here. It's enough for me and Mal AM here. Run before it's too late. However, this time, Muya was very determined and did not respond to Yun Momo, but just quickly ran towards where Wom was. Chapter 146, Questioning. Yun Mochizuki knew that Muya had made up her mind that she wasn't going to leave. Seeing that time was urgent, Malwei hurriedly pulled Yun Momo's hand and ran towards the cave. Foamy, let's grab our asses and get out of here. Maybe things aren't as bad as we thought. Hearing Malwei's words, Yun Momo could only press down on her worries and quickly rushed to where Worm was. By now Muya had already helped Worm up, and the two rushed forward to help. Worm was old and his body was very thin and weak. The three of them didn't waste too much effort to help Worm to the outside of the cave. By now, most of the females of the tribe had fled in the direction of the back mountains. Sender waited outside the cave for a few people, and when he saw them come out, he spoke anxiously. Mal-am, you follow me and I'll see you escape. Sender was the only male left who knew exactly what was going on in the battle, and Mulvey looked to Sender worriedly. How long can the tribe side hold out? Just how many Vosha beasts have come this time? Sender responded to Mulvey as he led the way. The matriarch only said that they would try to buy as much time as possible for the females, and that the matriarch couldn't predict just how long they would be able to hold out. As for the number of Vosha beasts, Sender sighed. There are simply too many. We can't even measure exactly how many there are. The purple rank alone is already a number we can't handle. Hearing Sender's words, Yun Momo was worried about Deetsang and Luosin in her heart and hurriedly asked out loud, "Where's Teetsang and Lawson? How are they doing?" Sender responded quickly this time. The Deetsang offering held back the strongest Vosha beasts, and Luosin has been guarding the matriarch's side, fending off those Vosha beast powerhouses alongside the matriarch. But the tribe has suffered heavy casualties, and if it is too much to resist, the matriarch will order a retreat to the back of the mountains to join the females of the tribe. Hearing that the casualties among the males of the tribe were heavy, the mood of several females became heavy. Along the way, a few people didn't dare to distract themselves anymore, taking care of Wom all the way towards the direction of the back of the mountain. The Beast God Cave wasn't too far from the back of the mountain, and could be reached by simply going over a mountain canyon. By the time Yun Momo several people arrived near the back of the mountain, all the females had already found a safe place to hide. Seeing that Yun Momo and Malwei had arrived, several of the older females also rushed forward to help. After running all the way, and with the incidental care of Worm, several people's stamina was a bit stretched. After the older female had gotten Worm to the hideout, several people finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sender watched as the females had all arrived safely and rushed towards Malvi. Mal-am, I will go to the bottom of the mountain to meet the matriarch and bring them here. You will wait here and not go anywhere else. I am afraid that those Vosha beasts are searching for the females in the mountains. It would not be good if they found them. Hearing Sender's admonition, Yun Momo suddenly questioned out loud, "Don't the matriarchs know where we are now?" Sender looked startled for a moment and shook his head again in quick succession. "The matriarchs know about it. The matriarch was the one who told me about this place. I was just responsible for informing everyone to come. Now that everyone has arrived, I have to report back to the matriarch to reassure them." After saying that, Sender turned around and was about to leave, and Yun Mochizuki couldn't help but frown. "Wait, since the matriarch knows that we're right here, then in case you reveal your whereabouts on your way back, won't you draw those Vulcan sand beasts over? I think it's better if you don't go to meet the matriarch, since they know we're here, then we can just wait here quietly." Cloud Foam was also worried about Sender's safety. After all, if the matriarch knew about their hiding place, he would certainly not let Sender go forward to meet them again at the risk of exposing his female. After all, Sender had been severely injured, and if he exposed his whereabouts on the road, he would not only take Sender's life, but also arouse the suspicion of the Vosha beasts, which would in turn pose a threat to the safety of the females. Sender heard Yun Momo's words, but he waved his hand in a hurry. "Foamy, you don't have to worry. Although I am injured, but I move very stealthily and won't let those Vulcan sand beasts find out. I'm not just going back now to pick up the matriarch, but I'm still worried that the matriarch will continue to fight to the death with those Vosha beasts in order to buy the females a longer period of time. If I could have told the patriarch earlier that the females had successfully moved, the patriarch would have been able to give the order to evacuate earlier and reduce the casualties among the males of the tribe." As soon as Sender's words left his mouth, the females of the tribe all responded, "Yes, let's Send go back soon. If the patriarch can lead the males of the tribe to evacuate earlier, the fewer casualties the males can suffer, and there's no telling how many males' lives will be damaged if we delay any longer." Yes, Sender, you should go back and inform the clan leader that we've moved safely now, so that they don't desperately try to support themselves anymore. The strength of those few escorts of mine are all at the green rank, and I don't know how many of them will still be left when they come back. Foamy, one of your escorts is red rank and one is blue rank. You don't have to worry about anything. Our escort strengths are all very low. Maybe if we evacuate a moment earlier, we will be able to save one of our escort's lives. Don't stop Sender. Quickly let him go and notify the patriarch. Presumably out of concern for their escorts, the females all spoke up one by one to urge them on. After a few moments of thought, Malvi couldn't help but sigh. Foamy, just let Sender go back. We'll be more alert later and we should be fine. Although what Cloudmore was worried about did exist, and the slightest mistake would result in the female side being wiped out by the Vusha beasts, Malvi could only choose to side with Sender because she was worried about Moan and her own several beast husbands. She didn't want Morn and the others to make more needless sacrifices just to buy time for the females. Seeing that the females all wanted Sender to go back and pick up the males, Yun-Mo did not have any possibility of stopping them even though she vaguely felt something was wrong in her heart. Thinking of the secluded terrain of this place, Yun-Mo could only nod. Well, let's Send go back then. Sender couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, turn around and run down the hill, looking at Sender's back as he left. The uneasiness in Yun-Mo's heart however became stronger. She couldn't say why, except that something bad might happen after Sender left. Probably seeing Yun-Mo's concern, Malwei stepped forward and pulled Yun-Mo's hand, gently soothing it. Foamy, don't think too much. Now that things have come to this, we'd better conceal ourselves as soon as possible. As long as we do a good job of concealing ourselves, even if those vermilion sand beasts discover something, there's no way they'll be able to find us so quickly. Chapter 147, Mutation. Cloudphone looked uneasily at the direction Sender had left and nodded helplessly. Well, Mal-am, I know. Let's find some bushes to hide in. Hopefully the patriarch and the others will come over and join us soon. Barely able to compose herself, Malvi stroked Cloudmist's hair. As long as we get through this crisis, we'll be fine. Looking at the worry in Malwei's eyes, Yun-Mo couldn't help but let out a breath. This one may not be as simple as it seems. Whether it was the matter of capturing the males at the very beginning, or this large-scale attack, especially the operation of the matriarch's decision to temporarily transfer the females, it all struck Yun-Mo as very suspicious, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. And if she blurted out her concerns, it would only cause the females to panic. Unable to do anything else, Yun-Mo could only barely suppress all the doubts in her heart, and cooperated with Malwei's command, quickly taking cover. When she had hidden all the females of the tribe, Malwei took Yun-Mo and Muya and also hid in one of the outermost bushes. The view from here is more open and you can better observe the movement down the hill. The three of them split into three directions, vigilantly observing the movements around them. I don't know how long it was, but there was a rustling sound coming from the nearby bushes. The commotion was small, but it caught the trio's attention. The gazes of the three of them were instantly fixed on that direction. Suddenly, a snow-white mass rushed out from the bushes, directly towards the bushes where Yun-Mo was. Shoo! The familiar voice came, and that white ball had already jumped into Yun-Mo's arms. Tuan, what are you doing here? Aren't you with Deet Song and Luo Sen? Tuan looked up anxiously at Yun-Mo. Chirp, chirp. This anxious tone seemed as if it was urging Yun-Mo. Cloudfoam frowned at Tuan and glanced again at the direction it had come from. That direction is the opposite of the direction the tribal females came from. Yun-Mo suddenly realized something and asked out loud with a trembling voice. Tuan, are you telling us to get out of here quickly? Tuan nodded his head repeatedly in excitement when he heard Yun-Mo's words. Chirp, chirp. A short, sharp yelp affirmed Yun-Mo's guess. While screaming, the group also gestured in the direction that Sender had left. Yun-Mo glanced towards that side, and suddenly saw that at some point on the opposite side of the mountain canyon, a thin layer of smoke and dust had actually risen. Normally in the mountains, it's hard to see so much smoke over such a large area. Even if there was an occasional beast fight, the smoke and dust stirred up would be hidden by the tall canopy of trees. From a distance, it was impossible to see any smoke spreading from the canopy. The only possible reason for this situation is the sheer volume of beasts fighting. But the opposite mountain canyon was so close to the tribe that it was impossible for a large herd of wild beasts to survive. So the soot could never have come from a massive beast. Combined with Tuan's anxious urging, Yun-Mo suddenly understood in her heart. No good. We've all been tricked by Sender. I'm afraid that the one he just went to notify wasn't the clan chief, but the Vosha beasts. Now those Vosha beasts have already reached the opposite mountain canyon, Cloudmore said sharply. The two of them, Malwei and Muya, were stunned and stared wide-eyed, seemingly unable to believe what Yun-Mo said. How is this possible? How could Sender do such a thing? Maybe it's a male from our tribe that's coming over there? Malvi was still holding out a glimmer of hope in her heart. She could never believe that Sender would do something to victimize the females of the tribe. Muya's face turned pale as she looked at the rapidly spreading smoke. It can't be tribal males, they're all very agile. They would never make that much smoke to get the attention of the Vusha beasts. Only when the Vusha beasts are on a large-scale operation would they make that much smoke. The last vestige of luck in Malvi's heart was destroyed, and she instantly looked at the females hidden behind her as if they were dead. What the hell is going on here? Why did those Vusha beasts manage to break through the tribal males and rush over to this side of the back mountain? They couldn't have been trapped in the tribe by the Vusha beasts already. It was the worst outcome Malvi could think of. Once the males of the tribe were trapped and died in the tribe, then they, the females, would never be alive again. With just these fragile females in the tribe, not to mention resisting, even fleeing wouldn't be able to escape the speed at which those Vusha beasts were pursuing them. Yunmomo looked at Malway's disheveled look and hurriedly looked at Tuan Tuan. Tuan, are you coming over now to take us to join the tribal males? Tuan Tuan was in a hurry and didn't know how to express himself to Yunmomo. When he heard Yunmomo's words, he couldn't help but brighten up and quickly nodded his head. Shoo, Yun Macho sighed in relief. Looks like she guessed right. It must be that the males of the tribe saw the mass retreat of the Vusha beasts and then felt that something was wrong. So they sent Tuan Tuan to look for us in the Beast God Cave, and as a result, Tuan Tuan didn't find any trace of us, and thought that we only had the back of the mountain as a retreat. So he took a shortcut all the way to find us. Now we just have to follow the troop to meet up with the males of the tribe. Hearing that the tribal males weren't trapped to death, a glimmer of hope reappeared in Malvi's eyes. Okay, I'll get the females to gather and we'll hurry up and meet up with the males of the tribe. After saying that, without the slightest delay, Malvi rushed off to inform the females hidden around her. The females who were closer to them already pretty much knew the truth of the matter, and at this point, they could no longer remain calm and surrounded Yunmomo's side, anxiously inquiring, Foamy, are you sure that the tribal males will be able to get rid of those Vusha beasts? If they're left to their own devices, wouldn't we be shooting ourselves in the foot if we rashly go over to the tribal males? Yes, Foamy, right now we don't know anything clearly, and the troop can't even speak clearly. How can you be sure that the meaning it conveys is correct? In case we get it wrong somewhere, won't we just die? Just who is saying what is true? Sender clearly said for us to stay put and for us to wait here for him to bring the patriarch and the others. But now how come he's a spy again? Faced with an unknown situation, the females completely panicked. It's like standing at the crossroads of life and death. In case of a wrong choice, it's all doom and gloom. Yunmomo looked at their flustered expressions and quickly spoke out to stop them. Don't be alarmed, everyone. Although Sender has made it clear, he is most likely under the control of those Vusha beasts. After all, orcs have weaknesses, and once they are in their grasp, even if it is not Sender's intention, he will do something to betray the tribe. But Tuan Tuan was different. Tuan Tuan hadn't transformed into a form yet, and those Vusha beasts couldn't communicate with it with words at all. The Vusha beasts would never take control of a cub that couldn't communicate to lure us in. That's why I'm confident that what the group told me will never be lost. Chapter 148, Despair. The females' hearts finally settled down after Yunmomo finished speaking. I didn't think that Sender would actually betray us. Had I known that we shouldn't have listened to him and rashly left from the Beast God Cave. Yeah, the terrain over there in the Beast God Cave is treacherous, even if those Vusha beasts really want to capture us. As long as we set fire to the grease outside the Beast God Cave to establish a defense line, they won't be able to get close at all. It's just a shame we can't go back now. We've all fallen for Sender's trap. What's the use of talking about this now? There's no way for us to live any longer except to rendezvous with the tribal males as soon as possible. Seeing that the females finally believed her words, Yun Mochizuki couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Don't be too pessimistic, everyone. It's a good thing that the troop found us ahead of time. As long as we all hurry up and follow the troop to join up with the males in the tribe, we'll definitely still have a chance. The reason why those Vusha beasts took control of Sender and had him lure us out of the Beast God Cave must have been because they couldn't break through the tribal males' defenses and had no choice but to resort to such an approach. As long as we flee quickly and frustrate their schemes, they will no longer be able to pose a threat to our tribe. Yunmomo's words caused the females to rekindle their hope once again. Yes, Foamy is right. We can't be so pessimistic. Everyone hurry up and get in the spirit. Be faster later on. We must not give those Vusha beasts a chance to take advantage of it. That's right. We mustn't let those Vusha beasts succeed in their treacherous plans. We must escape. Before long, Malvi had gathered all the females together. The smoke at the opposite hill canyon was a little closer to them as well. Seeing this, Malway hurriedly looked at Yunmomo. Foamy, ask Tuan where we should be heading now. Yunmomo nodded and placed the donut on the ground. Tuan, help us find the safest and quickest way to join the males of the tribe as soon as possible. Time was running out. Tuan stood in the mountain forest and observed for a few moments. Then he suddenly spread out his 4 short legs and ran towards the mountain slope not far away. Yunmomo hurriedly led the females of the tribe to follow. Tuan looked for a relatively gentle slope, and although it was many times better than the rough road he had traveled when he came, it was still a bit too bumpy for the females of the tribe who usually rarely entered the mountains. It didn't take long to get going and some of the less athletic females were gradually being left behind. Plus the females had just followed Sender all the way to escape, and their stamina had long since just been drained empty. Although the females all clenched their teeth and held on for dear life, their speed became slower and slower. There were even some females who nearly tumbled down the trail because they had more than enough stamina. Yet the smoke from the mountain canyon was getting closer to them. If this situation continued, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long for which of the Vosha beasts would be able to completely surround the female, while taking care of the females around her. Yunmomo looked over in the direction of Tuan Tuan. Tuan, how long until we can join up with the males of the tribe? Tuan Tuan, who had been leading the way in front, turned back and glanced in Yunmomo's direction. It wasn't until then that he realized that the females following him had long since fallen to the east, barely able to continue. Glancing towards the endless dense forest in front of him, Tuan jumped anxiously. Shoo! The last glimmer of hope in Yunmomo's heart was instantly dashed. Just based on Tuan Tuan's anxious look, Yunmo could also tell that they still had a long way to go before they could rendezvous with the tribal males. But in this current state, the females clearly can't hold out much longer. Tuan Tuan probably saw this as well, and suddenly barked sharply twice towards Yunmomo. Yunmomo frowned at Tuan Tuan, but saw him gesturing in the direction in front of him repeatedly. Tuan, do you mean you'll go ahead and inform the males to come over as soon as possible so we can hide and recuperate nearby? Yunmomo did her best to guess the intentions of the troop. It was a good thing that the two had been together for so long that they had formed an understanding. After hearing Yunmomo's words, the troop nodded decisively. Shoo! After receiving Tuan Tuan's affirmative reply, Yunmomo looked at the female who was already almost out of action and could only make a decisive decision. Good, then you must be quick. The Vusha beasts will surely come after us quickly once they realize what we have fled. We don't have much time left. You must bring the males of the tribe to feel here as soon as possible. Tuan Tuan also knew that time was urgent, and hastily responded with a flash of his body and disappeared into the dense forest. Cloudmist found Malvi and explained the situation to her. By this time Malvi was also on the verge of shedding her strength, knowing full well that the females had reached their limits as well. If they didn't rest again, I'm afraid that the females would suffer a lot of damage without waiting for the Vusha beasts to catch up with them. There was no time to hesitate, and Malvi instantly ordered all the females to find shelter nearby and rest. The females were dizzy from fleeing all the way, and when they heard that they could rest, they no longer cared and collapsed into the grass, breathing heavily. Yunmomo also didn't dare to waste time and found a flat rock to sit down to recover his strength. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the patch of smoke that was getting closer and closer not far away, only to see that the smoke and dust was already close to the mountain canyon where they had just hid. Once the Vosha beast realized that they had fled, I'm afraid it wouldn't take long for it to catch up with them. There was no telling if Tuan could bring the tribal males here before those Vosha beasts caught up with them. Her palm was suddenly gripped by a cold hand, and Yunmochizuki lowered her eyes to see that it was Muya. Muya had been following his side and was very clear about the current situation. At this moment, she was looking at Yunmomo with eyes full of anxiety. Foamy, are we not going to be able to escape? Yunmomo pursed her lips, and for a moment, she actually didn't know how to respond. Muya saw Yunmomo's sudden silence and suddenly exhaled deeply. Mamoru, if you can escape, can you go to the Four Square Beast City and help me find Hache? Then tell him that my father wasn't killed by him. Let him stop living in guilt. Hearing Muya's words, Yunmomo's breath hitched. It turned out that the reason why Hache had rejected Muya's branding in the first place was because he was harboring guilt and couldn't let go of it before he left the tribe to go to the Four Directions Beast City. After spending so much time with Muya, Muya was determined not to mention this matter, which was probably the biggest hurt she had hidden in her heart. Previously, Yunmomo had always thought that Muya had worked hard to save salt crystals in order to go to the Four Directions Beast City to pursue her love, but she had never thought that there was actually a hidden agenda between her and Hache regarding her father's death. Yet is she going to give up on escape now that she's telling herself about it? Chapter 149, Crisis. Yunmomo's brows gradually tightened as she spoke in a reproachful tone. I can't promise you about this. Hatcher is your favorite male, and if you want to find it, you have to do it yourself. No one can do it for you. I think that's something that Hatcher would have preferred to hear you tell him yourself. Yunmomo's tone was a bit fierce, and Muya couldn't help but redden her eyes. Moya, I'm afraid I don't have a chance. Even if the tribal males arrive in time, they will only try to protect the females they escort as much as possible. And Muya let out a bitter smile, her unfinished words already speaking for themselves. She didn't have a single escort, no one who would protect her in a crisis. In her opinion, she was doomed to die this time. Yunmomo instantly seized his heart and his voice became choked. Muya, do you not even consider me as your good friend? If you really think I'm your friend, you shouldn't, even if you don't have an escort. I do. You think I'd leave you behind? Even if the males of the tribe couldn't make it in time, I would never leave you to flee alone. No matter what happens, we have to be together, and I'll never let you get captured by those Vosha beasts. Once we get through this crisis, we'll go to the Four Directions Beast City together to find Hache. You'll tell him those words yourself when the time comes. I will not allow you to entertain the thought of giving up until the last moment. Listening to Yun Momo's choked but firm tone, Muya's tears could no longer be held back. Okay, I promise you I will never give up as long as I don't get to the last minute. I'm going to find Hatcher and tell him myself that he didn't kill my father, and that I never blamed him. I'm going to tell him that I like him, and I just want him to be my beastly husband, and never be separated from him again for the rest of my life. Yun Momo nodded with red eyes, raising his hand as he wiped Muya's tears. He smiled and opened his mouth. Don't cry your eyes out when the time comes, or else Hache will be afraid of being drowned in your tears. Muya was instantly amused and broke into laughter. After resting for a few moments, the smoke on the other side of the mountain canyon suddenly disappeared into thin air. Cloud Foam was the first to realize something was wrong. Malwei also saw the abnormality and rushed to Yun Momo's side. Foamy, the smoke and dust over there has disappeared. Could it be that those Vosha beasts have realized that we have escaped? The last place where Cloud Mist saw those smoke and dust was very close to the mountain canyon where the females had just hidden. Now that it had suddenly disappeared into thin air, it was by no means possible that those Vosha beasts had stopped tracking. The only possibility was that the Vosha beasts had pounced, thinking that the females had probably guessed their intentions, so they had fled early. If those Vosha beasts hid their tracks, then their situation would become critical. Thinking of this, Yun Momo hurriedly spoke. Mal-am, I'm afraid those Vosha beasts are searching for us, and we're really passive now that we can't predict their whereabouts. We must plan ahead. Malvi looked at the females who were to be lying on the ground, looking horrified, and was inwardly overwhelmed with anxiety. The males of the tribe can't arrive in such a short period of time, and on the other hand, the females are already exhausted, so even if they run away now, they won't be able to escape far at all. We don't really have a choice right now other than to hide close by. I'm afraid we won't even have the slightest ability to fight back in case those Vulcan sand beasts track us here. Although Malwei was very familiar with the tribal management side of things, if it came to fending off the Vosha beasts, Malwei didn't have any experience at all. At this point she was barely distinguishable from any other female who had been pampered by a male for life. Being able to barely keep her composure was the best she could do. Cloud Mist knew that Malvi didn't know what to do now. After glancing at the direction where Tuan Tuan had left, and roughly estimating the time in her heart, Yun Momo made a decision all of a sudden with a ruthless heart. Mal-am, you go ahead and take the females and hide them in the dense forest over there, and don't make any noise. I'll go to the other side and create some commotion and see if I can lure those Vosha beasts away. Hearing Yun Momo's words, Muya immediately objected out loud. No way, those Vosha beasts are numerous. Even if you manage to lure them away, you won't be able to get away. Instead of sacrificing you, let's gamble that maybe the tribal males can get to us before those Vosas find us. Muya tightly pulled Yun Momo's hand, not giving Yun Momo the slightest chance to leave. Malvi also shook her head with an opposing look on her face. Muya is right. If you go to distract those Vulcan sand beasts, you won't have the slightest chance of escaping. It's not the worst yet. Why don't we go and hide in the dense forest over there? Maybe the males of the tribe will arrive soon. Glancing in the direction behind, the uneasiness in Yun Momo's heart grew stronger. She knew that the Vosha beasts would be fast in their search after realizing the females had escaped. They also knew that the tribal males would come to meet the females, so they had to do everything they could to get to the females before the tribal males did. Otherwise, I'm afraid their attack this time would be a lost cause. If there was no one to distract the Vosha beasts, I'm afraid that the females would be surrounded by those Vosha beasts before they could hide. Now is their only chance. Thinking of this, Yun Momo anxiously looked at Malwei. Mal-am, listen to me, we are running out of time. No one knows when those Vosha beasts will show up. Now is our last chance. The females will have a chance to rejoin the tribal males only if I lure those Vosha beasts away. If I miss this opportunity, all the females, not to mention me, will fall into the hands of those Vulcan beasts. Don't worry, I'm just going to the other side to create some commotion and lure those Vosha beasts to the other path, and I'll take the opportunity to escape back. As long as I plan my escape route well, those Vosha beasts won't necessarily be able to catch me. After hearing Yun Momo's words, Malwei also knew that what Yun Momo said was the only way at the moment. Only by taking the initiative to lure those Vosha beasts away could they buy the tribal females a chance to escape. Glancing at the females that had fallen to the ground, a look of struggle rose to the bottom of Malvi's eyes. But Malwei was in a hurry and at her wit's end. She didn't want to let Yun Momo take the risk, but she couldn't think of a better way. Yun Momo interrupted Malwei anxiously and stood up firmly. Mal-am, there's no time left. Quickly take the females over to hide. I'll go earlier to distract those Vosha beasts and have a better chance of escape. If I hesitate any longer, I'm afraid those Vusha beasts will be coming after me. Mulvi's eyes were red with anxiety, and she could only nod painfully in the end. Good, then go ahead and take a look. If it's too late to lure away those Vusha beasts, just run for your life in the other direction and don't worry about us. Chapter 150, Distracting the Fuchsia Beasts. Muya saw that she couldn't stop Yunmomo and Malwei, so she could only tightly pull Yunmo's hand. I'm coming with you. Cloud Mist frowned in opposition. No, it's enough for me to go alone. There's no point in you following. It's better to go hide in the woods with the females. Whether or not this time going to draw away the ambrosia beast could successfully escape, Yunmomo did not have a bottom in her heart. If Muya went with her, if anything went wrong, it would just be one more life for nothing. Muya still had unfulfilled wishes, and she didn't want Muya to have any slip-ups. However, Muya was as if she was determined, tightly pulling Yunmo's hand and looking at Yunmo with a firm gaze. If you don't let me go with you, I won't let go. Big deal. We'll just run away together later. Moreover, if we go together, in the event of any changes, we can take care of each other, so the chances of escaping will be greater. Yunmomo anxiously struggled, but was unable to break free from Muya's hand. Seeing that time was urgent and could not continue to be delayed, Yunmo could only helplessly compromise. Well, then we'll go together. Mulvi gazed at the two with eagerness and admonished them. You guys must be careful. Regardless of whether or not you can successfully lure away those Vusha beasts, you guys must be limited in ensuring your own safety, okay? The two of them, Yunmomo and Muya, nodded and then ran in the opposite direction without further delay. Mulvi watched the two men's backs disappear into the dense forest before she sighed heavily. The beast God blesses. I hope everything goes well for them and they don't let those Vusha beasts find out. Curtsying in the direction of the beast god's cave, Mulvi prayed devoutly. In order not to let Yunmo's efforts go to waste, Malwei came to the area where the females were resting and told Yunmo and Muya about the matter of Yunmo and Muya going forward to draw away the Vusha beast. Knowing that Yunmomo actually risked her life to buy time for them in order to ensure their safety, the female's heart's gratitude towards Yunmomo instantly reached its peak. Each and every one of them headed in the direction of the beast god cave to pray for the two of them, Yunmomo and Muya. At this moment, every female sincerely hoped that the two of them, Yunmomo and Muya, could return safe and sound. After that, Mulvi organized the females to head in the direction of the dense forest. On the other hand, the two of them, Yunmomo and Muya, made their way through the rugged dense forest. All they could do now was get as far away as possible from where the females were hiding, the only way to lure the Vosas in the other direction. Although there was a relatively flat road not far away, Yunmomo and Muya still chose the rugged road. This would make a better illusion and make the Vosha beasts think that the females had deliberately chosen the remote path in order to hide their tracks. It was a good thing that Yunmomo's usual amount of exercise wasn't small, and she often participated in activities such as climbing mountains in modern times. Even after fleeing one after another, Yunmochizuki did not appear to be physically exhausted. As for Muya, she had been relying on her own abilities to survive all these years, and searching for food in the mountains and forests had become a routine. Compared to Yunmomo, Muya was even a bit more agile. The two of them supported each other along the way, quickly moving towards another mountain canyon. I don't know how long it took, but just as the two of them were about to reach the mountain canyon, Muya suddenly pulled Yunmomo's arm. Yunmomo was surprised and looked towards Muya's direction. What's wrong? Are you tired? We're almost there. Let's find a place to rest when we get there. However, Muya raised her hand in a silent gesture, signaling Yunmomo to keep quiet for now. Looking at Muya's grave expression, Yunmomo's body was stunned, and she hurriedly held her breath and alertly checked towards the surroundings. For a moment, space instantly fell into a deathly quiet. Suddenly, a subtle rustling sound came from far away. If she hadn't deliberately gazed and listened quietly, Yunmomo would almost have taken that sound as the sound of the wind blowing through the leaves. But after listening carefully, Yunmomo quickly discerned the difference. Although these rustling sounds are similar to the sound of the wind blowing through the leaves, the rhythm is very long. The wind has its ups and downs and doesn't keep making the leaves sound at the same frequency. And the sound coming from the distance was very even and dense, like the sound of something in constant action. Muya closed her eyes for half a day to distinguish between them, and suddenly her face turned pale as she raised her eyes to look at Yunmomo. It's the Vosha beasts. It must be those Vosha beasts coming after us. What should we do? Do we still have to keep going to the mountain canyon over there? Looking at Muya's panicked expression, Yunmomo's heart couldn't help but clench. Just based on those dense rustling sounds, Yunmochizuki could also imagine the number of those ambrosial sand beasts. Moreover, the speed of the Vosha beast was even faster than Yunmomo expected, and just after so little time, it was already close to catching up with them. The only consolation was that, through some of the breaks left on their path, the Vosha beasts had managed to be lured by them and had not found the tribal female's hideout. Glancing toward the mountain canyon in front of him, he was afraid that it would be too late to go over and find a place to hide. According to the speed of the Vosha beasts, I'm afraid that they would be caught up by the Vosha beasts before they even reached the location of the mountain canyon. The only chance they had now was to use the terrain to find a way to escape from those ambrosia beasts. Checking towards their surroundings, Yun quickly searched her mind for a direction that would be favorable to them. Where they were now was a steep hillside with a dense tree line that made it impossible to see what was going on below. There was almost no possibility of escaping from the front and back, and to get away from the pursuit of the ambrosia beasts, the only option now was to take the risk of sliding down the hillside. If the trees are dense enough at the bottom of the hill, then they will be able to catch a branch in time to prevent a fall. But if they were unlucky and the trees down the hill were too sparse, or if they didn't grab a branch, just by virtue of the huge slope and height, once they fell, even if they didn't die, their bones would be broken. Thinking of this, Yun pursed her lips and gathered her courage to look at Muya. Muya, you know how to climb trees, don't you? Muya was at a loss for words in her anxiety, and when she heard Yun ask her, she hastily nodded. Well, I climb trees all the time, so you're not thinking of climbing into a tree to hide, are you? I'm afraid that won't do much good. Those Vosha beasts will cut down the trees and catch us without much effort. Yun Moxie bitterly smiled and shook her head. Nah, it's not those trees up there we have to climb, it's the ones below. Saying that, Yun pointed towards those trees at the bottom of the hillside, and Muya followed Yun Mo's hand to look at them, and her entire body froze. Foamy, do you mean for us to jump together and grab those trees and then go down from there before we continue our escape? Chapter 151, The Only Way Back. Yun Mochizuki nodded and spoke of his intentions, although he couldn't see the situation below the hillside, but by observing along the way, Yun guessed that there would inevitably be similar slopes under the cover of those tree canopies. As long as they followed this method of escape all the way down the mountain, they might soon meet the males of the tribe who would come up the mountain to meet them. If they were to use only their 2 legs, they wouldn't be able to match the speed of those Vosha beasts, but the speed of free fall is pretty much the same for everyone, and no one is much faster than anyone else. Moreover, the 2 of them, she and Muya, often lived in the mountains and forests, and moved more agilely than the Vosha beasts. Operating in such a way that builds on their strengths and avoids their weaknesses can maximize their chances of escape. Even if those Vosha beasts came after them, it would be hard for them to catch them in such a bad situation. Muya looked at the steep heights and a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. She had never tried it before at such a high distance. However, she was also clear that the method Yun said was the only way for them to survive. If they didn't put up a fight, they would soon be captured by those Vosha beasts. Swallowing hard, Muya nodded heavily. Good, let's act the way you said. Just to be sure, the 2 found 2 vines nearby, grabbed them with their hands, and slowly slid toward the bottom of the hill. However, the vines were limited in length, and just when they were still nearly 3 meters or so away from the canopy, the vines gripped in his hands had reached the end. Muya looked at Yun worriedly. Foamy, hold on, you can jump when I get down there. Compared to Muya, Yun ability to climb trees was still a bit too weak. In order to ensure safety, Yun did not push back this time. Good, take care of yourself. Muya nodded, then looked down at the canopy below, quickly locking onto a landing spot, only to see her take a deep breath. Then both hands let go and her body slid down the hill with a giggle. A puff of smoke filled the air, and Yun Mo's vision was obstructed, so she couldn't see Muya's current situation at all. Soon, however, a crashing sound came from below, and Yun worriedly voiced out a question. Muya, how are you doing? I'm fine, get ready, I'll pick you up here. Hearing Muya's voice normal, Yun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, hold on tight, I'll go down once I see where you are. After a few more moments, the smoke and dust that filled the air gradually dissipated, and Yun saw at a glance Muya, who was standing at the top of the tree holding the trunk. The one she chose to land on was so solid that even one more of her wouldn't be a problem. Seeing this, Yun gave Muya a ready look, and only after seeing Muya reach out her hand towards her did Yun then loosen the vines in her hand. The feeling of weightlessness surrounded Yun and the rocks raised on the hillside hit Yun Mo's legs and waist from time to time, and the sharp pain was as if he was undergoing some kind of torture. Luckily, this process was not long. Just 2 breaths later, Yun grabbed Muya's outstretched hand. Her body stumbled, and Yun hastily grabbed the branch on the other side. It was only until her 2 legs found a place to land that Yun breathed out deeply. Muya pulled Yun hand tightly and gasped sharply. Foamy, are you okay? Yun Mochizuki shook his head as his eyes continued to check towards the bottom of the tree canopy. As she had expected, there was indeed another slope below these trees, all the way down towards the mountain. If nothing else, they only had to slide down 4 more slopes before they almost met the males coming up the hill. Just as Yun was about to make a break for it, climb down the tree trunk and continue her plan, a sharp pain suddenly came from her arms and legs. Yun looked down and realized that when he had just slid down, his arms and legs had actually been cut out with dense and fine open wounds. Looking at Muya again, she was in almost the same condition as herself, even if the bleeding on her was a bit worse than hers. Just sliding down a hill and already there was so much damage to the body. There were still 4 more hills to slide down, and if they didn't think of a way, even if they were lucky, they were afraid that they would have to shed a layer of skin. With a glance of her eyes, Yunmomo suddenly saw the slightly warped bark on the trunk of the tree. With a flash of light in her eyes, she instantly reached down and ripped the buckled bark off. Muya couldn't help but frown slightly when she saw Yunmomo tearing the bark of the tree. Foamy, you can't be hungry. This bark can't be eaten. It might be poisonous if you get it wrong. Mochizuki shook his head and took the bark and wrapped it around Muya's wound-covered leg. Another resilient branch was casually pulled and tightly bound to the bark. Muya finally realized what Yunmomo's intentions were and couldn't help but brighten up, also rushing to help Yunmomo tear the bark. The two quickly protected the scratched limbs. As for the face and neck, they couldn't care less in this situation now. After that, the two continued to follow their previous maneuvers and began to slide down the hill. With the experience of the first time, both slopes slid smoothly. The limbs were also not scratched again because of the protection of the bark. Seeing that they were close to the location at the bottom of the mountain, the hearts of the two were filled with joy. Just as the two were about to continue sliding down the third hill, there was a sudden thumping sound behind them. The two men turned around to check in horror, but they actually saw a single pitch-black object rushing down the second hill. A few of the first objects to fall hit the tree trunks with a loud thud. Behind them were dense black objects rushing toward the bottom of the hill. Muya exclaimed in shock as soon as she saw those pitch-black things. Damn! Those Vosha beasts are actually catching up so quickly. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape this time. It turns out that those black things are the Vosha beasts. From the outside, those things looked like one giant black beetle. She had originally thought that the Vosha beasts should be in a similar form to the orcs in the jungle, and at most, they would have a more ferocious personality. I didn't realize that the beast form of the Vosha beast was actually a disgusting worm. If it wasn't for the critical situation, Yunmomo was afraid that she could vomit on the spot. Not being able to think too much, Yunmomo hurriedly pulled Muya's hand and slid down the hillside with a dash of her body forward. None of us will give up until the last moment, Yunmomo shouted firmly. Muya also finally clenched her teeth, and after a burst of extremely rapid decline, Muya grabbed a branch with all her might and managed to stop the two from falling. However, the ambrosia beasts on the second hillside had already brazenly charged towards them again. Unable to care about their fear, the two men slid down the tree trunk on their hands and knees and continued to run toward the last hill. However, the Vosha beast behind them had already screamed strangely and crashed into the tree where they had just stopped. Yunmomo's heart beat violently, pulling Muya regardless and rushing down the last hill. This time, they didn't even get a chance to see where they landed below. After a strong sense of weightlessness, Muya grabbed a strand of tree branch. However, the branch was simply not enough to bear the weight of the two. Moxie reached out and desperately tried to move closer towards the trunk of the tree, resulting in a faint clicking sound from the branches all of a sudden. In the next second, the branch was overwhelmed and snapped open, and the two men, no longer supported, fell heavily under the tree. Chapter 152, You're finally here. Moxie only felt a buzzing in her head as intense pain hit her nerves hard. Efforts were made to get up from the ground, yet the limbs simply could not respond. Turning his head towards Muya's direction, he saw that Muya was tightly closing his eyes, completely fainted. Muya, quickly wake up, Yunmomo anxiously called out. If they couldn't get Muya to come to her senses quickly, I'm afraid they would really be in trouble. However, Muya did not have the slightest reaction to Yunmomo's voice, and I wonder if it's because I just hit my head when I fell. The limbs hurt to the point of gradually losing consciousness. Yunmomo wanted to raise her hand to push Muya, but she couldn't even do it. One could only take as deep a breath as possible to calm his agitation and find a way to deal with it as quickly as possible, raising her eyes to the canopy above. Although she couldn't yet see the traces of those ambrosia beasts chasing after her, the incessant crashing sound was reminding Yunmomo that she was running out of time. This was the fourth hill, and originally she had expected to meet the males of the tribe who had come up here perhaps, but at the sight of the empty mountain forest, Yunmomo was ultimately disappointed. She was still anticipating too much optimism. Thinking of the densely packed ambrosia beasts just now, Yunmomo's mentality that had been holding strong finally collapsed. She didn't even have the strength to move a finger right now, and even if she could think of a brilliant solution, she didn't have the ability to implement it. Looking at the lush canopy of trees above, a helpless smile floated on the corner of Yunmomo's lips. Is this finally coming to an end? It's just a shame that Muya was dragged into it. There was no telling if they would meet again in the next life, and she still wanted to be good friends with her. And Sude, she should have a lot to talk about if she meets Muya as well. As for Titsong and Lorson, they should be able to find a new female bonded couple soon when she died. That seems fine. His own sacrifice was worth dying for to save so many females in the tribe. It may be possible that there really is a beast god in the underworld. Foreseeing a crisis in the tribal females, he quietly got himself into the beast world. Makes her a great blessing who can save a bunch of females. Presumably that was the point of her traveling to the beast world. In sight, the first of the Vosha beasts came charging down the hillside. Then the second and third. Yun Mochizuki turned his head to look at Muya, whose eyes were tightly closed, and exhaled deeply. I hope the pain that follows doesn't last too long. Otherwise, when she died, she would have to go after the guy who got her into the beast world. Rustle, rustle. The sound of the wild surge grew louder and louder. Yun Momo gritted her teeth and closed her eyes tightly. A strong, fishy odor hit the room, and there was a harsh, low ringing in his ears that sounded like metal rubbing against metal. The hard, sharp claws of the Vosha beast seemed to have been raised high in the air, perhaps ending his life in the next second. Only hearing a pfft, Yun Momo tightly frowned. After an instant, however, the expected heart-rending pain did not come. A drop of cold liquid crashed onto Yun Momo's face, and the end of his nose was filled with a fishy odor. Before Yun Momo could figure out the current situation, a blast of wind swept by, and the harsh, low chirping of the Vosha beast suddenly became high. Then came the thumping, 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 thumping. The chirping of the Vosha beast suddenly became frightened and panicked. Yun Momo snapped her eyes open and checked in the direction of the sound, only to see the black beetles that were nearly 2 meters long all fly out one by one. A silver light quickly weaved its way through those beetles, punching away a patch of Vosha beasts with every pause. Foamy, don't be afraid, we're coming. Lawson's voice came from far away. Yun Momo turned her head to look with disbelief, and saw a golden shadow of light darting furiously in her direction. It wasn't until she was sure she hadn't been mistaken that Yun Momo cried out in surprise. Ooh, you guys are finally here. I thought I'd never see you guys again. Lawson raised his sharp claws and heavily slapped the raging Vosha beasts, quickly rushing to Yun Momo's side. His body flashed with light and transformed into human form, reaching out to carry her into his arms. Foamy, what's wrong with you? Are you hurt? Yun Momo also didn't know whether she was scared or too badly injured. Her limbs were still in a state of paralysis. Even trying to lift a hand is simply impossible. I can't move for a while. Go check on Muya. She's unconscious and I don't know what's going on now. Lawson glanced in Muya's direction and reached out to pat Muya's body, realizing that Muya didn't react in the slightest. Seeing that the Vosha beasts were still surging towards them, Luosin didn't dare to delay, and with a flash of light on his body he once again transformed into the form of a beast, carrying both Yun Momo and Muya on his back at the same time, and quickly withdrawing towards the back. Yun Momo turned back to look behind the dense black shadow will get the silver-white light gradually drowned, even anxious out. What about Deetsong? There are just too many Vulcan sand beasts over here. Will he be in danger? Luosin responded as he ran wildly forward. That guy is frighteningly strong. You don't have to worry about him. He will naturally come back for us after we safely evacuate. Uneasily, he took another look at the battlefield behind him, only to see that silver-white light weaving back and forth through the black pressurized group of Vosha beasts. No matter how much the Vosha beasts surrounded them, they were unable to stop Deetsong's footsteps. Seeing this, Yun Momo's hanging heart was finally a bit more solid. As long as they escaped as soon as possible, Deetsong would also be able to get away early. Luosen's speed was so fast that in just a blink of an eye, he had already left the Vosha beasts far behind. Cloud Mist could only hear gusts of wind whistling in his ears, and when Lawson stopped, he heard a cheer from the females. It's Rosen. Lawson has brought the Foamies back. Great. Thanks to the beast god's blessing, Foamy and Muya have returned safely. If it wasn't for them luring away those Volsunga beasts, we wouldn't have been able to escape at all. Now that they're back, it's really great. Cloudmist looked up dizzily from Lawson's back and saw the tribal females all gathered around. One red-eyed and grateful, he looked to himself. It seemed that the females waited until the males came to their rescue, and seeing that they were all safe, Yun Momo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, just at this time, a strong dizziness struck, and before Yun Momo could say anything, she fainted with a blackness in front of her eyes. When she woke up again, she found herself lying in her cabin, looking at the familiar environment in front of her. Yun Momo even wondered if she was dreaming. It wasn't until a pair of slightly cool hands gently stroked her cheeks that Yun Momo came back to her senses from her stupefaction. In front of him was Deetsong's stunningly beautiful face that was filled with worry, and when he saw that Yun Momo had woken up, those red eyes were filled with surprise. Foamy, you're awake. Does the wound on your body still hurt? Chapter 153, Muya's serious injury. It was only when she heard Deetsong's voice that Yun Momo felt a fiery pain coming from her body. Trying to raise her hands, Yun Momo was surprised to find that her previously numb limbs seemed to have regained their senses again. At that time, when she was lying at the bottom of the hill, Yun Momo almost thought that she had broken her spine and would never be able to move again. A feeling of regaining a new life made Yun Mochizuki unable to hold back her red eyes. It's okay, I can move my hands again. As soon as she made a sound, Yun Momo's entire body was stunned, and her own voice actually felt like she had swallowed razor blades. The voice was dry as if it had shattered. Deetsong hurriedly picked up the cup beside him, lifted Yun Momo's body and passed the cup to her lips. "Drink some water first. You haven't had a proper drink all day and night. I'm afraid your throat is sore." Yun Momo obediently drank a few mouthfuls of water right into Deetsong's hand, and the pain that tore through her throat was finally relieved. "Have I been unconscious for a day and a night? Where's Muya? How is she?" This time, Deetsong didn't respond in time, but only silently lowered his eyes with a look of wanting to speak. A bad feeling rose up in Yunmo's heart. What happened to Muya? Has she not woken up yet? Is she hurt badly? The moment she thought of Muya's motionless appearance at that time, Yun Momo's heart could no longer be settled. Deetsong hesitated for a moment, probably knowing that if he didn't say anything, Yun Momo would definitely not be able to put his mind at ease, and could only faintly shake his head. Her condition is more serious. Sinler is still trying to figure out a way at the moment. Maybe soon he will be able to find a way to heal Muya. Don't worry for now. I will send you to see Muya again when it's light out. Yun Momo's breath stuttered as her gaze looked at Deetsong incredulously. Where exactly was Muya injured? How is it possible that it can't be healed until now? Sinler checked Muya's injuries. All the other injuries were fine, but she seemed to have hit her head on a rock, and Sinler said that there was probably a bruise in her brain, and that the bruise would have to be removed as soon as possible for her to wake up. But to remove the bruises, you need to slice open her head, and Sinler doesn't have a tenfold grasp of what he's doing. Deetsong didn't want to hide Yun Momo. He knew that if he didn't make it clear to Yun Momo, Yun Mo wouldn't stop. However, after hearing Muya's condition, Yun Momo was struck by lightning. Even in modern times, open heart surgery carries a high level of risk, not to mention in this beastly world where medical care is so primitive. If you cut open Muya's head to remove the bruise, it would be like 10 deaths. Thinking that Deetsong had saved Luo Sen's life with a spirit crystal earlier, a glimmer of hope suddenly rose in Yunmo's heart. Since the spirit crystals could heal the beast spirit's damaged lozenge, perhaps they could also quickly remove the bruises in Muya's brain? Thinking of this, Yun Momo hurriedly looked at Deetsong expectantly. Song, don't you still have a lot of spirit crystals there? Can you give one to Muya as well? As long as Muya uses the spirit crystals, maybe she'll get better. Facing Yun Momo's pleading gaze, Deetsong couldn't bear to avert his eyes. Foamy, it's useless. Spirit crystals are only useful for male orcs. The female's body is too fragile. Using a spirit crystal will only burst the female's body. Yun Momo seemed to be unwilling and hurriedly pulled tightly on Deetsong's hand. Song, at that time when you met me, I was almost about to be bitten to death by a rabbit wolf. Didn't you also bring me back to life? I don't even have a single scar on my body, so can you use that method to save Muya as well? She's my best friend here now. I really don't want to see her die. She still has important things she hasn't accomplished yet, and we still agreed to go to the Four Directions Beast City together. Oh. Yun Momo choked and opened her mouth, seemingly pinning all her hopes on Deetsong. However, in response to her request, Deetsong still shook his head helplessly. Foamy, as I told you before, the method I used to save you was very special and only worked for you. I can't heal any female but you. The last glimmer of expectation in Yun Momo's heart was dashed, and tears instantly blurred her eyes. Is Muya really hopeless? I shouldn't have said yes when she wanted to come with me at the time. It's all my fault. I'm the one who killed Muya. Deetsong knew that Yun Momo's heart was in pain, but he didn't dare to make her too sad, and could only coax her in a soft tone. Mamoru, Sinler's side hasn't given up yet. When it's light, we'll go together and ask Sinler. Maybe he has something good to say. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. If you're too sad, Sinler will still have to distract himself from treating you. Won't that delay Muya even more? Only when your body recovers as soon as possible can you better help Muya. No? Thinking that she still had so much useful knowledge from the modern era, Yun Momo instantly stopped crying, stubbornly wiped away the tears on her face, and opened her mouth in a huff. Yes, I will never give up until the last moment. I have to get well and find a way to help Muya as soon as possible. After easily coaxing Yun Momo, Deetsong fed Yun Momo some more food, probably because her body hadn't recovered yet. Yun Momo fell asleep again in no time. Early the next morning, Yun Momo woke up. The injuries on her body had healed a bit faster than she had expected, and by now they were almost all healed. It's basically fine except for a few bruises that haven't cleared up yet, because she was worried about Muya in her heart. Yun Momo simply washed up and hurried towards Muya's wooden house. Deetsong and Luo Sen accompanied her, and the two of them seemed to be a little more in tune with each other after the invasion of the Vosha beasts. By the time the three of them arrived at Muya's cabin, the two of them, Simler and Malvi, were discussing Muya's situation in the cabin. Today's condition looks even worse. I fed Muya water a couple times last night, but it didn't go in much. This morning and then feed it again has already not been able to drink in at all. If it goes on like this, I'm afraid, Malwei said in a heavy tone. Since returning from the back of the mountain, Malwei had been here to take care of Muya. As she watched Muya's condition become more and more critical, she was also distraught. As soon as Yun Momo just entered the house, she heard these words from Malwei, and her heart immediately fell to the bottom. Mal Am, how is Moi doing now? Upon hearing Yun Momo's voice, both Malwei and Xin Lo looked towards her in surprise. After seeing how the injuries on Yun Momo's body had actually almost healed, the two of them all looked shocked. Mo, your injuries are actually almost healed. This is too fast. Malwei looked at Yun Momo incredulously, as if she had seen a miracle. Even Sinler, who was watching from the sidelines, was staggered. According to your injuries, you'll need at least 2 more days before you can get out of bed and walk. But now your injuries are actually almost healed. This is too unbelievable. Chapter 154, Difficulties. Yun Momo glanced towards Song's direction, her heart filled with warmth. It probably has something to do with Song. Since he became my escort, all my injuries seem to be healing faster. Simler nodded with a dazed look on his face. Right. I almost forgot. You and the Deetsang offering are in possession of a contractual seal, so it's natural for you to recover from your injuries a bit faster than an ordinary female. Yun Moxie was surprised in her heart and looked at Sinler suspiciously. Is there a difference between a deed and a brand? Shinla froze slightly and subconsciously looked at Deetsong. However, after seeing Deetsong's warning look, Simler smiled helplessly. It's not that much different. It's just more favorable to you, and you don't have to take it too personally. Yun Momo frowned, always feeling that Xin Lo was speaking in a veiled manner. However, right now, her mind was all on Muya's injury, so she didn't care too much about it. Taking a step to Muya's side, Yun Momo looked at Muya, who was lying motionless in the nest of animal skins, and her heart clenched into a ball. Clan Dr. Xin, have you thought of a way to treat Muya? Today is already the 3rd day. If Muya doesn't wake up, I'm afraid that her body won't be able to hold out any longer. Speaking of Muya's injuries, Sinler was unable to help but let out a sigh. Last night I thought about it for the whole night, and I also looked up the records left by the generations of clan doctors, and there weren't many conditions like Muya's in the records, and the few cases that were there almost didn't survive. However, a clan doctor did leave behind an as yet unproven treatment method, and I'm not entirely sure whether it will work or not, but now that it's come to this, the chances of survival should be better with this method as opposed to the method of cutting open the head to remove the bruises. As Sinler put his thoughts into words, Yun Momo finally saw a glimmer of hope. Clan Dr. Xin, tell me about that method. No matter what I have to save Muya, even if that method is tough, I won't give up. To the side, Malvi also looked at Sinler with an expectant look on her face. Yes, tell us what the method is. As long as there's a chance that we can cure Muya, no matter how much it will cost us, we'll give it a try. Looking at the two men's eager gazes, Sinler slowly exhaled, and after a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. This method is fraught with difficulties, especially now that the hot sizzling period is approaching. I'm afraid no one can withstand the heat of the road alone. Yun Momo was the one who spoke firmly. Clan Dr. Xin, I still have a lot of snow crystals here that should be able to withstand the heat of the Inferno scorching stage. Sinler laughed bitterly and shook his head. I'm afraid your little snow crystals are only enough for a few days. If you want to cure Muya, those snow crystals of yours are simply not enough. Malvi also spoke up in a hurry. Big deal. I'll gather everyone in the tribe and ask them to contribute all the snow crystals they have in their hands. I'm sure they'll be willing to do so if they know it's to save Muya. Sinler still waved his hand. It's not enough to have only snow crystals. You also need to have a strong strength and the power of the 4 directions Beast City to rely on. If you don't have these two, not only will you not be able to save Muya, but you'll have to take a few more lives into it. Yun Momo looked towards Muya, who was lying on the bed with a face so pale that it was almost transparent, and clenched her fists tightly. I'm willing to risk it all for Muya. As soon as the words left their mouths, the two of them, Simler and Muya, were stunned. They didn't expect that Yun Momo actually thought so highly of Muya, even if it would cost her life. She wanted to take a chance on a method that no one had ever verified. Moya, have you really thought about it? This method isn't proven. Even if you risk reaching it, there's a high chance that you won't be able to save Muya, and you'll most likely pay for your own life in the process. Xin Lo looked at Yun Momo with a grave expression. Malvi spoke up as well, unforgivingly. Yes, Fomi, It will soon be the inflammatory scorching period. Even if you live in the tribe, it is very likely that you will not be able to withstand it, not to mention the precarious and crisis-ridden situation outside the tribe. Don't be impulsive. To them, it was almost tantamount to a needless sacrifice. If Muya didn't save her life and took Yunemomo's life, it would be too much of a loss. Yet Yunemomo had already made up her mind. No matter what, she wouldn't stand by and watch Muya die in front of her. As long as there was still a chance of survival, Yunemomo wanted to fight for Muya, even if she would really die. Yunemomo was fearless. Sin, Mal-am, I've already thought about it. I have two guardians, Song-Tsang and Luo-sen, who are already the strongest males in the tribe, and other than me, others will have to face more risks than me. So if you want to save Muya, I am the only suitable person. As for the Four Directions Beast City's power reliance, although I don't have it now, if I need it, I'll do everything possible to obtain it. As long as there's still a chance of survival, I won't give up on Muya. Yunemomo had already considered all the conditions, other than the power dependence of the Four Directions Beast City that she didn't have yet. She had all the other conditions. Seeing that Yunemomo had already made up his mind, Xianla nodded with eyes full of appreciation. Good. Muya having you as a friend is the biggest blessing in her life. Since you've already decided, I'll tell you the method in the record now. After that, Sinler told Yunemomo in detail about the method he got on the record. After hearing this, Yunemomo realized why this method could only exist in the records, and no clan doctor had attempted to verify the success rate of this method. Even if she had Deetsang as a powerful protector, it would be very difficult to accomplish this method. The first is the treacherous journey from the horde to the city of the Four Directions Beasts. It takes 7 large mountains to reach it. There is no one who can predict exactly what kind of dangers will exist in the mountain wilderness, and there is no guarantee of food and water and so on. Even when Muya wanted to go to the Four-Square Beast City in the first place, he needed to accumulate enough salt crystals and wait for the arrival of a powerful salt team in order to reach the Four-Square Beast City under the protection of the salt team. Earlier, I heard Muya say that a salt team often possessed the strength of hundreds of blue-rank males. Only with this kind of strength could they ensure that they would not be besieged by the beast swarms or the Vosha beasts on the road, and females with such symptoms often couldn't hold out until the moment the salt team arrived. So the clan doctor couldn't verify it even if he wanted to. Even if they solved that, they still needed to use the power of the Four Directions Beast City to search the city for traces of the bloodsuckers, because only the bloodsuckers could clean the sludge from Muya's brain with their own natural ability. Unfortunately, the bloodsuckers had always been expelled from the Four-Square Beast City because of their bloodsucking nature. It's even harder to find the bloodsuckers and ask them to help save your life. Chapter 155, Hope. But for this, Deetsong wasn't too worried. He was only afraid that Muya's condition would not be able to sustain him until the Four Directions Beast City. After all, right now Muya couldn't even drink water anymore, and the journey to the Four Directions Beast City would take at least 3 or 4 days even at Deetsong's speed. If the time spent searching for the bloodsuckers was included, I'm afraid Muya would have to hold out for at least 10 days or so before she could do so. This was already the shortest time Deetsong had predicted. In order to solve this time problem, so that Muya's body could hold out for as long as possible, Sinler decided to go back and find another way. He would come back to discuss the specifics with Yunemomo's few people in the evening. After Malwei knew that Yunemomo had made up her mind to go to the Four-Square Beast City to find the bloodsuckers to save Muya, she stopped dissuading her. What she could do for Yunemomo was to gather the people in the tribe and collect more snow crystals for her. At the very least, they had to make sure that Yunemomo did not collapse under the heat on the way to the Four Directions Beast City. After the two of them left, Yunemomo grasped Muya's hand tightly and whispered encouragement in Muya's ear. Muya, you must hold on. We're about to go to the Four Directions Beast City. Once you've healed your injuries, you can go straight to Hatcher. When the time comes, you will tell him everything you want to say to him. I'm sure Hatcher won't be able to let you go for the rest of his life. It was unknown if Muya had heard Yunemomo's words. Yunemo only felt the fingers she was holding tremble slightly. This subtle movement caused Yunemomo to burst into tears of joy. Muya, you heard that, didn't you? Don't worry, I will definitely cure you. You have to remember, don't give up until the last minute, okay? I'm a female favored by the beast god, and we've both escaped the Vusha beasts, so I'm sure I'll make it this time too. As soon as the words fell, Muya's lips moved slightly. Seeing this scene, Yunemomo hurriedly raised her hand to wipe away the tears from the corner of her eyes, and picked up the cup on the side to gently feed water into Muya's mouth. Although Muya's mouth was not open and most of the water flowed down the corners of her lips, there was still a small portion that soaked into Muya's lips. The lips that were dry and cracked were moisturized a bit by the water. Yunemomo persevered and fed 3 cups of water in a row. The last few times Yun even saw Muya's throat rolling slightly. Deetsong saw that Yun was so attached to Muya and knew that she probably wasn't ready to leave. Thinking that he would have to set off for the Four Directions Beast City afterward, Deetsong explained to Yun intending to make some preparations for the trip in advance. Yun didn't stop it, and only said that he should tell Luosen to say something as well. Since the Vusha beast had just been repelled, the tribe was all over the place, and Lorson had been following the patriarch's side, taking care of the tribe's business. Didn't come back all night yesterday. I'm afraid I'm still working on the tribe today. If he knew he was going to the Four Directions Beast City, he would definitely want to go along. Now that the decision had been made, it was better to speak to him as early as possible, so that he could take care of the matter at hand as soon as possible. Deetsong answered and then left. In the time after that, Yun would feed Muya some water every few moments of effort, in order to replenish the body's electrolytes. Yun also added some salt to the water. Before, when Yun was sick and couldn't eat, the doctor would order her to drink some light salt water. By the time noon rolled around, Mulvey arrived at the cabin, handing a large bag of snow crystals that he had collected from the tribe to Yun hands. Mamoru, this is all the snow crystals that can be found in the tribe. Everyone knows that you guys are going to take Muya to the Four Directions Beast City for healing, and they have taken all the snow crystals in their hands. With these snow crystals, it might be possible to withstand the heat of the Yin Sheng period. Receiving the heavy bag of snow crystals, Yun was grateful in her heart. Thank you all so much. Without these snow crystals, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to reach for Square Beast City. Malwei painfully stroked Yun hair, her eyes filled with a look of gratitude. Silly Foamy, this is all what we should have done. If it wasn't for you and Muya taking the risk of distracting those Vusha beasts, I'm afraid we would have been captured by those Vusha beasts by now. Everyone is grateful for the sacrifices you have made. Now that Muya has been injured because of this matter, we are already guilty for not being able to save Muya. Now we are just giving you some snow crystals, compared to what you have given. These snow crystals are nothing at all. Thinking of the thrilling scene before she passed out, Yun realized that she still didn't know the situation of those ambrosia beasts and couldn't help but ask, have the Vosha beasts been repelled by the males? Is there a lot of damage to the tribe? Lorson hasn't returned until now. Is there something wrong with the tribe? Speaking of those Vosha beasts, Malvi's eyes turned dark. Morn said that this time the Vusha beasts came to attack, and that a traitor deliberately informed the Vusha beasts of the tribe's news. The reason why those Vusha beasts gave up attacking the Red Leaf tribe and attacked our tribe instead was because a traitor told the Vusha beast leader that our tribe had hoarded a large amount of food, and that there was also a stunningly beautiful female who had escaped from the deserted city. He even told that leader about the tribe's strength in detail. That leader was afraid of the strength of Emperor Xang's offerings, which was why he lurked around the hunting grounds, hunting the males of the tribe, wanting to further ascertain the strength of Emperor Xang's offerings. It's a good thing those males had some backbone and chose to kill themselves without saying anything. The Vosha beast leader was unable to determine the reality of the strength of the Emperor Xang's offerings, so he could only call upon a team of purple ranks, as many as possible. He even coerced Sender into luring the females into their trap to minimize the casualties of the purple-ranked Vosha beasts. It's just a pity that they hadn't thought that you had recognized Sender's plot to move ahead of time despite all their calculations, and the Vosha beasts that came to round up the females were lured to another area by you and Muya. As for after that, seemingly thinking of something, Malwei's words were stuttered, and she glanced at Yun with some hesitation, seemingly weighing what to say afterward. When Yun Mori saw that she looked like she wanted to say something, she couldn't help but be puzzled. What happened after that? Malvi hesitated for a moment, but finally told the truth. Foamy, don't be afraid if I tell you. In fact, Emperor Xang's confession was just too much in love with you, so when he saw you being surrounded by those Vusha beasts, he completely lost control of his emotions and transformed into his monstrous beast body to kill the Vusha beasts. You shouldn't dislike Deetsong for offering the monstrous beast being because he's too terrifying. He hasn't done anything wrong. It was even because Emperor Xang's offering had exerted the ability of the monstrous beast's main body and put to death most of the main force of the Vusha beast. That's why the tribal males were able to easily expel the Vosha beasts from the tribe. It's all because of you and the Deetsong offerings that the tribe is safe and sound this time. Morn and I have already discussed this, and in the future, we will sacrifice and pray for you in the Beast God's cave. Wishing you all happiness and no worries in this life. Chapter 156, Traitor. After listening to Malwei's words, Yun mind suddenly conjured up Deetsong's huge snake-like body. At the time she was indeed frightened by the horrible image. However, after spending so many days with Deetsong, Yun didn't feel scared now in retrospect. It even felt that the appearance of Deetsong's main body carried a sense of cool and noble mo. It turned out that the silver-white light that he had seen in his trance that day amongst the group of ambrosia beasts was in fact Deetsong incarnated in his true form. Thinking of the scene when those ambrosia beasts were sent flying piece by piece, Yun only felt incomparable pain. It was possible that Malvi had also seen Emperor Xang's own body. For any female, the sight of a serpentine creature creates an instinctive fear. At this moment, seeing that Deetsong did not accompany Yunimomo's side, Malwei thought that Yunimomo was disliking Deetsang because of fear after seeing Deetsong's body. That's why he didn't let Deetsong stay by his side. Looking at Malwei's efforts to try and help Deetsong salvage his image, Yunimo could not help but smile slightly. I didn't dislike Deetsong. He said he went to prepare for his trip to the Four-Square Beast City, so he didn't stay with me, and it's all right for us to protect the tribe. You don't have to do anything specifically for us. After all, we are also part of the tribe, and as long as the tribe can be safe and sound, we can live better, can't we? Mulvey smiled emotionally. You, on the other hand, are not at all concerned with gain or loss. If everyone in the tribe were like you, I'm afraid there wouldn't be this crisis. Hearing this, Yunimomo's expression was stunned, suddenly realizing that she had been ignoring a key point. By the way, has the matriarch found out who that traitor is who betrayed the tribe? If this traitor has been lurking in the tribe, perhaps those Vosha beasts are likely to make a comeback. Although the tribe had managed to repel the Vosha beast this time, if that traitor told the Vosha beast the news again after she had taken Deetsang and Luosen to the Four Directions Beast City, then the tribe's situation would be in danger. I'm afraid. Malwei also frowned slightly when she heard Yunimomo's words. Morn and Lawson were busy with this yesterday, and they investigated all night, and found no trace of the traitor. After knowing that the Fuchsia beasts would attack the Red Leaf tribe, the males and females in the tribe were all very cautious, and unless they went to the hunting grounds to hunt, they would never easily leave the tribe at any other time. No one else had left the tribe during this time, except for Aki, who had fled from the tribe with a few males. So far, who that traitor really is, Morn and the others are still at a loss. If we don't find that traitor out, I'm afraid the tribe will never be able to rest easy in the future. Upon hearing Aiki's name, something suddenly came to Yunmo's mind. Do you think this traitor could be Agi? At that time, after Aki escaped from the tribe, the matriarch also brought people to search around. But the nearby places that could be hidden the matriarch they have searched all over, but did not find traces of Aki and others. The matriarch had sent out patrols to the neighboring tribes after that, and there was no sign of Aki either. There's no way Aiki could have just disappeared into thin air with a couple of males with her, and if they weren't in a nearby tribe, isn't it possible that they were captured by one of those Vosha beasts? The moment Yunimomo's words left her mouth, Malwei's entire body froze. It had never occurred to her before that Aiki would or would not be captured by the Vosha beasts. Now that Yunimomo said it, she suddenly felt that this possibility was quite high. With Aiki's hatred for the tribe, once she was captured by those Vosha beasts, whether it was to save her life or to get back at the tribe, it was highly likely that she would tell those Vosha beasts about the tribe. At the thought, Mulvey suddenly stood up. Foamy, you're right. The traitor who leaked the tribe's information to those Vosha beasts is most likely Aiki. We've been ignoring her before, but now that I think about it, only a vicious female like her could do something like this. I had to tell Morn about this as soon as possible, so he could find a way to get rid of Aki and the fleeing males as soon as possible. If they are not removed, I'm afraid the tribe will not be able to live in peace in the future. Until Malwei affirmed her thoughts, Yunimomo was also a little unnerved. I didn't realize that Aichi's mind would be so malicious that she would want those Vosha beasts to completely wipe out the entire tribe. If Aiki really stayed with the Vosha beast, the tribe would never have any peace in the future just based on her hatred for the tribe. She will surely do everything she can to destroy the tribe completely. I also wonder if Morn will be able to think of a way to successfully get rid of Aki. Such a vicious female, if left in the hands of the Vosha beast, would be the greatest threat to the tribe. Without much ado, Mulvey left the cabin in a hurry. It was only in the evening that Mulvey returned with Sinler again. Sinler has found a way to keep Moore alive. He was lucky enough to find a record about the Chi Fire Beast in the records and discovered some peculiar effects of the Chi Fire Beast's blood. And Tuan just happens to be the cub of the Chiefing Beast. As long as Tuan was willing to contribute a little blood, Muya's life could be sustained. However, this maintenance also has a time limit, and can only last for about 7 days. Once this deadline was exceeded, then Muya would be revolted by the regiment's blood and eventually turn into a withered bone. So, as long as Yunimomo and the girls found a bloodsucker to treat Muya within this deadline, then Muya would be saved. Usually Muya and Tuan had a good relationship, and Yunimomo believed that Tuan would be willing to help Muya. The good thing is that this way doesn't hurt the donut too much, just give it some extra nutrition. After learning this good news, Yunimomo finally let go of her heart. She believed that if she put her best foot forward, she would be able to cure Muya. Once Deetsong was ready to depart, they could take Muya and set off for the Four Directions Beast City. Thinking about Aiki's matter, Yunimomo was still a bit relieved. Then he couldn't help but ask Mulvey, have you conferred with the matriarch about Aiki? Mulvey shook her head with a despondent look on her face. I've told Morn about Aki, but there's nothing he can do now but to secretly spy on the Vosha beast side for now. However, You don't have to worry too much. This time, the loss of the fuchsia beast was very heavy, and there shouldn't be any action in the short term. As for Aggie, we'll never let her off lightly, and we'll be able to come up with a solution for her when Morn pokes around to find out where she is. Chapter 157. Thinking of those Vulcan sand beasts returning home in a disastrous defeat, Yun Machao suddenly thought of a solution. Mal AM, I've come up with a way to get rid of Iki without us having to do it ourselves. Malwei couldn't help but brighten up and hurriedly looked at Yun Momo. What way? You quickly say it. It would be simply great if we could get rid of Iki without having to do anything. It's almost the hot sizzle period now, and it's just too risky for the males of the tribe to go out poking around at this time of year. It's just not worth it to damage the males of the tribe again for the sake of an Iki. Yunmu pursed her lips and thought over the ideas in her head again in detail before she opened her mouth. Actually, this method is an attack on the heart, and as long as this traitor is really Iki, then this method will definitely work. Attacking the heart? Malwei's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly a little hard to understand. Cloudmist nodded and opened her mouth to explain for Malvi. This time, the main reason why the Vusha beast changed its mind, abandoning the Red Leaf tribe and focusing most of its strength on attacking our tribe was because it believed Iki's words, thinking that Iki really hates our tribe. That's why she betrayed our tribe and wanted the Vusha beast to completely level our tribe. It's just a shame that this time we changed the situation several times and managed to repel the Vusha beasts, which in turn suffered a big loss. In our opinion, this time it was our early detection of the end that enabled us to turn the situation around early and turn it around. But the Vusha beast side didn't know this. The Vusha beasts would only find it fishy that they had clearly set everything up, so why were we able to make changes ahead of time, lure them away, and ultimately completely pounce on them to be killed in one fell swoop? They would only wonder if someone had tipped off our tribe ahead of time so that we could trick the main force of the Vusha beasts into a dead end. As long as we put out some news at this time, naming Iki as the one who was responsible for saving our tribe, and even getting the Vusha beast to release Iki as soon as possible, or else we'll have to go ahead and attack them to rescue Iki. That way, those Vusha beasts would put all the blame on Iki's head. At that time, no matter what Iki says, those Vusha beasts won't believe her words anymore. Malvi nodded her head as she listened. Foamy, how did you come up with that? This method is simply wonderful. As long as those Vusha beasts believe that Iki is a spy sent by the tribe, and that this siege of theirs was all a trap designed by us long ago, then no matter how much Iki argues, the fact is already doomed, and those Vusha beasts will never believe Iki's words again. Seeing Malwei affirm her thoughts, Yun Momo smiled and nodded. This is the offense. The trust between them was already shaky, and it only took the slightest hint for the cooperation between them to break down. That way, we can get rid of the threat that is Iki without any trouble, so that she can never plague the tribe again. Malwei didn't expect the number one problem plaguing the tribe to be so easily dissolved by Yun Momo. At this moment, the gaze towards Yun Momo was filled with admiration. Foamy, you really are a blessing to our tribe. If you hadn't thought of this ploy, the tribe is afraid that they wouldn't know how many males' lives would have to be sacrificed to find out the news. Now, we just need to find a way to get the message over to the Vusha beasts, which is hardly dangerous at all. You've made another great achievement for the tribe. I have to tell Moan and the others about this news quickly, or else they're afraid they won't be able to sleep for fear of worrying right now, Malwei said with an excited face, simply not knowing how to express her gratitude to Yun Momo. Yun Momo smiled and waved her hand. Mal AM, go and talk to the matriarch and the others. I don't know anything about how to do it exactly. I can only help with ideas. As long as I can help the tribe, I'm relieved. Malwei was afraid that Iki would not die, and then engage in something else, and could not care less about being polite with Yun Momo, but just urged Yun Mo to take an early rest, and then left. After Sinler had checked Moya over, Lawson led Tuan into the cabin one after the other. Sinler had probably told Lawson ahead of time what he had thought of, and asked him to bring Tuan in and ask him if he would be willing to give Moya a little blood. Tuan let out a delightful cheer when he saw Yun Momo. The four little short legs stomped and jumped into Yun Momo's arms with a scuffling sound. Chirp, chirp. Yun Mochizuki smiled and rubbed the donut's head, softly soothing it. Rogue, where have you been playing again? Did you catch any fish to eat today? Tuan rubbed his head against Yun Momo's arm and looked at Yun Momo with an aggrieved expression. Chirp. Hearing this voice of his with a grumble, Yun Momo couldn't help but raise her eyes to look at Luo Sen. Lawson quickly waved his hand and opened his mouth to explain. I could have caught him several piper fish in the afternoon. Who knew that his body, which is not much bigger than a paw, could eat so much, and that he would eat even when his stomach was full and about to explode? I was afraid of holding it up for him, so I didn't catch any more fish for him. Who knew this guy would hold a grudge against me even now? Tuan sheepishly rubbed against Yun Momo's arm again, seemingly pampering himself. Yun Momo laughed and ranted. Looks like you've had a good meal today. Even Lawson gave you a scare, and you're still aggravated. Tuan hurriedly buried his head into the crook of Yun Momo's arm, fearing that Yun Momo would really get angry. for this rogue little guy. Momo was also out of temper. You can't be too greedy in the future. It's not good if you're propped up. Hearing Momo's serious voice, Tuan gave a soft whimper and returned to his just cheerful appearance. Cloud Mist held him in her arms and exhaled slightly. Tuan, I have something I'd like to ask you for, and I was wondering if you'd be willing to do it. Seeing Momo's serious gaze, the troupe couldn't help but straighten up a bit. Chirp. Seeing his puzzled look, Momo then spoke. Muya is our friend. She could have gotten you a lot of delicious food before, but in order to take care of me, she fell and hurt her head while escaping from the Vusha beast, and a bruise appeared in her head, causing her to be in a coma until now. We've already negotiated a way to save her, and we're planning to head to the Four Directions Beast City tomorrow to seek help from the bloodsuckers. But now that Muya was unable to eat or drink, her body simply couldn't support her for too long. Clan Dr. Xian went to check the records this afternoon and found out that the blood of your Chi Fire clan can sustain Muya's life, even though it can only last for 7 days. We want to fight for it as much as we can. Would you be willing to give more some of your blood? Just a little bit will do. It won't hurt you. It just might hurt a little when you collect the blood. Chapter 158, Tuan's Worries. After hearing this, Tuan glanced towards Muya, who was lying in the nest of animal skins, and there was a pang of sadness in her ebony eyes. With a single push, the 4 little short legs jumped out of Momo's arms and ran directly to Muya's side. He only saw him pick at Muya's arm with his claws, and when he saw that Muya didn't have any reaction, he let out a low whimper. For this period of time, other than Momo, Tuan had the best relationship with Muya. Muya usually went to the forest to find food for the farmed beasts, and Tuan would follow her to the forest to spread out. If she found any delicious food, Muya would be the first to give it to Tuan. Now that the female who had doted on him was suddenly lying still, Tuan's heart was sad. Not waiting for Momo to say anything, Tuan bit a bloody gash out of his paw as soon as he lowered his head. Bright red blood gushed out of the snow-white fur. Tuan raised his paw to Muya's mouth and dripped blood into it. After about 3 drops, Sinler made a quick noise. Enough. Any more and her body won't be able to withstand it. In the future, just give her 3 drops of blood every day, but you can only feed her 6 more times. If it's more than 6, not only will Tuan's blood not be able to help Muya, but it will even have a serious backlash against Muya. Tuan retracted his paw in a hurry and looked down to lick the wound on his paw. In just a blink of an eye, the wound on the paw healed. Muya was lying there quietly, her face as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. However, as the mass of blood slowly melted into her lips, her condition changed, only to see the rise and fall of the unconscious Muya's chest gradually become bigger, and her face gradually became a little better. The original pallor was replaced by a faint redness. Her skin also seemed to glow a bit with the blood, no longer as dull as before. Her breathing gradually became a little steadier, less rapid and weak. Momo's tightly locked brows finally unfolded, her eyes flashing with surprise, as she watched Muya's condition gradually improve. A big stone in her heart also fell to the ground. She gently stroked Tuan's fur and softly said, "Don't worry, Tuan, we will definitely go to the Four Directions Beast City to find the blood-sucking clan and cure Muya." Her voice was filled with determination and resolve, as if giving the group a hint of comfort. Tuan snuggled up to Momo's side, her eyes revealing her concern for Muya. Momo's gaze was firm and persistent. She knew that the road ahead might be full of difficulties and challenges, but in order to cure Muya, she was willing to put in all her efforts. Just at this time Deetsong stepped into the wooden house, and seeing the look of joy on Momo's face, he couldn't help but inquire about Muya's condition. "How is Mwa doing? Did you find a way to keep her alive?" Cloud Mist smiled and nodded. "Well, the Chi Fire Beast's blood can extend a female's lifespan for 7 days. Tuan has just fed Muya 3 drops of blood, and Muya's condition is much better now." A relieved smile appeared on Deetsong's face as he learned that Muya's life had been extended. Raising his hand to rub Momo's hair in a soothing manner, Deetsong spoke. "The matter of traveling to the Four Directions Beast City has also been almost prepared. When are you going to leave?" Considering the time limit, Momo's brows furrowed slightly. It will take at least 3 days just to reach the Four Directions Beast City, and Tuan's blood can only help Muya maintain it for 7 days only. After that we need to find the bloodsuckers and convince them to help Muya heal in 4 days, which is a bit too tight. If something changes in the middle, then Muya will be in danger. Hearing Momo's words, Xianlu also sighed helplessly. This is already the longest time frame that can be maintained. If there is no blood from Tuan, I'm afraid Muya may not even be able to make it through tomorrow. The rest can only rely on the beast god's blessing. Momo looked at Muya, whose face had gradually improved, and her heart seized with pain. Turning her head to look at the dark sky outside, Mochizuki instantly made a decision. Son, let's leave tonight. It's better if we can get there a little earlier. I don't want to waste a single moment of time anymore." Deetsong looked at Momo's worried expression and tenderly nodded.
Well, the night isn't much different from the day except for the bad light, and the temperature is even a bit cooler, so it's not a problem to leave now. Luosin couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard Deetsong's words. This guy was so powerful that he didn't care about anything. Darkness represents the unknown and danger for the orcs. Most of the ferocious beasts are mostly out at night, and even sometimes large packs of them round up their prey. If Yunmomo only had himself as an escort, Luosin would never have dared to take such a risk and take Yunmomo away from the tribe at night. Shinlo was originally a bit worried as well, but after hearing Deetsong's words, he couldn't help but shut his mouth. In front of a red rank as strong as Deetsong, those dangers he feared were simply not worth mentioning. It was even like what Deetsong said. Traveling at night was not only not dangerous for him, but the temperature was even more comfortable than during the day. Thinking that they might encounter some poisonous insects or something like that on their way, Sindler hastily offered to go and prepare some antidotes and insect-repellent medicines for a few people. The decision to leave overnight was finalized by Yunmomo, and Luosin went forward to report to the patriarch that they were leaving the tribe. Deetsong, on the other hand, went to prepare food and drinking water and things like that. Yunmomo also organized the snow crystals that Malwei had handed over to her and fed Muya some more water. Tuan hadn't been in a very good mood after hearing the news that Yunmomo would soon be traveling to the Four-Square Beast City. Yunmomo asked him, and Tuan just pretended to be fine. Such a performance made Yunmomo a little worried. Tuan, is it true that you don't want to go back to Four-Square Beast City? Tuan's wanly wagging tail gave a lurch, and there was a tangle in his round, ebony eyes. Chirp. The response was hesitant. Cloud Foam suspected that there was something else going on here, but there was no way for Tuan to be specific about his entanglement with the Four-Square Beast City right now. Apparently, though, the group didn't really want to go back. He was probably afraid that after he returned to the Four Directions Beast City, the people of the Chi Fire clan would soon discover his trail and capture him back. In order to put Tuan at ease, Yunmo could not help but think of a way. Tuan, if you're afraid of being recognized by the Chihua clan, I do have a way to help you hide your identity. A flash of surprise suddenly appeared in Tuan's tangled eyes. Chirp. This questioning voice made Yunmo's heart burst with amusement. Of course it's true. I'll make sure those people from the Kafuchi clan won't recognize you. Chapter 159, Rehabilitation of the Regiment. It wasn't long before both Deetsong and Luosin returned. However, when they saw the dark, dear-looking cub in Yunmo's arms, their eyes were filled with doubt. Foamy, where are these beast cubs from? Where is Tuan? Lawson questioned out loud. Deetsong's gaze was sharp as he looked towards the cub, but after a moment the corner of his lips were hooked into a helpless smile. It almost fooled even me, and I believe that the people of the Chihua clan shouldn't be able to recognize him either. Hearing Deetsong's words, Yunmomo couldn't help but be a little surprised. Song, how did you see it? I've helped Tuan change from head to toe, from scent to demeanor, and I'm afraid I wouldn't have recognized it if I hadn't done it myself. Luosin also looked at the black fawn in Yunmo's arms with a shocked expression. What? You're saying it's a donut? How is that possible? This is clearly another beast cub. There's not a single resemblance to Tuan. Tuan's originally confident gaze suddenly became downcast. I can't believe I was recognized by Deetsong so quickly. I'm afraid it's even more impossible to hide it from the Chi Fire clan. Seeing Tuan's suddenly low mood, the corner of Deetsong's lips slightly hooked. If they were freshly caught cubs, how could they be so close to Foamy? I'm afraid the only cub that can lie so obediently in Foamy's arms is Tuan. Hearing Deetsong's explanation, Yunmomo instantly breathed a sigh of relief as if she was relieved. So that's the reason. I thought I had made an oversight somewhere and you saw it. If it was only judged from the relationship between us, then there's nothing wrong with it. Anyway, the Chi Fire clan in the Four-Square Beast City doesn't know about the relationship between me and Tuan. As long as they can't find out who Tuan is. Luosin looked at the dark one in Yunmo's arms with difficulty in understanding. Aren't we going to send Tuan back to the Chihua clan by the way? Why do we still need to hide it from the Kafuchi clan? Yun Moxie exhaled helplessly, then spoke her guesses. The troop probably quietly escaped from the Chi Fire clan. And as for the exact reason why, he can't say right now, since he doesn't want to be discovered by those of the Kafuchi clan. Let's help him hide it for now. When we get to the Four Directions Beast City, we'll inquire about what's going on, and then we'll decide whether or not we want Tuan to return to the Kafuchi clan. Tuan listened and nodded repeatedly, seemingly satisfied with Yunmo's decision. When Luosin thought of the fact that Tuan had actually escaped alone from the Four Directions Beast City to here, he probably also understood the psychology of Tuan's resistance to the Chifu One clan. Alright, we'll have to get help from the Chi Fire clan anyway, so it's a good time to investigate the Tuan Tuan. If the people of the Chiwa clan want to do anything to harm Tuan Tuan, then we'll bring Tuan Tuan back to live in the tribe after we heal Muya's injuries. This time, Lawson did favor the troop in a rare way.
That changed the group's opinion of Lawson quite a bit.
Chirp, chirp. The voice of decision expresses the group's gratitude and recognition of Lawson.
Big deal. He'll catch his own fish from now on and stop instructing Lawson.
Hearing that Deetsong and Luosen were ready, Yunmomo did not delay any longer. Wrapping Muya in a few strips of animal skin, he let her lie on Lawson's back. Deetsong was holding Yunmomo in his arms,
carrying a package made of jade spider silk in his hands,
and he didn't know what he had brought inside. As the night darkened, several people left the tribe silently. At first, Yunmomo was still nervous as she lay on Deetsong's shoulder and looked around. As a result, her eyes hurt from staring, but she didn't see a single sign of the beast. Thinking of her previous experience of traveling to the hunting grounds with Tuan Tuan, Yunmomo subconsciously thought that this might be another credit to Tuan Tuan. If Tuan Tuan, who was following Luosen around, knew what Yunmomo was thinking, he would have cried out in injustice. He wanted to release his own natural skill to expel the surrounding beasts, but as soon as Deetsong released his powerful aura, even he was so frightened that he couldn't escape from afar, and didn't dare to use his own skill at all around Deetsong's side. Being held in Deetsong's arms, even though the surroundings were pitch black without a trace of light, Yunmomo didn't feel scared at all. Not knowing how long they had been walking, Yunmomo actually fell asleep in Deetsong's arms. It wasn't until early the next morning that Yunmomo opened her eyes from Deetsong's arms. In front of him was a hidden cave, with a small, recently extinguished fire not far away. A strong aroma of roasted meat drilled into Yunmomo's breath, making her salivate. Hungry, here's your favorite roast lamb. It's been drying for a while, the temperature should be just right. Try it. Deetsong handed a fragrant skewer of mutton to Yunmomo. Yunmomo smelled the tantalizing aroma and instantly both eyes glistened. Pale, when did you grill the kebabs? Deetsong handed the meat skewers to Yunmomo's hands, and poured out a cup of warm water from the bamboo tube, handing it to Yunmomo's face. I happened to come across a Jin goat when it was almost dawn, and caught it by hand, thinking that you didn't have a good meal yesterday, so I came to the cave first to get you some roasted meat to eat. Yunmomo glanced towards the surroundings and realized that Luosen was lying not far away, sleeping soundly. Tuan Tuan and Muya were lying on the innermost stone platform, which was also very quiet at this time. Thinking that Deetsong had been gone for so long yesterday, not only had he not been resting, but he had also thought about helping himself to the roasted meat. Yunmomo could not help but feel a pang of heartache. Son, you should also take a quick rest. You must be tired after walking for so long. However, before Deetsong could respond, Luosen over there actually opened his eyes in a daze and muttered, with his energy, it's no problem for him to stay awake for 10 days, and he's faster than those guys who can fly along the way, causing me to desperately chase after him. My paws are on fire from running. Upon hearing Luosen's complaining words, Yunmomo's gaze instantly went to Luosen's paw, only to see that a row of blisters had actually rubbed out on the originally thick, sharp claws. Mochizuki was simply a little skeptical of his own eyes. When Lawson was slashing that rock, his claws were only cracked, and there were no blisters. As a result, yesterday, just to chase after Deetsong, he actually wore out a row of blisters on his sturdy paws. What kind of speed does that take to do that kind of damage? But I didn't feel anything at all yesterday. Seeing Lawson complaining, Deetsong picked up a leg of lamb and threw it over. If you have the time to complain, it's better to seize the time to replenish your strength. When Fomi is rested, we'll continue our journey. If you can't keep up, then go back before it's too late, so as not to delay us. Lawson caught the leg of lamb sharply and, without ceremony, opened his mouth and took a bite, chewing on the lamb in his mouth as if he were venting his anger. You want to get rid of me to monopolize Fomi? You'd better go dreaming. Even if this claw is ruined, I will never give you an excuse to get rid of me. Chapter 160, Arrival. Looking at Luosen's stubborn face, Yunmomo exhaled helplessly. Deetsong was probably rushing so much in order to get to the Four Directions Beast City ahead of time. After all, he hadn't rested until now, and was still thinking of continuing on his journey. Considering Muya's condition, Yunmomo also couldn't let Deetsong slow down and take care of Luosen, but seeing the rows of blisters on Luosen's paws, Yunmomo was still a little distressed. In desperation, Yunmomo thought of those ointments that Xinla had brought. Quickly finishing the roasted lamb in her hands, Yunmomo asked Deetsong for ointment and applied some on Luosen's paw. You hold back for a while. When we get to the Four Directions Beast City, we'll go to the city to find a healer to treat you. Muya's current situation is really too critical, so I can only entrust you first. Seeing Yunmomo so concerned about himself, Luosen's lips couldn't help but pull out a warm smile. What's this injury? With these ointments you've smeared on it, it'll be healed in no time.
You don't have to worry about me. As long as we can cure Muya, we won't have worked hard for nothing. Deet Song, who was packing up his things, hummed lightly, and Yun Mo instantly froze. He also hurriedly came to Deet Song's side, and had a good time shushing him before he coaxed a certain jealous guy into doing well. After a few more short rests, it was already dawn. In order to hurry up and get to the Four Directions Beast City, the few people once again set off on the road. Along the way, the weather grew hotter as the day wore on. There were no wild beasts infesting the area, but just the heat was already a little too much for a few people. Luckily, there was a large bag of snow crystals that Malway had collected from the tribe, and Yun Mo did not feel the slightest bit of pain, using them one after another. Even so, during the daytime traveling, Deet Song's speed still couldn't be compared to the nighttime. A whole day's worth of walking was nearly similar to the night. However, in order to save Muya, a few people didn't dare to make the slightest pause, under Deet Song's unceasing rush one after another. Since early on the morning of the third day, he finally crossed over the 7 Great Mountains and arrived at the outskirts of the Four Directions Beast City. This speed was quite a bit earlier than what Deet Song had anticipated, and the blood essence in Yun Mo's hand had been consumed. If they didn't arrive at the Four Square Beast City before morning, I'm afraid that the heat of the daytime temperatures would make it impossible for them to travel any further. Well, in a hurry, they finally arrived. Looking at the lofty city in the distance, which was hidden in the morning mist, Yun Mo could not help but let out a burst of emotion. I didn't expect the Four Directions Beast City to be so grand. It's really too much better than what I imagined. Without sleep or rest, after rushing for a few days, Deet Song also showed signs of fatigue. Let's get into town quickly. I'm afraid your body won't be able to take it if we can't find a place to land and rest before the weather gets any hotter. On the way to come to the Four Directions Beast City, Yun Mo had already learned about the heat during the day. If you measure the temperature value according to the current temperature, then the temperature of the hot scorching period can reach about 60 degrees. In modern times, the temperature red alert in the city is only 40 degrees, even if it is about 20 degrees lower than the temperature during the hot period. In modern times there are often news stories of people dying from the heat, even if Yun Mo kept using snow crystals to lower the temperature around them along the way. The temperature they endured along the way was as high as over 30 degrees, and now that the snow crystals in their hands had been consumed, if they couldn't rush into the Four Square Beast City and find a place to land before the temperature rose, facing 60 degrees of heat, Yun Mo felt that he was afraid that he would not be able to hold on for even 10 minutes, not to mention the fact that Muya was still in the coma stage. If there was a change in the heat, then their hard work in coming to the Four Directions Beast City would have been wasted. Exhausted and paralyzed, Luosin exhaled deeply, gritted his teeth, and stood up from the ground once again. Let's go. Let's quickly enter the city. It's the Inferno Scorch period now, and it's not easy to find a place to land in the Four Directions Beast City. Not daring to lose any more time, since he was here marching in the direction of the city gates, the outskirts of the Four Square Beast City was an empty gobi. As far as the eye could see, everywhere was barren. Not a single person could be seen for 100 miles around. Obviously, no one would choose to travel at this harsh time of year, so when they arrived at the city gates, the orcs guarding the city all looked shocked when they saw them coming. The orc at the head of the group was large and stout, stopping in front of a few people to look them up and down. At the sight of those red eyes of Deet Song, that burly beastman immediately bowed with a panicked face. Honorable Red Rank Powerhouse, welcome to Four Directions Beast City. If there is anything you need, my subordinate is willing to serve you. The surrounding orc guards, after hearing that orc's words, also hurriedly bowed respectfully in Deet Song's direction. The beast world is honored by the strongest. Earlier, Moen had also said that even the Four Directions Beast City didn't have a few red-ranked powerhouses sitting around. These guarding beastmen were able to have the honor of meeting a red-ranked powerhouse, and their eyes were filled with admiration. Emperor Tsong didn't want to waste any time, and opened his mouth straightforwardly to command. We need to go into town to rest. Go find us a comfortable place to land. The orc guard couldn't help but light up at his words. If your excellency doesn't mind, my subordinate's home is quite comfortable. You may go to my home first for a short rest, and when my subordinate reports to the lord of the city will surely arrange the finest accommodations for your excellency. Emperor Tsong nodded with his eyes downcast. Then lead the way. That guard was overjoyed when he saw that Deet Song had agreed. All right, my subordinates will lead the way for you all. This way please. The surrounding guards immediately looked at the guard leading the way in front with envious faces. It seemed as if it was a great honor to have Deet Song and the others land at the house. A few people entered the gates with ease. Originally, Yun Mo thought that the process of entering the city would be complicated. After all, The Four Directions Beast City was already considered a prosperous city in the Beast world, and I'm afraid that if you wanted to enter the city, you'd have to go through all sorts of registrations and inquiries. However, the guards respectfully welcomed them into his home simply because of Emperor Tsong's red order status. This shook Yun Mo's heart. It turns out that the rules of the strongest world are so simple and rough. As long as one is strong, then one will receive the most favorable treatment. That guard was very fast, afraid that if he moved slowly, he would upset Di Tsong. A few people followed that guard and soon arrived at a nearby cluster of houses. Unlike in the tribes, the houses are all built of stone. The houses are large and small, but they are very neatly distributed. The guard crossed over a low house and came to a tall one. "Gentlemen, this is the home of my subordinates. Please come in, gentlemen." The guards pushed open the stone door and respectfully invited several people to enter. Di Tsang carried Yun Mo and directly entered the stone door. Lawson followed the two with Muya on his pack, muttering as he looked around curiously. No wonder the houses in the Four Directions Beast City are so expensive. I didn't realize that they were actually all made of stone. Chapter 161, Investigations. The guard had blue pupils, just like Lawson. Presumably, they were of equal strength, so they weren't that nervous when facing Lawson. At this moment, when he heard Rosen's words, he couldn't help but smile. The house is expensive not because of the materials used. If you are strong enough, you can bring them back yourself from the great mountains outside the city. What's really expensive is the location of the house. The closer it is to the center of the Beast City, the more expensive it is. Ever since I came to the Foursquare Beast City and entered the defense team, it took me about 10 years of frugality to save up enough salt crystals to purchase a location on the edge of the city. The good thing is that because of the status of the defense force, I can buy a slightly larger area. If it was just an ordinary merchant or mercenary team, I'm afraid I'd have to save up 10 years worth of salt crystals before I could sell them to an area of the same size. Hearing the guard's explanation, Lawson couldn't help but grin. TSK, 10 years, or an area on the edge of town. This is too expensive. The guard smiled nervously. Ha ha, what is little brother worried about? Your wife's master is a female with a strong red rank, and the location where you will live after your wife's master in the future is the finest area in the city. Lawson's handsome face stiffened, and he was instantly annoyed. Who wants to live in his place? Big deal. I'll make a trip to the wild beast forest and come back to be able to afford a place in the center of Beast City. The guard frowned in confusion when he saw that Lawson was annoyed. Afraid of making a few people angry, he hurriedly gave an awkward reply back. It was my subordinate who spoke out of turn, so I hope your excellency is not offended. Although Luo Sen's strength was also blue rank like himself, his wife's master possessed a red rank powerhouse. In case this one was the tip of that female's heart, as long as the female gave an order, I'm afraid that he would be crushed into crumbs as soon as that red-ranked powerhouse raised her hand. Knowing that he had no reason to get angry with the guards, Lawson waved his hand at once. Anyway, our relationship isn't what you think. You're offering us help this time. I'll return the favor in my own way later. You don't have to count this one of mine against him. The guards really couldn't understand the relationship between these people, and could only return an awkward smile to Luo Sen. Tightly shutting his mouth, he stepped aside. Di-tsang settled Yun Mo before looking at the guards. What's your name? The guards hurriedly bowed their heads respectfully and replied, Report back to your excellency. My subordinate is the defense team North City Captain Gelly. The city lord's residence fire sun time only open, now only just Muyang time. If your excellency is in a hurry, my subordinate can also now inform the commander-in-chief of the special endowment. Di-tsang turned his eyes to look at Yun Mo, seemingly waiting for Yun Mo to decide. Yun Mo thought of Tuan Tuan's identity and shook her head towards Di-tsang. Di-tsang understood what Yun Mo meant before he opened his mouth. There is no need for a special report. Go ahead and get busy. I will inform you when you are needed to go to the city lord's mansion. Geller was slightly stunned, as if he didn't expect Di-tsang to actually be in no hurry to meet the city lord. However, he didn't dare to open his mouth to ask Di-tsang even if he had more doubts in his heart. He could only bow, and hastily retreated. After Geller left, Yun Mochizuki looked at Tuan Tuan. It looks like the transformation I had to make really worked, and those people didn't see the troop for what it was. Tuan Tuan also circled around Yun Mo with a cheerful face. Chirp, chirp. Listening to his pleasant grunt, Lawson uttered without a word, You are happy. We still have to find a way to find out about the situation between your Chihuahua clan and you. And I don't know how that Chihuahua clan's people actually tortured you, actually letting you a precious cub escape from here over 7 mountains to our tribe. As soon as Lawson's words left his mouth, Tuan huffed and growled low. Wah, woo woo. Just by listening to his screams, Yun Mo could also feel the anger in his heart. It was a pity that, based on Tuan Tuan's screams alone, Yunemo was unable to determine the exact situation at all. If you wanted to know the exact thing about Tuan Tuan's escape from the Chiwa clan, you still had to go through prying before you could do so. Deetsong considered the time and gazed at the troop. Tuan Tuan, right now our time is limited. Later on I will take you to a trip to the city lord's mansion. You take me to someone you can trust and ask him to make the reason why you fled from the Chiwa clan clear. And if the people of the Chiwa clan really want to kill you, I'll go along with it and help you with that trouble, and then you'll be able to go back to the Chiwa clan and live on safely. Hearing Deetsong's words, Tuan Tuan nodded his head repeatedly in excitement. Shoo, apparently, Tuan Tuan liked Deetsong's means of solving problems. Yunemo was worried in her heart that Deetsong couldn't understand Tuan Tuan's meaning, so she quickly opened her mouth and said, "Later, I'll go with you guys. If you misunderstand the meaning of the group, it might even cause unnecessary trouble." Deetsong originally couldn't afford to let Yunemo go out and suffer. After all, it's getting hot out there now. The snow crystals had also been consumed by them and Yunemo would inevitably suffer from the scorching heat if she went with them. But after glancing at Tuan Tuan, Deetsong also felt that Yunemo had a point. After all, he had spent very little time with the Tuan, and many times he was unable to understand the meaning represented in the Tuan's barks. In case he misunderstood Tuan's meaning and killed the wrong person, or even exposed Tuan to his enemies, he would be doing Tuan a disservice. Thinking of this, Deetsong nodded helplessly. "Well, wait here for a moment. I'll go out and find some more snow crystals, or else you'll suffer later." Unable to spare Yunemomo's hands, Deetsong hurriedly went out from the house. In just a moment's time, Deetsong returned with a beast skin bag. The bag was half full of snow crystals. This amount was almost as much as all the snow crystals that Manhwa had collected from the tribe. Yunemo looked at Deetsong incredulously. Song, where did you find this? There are actually so many snow crystals." Deetsong glanced towards the package of jade spider silk behind him. "I brought all those spirit crystals in the jar. Took one out at random, and that snow crystal merchant gave me this entire bag." When Luosen heard that Deetsong had actually exchanged just one spirit crystal for such a small amount of snow crystals back, he was furious and confused. One spirit crystal is enough to buy 10 houses, and you actually exchanged it for just this much snow crystal. You're simply. Deetsong raised an eyebrow and glanced at Luosen. "By the way, you still owe me a spirit crystal. When are you going to pay me back?" The look on Lawson's face froze and he turned red. "When I cure Muya's illness, I'll go to the wild beast forest and return 10 of them to you then." Seeing Luosen's defeated look, Deetsong hooked his lips in satisfaction. "Don't force yourself if you can't come back. There are quite a lot of strong people buried in the wild beast forest. You'll be considered a heroic soul if you die over there." Luosen immediately exploded. "You shut up. I'm Fomi's number one." Seeing that Luosen was speaking out of turn and wanted to provoke Deetsong, Yunemo hurriedly covered his mouth with her hand. Ha, time is running out. We'd better hurry up and get going. Chapter 162, Is it a hallucination? By the time Deetsong and Yunemo took Tuan Tuan out, Luosen was still tooting in the house. "Isn't it just a few spirit crystals? As if it's so powerful. When I cure Muya, I'll get a bunch of them to lay the floor for Momo." Hearing Luosen's indignant tone, Yunemo pulled Deetsong's hand and quickly withdrew. These two did get along quite well when there was a crisis before. How is it that if you relax a little now, you start fighting again? Once she healed Muya's injuries, she'd have to make a proper rule. At least the term First Guardian can't be mentioned anymore. Otherwise Lawson is easy to beat. With Deetsong's strength, abusing Luosen would be a matter of lifting his tail. The key was that she couldn't ask Deetsong not to do it. After all, it was a matter of Deetsong's dignity, and it would be better for her to let Deetsong hold his tongue than to kill him directly. Yunemo held Tuan Tuan and followed Deetsong, making 7 turns along the way for a few moments. The intricate path suddenly became clear. Mochizuki curiously glanced up towards the surroundings. "I saw a wide street in front of me, and on both sides of the road were all kinds of strange buildings. Some are tall and grand, some are delicate and beautiful, and some are semi-open, with many stone tables and chairs placed in the spacious courtyards. I also wonder what all these buildings are used for." At this time, the weather was not very hot, and the streets could still occasionally see orcs traveling to and from the streets, mostly males, though, with very few sightings of females. Thinking that all the females in the beast world lived under the care of the males, it wasn't hard for Yunemo to understand. A few people entered the street and traveled all the way toward the front. Deetsong said that after passing through 3 more such streets, he should be able to reach the city lord's mansion. Looking at the streets that could not be seen at a glance, Yunemo suddenly missed the modern cabs a little. If only the beast world had such convenient transportation. But when Deetsong picked her up and quickly marched her down the street,
Yun suddenly felt as if she had overthought things. What is this place? This is the beast world. The males are all gifted with various magical abilities, and which one of them was not born with transportation? In just a few moments of Yun concentration, Deetsong had already arrived outside a towering and magnificent-looking stone castle. The Tuan in his arms suddenly jumped out of Yun arms. Shoo! With two low barks, Tuan ran towards the back corner of the castle. Yun and Deetsong hurriedly followed. When Tuan ran to a low house at the back of the castle, he suddenly stopped. Yun looked towards the surroundings for a while, and after seeing that no one was around to notice, he then asked Tuan in a low voice, "Tuan, does the one you're looking for live here?" Tuan circled the front of the house a few times, as if he was sure of something, and burst into a few joyful barks. Chirp, chirp. Hearing this sound, Yun looked at the Loslan house with some hesitation. The house looks like it's empty. Are we going to wait here? However, Tuan did not respond this time, but instead just arched his head over the stone door outside the house, only to hear the stone door rubbing on the ground. It was actually opened by the group. Following the gap in the stone door, Tuan's tiny body giggled and dug in. Cloud Foam Tuan was in danger and hurriedly followed, but the gap the donut pushed through was so small that she couldn't actually squeeze in after several attempts. On the side, Deetsong couldn't help but let out a light laugh when he saw Yun put her hand against the stone door and her face was suffocating red. "It's better if I do it." As soon as the words fell, the tip of Emperor Tsong's tail flicked on the stone door, and it opened with a whirring sound. Looking at this huge gap in strength, for the first time, Yun felt that she was actually so weak. No wonder the females in the beast world can only live off the males. Now she finally understood. If there were no males, a female like her wouldn't be able to push the door open for fear. After ruthlessly lamenting in her heart, Yun worried about Tuan's well-being and hurriedly entered the stone door. Once inside the house, it was pitch black with no light at all. The house seemed to be filled with a strange grassy fragrance, and Yun Mori couldn't tell what kind of grass it was for a while. After her eyes adjusted to the darkness in the room, Yun finally vaguely saw a dog's sneaky black shadow. "Tuan, is that you there?" "Shoo!" Tuan lowered his voice in response. Hearing that it was Tuan, Yun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. There's no telling when the people in this house will be back, so why don't we look elsewhere? They had limited time, and only after figuring out Tuan's entanglement with the Chi Fire clan could they decide how to bring up the matter of finding the bloodsuckers with the city lord. If the Kai Fire clan was really going to be unfavorable to Tuan, then they wouldn't fully trust the city lord's side. After all, the Chi Fire clan valued their cubs, and if there weren't any competing interests, the city lord would never let Tuan suffer any setbacks. But if there was really any unseemly selfishness in this, then the city lord would definitely investigate them after meeting them. And once he investigated Tuan's identity, not only would this city lord not help them in their search for the bloodsuckers, he might even secretly make tabs on them. So, they must now hurry up and figure this out as soon as possible. There was a sudden sound of a crash in the darkness, and Yun looked in the direction of the sound. A splash of dirt was seen, and within moments, Tuan ran over with what looked like a bamboo in his mouth. "Woo woo!" Tuan gestured for Yun to take the things on. Yun curiously leaned over and reached out to take the bamboo-like object in her hands. When she brought the thing to her eyes and took a look, Yun entire body looked like she was petrified. Cthulhu! The earth! What did she see? Yun hand trembled, and for a moment she couldn't believe her eyes. Tuan looked suspiciously at Yun who was frozen in place, not moving at all. "Shoo!" A puzzled cry was given, and his head even gently arched over Yun calf. Yun Moxie only felt a buzzing in her head, and the things in her sight seemed like hallucinations. How can this be here? Here? Hearing Yun voice, Deetsong couldn't help but step into the wooden house as well. "Foamy, what's wrong? What's that in your hand?" Even if she didn't believe it anymore, when she heard Deetsong's voice, Yun was finally sure that what she saw wasn't some kind of illusion. What she saw was real. Jaw-droppingly looking at the cylindrical object in her hand, Yun Mochizuki stammered and opened her mouth. "This is a selfie stick." Chapter 163, The Crossing. Seeing that Yun expression was a bit off, Deetsong couldn't help but take the selfie stick away from Yun hands and scrutinize it. "Selfie stick? What is this thing? I seem to have never seen such a thing before." Cloudmist's brain felt like it was down, and she nodded her head in a frozen manner. "I don't know why this is here. Is she actually not the only traveler in the beast world?" And looking at the style and material of this selfie stick, it was very likely that this traveler was still from the same era as himself. Maybe the owner of this selfie stick wore it about the same time as he did. After all, this style Yun had seen quite a few of them during the graduation ceremony, and all the students in the class were using this one. Although he didn't know what the identity of the person who had also worn to the beast world with himself was, but at present, Yun could be sure that he was definitely not the only one who had traveled in this beast world.
world. But how did this thing get here? Did that person give it to Tuan? If that's the case, then has the group seen that person? Thinking that she was not alone, the shock on Yun Mo's face turned into joy. When Deetsong saw that Yun Mo's expression changed a lot, the suspicion under his eyes increased by a few points. Foamy, what's wrong with you? What the hell is this thing for? At the sound of Deetsong's follow-up question, Yun Macho suddenly returned to her senses. There's nothing special about this thing. It's just a retractable pole. I'm just curious as to who gave this to Tuan. I'd love to meet this person. Seeing that Yun Mo's tone wasn't too abnormal, Deetsong was then relieved. The workmanship of this thing looks very precise. The person who can make this tool must be a skilled craftsman. If I can find this person, I would love to see it. Deetsong held the selfie stick and looked through it repeatedly, seemingly trying to find a way to use the tool. Yun Macho pursed her lips in amusement as she watched him study with a serious face. Holding Emperor Tsong's hand, he gently pressed the button at the lower end of the selfie stick, only to hear a loud noise. A slender rod popped out violently from a section. Deetsong couldn't help but see a flash of light in the bottom of his eyes as he watched this amazing scene. It just popped out with a light press. The mechanism is really ingenious. Tuan was also excited to see the selfie stick pop up. Chirp, chirp. Yun Mo looked at Tuan and suddenly realized that Tuan's gaze seemed to be excited. Couldn't help but open his mouth and speculate. Tuan, did you see that man use it like that? Do you know where that person is now? Tuan nodded happily. Then his gaze tightened on that selfie stick before signaling Yun Mo and Deetsong to follow him. Yun Mo and Deetsong didn't delay and hurriedly chased after them, following the group as they trotted along. The few once again came to a stone outcropping. Tuan leapt onto the wall with a single bound. Yun Mo's heart tightened as she looked at the height of nearly 3 meters. Tuan, you don't think you want us to sneak into the city lord's mansion? Tuan checked towards the wall and once again turned his head towards Yun Mo and Deetsong in a low voice. Shoo! Looking at those urgent eyes, Yun Mo put her heart in the right place. Alright, then you can be careful. Don't get caught. If you're caught by the Chi Fire Clan's people, I'm afraid that those disguises I made for you won't be able to hide from them at all. Tuan's eyes shone brightly as he hastily nodded towards Yun Mo. Deetsong saw that Yun Mo was ready, and only then did he hold Yun Mo's body and leapt over the 3-meter-high fence with a single prancing leap. The sight before him suddenly became open for a moment. I didn't realize that behind the fence was a garden of flowers. The grass, which was like a green carpet, was full of all kinds of unknown flowers. In the center of the garden is a meandering stream with several old trees with lush canopies spread on either side of the stream. An elaborate swing had also been tied to the branch of the old tree nearest the creek. On the other side was a misty cloud. The cloud swayed slightly like a veil as the breeze floated. A beautifully carved chaise longue could be seen placed inside. The chaise lounge was covered with extremely soft animal skins, and just a glance at it made Yun Mo feel incomparably gorgeous. Tuan jumped down from the wall as well, running towards the garden with light steps. Deetsong didn't ask too many questions and hurriedly held Yun Mo and followed Tuan's footsteps to catch up. Tuan seemed to be very familiar with the environment here, his small body deftly weaving in and out of the flowers. I don't know how long I had been running, but a crystal-clear townhouse suddenly appeared not far away. Yun Mo looked at that hut squarely. Her heart became more certain about that guess. I only saw that the shape of that townhouse was very similar to modern townhouses. The only difference was that modern townhouses were 3-story, while this hut was single-story. Such a building is completely different from those rough buildings in the Beast World. Yun Mo was pretty sure that it was impossible for people in the Beast World to build a house of this style. So, there was only one possibility that such a building could appear in the Beast World. That is, the people who live here are travelers from modern times, just like themselves. And looking at the showy arrangement outside that hut, Yun Mo also boldly guessed that this person might even be a girl, just like herself. The troop ran wildly all the way in the direction of that hut, and Yun Mo's hand clenched tightly around Deetsong's palm. Yun Mo's heart was both excited and nervous. Excitedly, she had finally found her own kind in the Beast World who was also from the modern era, so maybe they could work together on a way to go back to the modern era in the future. Nervously, that girl wore into the city lord's mansion and had such a gorgeous residence. It was obvious that this city lord held her in high regard. If there was a difference in perception between them, perhaps she would use the city lord's power to harm herself. The closer they got to the house, the more uneasy Yun Mo's heart became. Yet Tuan didn't hesitate for a second and rushed straight into the door of the house. Glancing at Deetsong who was hugging himself, Yun Mo whispered in his ear, "If I grab your hand later, you'll take me and Tuan and escape quickly." In response to Yun Mo's sudden words, Deetsong didn't inquire too much and only nodded. "Well, don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt you." Hearing Deetsong's words, Momo's apprehensive heart then relaxed. Even if something did happen, with Deetsong's ability, it shouldn't be much of a problem to escape. Soon, Deetsang carried Momo to the front door of the house, and Tuan scurried out from the front door with what seemed to be a touch of loss in his eyes. Apparently, he didn't find who he was looking for. Momo glanced through the open door towards the house, and her gaze was instantly locked firmly on an object. Chapter 164, Familiar T-shirt. Seemingly but believing it, Momo broke away from Deetsong's arms and hurriedly ran into the house. Tuan and Deetsong were afraid that something might happen to Momo and hurriedly followed. However, after entering the house, he saw Momo grasping a white object tightly in his hand, crying for a while and laughing for a while. Emperor Song was shocked by Momo's maniacal appearance and rushed to Momo's side, holding Momo's body tightly in his arms. "Foamy, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong somewhere?" Hearing Deetsong's inquiring voice, Momo cried loudly as she hugged the things in her arms. Oh, it's her. It's actually her. Oh, I thought I'd never see her again." This headless remark surprised Emperor Song when he heard it. However, from these statements, Deetsang still heard that Momo probably knew the owner of this house, and the owner of this house is very important to Momo. Thinking of this, Deetsong hurriedly spoke out to calm Momo's emotions. "Mama, don't cry yet. What's going on here? Do you recognize anyone in this house?" Momo glanced down at what was in her hands, and a bright smile suddenly bloomed back on her tear-filled face. "I know her. Of course I know her. She is my best friend. I didn't expect her to come here. I should have come earlier if I knew she was here." Deetsong's gaze couldn't help but fall on what Momo was holding tightly in her hands. The thing looked like a soft piece of animal skin, but it was still very different from animal skin. There were also many brightly colored and strange patterns painted on it that looked like some kind of runes. This thing was still something Deetsong had never seen before. After associating those strange things in Momo's backpack, Deetsang suddenly remembered that the things Momo got in her hands seemed to be very similar to the material of her backpack. At that time, when he saw Momo's backpack, he marveled at the craftsmanship of the backpack. The top looks very intricately crafted. For Momo, a female who had escaped from the deserted city, it was simply impossible to possess an item with such a superb level of production. Now that he saw the same items in the city lord's mansion, and Momo said that he was very good friends with the person living in this house, if this friend gave Momo those things, it would be reasonable. After all, the Chief Fire Clan's power was very strong in the entire beast world. No matter how elaborate, if they want it, then they can make it at any cost. Thinking of this, Deetsong raised his hand to wipe away the tears rolling down Momo's cheeks. "Since we're good friends, let's hurry up and find her. Tuan should also be familiar with her. That's why she brought us here. So I think she should know something about Tuan." Hearing Deetsong's words, Momo inhaled and barely calmed her agitated mood. Looking down at the t-shirt in her hand, Momo felt like she was dreaming. In her hand was Sudai's t-shirt. When she was shopping with Sudai that day, she purposely wore her best friend's style. The t-shirt he owned had been thrown into the lake by Deetsong, and it was already broken beyond repair. And in no way could it have been repaired by anyone to be sent to the city lord's mansion. The only possibility was that when he crossed over to the beast world that day, Sudai also crossed over together. Only the place she crossed over wasn't in the tribal hunting grounds, it was in a different place. Not knowing what she had experienced, Sudai had actually arrived at the Four Directions Beast City's city lord's mansion, and in such a fine house. Just looking at Sudai's clean and tidy t-shirt, Momo guessed that she probably hadn't gone through too much of an ordeal. And seeing that the environment here was so beautiful and exquisite, Sudai should be treated very favorably in this city lord's mansion. Thinking of Sudai's quirky character, the only trace of worry in Momo's heart also dissipated. With Sudai's nature of not suffering, I'm afraid that there is no one here who can make her unhappy. The troop also looked relieved when they saw Momo's emotions finally calmed down. Seeing Momo's tight grip on the t-shirt, the troop let out a few low grunts. Shoo! Hearing his affirmative tone, Momo knew that Tuan was really telling himself that this dress belonged to the person he was looking for. Although Momo was now certain that Sudai was here, the matter of Tuan was still unclear now. If their commotion was too great and was discovered by the people of the city lord's mansion, I'm afraid that Tuan's situation would be in danger. Thinking this way, Momo clutched the t-shirt tightly in her hand, eyes eagerly looking towards the group out loud. "Tuan, do you know where we can find the owner of this t-shirt? She's my best friend. We just need to find her and we'll be sure to figure out what happened to you." Tuan hesitantly looked around towards the outside, but in the end, he shook his head in chagrin. He didn't know where to look for the woman now. Just at this time, Deetsong was glancing towards a direction not far away. "I heard what seems to be a strange sound over there. Let's go over and grab someone to ask and we'll know." Your friend's status in the city lord's mansion doesn't seem to be low. I believe that there aren't many people here who don't know the whereabouts of your friend." After pondering for a few moments, Yun Mochizuki hastily nodded his head. "Good, then let's go over there quickly. As long as we find Sudai, then everything will be cleared up." Just based on the relationship between her and Sudai would never hide anything from her. Deetsong reached out and carried Yun Momo into his arms. Tuan Tuan followed Deetsong's side, and the few people quickly traveled towards the direction not far away. After passing through this garden, the tall stone castle revealed itself. This should be the main body of the entire city lord's mansion. The gate, which was 5 meters high, was tightly closed, and there were no guards outside. Deetsong just gently pressed his tail against it, and the heavy door was pushed open. After a clacking and scraping sound, a huge circular arched passageway appeared in front of several people. The muffled voice just now gradually became clearer. Yun Momo gazed and listened carefully, and actually realized that the voice seemed very familiar. Before his mind could react, his voice subconsciously hummed along with the familiar melody, until the song in the clouds, which was popular in a certain sound, was hummed out by her. Yun Momo's eyes could not help but show a touch of surprise. "So det, it's Sudai. She must have played this tune." Tuan Tuan was also excited, tail wagging wildly, for small short legs in the can not be pressed to run towards the direction of the sound. Yun Momo's face was also filled with a look of joy. The sound of playing wasn't far away, which meant that he was getting closer to Sudai. Chapter 165, She really saw Sudai. When he thought of how much he had missed Sudai for so long, Yun Momo couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. Following in Tuan's footsteps, he ran towards the end of the giant passageway. Along the way, Yun Momo was still worried if she would be bumped into by the guards of the city lord's mansion. Yet by the time they had run all the way to another closed gate, they had not encountered any guards. The sound of playing is just behind this gate. Sudai must be in there. Yun Momo was about to go and push open the gate, but Deetsong stopped him first. "Foamy, wait a moment, there are many people inside. I'm afraid that the elites in the city lord's mansion are all inside. Why don't we go wait in the small hall on the other side? Maybe someone will come out soon." Hearing Deetsong's prompt, Yun Momo hastily withdrew her hand. Even if her heart wanted to see Sudai as desperately as possible, she couldn't put Tuan Tuan and Muya in danger. Since he already knew that Sudai was here, it didn't matter if he waited a little longer. It wouldn't be long, after all, before they could see each other. Seeing that Deetsong and Yun Momo were about to leave, Tuan Tuan turned back and glanced in the direction of the gate. There seemed to be a touch of childish indignation in those ebony round eyes. It looked like he was gambling with something. Yun Momo could not guess the reason why Tuan Tuan was like this for a while, and only thought that he was touched by the sight of this familiar location. After that, Deetsong led the two to a small hall on the other side. The small hall appeared to be a waiting room, with some looming, tall-looking statues positioned around the perimeter. Below the statue lay a seat made of stone. These things have turned out to be the best hiding places for a few people. Deetsong hugged Yun Momo and also effortlessly jumped onto the sculpture's shoulders, a condescending observer of the movements in the small hall. "I don't know how long I waited, but the popping behind that gate gradually stopped. There was a loud noise faintly coming from inside. Seems to be celebrating something." Yun Mochizuki's eyes were tightly fixed on the gate. Suddenly, the gate was pushed open from the inside after a tremor. A fair-skinned female, dressed in fine animal skins, came through the gate holding a round container. When she had left, the gate was once again heaved shut. Deetsong hugged Yun Momo with a gentle leap, and the two of them landed on the ground silently. Glancing towards the footless female, Deetsong dashed up before hesitating. Not seeing how Deetsong moved, the female's body stiffened, and in the next second, she collapsed softly. Deetsong reached out and grabbed the female's arm, bringing the female behind the statue where they had been hidden earlier. The unconscious female's eyes slowly opened with a pinch of her long, slender fingers on the back of her neck. Upon seeing the two of them, Deetsong and Yun Momo, that female was ready to scream in shock with a single mouthful. Yun Mochizuki hastily reached out and covered her mouth. "Keep quiet, we're just asking you a few questions. Just answer us truthfully and we won't hurt you." That female's eyes were immediately filled with a look of fear, and after seeing Deetsong's blood-like red eyes, that female actually nodded her head cooperatively. Seeing this, Yun Momo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then slowly released the female's mouth. "Is there a female in there with long black curly hair? Was she the one playing the music just now?" The female nodded in a hurry. "Do you know the little Lord Mother? It was the little mother-in-chief who was playing the Divine Comedy just now." Hearing the female's title for Sudai, Yun Momo's entire body was stunned. Little Mother Superior? Sudai couldn't have already been coupled with the city lord. How is that possible? Could it be that the lord of the city forced Sudai's hand? In Yun Momo's imagination, anyone who could become a city lord must already be an old man in his 40s or 50s. How could Sudai be willing to couple with an old man in his 40s or 50s? At the thought that Sudai might have been forced to couple, Yun Mo's heart clenched. Can you find a way to bring that female here? And tell her that Yun Moy is waiting for her right outside. Make sure she comes alone. Understand? That female's gaze glanced over Yun Mo's body, her gaze full of questions and caution. What do you guys want? Seeing that female's scrutinizing gaze, Yun Mochizuki couldn't help but aggravate her tone. Just do what I tell you, and you don't have to know what we want to do. If you don't want to, we can break your neck right now. Deetson's hand duly increased its force, and the suffocating sensation caused that female's face to twist for a moment. A pair of eyes went wide, and the female nodded her head in sudden horror. I do. Receiving her affirmative reply, Yun Mo raised her hand and stuffed a dark pill into the female's mouth. This is my secret poison. If you don't have an antidote before nightfall, you'll be in agony for the whole night, and eventually your whole body will turn into pus and die. The female winced in disbelief. I will bring the words, only if the little mother-in-law doesn't want to come out, then you can't blame me, and then you must give me the antidote. Cloudfoam looked at the female with great certainty this time. If you tell her the 3 words Yun Mo, she will definitely come out. If she doesn't come out, then it must be you playing tricks. The female didn't know why Yun Mochizuki was so certain, and only saw her eyes hesitate for a split second before she still agreed. Good, I'll do as you say. As soon as Deetson let go of her hand, the female suddenly gasped for air. Cloud Mist gave her a warning glance, and after the female calmed her breath for a moment, she then walked in the direction of the gate with the container in her arms. When she reached the gate, she raised her hand and knocked 3 times lightly on it, and it quickly opened. The female slightly glanced sideways towards Yun Mo's direction, and when she saw that the 2 of them were staring intently at her, she suddenly took a deep breath and took a step towards the inside of the gate. It wasn't long after the doors closed that they were pushed open again. A familiar voice came from inside the gate. Whichever one of you walks out of this gate first will lose, and the loser will have to perform a stunt at night. Ha ha, it shouldn't be Big Brother going out first today. After all, he'll be impatient when he doesn't see his wife and master for a while. Right. I think Big Brother will definitely lose this time. Fan, you have to work hard. If you lose, I'll have to do your makeup. I've been looking forward to this program for a long time. Sudai covered her lips and laughed towards the gate, looking very cheerful. Sudai, don't you dare. A suppressed androgynous voice came from inside the gate. Sudai waved her hand towards the gate, and it slowly closed once again. Yun Mo looked at the familiar figure in front of the gate, tears rolling in her eyes. She really saw Sudai. She wasn't dreaming. Chapter 166, Reunion. Suede, is that you? There was a tremor laced in Yun Mo's voice, a mixture of longing for reunion and uncertainty. She could almost feel the heart inside her chest beating violently, each beat seeming to speak of endless thoughts. Outside the door, the woman in a long, light dress with long hair like a waterfall was standing there in a daze. A few short words made Sudai feel as if she had lost her soul and could no longer make any response. For the longest time, she had been awakened in her dreams by the voices questioning. Countless times she'd gone to bed expecting that everything she'd experienced was an incredibly real dream. As soon as he opened his eyes again, he would be able to return to that bustling mall and drag Yun Mo to eat all the food in the entire mall. But the reality of the situation abuses her nerves on a daily basis. Use every means at your disposal to show her that this is reality and she can never go back. At this moment, when that familiar call rang out, Sudai seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and slowly turned around. The moment the 4 eyes met, time seemed to freeze. Sudai's eyes instantly moistened, tears like broken pearls, uncontrollably sliding down her cheeks. She murmured, I am not dreaming, right? The mixture of disbelief and joy made her voice tremble slightly. Seeing this, Yun Mo could no longer hold down his inner excitement, and rushed forward in a few steps, tightly embracing Sudai into his arms. Their heartbeats resonated in this moment, as if the whole world had stood still for it. No, this is not a dream. Sudai, this is all true. Yun Mo murmured softly in Sudai's ear, her voice full of tenderness and determination. They embraced each other like this, as if they wanted to release all the thoughts and loneliness they had been experiencing all this time in this moment. The moment they were reunited, Yun Mo's heart was filled with endless joy and concern. She stared intently at Sudai, as if she were trying to read into her eyes everything the other woman had been through in that time. Sudai, how did you get here? Are you okay these days? Yun Mo's voice was soft and full of worry as she slowly approached, her eyes carefully roaming over Sudai's body, afraid of missing any hint of detail. When Sudai felt Yun Mo's deep concern, her eyes couldn't help but redden slightly. She gently held Yun Mo's hand and responded with a sob. Mo. I was also confused at that time, but fortunately I was met by Chi-Fan who was passing by. It was he who saved me and brought me here. I survived. These days I worry about you every day. All my dreams are images of you being taken into the police station for interrogation. I tried many ways to go back, but they all failed. It's a good thing you're here too. and that you found me here, or I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to rest easy for the rest of my life. Momo sniffed and her brows slightly relaxed, but the concern in her eyes did not diminish as a result. She could well understand how Sudai felt. After all, he himself had shared her constant worry about whether or not she would face questioning and suspicion from all sides since he had arrived. Unexpectedly, this time when they came to the city lord's mansion to explore the matter of Tuan Tuan, they actually found Sudai by mistake. Until now, Momo still had a feeling like she was dreaming. Only by holding Sudai's hand tightly could she push down the feeling of unreality. Yeah, I've been worried about you too, and I didn't realize you were here. When I just saw Tuan dribble out that selfie stick, I was afraid to think it was you until I saw the t-shirt in that townhouse and I was sure it was you here. And then to hear you play that in the cloud song here again, I knew you had to be in there. As soon as Momo's words were quoted, Tuan couldn't wait to move towards Sudai's face. The fluffy tail was whipping into a propeller. Sudai looked at Tuan's excited appearance. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She bowed. You little fellow, where have you been these days? What Kibon said that day was all in anger. Why did you really run away from home? These days Chifan almost turned the Four Directions Beast City upside down without finding you. He'd be so happy if he knew you were back. When Tuan heard Sudai's words, he grumbled and turned his head away, letting out a series of chirp 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 sounds. That haughty face seemed to say, "Humph, I won't forgive him easily. But, seeing you so happy, I didn't come back for nothing." Momo looked at Sudai in surprise. Shipao? Sudai, you know Tuan? What the hell is going on here? Sudai smiled and nodded. He is too familiar to me. To be precise, the first beastman I saw after I came here was him. He is the youngest cub of the Chi Fire clan, the youngest brother of Chi Fan, named Chi Bao. When I met Chifan, they had just returned from being guests in Sky City. Halfway there, this little guy was so naughty that he fell off the back of the pale feathered clan, just in time to wake me up. It was only when Kibon chased me down that he spotted me. Only, on the way back to the Four Directions Beast City, Shifan admonished Chi Bao a few times for being naughty. Unexpectedly, this little guy returned to the Four Square Beast City for less than a day before quietly escaping again. Shifan is going crazy these days. He thought that someone from Sky City had taken Chi Bao captive. Speaking of this, Sudi couldn't help but smile, looking at Tuan's arrogant little appearance. Her heart was filled with warmth, and it dawned on Momo that the reason Tuan had been resisting the Four Directions Beast City was actually to gamble with his own brother. Thanks to her, she had been under the impression that it was the people of the Chihuahua clan who wanted to harm the troop for the sake of profit. Thinking of the experience they had just had all the way to discreetly and carefully hide, Momo's lungs were practically bursting with anger. Tuan, Kibble, do you need to give us a reason not to beat you up? Tuan was rubbing happily on Sudai's leg, as if he was enjoying the unrivaled warmth and comfort. Upon hearing this, Tuan's body stiffened and looked accusingly at Momo who was standing in front of her. Its eyes were full of innocence and incomprehension, and its little mouth opened slightly, emitting a chirp 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 sound that seemed to be telling of its own incomprehension and aggression. Momo looked at Tuan's aggravated little appearance. The corner of her mouth hooked up a smile, but her eyes carried a bit of sternness. She gently walked to Tuan, stretched out her finger, and gently popped a brain crash on Tuan's head, saying, "This is for your punishment. Why don't you stay in a good home and run around blindly? Don't run around in the future." Momo's words carried a bit of reproach, but more than that, it was love and concern for Tuan. Sudi looked at Tuan's aggrieved little face and couldn't help but smile. She echoed Momo and said, "I won't speak for you later. Let's see how your brother punishes you." Although there was a hint of a joke in her words, Sudai's eyes were filled with love for Tuan. Chapter 167. It's a long story. Shipao, or Tuan, collapsed his little face when he heard Sudai's words. Its eyes were full of pleading and helplessness, and its little mouth opened slightly again, emitting an even more aggrieved chirp 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 sound. It knew that it might have really done something wrong this time and made both Momo and Sudai angry. Momo looked at Tuan's pitiful expression, and the reproach in her heart dissipated for the most part. She gently touched Tuan's head and softly said, "All right, it's good that you know you're wrong. Don't run around anymore in the future, okay?" As if Tuan understood Momo's words, he nodded his little head vigorously and his tail wagged happily once again. This adorable look instantly made Momo and Sudai laugh. With Tuan's problem finally cleared up, Momo's mood relaxed a little. However, right at this moment, she couldn't help but recall the female's previous address to Sudai, and a wave of doubt surged in her heart. She looked puzzled, her gaze tightening on Sudai as if she was looking for an answer in her expression. "Sudai, why did that female just now address you as Little Master Mother? Could it be that you?" Momo's words carried a few moments of hesitation and uncertainty. She couldn't believe the guesses in her heart. When Sudai heard Momo's words, she was slightly stunned, and a scarlet blush immediately surfaced on her face. She lowered her head somewhat sheepishly, as if she didn't dare to face Momo's inquiry. However, in the end, she still gathered her courage and said softly, "Mamoru, I've already married Chifan and am now Chifan's wife and master. That's why that female will address me as Little Lord Mother." Hearing Sudai's words, Momo's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe her ears that Sudai was actually coupled with Chifan. A wave of complex emotions sprang up in her mind, a mixture of surprise, worry, and a few moments of disbelief. "Sudai, how long has it been? Were you forced by that Chifan? If this is a choice you have no choice but to make in order to survive, then I'll take you away now, and we'll never have to rely on him to live again." Momo's words carried a bit of anxiety and firmness. She was unwilling to see Sudai make sacrifices in order to survive. Seeing Momo's worried look, Sudai quickly waved her hand and explained, "No, Momo, you've misunderstood. Chifan, he didn't force me, I'm a voluntary couple with him. But this matter is a long story. I'll tell you the details later." Saying that, a gentle light flashed in Sudai's eyes, as if she remembered the little moments she spent with Chifan. Momo looked at Sudai's eyes, and the doubts and worries in her heart were slightly alleviated. She trusted that Sudai would not make rash decisions and that she had her own judgment and choices, so she nodded gently. "Fine, as long as you weren't forced to couple up with that guy." Sudai gently raised her eyes, her gaze inadvertently skimming behind Momo. There stood a figure, as erect as a statue, which instantly attracted her full attention. That was Deetsong. His appearance was handsome and matchless, as if all the light in heaven and earth had converged on his body, causing Sudai to feel incomparably shocked. Her heart couldn't help but surge with a wave of curiosity. This man who suddenly appeared in Momo's life, what exactly was his relationship with Momo? Momo, it seems like you've had a wonderful experience since you came here. Sudai flirtatiously disliked Momo's arm, a teasing gleam in her eyes. "Don't you want to introduce me to this handsome man?" Momo was amused by Sudai's words and she shyly glanced at Deetsang as if his existence was her greatest happiness. She introduced in a low voice, "Well, his name is Deetsong, and now, he is my protector. As for what's going on between us, I'll slowly tell you about it later when I have time." Saying that, Momo also secretly glanced at Deetsang, her eyes filled with tenderness. Her heart was filled with sweetness and happiness, as if the whole world had become soft. Sudai looked at Momo's petulant appearance and understood a few points in her heart. She graciously extended her hand towards Deetsong and said with a smile, "Hello Deetsong, I am Fomi's best friend. Sudai, our Fomi is a bit slow to warm up, so you'll have to make more effort in the future. Otherwise, our Fomi will be enlisted by other males." As she said that, she also winked mischievously, as if she was conveying some sort of message to Deetsong. When Deetsong heard Sudai's words, his face instantly became grave. He stared intently into Sudai's eyes, as if trying to see something in her eyes. Then, he said firmly, "I'm not giving anyone a chance." That domineering tone was filled with firmness and determination, as if declaring to the world his possessive desire for Momo. Hearing Deetsong's overbearing tone, Sudai nodded with instant satisfaction. In her heart, she was secretly glad that Momo had finally found a man who was willing to give everything for her. She laughed brightly, her eyes full of blessings and anticipation. "Ha, that's right, don't give any other males any chances, or else this silly woman will be abducted by someone else." As she said that, she also patted Momo's shoulder affectionately, as if she was happy that she could meet such a male. Seeing Momo's reddened cheeks, the corner of Deetsong's lips couldn't help but curl up into a smile. His eyes shone with tenderness, as if infected by Momo's petulance. However, thinking about the purpose of coming to the city lord's mansion this time, Deetsong's expression became serious again. He opened his mouth and reminded, "Now that the matter of Tuan has been clarified, we'd better go back to Luosin and Muya and the others as soon as possible. If that guy sees that we haven't returned for too long, who knows what he'll do." Saying that, a trace of worry flashed in Deetsong's eyes. Hearing Deetsong's reminder, Momo instantly reacted. She realized that they had been in the city lord's mansion for far too long. If he didn't go back, Lawson was afraid that he didn't know how anxious he would be. Thinking of this, a wave of guilt and anxiety welled up in Momo's heart, and she hurriedly looked at Sudai. "Sudai, I have 2 other friends in town who aren't sure of our situation right now. We have to go back now. Tuan, I'll stay here first. You help us explain to the city lord. After we rendezvous with our friends, we'll inform the city lord and officially come to pay our respects." There was a hint of urgency and helplessness in Momo's words. She knew that Sudai would not be able to part with herself right now, but Muya's situation was urgent and she had to do it. Sudai looked at Momo's anxious look, and in her heart, she instantly understood what she was thinking. She nodded and said soothingly, "Don't worry, Fomi, I'll explain to the city lord. You guys go back to your friends first, and I'll take care of Tuan Tuan for you. Yun Mo looked at Su Dai gratefully, a wave of warmth and emotion welling up in her heart. I'll be back soon. You can wait for me. Yun Mo reluctantly waved her hand towards Su Dai. Su Dai also nodded with red eyes. Well, go on. Don't keep me waiting too long. Chapter 168, The Indolent Su Dai. After parting with Su Dai, Yun Mo and Deetsong hurriedly returned along the original path. Finally, they returned to the familiar and slightly run-down alley. With a sweep of her eyes, Yun Mo's eyes immediately captured Luo Sen's figure. He was pacing anxiously back and forth outside the house, each step seeming to speak of his inner worry and unease. Looking at him in that manner, a warm current surged in Yun Mo's heart. Glad that she did not stay in the city lord's mansion for much longer. She knew that if she came back any later, Luo Sen was afraid that he would really be unable to hold back and rush straight to the city lord's mansion to look for them. Yun Mo waved towards Luo Sen from afar, a hint of relief and joy in her voice. Luo Sen, we're back. At the sound of her voice, Lawson jerked back, the anxiety on his face instantly replaced by surprise. He hurriedly greeted him and asked in a loud voice, Fomi, you're finally back? Why have you been gone for so long? I'm dying of anxiety. Deetsong's speed was extremely fast. As soon as Luo Sen's words fell, the two of them had already arrived in front of Geller's house. Yun Mo's face was overflowing with joy, her eyes glittering with happiness as she couldn't wait to share the good news to Luo Sen. Luo Sen, we've already figured out what happened to Tuan Tuan. Later on, after we have Gellier go and give a briefing, we can go to the city lord's mansion. Luo Sen was also pleasantly surprised when he heard this, and the fatigue on his face was swept away, replaced by joy that was hard to hide. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, his voice filled with eagerness. That's great. Is there no problem on Tuan Tuan's side? Then let's hurry up and have Gellier go to the city lord's mansion to inform them. Muya only has 4 days left. We have to hurry. Yun Mo nodded, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. She quickly made an arrangement. Well, I'll go in first to feed Muya some water. Luo Sen, you go inform Gellier. We'll go to the city lord's mansion together after someone comes from the city lord's mansion side. Lawson answered and hurriedly turned around and ran in the direction of the city gates. The two of them, Yun Mo and Deetsong, entered the house, and Deetsang began to organize things while Yun Mo walked quickly to Muya's side. These days, with Tuan Tuan's blood supporting her, Muya's condition was quite stable. Aside from the fact that she had been unable to awaken, she looked as if she were asleep from the surface and her face was still rosy. Yun Mo sat carefully on the edge of the bed, gazing at Muya's face, her heart filled with worry and uneasiness. She gently stroked Muya's hand and felt her weak pulse, silently praying in her heart, Muya, you must wake up soon. All of us need you. You can't just stay asleep like this. After finishing organizing his things, Deetsong walked over to Yun Mo and gently patted her shoulder, comforting her. Mo, don't worry too much. Muya will definitely be fine. She's so strong, she'll definitely pull through. There was a hint of gentleness and firmness in his voice, making Yun Mo feel a hint of peace of mind. Yun Mo gently picked up the water cup by the table and carefully tilted it, pouring the water into Muya's mouth bit by bit. Most of the water flowed out along the corners of Muya's mouth, but Yun Mo was not the least bit impatient. She carefully wiped away the water stains around Muya's mouth before slowly pouring the water into Muya's mouth once again. The motion was repeated several times, and she was pleasantly surprised to find Muya's throat moving slightly, as if she were swallowing. Seeing this scene, the corners of Yun Mo's lips rose slightly as a faint smile surfaced. As long as Muya was able to swallow some water, then everything she had just done was not in vain. She continued to carefully feed the water until Muya's lips gradually regained their moistness and gloss. Just then, Deetsong had also organized all the items and put them aside. However, an urgent shout suddenly came from outside the door. Fomi, the city lord's mansion has sent someone over there, saying that they want to pick us up and take us to the city lord's mansion. Lawson rushed into the house excitedly, his face flushed with excitement, his eyes sparkling with an irrepressible light. He practically jogged all the way in, his footsteps so light that he felt as if he were stepping on a cloud. Yun Mo looked up at the sound, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She stood up and asked with some disbelief, so soon? It shouldn't be too late for Geller to brief. Luo Sen nodded repeatedly, the joy on his face overflowing. Yes, I didn't expect it either. Before Gellier even left, the people from the city lord's mansion came to inquire, saying that they were here to welcome the little lord mother's sister and her entourage to the city lord's mansion. Foamy, you wouldn't be the sister of the city lord's mansion's little mother in charge, would you? Saying that, he stared at Yun Momo with wide eyes and a curious expression, as if he wanted to find out the answer from her expression. Yun Momo sighed softly, with a bit of helplessness and laughter in her eyes, and said softly, "This fellow, Su Dai, really isn't at all composed, telling the city lord about my relationship with her so quickly." Luosin froze for a moment at his words, and his eyes instantly widened in surprise. Su Dai. Foamy, is this name the same female that you called out in your dreams before? She's actually the young mistress of the city lord's mansion? As he said that, he covered his mouth with his hand, as if he couldn't believe this fact a little. Yun Mochizuki smiled and nodded, his eyes flickering with a bit of playfulness. She explained, "Well, I didn't expect her to actually be in the city lord's mansion before. I just met up with her when I went to help the troops by. I was originally thinking of not revealing our relationship first, following the normal process of entering the city lord's mansion, or secretly observing the character of this city lord. I didn't expect Su Dai to actually tell her city lord Beastman this news so quickly." Luosin swallowed hard as he stared at Yun Momo with wide eyes as if he was looking at a miracle. He muttered, "Foamy, your sister is actually the young mistress of the city lord's house. This is too incredible." Yun Momo smiled faintly, the corner of her mouth curved up into a gentle arc. "This matter is indeed a bit of a surprise, but she and I are indeed very good friends, and it wouldn't be too much to say that we are sisters." When Luosin saw that Yun Momo did not seem to be joking with him, his taut nerves finally loosened up. He exhaled deeply. "It seems that we really did come to the right place this time. If we have the help of the city lord's mansion, it shouldn't be too difficult to find the bloodsuckers to save Muya." Deetsang picked up his things and took a step to Yun Momo's side. "Since the people from the city lord's mansion have already arrived, let's hurry over there." Yun Momo nodded. "Well, ask about the situation earlier, so we can also make early preparations." Saying that, she had already turned around, ready to follow Deetsong. Lawson hurriedly picked up Muya and followed the two. Chapter 169, Discussions and Concerns. By the time a few people arrived at the door, Glor had been waiting outside for quite some time. When he saw Yun Momo and the others, he hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. "My subordinate didn't know that it was the little Lord Mother's sister who had arrived. Please forgive me if I have slowed you all down." His tone was full of apology and trepidation. Yun Moxie waved her hand. "Geller, you've already helped us a lot. Thank you." Deetsang came to Geller's side and raised his hand to give him a small bag of snow crystals. "Payment for you, take it." Geller shook his head and waved his hand in a row, not daring to accept it. His eyes filled with fear and anxiety. "How can this be good?" he muttered. Instead, Yun Momo shoved the bag into his hand, her eyes filled with firmness and determination. "Just take it, this is what you deserve." Seeing Yun Momo's firm gaze, Geller then uneasily put the bag away. He gripped the bag tightly as if it was the most precious treasure in the world. "My subordinate thanks your honor for the gift." Walking out of the gate, Yun Momo raised her eyes and saw two teams of neatly organized white beast-eared guards respectfully saluting towards the several people, their voices loud and neat. Greetings to the little Lord Mother clan's relatives as they moved to the city lord's mansion. This sudden formation startled Yun Momo. Her body stiffened for a split second. Her eyes flashed with a hint of surprise and helplessness. She tried to pull a dry smile, trying to ease the awkwardness. No need to be so polite." However, before she could finish, Deetsang stepped forward and gently picked her up as if she was a precious treasure. His demeanor was indifferent and firm as he looked to the lead guard, his voice low and strong. "Lead the way ahead." The guards' faces were filled with horror when they took a look into Godson's blood-red eyes. They had never seen such a majestic and powerful existence before, as if just one look from Deetsong could completely destroy them. Even the Cloud Ridge beast, the mouth specially prepared for Yun Momo, was so frightened by Deetsong's might that it lay on the ground, trembling, not daring to move in the slightest. Yun Momo was held in Deetsong's arms. Feeling his warm body heat and firm strength, an inexplicable sense of security surged in her heart. She raised her head to look at Deetsong, only to see his eyes glittering with determination, as if he would not hesitate to protect her as she moved forward, no matter how many difficulties lay ahead. The guards didn't dare to question Deetsong's behavior. They were well aware of the strength and majesty of this red-rank powerhouse. With a wave of his hand, the lead guard led the guards to quickly run to the front, clearing the way for Deetsong and Yun Momo. Their pace was neat and majestic, as if they were an unstoppable force. Such a big battle immediately caused the crowd around the market to gather. People stopped in their tracks, staring at the scene with wide eyes and murmurs. "Oh my god, that's a red-rank powerhouse. I didn't expect that Four Square Beast City would welcome another red-rank powerhouse. Our Four Square Beast City will be even stronger in the future." A passerby marveled, excitement and pride shining in his eyes. Recently, the relationship between Four Directions Beast City and Sky City has become more and more tense, and I'm afraid that in the face of those winged fellows, just relying on the 4 red ranks sitting in the city is not enough of a deterrent. Another passerby chimed in, his tone revealing a hint of worry. Now with the addition of this red-ranked powerhouse, that Sky City, even if it's arrogant, I'm afraid it wouldn't dare to call the city lord's bluff. The person next to him also nodded frequently, a confident smile spreading across his face. The fact that the city lord was able to send his own guards to personally greet him is enough to show the importance attached to this strong man. I'm sure that as long as this red-ranked powerhouse agrees to stay stationed in the Four Directions Beast City, then those fellows in the Sky City won't have a temper. An old man stroked his beard and laughed, a wise light flickering in his eyes. Another passerby also couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, that's 5 red rank powerhouses. Even if those winged guys are arrogant, they only have a total of 2 red ranks. They won't be able to counter the strength of our 4-square beast city even if they rely on their air superiority. His laughter was bright and bold, as if he had already seen the Sky City trembling under the majesty of the Four Directions Beast City. People in the marketplace nodded their heads in agreement. They knew that the arrival of this red-rank powerhouse would bring new strength and hope to the Four Directions Beast City, and those arrogant guys in Sky City would also curb their sharpness under the intimidation of this force. Yun Macho frowned, a hint of worry showing in her gaze. Son, listening to the tone of those people, will there be conflicts between the beastmen here as well? Her words were tinged with a bit of disbelief and apprehension. Obviously not too familiar with the rules of the orc world, Deetson lowered his eyes to look at Yun Momo, his eyes deep and complex. He nodded softly, his voice low and strong. Well, wherever there are competing interests, conflict is inevitable. Whether it's in the tribe or here, it's the same. Yun Momo sniffed and suddenly fell into silence. She thought of the rule of the beast world where the strongest are honored, and a wave of helplessness and emotion surged in her heart. She knew that in this world, power determined everything, whether it was status, wealth or the right to live. Such a rule is cruel, but it is a reality that cannot be changed. Thinking that Su Dai had already married Chi Fan, the city lord of the Four Directions Beast City, Yun Momo's heart couldn't help but surge with a wave of complex emotions. She understood that Su Dai was destined to live and die with the Four Directions Beast City in the future. What about her? Is she staying? She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Deetson, trying to catch a hint of clues from his expression, but Deetson's face remained cold, making it difficult to speculate on his heart. Earlier, when Yun Momo proposed for Deetson to stay and live in the tribe, he had acted in a very repulsive manner. This time, if he was asked to stay in the Four Directions Beast City, he was afraid that it would be even more unacceptable. What would she have decided if Sudai had asked her to stay? Yun Momo's mind was full of thoughts, like a churning sea of clouds, making her unable to calm down. However, under the escort of the guards, the few people soon arrived in front of the city lord's mansion's main gate. The grand castle gate had already been filled with people long ago, and they were dressed in magnificent animal skin costumes, looking very noble. The arrival of Yun Momo and Deetson caught their attention and they all cast curious gazes. When Su Dai saw Yun Momo's figure, she could no longer control her excitement and shook off Chi Fan's hand and ran in Yun Mo's direction. Her steps were light and cheerful, as if she were a bird about to break out of a cage. Foamy, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why are you just coming? Su Dai shouted while hugging Yun Momo tightly. There were a few hints of pettiness and complaining in her voice, but more than that, it was thoughts and joy for Yun Momo. Yun Momo felt Su Dai's warmth and enthusiasm, and a wave of emotion welled up in her heart, and the complicated thoughts in her head were suddenly swept away. Chapter 170, The Lord of the City Welcomes You. Immediately after that, Chi Fan, who was the city lord, also greeted him. Yun Momo's gaze couldn't help but look at Chi Fan. That moment of astonishment made Yun Momo instantly understand why Su Dai had agreed to couple up with Chi Fan. As a face dog, Su Dai, encountering a stunningly beautiful man like Chi Fan, being able to maintain her sanity was already her greatest resistance. Only Chi Fan's head was covered with a pair of delicate white beast ears, similar in appearance to Tuan Duan's ears, but the shape of the ears was a bit more pointed and imposing. A head of long, flowing silver-gray hair was like the surface of a shimmering lake under the moonlight, casually strewn behind her, glittering with a faint luster. A fair face with clear contours and a pair of golden phoenix eyes that could move the heart with just one glance. His body was flawless, and every movement revealed an innate grace and strength, as if it were nature's most outstanding work. The gorgeous animal skins he wore on his body even emphasized his noble temperament, which was a cold yet gentle aura that made it impossible for people to take their eyes off of him. If Deetsong was a serpent-tailed angel, then Chi Fan was a cool and exiled immortal. Seeing Chi Fan walking towards her, a sly glint flashed in Su Dai's eyes as she took Yun Momo's hand and winked playfully, as if she was sharing a secret that only the two of them understood. How was it?
Handsome, isn't it?
Aside from this guy's cold nature and foul temper, he's still pretty good if you just look at his face. Her tone was full of smugness and satisfaction, clearly proud to have such a companion. Yun Moxie raised her eyebrows and pursed her lips, a hint of a teasing light flashing in her eyes.
You can be satisfied. It's already rare to see someone so devoted to you.
Which one of those little brothers chasing after you in school can compare to your current husband? There were a few hints of flirtation in her words, clearly teasing Sudai. Sudai skimmed her mouth in mock disgust, but she couldn't hide the laughter in her eyes.
You shouldn't have been fooled by his face too. He's got a lot of problems. He pisses me off every day.
And if it weren't for my generous nature, I'm afraid I'd have been pissed off by him on the first day. There was a bit of exaggeration in her words, but more than that, it was a deep sense of love and tolerance for Chifan.
Yunmomo was teased by Sudai and snorted with laughter. You have a lot of gas? Do you think it's the first day I met you?
Her words were tinged with a bit of doting and flirting, and it was clear that she had already known all these little tantrums of Sudai's for a long time. The two smiled at each other's eyes filled with deep friendship and blessings.
Chifan slowly came. He saw Sudai and Yunmomo both laughing so happily.
The corners of his lips couldn't help but float up with a faintly undetectable smile.
Welcome to the City Lord's mansion. I am Chifan, Sudai's beast husband. When Yunmomo heard this,
she hurriedly nodded slightly and said softly,
City Lord is polite. I am Yunmomo, and I am very good friends with Sudai. Previously,
we were separated for some reasons,
and I didn't expect that we would finally reunite in the Four Directions Beast City today.
Please forgive me for disturbing the City Lord's mansion more this time. Her voice was soft and gentle, like a spring breeze brushing against one's face,
making one feel extraordinarily comfortable. The smile on Chifan's face stiffened slightly as he listened.
He didn't seem to be too good at this type of intimate communication.
However, his eyes revealed deep care and affection for Sudai. Ever since I knew Sudai, she always mentioned you, and now that you are together, Sudai won't be restless at night from now on.
When Sudai heard Chifan's words, her face couldn't help but blush, and she somewhat shyly interrupted Chifan's words.
Aren't you guys tired of standing and talking like this? Let's just hurry up and go in. Chifan has prepared a banquet to welcome you. Let's share this joy and happiness here in the Four Directions Beast City. Saying that, Sudai took Yunmomo's hand, and the two of them walked towards the inner gate as intimately as long-lost sisters. Yunmomo was also filled with joy. She looked back at the two of them, Deetsong and Luosen,
and hurriedly waved towards them. The corner of her mouth curled up into a bright smile and she said,
Then we'll be respectful. The two of them took a step ahead, but Chifan couldn't help but stop and his gaze turned to Deetsong.
At the sight of Deetsong's red eyes that were as deep as the night sky and seemed to be ablaze with flames,
his expression couldn't help but froze slightly. Red Order. It was actually a Red Order powerhouse. I didn't realize that Cloud Foam was actually a female with a red-ranked escort. Just now, Sudai only said that Yunmomo was her best friend and sister,
and didn't mention the fact that Yunmomo actually had a red-ranked escort by her side.
Deetsong also happened to raise his eyes to look at him at that moment,
a gentle glint flashing through his red eyes as if he could see into people's hearts.
Thank you for the City Lord's hospitality. I am Deetsong, Foamy's escort. Deetsong's voice was low and strong, seemingly conveying his friendliness.
Chifan's eyes were filled with respect and appreciation.
Your Excellency is welcome. Come in quickly. Chifan hurriedly invited warmly. Deetsong nodded faintly and took a step to follow Yunmomo's footsteps. Luosen was still maintaining his beast form at this time because he had to carry Muya. His massive frame shimmered metallic in the sunlight, and each step seemed so calm and powerful. Chifan looked at Luosen, and a light of surprise floated in his eyes as well. The Golden Thunder Beasts had a strong physique and had always been the bravest clan in the beast world, and their strength and speed were unparalleled. However, the Golden Thunder Beast's level advancement was extremely difficult, and it needed to rely on actual killing to slowly accumulate experience and level up. However, the fact that Luosen could have a blue rank at such a young age was enough to shock Chifan. One must know that such a young blue-ranked Golden Thunder Beast was already an extremely rare existence in the beast world, and their strength was enough to rival that of some pack leaders. Luosen sensed Chifan's gaze and smiled heartlessly and spoke as well. I am also Foam's escort. My name is Luosen. Thank you for the City Lord's warm invitation.
Lawson's voice was bright and energetic, and his smile seemed to infect everyone.
Kiffin was infected by Lawson's cheerfulness and couldn't help but smile slightly as well. He warmly voiced an invitation for Lawson to follow him into the City Lord's mansion. Luosen hemmed and hawed and nodded, his huge body lightly following behind Chifan. Stepping into the gate of the City Lord's mansion together, Sudai brought Yunmomo, the two sisters walking arm in arm at the very front of the group, as if the entire world was left with only the laughter of the two of them. You know what? At that time,
I only felt a buzzing sound in my brain, as if I had been slammed by something heavy, and my head ached as if it was going to split open. Sudai exaggeratedly described it to Yun-Momo. Chapter 171, Chiffon's Brothers. Sudai's eyes glittered with memories, and a sigh came out of her mouth, as if she could still feel the pain of that moment. As a result, as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw that Chibao guy, showing his teeth and wailing at me. I thought it was someone who abused the dog and threw the dog on my head to knock me out. I was furious, turned my head to find the person who threw the dog theory, only to find that I was in a primitive forest. At that moment, my whole body was scared silly. Yun-Momo listened to Sudai's narration, and was able to empathize with her feelings. I was there as well, and once I woke up, I realized I was in this strange world, and my entire being was confused. What happened then? How did you meet up with Chi-fan? Yun-Momo couldn't wait to follow up, full of curiosity about Sudai's experience. Sudai pursed her lips and quietly glanced sideways at Chi-fan, who was walking beside them. With a bit of playfulness and shyness in her eyes, she whispered, "It's not that Chipao fellow," who called out to his brother with a bang. I was thinking that Chipao was going to call his parents to come and eat me, so scared that I just wanted to run away, but he just bit my pants leg and wouldn't let go. Chiffon saw me flinging Chibo and thought I was bullying him, and with one lift of his hand, he chopped me unconscious. Speaking of this, both Sudai and Yun-Momo couldn't help but laugh. Their laughter was so clear and pleasant that it seemed as if even the air around them became cheerful. Chiffon couldn't help but tickle the corners of his mouth as well when he heard their laughter. He glanced at Sudai, his eyes full of favor and helplessness. This little woman, always bringing him unexpected surprises and joys. Before Sudai could finish her story, a carved gate slowly opened, as if it were a floodgate of time, leading them into a whole new world. The two teams of guards immediately stood respectfully on both sides, their eyes filled with awe and anticipation, as if they were welcoming the arrival of a certain honorable figure. Inside the gate, a special melody quietly rang out, a melody so melodious and mysterious that one could not help but be mesmerized by it. Inside the beautifully decorated hall, countless flower petals were suddenly scattered, and they fluttered lightly in the air, like a scene from a dream. "Welcome to the City Lord's residence from the Little Lord Mother's mother clan kin." As a gentle voice rang out, 3 young males, also with white beast ears and dressed in flashy animal skins, slowly arrived in front of the gate. Their steps were steady and strong, each step revealing an innate nobility, and beside them, there was a wilting little fellow, Tuan. Chirp, Chu. As soon as Tuan saw Yun-Momo, he struggled and tried to get into her arms. His little paws waved haphazardly in the air, his eyes filled with eagerness and longing. However, the young male beside him grabbed the hairs on the back of his neck with a single lift of his hand, his tone carrying a few hints of teasing. "Still dare to be dishonest. If you upset the boss later, he'll have to lock you up." Tuan instantly dropped his paws in frustration, his gaze looking pitifully at Yun-Momo. A low whimper escaped his lips, as if he were pleading with her for help. Yun-Momo was amused by his appearance. She gently shook her head, thinking of the days when they had been careful in every way because of him. Yun-Momo sighed helplessly. It's better to do some soul-searching." Yun-Momo laughed and snapped, "Going out and running around blindly before you've even transformed into a form. If you're captured by the bad guys, you won't even have time to cry." Her tone was full of doting and chiding, obviously treating Tuan as her own family, and Tuan seemed to have understood her words, his little head dropping even lower, as if he was seriously reflecting on his mistake. Seeing that the 3 young males were all curiously sizing up Yun-Momo, Sudai couldn't help but purse her lips and open her mouth to introduce them. "This is the good friend and sister that I've often told you about, Yun-Momo." Her tone was filled with intimacy and pride, clearly holding Yun-Momo as a friend in high regard. The 3 young males smelled the scent emanating from Yun-Momo's body with an intoxicated expression. The scent was fresh and unique, making people want to get closer to her. Their gazes became hotter and hotter, as if their souls had been seduced by Yun-Momo. One of the young males, tall and imposing, couldn't wait to arrive in front of Yun-Momo. He puffed out his chest and spoke confidently. "Hello, Fomi. My name is Chi Yen. Can I be your beast husband? As long as you are willing to couple with me, we can live together in the City Lord's mansion in the future so that you and the little master mother can see each other every day." His tone was full of anticipation and enthusiasm, and it was clear that he fell in love with Yun-Momo at first sight. However, as soon as Chi Yen's words left his mouth, the other 2 young males instantly pushed him aside in dissatisfaction. They were Chi Fong and Chi Lan, both Chi Yen's older brothers and stronger than him. They looked at Chi Yen with a dissatisfied expression, as if to say, "Even if Muo wants to couple up, it's not your turn." Chi Feng even spoke directly. If Fomi wants to choose, she will only choose the stronger one. We are much stronger than Chi Yen. His tone was full of confidence and provocation, and he clearly held great interest in Yun Momo as well. Yun Momo was so embarrassed by this scene that her scalp went numb. She hastily squeezed Sudai's hand and gave her a pleading look. She didn't expect to encounter such a scene as soon as she arrived. It really made her cry. Sudai looked at Yun Momo's bemused eyes and instantly revealed a teasing smile. Shifeng, Chilan, stop it. Muo is timid. If you scare her, she won't dare to go in. Her tone was full of flirtation and helplessness, obviously used to the behavior of these three guys. At the same time, she used her eyes to signal them to tighten up and not make Yun Momo feel uncomfortable. The three seemed to have a lot of respect for Sudai, and when they heard Sudai's words, they immediately tightened up a lot. Little mother in charge, please invite Fomi in. Chi Yen opened his mouth and said, showing his charm in front of Yun Momo as much as possible. Chi Feng also hastened to concur. Well, there's also that bottle of special nectar. Little mother in charge has specially prepared it for Momo. If Momo drinks it, she'll surely enjoy it. Shilan on the side was also not willing to show weakness. He cleared his throat and opened his mouth to say, there are also tunes and dances choreographed by the young master's mother's hands. The young master's mother said that Fomi knows better than she does, so Fomi will have to show us a hand later on before we can do so. A few people were scrambling to speak when they felt the air suddenly become condensed. They couldn't help but raise their eyes to look, and they were met with a pair of red eyes that were as deep as an abyss. In an instant, the three of them froze in their movements. They watched as the man picked up the goddess in front of them by the waist and walked into the banquet hall with a steady stride. The man's movements revealed an unquestionable dominance and possessiveness, as if Yun Momo was everything to him. The three of them looked at each other, and an inexplicable emotion welled up in their hearts. Chapter 172, Muya is fine. Although they were a bit unwilling, the three brothers restrained the unwillingness in their hearts as they faced the red-ranked Deetsong. The banquet officially started after Yun Momo's few people were seated. Aside from the Chifan brothers, those attending the banquet were all important members of the Chihua clan. Chifan grandly introduced Yun Momo several people at the banquet, and his words showed the importance of Yun Momo several people. A banquet where the guests and hosts were happy. Yun Momo hadn't been this happy for a long time. When the banquet was over, Sudai pulled Yun Momo back to her house. When she came over earlier, because her mind was drawn to the t-shirt thing, Yun Momo didn't pay too much attention. It wasn't until they came to the house again that Yun Momo felt the peculiarities of the house. Obviously the temperature was already hot at this point, but as soon as I entered the house, the coolness hit me. It's like going from a hot street and suddenly entering a room with the air conditioning on full blast. That huge difference instantly caught Yun Momo's attention. Seeing Yun Momo's surprise, Sudai quickly smiled and solved her confusion. It turned out that this house was specially constructed by Chifan with pure snow crystals on purpose in order to make Sudai's life more comfortable during the hot sizzling period. Yun Momo sighed in amazement as she listened, calling out that Chifan had simply spoiled Sudai to the point of outrageousness. When Sudai saw that Yun Momo liked it, she immediately opened her mouth and said, how can you not have what I have? When tomorrow I'll have Chifan build another bigger snow crystal townhouse in this garden for you to live in. Yun Macha was staggered by what she heard and quickly waved her hand to stop it. Your husband has money, power and face, but he didn't let you build it like this. If I were your husband, I'd have to say you're a loser. Besides, we're here this time to handle things. We haven't thought about settling down for now, so just calm down. Sudai held the chilled fruit cut, pulling Yun Momo to the house to sit down on the soft collapse of the beast skin. A face of difference to look at Yun Momo. Handle what? That's not a matter of Chifan's word. Just say it. If he can't do it, he won't be able to enter this house again. Thinking about Muya's condition, Yun Momo could only speak stiffly. You've just seen Muya as well. She's the best friend I've had since I came to the beast world, and because of the previous attack by the Vosha beast, she fell and hurt her head, and there's a bruise in her head, and if she doesn't get rid of it soon, she'll be dead in another 4 days, and the only ones who can help her remove the bruises in her brain are the bloodsuckers hidden in the 4-square beast city. That's why I want to ask the city lord's mansion to help find the bloodsuckers so that they can remove the bruises from Muya's brain as soon as possible. During the banquet, Sudai didn't have the chance to ask in detail, and actually didn't realize that Muya's situation was already so critical. Then what are we waiting for? I'm going to find Chifan right now and ask him to send someone to find that bloodsucker, whatever he is. When Chifan found out about this, he decisively ordered the whole city to search for the whereabouts of the bloodsuckers. I didn't expect to hear good news from Sudai early the next morning. It said that the city guards had sent the 2 bloodsuckers to the city lord's mansion early in the morning to heal Muya. Yun Momo was excited and pulled Sudai to go see Muya. Muya was arranged by Sudai in the more secure castle, and the two rushed all the way to the castle guest room to see 2 figures shrouded in black animal skins being escorted out of the house. Sudai tells Yun Momo that these 2 are the bloodsuckers. Because bloodsuckers are afraid of the heat, they must cover their entire body all over. From afar,
Yun-Mo could smell a faint odor of blood. Thinking about Muya's condition, Yun-Mo's heart burst with apprehension. After all, the methods documented on the record have not been verified, and in case they don't work, then Muya, with her heart clenched into a ball of tension, Yun-Mo tightly pulled Sudai's hand and walked into the house. Before she could see what was going on in the room, a figure suddenly rushed over and embraced her tightly in her arms. Foamy, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have died already. Hearing this voice, Yun-Mo's eyes widened in shock. It wasn't until she saw Muya's tear-filled face that Yun-Mo's hanging heart finally landed. Muya, great, you're alright. It's really great. The two of them hugged each other tightly, and Sudai's eyes reddened as she watched. She slept with Yun-Mo last night and talked the whole night. It was also known that the two of them, Yun-Mo and Muya, had gone through a lot of critical situations. At this time, Muya came back from the dead, and the two would naturally be thrilled. When the two of them gradually calmed down, Yun-Mo then introduced Muya to Sudai. As Yun-Mo guessed, Sudai and Muya were simply like old friends at first sight, and they chatted enthusiastically in no time. Muya's illness was cured, and a few people played in the city lord's mansion for a few days. Sudai knew that Muya's sweetheart was Ha-Che, and after inquiring with Chi Yen and the others, he actually found out that Ha-Che was actually the captain of the city guards of South City. Knowing this news, Muya could no longer restrain his longing, and asked Sudai about Ha-Che's address, and hurriedly went there. Originally, Yun-Mo was still a bit uneasy, but Sudai was not worried at all. Don't worry about it, I've inquired about that Ha-Che's situation. There are many rich females in the city who want to couple with him, but Ha-Che has never been shy about it. It's not like he's waiting for Muya. Maybe once the two meet, they'll be on fire, and you'll be embarrassed to say that they're still on fire. Hearing that Sudai had already inquired meticulously a long time ago, Yun-Mo was relieved. It wasn't until the next day that Muya returned. Just by looking at the cheerful smile on her face, Yun-Mo knew that Muya's wish last night had probably been granted. As expected, it was only after Yun-Mo and Sudai's teasing that Muya told the two of them with a face full of shyness. Hatcher was already Muya's escort, and they planned to stay and live in the Four-Square Beast City from now on, waiting until just before the storm period to couple up. Hearing Muya's decision, Yun-Mo sincerely felt happy for her. It turned out that 10 inferno scorching periods ago, Muya's father had died under the sharp claws of the Vusha beast in order to save Ha-Che. Ha-Che had always held a grudge against this, feeling that he was too weak, and this had caused Muya's father to suffer. Later, when Muya offered to make him his guardian, Hatcher felt guilty that he couldn't give Muya a better life, so he left the tribe, trying to get Muya to find a better male to be his guardian. It wasn't until he met Muya and learned that Muya had never branded a protector and had been living alone in the tribe waiting for him to come back to the tribe, that he finally understood Muya's feelings and decided not to back down and to give Muya the best life possible by virtue of his own efforts. As for this time, Muya returned to the city lord's mansion to tell Yun-Mo and Sudai that she would be staying at Ha-Che's place from now on. They also invited the two of them, Yun-Mo and Sudai, to visit their home if they had time. Chapter 173, The Grand Finale. Yun-Mo and Sudai naturally agreed, and also expressed their sincerest blessings to Muya. After Muya left, Sudai couldn't help but ask Yun-Mo what she thought. She hoped that Yun-Mo would stay in the city lord's mansion and live with her. However, Yun-Mo was unable to answer her at this time, although she also wanted to stay with Sudai all the time. This was the city lord's mansion after all, and both Ditsong and Luosen didn't seem to have any intention of staying. Now that Tuan had been sent back to the Chihua clan, Muya's injuries had been cured, and he had also successfully found Ha-Che and decided to stay and live in the Four-Square Beast City. They're already making preparations to go back. I'm afraid, if she were to propose staying in the Four Directions Beast City right now, the two of them, Ditsong and Luosen, would definitely not object. But Cloudmore knew that they didn't like living here, especially Ditsang. He was disgusted by the hustle and bustle of the place. To be able to accompany himself back to live in the tribe, Ditsong had already made a great compromise. Ditsong had given so much for her, she couldn't be so selfish as to only consider her own feelings. Sudai probably saw Yun-Mo's difficulty and didn't force Yun-Mo to agree with herself right then and there. He only said that he would let Yun-Mo stay with him a little longer, and that it was not too late to talk about this matter later. However, what Yun-Mo did not expect was that the next day, Ditsong took the initiative to bring up the matter of staying and living in the Four Directions Beast City. Lorson also said that he would follow the hunters of the Four Directions Beast City and head to the Wild Beast Forest. He had to get the Berserk Beast Crystals and Spirit Crystals as soon as possible so that he could plug Ditsong's mouth. Yun-Mo thought that Ditsong and Luosen were trying to accommodate themselves, so they wanted to condescend to themselves and agreed to stay in the Four-Square Beast City. As a result, Ditsang said that he had stayed behind in order to join with Shifan to unite
unite the 4 great beast cities to completely solve the problem of the Vusha beast. They would all be threatened by the Vusha beast if the problem of the Vusha beast wasn't solved. If it was before, those Vulcan sand beasts couldn't pose a threat to Deetsong at all. After all, those Vulcan sand beasts wouldn't idly have nothing to do to mess with Deetsong, a red rank powerhouse. But now, he was Yun-Mo's escort. Even if Deetsong's strength was strong, he couldn't manage to protect Yun-Mo at all times. This tribal crisis had caused Deetsong to nearly lose Yun-Mo. He would never allow Yun-Mo to face such a crisis again. Only when it was completely clear about the Vusha beast could Deetsong be completely at ease. Thinking of all those injuries that the Vusha beasts had caused to the tribal orcs, Yun-Mo also supported Deetsong's decision. Without much entanglement, the few settled on staying in the 4 Directions Beast City. According to how the 4 Directions Beast City valued red rank powerhouses, they received the highest preferential treatment. Deetsong had once again become a powerful enshriner of the 4 Directions Beast City and had been given a set of castles closest to the city lord's mansion. This way Yun-Mo would be able to meet up with Su Dai and Muya from time to time. For a while afterward, Deetsong and Shifan became busy. An entire inferno-scorched period of scheming had managed to unite the support of the City of Sky, the City of Sea Beasts, the City of Bison, and the City of Prime Rock during the Great Wind period. For a while, the people from the 4 major beast cities continued to converge towards the 4 Directions Beast City. After an entire Great Wind period of preparation, the 5 great beast cities had finally formulated a plan to completely eradicate the Vusha beasts. Because the cold and snow period was the weakest period for the Vusha beasts, the 5 beast cities decided to strike at the harshest moment of the cold and snow period. The 3 of them, Yun-Mo and Su Dai, as well as Muya, had come up with ideas in order to help prepare the logistics for the warriors who were going on the expedition. Using a variety of modern knowledge and technology, it has produced fine armor that has been able to preserve food for long periods of time. They even tried out the recipe for gunpowder and managed to make explosive bombs. This kind of killing weapon caused Deetsong and Shifan, among others, to be shocked beyond words. Even if one was as strong as Emperor Tsong, they would not be able to form such a fierce attack effect. Finally, at the moment when the cold and snowy period was half over and the beast world was plunged into a sheet of ice, the combined armies of the 5 great beast cities set off. Yun-Mo, Su Dai and Muya stayed in the 4 Directions Beast City day after day waiting for the news of the United Army's triumphant return. But Song-Yu clan would send the battle back to the 4 Directions Beast City every day. The biggest expectation of Yun-Mo several people every day was the moment they received the battle situation. At first, the combined army advanced quickly, and almost all of the Vusha beasts around Desolate City were strangled by the combined army. However, the closer they got to Desolate City, the more difficult the battle became. Fortunately, Yun-Mo and Su Dai both possessed knowledge from the modern era, and after Yun used some of the modern means of fighting against each other, the joint forces quickly conquered the deserted city, and also succeeded in killing the chief regiment of the Vusha beasts. In the dirtiest crypt of the deserted city, Deetsong found the abused Aiki, who had lost her human form. It is said that the Vusha beast, after realizing that Aiki was a spy of the horde lurking in the Arakan city, plucked out her eyes alive, cut out her tongue, and pierced her eardrums with its sharp claws. It makes her a plaything that can't see or hear or speak. All day long, they are forced to eat food and water by those Vusha beasts, barely staying alive for the enjoyment of each and every one of them. Whenever Deetsong saw her, she would lie down obediently and spread her legs at the mercy of anyone who touched her. After that, Aiki was taken away by the people of the United Army, and Deetsong didn't ask any more questions as to how it was arranged. It was thought that for a female like her, perhaps death would be a great gift to her. Upon hearing Aichi's miserable end, Yun-Mo only sighed. She's to blame for all this, no one else. A siege was also declared at the end of the cold and snowy period. By the time Deetsong and the others returned to the 4 Directions Beast City, it was already near the time of the rainstorm. On this day, Yun-Mo, Su Dai and Muya stood on the tall walls of the 4 Directions Beast City looking out and keeping watch. Far away, the imposing silhouette of the Union Army appeared in the early morning mist. Yun-Mo several people tightly pulled each other's hands, their gazes filled with anticipation and longing. During the period of time that Deetsang and Luosen had left, Yun-Mo had lived every day without thinking, "Help! There's no one there. She can't get away from them anymore." This unspeakable attachment is love as she has never experienced it. In the mist, several rays of light rushed towards the city walls at great speed. In just a few breaths of time, Yun-Mo felt a familiar cedar aura completely surround him. In the next instant, Yun-Mo fell into that refreshingly cool embrace. As soon as she raised her eyes, those red eyes that seemed to be seductive were gazing tightly into her eyes. "Foamy, I'm home." Yun-Mo's tears could not be suppressed from welling up in her eyes. Song, I miss you so much." The corners of Deetsong's lips curled into a pleasant smile. "Today is the last day for the deed seal to backfire. Do you want it?" Yun-Mo's face reddened and she nodded slightly. Song, I love you. Let's couple up." Deetson's body lurched, and he burst out laughing freely. Okay, let's go home. A golden figure had just stabilized itself on the city wall, and immediately rushed over impatiently, pulling Yun Momo's other arm with one hand. Mamoru, I'm the one who's your number one escort. You're not going to forget about me, are you? Luosen opened his mouth unwillingly. Yun Momo's expression gave a lurch, and a look of embarrassment floated up on her face. Samson, I'm not. I'm with Sang because of the deed seal backlash. That's why. Not forgetting you. Lawson deflated and pouted. What about me? You don't think you don't want me? Yun Moxie red face attached to his ear. Whispered, today first lift the backlash. Tomorrow with you couple. Luosen was unforgiving. No, he can't be your first beast husband. Big deal. We'll couple with you today. Everyone by strength. Cloud foam. End of text.